Let go of personal integrity, enjoy a life of mischief. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back? No, the abyss is too busy to care. While others were nervous about awakening powerful superpowers, I, Xing Chen, a man dedicated to becoming the strongest scavenger, was working hard to collect 1 million plastic bottles to activate the scavenger merit system. When the principal looked down on me, my classmates mocked me, and I was almost overlooked at the awakening ceremony, I used a mineral water bottle as my natal magical artifact and directly awakened the SSS rank superpower, the art of explosion. A little bird said, "Damn, damn, damn, why are you carrying a dynamite pack?" Zhenghuai City, No. 3 High School, Sports Field. Thousands of senior students awaited their superpower awakening, their expressions tense and solemn. "Is everyone here?" Principal Wu Kuan demanded. "We're missing one person. Xing Chen has run off to play somewhere." The moment the name Xing Chen was mentioned, the entire student body became restless. "What? You mean the legendary scavenger who's known for being a total degenerate?" "Yeah, the one who snatches lollipops from elementary schoolers, kicks the good leg of a cripple, plants people in the ground and fertilizes them on the spot. The inhuman who pulls the elastic from shorts to make a slingshot to break people's windows." The students recounted Xing Chen's various mischievous crimes. "Hey, wasn't he sent to a mental hospital a few months ago? How did he get out? The doctor went crazy." "Enough. Get him over here immediately," the principal interrupted with a dark face. On the other end of the phone, "Hello, teacher, I really didn't mean to be late. I was helping an old lady cross the street, and she tried to frame me for pushing her." Xing Chen hung up the phone helplessly and looked back with deep affection at the old lady clinging to his leg on the ground. "Grandma, I understand you want to buy a house for your grandson, but I really don't have any money. Our class president, Wang Tong, is super rich. How about I introduce you to him?" "I don't care. You knock me down, pay up. Don't even think about leaving if you don't pay." Xing Chen was speechless. He couldn't believe someone could be more shameless than him. After confirming there were no cameras around, he kicked the old lady in the face. "Damn it, no cameras and you're still so arrogant." After kicking her, Xing Chen picked up the few bottles the old lady had just collected, shouldered his urea sack, and walked away, leaving the old lady with a Peppa Pig shoe print on her face, bewildered in the wind. Let go of personal integrity, enjoy a life of mischief. In one word, it feels great. At the same time, a panel appeared in his mind. Bottle plus 3. Collect bottles mission, 999,998/1 million. Mission reward, scavenger merit system activated, awaken a random SSS rank superpower. 300 years ago, spiritual energy revived, and abyss gates opened, unleashing demons and beasts upon Blue Star. Humanity awakened superpowers to defend their homes. When Xing Chen, wearing flip-flops and carrying a urea sack full of plastic bottles, appeared on the sports field with a mischievous grin, everyone was speechless. What time is it now, and he's still out collecting bottles? He must be seriously sick. The principal nearly choked on his water. Class president Wang Tong took the opportunity to mock him. Xing Chen is just preparing for his future career. After all, with the worst talent test score, he might as well get used to society and become a garbage collector. "Aren't I talking to garbage right now?" Xing Chen retorted, making Wang Tong's face turn livid. The awakening ceremony began. One by one, students awakened various superpowers. B-rank partial strength power, diamond glutes. A-rank enhancement power, kidney sellers redemption. S-rank strength power, miracles from brute force. S-rank metal power, indestructible golden body. When the school prodigy Yi Chen and the rich kid Wang Tong both awakened S-rank powers to cheers, Xing Chen and his best friend Zhang Debao were asleep in the back row, drool bubbles expanding and contracting with their snores. Finally, only the two of them were left. "It doesn't matter if you two awaken or not. Just go through the motions quietly so you don't embarrass the school," the principal whispered to Xing Chen. Xing Chen slowly walked to the awakening device. Everyone watched him, waiting for the joke. He placed his hand on the device. The next second, there was dead silence. Nothing happened. "Principal, the awakening device is broken," Xing Chen said seriously. "What do you mean, broken? It's you who can't awaken." The whole field burst into laughter. Xing Chen, unfazed, pulled a mineral water bottle from his urea sack. "Oh, I forgot to bring my natal magical artifact. That's why I couldn't awaken. Who the hell has a mineral water bottle as a natal magical artifact?" The crowd's mouths twitched. However, in the next moment, Xing Chen pressed the water bottle onto the awakening device. Boom! A violent explosion sent everyone flying. "Congratulations, host, for completing the Collect Bottles mission, 1 million/1 million. Scavenger system activated. Awakening SSS rank superpower, the art of explosion. Rewarding divine artifact, Chaos Boombox." A deafening voice echoed across the square, Awakening SSS rank superpower, the art of explosion. Everyone, including the principal, had their worldviews shattered. It's real. The scavenger has defied the heavens. Mom, I want to collect garbage too. What would the famous commentator MacArthur say about this? The principal quickly changed his tune, excitedly declaring Xing Chen as his most promising student, the pride of the school. Just then, Xing Chen's phone rang with a catchy tune. He answered it on speaker. Hey, Auntie Lu, let me tell you, I awakened an SSS rank superpower today. That idiot principal was so happy. A murderous aura filled the air. Auntie Lu's anxious voice came from the phone. Xiao Yi, come back quickly. The demolition crew is here again. Your sister is about to hang herself at the gate to stop them. Damn, Xing Chen's family is in such a dire situation? The crowd gasped. But Xing Chen calmly replied, Auntie Lu, you go home first. Let Xiaoling hang for a while longer. I have some business to attend to here. The crowd's mouths twitched again. Xing Chen took a bus home. On the way, he studied his system. SSS rank superpower, the art of explosion, can grant explosive properties to any object. Divine artifact, chaos boombox, in my BGM, no one can defeat me. He was still wondering where his boombox was when he got off the bus. The old man he had just given his seat to sprinted past him, shouted long live Huaxia, and dived into the nearby river. Just as Xing Chen was complaining about the shameless old man, he resurfaced, pulling a huge, black coffin-like object from the water. I saw this and thought it was destined for you. Here, take it, the old man said, then disappeared back into the water. Xing Chen looked at the object. Wasn't this just a big boombox? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine artifact, Chaos Boombox. At the entrance of the Xingxing scrapyard, a beautiful girl was hanging from the doorframe by a rope. A demolition crew was preparing to tear down the gate. Just as the excavator was about to hit the gate, a loud explosion occurred, and the excavator blew up on the spot. The dust settled to reveal a figure carrying a large black coffin, looking both domineering and arrogant. You dare to touch my property in front of my gate? Are you tired of living? The demolition crew leader, Black Donkey, wasn't intimidated, seeing he was alone, but Xing Chen immediately put on a fawning expression. Brother Black, I've heard stories about you since I was a child. My admiration for you is like a river. Before he could finish, he picked up a brick and smashed it on Black Donkey's head. Crack, endless and flowing. Crack, unstoppable. Crack. Before the others could react, Black Donkey's head was already bleeding profusely. Get him! The henchmen swarmed forward. Xing Chen continued to say the most cowardly words while fighting the most brutal fight, pulling out lime powder, sand, smelly socks, and other projectiles from his urea sack and throwing them wildly. Just as the crowd was about to close in, he picked up the Chaos Boombox. In my BGM, no one can defeat me. He. He pressed the play button. I have no K. Dinosaur resists wolf, resists. As the demonic BGM played, Xing Chen felt his body fill with power. Sensing primary strength music buff, strength increased tenfold. Oh ho! I'm full of power. He punched one man, kicked another, and even swung a 200-plus gene man around like a weapon, creating a whirlwind that swept through the crowd. Just as the demolition crew was annihilated, a road roller came roaring towards him, driven by the blood-soaked Black Donkey. You damn scavenger! I'll run you over. Xing Chen slowly turned around, silently took out a Nongfu Shanjai mineral water bottle, and tossed it casually. Annoying monkey. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted. An explosion is art. Explosion is art. A stunning explosion sound erupted. A section of the heavy road roller's track was blown off. A hole was blasted into the vehicle's body, and the whole machine swayed precariously. The Black Donkey was stunned. This kid not only fought without any martial ethics but also had incredible strength. What was even more infuriating was that he had grenades hidden in his bag. Where could one reason with that? However, this was not the end. Starry continued to pull out water bottles from a urea bag with both hands. One by one, the bottles rained down on the road roller. Boom, 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 boom. Flames erupted around the road roller. It was like a fighter jet unleashing a barrage of firepower. The surrounding big men were left slack-jawed. This garbage collector was too fierce. Fortunately, he had only engaged in close combat earlier, otherwise he would have been blown away himself. Everyone quietly glanced at the Black Donkey at the center of the explosion. They silently closed their eyes, choosing to lie still and play dead. Boss, rest in peace. May your heaven be free of garbage collectors. After a frenzied bombardment, the gunfire gradually subsided. Starry was just a black iron 1-star. The bombs had nearly drained him of every last drop. At this moment, Starry had his hands in his pockets, unaware of what arrival meant. Who else is there? He. Starry laughed arrogantly. The Black Donkey, covered in blood, was lifted down from the vehicle by two people. The road roller was unrecognizable, reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Big brother, you are my big brother, I beg you. Stop, the black donkey pleaded. Starry grabbed the black donkey by the collar and saw the tattoo on his chest, a fierce-looking female ghost. Tattoo, huh? What's that about? Big brother, no, this is a photo of my girlfriend. Starry twitched his mouth. Stopping is fine, but we need to discuss compensation first. The black donkey seemed to grasp at a lifeline. Compensation, we'll pay. Starry looked around with satisfaction, noticing that the damaged vehicles belonged to the demolition team. What the hell? It seems like nothing is broken on our side. Suddenly, he noticed Aunt Lu's wound on her forehead, which was almost healed. Starry pulled the black donkey over. Aunt Lu has suffered such a serious injury. What if she has a concussion? And Aunt Lu is worth millions. The loss of work alone needs compensation. Plus medical fees, mental distress compensation, orthodontic fees, and the red envelopes for the doctor, hush money, etc. Let's settle on a flat rate of 100,000. The black donkey gasped. Why don't you go rob someone? What do you think I'm doing right now? Everyone's mouths twitched. This was too outrageous. Suddenly, a younger brother weakly asked, what about your sister? Starry suddenly realized. Damn, I forgot about my sister. Coffin 5,000, funeral 8,000, seating 12,000, plus 2 flower wreaths and 2 black paper figures for 800, and a discount for a grand opening. Just give me 9,008. Everyone was dumbfounded. Damn, you ask for 100,000 for a little scrape on the forehead, and for someone who hanged themselves, you want 9,008? Is this the thought process of a normal human being? However, at that moment, no one dared to voice any complaints. They had nearly killed someone, and it was already a blessing that they weren't paying with their lives. So, everyone hurriedly pooled together. 99,800 for Starry. After receiving the money, Starry was very happy. Black brother, you're quite nice. The black donkey's face was dark, gradually overflowing off the screen. 2 younger brothers carried the black donkey, limping away. On the way, the black donkey's face turned fierce. He said with a sinister expression, wait until I report back to the big boss, then I'll ask the superhumans to deal with him. Just then, an old lady suddenly popped out from nowhere and bumped into them. Then, she dramatically fell to the ground. You knocked me down, pay up. There are cameras here, you can't escape. In front of the junkyard, Shingling helped Aunt Lu up and handed her 100,000 yuan. Aunt Lu, you've been working at the junkyard for so many years and I haven't really paid you a salary, so consider this your pay. Aunt Lu didn't refuse and reached out to take it, because she understood. Shingling, refusing was pointless. I'll keep the money for you, use it when you get married. Aunt Lu, you're so kind. Xiao Ye, you are too. At that moment, a gust of wind blew. The star-shaped ornament hanging on the doorframe swayed in the wind, looking so lonely. Suddenly, Shingling's expression tightened. A very serious question popped into his mind. Shingling wasn't wearing safety shorts. I've told you so many times, can you wear the safety shorts I bought you next time? You hang around? Shingling tilted her neck and her whole body floated down to the ground. I don't want to. Who wears starfish-themed lace safety shorts under a good person's JK skirt? Shingling's face darkened. Then if you hang that high, aren't you afraid of exposing yourself? Shingling, however, put her hands on her hips, looking righteous. I'm not afraid of dying, and you say I'm afraid of embarrassment? Who are you insulting? Shingling was speechless, unable to respond. But Shingling persisted. Why am I only worth 9,008? And those 2 black silk paper dolls were your idea, right? Shingling, winky face. Please don't mind the details. Fine, I won't mind, so give me the money. Moments later, Shingling watched Aunt Lu and Shingling holding hands, shoulder to shoulder, heading into the city to shop. He couldn't help but tear up, standing there for a long time. Women really are money-burning creatures. Give me my money back. Yet all he received in response was the lonely sound of dinosaur against wolf. Shingling was Shingling's half-sister. She was a natural ability user. Every natural ability user is a complete anomaly, a 1 in a million chosen one. Their abilities are often unimaginable and extraordinary. In certain special applications, she is even more powerful than Shingling's SSS level. For example, Shingling's ability, Death God Immortality. Her ability is to never die, whether it's jumping off a building, hanging, being dismembered, or even dying from holding in urine. She can resurrect intact afterward. On the surface, it seems useless, and in reality, it really is of no use. Therefore, every day, her unique way of courting death has become the only joy for this 16-year-old girl. After sending off the 2 money gobbling beasts, Shingling stepped forward to turn off the chaotic sound system. This thing is good, but you have to use it sparingly, Shingling muttered to himself. At that moment, the system's voice came again. Chaotic sound system battery remaining 52%. Would you like to recharge? What? Does this thing consume that much power? It died after just 2 uses? Recharge, hurry and fill it up, Shingling urged. Remaining merit points, 1, recharge amount, 1%, charging complete, remaining Battery 53%. Xingchen was completely stunned. He had never heard of a sound system that required merit points to recharge. Speaking of which, what exactly are merit points? It seems like that's what he lacks the most. So where did this 1 point come from? It seems he gained 1 merit point when he gave up his seat to an elder. He opened the system. Thus, his worldview was shaken. His junk collector system actually consumed merit points. It seems he needed to accumulate some merit points. But how could he accumulate merit points? Xingchen opened Baidu. He searched for how to obtain merit points. 1. Do good deeds, help others. 2. Release life. 3. Donate money. 4. Helping others to abstain from lust and debauchery. 5. Encouraging people to do good deeds. Xingchen looked at these methods and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The others were fine, but donating money was absolutely out of the question. Then let's try helping others to abstain from lust. First, he immediately began to try. He opened Xin, found an old lecture group and clicked in. One by one, the indecent messages appeared. Image.jpg, image.jpg, image.gif. Wolf friends, who has some clips? Send me one, urgent, urgent, urgent. Xingchen hurriedly replied. I have one, a close-up of the chest. Big brother, hurry, may good people live a peaceful life. Big brother, I want one too. Me too, the tissue is ready. Xingchen directly sent over a chest x-ray, and it was even a broken one. Merit +1, merit +1, merit +1. Xingchen's heart instantly bloomed with joy. At this moment, 3 little buddies were left with an indelible shadow in their hearts. Before long, another message came from a different wolf friend group. Brothers, who has good resources? Share quickly, I'm bored to death. Xingchen immediately replied. I have. Cavalry or infantry? It must be infantry, and it's a big production with 300 people in sexy uniforms. Everyone has an amazing figure. Instantly, the group erupted. Damn, if there are such good resources, hurry and share. Great God, please accept my knee. My big baby is already thirsty. Xingchen directly opened his cloud drive, found the study materials, and opened the sexy uniform folder. Spartacus 300. Warriors clicked to send. Instantly, the group was filled with wails. Imagine a group of eager wolf friends holding tissues, unable to wait to click on the little movie, ready to let themselves go. Suddenly, the screen showed 300 muscular men holding javelins, wearing tight clothes, shouting at the screen. Sparta! That scene was truly shocking. Damn, it really is infantry of 300. They are indeed all in sexy uniforms. They really do have amazing figures. But this guy, can you have a bit of decency? Merit +1, merit +1, merit +1. Xingchen was overjoyed. This wave blew up, directly earning 25 points of merit. Tonight, it was destined that more than 20 brothers would be sleepless. Thus, Xingchen continued with the same method. How about a little movie? With 7 men and 1 woman as the main characters? I want to see. Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. Gord Brothers. Merit +1. How about the time-stopping series? You want to trick us again. This time I'm not tricking you. In the woods, a blonde, and a group of little fairies. Damn, send it over to see. Xingchen directly sent a short video. In the video, a monkey blew out a puff of fairy air and a group of fairies all froze in place. Then, the monkey happily went to pick peaches. Merit +1 voice message, 60? Voice message, 60? Obviously, 60 seconds was the limit of Chao Xian, not the limit of the wolf friends. Xingchen didn't even listen to these voice messages and directly reported the group. Now everyone should obediently go find a girlfriend. It feels great to be a good person. Hee. In the early morning, as dawn broke, the sound of reading echoed in the classroom. Blasting. The chrysanthemum under the eastern fence, leisurely seeing the southern mountain. I ask you how much sorrow you can have, just like a group of eunuchs going to the brothel. Mountains are hard to cross. Who warns the single dog? By chance we meet, yet all are others' wives. It was indeed the time for morning reading that everyone enjoyed. Creak. The classroom door opened a small crack. A pair of eyes peeked through the gap, starting to look around. After seeing that the teacher was not present, Xingchen let out a long sigh of relief. Good thing Chen the Baldy isn't here. Who are you saying isn't here? Suddenly, a stern voice came from behind him. It was the homeroom teacher, Chen Tuesday. Damn. Xingchen was startled and couldn't help but curse. Good morning, teacher. Your hairstyle looks really cool today. Teacher Chen Tu's face was dark as thunder, the morning sun reflecting off his bald head. What are you doing at the door? Are you late again? Xingchen hurriedly explained. Teacher, I suspect someone is sleeping during morning self-study, and I'm keeping an eye on them for you. Chen Tu was speechless. As long as you're not sleeping, everything is fine, yet you're here watching others. Hurry up and get inside. Okay, teacher. Xingchen quickly dashed into the classroom and took his seat. Clearly, ever since he awakened his SSS ability, even Chen the Baldy's attitude towards him had improved a lot. Is this the halo of a top student? It really feels great. After sitting down, Xingchen suddenly noticed something strange. His deskmate, Zhang Daba, was actually not sleeping during morning self-study today. Instead, he had a worried expression, seemingly pondering some profound issue. Is the sun rising from his belly button? Daba, what's wrong with you today? You're actually not sleeping, Xingchen asked with concern. Xingchen, I've come to a crossroads in life and it's hard to choose, Zhang Daba said gloomily. Xingchen was taken aback. There was actually something that could trouble Zhang Daba. Speak up, I'll help you analyze it. I've awakened a special ability, the little luck of a simp. And then, to enhance my ability, I have to be a simp, which means I have to break up with my girlfriend. I really don't want to. Xingchen was stunned again, suddenly realizing it was indeed a tough choice. On one side was his girlfriend, and on the other was his future. The hardest choices in life are often between career and love. I think you're still young and should focus more on your career. After all, women will only slow down your sword drawing speed, Xingchen advised. Zhang Daba looked reluctant. But my girlfriend once saved my life and she got hurt in the process. Xingchen was taken aback, suddenly feeling a bit heartless. After all, the two had once. Wait a minute. Xingchen suddenly realized. When did you get a girlfriend? Zhang Daba patted his chest, his eyes sparkling with joy. I've always had one. That time when the abyss gate erupted and half of Jianhui City was flooded, I got her to safety. And we floated in the flood for half an hour before being rescued. Instantly, Xingchen's face darkened. Zhang Daba seriously explained this academic issue, then opened an album to show Xingchen their photos together. Go play somewhere else. After saying that, Xingchen ignored Zhang Daba, because the plan for the day is made in the morning, and the morning is the most important time of the day. He took out a few books from his desk and placed them on the table. You may not succeed through hard work, but you definitely won't tire yourself out if you don't work hard. So, Xingchen stacked the books together, adjusting them to the most comfortable height. Comfortably lying on them, he decided to take a nice nap. The most important morning of the day, of course, should be spent sleeping. The most important. Sleep. Studying? Impossible, absolutely impossible. In class, Xingchen was sound asleep, drooling and mumbling in his dreams. He, shout all you want, even if you scream your throat raw, no one will save you. Suddenly, all eyes turned to him. Right after, a piece of chalk hit Xingchen's forehead with pinpoint accuracy. Wow, a sneak attack. Young people have no sense of martial ethics. However, he saw a beautiful teacher with gold-rimmed glasses staring blankly at him. The whole class looked on in surprise. That kid Xingchen is quite bold. Yeah, it's just the first time in the ability class and he's already eager to cause trouble. Xingchen was confused. What the hell is going on? Isn't it self-study time? At that moment, the beautiful teacher, wearing a white shirt on top and a tight-fitting short skirt with white stockings, glared at him. Xingchen awkwardly smiled, and a classic line from his dream slipped out. Teacher, you wouldn't want to lose your job, would you? The beautiful teacher, confused face. This student, I am your ability teacher, Xiamei. Since you are so proactive, please answer the question. On the blackboard. Xingchen smiled knowingly and glanced at the teacher's chest. This was underestimating him. Xingchen. No pa no lower mang. I choose C. No matter what the question was, choosing C was the way to go. However, what greeted him was a wave of disdain from the entire class. That's right, it is indeed C. I, Xingchen, never miss in this regard. Suddenly, everyone seemed to understand and looked at the teacher in front of them. The beautiful teacher's face turned red and she shot a fierce glare at Xingchen. Xingchen felt something was off, rubbed his eyes, and barely managed to see the question on the blackboard. How are the levels of ability users classified? This was a very simple question. He had the fortune to hear it last semester, but he just couldn't remember. At this moment, Wang Tong suddenly stood up. The levels of ability users, from low to high, are Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, King, and Divine level. Each rank consists of 10 star levels. Ability users need to continuously practice after awakening, along with various rare materials and potions to assist in their improvement. Equally important as the level is the talent level of the ability, which ranges from F to SSS, with a significant gap. However, the weaker the ability, the easier it is to improve. The resources consumed for leveling up are less, while the higher the talent level, the more difficult it becomes to level up, consuming more resources. But the specific strength still depends on the individual's proficiency in using their abilities, and the coordination with equipment and teammates is also very important. Xingchen was taken aback. Wang Tong truly was a boy with the potential of an emperor, knowing so much. It's a pity he could never become a man again. The beautiful teacher Xiamei gently said. This student answered very correctly. It's clear you're a diligent student. Please, take a seat. Xingchen plopped down. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. I will continue to work hard. Everyone's mouths twitched. Can we have some dignity? Is that what you meant? After sitting down, Xingchen saw Zhang Daba still looking gloomy. Daba, are you still tangled up about whether to let your girlfriend down? Zhang Daba shook his head and said, No, I just broke up with my girlfriend. Now I'm thinking about whether to pursue goddess Lin Yusen or school beauty Mu Qian Xue. Xingchen's face darkened. You really got into character fast. So it turns out my buddy's heart was wasted. Thus, Xingchen decided to relax a bit. Teacher, I want to go to the bathroom. Xingchen raised his hand. Hurry up and go. Xiaomei was quite speechless. She had just taken over this class and encountered such a troublesome student. Xingchen got approval and dashed off to the students' happy gathering place, the bathroom. The first morning relief was incredibly refreshing. Xingchen's expression gradually shifted from serious to content. He secretly lit up an e-cigarette and took a quiet puff. Taking a dump and smoking beats being a god. At this time, there was no one else in the bathroom, making it particularly quiet. Xingchen was enjoying the peaceful moment. Suddenly, the homeroom. Teacher Chen Tu rushed in and squatted down right next to Xingchen. The two stared at each other in silence for a long time. One has to ask, is there anything more awkward than getting caught smoking in the bathroom by the homeroom teacher? After a while, Xingchen decided to take the initiative to break the deadlock. Teacher, want a cigarette? Chen Tu shot him a glare, then reached out to take the cigarette. Xingchen was taken aback. Chen Tu didn't scold him? Another long silence ensued. Chen Tu pulled out his phone to watch a video. He lit the cigarette and took a deep drag. His expression was serious, his face flushed. Xingchen leaned over to look at the video on Chen Tu's phone. It was a man and a woman passionately making out on a sofa. Xingchen's face was filled with shock. Teacher, I didn't expect you to be so into it. Even during a bathroom break, you're watching a movie. That's my home surveillance footage. Xingchen internally screamed. What the hell? So Chen Tu's flushed face wasn't from embarrassment but from anger. Xingchen glanced at, that's not it. I awakened as a Black Iron 9-star. What? What the hell? Xingchen had a face full of question marks. You didn't know? Everyone can train in advance before their abilities awaken. Our class's average level is around Black Iron 5-star. Wang Tong and the class representative Huang Yao are both Bronze 2-star, and the top student Lin Yusen is already Bronze 6-star. Xingchen couldn't help but exclaim internally. Damn, have they been competing since they were in the womb? Debeo, why didn't you tell me you were secretly training? Zhang Debeo scratched his head and said, I haven't trained, it's just that my dad often gives me spirit energy beads and if I don't eat them, he hits me. It's the rich second generation like Wang Tong who start training from a young age. Xingchen's face was filled with black lines, gradually overflowing. They screen. Damn, it really is a world where you have to rely on your parents. He shook his head helplessly. Thinking of his dad, who works for the government, he should be reformed in 3 years, right? Xingchen, hurry up and take the test. You're the only one left in the class. In the classroom, some were happy. Some were worried. Although the awakening of abilities relies on talent, later training still depends on resources and effort. Of course, resources come before effort. Just like many people who, through their talent and hard work, got into prestigious universities but still couldn't find good jobs after graduation. They could only become idealistic, educated delivery youths. At this moment, Wang Tong was still boasting about his family background. His golden face was filled with brilliance. Let me tell you, I started training at the age of 3 and I eat a spirit energy bead every day. My internal spirit energy is overflowing. I didn't expect you to only be a little Bronze 2-star, truly unworthy of my dad's millions in assets. The crowd's faces darkened. This was too disgusting. At this moment, a voice came. You don't need to feel guilty. Whether you're his biological son is still uncertain. The crowd's mouths twitched. They saw Xingchen and Zhang Debeo walking in from outside. Xingchen, did you fall into the toilet? The beautiful teacher Xiaomei glared at Xingchen and questioned. Xingchen calmly replied. Teacher, after using the restroom, I did a few good deeds, all thanks to your nurturing. Xiaomei's face was filled with black lines, not expecting Class 8 to produce such a disaster. Hurry up and take the level test, Xiaomei urged. Xingchen walked straight to the testing device in the middle of the classroom. Along the way, he casually glanced at the blackboard, which displayed everyone's level rankings. Wang Tong and Huang Yao were both tied for first place as Bronze 2-star. The third place was surprisingly Zhang Debeo, a Black Iron 9-star. Xingchen's mouth twitched. Damn, this kid can't be using hacks, right? Behind them were several Black Iron 8 stars and a few Black Iron 7 stars. Most people were around 4, 5, or 6 stars. The last place was Xiao Dai, a Black Iron 3-star, who had a 1-2-3 body syndrome. Xingchen placed his hand on the testing device. The panel displayed Xingchen's level, Black Iron 1-star. Instantly, everyone was astonished. Damn, how can a garbage collector only be 1 star? Has he never trained? We have a training class every week. That guy seems to be training, but he must have been sleeping instead. The crowd suddenly realized. No wonder I could faintly hear snoring during every training class. Wang Tong was overjoyed at this moment. Ha, Black Iron 1-star, even if you're SSS level, according to the assessment rules, you can't enter the special training team. If the principal dares to recruit you, I'll report it. At this time, the beautiful teacher Xiaomei also had a face full of black lines. She had been so happy the night she was assigned to Class 8. She had heard that there was a legendary SSS level ability user in Class 8. If she could bring him out, he would surely be remembered for generations to come. What she never expected was that the SSS level she had been longing for turned out to be only a black iron 1-star. There wasn't a single person in the entire school with a black iron 1-star, okay? If she ruined the SSS level, it would be a disgrace for eternity. It's over. This year's excellent teacher is gone again. Xingchen awkwardly smiled. Teacher, I usually spend my time doing good deeds and have no time to cultivate, but don't worry, I will definitely join the special training team. The crowd was speechless again. You can forget about it. Even if you spent all your time picking up trash, it's still not being a good person. Xingchen retorted, I just did 3 good deeds. First, I helped a girl avoid embarrassment. Second, I covered a manhole to prevent someone from falling in. Third, I helped a guy win over the girl he likes. Just then, a girl in jeans walked in with a teacher. Brother, it's him who bullied me. Then, a few workers came in. It's this kid who covered the manhole, causing me to be stuck inside for half a day. The crowd still hadn't realized what was happening. Another wave of people arrived. Teacher, it's him who threw the chide boxes and knocked Xiaowen out. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. So this is what you call good deeds? 3 waves of people aggressively cornered Xingchen against the wall, surrounding him completely. Xingchen sighed deeply. I really miscalculated. Class is over, teachers and students, you've worked hard. The school bell rang. Xingchen and Zhang Debeos rushed out of the classroom immediately. They sped away. Not being proactive after school means there's a problem with your mindset. After school, the two of them hopped on a bus, heading straight for the black market. The special training team exam was about to take place. The minimum requirement for admission to the special training team was black iron 5 stars. Xingchen only had black iron 1 star, so he could only go to the black market to buy some spirit energy beads. He might also get lucky and encounter some special events. The two soon arrived at the entrance of the black market. Although the decor was a bit shabby, the foot traffic was very high. Because things were cheap, there's no way around it. There's only one disease in the world that cannot be cured, and that is poverty. In front of the black market gate, a security guard with 5 big stars on his shoulder was leisurely watching a beauty livestream. His eyes were almost popping out. For some reason, an impulse surged in Xingchen's heart. He just wanted to shout at the security guard, "One and die." Confused? It seems he should read fewer novels about tough bandits lately. Reading too much could lead to trouble. Xingchen shook his head, grabbed Zhang Debeo's hand, and was about to walk into the black market. However, he couldn't pull him. Zhang Debeos poked Xingchen and then gave him a look. Xingchen understood instantly. Following Zhang Debeo's gaze, he saw a long-legged beauty in black stockings walking over. The swaying curves of her body echoed with the waves of her big hair. Her snow-white skin looked delicate, and her fiery red lips ignited every man's dream. With a pair of beautiful legs, her high heels clicked against the ground, making a rhythmic sound. Their gazes followed the beauty as she slowly moved. The beauty approached the security guard, chatted with him for a moment, and then the guard, with a lecherous grin, followed her. As they walked away, Xingchen and Zhang Debeos watched the beauty until she disappeared from sight. They then exchanged smiles, wiping the drool from the corners of their mouths. So you were hungry too? Yeah, let's go eat. Then, the two of them held hands and entered the black market. Once inside, they realized just how vast the black market was. Here, as long as you have money, you can buy almost anything you want. The streets were bustling with voices constantly filling their ears. The bronze night pot from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, the exclusive night pot of Lady Dodgy, there's only one in the world, come and take a look, 5 million Huaxia coins. The Nanjing leather factory has closed down, the bastard factory manager ran away with his sister-in-law. Exotic beast leather shoes that used to cost over 100, 200, or 300, now only 20 or so. Spinach, selling cheap. Who the hell buys millet? Xingchen exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, an old joke attacked him. The black market ahead was the ordinary area where everyone sold some daily necessities. Zhang Dabo walked to a clothing stall and suddenly found himself unable to move. Xingchen, look, that piece of clothing, isn't it custom made for me? Xingchen followed the direction of his finger. He was astonished to find a plain white printed t-shirt. It prominently featured a classic cartoon character. A character formed by the fusion of the double-sided turtle, Fei Yang Yang, Black Little Tiger, and Tom Cat. Tom? Double-sided Fei Little Tiger? Indeed, it's your exclusive sycophant battle robe. Without even asking the price, Zhang Daba decisively bought the t-shirt and put it on right there. He tossed the clothes he was wearing into the trash can. The clothing stall owner was overjoyed. You see, this new item had just been displayed for 10 minutes. Someone bought it without even asking the price and wore it on the spot. The look of happiness on his face was as if he had found a treasure. Take care, you two. The owner happily sent the two off. He immediately opened his super message app and contacted the supplier. Get me 500 more pieces of this pattern. After wandering around for a while, the two headed towards the special area. In This world, there are not only abilities in cultivation as a means to become stronger, technology is also very advanced. Some people choose to become mechanical colonizers, transforming parts of their bodies into mechanical limbs. As the saying goes, flesh is weak while machines ascend. Moreover, many people need mechanical weapons to equip themselves. As the two arrived at the mechanical area, they heard a series of shouts. Selling arms, just received a big killing arm. Mechanical kidneys, strong power cycle, super fierce. X-ray eyeballs, see everything clearly, only 5 soul rings on it, selling. Cheap. The two were deeply impressed by the black market selling style. Are you sure the 5 soul rings on the X-ray eyeball aren't from someone who got killed for peeping? As they walked, Xingchen suddenly saw a familiar face. Hey, Uncle Wang, so you're running a shop here? Inside a mechanical modification shop, Wang Junka was installing an arm for a young man. He happened to see Xingchen and Zhang Daba standing at the door. Xingchen, come in. Wang Junka was an old friend of his father and a regular at Xingling junkyard. Xingchen often received some damaged mechanical prosthetics which he would fix up and sell to Wang Junka, who would then resell them. Uncle Wang, how's business lately? Pretty good. I recently got a mechanical head. The last owner electrocuted himself while charging and drinking water. Do you want to switch? Xingchen immediately shook his head. Forget it, my brain isn't broken yet. Wang Junka quickly finished installing the arm. There weren't many customers in the shop at the moment, so he started chatting with Xingchen. Your dad should be coming out soon, Wang Junka said. Xingchen aimlessly looked at the mechanical equipment on the shelves and replied, 3 more years. Alas, what a pity. The first generation arm installation. Master, if that piece of equipment had been successfully researched, it might have changed the world's landscape. Sigh, let's not talk about it. One day when we have time, let's go see him. Uncle Wang, there's nothing to regret. I will continue researching that piece of equipment. Wang Junka was taken aback, then immediately overjoyed. Haha, I said you had a talent for pretending since you were little. Why not drop out of school and come apprentice with me? 800 a month. Only 14 hours of work a day, easy and pleasant. Xingchen twitched his mouth, exclaiming, goodness. Uncle Wang, let's forget about the 800. That's too little. 800 a month is indeed a bit low, but I'm mainly considering my friendship with your father. For others, I charge 3,000 a month. Xingchen was left speechless. Truly, a capitalist would weep and a slave owner would feel ashamed. So, Xiaoya, with your extraordinary talent, I guarantee that in just 10 years, you can graduate, and your monthly income will definitely exceed 2,000. Forget it. Xingchen flatly refused. Just then, Wang Tong sneaked into the shop. He was wearing a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a mask that covered him completely. What was this handsome guy trying to disguise himself as? A mechanical prosthetic? He quietly leaned over to Wang Junkai's ear and whispered a few words. Did the boss understand? Wang Junkai patted his chest. Changing Kuan? That's simple. Our shop has all kinds of brands and sizes. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Wang Teng quickly covered Wang Junkai's mouth. Shoo, lower your voice. But it was too late. Wang Junkai's loud voice attracted the attention of passers-by. They all looked curiously at the boy disguised from head to toe, wearing expressions as if they were about to watch a show. Wang Teng gasped. Luckily, he had disguised himself so no one could see his face. No one recognized him. Just then, Xingchen walked over, greeting him enthusiastically. Hey, Wang Tong, the class leader of Class 8 from Jianghuai No. 3 Middle School, what are you doing here? Wang Tong. Damn it. Wang Defa, damn it. Brother Wang Tang, I heard you're going to change Kuan. Why not go to the big hospital in the city? The hygiene conditions here aren't very good. What if you get infected or can't reattach it after it's cut off? At that moment, Wang Tang's face turned extremely dark. His heart felt like 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping. Shut up. Xingchen wouldn't let him off so easily. The son of the chairman of Wang Heavy Industries tells me to shut up. Of course, I have to shut up. Everyone suddenly gasped. Wang Heavy Industries, is that the famous Wang Heavy Industries in this city? Young Master Wang is going to change Kuan. Quick, I want to film this, let's get some views. I want to get some views too. Me too. Everyone pulled out their phones and started taking pictures. Even a small internet celebrity started a live stream. Shocking, young Master Wang wants to practice martial arts and is actually going to self-castrate for motivation. Instantly, the live stream was packed with people. Which one is young Master Wang? It's that shiny little golden figure. Wow, you can tell he's rich just by looking. The little streamer was overjoyed. This was going to blow up. Brothers, spam the screen with awesome. 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 Cow, you're amazing, you're so noble. Wang Tang finally couldn't stand the public scrutiny anymore. He left with a parting shot. Xingchen, you wait for me, and ran away with his tail between his legs. After Wang Tang left, Xingchen remembered he had a purpose for coming to the black market today. He was here to buy spirit beads. Uncle Wang, do you have spirit beads in your shop? Xingchen asked. Upon hearing this, Wang Junkai became tense. cold sweat pouring down his back. Xiao ya, this is a mechanical shop. We don't sell spirit beads, really. Xingchen stared at Wang Junkai with suspicion. Are you sure? Wang Junkai earnestly explained. I have a brotherly bond with your father. If I sold spirit beads, I would definitely give you dozens to play with. Alas, what a pity. Xingchen pointed to a few beads in a corner of the counter. Uncle Wang, what's that? Those are glass balls. Oh, then Uncle Wang can just give me a few glass balls to play with. They're not worth much. Wang Junkai. The scene shifts. Xingchen happily walks out of Wang Junkai's shop playing with 2 glass balls in his hands. Sigh, this old Wang is really stingy, only giving me 2. Zhang Debao, with a face full of speechlessness, can only offer a forward evaluation. As expected of you, Xingchen, having snagged 2 spirit orbs, is naturally in a great mood. He strolls down the streets of the black market, watching the bustling crowd, and can't help but hum a tune. White dragon horse, Sai Sai, hooves facing west, Sai Sai, kicking Tang Sanzang and knocking down his 3 disciples. Toss 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 toss. Xingchen's wailing voice echoes like an Italian cannon flattening the county town of Pingan. It immediately attracts the attention of everyone around. Damn, this sounds way too awful. You're singing like you're choking. I'm listening like I'm pinching my philtrum. Zhang Debao keeps his head down, silently following behind him, as if saying, I don't know him, I don't know him. After finishing the song, Xingchen awakens from his trance. Sigh, my singing skills have improved quite a bit lately. I can switch between falsetto and chest voice with ease. Then he slowly opens his eyes, only to be dumbfounded, seeing that the entire street has stopped doing business, staring blankly at him. What's up? Are you all enchanted by my singing? Then I'll sing another one. The crowd. Xingchen clears his throat, ready to belt out another tune. Suddenly, he spots a shocking event. Damn, look over there, something's happened. The crowd jumps in surprise, all turning to look in the direction he points. Empty. The crowd? Xingchen leaps forward and picks up a farmer's water bottle. Look at this, the bottle fell and no one picked it up. What a waste. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitch. This guy must be crazy, I thought. There was a fire. Seriously, you scared me for a broken bottle. After picking up the bottle, Xingchen yells again. Damn, something big has happened. The crowd ignores him. Don't try to fool us, it's just a broken bottle. However, Xingchen doesn't pick up the bottle but instead takes off running with Zhang Debao. Oh my god, there's a fire. The crowd's faces freeze. They see towering flames rising from the southeast, instantly dyeing half the sky red. In an instant, shouts and cries of chaos erupt, one after another. The crowd is bewildered. Damn, why didn't he say it earlier? Suddenly, the entire black market descends into chaos. Numerous thugs appear in the black market, wielding various weapons, smashing, looting, and burning. Various supernatural abilities emerge one after another, and in no time, a riot breaks out. Before long, many people are injured. Xingchen and Zhang Debao weave through the crowd. Damn Debao, run for your life. The two move with astonishing speed, leaving even their pants behind. After a mad dash, they finally reach the entrance of the black market. However, the entrance is blocked by a barrier. A strong person is making a move. It seems we can't get out, Xingchen says in surprise. At this moment, several thugs with weapons suddenly charge at them. The two see this and take off running. Big brother, I have no money on me, Xingchen shouts as he runs. Our class leader Wang Tong has money, go find him. The thugs' faces darken, and they can't help but quicken their pace. Normally, with the speed of a hidden dragon and a phoenix chick, ordinary people would definitely not catch up to them. Yet the thugs are getting closer, clearly trained. Their speed and endurance are impressive. Just as the thugs are about to catch up to them, a flash of sword light forces them back. A man dressed in the uniform of the Spirit Guard appears. The Spirit Guard is a special force in every city that deals with supernatural incidents. At the same time, they had to defend the city when the abyss erupted. I am Jiang Huai, the Spirit Guardian Wu Di, and the rioters should surrender. One of the rioters sneered. What the Abyss Church wants to do is none of your business. Wu Di waved his hand and said to Xingchen and Zhang Debao, you two students go find other Spirit Guardians to help. I'll hold them off for now. However, Xingchen and Zhang Debao had already vanished without a trace. Wu Di twitched his mouth. Do you guys even have a shred of conscience? He swept his sword light and braced himself to fight a group of rioters. The chaos in the black market continued to escalate. The rioters gathered all the people in the black market in the square as hostages. Hundreds of rioters, armed and menacing, surrounded them. A masked man spoke up. I am the great bishop of the Abyss Church, sent by the Lord to seek the head of the high priest. Does anyone know where it is? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, looking confused and frightened. Everyone, there's no need to panic. Think carefully, I am a very gentle person. At that moment, a man stood up and said, I don't know where what you're looking for is. Let me go. With that, he turned and walked away. The crowd stared at the man's back, their eyes filled with terror. Swish! The knife in the masked man's hand flew out and struck the man's back. The man flailed a few times and then fell silent. The crowd was left with a dark expression. Is this what someone calls gentle? The masked man coughed twice, interrupting everyone's gaze. Ahem, has everyone thought it through? If no one knows, hey, I'll kill one person every minute. Meanwhile, in a corner of the black market, a row of trash bins stood, quietly in place. One of the green trash bin lids quietly opened a crack. 2 pairs of eyes peeked out. 2 winky face. Winky face. Xing Chen, is it safe here? Don't worry, Debao. The trash bin is my exclusive domain, enhanced with a buff. Absolutely safe. Just then, a dozen spirit guardians were being chased by hundreds of rioters fighting while retreating towards them. They were about to be killed right in front of them. Xing Chen shouted, dude, don't come over. Here. Zhang Debao, on the battlefield. A dozen spirit guardians were fighting fiercely, sword energy crisscrossing. Various elemental skills flew around, dazzling everyone. The hundreds of rioters were no ordinary people, either. Various combat type abilities were crazily unleashed against the spirit guardians. Those without combat abilities swung their weapons, chopping and slashing. Wu Di, what should we do? A twin-tailed loli asked. Xiao Luo, we just need to hold on. The main force will come to rescue us soon. And once the city defenders return, they are finished. As they spoke, a fireball flew by, grazing Xiao Luo's face and singeing a section of her ponytail, a close call. The group fought while retreating, quickly reaching the wall. There's no way forward. Let's fight them. The spirit guardians rallied their spirits, preparing for a desperate struggle. The two sides erupted into fierce combat. Once again, Wudi's long sword shone brightly, and several sword energies surged from the sword, striking at the rioters. Unspecified currency sad face equals? 7 Shou Luo unleashed a series of elemental skills. 3, a nearly 2-meter-tall mechanical enhanced man roared and charged into the crowd of rioters, engaging in hand-to-hand combat. O, hashtag, O, steel fist. Epsilon, hashtag, O, ////O, hashtag, O, 0 in an instant. The scene turned chaotic, with people and skills flying everywhere. Intersection asterisk, dash, new, equals, oh, I hit equals, asterisk, zzz. Suddenly, a thug was sent flying several meters. He flew towards the trash can where Xingchen and Daba were hiding. Daba, it seems it's time for us to take action. Omega, get ready to move. Taking advantage of the distraction, Xingchen quietly opened the trash can, and the thug flew straight into it. The lid of the trash can quickly closed, as if nothing had happened. However, inside the trash can, dark currents surged. The thug felt nothing but darkness before him. Suddenly, a foul smell wafted in, and he realized something was stuffed in his mouth. Beat him, Xingchen commanded. The two immediately launched a brutal assault on the thug. The thug felt his head buzzing, pain coursing through his body, unable to use his powers. Thug equals Wulu $% yuan hashtag, but with his mouth stuffed with garbage, he could only make muffled sounds. Xingchen and Daba unleashed a flurry of punches, showing no mercy. Kicks to the groin, choking, poking his eyes, and slapping his private parts. Various skills filled with merit came crashing down. They even covered the thug's mouth while frantically attacking his kidneys. After a relentless beating, the thug finally couldn't hold on and passed out. Xingchen snatched the thug's stick, his eyes gleaming. Daba, today you and I are destined to wreak havoc. The battle continued. Hundreds of thugs surrounded a dozen spirit guardians. The fight was extremely perilous. Most of the thugs were at the black iron level. They didn't possess particularly outstanding powers, so everyone mainly relied on hand-to-hand combat. However, the numerical advantage had already pinned the spirit guardians down tightly. Everyone hold on, help is on the way, Wu Di shouted. There's no way help is coming. Archbishop Wang Defa has set up a barrier, no one can get in. You will all die. With that, the thugs launched a frenzied attack. The spirit guardians fought desperately, but the disadvantage was growing larger. The encirclement was gradually tightening. At that moment, Wu Di suddenly twitched his mouth. Hashtag, he saw a huge trash can slowly moving. It quietly approached a lone thug at the back row. The thug was about to charge forward to fight. Suddenly, the lid of the trash can opened. A large hand quickly reached out from inside, covering the thug's mouth. Immediately after, 3 large hands grabbed the thug's shoulders and pulled hard. They directly yanked the thug into the trash can. The lid quickly closed, and muffled sounds of banging and whimpering came from inside the trash can. The entire sequence of actions was fluid, clearly the work of a seasoned criminal. All of this happened silently, drowned out by the sounds of the two groups fighting. Subsequently, the same actions were repeated. The trash can quietly moved, finding an inconspicuous and unfortunate soul, skillfully opening the lid, pulling someone in, and the sounds of banging and whimpering followed. Open the lid, pull someone in, whimpering. The trash can was like a man-eating monster, moving as if it were in a realm of its own. A trash can monster seemed to have had its fill. Another trash can monster took over and continued to eat. The battle lasted for 20 minutes. The The gang leader was quite puzzled. Why did it feel like they were losing as the fight went on? Logically, their side should have been able to suppress the otherworldly guardians firmly. Why was the opponent gaining an advantage while they were gradually at a disadvantage? So he decided to look for the reason within himself. Could it be that he hadn't been practicing hard enough lately? No, what could the reason be? He then looked around. Why are there only this few people left on our side? Suddenly, he felt a twitch in the corner of his eye. What the hell? He saw a trash can open its gaping maw and swallow a gang member whole. After a tremor, the gang member was completely silent. Equals? Damn. There's a monster. The trash can monster quickly finished off one gang member and moved towards another. It swallowed him in one bite. Then it moved swiftly. The gang leader watched in horror as the trash can approached him. At this moment, Xingchen was like a war god possessed. With Zhang Debo's cooperation, the two of them took down over 60 people. They were moving rapidly. This wheeled trash can was perfect for mobile combat. They quietly approached the gang leader. The lid opened quickly and the two of them reached out with 4 hands. Ha! Debo, this feels wrong. This person has no mouth. How is that possible? Let me check. He really doesn't have a mouth. Angry voice came from above. That's my damn back of the head. Xingchen and his companion looked up. They saw the gang leader's dark face glaring at them fiercely. Xingchen smiled awkwardly. Big brother, have you had dinner? How about I treat you to something? Saying that, he casually grabbed a handful of trash and stuffed it into the gang leader's mouth. The wind is tight, let's run. Xingchen and Zhang Debo jumped out of the trash can and took off running. The gang leader was furious, spitting out a piece of rotten, prickly durian skin. Then, he witnessed the most spectacular sight of his life. He saw dozens of gang members rolling their eyes piled haphazardly in the trash can. The corners of his mouth twitched violently. He immediately opened 2 more trash cans. Inside, 2 trash cans were also filled with people, stacked in disarray. Damn it! The gang leader was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of old blood. He looked up to the sky and roared, "I'll kill you 2 little bastards." However, at this moment, the otherworldly guardians had already sent the remaining 30 or so gang members fleeing for their lives, each escaping in different directions. A dozen otherworldly guardians stood in a row, eyeing the gang leader menacingly. The gang leader suddenly turned around, breaking into a cold sweat. Winky face. Everyone, have you eaten? Xingchen and Zhang Debo hid behind Wu Di, peeking out with half their heads. Big brother, it's this old guy who called you a little bastard. Beat him up. Wu Di's face was filled with black lines. He thought, can you two have some shame? But the grudge from being surrounded and beaten by the gang earlier also needed to be settled. Wu Di cracked his neck, making a creaking sound. Old guy, it's time we settle our accounts. Everyone rolled up their sleeves and moved forward, making he sounds. Soon, the black market was filled with the sounds of pig-like screams. In the square, hundreds of gang members surrounded everyone with weapons in hand. A man wearing a ghost mask stood in the center. My patience is limited. Are you still not willing to hand over the head of the high priest? Everyone looked at each other, their expressions grave, remaining silent. Then he ordered his subordinates to grab a fat man. Don't kill me, I have money, I'll give you all my money. The fat man begged for mercy frantically. However, it was all in vain. The masked man swiftly severed the fat man's head with a single stroke. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground red. So, does anyone know now? Not far from the crowd, on the roof of a 3-story shop, Xingchen and the others were quietly observing, their expressions grave. Wu Di said angrily, "This is outrageous. I want to go up and kill them all." Then, "Why are you all looking at me? Go on, didn't you say you were going to kill them all?" Xingchen replied, while eating ice cream. Wu Di twitched his mouth. "You really don't play by the rules. I was just saying that casually, shouldn't you stop me? I tried to stop you just now, but I couldn't." "You can ask them if you don't believe me." Xingchen turned to look at the crowd. Everyone nodded in unison, expressing their agreement with Xingchen. Wu Di, damn it. Xiao Luo noticed the awkward atmosphere and quickly stepped in to mediate. "Wu Di, there are too many of them, you can't go alone. How about this, we'll cheer you on." Wu Di, alright, I was wrong, everyone. I shouldn't have acted tough. So what should we do now? Xiao Luo said, "I just analyzed the situation. There are over 100 rioters here, and among them, the masked men have at least golden level strength. Moreover, they have a large number of hostages. In a direct confrontation, we are no match for them." Wu Di's heart sank. Isn't there any other way? What if we do a sneak attack? Everyone then looked towards Xingchen and the others. Seeing this, Xingchen was filled with righteous indignation. "Why are you looking at us? We are both upstanding citizens, fine young people of socialism, and we absolutely won't do a sneak attack." The crowd had a facepalm moment. Can we have some dignity here? They all knew that sending 2 students to sneak attack in front of a golden level powerhouse and over 100 rioters was unrealistic. Xingchen shrugged, indicating there was nothing they could do. "If there's nothing else, we're leaving. I still have to go home and do my homework." Wu Di's mouth twitched. "Damn it, doing homework? With such a great enemy before you, you two actually want to run away. That's your enemy, not ours. We're just high school students. Our teachers often tell us not to meddle in others' affairs. When encountering rioters, we should run away quickly and let the glorious otherworldly guards handle it. At this moment, Wu Di felt like he could stab his heart out but was helpless. Xingchen's words made sense. Rioters causing chaos had nothing to do with them as students. We're leaving now. Family, I wish you all the best, moi. However, at that moment, a voice appeared in Xingchen's mind. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Saving one person can earn you 10 points of merit. Xingchen exclaimed, what the hell? Damn system, if you want me to go die, just say so. I told you, we can't earn money just like that. If we earn it, we might not have the life to spend it. Let's just honestly help old ladies cross the street and advise old perverts to restrain themselves. Xingchen resolutely turned back. Debao, let's go home and do our homework. Oh, okay. Zhang Debao replied expressionlessly. Then the two of them walked downstairs without looking back. Xiao Luo pouted. Do you really not care about the lives of so many people? Don't morally bind me. I have no morals. Xingchen replied coldly and decisively. After saying that, he took Zhang Debao and went downstairs, disappearing from everyone's sight. In the center of the square, the masked man had already killed 7 or 8 people, and they're boating. Mom, save me, the little girl cried out. Let go of my child, she's still small, a woman shouted. Hoarsely, get lost. The thug kicked the woman to the ground. I beg you, let her go, the woman continued to plead. The masked man saw this and chuckled. Let her go? Sure, then trade your life for hers. Let me see the greatness of a mother's love. Upon hearing this, the woman froze, her body stiffening in place. Not so brave now, are you? You hypocritical little people, only knowing selfishness without a shred of responsibility. The masked man's words were like a steel knife stabbing into the woman. She lowered her head, sitting there in a daze, not daring to say a word. Do you see? This is the ugliness of human nature. Our Abyss Church exists to reveal all the sins of the world, to purify humanity. Ha ha ha. The masked man laughed maniacally. Pull the little girl up. Wait. At that moment, a girl around 15 or 16 stood up. I'll die in her place. The crowd gasped, their eyes filled with admiration. This girl had a pure and lovely appearance, wearing a white t-shirt, a JK skirt, and a pair of white over-the-knee socks that showcased her youthful vitality. It was our adorable Shingling. She had seen enough of the show and decided to wrap it up quickly, heading home to play PUBG with her brother. Ignoring the gazes of others, she boldly walked up to the masked man. The masked man was taken aback. The knife in his hand slipped and fell to the ground. Shingling bent down to pick it up and handed it to the masked man. Big brother, you dropped your knife. Hurry up and use it to kill me. I'm in a hurry. The corner of the masked man's mouth twitched. He had seen people unafraid of death, but never someone so eager to die. He trembled as he picked up the knife. A glimmer appeared in Shingling's eyes. Yes, big brother, just chop. Mod glanced disdainfully at the so-called supplies, then focused all his attention on Shingling. This little girl looks a bit familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen her. Suddenly, his expression changed. Holy crap! He jumped up over 2 meters high, almost getting spotted by the thugs. Xingchen quickly explained. He is my sister Shingling. Just to let you know, her life is quite valuable, priced at 9,800, no bargaining. Everyone looked puzzled. Xingchen continued, wait a moment, that golden level masked man is ours, you all handle the rest. Wu Di and the others were speechless. You keep talking big, but I sensed it earlier, the 3 of you are all black iron level. How can you say you can tie up a golden level? Xiao Luo chimed in. Humph, stop bragging, or you'll burst your own bubble. Xingchen, however, gave Zhang Daba a hard slap on the chest. I have my own plan, just watch. Zhang Daba, oh, it hurts. 10 minutes later, in the center of the square, the masked man had regained his composure. He had just killed a few more people. The terrified expressions of those who died had calmed his slightly frightened heart a bit. You bunch of lowly peasants, if you don't tell me the location of the high priest's head, I'll kill 10 of you. In a minute. At that moment, a thug ran over. Bishop, we've searched all the shops in the black market and found no target. Search again. But we only have half an hour left. The main force of the alien spirits will arrive soon. I told you to go, so go. Stop talking nonsense. Yes. The thug hurried away. The masked man scanned the crowd, a playful smile appearing on his lips. Now, who shall I kill next? Me. Kill me. The masked man felt a chill. Why were there so many people eager to die these days? That voice sounded oddly familiar. At that moment, Shingling quickly ran into the encircled area and stood in front of the masked man. Holy crap, where did you come from? Shingling grinned, I came from outside. The masked man's expression changed, and he retreated repeatedly. Equals? Why you were dead, don't come near me. Oh, the one who just died was my twin sister, Makabaka. I'm Wuxidixi. I won't kill you, you go sit down. No, my sister is dead, I want to die too. With that, Shingling directly grabbed the masked man's hand and gave herself a beheading. Put. Blood splattered, and a head flew off. Holy crap, that's too damn scary, throw it out quickly. The masked man was in a panic, cold sweat pouring down his body. 1 minute later. I want to kill another person. Kill me. Kill me. Me. Shingling bounced into the arena. The masked man's mouth twitched. What the hell, a ghost? I'm not a ghost, the ones you killed were my sisters, Makabaka and Wuxidixi. I'm Yagoobigu. Don't come over, go away. However, it was too late. Put. A spray of blood erupted and another head flew off. Lift it away, hurry and lift it away, the masked man shouted hoarsely. 1 minute later. Kill me. Put. Blood splattered and a head flew off. The masked man felt like he was about to explode. His heart had never endured such a blow. Cold sweat had not stopped flowing, a liquid slowly trickling down his pant leg. 1 minute later. Hey, time's up, it's time to kill. Shingling had already appeared in front of him, playfully sticking out her tongue. Oh my god. The masked man was so scared he stumbled back over 10 meters, dropping his knife. Shingling quickly picked up the knife. Big brother. You have to keep your word. You promised to kill one every minute, how can you go back on that? Big sister, I was wrong. I won't dare to kill again, please let me go. The entire crowd, over 1,000 people, twitched at the corners of their mouths. Put. Blood splattered and a head flew up. On the 3rd floor of the shop, on the roof. The other worldly guards were stunned. It turned out this girl operated like this. Even if she couldn't scare a gold level, she could directly confuse him. Wu Di trembled, forcing a smile. Your sister really can be bold. Xing Chen was completely unconcerned. Just a small matter, the good stuff is still to come. You guys should get ready, remember, a life costs 9,800. The other worldly guards twitched at the corners of their mouths. They forced their trembling thighs to stop, took out their weapons, and prepared for the final battle. At this moment, in the center of the square, put. Blood splattered and a head flew up. The masked men were stunned. They didn't even throw away the corpses. They just watched as a headless female corpse groped around on the ground, found her head, and directly stuck it back on her neck. The masked men stared at her, their expressions numb. Shingling twisted her neck, revealing a sinister smile. Then she tightened her grip on the masked man's arm and swung it hard. Put. Blood splattered. Big sister, I really made a mistake, please let me go, the masked man pleaded. Shingling got up from the ground and stuck her head back on. Letting you go wouldn't be fun, how about we play a game of mutual destruction instead? The masked man looked shocked. How do we mutually destroy? Like this. Shingling tore open her coat, revealing a row of explosives. She charged forward and hugged the masked man tightly. Don't come near. Mom. Boom. A loud explosion rang out. Smoke billowed. At the same time, kill. A battle cry rang out. Wu Di led a dozen otherworldly guards charging in. They caught the still-dazed thugs off guard. They unleashed their full power from the start. Taking advantage of their weakness, they aimed to take their lives, striking them when they least expected it. Everyone follow me, let's defeat the thugs together. In an instant, the entire square descended into chaos. The sounds of fighting echoed everywhere, and the cries of battle shook the heavens. Many of the vendors and customers who had been taken hostage also raised the banner of resistance, joining the fight. And more people were fleeing in panic, prioritizing their lives. Shingling finally pieced her body back together, smiling at the masked man. Hey, why are you still not dead? Looking at the masked man, he was charred all over, half of his explosive head mask blown off, with blood at the corner of his mouth. I want to kill you. The masked man spat out another mouthful of blood. He wasn't a body-enhanced ability user but had endured it with his gold-level strength. Shingling remained unhurried, adjusting her tattered clothes. Kill me? Come on, go ahead and cut here. Xingchen pointed to his neck, his expression extremely excited. The masked man froze, suddenly recalling the terrifying memory from earlier. Clatter! The knife was thrown to the ground. Go away, go away! I don't want to see you! He shouted hoarsely, even with a hint of a sob. Shingling chuckled. Don't be in such a hurry, brother, let's play mutual destruction a little longer. Boom! Smoke billowed. Meanwhile, Xingchen was indeed not idle. He pulled out handfuls of spirit energy beads from a urea bag, frantically stuffing them into his mouth. Just like eating Luwei Di Huang Wan. The spirit energy beads transformed into strands of spirit energy, surging wildly into his body. I'm full of power now. He. Then, he waved his hands, and the bottles of mineral water fell to the square like they were free. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions echoed across the square. Xingchen, wielding his magical machine gun, was a goblin's throwing hand, and his speed and accuracy were simply astonishing. The thugs were blown apart with precision, their bodies flailing in the air. Those caught at the center of the explosions were instantly killed, devoid of pain, their souls transcended in one fell swoop. The Abyss Church was a particularly brutal cult. Laws were enacted worldwide allowing the killing of Abyss Church followers without legal repercussions, and even offering a small bounty. Damn, shouldn't a Black Iron 1-star have some strength? Wu Di couldn't help but comment. Could it be the legendary SSS level superpower user, 1 in 10,000? Dude, look at how cheap that SSS level is. Boom, 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 boom. The square was filled with explosions. The thugs were blown into disarray. Like lost dogs, the otherworldly guards and hostages were completely overpowering the thugs. Xingqian spun his arms like a windmill. Countless bottle bombs rained down, pouring out madly. Waka, waka waka, hee, woohoo, so refreshing, so exhilarating. Xingqian laughed maniacally. Meanwhile, behind him, Zhang Daba, responsible for supplying the weapons, was panting heavily. I say, Xingqian, can we slow down a bit? Zhang Daba gasped for breath. Look at you, so weak. I told you to watch fewer movies and eat more Dihuang pills, but you just wouldn't. Listen, Zhang Daba, #increase firepower, fire at will. Another round of bombs took off, sending the thugs scrambling for cover. Xingqian suddenly felt a lack of spiritual energy and quickly swallowed another Dihuang pill, no, a spiritual energy orb. Instantly, his spiritual energy was replenished. Spiritual energy orbs are generally used to provide energy during cultivation, enhancing one's realm. They can also be used like blue potions in battle. But who has spiritual energy orbs that can be consumed so freely? Of course, it's Xingqian's orbs, as there are plenty in the shop below. Kak. Xingqian laughed loudly. Annoying monkeys. Boom, 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 boom. The ground trembled violently. The wails of the wounded filled the air. Suddenly, a thug spotted him. Look, it's that little brat who throws bombs recklessly. Everyone turned to look at the rooftop where Xingqian was. Get him, kill that little bastard. Charge. In an instant, all the thugs disregarded everything else and charged straight for the rooftop. Xingqian's expression changed drastically. Damn, I've been discovered. So he increased his firepower. Another round of bombardment ensued, and the scene was filled with howls. However, the thugs, as if fueled by adrenaline, charged recklessly. They quickly reached the eaves, desperately climbing up the wall. Damn, it's Spider-Man. Xingqian was shocked. Clearly, throwing bombs was no longer meaningful. He might blow himself up. So he reached into his bag of urea. He pulled out a mechanical armor. The armor flickered a few times, resembling Iron Man's armored arm, and fitted onto Xingqian's arm. He. Let you taste the power of the Gatling gun. Xingqian aimed the Gatling armor at the ground below. Waves of energy fluctuations shimmered. Tat. The mechanical armor unleashed countless energy bullets, knocking the thugs who were about to climb up back down. A shower of blood erupted from the thugs, various blood types splattering everywhere. The thugs were going insane. Where the hell did this living king of hell come from? So damn fierce. Xingqian's right hand, with 6 black tubes, spewed blue flames, a wild and defiant smile on his face. Watch me go on a rampage. Do. Xingqian stood at the high ground, crazily unleashing his firepower. The energy bullets poured down on the thugs' faces like a torrential downpour. In an instant, the rioters were pushed back. The cries of despair filled the air, and the rioters suffered heavy casualties. Is there a hint of urgency in this bullet? Xingqian finished a magazine of bullets. He quickly replaced the energy battery. This Gatling armor is great, but damn, it consumes a lot of power. Taking advantage of the moment while Xingqian changed the battery, the rioters began to stack up like monks. They were about to rush to the rooftop. Fortunately, Xingqian had a habit of practicing his hand speed. Changing the magazine with one hand was both steady and fast, almost leaving behind trails of afterimages. Once the magazine was changed, another storm of bullets erupted. Toot. The rioters who had just poked their heads out were shot down, blood splattering everywhere. They fell to the ground one after another. I, Wang Tong, the class leader of Class 8 from Jianghuai No. 3 Middle School, am invincible. Xingqian laughed heartily. At a critical moment, he didn't forget to boost the class leader's popularity. The rioters were beaten to a pulp, and they all remembered the name of their enemy. Soon, the magazine was empty. Again, Xingqian reached for the urea bag. What's this head? He pulled out a mechanical head. It was the new mechanical head from Wang Jun's armor shop, the one that got electrocuted while charging and drinking water. Xingqian suddenly felt a powerful energy fluctuation coming from the mechanical head. Holy crap, a controllable nuclear fusion battery? This is going to be fun. Xingqian flipped it with one hand, his speed incredibly fast, and in just a moment he connected the mechanical head to the armor. Instantly, crimson patterns lit up on the armor. Connection complete. Energy 100,000,000%. Holy crap, this feels great. Xingqian once again unleashed countless energy bullets with one hand. A group of small Karami that had just poked their heads out was instantly shot to the point of losing control. The bullets rained down wildly. The rioters trembled and hid downstairs, shivering in fear. This kid is too fierce. How many drugs did he take? Why hasn't he run out of ammo? However, this time they couldn't wait for the magazine to be changed. Damn, this is unscientific. At this moment, Xingchen was extremely arrogant. He completely forgot the fundamental principle of his standing in society: dogs and their hearts. Yo, why aren't you guys coming? Scared, huh? Hee hee hee. Just as Xingchen was wondering, suddenly a rioter fell from the sky. Damn! Xingchen was shocked. Then, one by one, the rioters began to drop from above. Looking downstairs, a tall, powerful ability user was throwing the rioters onto the rooftop. Xingchen's mouth twitched. He watched as the rioters landed in various ridiculous positions. Some landed face first, some spread out like pancakes, and some landed sprawled out. After landing, they ignored their pain and rushed towards Xingchen. Kill the little thief. Kill this bastard. The rioters went mad, charging straight at Xingchen and Zhang Debao. Holy crap, Debao, run! Xingchen shouted. The two of them quickly utilized their excellent tradition and ran towards the stairs. The rooftop was too spacious, not suitable for defensive combat. Debao, let's split up. You guard the toilet, and I'll guard the kitchen. Remember the mantra, hands covered in shit, Lubu in the world. Zhang Debao's mouth twitched. Why don't you guard the toilet? I think it's dirty. Zhang Debao? Thanks to their tacit cooperation, they split up quickly. In the blink of an eye, they reached their respective territories and locked the doors. The rioters also blocked them inside. Charge in, beat him up. At the toilet door, a group of rioters frantically smashed the door. Zhang Debao steeled himself. After all, it was all the same shit, so he might as well go all out. So, bang! A rioter kicked the toilet door open. Then they smelled a terrible stench. Holy crap, what is that? Zhang Debao stood like a lone warrior, his hand shimmering with a yellow glow filled with fighting spirit. Ugh, what the hell is this? One of the thugs couldn't hold back. Zhang Debao slowly advanced, exuding an aura reminiscent of the invincible Lubu from years past. Don't come any closer. Please, don't come. The thugs retreated in fear, their faces etched with terror. Zhang Debao's roared, who else is there? On the other side, in the kitchen, Xingchen's right hand, clad in Gatling armor, was wildly spitting out bullets. The firing rate reached 3,600, blazing with blue flames, a fierce barrage. His left hand kept throwing. Knives, black pots, chili oil, eggs, cucumbers, turtle heads, all were hurled out in a chaotic flood, complete with explosive effects. Boom boom boom. The thugs guarding the door were blown away. Debris scattered everywhere, taking out several of them. The area was instantly cleared. The kitchen doorway was very small, particularly suited for defending the city. Hey, weren't you going to kill me? Come on then, Xingchen laughed heartily. He casually tossed a hand grenade made from an egg. Boom! Several thugs were sent flying, blood spewing everywhere. You're not coming in, huh? Then I'm going to start throwing grenades. In an instant, Xingchen unleashed a torrent of firepower. Various fruit bombs exploded, a stream of bullets poured out. The thugs could only cower in the corners, trembling. The thugs found themselves in a dilemma. On one side was Lubu, and on the other, the Bodhisattva Gatling. It was truly a headache. At that moment, Lubu had already burst through the door, charging towards the enemy's position. Damn, run! Zhang Debao's was covered in filth, his yellow battle attire protecting him. None of you will have it easy. Kill! A battle cry filled with flavor echoed, sending the enemies scattering in fear. Meanwhile, Xingchen also rushed out of the room. He was seen with a Gatling in his right hand, a butcher's knife in his left, and a basket of egg grenades slung over his shoulder as if a god of slaughter had descended. At that moment, the thugs had no thought of fighting left, only the desire to survive. These two are crazy, run! Xingchen shook his shoulders, scattering a basket of egg grenades. Boom boom boom! A series of explosions erupted. The entire building trembled. The thugs suffered heavy casualties. The few who could still move jumped out of the windows, and in the blink of an eye, none were left. Xingchen and Zhang Debao's let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, finally scared them off. Ha! Debao's, why do you smell so bad? Zhang Debao's was taken aback. Didn't you say your hands were covered in shit, and Lubu was in the world? Xingchen suddenly smiled awkwardly. I just wanted it to rhyme. Actually, you could just use a mop dipped in some shit, it would be the same. Zhang Debao's, what the hell? Outside the shop, the thugs jumped out of the second floor windows one after another. At this moment, they were exhausted, just wanting to end this nightmare quickly. However, as soon as they jumped out, they saw a group of otherworldly guards standing in front of them. Suddenly, they looked like they had found their savior. Quick, grab me, there are two madmen behind. Yeah, I want to go in and eat the country's food. The outside world is too terrifying. Wu Di was taken aback. He had never heard such a bizarre request before. Just moments ago, due to Xingchen attracting most of the thugs, everyone had worked together to suppress the riot. Wu Di and the others were worried about Xingchen's safety and rushed over to rescue him. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? How ruthless are these two? Wu Di shrank his neck, only to see the Bodhisattva Gatling and the shit-smeared god of slaughter. Lu Bu walking out of the room. Their domineering figures and the invisible aura instantly enveloped everyone. His mouth twitched. What the hell is this look? Suddenly, a foul odor wafted over, and everyone's faces changed. Wu Di, ugh. I think I'll go help Shingling deal with the golden boss instead. After saying that, he quickly fled the scene. At this moment, the masked man had already fallen into a cycle of mental breakdown. The cute little sister in front of him seemed like a demon. Big brother, let's do something exciting this time. Boom. Big brother, I'm so cold, I want to explode. Boom. Big brother. As the smoke cleared, a desolate silence fell. Silent tears streamed down the corners of the masked man's eyes. How he wished he didn't have golden level strength but had died in the first mutual destruction. When Wu Di and his team arrived, the scene was already unbearable to look at. The masked man was left with only one arm, half a leg, and his face was a mess of blood and tears. That expression of hopelessness made one's heart tremble. Little sister, well done. Shingchen shouted loudly. Shingling reassembled her body again. Big brother, I've died a total of 48 times. How much can we earn? Shingchen chuckled. 1 times 7 is 7, 2 times 7 is 14, 3 times 8 is Women's Day, and 5-1 is Labor Day. Let me calculate, 48 times is over 1,000,000, right? Wu Di's mouth twitched violently. Can you even count? Just then, the barrier in the sky suddenly shrank. It quickly reduced to cover only the area of the square. A bunch of useless trash, still relying on me to take action. The thugs, upon hearing the voice, seemed to be invigorated. It's Archbishop Wang Defa, a diamond-level big shot. A tall man descended from the sky, standing firmly at the top of the barrier. A bunch of little thieves, if it weren't for me needing to maintain the barrier and not being able to fight, how could you be so arrogant? Watch me kill you. Instantly, everyone felt a sense of impending doom. The pressure weighing down on them made them shiver. The thugs, however, were all dancing with excitement, shouting loudly, Archbishop, you must avenge us, it's those two little thieves, kill them. Archbishop Wang Defa stomped one leg. Countless shards of the barrier appeared, sharp as blades, rushing towards everyone. Seeing this, Shingchen immediately slid and charged towards the masked man. He picked up the masked man's remains and covered himself with it. Big brother, the ground is cold, I'll be your cushion. The masked man replied, thank you for saying that. Just as everyone was about to meet their end, and as Wang Defa burst into laughter, a black figure flashed in, kicking Wang Defa and the barrier to pieces. Ah, damn. Wang Defa crashed into the ground like a rocket headbutt, falling silent. It's the city guardian. Wu Di laughed heartily. Shingchen quickly looked at the shadow. He saw an elderly man in uniform, standing in midair. The authoritative expression on his face seemed a bit lewd. Instantly, he shouted, what the hell, isn't that the security guard at the entrance? Shingchen tensed up, thankful he hadn't said Wanen die at that moment. At this time, Wu Di was shouting joyfully, City Guardian, you're back, we are saved. The security guard chuckled. You need not worry, I will suppress the thieves and maintain peace in the black market. Below, everyone erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The security guard raised his hand to signal for calm, then looked at the thugs. You actually dared to use a trick to lure me away. Luckily I acted swiftly, or it would have been a disaster. Shingchen's mouth twitched. Sir, you may act quickly, but why are you bragging? The security guard slowly descended, exuding high status. This place is safe now, everyone can rest assured. I have never been swayed by beauty. What, you don't believe me? The situation was quickly brought under control. The thugs squatted on the ground, hands on their heads. Shingchen walked around them with his hands behind his back. Who just said they wanted to kill me? The crowd of rioters twitched at the corners of their mouths. This guy really held a grudge. The main force of the spirit guardians quickly arrived. Various ambulances, fire trucks, and police all gathered to handle the aftermath. When everyone saw the scene, they were dumbfounded. The place was a complete mess, as if it had just been carpet bombed. A group of rioters was in a sorry state, covered in injuries. And when 3 garbage bins filled with rioters were pushed over, everyone finally froze. Damn, can garbage bins eat people? What kind of sins did these rioters commit in their past lives? Which hero stepped into hell? The scene was quickly cleaned up. Those who needed to be arrested were arrested, and those who needed to go to the hospital were sent. Shingchen and a few injured spirit guardians were also taken to the hospital by ambulance. At that moment, in one of the ambulances, ouch, nurse, it hurts, Shingchen wailed. Where does it hurt? A gentle nurse asked. Ouch, my elbow, my lumbar disc, my rolling lid, it all hurts so much. Wu Di looked speechless. You're the one who got hurt the least, why are you making such a fuss? At that moment, he was wrapped in bandages, with only a pair of small eyes showing. Wu Di had the most severe injuries from the entire battle. He had multiple wounds all over his body, with several fractures. If he were an ordinary person, he would have collapsed long ago. Shingchen glanced at Wu Di, who was wrapped up like a dumpling, and sheepishly scratched his head. I just wanted to claim a bit more for medical expenses. Everyone? At that moment, Zhang Debao, who had been quietly hiding in the corner, suddenly spoke up. So, does my situation count as a work injury? Wu Di was even more speechless. You're covered in shit. How is that a work injury? I might as well reimburse you for a full body scrub. Shingling was not to be outdone. What about the head that got chopped off 32 times and exploded? 16 times, can that count as a work injury? Wu Di twitched at the corner of his mouth. For a moment he was left speechless. The little nurse beside them was bewildered, wondering what the hell was going on. The few people in the car were engaged in a heated discussion about who had the greatest contribution and the most serious injuries. Soon, they arrived at the hospital. Quick! Rescue the patients. The doctors and nurses were already geared up. They stood at the hospital entrance. The ambulances stopped one by one. Each injured person was carried down from the vehicle. The final battle had been extremely intense and many people were injured, especially when they were bombarded by Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. Of course, among the injured were many rioters. Crime was crime, but saving lives was saving lives. Rows of injured were carried down. Finally, it was Xingshan's turn to get off the ambulance. A doctor, accompanied by many nurses, rushed over. Quick! The injured in this vehicle are in serious condition. Organize the rescue immediately. The doctor had already learned remotely about the injuries. One of the injured had been stabbed 32 times, and had been close to an explosion 16 times, which shocked him greatly. As soon as the door of the vehicle opened, everyone was stunned. First, a foul odor wafted out, followed by a student shouting and screaming. Ouch, it hurts so much. Oh no, I'm going to split apart. Hurry, save me first. Oh my god, I'm going to die. His voice was thunderous and full of energy. You tell me such a strong voice belongs to an injured person? Suddenly, a little girl behind him directly took off her head. There was that delicate head, its mouth opening and closing. Doctor, save me. First, my head fell off. What the hell? The noise in the hospital continued throughout the night. The medical staff worked tirelessly and finally managed to save many lives. Xingshan and the other three were arranged in the same hospital room. 3 of them were lively and even started playing landlord. Only Wu Di, who was covered in plaster, silently endured it all. 4 twos and 2 kings, I win. Xingshan played his last card. Suddenly, a voice appeared in his mind. Merit plus 680, this indicated that if he hadn't acted, 68 more people would have died at the hands of the thugs. Doing good feels really great. Suddenly, his expression stiffened. Damn, all the supplies I just looted are left on the roof. He only brought a small number of spirit energy beads, a Gatling armor, and a nuclear-powered head with him. What a loss. Shuffle, shuffle. Zhang Debao sighed. Xingshan, do you think we might be the protagonists? I'm not, but you might be. Zhang Debao's body shook. I knew it. Today I fought 100 by myself, making the enemies flee in panic. Not one dared to come within 3 meters of me. It turns out it's the protagonists. Halo at work. Everyone looked speechless. Can we have a little dignity? Is that a protagonist's halo? What you have is... The night was deep. Everyone was restless and unable to sleep. Xingshan lay on the hospital bed, sorting through today's gains. Level, Black Eye and 2 stars. After consuming too many spirit energy beads and releasing a lot of abilities, Xingshan leveled up directly. Merit value, 765, 235 more to unlock the merit store. It seems that to reach Black Eye and 5 stars next week, he would still need the system's help. Based on years of experience with enjoyable stories, the merit store must have some perverse items. They would allow him to level up rapidly. He needed to quickly accumulate some merit. Let's check the wolf friend group. Damn, did you guys see the news? The black market exploded yesterday. Yeah, some kid was throwing bombs like crazy, it was so intense. And there was a little sister who got slashed dozens of times. Then the frame exploded. Can you believe it? Xingshan frowned as he looked at the content in the group. Where's your awareness as seasoned perverts? Why are you watching the news instead of late night movies? Xingshan's fingers moved quickly and a message appeared in the group. Hey, wolf friends, why aren't you sharing resources? Instead you're watching the news. A wolf friend replied enthusiastically. Do you think we're all useless like you, only knowing how to watch late night movies? We're also good youths concerned about national affairs. Exactly. People like you who only know how to watch late night movies have no right to be in this group. Xingshan was dumbfounded. He was actually looked down upon by seasoned perverts? Look at that guy throwing bombs on sight, how fierce he is. Right, not only fierce, but his hand speed is also fast. He's a model for our generation. And look at you, while others are 18 and bringing glory to the country, you at 18 are ignoring risks and continuing to install. Hurry up and withdraw from the biosphere. Xingshan suddenly realized, his fingers tapping on the screen. That bomb-throwing guy is me, okay? This statement surprisingly sparked public outrage. You just keep bragging. Do you have his hand speed? How dare you impersonate my idol? That's shameful. He's still my idol. I want to have his babies. He's really so handsome. If he plays the male lead, I will definitely watch. Xingshan was stunned. Then he saw rows of female avatars starting to bombard him. Damn, I didn't know there were so many girls in this wolf friend group, and they're actually my fans. Could it be that girls also love to watch? Xingchen was unwilling to back down, but revealing his identity was clearly not something a handsome man should do. So, he took a picture of Wu Di wrapped up like a dumpling. He also snapped a photo of Wu Di's otherworldly guardian license. I admit, I lied earlier, I'm actually the leading otherworldly guardian. Then, the group exploded. Sorry, little brother, I misunderstood you earlier. Can you help me get the super contact of the bomb-throwing guy? I wanted to. Not just one group of girls was arguing over wanting his WeChat. A group of men below also joined in the commotion. Big brother, I want. In two, not for anything else, just to ask how he can train his hand speed to be this fast. Xingchen's face was filled with black lines. No problem, whatever you need, my brother Wu Di will satisfy you. By the way, I have a sharing platform here. Everyone can post their websites up there and the platform will share them, allowing more like-minded people to see. Of course, everyone can also find more resources there. It's better to enjoy together than alone. Moreover, as long as the platform verifies that your website is real and valid, it will reward you with bonuses ranging from 100 to 1000. Each website can only be submitted once and it's first come, first served. The bonuses are limited. Xingchen typed a lot of words in a flurry, his fingers starting to ache. The group chat, however, had already exploded. There's such a good thing? I'm just out of money. If one is worth $100, I could at least buy a house with what I have here. Damn, big brother, I'm begging you. Xingchen casually sent a link. Don't worry, this is definitely a legitimate website and the bonuses are tested and effective. Everyone clicked on the link. They eagerly posted their treasured websites and platforms. In less than half an hour, someone received a bonus. Damn, I received a bonus of $1,500. Haha, much better than working. I also got $800. I might as well skip this lousy class. Besides, it's better to enjoy together than alone. However, some attentive netizens raised doubts. Why does it look like a reporting website to me? Seeing this, Xingchen immediately explained. Oh, this is the platform's disguise. I, Wu Di, swear by my dignity as a spirit guardian of Jianghua City that I am absolutely thinking of everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone set aside their doubts. In Jianghua, Wu Di was somewhat famous. With the spirit guardian backing him, everyone began to upload their websites. Don't just enjoy yourselves, hurry up and share this news with other groups. Just like that, 1 told 10, and 10 told 100. On this sleepless night, a miracle was happening. Xingchen had already fallen into a deep sleep, he was just too tired. However, at the foot of his bed, a mechanical head glowed with a red light. A sinister smile crept across its lips. Little guy, interesting. Using this great priest's head as a power bank, just wait until I suck you dry one day, sigh, damn. Xingchen turned over and kicked the mechanical head away with a swift kick. It fell into the foot basin that Xingchen hadn't overturned. Crackle. A sound of leaking electricity came through. You wait for me. Then, a puff of blue smoke emerged, and it fell silent. Xingchen remained oblivious, still mumbling in his sleep. All bottles, I'm going to get rich. Hey, that girl, don't steal my bottles. A night without conversation. Xingchen slept in and didn't wake up until after 9. If you ask him why he didn't go to school, he directly sent a video of his hospitalization and medical records to the teacher. What sick leave could he possibly apply for? When Xingchen got up and looked, the super chat group was in chaos. Geneva, you big liar, my website got shut down overnight. Mine is gone too. I even received a congratulatory call from the officials this morning saying I was a good youth of Huaxia, along with a bonus of 2,000. Damn, that was purely a reporting platform. $5,000 just took away my entire youth. Everyone, let's go to the hospital and deal with him. I work at that hospital. I'm going too. The crowd was furious, determined to rid themselves of this villain. Merit plus 1 merit plus 1 merit. Xingchen looked at his merit points and burst into laughter. Another night brought in over 230 merit points. I'm about to reach my goal. Ding. Today's headlines feature several trending news stories. I opened it. Shocking. In just one night, hundreds of malicious websites were reported and taken down. The quality of our citizens has significantly improved. Scrolling down. Breaking news. A young student from a certain school has acquired a special ability, steal kidneys in infinite rebirth, incredibly fierce, and has now become the spokesperson for Pinghua phones. Oh my god. Thousands of spirit pigs at a pig farm scream in agony every night. Is this a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? After reading, Xingchen quietly closed the page. What kind of news is this? After finishing, Xingchen quickly called Zhang Daba and Shingling to leave the hospital. Don't ask why. Just know that the address was exposed. Before leaving, they took a look at Wu Di, who was sleeping soundly. Brother Wu Di, farewell. I wish you a bright future. After sending his sister home, Xingchen began another day of struggle. How about we go see Dad today? Xingchen muttered to himself. Jianghua prison. Iron bars separated Xingchen from his father. Xingchen sat on the other side of the iron bars, gazing affectionately at his father. Dad, I'm late. Xiaoyi, it's never too late, it's always a good time. The two father and son met, tears in their eyes, deeply moving. Even the guard nearby couldn't help but get misty-eyed. Dad, do you remember 10 years ago on my birthday when you took me and my sister to eat street-side noodles? Xinghao's cheeks were wet with tears. I remember, you and your sister enjoyed it so much. Xingchen choked up. Do you remember where that noodle stall was? It was on Penshi Avenue, at the entrance of Kuoshi Alley. There was a yellow tricycle. That was the place. The taste was classic. Xinghao's eyes were filled with tears, showing a very nostalgic expression. Alright, I'm going to grab a bite, you keep busy. Xingchen stood up to leave. Xinghao, confused face? You little brat came all this way just to ask me for the address? What else? Oh right, Dad, do you have any change? I want to add an egg to my noodles. Suddenly, the guard beside them twitched his mouth. You're killing me with filial piety. Damn, the tears from earlier were just wasted. If you don't have money, I'm leaving. Better hurry up and pick up a couple of bottles to trade for a bowl of noodles. Xinghao was speechless, wondering what kind of child he had raised. Don't go, have you awakened your ability yet? Oh right, I forgot to tell you, I awakened an SSS level ability and I'm the only one in the city. The guard, keep dreaming. Xinghao's face turned pale. Ah, just SSS level? You're really embarrassing your parents. Look at your sister, she has an innate death god ability. Xingchen's face was filled with black lines. Then Dad, what level is your ability? Xinghao patted his chest full of spirit. Your dad awakened a B-level ability back in the day. Then how can you say anything to me? Xinghao said proudly, but your mom is a divine level powerhouse, ranked 3rd in the country. Xingchen's eyes lit up. Dad, really? Why have you never told me? Quickly tell me, where is my mom? I want to go to her. Xinghao's eyes darkened. Your mom has remarried, so just forget about it. That means she doesn't want you anymore, but she hasn't abandoned us, so tell me. Xinghao, what a damn filial son. Your mom is. Xingchen focused intently, afraid of missing a word. I'm not telling you. Xingchen, oh, hurry up and say it. You go back and finish my secret weapon and you'll naturally find your mom. Xingchen's face was already as dark as it could get. Where did this wild dad come from? Then the last thing. Xinghao said happily, speak. I found your secret stash of money under the old locust tree. In the backyard, over 30,000. I want to spend it with my sister. No way, that's my life savings. Dad, this is a notification, not a consultation. Ding, ding, ding. Visiting time is up. Just as it seemed the two were about to argue, the prison guard quickly intervened. At that moment, the father and son looked completely different, with tear-filled eyes, reluctant to part. Xingchen couldn't help but start singing. Iron door, iron window, iron chains. With my hands on the iron bars, I gaze outside. How beautiful life is out there. When will I return to my home? A song of sorrow from behind iron bars. Xingchen and the guard couldn't help but feel teary-eyed. Dad, stop singing, it sounds so damn awful. I can't take it anymore, just get back to prison. The guard cursed while complaining about this bizarre father-son duo. And they claim to be god-level strong, SSS rank? Just keep dreaming. Once Xingchen left the prison, he began his day's work. As a garbage collector, how could he forget his duties? Hey, old man, do you know this area is under my protection? How dare you steal bottles here? Hey, kid, go play somewhere else, don't disturb my work. Xingchen happily picked up bottles, doing a good deed along the way. Just as he passed by a real estate office, he saw a man coming out looking dejected. Xingchen's eyes lit up. Wasn't this a chance for good deeds? Hey, brother, you look troubled. What's bothering you? The man was taken aback and then shook his head. Sigh, telling you won't. Hell, brother, I love helping others. I will definitely assist you. Sigh, my girlfriend said she would break up with me if I don't have a house, but houses are too expensive now. I've borrowed from everyone and still need 30,000. After saying that, the man stared intently at Xingchen. Xingchen tensed up. Did you inquire about my dad's secret stash? I didn't, so don't think about it. The man helplessly shook his head, giving up on that thought. Brother, although I have no money, I can help you bring down the housing prices? Stop bragging, this neighborhood hasn't lowered prices in years. What can you do? Don't worry, I'll have my sister jump off a building to pressure the prices down and benefit our fellow citizens. The man, what? 10 minutes later. Shocking. A woman jumped from the building in Huangdu Garden, and before dying, she claimed there were ghosts in the neighborhood. Below was a picture. Shingling fell apart into 7 or 8 pieces. Soon, a crowd erupted in the comments section. Damn, everyone with a house here, sell quickly, prices are about to plummet. Family, this poor girl is too tragic. The developers are so evil. Can you believe it? I think I just saw the girl's ghost wandering in the neighborhood. I saw it too, she was carrying her head in her arms while wandering around. Xingchen and the man sat on the curb outside the real estate office chatting. At that moment, a real estate saleswoman rushed out in a panic. Big brother, you're still here. I just asked the Manager, and the price can drop another 30,000. Do you think we can finalize it now? If it drops another 50,000, I'll buy. Great, it's a deal, come on, let's sign the contract. Damn, that was too little. After saying that, the saleswoman pulled the man into the office to sign the contract. The man couldn't help but turn back and give Xingchen a thumbs up. Merit. +1, at that moment, Xingchen was overjoyed. The feeling of doing good was truly exhilarating. In a good mood, he walked lightly. Just a few steps later, he saw dozens of homeowners gathered at the entrance of the neighborhood. It's so infuriating. I just bought a house and lost 100,000. Where can I go to complain? Of course, here is the translation of the provided text. Whose little girl is this, running up here to jump off a building? They'd better not let me catch them, or I'll wring their neck. A shiver went down Xingchen's spine. It's the middle of the day, so why does it feel a little cold? He quickened his pace and met up with Shingling. Let's go. Your big brother is taking you out to eat. Hearing there was food, Shingling was overjoyed. They also grabbed Zhang Debao, who had been wandering around the city. Debao, listen to me, you have absolutely never had ramen this delicious before. Keep on bragging. Don't you believe me? They say this old man is the best noodle puller in history. Zhang Debao froze and asked weakly, the best puller since the dawn of shit? The three of them, Xingchen, Shingling, and Zhang Debao, held hands, walked shoulder to shoulder, and skipped their way toward Suanqi Alley. After the three had left, two beautiful women suddenly emerged from the bushes by the road. One was a mature Yujietai, with long legs and black silk stockings and attack-speed boots. The other was a baby-faced lowly who looked like she belonged on a hand-guided tractor. Both of them stared at Xingchen's departing back with disdain. He's so shameless, and he actually calls himself a good Samaritan. Sister Yujie, is that the kid who caused that huge scene at the black market yesterday? Why would Archbishop Bichi be interested in such an oddball? Little sister Luoli, I've already looked into it. His name is Xingchen, he's a senior in high school, and he has awakened an SSS rank ability. Luoli was astonished, covering her small mouth with her hands. As an SSS rank awakened, to do such a shameless thing, he who commits many injustices will surely bring about his own doom. What's with all the proverbs? Are you studying for a literature degree? Enough nonsense, let's follow them. Oh, the three of them soon got on a bus. It was nearly noon, and the bus was a sea of people, shoulder to shoulder and packed to the brim. Naturally, the trio couldn't find a seat and had to stand. Meanwhile, a woman in her 50s was taking up 2 seats all by herself. Another auntie standing nearby couldn't take it anymore. Hey, miss, you're using 2 seats by yourself. Why don't you let this young man next to you have a seat? I'll sit in 2 seats if I want to. Who the hell do you think you are to tell me what to do? The seat-hogging woman snapped. At that moment, an uncle who was with the woman came over. Hey, mind your own damn business, he snarled at the other auntie. But you're taking up 2 seats for one person. The uncle roared, I could take up 10 seats and it would still be none of your business. Xingchen's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to serve justice? He slowly raised his right hand, and just when no one was paying attention, it suddenly accelerated. Crack! A huge backhand slap landed squarely on the uncle's face. The entire bus fell silent. Holy crap, where did that kid come from? Justice may be late, but it is never absent. What a righteous man. The uncle was completely stunned by the slap. What the hell just happened? Why is my head buzzing? He stood there, dazed, for 2 seconds before he came to his senses. You fucking dare to hit me? I'm calling the police. We have to call the police. You'll pay me 100,000 in medical fees. Xingchen completely ignored him, offering only a slight smile. Then, he slowly pulled a certificate from his bag. The crowd stared intently, and a collective gasp went through the bus. Intermittent psychosis certificate. Holy shit, a judgment certificate, someone shouted. Old man, he's a psycho. He can hit you for free, you won't get a dime out of him, another passenger advised. The uncle's mouth twitched. Fine, no money, is that it? We'll see about that. I'll beat you to death, you psycho. The uncle balled his right hand into a fist and threw a punch straight at Xingchen. As if Xingchen would let him. He caught the fist with one hand and, using the momentum, delivered another massive slap with the other. That was asymmetrical. Let me add some color to your left cheek. Crack. Oh, my apologies. The left is redder than the right now. I'll have to add some more color to the right. Crack. Nope, still not right. Now the right side is redder than the left. The left side needs another one. Everyone only heard the sound of clapping and shouting coming from the bus. Looking at the old man. His face was already swollen like a pig's head. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. No way, I have OCD, I can't stand the different colors on both sides. Everyone's lips twitched. Indeed, there's a lunatic, but this madness is well timed. Give you a thumbs up, put in some effort. Another round of clapping sounds followed. Only then did Xingchen stop. Being a judge felt exhilarating. Next time, remember this, don't think that just because you're old, no one can judge you. The old man nodded in confusion. The bus had just reached a stop when the elderly couple rushed off, showing no signs of their age. Cheers erupted from the bus. Merit +1 at this moment, Yujia and Luoli, sitting in the last row, were almost speechless. This person must be seriously ill if he joined our Church, would it cause a big problem? The bus continued its journey. Soon, the three arrived at Penshi Street, in the West Alley. They found the old, yellow tricycle. However, the place had changed, and the old noodle vendor was nowhere to be found. Xingchen asked a neighbor for information. Sister-in-law, where did the best noodle vendor ever go? You mean the old man who sold noodles? He went abroad for vacation. What? Recently, they are going to demolish the West Alley to build the largest public toilet in the country. He got 10 million in compensation and stopped selling noodles. You see that tricycle? He just left it. You can take it and sell scrap if you like. The three of them were dumbfounded. Isn't that tricycle worth something? Doesn't your neighbor want to take it? Our family got 20 million for demolition. Who cares about that junk? Just take it away, don't block the road. So, the three of them rode the tricycle down the street with dark expressions. It was noon, they needed to eat. They kept searching on the food street. Bro, let's eat at that place. Shingling pointed to a sign with red background in white letters. The sign read 4 big characters. Freshly killed husband? What kind of eating method is this? Do all diners have to bring their husbands to eat? Out of curiosity, the three walked into the restaurant. Xingchen shouted, "Boss, 3 freshly killed husbands, make sure to pick the younger ones, older ones are prone to diabetes." The manager approached with a dark face. That sign fell off again, he said, as he went out to prop up the last character. Freshly killed husband chicken. The three were speechless. Damn, isn't this false advertising? They left the restaurant without eating anything and continued to ride the tricycle in search of food. Zhang Debao's eyes lit up. Xingchen, look at that restaurant. Xingchen looked over. Abalone on the tip of the tongue? The sign depicted a large tongue licking. A shiny black gold abalone. Wow, this looks exciting. Then they saw the price, 698 per person, with surprises in the private rooms on the second floor. The three instantly rubbed their hands together, eager to try. Suddenly, several police officers rushed in. A series of women's screams erupted. Soon after, the police brought out many ragged male customers and female chefs. One of the male customers was shouting loudly, "I just came here to learn a foreign language. What's wrong with that?" The three gasped. It was better not to eat that abalone and move on to the next place. Spicy little shrimp. Next place. Yellow braised chicken rice. Next place. 8 seafood, 8 treasure buns. Damn, is this street cursed? The three were bewildered. Why was it so hard to find a decent restaurant? At this point, their stomachs were growling. Xingchen's legs were shaking from pedaling the tricycle. There was no other way. I'm starving to death. *3 unknowingly, the three of them had arrived at the riverbank. Xingchen's legs from pedaling the tricycle had gone numb, and he had no strength left. Just then, they encountered an uphill slope, and Xingchen gritted his teeth, struggling to pedal up. Hey, those two ladies in the bushes, how are you? Yu Jia and Luo Li suddenly tensed up. Oh no, have we been discovered? The two of them slowly emerged from the bushes. Their movements created a striking scene. But inside, both were extremely nervous. This was their first mission. If they got caught, how would they explain it when they returned? Then, a single sentence from Xingchen completely broke their defenses. Ladies, could you help me push the tricycle? The two of them, winky face. Omega, winky face. Damn, to have these two beauties push your tricycle, you really thought of that. However, at the same time, they also breathed a sigh of relief. At least, they hadn't been exposed. The scene shifted. Yu Jia exerted all her strength, and the graceful muscle lines appeared on her calves beneath the black stockings. Luo Li pushed with both hands, causing a tremor in her chest. Both were sweating profusely, their faces flushed, clearly putting in a lot of effort. 1, 2, come on, 1, 2, come on. Xingchen squatted by the roadside, shouting encouragement like crazy. He was really giving it his all. Sitting in the tricycle were Shingling and Zhang Daba, also cheering for them. Seriously, you want us to push your cart while you three just watch? The tricycle slowly moved forward. They finally made it up the slope. Xingchen exclaimed, "We finally made it up." Then he pedaled the tricycle and disappeared from sight. All that was left were the two beauties at the bridge, looking disheveled. Does this guy not even say thank you? The speed going downhill was naturally very fast. Oh my god, it's like the wind and lightning, we're practically flying. Xingchen and the others sat in the open-top tricycle, speeding up to 70 miles per hour. Xingchen, why didn't you even say thank you to the two beauties? Zhang Daba asked. I've done good deeds all my life. Having two beauties push my tricycle isn't too much to ask, right? At that moment, the wind blew through Xingchen's messy hair, revealing his handsome and delicate features, along with a look of panic in his eyes. Oh no, this tricycle has no brakes. Boom. And hashtag UN percent and percent. Asterisk hashtag percent. The retribution came too quickly. Zhenghuai Hospital. Wu Di slept until noon. After a long period of continuous work, he hadn't rested this well in a long time. After receiving high-tech treatment yesterday, along with the help of a high-level recovery ability user, his injuries had mostly healed. At this moment, a beautiful nurse walked in. Hello, you must be Jiang Huai's spirit guardian. Wu Di. Wu Di felt a surge of happiness. Had he really become this famous? He couldn't help but strike a handsome pose. That's right, it's me. Upon hearing this, the nurse's face actually turned a bit red. Lord Wu Di, let me help you change your bandages. Sure. The nurse stepped forward and removed the bandage wrapped around Wu Di's face, revealing his confident visage. Confirmed. Next, the bandages on his body were slowly taken off. Wu Di's muscular physique gradually became visible, with strong lines and powerful heels. The nurse's face turned even redder and she seemed to tremble. With excitement, Wu Di felt a hint of pride. Indeed, my charming figure is undeniable. Wait, why does her blushing seem a bit off? Just then, the nurse shouted, "Everyone come in, it's this guy." Click. The door was pushed open. Immediately, a large group of people surged in from outside, armed with various tools. Some started taking pictures right away, while others rushed in without saying a word. "Why are you hitting me?" Wu Di exclaimed. "How can you still say that? Our damn study materials are all gone. Damn that old silver coin. I will never coexist with Wu Di and the gambling and drugs." In an instant, a group of people surged forward and beat Wu Di mercilessly. Wu Di struggled to break free from the crowd and hurriedly explained, "Hey, you guys must be mistaken. I'm the otherworldly guardian Wu Di. We're hitting you, you little bastard." A girl lunged at him, pinning Wu Di down. The group resumed their violent assault on him. Wu Di shouted in despair, "If I knew which bastard harmed me, I would kill him. Ugh, don't hit my face. Achoo, achoo." Xingchen sneezed twice in a row. "Which girl is missing me again?" Xingchen said while putting a life jacket on a fish. Nearby, Zhang Debao was tearing open a package of fish tofu. "I mean, if I think of someone, curse them, and mutter about them, could those two sneezes mean someone is cursing you? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I've done good deeds my whole life. It's not too much to ask for two girls to think of me at the same time." Zhang Debao's face was filled with disbelief. At this moment, the three of them were sitting by the river. They had heard that releasing fish could increase their merits. Xingchen specifically came here to hold a release ceremony. He bought fish from the market, preparing to return them to the small river. After putting life jackets on all the fish, Xingchen released them back into the water one by one. The fish, wearing life jackets, couldn't dive down at all and could only float on the surface. They couldn't eat or drink and had to endure the scorching sun, which was quite miserable. Xingchen felt very pleased. "Look how thoughtful. I am afraid the little fish would drown, so I put life jackets on them. The fish, thank you for your kindness. Because of you, the seasons are warm." At this time, Zhang Debao was also fully prepared. He threw a bag of fish tofu into the water. "Debao, releasing fish tofu is useless," Xingchen said while releasing the fish. "You don't understand, I'm letting the fish's corpses return home. When humans die, we bury their ashes in their hometowns, so fish should return home too. My method is mainly to accumulate good karma." Hiss. Xingchen gasped. "Your novel way of thinking actually makes some sense. But Debao, have you considered that there are no fish ingredients in this fish tofu at all?" Instantly, Zhang Debao seemed to fall into deep thought. Underwater, two periscopes poked their heads out, shaking slightly, accompanied by the corners of two beautiful women's mouths twitching wildly. "Damn, these two really have a serious problem, right? One is releasing fish tofu, and the other is putting life jackets on fish. My worldview is collapsing." Just then, the two beauties suddenly felt a difficulty in breathing. The breathing tubes extending above the water seemed to be blocked. "Xingchen, what are you doing?" Zhang Debao asked in confusion. "Did you not see those two black pipefish looking hungry, stretching their mouths out for food? I'm giving them some feed. Then I'll put some in too." Then the two grabbed the bait from a nearby fishing dye and frantically stuffed it into Yujia and Luoli's breathing tubes. "Sister Jia, I can't breathe." "Me too. Why does this air smell like earthworms? Damn, this air is wriggling." Before long, two girls in diving suits floated up in the river. They rolled their eyes and had already fainted. Meanwhile, the three of them had finished releasing the fish and were long gone. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was afternoon. The sun was setting. The three of them pedaled a tricycle that was about to fall apart, creaking and groaning down the street. "Xingchen, I'm so hungry. How about we go eat freshly killed husband?" Zhang Debao suggested. "Say a few less words to save some energy." Xing Ling lay on the back frame of the tricycle, his eyes vacant. "Bro, I'm about to starve to death." "Stop whining, no one is going to starve to death but you." The tricycle swayed under the glow of the setting sun. Loaded with a full cart of garbage, it leisurely cruised along the riverside road. "I don't care, I want to eat." Shingling rolled his eyes. "Then let's go home and eat." "I remember. There's half a bag of fries left from last year's New Year in the fridge." Zhang Daba, Omega, the tricycle wobbled and swayed as it rode down the road. As the driver, Xingchen not only had plenty of power but also possessed the basic etiquette of an experienced driver. "Damn it, can't you drive? Why don't you just crash and die?" "Hey, what the hell is that honking behind us? Can't you see the traffic jam ahead? Are you in a hurry to go home and pay respects?" When it came to cursing, our experienced driver Xingchen had never lost to anyone. Just then, a black sports car came barreling towards them. Sirens blared all around and a line of police cars blocked the road ahead. Everyone evacuate immediately, that car has kidnappers. They've kidnapped the heiress of the Mu group. Everyone, evacuate. However, the road was too congested and all the cars were stuck in the middle. Many drivers abandoned their vehicles and fled. Xingchen was still stuck in the middle of the road, cursing loudly. What's with the blockage? Don't you know to make way? Haven't you ever experienced the wrath of a tricycle driver? The black sports car roared with power, its engine growling. It charged towards the police cars blocking the way. Bang! The police car was smashed open. The black sports car sped away, clearly modified for extra power. Xingchen had shown off his experienced driver etiquette for a while and was getting a bit tired. He took out his phone, just wanting to scroll through Douyin for a bit, when a girl was dancing on the spiderweb like screamed to pure land. Dum dum, dum dum dum. Suddenly, the black sports car came rushing in. It brushed past the tricycle and knocked Xingchen's phone flying. It fell right through the shattered glass into the sports car. Damn! Xingchen felt as if struck by lightning. That was my phone that accompanied me through 10 years of youth. We spent every day together, never apart. It accompanied me in my workouts. Until late at night, it was my beloved. Moreover, it was unlocked. He slowly raised his head, his eyes revealing a pitch-black fury. You, return my youth. In a command vehicle. A man who looked like a leader anxiously stared at the surveillance screen. Damn it, the kidnappers got away. Hurry and increase the vehicles, deploy helicopters. Everyone, give it your all to chase. We must not let them take Miss Mu away. The adjutant beside him was also very anxious. Leader, the kidnapper's car has been specially modified. Our vehicles can't catch up at all. Even helicopters can't accurately strike in the city. The leader was furious. A bunch of useless fools, when it's time to act, they all fall short, can't even catch a group of kidnappers. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Wait, isn't there one vehicle that can catch up? The leader exclaimed. What the hell? What car is that fast? Zoom in on the surveillance. The surveillance footage was then magnified. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. On the screen, a yellow tricycle was speeding at full throttle. Two wheels were grinding against the ground, sparks flying everywhere. A young man on the tricycle was pedaling furiously, leaving a trail of sparks and lightning, matching the speed of the sports car. The frame of the tricycle had a few big words printed on it. The best haul ever. Instantly, everyone's mouths twitched wildly. What the hell? Who is this? A tricycle racing like crazy? After testing, the tricycle's speed exceeded 230 kilometers per hour, and it's still accelerating. Boss, are those two people behind the tricycle in danger? They shouldn't be. They seem quite excited. At this moment, the tricycle was racing at an astonishing speed. Xingchen, slow down, I can't take it anymore, Zhang Daba shouted. Meanwhile, Shingling spread his arms, ready to welcome his first kill of the day. Yay, we're going to crash again. Xingchen didn't care about that, it was his phone. And it was an unlocked phone. What if someone saw his browser? Xingchen's legs kicked out, leaving behind trails of afterimages. The tricycle's tires had worn down, and the three rims were grinding against the ground, creating a long trail of fire. Give me back my phone. His eyes were completely consumed by darkness and a faint black mist emanated from his body. The tricycle's speed surged again, like a rocket flying close to the ground. At this moment, in the black sports car. Boss, not good, a tricycle is crazily chasing us. Shut up, your electric tricycle can't go over 200 miles. The little brother muttered under his breath. An electric tricycle can't, but one powered by pedaling should be able to. The boss, not believing it, said, I want to see this. If you're lying, I'll skin you alive. What the hell? What is that? The boss was left with an utterly bewildered expression. How many years of not washing your feet does it take to pedal out such a fierce tricycle? Hurry, accelerate, don't let it catch up. The black sports car roared with a thunderous engine sound, its speed soaring again. Seeing this, Xingchen's eyes filled with black mist thick as an abyss. No one gets to live. He unleashed unparalleled energy. His legs were like two wheels of fire, each pedal leaving trails of flames. Zhang Daba, damn. It's on fire. Xingchen was a blaze of sparks and lightning, his speed reaching its peak as he charged towards the black sports car. The speeds of both sides were nearing 300 miles. Dozens of tricycles on the side road were pedaling furiously behind, seemingly ignited. A group of old men pedaled their tricycles in a mad chase, worshipping and shedding tears at the same time. To see the god of tricycles today, my life has no regrets. Thinking back to that day under the sunset, that was my lost youth. It's time to fiercely protect the most important things. Burn, youth. Yekai. The people on the road were dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Is this a newly formed tricycle cult? I should sign my dad up too. He can't keep going to find old ladies to dance in the square. Meanwhile, a private car race was taking place on the highway. Various luxury sports cars were speeding down the road. On the public channel. Yi Xiao, your GRT isn't cutting it. If you want speed, it has to be my Porsche 911. I don't think so. Ling Gongzi's Maserati is about to overtake you. Ha, in front of my Bugatti Veyron, you all are just little brothers. After saying that, the Bugatti Veyron slammed on the gas, directly overtaking a bunch of supercars ahead. Long Tian was feeling great. When it came to top speed, it had to be his Bugatti. Just as he was feeling proud, an unknown black sports car suddenly overtook him. Long Tian didn't even see what happened. It felt like a big black rat just zipped past. Whose car is that? How is it so fast? Long Xiao, don't worry about whose car it is, quickly look at the tricycle behind. Damn, if they're clearing the scene, why is there still a tricycle? What are these idiots doing? No, Dragon, it's a three-wheeled race. Dragon was taken aback. What? He couldn't help but glance at the rearview mirror. His mouth twitched uncontrollably. Ah, damn, is that really a three-wheeler? That's a rocket. A three-wheeler. Engulfed in flames came barreling through. In a flash, it zoomed past the Bugatti Veyron. Dragon didn't even catch a glimpse of the taillights or license plate of the three-wheeler. He only vaguely remembered the large characters painted on it. The best ever pulled. He looked down at his steering wheel and suddenly the Bugatti felt less appealing. Xingchen had already entered a frenzied state, as if the whole world was in black and white. In his eyes, there was only the sports car in front of him, the three-wheeler beneath him, and the phone in his heart. Ah, charge. Spring has arrived, everything is reviving, and it's the mating season for animals again. On the road, two huskies were fulfilling the mission of life continuation. The little female dog in front had a graceful figure and a charming voice. The male husky was indulging, feeling quite pleased. Although she wasn't his wife, the thrill of sneaking out was 1,000 times better than what he had at home. Humans always say that those who do evil will meet their end, and that destroying someone else's family will bring retribution. He didn't believe it, he was a dog, after all. Just as the male husky was lost in the moment, unable to extricate himself, he suddenly saw a three-wheeler speeding towards him. Male husky, woof woof woof, damn. Female husky, woof woof woof, one by one. Male husky, woof woof woof, retribution comes too fast, like a tornado. Bang! The male husky was sent flying dozens of meters by the three-wheeler. Just before dying, he reflected on his life. If there is a next life, I must be a good dog who does good deeds and never strays. At this moment, the black sports car had reached its limit. The dashboard showed it had nearly hit 400 miles per hour. Damn! Why are we still chasing? Is that girl from the Mu family his girlfriend? The boss glanced at Mu Qianxue beside him. Mu Qianxue blinked her beautiful big eyes, her short black hair framing her snow-white neck. Her exquisite features were almost excessive. Hey, quickly say he's your boyfriend. I don't have a boyfriend, be careful or I'll sue you for defamation. Then who's that behind? Your dad's bodyguard? Mu Qianxue turned around and happened to meet Xingchen's shining black eyes. She couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Wasn't that the infamous garbage collector, Wulong Xingchen? From her school? Could it be he likes me? Mu Qianxue muttered to herself. It must be, after all, I, Mu Qianxue, am one of the two school beauties from the third middle school. Even a garbage collector can't pass my beauty test. Thinking of this, her cheeks flushed, seemingly forgetting her situation. Hey, girl, stop playing dead. Quickly tell your boyfriend to stop or I'll kill you. The boss urged anxiously. Mu Qianxue was startled, pulled back to reality. Xingchen's three-wheeler was incredibly fast, his legs pedaling like wheels of fire. His tousled hair was blown back, exuding a free and domineering aura. A man fighting desperately is the most handsome. The car behind also carried Fengshu Zhangdaba and their sister. Mu Qianxue had heard that when Wulong and Fengshu gathered, something big was bound to happen. She had also heard that a man would unleash boundless strength when his beloved was in danger. Now it's confirmed, he really likes me, and he wants to bring his good brothers and sister to witness. Could it be, he wants to confess to me? The boss, __, it's over, this girl is hopelessly in love, and she's even self-strategizing. At this moment, Xingchen's three-wheeler was already within arm's reach. He let out a roar. Stop for me. The tricycle suddenly accelerated, overtaking the black sports car. Then it swerved sharply, directly cutting off the sports car. Whoosh! The sports car slammed on the brakes. Bang! A loud crash echoed. Parts of the sports car scattered everywhere. The tricycle of Xingchen was nearly falling apart, yet it remained upright. What the hell is this tricycle? The boss poked his head out from the wrecked car. He wailed, Big brother, you are my big brother. I was wrong. At this moment, Xingchen was on the verge of madness. Where's the phone? Where's the phone? Give it to me. Mu Qianxue also poked her little head out from the ruins. Phone? Does he want my phone? Instantly, her face turned as red as an apple. How annoying. Why does he want my number right away? So, Mu Qianxue took out her own phone. Here, scan my QR code. Let's add each other on Super Chat first. However, Xingchen ignored her. That's not what I want. Hurry up and give it to me. Mu Qianxue was taken aback. What? You want me to give it to you right away? Isn't that a bit too hasty? Shouldn't we add each other on Super Chat first, watch a movie, have a meal, and then you can get me drunk? And just then, the sound of police sirens blared. A ladder descended from a helicopter above. A group of well-trained SWAT officers stylishly climbed down the ladder. Don't move, hands on your head. Xingchen was stunned, finally coming to his senses. The black mist in his eyes dissipated and he quickly squatted down, hands on his head. The movement was extremely practiced. That's right, Xingchen was a law-abiding good citizen. Everyone looked at him with disdain. Not talking about you. Sorry, it's a habit. Everyone, underscore? The situation was quickly brought under control. Numerous police cars rushed in, surrounding the criminals. Everyone was taken back to the police station. Mu Qianxue was directly picked up by her family. The criminals received the punishment they deserved. After Xingchen and the others completed a simple record, they were free to go. Everything seemed to go smoothly. But, in the end, Xingchen still couldn't find his phone. My face is ruined. Xingchen sighed dramatically. In the end, the three of them had dinner at the station. They pedaled the tricycle home. The chief, with a dark face, watched the three leave and shouted angrily, "Damn it, how can these three eat so much? One meal cost me half a month's budget." The night grew late, and Xingchen rode the tricycle, gazing at the blood-red moon. He missed his phone. Oh my beast. He took out Shingling's phone and dialed. "The number you have dialed is currently busy." Xingchen, D? It's over, someone picked it up. Meanwhile, in a villa estate in Jianghua City, Mu Qianxue, dressed in Pikachu pajamas, had her snow-white body partially visible. "Hey, baby, say some sweet nothings." Call rejected. Mu Qianxue pulled out her phone, which was shattered like a spider web. A charming curve formed at the corner of her mouth, beautiful and ethereal. "Hee hee, your phone has fallen into my hands. Let me see your browser." Click browser. Videos previously watched. Play. Suddenly, an exciting sound came through. Makabaka akawaka mikamaka and Mu Qianxue's expression turned to shock. Click. The next one. "It's time for baby milkshake, baby milkshake, baby milkshake." Next one. "I'm Peppa, this is my brother George, this is my mommy." Mu Qianxue's mouth twitched uncontrollably. "What the hell do you usually watch? This young lady doesn't believe it. I will find something on you." So, she opened the cloud drive. Suddenly, Mu Qianxue's eyes lit up. "Hee hee, little one, you stored all the goods here, right?" Mu Qianxue felt a wave of happiness, her face flushing with a rosy glow. "The first file, red bellyband, bunhead.mp4. You little brat, you still wanna compete with me, watching such unhealthy things every day?" Mu Qianxue was extremely excited. She immediately opened the file. It's him, it's definitely him, our friend Xiaozatsa. Mu Qianxue. Hashtag, next. Cavalry props 1v3.rmvb open. 3 surnames family slave. Yan's Zhangfei is here. Kill. Ping ping pong pong. Drum to cheer. "Brother, I'm here to wish you." Mu Qianxue's face turned completely dark. As a dignified young lady, she actually spent half an hour watching an episode of the three heroes battling Lubu. "Damn it, I don't believe I can't catch your little braid." Next. Black man unleashes banana. Abby seeing this, Mu Qianxue's mouth curled into a strange arc. "You little brat, hiding this here. Open." Suddenly, that familiar melody came on, accompanied by the sound of the Fate Banana Symphony. Ode Biao rides his 28 bar again. Only then did Mu Qianxue see the full name of the file. Black man unleashes banana, my old buddy Ode Biao, this damn thing. The next morning. Star garbage dump. A mechanical head slowly opened its eyes. The high priest of the Abyss Church looked around. He, didn't expect it. I'm still alive. This world will ultimately be destroyed by me. Keek. Suddenly, a faint pain shot through his body. What? I have a body now. It must be my disciples who found me and got me a handsome body. At least, this group of kids has a conscience. I can go flirt again. He kept feeling his body. His back was straight, strong hind legs, a body full of explosive power, as if he could jump 3 meters high. Especially, this body seemed to have endless vitality. Seeing the house in front of him, he felt an impulse to tear it down. What a good body, and this constant urge to destroy is just perfect for me. The high priest was very pleased, but as he felt pleased, a wave of urgency hit him. Let me take a leak first. He elegantly walked to the corner, slowly lifted a hind leg. A stream of water. Damn it, how the hell do I pee with a raised hind leg? He suddenly looked up and saw himself in the mirror. In an instant, it felt like being struck by lightning. Which bastard put this dog's body on me? At that moment, Xingchen kicked him. You just came back to life and you're already peeing everywhere, looking for death. Xingchen, not satisfied with just one kick, added another. The kicked high priest felt wronged. That's right, Xingchen had run over a dog yesterday. To express his apology, he decided to give the dog a head. Thus, the high priest's head was undoubtedly placed on the husky's body. Looking at his perfect work, Xingchen couldn't help but sigh. It seems his head-swapping skills are still so proficient. Perfect, parfait cote. I am truly the greatest benefactor in the world. Xingchen was smug. Let me give you a name. Seeing you are black and white all over, I'll call you De Huang. Come, De Huang, sit, shake hands, do a backflip, perform a set of military boxing. The high priest was dumbfounded. What kind of opening is this? He had been reborn, but not completely. In an instant, all the unwillingness and anger surged in his heart. He roared, "Woof woof woof! Even if I have to be a dog, I will still accomplish my grand ambitions. Woof woof woof! I will never be an ordinary dog, let me show you my power." Suddenly, his nose twitched, as if he had caught a whiff of the most fragrant thing in the world. "Woof woof woof! I've tasted all the delicacies in the world, but I've never smelled anything this fragrant." He kicked off with his hind legs and dashed out. A vicious dog pounced and arrived at the toilet. "What the hell, it's poo. I, the great high priest, would rather jump off the second immortal bridge than eat poo." However, the next moment, "Oh my god, it's really fragrant, woo woo woo," he cried while eating. "It's over, I can't go back now, slap." Xingqian delivered a big slap. "Damn it, Da Huang. Just resurrected and you're already eating, get out and wash your mouth." Then with another kick he sent Da Huang into the yard. Da Huang was kicked awake. "What the hell, how did I eat shit, how can I, the great high priest, be tainted by dog nature?" He swore loudly. "I must restrain myself, I cannot be blinded by desire." Suddenly, he saw an elegant little female dog outside the door, prancing happily. "Ah whoa, ah whoa, ah whoa." He lunged forward at #% $% at hashtag. At this moment, Xingqian had already returned to the bedroom. Leaning on the bed, a panel appeared in his mind. Merit 1002 can open the Merit store open. Accompanied by a twitch all over his body, everything became dull. Merit store open. Reward system backpack 1 lottery system opened. Rewards 10 consecutive draws. Once, random equipment draw once. Reward, 1 primary upgrade pill. Note: the primary upgrade pill does not require special delivery methods and can be obtained directly from the store. Xingqian's eyes lit up. This system is quite generous. It's worth all the good deeds he's done. Indeed, good people are rewarded. Let's eat a primary upgrade pill to replenish my body first. The next second, a pill the size of a basketball appeared in Xingqian's hand out of nowhere. Primary upgrade pill, abbreviated as birth pill. Description: replenishes kidney deficiency, makes a strong man. He's good. I'm good. Xingqian's face darkened. Damn, this abbreviation is a bit magical. And what the hell does "he's good, I'm good" even mean? Xingqian stared at the basketball-sized birth pill and couldn't help but think of a certain old friend. Such a big 6-flavor Remania pill, it'll kill me. This shouldn't be called an upgrade pill, it should be called an upgrade ball. Then, Xingqian began to gnaw on it. Oh my, it's really fragrant. I have to say, this upgrade ball tastes really good. The chicken flavor is quite filling. Moments later, a warm current surged, and he felt a surge of power throughout his body. Level +1 level, Black Iron 3 stars. Xingqian was in a good mood. Didn't he just level up? With a couple more Remania pills, he could directly reach Black Iron 5 stars. Simple and easy, he could wipe out the competition. This is much better than eating spirit beads. Spirit beads have usage restrictions. You can only eat one a day, and if you eat too many, you can't digest them, and you won't gain experience, at most just replenishing a bit of blue. To level up from Black Iron 2 stars to 3 stars, you'd need to eat spirit beads for at least a month. But the upgrade pill is different. This thing can be eaten freely at the Black Iron level, and it's no problem to level up 10 levels in a day. Haha, let's get started. He opened the Merit store. Primary upgrade pill, 1000 Merit/1 pill. What the hell, why is it so expensive? A scammer. Xingqian's mouth twitched. Too expensive, can't afford it, can't afford it. Let's draw first. 10 consecutive draws begin. Congratulations, host, you've drawn a system blessing. This system wishes you a prosperous and carefree future. Congratulations, host, you've drawn a system blessing. This system wishes you a prosperous and carefree future. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a system blessing. This system wishes you a prosperous and carefree time ahead. A series of 10 blessing rewards appeared. Xingqian's face was darker than ever. Did I eat a non-entity or something? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a guaranteed reward, a copy of the Diamond Sutra. Reciting the original text once grants you 1 point of merit. Xingqian was taken aback as a copy of the Diamond Sutra appeared before him. With a mindset of giving it a try, he began to recite. The first division of the Dharma Assembly. All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. Like dew and lightning, one should view them like this. An hour passed. Xingqian was drenched in sweat, struggling with many obscure characters, his head pounding, but he finally finished. Merit +1. Xingqian finally turned to the last page. Suggested retail price 5 yuan, available at major bookstores and platforms. Xingqian, Sigma? Yuan dog system, get the hell out of here. Sorry, the system is under maintenance, unable to call intelligent service. Please operate by yourself. Sorry, damn it, and you're even flaunting English. Xingqian's face had never been this dark. The last lottery draw. Random equipment lottery starting drawing. Congratulations, host. You have won a divine artifact mobile phone. Merit phone. Quality gold product. Description: can attack, can defend, can crack walnuts, can take pictures of dog. Xingqian's eyes lit up. Finally, this system store had some conscience. He had just lost his phone, and now it was replaced. Xingqian opened the system, rummaged through his backpack for a long time but found nothing. Wait, where's My phone? This system is a materialist system, did you forget? System equipment will be obtained in a reasonable and legal manner. Xingqian's face, which had just lightened a bit, darkened again. He remembered how he had obtained that speaker last time. Damn, this is a trap. Just then, De Huang sneaked back home. He had a brick in his mouth. The high priest was quite pleased. He had gone out to run an errand and unexpectedly found a legendary level piece of equipment. He had to hide it carefully so that kid wouldn't find out. Hey, spit it out. Xingqian rushed over with a big bag full of ownerly concern. De Huang couldn't hold it and spat out the brick in his mouth. Xingqian picked it up and his heart sank. There was a screen on the brick. Is this really my phone? Indeed, it can crack walnuts and take pictures of dogs. Power on. A man's powerful voice came through. In America, there are apples. In China, there are bricks. The brick phone, the only designated device of the Walnut Cracking Association of China. Daliang, it's time for your medicine. Xingqian's face was filled with dark lines gradually spilling out from the screen. Dog system, you better come out. Sorry, the system is under maintenance. Please call again later. Sorry, damn it. Forget it. At least he had a phone now. Just didn't know what its functions were? He would study it slowly. Xingqian casually picked up a brick from the corner and tossed it to De Huang. Here, De Huang, use this to cover your doghouse. I took yours. De Huang, why is your face so dark? Did you find too many bitches and get kidney deficiency? Let me tell you, as a dog, you need to know moderation. After a round of instigation, Xingqian successfully shifted his unhappiness onto De Huang. He happily studied his phone. This phone was pretty good, with plenty of battery, large memory, and it didn't lag at all. Moreover, when the screen was off, it displayed the color of a brick. Basically, no one could tell it was a phone. Playing with this in class will be absolutely awesome. After finishing with his phone, Xingqian tossed all his gear into the system backpack. The backpack wasn't large, only 3 cubic meters of space. The chaotic sound system took up nearly half of it. He also threw in the tricycle, which occupied almost the other half. Fortunately, the tricycle had its own space. He tossed in the Gatling armor as well. This thing was quite useful. Then he decided to add 100 bottles of mineral water. This was essential for his survival. He tossed in some miscellaneous items: bricks, sand, lime, manhole covers, cucumbers, frying pans, basically anything he could find. A true master could turn every blade of grass and tree into a weapon. After packing, the backpack was completely full. Although the backpack could be upgraded, each upgrade cost 1,000 merit points. Xingqian decisively gave up on that. Everything seemed to cost 1,000 merit points. He suspected the system was peaking at his balance. Xingqian continued to explore his system store. There weren't many unlocked items, just a few pills and some small items. And they were ridiculously expensive. Each item had 2 options below, one for purchase and one for a description. So, Xingqian, unable to resist, clicked on the description of the basic upgrade pill. Congratulations, host, purchase successful, acquired 1 basic upgrade pill. At the same time, the description of the basic upgrade pill popped up. Basic upgrade pill, level +1, effective for black iron level. Note: the pills are so dirty, don't think about leaving without buying. Xingqian, Omega, damn it, this system is a scam. With tears in his eyes, Xingqian consumed the upgrade pill. He had to admit, this thing was quite substantial. Selling for 1,000 merit points wasn't too much of a scam. After finishing the second upgrade pill, he felt as if he had just eaten 5 bowls of rice. Fortunately, he had a big appetite. Otherwise, an average person wouldn't be able to handle even one. Whoa, my merit points, whoa, so delicious. Level +1 level, black iron 4 stars. Gained an additional attribute point without hesitation. Xingqian added it to speed. Speed +1, a man must be fast. He looked at his single-digit merit points and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Sigh, time to get back to work. So, Xingqian opened the wolf friend group. At this moment, outside the garbage dump, a group of men in black had arrived at the entrance. The black donkey had come for revenge with a group of little brothers. The black donkey was bowing and scraping to a tall, thin man. Brother Dao, this is the place. You must avenge us, we've been completely taken advantage of by him. What a useless thing, really embarrassing for our big boss. Watch me teach him a lesson, let's tear down this garbage dump. Brother Dao, be careful. This kid is quite sinister. And his sister, she was about to hang herself, but then she was out and about again. Brother Dao looked disdainful. I say, have you been hit in the head? Do you think I'm a silver level power user? Who's easy to mess with? At this, everyone stood in awe. Brother Dao's reputation was not just for show. Back in the day, his bloodletting tactics had taken down many. Let's go, brothers, I'll avenge you. The crowd, armed with weapons, marched towards the garbage dump. Suddenly, they saw Da Huang trying to practice driving with a little female dog. Damn, what a sight to see right outside. The little female dog, seeing the aggressive group, instantly blushed and ran away, leaving Da Huang alone, feeling uncomfortable. He then glared fiercely at the crowd. Woof woof woof, give me back my little female dog. Brother Dao saw this and laughed outright. Damn, this dog is interesting. Its head must be made of iron, probably rusty, not even scared of me. The crowd burst into laughter. The black donkey laughed too. Doggy, doggy, you must be feeling bad without your little female dog. Come look at me. Saying this, he provocatively patted his backside. Da Wang got angry. The stars bullying him was one thing, he had no way to deal with it. But this group of little minions was also picking on him. Woof woof woof. The crowd laughed even louder upon hearing this. Look, he's angry, Woof. Looking for death. After a furious roar, Big Yellow lunged forward like a vicious dog pouncing on its prey. Brother Knife looked disdainful and threw a punch. However, a scream echoed. Brother Knife's arm was directly bitten off. Big Yellow took another bite and went on a rampage. The ferocity was comparable to a large hunting scene. Woo. Aha. Brother Knife, bitten and panicking, fled in a hurry, disappearing far away. Hey, Brother Knife, why did you leave? Well, my wife's ex-boyfriend is here, and I'm at home sleeping. I need to go cook for them. The crowd, straight-faced I have to say, Brother Knife really has some skills. He ran away so fast. With a whoosh, he vanished without a trace. Big Yellow turned around, glaring fiercely at the black donkey and the others. Whoa, damn. Hashtag, the black donkey cursed while running. Where the hell did this wild dog come from? It even bites and goes for the ass. My butt. In less than 3 minutes, everyone was bitten and covered in wounds. Don't bite me, I have hemorrhoids. I have 3 little female dogs at home, I'll bring them back to you, just don't bite me. QQQ. The scene was chaotic. Big Yellow vented all the grievances he had suffered at the hands of the stars these days. The area was filled with wails. No one could have imagined how ferocious the guard at this garbage dump was. Moreover, it seemed to have endless strength. It even seemed to breathe fire. A nuclear-powered battery, how could it not be strong? At this moment, the stars were chatting excitedly in the group. Suddenly, they heard Big Yellow's chaotic barking outside. Big Yellow, I've said it before, if you're going to be a dog, you need to know restraint. Besides, you guys aren't taking safety measures. What if something happens? The stars walked out of the house in slippers, annoyed. Raising a dog is really not worry-free, I might as well raise a sister. He slowly walked out. The scene before him made him gasp. The big men were covered in bites, their clothes tattered. Big Yellow was fiercely attacking the black donkey's rear. Damn, where's the rescue? The big men looked at the stars as if they had seen a savior. They all looked at him with hopeful expressions. The stars were taken aback. Bang! He slammed the door shut. This is not my dog, don't think you can ask me for medical expenses. The crowd, what a sin. After 2 days of fierce battles, the stars finally accumulated 1,000 merits and purchased a basic upgrade pill. He successfully upgraded to a black iron 5-star. However, as the saying goes, a general success comes at the cost of countless bones. In these 2 days, countless wolf friends were battered and bruised. Some even considered quitting the circle. Privately, everyone became more united. They strictly scrutinized the identities of those entering the group to ensure that no great benefactor like the stars could get in. The level of unity in the entire industry underwent an evolution. Meanwhile, in these days, Wu Di was also feeling quite frustrated. He had transferred to 3 hospitals in a row. Each time, he was beaten up as soon as he entered the ward. This caused his injuries to keep recurring, and he couldn't recover at all. Just last night, after transferring hospitals, he was blocked by a group of people. Without asking any questions, they just started beating him up. This made Wu Di's worldview collapse a bit. He suspected that the driver had leaked his whereabouts. Among the group attacking him, the driver was the loudest. Moreover, reliable sources revealed that this driver had previously spent 15 days in jail for violating Article 66 of the Huaxia Public Security Administration Punishment Law. This guy has a criminal record. But what was it for? Just because I'm too beautiful? That can't be it. I, Wu Di, worked diligently. Aside from enjoying showing off and acting cool, I haven't done anything bad. This leaves him feeling frustrated and puzzled. If something doesn't make sense, there's no point in thinking about it. Because the door to my hospital room has already been pushed open. A group of people rushes in. Immediately, the room is filled with screams that sound like pigs being slaughtered. Monday is the beginning of all evil. The demon of everyone in the world. An expert once suggested that Monday should be abolished and everyone should start their week on Tuesday. But in the end, it never happened. To this day, everyone is still dominated by the terrifying Monday. At Zhenghuai No. 3 Middle School, all the students dragged their weary bodies to school. Ugh, I don't know why, but the moment I step into school, I feel so sleepy. Could it be that school is a sacred place invented by ancient people to cure insomnia? A classmate exclaimed. It was as if a goblin had discovered a new continent. Come on, school was invented by Confucius to recruit little brothers. Xingchen doused him with a bucket of cold water. Everyone's faces darkened. They couldn't even refute him. It felt a bit off, but they couldn't pinpoint what the problem was. Just then, a proctor walked in. Students, starting today, we have a cultural exam. Prepare for the test. The top 30 students in the grade can enter the special training team and enjoy the best educational resources in the school, the proctor said while tearing open the exam paper. At this moment, Xingchen sat below, full of confidence. A little cultural exam can't stump me? I can easily get into the special training team. Then, the cultural exam began. Xingchen looked at the densely packed paper and fell into deep thought. Damn, this cultural exam is better off not being taken. Then, smack, smack, oh my, it smells so good. Creak, 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 creak. Boo! The sounds of grinding teeth, farting, and snoring were endless. The proctor's face was filled with frustration. He walked over and knocked on Xingchen's desk. Bang, bang, bang. Stop sleeping. Xingchen looked at him in confusion. Is it time to go home? Proctor, no, you can't sleep during the exam. Sorry, teacher, I won't sleep anymore. The proctor was taken aback, not expecting him to be so compliant. For a moment he couldn't find a way to criticize him. Xingchen shook his head and sat up straight. Then he began flipping through the exam paper incessantly. Everyone was focused on answering questions. Suddenly, the sound of flipping pages was heard. A sense of panic arose in his heart. This question is so difficult. How can someone already be on the next page? Looking at the time, almost half had passed. Everyone felt even more anxious. Swish, swish, swish. Xingchen, bored, kept flipping through the exam paper. Many people directly gave up on the difficult questions they had almost solved. They just started working on the back of the paper, their mindset completely crumbling. Xingchen, what are you doing? The proctor questioned. Oh, I'm just warming up my hands before answering. The proctor's mouth twitched. You can't frequently flip through the exam paper during the test. Oh, okay, teacher, I understand. After a while, Xingchen suddenly stood up. Teacher, don't you think the second to last question has an error? Instantly, everyone's gaze focused on him. Then they looked at the second to last question. I said I couldn't do it, turns out it was an error. Some people below began to whisper. The proctor picked up the paper and calculated for a moment. This question is fine, take another look. Sorry, teacher, I meant the last question, Xingchen said. The proctor's face gradually darkened. If you can't do it, just lie down and sleep. Teacher, you just said we can't sleep during the exam. The proctor, soon, the bell for submitting papers rang. The proctor quickly collected the exam papers and fled from class 8. It was terrifying. The cultural exam consisted of 6 subjects and took 2 days. As a master of time management, Xingchen made full use of the exam time. Sometimes he took a nap. Sometimes he held a brick and laughed foolishly. Whenever a proctor came to check on his brick, they never found anything. There was no rule against holding a brick and laughing foolishly during the exam. And so, 2 days passed. The cultural classes finally ended. Xingchen rode a tricycle carrying Zhang Debao leisurely on their way home from school. Xingchen, how did you do on the cultural exam? I just wrote whatever, then slept after finishing. What about you, Debao? Zhang Debao scratched his head. I didn't know anything, just went with my gut. As expected, we are good brothers. Right, Debao? Zhang Debao patted his chest. Of course, good brothers for life. Xingchen grinned mischievously. Then, good brother, lend me some money. Zhang Debao. Carrot, I'll give you my life. The tricycle continued to sway forward. On the tricycle, Xingchen happily sang a charming song. Just caught a few monsters, subdued a few demons. Why are there so many spirits and phantoms? Hee. Take a hit from me, old son. Oh wow, the pitch is too high, but the voice is still so charming. Hee. Suddenly, a Land Rover came rushing by. It almost hit Xingchen's tricycle. Hey, don't you have eyes? A man in the Land Rover shouted. Xingchen turned around to look. Damn, is someone trying to mess with me? Just then, a little golden figure got out from the back seat of the car. Oh, isn't this brother Wang Tong? Did the surgery go well? Xingchen said. Wang Tong trembled with anger, his golden body seeming to radiate fury. Xingchen, I warn you, stay away from Mu Qianxue. Xingchen was taken aback, then quickly understood. So you're Mu Qianxue's sycophant, here's a piece of clothing for you. Xingchen casually tossed over a t-shirt. Wang Tong, a bit dazed, caught the t-shirt and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The t-shirt had a 4-in-1 mythical beast printed on it. It was the double-sided boiling little tiger battle robe. Zhang Debao chuckled. Brother Wang Tong, welcome to the Sycophant Club. Remember our club's poem? Xingchen was surprised. When did you have a club poem? I wrote it during the Chinese exam yesterday. I'll read it once, remember it. Zhang Debao cleared his throat. Ahem. Sycophant quatrain. Zhang Debao, live as a dog, die as a sycophant. Double-sided boiling little tiger, Tom accompanies my life. Xingchen chimed in. Debao, you really have a way with words. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Dog raised. Ashamed. Impressed. Wang Tang's face was dark with anger. Hey, do you even understand what I'm saying? We understand, you're a sycophant. If you want to join the club, pay the membership fee and the battle rope fee, a total of 5,000. Wang Tang's nose twisted in. Anger, he threw the battle robe in frustration. Damn membership fee, Xingchen, if you have the guts, let's really fight. Xingchen raised his hand and touched Wang Tang's forehead. Not feverish? Why are you so confused? I said, Wang Tong, there are laws in the country, rules in the school, and among friends, you don't know that school rules prohibit fighting? Wang Tang pushed Xingchen's hand away. I will bark at you, if you back down, don't bother Qianxue. Xingchen spread his hands and said, you want to fight, right? Tonight at 10, wait for me in the small woods of Zhonghua Park. Okay, you have guts, no matter the outcome, just say you fell. Alright, it's a deal. After saying that, Wang Tong got into the Land Rover and quickly left the school. Xingchen also hopped back on his beloved tricycle, swaying all the way home. Jean de Beos expressed his concern. Xingchen, are you really going to fight him? If not, I'll ask my dad to find someone to take care of him. Xing Yui continued pedaling the tricycle. No need, I'm not going. What kind of good person goes out in the middle of the night for that? Let him cool off by himself, I still have to pick up trash. When Xingchen got home, he took a comfortable shower. He pulled out his brick-like phone and started scrolling through Douyin videos. He had been accumulating merits these past few days and hadn't had time for entertainment. Just as he was scrolling, he stumbled upon a video of himself. Shocking. A man pedals his tricycle at 400 miles per hour to chase his girlfriend. The video showed him frantically pedaling the tricycle in pursuit of a sports car. The footage was taken from a Porsche 911. The speedometer of the Porsche had already hit 300 miles per hour. Then, a tricycle zoomed past in a flash. The Porsche couldn't even see the tricycle's taillights anymore. The comments section exploded. In ancient times, a Cadillac chased a high-speed train. Today, a tricycle youth chases a supercar. It's not that the Cadillac can't afford it, the tricycle is just more cost-effective. What brand is this tricycle? Where can I buy one? Reply, a screenshot of the tricycle. It says on the tricycle, the best ever. Pulled, it should be the historically best tricycle. That's the god of tricycles, the deity of our tricycle faith. How about joining the tricycle church and becoming a tricycle believer, speeding on the roads? Sign my dad up, he plays mahjong with 3 old ladies every day and loses all his pension. Sign my mom up too, she was an athlete when she was young but had both legs amputated. Later. And my dad. And my mom. The comments section was filled with voices of filial piety. Xingchen was speechless, he had inadvertently become the god of a church. At that moment, the class group chat also started discussing the topic. Everyone, look, isn't that Xingchen riding the tricycle? I have to say, his posture on the tricycle is quite cool. Seeing his leg speed makes me a bit unsteady. This is a class group, not a driving group. At Xingchen, where did you buy that tricycle? I want to get one too. At Xingchen +1. Seeing the group chat buzzing, Xingchen decided to join in on the fun. I got it for free with my ramen. Everyone looked confused. What ramen comes with a free tricycle? I think you just rode off with the ramen stall. Wow, is Night Brother that fierce? After Night Brother passes, nothing grows here. By the way, why hasn't class leader Wang Tang come to the group? I heard he had surgery recently, he should be recovering. In the small woods of Zhonghua Park, a cold wind blew, making Wang Tong shiver. Achoo! It was already past midnight. The night was very dark, but it couldn't compare to the darkness on Wang Tang's face at that moment. Where's the promised fight? Where is he? Wang Tong, eager to familiarize himself with the terrain, carefully inspected every tree, fearing that Xingchen had set a trap in advance. He had even calculated and rehearsed hundreds of tactics in advance. For this, Wang Tang arrived at the small woods at 6:30. After observing countless love stories in the woods, he finally couldn't hold back. So he checked his phone. Wang Tong, confused face? Damn it, I'm waiting to fight and you guys are chatting away in the group? Wang Tang, Xingchen, where the hell are you? You know how many cheesy love stories I've witnessed here alone? In front of the phone screen, everyone was astonished. Wow, what are they doing in the small woods? Star, I know you've been drooling over my beauty for a long time, but I'm really not into that. I heard that the girl next door, Ruhua, has that hobby. Why don't you two give it a try? Wang Tang almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, I've been waiting alone in the small woods for over 5 hours. Do you know how cold it is in there? Star, I've already messaged Ruhua. She said she would shave her chest hair tonight and come find you, so you'll have to wait a bit longer. Everyone? Whoa, there's gossip. Spill the tea. Is this gossip ripe? Shall we go check it out tonight? Wang Tang was so furious he felt like he might explode. He swore he had to defeat Star in front of the goddess to save face. So he pulled Mu Qianxue into the Class 8 group chat. Star, do you dare to duel me in front of the goddess Qianxue? Everyone perked up when they saw the school beauty Mu Qianxue had arrived. It turned out to be a fencing duel between 2 major simps. Star glanced at his phone. His fingers began to type. Who is Mu Qianxue? Is she the cafeteria lady? Everyone, Mu Qianxue? Carrot? Wang Tang, just say whether you dare or not. Star, what's there to be afraid of? It's just defeating you in front of the cafeteria lady. By the way, after I defeat you, will the lady's hands stop shaking? Wang Tong was about to explode with anger. Tomorrow night, at the duel arena, everyone come witness me defeat him. Everyone started debating back and forth. However, Star had already laid down in bed and was fast asleep. What kind of good person stays up past midnight? Anyone who stays up past midnight isn't a good person. They're all handsome guys and beautiful girls. As the saying goes, the early bird gets the worm, but the early worm gets eaten by the bird. If you're going to be a worm, you have to accept being a worm. Why wake up early? To feed the birds? So Star was late once again. At this time, the school testing hall was packed with people. Star quietly slipped into the crowd without making a sound. He weaved through the crowd like a big rat. After 5 minutes of effort, he finally squeezed into the last row of his class's line. Fortunately, I wasn't spotted by Chen the Bald. He let out a long sigh of relief. Then he caught sight of a shiny head right next to him. Whoa, what are you doing here? The homeroom teacher, Chen Tu, was staring at him intently. I'm here waiting for a rabbit. Star scratched his head. Teacher, if I'm the rabbit, then who is the pig? Chen Tu, today's exam is for ability scoring levels and practical combat. It doesn't really mean much. In the testing hall, everyone had already lined up, waiting for the test. Next up is Class 8. Please get ready, said a testing teacher. Wang Tong, please come up for the test. A small golden figure, with dark circles under his eyes, slowly walked onto the stage. There was no helping it, he had waited until after 2 o'clock yesterday. Finally, he had waited for Ru Hua, who had a face full of stubble. Then, Wang Tong, please demonstrate your ability. Wang Tong exerted himself, and golden light erupted all around him. Then he punched the testing machine. Bang! A loud sound echoed. The testing machine displayed the values. Ability talent, S, level, bronze 2-star, attribute, gold, attack power, 38, defense power, 54, practical score, 66. The crowd below was filled with envious glances. As expected of the class leader, an S-level ability with bronze 2-star, he's definitely in the special training team now. His family has been feeding him spiritual energy beads since he was little, with all kinds of rare materials and even hired private tutors for training. There's no way we can compare. Wang Tong held his head high, looking down his nose at Star, then walked off the stage. Next, Huang Yao. A sweet-looking girl walked onto the stage. Please demonstrate your ability. Huang Yao's right hand formed a claw and a ball slowly appeared above it. The ball spun rapidly, and spirals of energy gradually emerged around it. Then Huang Yao shouted loudly. The ball in her right hand struck the testing device directly. Boom! The testing device emitted a faint sound. Ability talent, a level, bronze 2 stars attribute, wind attack power, 52 defense power, 21 practical rating, 56. Huang Yao shook her head and slowly walked off the stage. It seems that getting into the special training team is a bit uncertain now. But Huang Manhwa is good at cultural subjects. With her academic performance, she should be able to squeeze into the top 30 of the grade. After Huang Yao's test, Class 8's results were simply dismal. There wasn't a single one that could hold its own. The scores were shockingly low. The homeroom teacher, Chen Tu, couldn't bear to look. What kind of students had he cultivated? Even if they were useless in abilities, none had reached the level to qualify for bronze. The tests continued one after another. Soon, only the two prodigies, Wulong and Fengshu, remained. Next, Zhang Daba. Zhang Daba slowly walked up to the stage. Please demonstrate your ability. Zhang Daba was taken aback. How was he supposed to demonstrate it? Should he just punch it? Earlier, a classmate with an E-level ability had eaten grapes really fast. After searching for grapes for a long time and finding none, he just punched the machine. The result showed an attack power of 5. With Zhang Daba's bronze 1-star physique, cultivated from staying up late eating spirit beads, he should be able to deliver at least a dozen attack power with a punch. Just as Zhang Daba was lost in thought, Xingchen pulled a bunch of fresh flowers from a vase nearby. Daba, take this. Zhang Daba's eyes lit up. Then he glanced at Huang Yao, who was standing in the front row. Huang Yao felt a chill from his gaze and quietly took 2 steps back, planning to escape. Zhang Daba wouldn't give her the chance. He dashed forward in a single leap. Huang Yao, I've actually liked you for a long time. Let me be your loyal dog. Everyone at the scene gasped in shock. Damn, Zhang Daba is too much of a dog. Huang Yao was so frightened that cold sweat poured down her body, her eyes wide as she looked at the homeroom teacher for help. No, I have a loyal dog already. The crowd was momentarily stunned. I've never encountered such a rare way of rejection before. Haha, what use is Zhang Daba's ability? Just as the words left his mouth, a huge chandelier from the rooftop fell straight down. It crashed onto the testing device. Boom! The testing device began to display data. Ability talent, F level, bronze 1-star attack power, 76 defense power, 5 practical rating, 88. The crowd was left speechless. Damn, this ability is something. As long as he acts like a loyal dog, he'll get stronger. He can't be the main character, right? Zhang Daba smiled proudly and swaggered off the stage. Xingchen, did you see? Wasn't that a show? Xingchen's face was filled with black lines. Suddenly, he felt that this little luck of the loyal dog was quite nice. Next, Xingchen. Xingchen slowly walked up to the stage. A murmur of disappointment arose from the audience. What a waste of this SSS level ability. It's only Black Iron 1 star, simply useless. The school has regulations to enter the special training team, at least. Black Iron 5 stars are required. He has no chance. At this moment, Wang Tong was already happily preparing to feast. Oh, the trash is on stage 3S level. The testing machine won't even be able to display the values. Xingchen ignored him and walked straight to the testing machine. Taking a deep breath, he formed his right hand into a palm and swung it around to give the testing machine a big slap. Smack! The sound was deafening. Everyone was stunned. Did he just slap the testing machine? What kind of combat power could that possibly have? However, the next moment, the testing machine emitted a deafening explosion. Boom! A dazzling flash of fire burst forth from the testing machine. A large hole was blown out from the inside of the machine. The attack plate at the front was sent flying to the ceiling. A wave of air rushed in, stinging everyone's faces. The entire venue fell silent. Wang Tong was completely dumbfounded. What the hell was this outrageous damage? Holy crap! Is this the legendary judgment of justice? Did it just explode? Everyone stared blankly at the large hole in the testing machine. A chill ran through their bodies. The testing machine, with its last breath, displayed the score for Xingchen. Ability talent, SSS level, Black Iron 5 stars attack power, 100 defense power, practical score? Then, with a crackle, it fell. Completely silent. Xingchen scratched his head and looked at the principal in the crowd. Principal, the testing machine is broken. I don't have to pay for it, right? The principal was stunned. Pay? For what? Your focus is a bit off. No, it's just a little broken. I can fix it with some money. Xingchen's eyes lit up. Principal, how much does it cost to fix a testing machine? The principal's face darkened. You really want to pay, huh? You really don't have to pay. Just go back and cultivate properly. At that moment, the school worker hurried over to check the situation. Principal, the testing machine is broken. The repair cost will be about 10,000. The principal's mouth twitched. Why the hell is it so expensive? I should have made that kid pay. However, Xingchen's eyes brightened again. Principal, give me the job. I can fix it for only 8,000. The principal nearly spat out blood. Damn, you were just waiting for me to say that. Although the testing machine was broken, everyone had completed their tests. The crowd happily left school. Only the principal felt heartache as he approached the testing hall. He was prepared to take a look at the old companion that had been with him for over 10 years. He quietly pushed the door open and walked into the hall. A scene that shocked him for 30 years appeared before him. Holy crap, coach! The testing machine had actually been repaired? The machine on the stage looked brand new, far better than it did before it was broken. The principal was astonished and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Which repairman is this fast? Then he noticed a note on the testing machine. Principal, I'm very sorry for breaking the testing machine. As compensation, I have already repaired it. I hope you can forgive me. By the way, you can just give me the 8,000 in cash. Xingchen the principal nearly spat out blood. Neo plus H2 equals Ni plus H2O. What a sin. Before 6 o'clock, the Duel arena in Jianhuai City was packed with people. These people were roughly divided into two groups. One group came to support Wang Tong, while the other came to watch Xingchen's joke. There was no helping it. There was a significant level difference. Moreover, Wang Tong was an S-level ability user who had received various martial arts training since childhood. Especially in karate, he had already achieved the highest honor of a black belt at 9 Dan. He was known as the big brother in the karate world. Everyone looked at Xingchen. Apart from being an SSS level, he seemed like just a salted fish. There was no helping it. The gap between bronze and black iron levels was still quite large. On the 20-meter by 20-meter arena, a referee uncle slowly stepped onto the stage. The duel arena is generally divided into regulated and unregulated duel arenas. In a regulated duel, both parties can choose the rules and venue themselves. They can limit punches and kicks, prohibiting throat locks or groin kicks, etc. Or they can restrict weapons, whether cold or hot weapons, etc. In an unregulated duel arena, there are no such restrictions. As long as no one is killed or seriously injured, you can do whatever you want and use whatever weapons you like. Of course, both parties should also privately agree on some small details in advance. Otherwise, one side pulled out a baseball bat, glaring fiercely. The other side smiled wickedly, and from some unknown crevice, a tiger tank emerged. To prevent any fatalities, a high-level referee was usually assigned to ensure that no one would be killed or disabled. The referee cleared his throat and slowly spoke. Hello everyone, I am the referee for this match, and on the streets, people call me Thunderhand when Tai Lai. This duel will follow the no rules format. As long as you don't kill or maim each other, you can use any weapons and techniques. Now, please have both sides enter the arena. Wang Tong stepped onto the dueling ground, his whole body shining with golden light. Below, a crowd cheered enthusiastically. Wang Tong, you're so handsome. Kill that trash. Even Xingchen and Zhang Debeos joined in the cheering. Go, young master. Wang, dashing and unparalleled. Xingchen shouted. Young Master Wang is mighty and imposing, incredibly handsome. Zhang Debeos added. Indeed, these were the extras Wang Tong had hired. After the shouting, the group leader distributed money to each of them. You shouted well. Young Master Wang decided to give each of you an extra $100. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. The group leader kept handing out money. Xingchen and Zhang Debeos also received $100. Thank you, big brother. Yes, keep shouting. If young Master Wang wins the match, there will be more benefits. Understood. So the two became even more enthusiastic. Go, young Master Wang. Class leader Wang is the coolest. Xingchen and Zhang Debeos shouted with all their might, sweating profusely. Nearby, an older extra shouted encouragement while glancing at Xingchen. Bro, are you also an extra? Yeah, what's up, big brother? We can just shout casually, no need to put in so much effort. Xingchen shook his head. Big brother, that's not right. As a qualified extra, we must act the part, especially since young Master Wang directly tipped an extra $100. What reason do we have not to give it our all? The older brother felt a bit ashamed upon hearing this. Bro, well said, let's work hard together. So the three of them put in even more effort. Wang Tong, the handsome guy, blow up that trash on the arena. Wang Tang was quite puzzled as to why Xingchen hadn't come yet. Did he run away again? However, these extras were really giving it their all, shouting so loudly that they might get extra chicken legs. Just then, he unconsciously looked towards the crowd. His mouth twitched involuntarily, because he just happened to see Xingchen in the crowd, shouting the loudest and putting in the most effort. Wang Tong, confused face? What the hell? What money are you willing to earn? Xingchen, get your ass on stage now. Wang Tong shouted down at him. Seeing this, Xingchen hurriedly stepped out of the crowd. Sorry, I was just doing a part-time job to earn some pocket money and forgot about the duel. The crowd twitched their lips. It seemed like you were the one shouting the loudest just now. Especially the older extra beside him was dumbfounded. What the hell, after shouting for so long, you're the main character? The group leader was also confused. Damn, how did we end up with this guy? At that moment, Xingchen happened to walk up to the group leader. Big brother, if you need extras in the future, just look for me. I have one advantage, I'm dedicated. The group leader had a face full of black lines. You're indeed dedicated, you're harsher on yourself than anyone else. After some hesitation, Xingchen finally got on stage. Brother Wang Tong, how did I perform just now? If you have this kind of work next time, just look for me directly. Don't let the group leader profit off the difference. Wang Tong had a face full of black lines. Are you ready to die? Xingchen shook his wrist. Come on, let's have a battle to test our bond. The winner becomes the class leader, and the loser chases after the beauty. Alright, the winner becomes the class leader, and the loser chases after. Wait a minute, something seems off. Wang Tang pondered for a moment. No, what does that have to do with Ru Hua? The one who wins will pursue Mu Qian Xue. The school doesn't allow boys and girls to date, didn't you know? Xingchen said with righteous indignation. Wang Tong trembled with anger. I damn well want a pursuer. What business is it of yours? Mu Qian Xue is right below. If you want a pursuer, go ahead, but if you can't be class president, then I'm leaving. With that, Xingchen turned and walked off the stage. Below, Mu Qian Xue bit her silver teeth tightly. 3. You wait, Xingchen, I'll post about you on social media when I get back. Wang Tang was dumbfounded on stage. How could this duel just end like that? If he didn't beat him up today, how could he justify hiring this group of water army? Wait, I can't give you the class president position, but if you beat me, I can give you 10 spirit beads. Xingchen's eyes lit up. Okay, thank you for the gift, boss. Wang Tong? The referee shook his bewildered head. Alright, this match will be an unrestricted duel. Any weapon that can be carried can be used. Can we start? Yes. Good, let the duel begin. The referee commanded. Wang Tang slowly pulled out a wolf tooth club from some unknown place. He grinned and said, Heh, kid, you didn't bring anything. What are you going to fight me with? At that moment, everyone below was stunned. Although it's an unrestricted match, brother Wang Tong, you don't need to sneak in such a big wolf tooth club, right? Xingchen glanced at him. Oh, that, I brought a little bit of equipment too. Wang Tong scoffed. What can your little pocket hold? A fruit knife. Ha ha. Xingchen remained unhurried and began to search. Everyone watched as he pulled out a large black coffin from who knows where. Bang! The large black coffin hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone was taken aback. What the hell? Where did he put the big black coffin? Then, they saw Xingchen calmly pull out a tricycle. Bang! Following that, all sorts of items began to appear on the stage. Bricks, frying pans, manhole covers, baseball bats, chainsaws, trash cans, turtle shells, pink hairdryers. Just as everyone was twitching at the corners of their mouths, Xingchen directly pulled a dog down from the tricycle. Wang Tong, what the hell? Why did you even bring a dog? Xingchen scratched his head. Isn't it said that we can't bring battle pets? Da Huang, who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Everyone was dumbfounded for a long time. Finally, they recovered from their shock. The onlookers swallowed hard. They noted down in their little notebooks that they shouldn't provoke the garbage collector in the future. Meanwhile, the group of extras realized in their astonishment that they were there to act, yet it seemed like they were watching a show. Instead, young Master Wang, boundless magic power, bear as a baby, flying to the west. Wrong shout, deduct money, defeat the garbage collector, go Wang Tong. Amidst the cheers, Wang Tong finally regained his composure. He looked at Xingchen, who was still pulling out things, and took a deep breath. No matter how many weapons you pull out, it's useless. Look at all these people supporting me. He then pointed to the crowd of extras and classmates behind him. Young Master Wang is so handsome. Wang Tang is mighty. Zhang Debao shouted loudly. The extras now had no one but Zhang Debao shouting the loudest. Everyone had a face full of black lines. This Feng Chao is quite dedicated, huh? Wang Tong, you've already been beaten into the inner circle, so stop pretending. Looking back at Xingchen, there was indeed nothing behind him. Wang Tong laughed heartily. No matter how I got my supporters, you just don't have any. Just then, the duel arena's door was kicked open. A large group of old men rushed in. Look, that's the god of the three wheels, the main deity of our three-wheel sect. Everyone come and worship. In this life, I am fortunate to see the god of the three wheels. My life is already without regrets. The old men raised banners, played the arrow, and beat drums as they rushed in. God of the three wheels, go for it, beat that little bastard. The crowd of old men shouted in unison. God of the three wheels, with boundless power, riding the three wheels, flying to the western heavens. Suddenly, an old man pointed at the three wheels on stage. Holy crap, look up there, is that the divine chariot we worship day and night, the imperial three wheels? Hurry, let me take a picture with the three wheels. Xingchen, straight face just. Then, an old man in a luxurious suit appeared out of nowhere. Believer Wang Fugue, greeting His Majesty the God of the Three Wheels, wishing your Majesty to defeat the strong enemy. Wang Teng gasped. In shock. Holy crap, why is Grandpa here? Wang Fugue was also taken aback. Ah, holy crap, you little brat, you dare to challenge the God of the Three Wheels. Wang Tang was almost going crazy. Where did this kid get so many supporters? Looking at the old men in the audience, none of them were easy targets. Retired leaders, union chairmen, masters of success, health experts, the head of the mixed Yuan Taiji sect, and even his own grandfather. Each one was a seasoned player with status. He gritted his teeth. The rules of the duel arena are protected by the highest duel law. No one can interfere. Xingchen, prepare to die. Watch my Wolf Fong 7-star stick technique. Wang Tang swung the Wolf Fong club, his whole body glowing with golden light, charging towards Xingchen. Xingchen remained calm. A handful of white ash was already ready in his hand. Whoosh! Wang Tang quickly closed his eyes to dodge the white ash attack. Ding! A sound of metal clashing rang out. Wang Tong hurriedly opened his eyes. He saw a frying pan fall from above his head. A slight tremor ran through his head. Xingchen, do you know what it means to have a body of indestructible diamond? Ha ha! Although his head was a bit dazed from the impact, this level of attack couldn't cause him much harm. Wang Tong continued to charge with the Wolf Fong club. Suddenly, boom! A large black coffin smashed down on Wang Tong, knocking him over. Holy crap, why do you throw everything? Xingchen scratched his head. I thought using the sound system consumes too much power. Throwing things is more economical. The crowd below looked bewildered. This kid didn't follow the usual fighting rules. Wang Tang got up, suppressing the tremors in his internal organs. He pushed off the ground with his legs, raised the Wolf Fong club above his head, and struck down towards Xingchen. Xingchen remained unfazed. It's you, Big Yellow. Ah whoa, ah whoa, ah whoa. Sigh, I can jump myself, don't grab my little braid. Xingchen grabbed a little braid of Big Yellow and swung him into the air. Ah whoa. I bite. Crack. Big Yellow bit down on Wang Tang's golden right leg, producing a sound of metal grinding. Woof. My teeth hurt. Wang Tang laughed heartily. You overestimate yourself. My diamond leg is something your dog mouth can bite. Xingchen, prepare to die. He wore a proud expression, ready to swing the Wolf Fong club. Suddenly, his expression twitched. Ah, holy crap, this dog has no sense of martial ethics. Just now, Big Yellow bit his diamond leg, making him quite angry. Suddenly, with a wise look, he scanned Wang Tang's body and found one part that wasn't diamond. So, he decided to bite Wang Tang's third leg. Ah, holy crap from a Kong AOC. $$ at $$M. It hurts, hissing, oh my god, oh my god. Wang Tang fell from the sky, covering the area he had just had surgery on with both hands. The color on his face changed rapidly, shifting through red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. After a long while, he finally calmed down, glaring fiercely at Xingchen. Xingchen scratched the back of his head. This has nothing to do with me, it's all De Huang's fault. De Huang, you're really too much. Tonight, I'm punishing you by not letting you eat shit. Everyone's lips twitched. What kind of monster is this kid reincarnated from? Wang Tong stood up again, raising the wolf tooth club in his hand. I'm going to kill you. Boom. A tricycle crashed down, knocking Wang Tong to the ground. Wang Tong was almost in tears. Damn it, can't you stop smashing everything? He struggled to get up and pushed the tricycle aside. Although he had an indestructible body and tough skin, he felt nothing. But being smashed by that frame, even his insides couldn't take it. Xingchen, I'm going to fight you. Thud. The referee slowly stood up from Wang Tong. Damn it, you have nothing left to use as a referee to smash? Xingchen scratched his head again. Nearly bald from scratching. Sorry, I've run out of big stuff, couldn't help it. The referee glared fiercely at Xingchen, and the duel continued. Wang Tong wobbled and stood up again. You little brat, now you have no big stuff left, kill. Wang Tong charged forward. Xingchen picked up a brick, a hairdryer, and a trash can from the ground and smashed them wildly. The sound of clanging echoed from Wang Tong's body. Sparks flew. Now his whole body ached almost entirely from internal injuries, his organs twisting in agony. The only external injury, and the most severe one, was the fiery pain between his legs. He gritted his teeth to hold back tears, having endured hardships and thorns. Finally charging in front of Xingchen, he raised the wolf tooth club high and then slammed it down. I'm going to smash you. I concede. Stop. The match is over. Wang Tong wins. Then Thunderhand Wen Tai Lai directly stepped between the two and announced the result. Wang Tong's club was caught by Wen Tai Lai. Time seemed to stand still. Wang Tong's feelings at that moment were complex. His head was buzzing and his heart was bleeding. Damn it, I haven't even hit you. How can you concede? I can't beat you, you're so strong. Xingchen clapped symbolically. So strong, so strong. Hey, fellow performers down there, hurry up and cheer. Only then did everyone snap out of their shock. Young Master Wang, so handsome. Young Master Wang won. The crowd of extras began to perform energetically. But no matter how you looked at it, it all felt half-hearted. At this moment, Xingchen rushed off the stage and grabbed the trophy and flower wreaths from the group leader. Group leader, you said I could come and act as a fan to present flowers. Just as the group leader was taken aback, Xingchen had already dashed back onto the stage. He shoved the trophy and flower wreath into Wang Tong's hands. Congratulations, young Master Wang, for winning the match. Where's the applause? Everyone, clap, 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 clap. The applause was warm and dense. Cheers rose and fell like at a concert. The atmosphere on site had reached a climax. However, everyone's faces were filled with black lines and disdain. Especially the old man from the tricycle group, who left with a dark expression. I can't bear to look, can't bear to look. Wang Tong finally came back to his senses from his daze. Xingchen, are you messing with me? Oh, brother Wang Tong, you can't say that. You won the match, your goal is achieved. You can pursue the beauty. Oh no, you can pursue the school beauty. Now. Wang Tong was taken aback. It seemed to be the case. Instantly, the joy in his heart overshadowed the pain in his body. Seeing him happy, Xingchen said, Brother Wang Tong, look, you've won. Can you give the extras some chicken legs? Wang Tong, damn it. Wang Tong, with tears in his eyes, had the extras distribute 500 to everyone again. Then he excitedly looked at the school. Beauty, Mu Qianxue. Qianxue, look, I won, let's be together. I refuse, I don't like boys who have had surgery. Wang Tong asks everyone for an emoji. Heaven, why are you treating me this way? Time flew by. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Only 2 months remained until the college entrance examination. The admission list for the special training team was also released. In the exclusive classroom for the special training team, there were only 30 admitted students, the principal, and the team leader, Wu Qing. At this moment, Wu Qing was reading the list. First place, Lin Yusin. Cultural score, 716. Ability, 93. Practical skills, 96. Level, bronze 6 stars. With an SS level ability, an absolutely prominent family background, and excellent grades in level. Taking first place was only natural. Second place, Yi Chen. The crooked-mouthed school hunk plus an S-level strength ability truly deserved it. Third place, Mu Qianxue. Unexpectedly, the milk type ability shot straight to third place. Fourth place, Lu Hua. Who is this? I haven't seen her for about half a month. Fifth place, Xiao Longxia. With an S-level summoning ability for little lobsters, he squeezed into fifth place. Sixth place, Wang Tong. Seventh place. Eighth place. 29th place, Zhang Daba. Everyone was stunned. What? Why is it him, Zhang Daba? Then they looked at his scores. Cultural score, 618. Ability, 16. Practical skills, 66. Level, bronze 1 star. Everyone's mouths twitched uncontrollably. How the hell does Zhang Daba have a bronze 1 star, and how did he get this 618 score? Xingchen also gasped. Daba, how the hell did you score over 600? Zhang Daba scratched his head. I just don't know anything, I just guessed. Suddenly, everyone seemed to understand something. Could this be the power of a little luck for a sycophant? All guesses were right. This F level might be a bit low. 30th place, Xingchen. Cultural score, 250. Ability, 100. Practical skills, 88. Again, he was last, but this time it was the last of the special training team. The team leader, Wu Qing, cleared his throat. Hello, students. My name is Wu Qing. I am the captain of the Jianghuai City Spirit Guard, and I have been invited by the school to lead this special training team. His voice was rough and powerful, with strong, penetrating force. Here, my rules are the rules, understand? Yes, everyone answered in unison. The principal nodded beside him, very satisfied with the captain he had invited. It seems my judgment is still good. Wu Qing continued his speech. In the next 2 months, you will undergo devilish training. If anyone can't handle it, you can choose to withdraw now. Those who stay must unconditionally obey my orders. The principal was even more satisfied. After all, he had spent a lot of money to hire this captain. Orders must be followed, and actions must be swift. This year's college entrance examination, the third middle school would definitely take the crown. Just then, Wu Qing changed his tone. Alright, now everyone fill out this Spirit Guard intern application form. Saying this, Wu Qing pulled out a stack of application forms. The principal's mouth twitched. Stop, I'm still here. Why are you starting to poach people? Wu Qing smiled apologetically. Ah, principal, you're still here, then I'll wait a bit before I poach. The principal's face darkened, contemplating whether to replace them with another special training team leader. After thinking for a long time, the principal finally sighed and left. Wu Qing picked up his application forms again and distributed them to everyone. Come on, apply to join the Spirit Guard. What? You don't want to? No, you will want to. Meanwhile, Xingchen and Zhang Daba were sleeping soundly in the last row. Wu Qing was handing out application forms one by one when he suddenly noticed that 2 people had drool coming out of their noses as they slept. Stop sleeping, Wu Qing shouted. The 2, who were sleeping soundly, were startled awake. Ah, there's an earthquake. Dabao, run. Let's go. The 2 quickly got up and, in the blink of an eye, had already dashed out of the classroom. Wu Qing was dumbfounded. What were these 2 doing? He hurriedly chased after them, and moments later, he returned with the 2 in tow, as if he were carrying 2 little chicks. Damn it, sit properly. Wu Qing's face was dark, looking quite fierce. At that moment, Wang Tong was nearly laughing himself to death. Ha, this is hilarious. Captain, hurry up and expel those 2. However, at that moment, Zhang Dabao looked at Wu Qing. Uncle Wu, slow down, it hurts too much. Wu Qing was taken aback and then carefully observed Zhang Dabao, his expression showing some shock. Have you seen me before? Of course, 3 years ago you weren't the captain yet. You came to find my dad with 2 packs of cigarettes, and I was the one who opened the door for you. Wu Qing's expression changed drastically as he quickly covered Zhang Dabao's mouth. Your dad is. My father is Zhang Er. Hiss. Wu Qing inhaled sharply. Then he quickly changed to a smiling face. Ah, so it's young Master Zhang. How has your father been lately? My dad received news the day before yesterday that he can no longer serve as the governor of the Nanjing province's Spirit Guard. Wu Qing's smile instantly darkened. Then why don't you just? Zhang Dabao continued. My dad has been promoted to vice marshal of the Huaxia Spirit Guard. Wu Qing's expression shifted from dark to bright red. Then you better rest well. Come on, Uncle Wu will tidy up your desk for you. Then Wu Qing turned to look at Wang Tong. Was it you who just said you wanted to expel young Master Zhang? Wang Tong, what the hell? Time passed, and everyone in the classroom was listening attentively. The special training team is mainly aimed at the entrance exam for the War Academy. Cultural subjects are not very emphasized, you can just review them casually. So, the first lesson of the special training team is special training. Wu Qing was diligently explaining. Everyone looked confused. Captain, what are you doing here? Wu Qing cleared his throat softly. Students, today we will conduct the first special training mission of the special training team, Makeup Infiltration. Upon hearing this, everyone became interested. Makeup Infiltration sounds fun, it's a plot you only see in movies and novels. Wu Di waved his hand. Let's go, get in the car. On the bus, everyone was full of anticipation. Captain, where are we going? Wu Qing smiled and said, the place we're going to is quite special. First, we'll go to the Spirit Bureau to change into teen uniforms. A cheer erupted from the crowd. Great, we get to change uniforms. The bus arrived at the Spirit Bureau. Everyone got off, and each person changed into the most ordinary clothes possible. Just a pair of sneakers, a pair of jeans, and a white t-shirt with different designs on them. Captain, these clothes are too shabby, Wang Tong complained. Yeah, they look terrible. Only Xingchen laughed heartily, dancing with joy. Yay, we have new clothes to wear. Everyone else looked at him with deadpan expressions. Wu Qing said, students, this time we are training for makeup infiltration, so we need to dress more normally. Everyone instantly understood and became even more excited about this special training. By the way, everyone call home and let them know that you will be in special training for the next month and won't be going home. Then hand in your phones for unified management. Everyone was puzzled but complied. Hello, Mom, I'm in special training for a month, won't be going home. Hello, Dad. Everyone finished saying goodbye to their families and handed in their phones. Only the situation with Xingchen seemed to have gone awry. Wu Qing said, Xingchen, why haven't you handed over your phone yet? Right away, right away. Xingchen's phone rang loudly, audible to everyone. On the other end of the line came a menacing voice. Hello, kid, you have 3 days to hand over 500,000 or I'll kill your sister. In the background, Shingling's giggles could be faintly heard. Everyone gasped, what the hell, Xingchen's sister has been kidnapped? However, Xingchen remained unfazed and replied into the phone, oh, go ahead and kill her, no need to leave a complete corpse. After saying that, he hung up the phone without a care. Everyone was dumbfounded. Is that really your biological sister? After hanging up, Xingchen noticed everyone staring at him. Wu Qing angrily said, Xingchen, don't panic, I'll send someone to rescue your sister right away. No need, it's just that no one is home to cook for Shingling, let her eat out for a few meals. Everyone looked at him, speechlessly. After everyone handed over their phones and money, the bus slowly started moving. Heading towards the unknown area, they set off. The bus sped along the highway. Everyone eagerly awaited the training. Wu Qing distributed a wristband to each person. This wristband can locate your position and besides telling the time, it has a one-button emergency call function. If you encounter something you can't handle, just press the emergency button. He hadn't finished speaking when beep. Emergency call, a commotion erupted on the bus. Wu Qing's face darkened as he rushed to Xingchen. What the hell, I was just saying, why are you pressing random buttons? Xingchen replied aggrievely, I encountered a problem I can't solve. What problem? I'm hungry. Wu Qing, #everyone, listen up. From now on, the emergency call can only be pressed once. Once pressed, it means you lose your qualification for the special training team. Everyone gasped. This special training team had invested a lot of resources. Just the spirit energy pearls alone were 20 each month. They couldn't afford to lose that. Students, next, I will place you in a city within the Abyss Gate. Your task is to survive there for 30 days and complete special missions. Everyone looked puzzled. Does this have anything to do with our entrance exam for the War Academy? Of course, during your college entrance exams, you will also need to complete a practical test in the Abyss Gate. This time, you can consider it a simulation of the college entrance exam. If it weren't for my identity as the captain of the Spirit Guardian team, you definitely wouldn't have this opportunity. Everyone's eyes lit up and they all gave a thumbs up to the captain. That's great, I've never been to the Abyss Gate before. This time, we can consider it the most realistic simulation. Everyone laughed and moved forward. Only Xingchen looked worried along the way. Debeo, why do I feel like this is a trap? It's fine, my dad just got promoted. After graduation, I'll have him arrange a security job for me in a community. Hey, Xingchen, why don't we do it together? Xingchen twitched his mouth. Debeo, your dreams are truly grand. Time passed second by second. Everyone began to feel drowsy. Just then, a wave of darkness suddenly swept over the bus. Following that, everyone felt dizzy. They all fell into a deep sleep. From the shadows, a woman dressed in leather appeared slowly. Her fiery figure was accentuated with curves. A pair of long legs crossed over. Captain, I used my powers to knock them all out. Wu Qing chuckled. Luo Xin, well done. Later, spread them out. We absolutely cannot let them group together quickly. The leather-clad beauty, Luo Xin, paused. For a moment. Captain, won't that be too dangerous? It's been a long time since we've used this assessment method. Wu Qing lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. No way, a great disaster is about to happen. We must select the most outstanding talents. Notify all the dark guards, they must protect them in secret. Luo Xin remained silent, and the car fell into silence. Suddenly, she felt a swelling in her lower abdomen, a gas wanting to escape her body. A small bulge slightly appeared on her leather pants. Wu Qing, oh, I told you not to wear leather pants anymore. Lauren Abyss. After humanity established a foothold following the Great Catastrophe, they began exploring the Abyss. The interior of the Abyss is actually another small continent. After exploring the Abyss, humanity established small supply stations at the front of the Abyss to provide supplies and rest for adventurers. As the exploration of the Abyss deepened, the supply stations grew and gradually formed cities. This time, the Lauren Abyss is a primary abyss. At the junction of Blue Star and Lauren, more than a dozen cities of various sizes have already formed. Meanwhile, Xingchen and others have been scattered among these cities. A gentle breeze blew by. Xingchen slowly woke up. He looked around and found himself in a strange city. The sky of the city was a light pink, clearly indicating he was no longer on Blue Star. At that moment, his wristband began to vibrate. A line of text appeared on it. Task 1, survive for 30 days in the Lauren Abyss City. Task 2. Task 3. Xingchen didn't even look at them. Damn it, I really got scammed. They actually made them hand over their phones and live without a dime for 30 days. And in such a chaotic Abyss City. Suddenly, a voice appeared in his mind. System task, create a mechanical weapon and mass produce it for the market. Task reward, blueprint for the divine Gatling armor. What the hell, system, you still remember to issue tasks? I've been waiting so long my cucumbers have gone cold. Host, this task is quite difficult. Are you sure you want to accept it? It's not just a matter of having hands. I accept. After accepting the system task, Xingchen began to contemplate his current situation. Strange environment, no currency. He couldn't even afford to live, and now he had to create a mechanical weapon in 30 days. Looks like it's time to get my head back in the game. As the saying goes, the heavens won't starve a craftsman. I have skills, who am I afraid of? Let's get started. Meanwhile, all the students from the special training team woke up in various different cities. They all had a look of confusion. Oh no, we've been scammed. But this group of people were not ordinary. They were the elite among the elite. They had received various excellent educations since childhood. Go, chess, piano, Latin dance, calligraphy, painting, and cha-cha. Everyone had been trained from a young age. But it seemed they had never learned how to survive in society. In a luxurious office, Wu Qing was drinking a large bottle of iced tea, munching on sunflower seeds, feeling quite comfortable. He chuckled to himself, "Little ones, how are you going to get out of this predicament in 30 days? A beautiful woman in leather jacket and pants walked in. "Captain, everything has been arranged. Our people will be filming at all times and sending footage back to headquarters. Well done. Whether we can select someone to lead humanity through the disaster depends on this time." Wu Qing stretched lazily and sat up from his chair. "Go, increase manpower, and send some villainous NPCs to the little ones. Oh, by the way, why hasn't that kid Wu Di been discharged from the hospital yet?" Zhenghuai 3rd Middle School. Special Training Team. The principal walked over cheerfully. "Let's see how this group of little ones is training." Although Wu Qing always wanted to poach people from him, he was still reliable. Personal abilities are undeniable. I believe they will make rapid progress under Captain Wu's leadership. Creak. The door to the special training team swings open. The principal greets warmly, "Students, you've worked hard." The next second, he is completely dumbfounded. The classroom is empty, not a single person in sight. "Principal, where is everyone? Where the hell are my seedlings?" "Wu Qing, I won't let this go." The Abyss of Lauren, Goblin City. Xingchen is aimlessly cruising the streets on a tricycle. He's hungry. That dog Wu Qing didn't even let him have lunch and just tossed him out onto the street. But it's just as well. The Abyss City has its own legal system, so he can make some money to spend. After all, we are craftsmen, and when it comes down to it, we still have to rely on our skills to make a living. What? Picking up trash? That's not our craft. Our craft is arm installation. As the second-generation heir in the arm installation field, Xingchen's skills in arm installation are quite superb. The talent for arm installation is inherited from his father. He once casually welded a mechanical arm using a few steel bars and managed to pass it off as a military surplus to the dealer Wang Junkai. That counterfeiting skill is top-notch. Let's go check out the Fourth Son's shop for arm installation first. Xingchen pedals his tricycle to Goblin City's largest Fourth Son shop. In the showroom, various mechanical prosthetics and armor are dazzlingly displayed. There are even high-end products like full-body battle armor. As in Abyss City, there are too many adventurers in need of equipment. Moreover, every day, adventurers get injured and lose limbs. This necessitates timely replacement of prosthetics or the purchase of mechanical armor and other external gear. When fighting monsters, you can directly put it on your arm. When not fighting, you take it off and store it. Convenient and safe. Xingchen slowly walks into the store. A group of beautiful sales ladies are explaining products to various customers. "Beautiful lady, our arm model is equipped with Grand Forest sound system, full arm ambient lighting, and the Trident logo makes you look impressive. Sir, we can offer a discount of 30,000 and give you 2 years of free maintenance." Just then, a lady in a stylish outfit walks gracefully toward Xingchen. "Sir, may I ask what you need?" "I'm hungry, get me something to eat." Sales lady Omega? "Another one here to mooch food at the Fourth Son's shop." "Sir, we have free snacks here, let me get you some." "A little isn't enough, get more." "Forget it, I'll just go eat with you." The sales lady's face is filled with black lines. At least pretend to look at the equipment. Is it really okay to be so blatant about mooching food? But her professional demeanor keeps the sales lady maintaining an awkward smile. Soon, Xingchen follows the sales lady to the back where the snacks are stored. You can finish eating quickly and leave, don't delay our business." Xingchen is wolfing down food while watching the sales lady. "You're the most polite among all the snobs, I'll give you that." Sales lady Omega? Just then, a debate arises from the nearby R&D workshop. "Mr. Wang, the new Balu 230 armor's dry shaft always has strange noises, and none of the engineers can solve it. What should we do?" "A bunch of useless people, I pay you all this money and you can't even solve a simple problem." In the workshop, on a table, a mechanical armor is displayed. A group of bosses and engineers are brainstorming solutions. "Mr. Wang, we really can't solve it unless we redesign it entirely, which would take at least 3 more months." "What? 3 months? The press conference is tomorrow, you're telling me 3 months? Do you know how much we will lose?" The engineers lower their heads, expressing their helplessness. President Wang was still angrily saying, "What do you think I'm raising this bunch of useless people for? I might as well raise a dog." The chief engineer was displeased upon hearing this. "I say, President Wang, the issue is the material strength is insufficient. You can't blame us. If someone can solve it, I'd eat shit." The crowd continued to argue incessantly. Shingling had already walked into the workshop while munching on a small cookie. He picked up the armor placed on the table and began to examine it repeatedly. When everyone saw a stranger enter, they couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. "Who is this? I don't know. Maybe it's a new repairman." Seeing everyone looking at him, Shingling smiled slightly and took out a few packs of cookies from his pocket to hand out. "Here, have some cookies." The crowd took the cookies and started eating. Crunch, crunch. This actually tastes pretty good. "Wait, who the hell are you?" Just then, the sales sister rushed in. "I'm sorry, President Wang. I didn't keep an eye on the customer and let him into the workshop." President Wang was stunned and his anger began to rise. "You?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was completely dumbfounded. He saw Shingling, not knowing where he had gotten a piece of iron wire, poking around the mechanical armor. Every precisely connected joint was easily opened with a poke of the wire. Everyone was astonished. Damn, he can disassemble it with just a piece of wire without using any professional tools. And his technique is so skilled, even the mechanical lock we set up was opened with a poke? What the hell is this kid's background? Shingling's hands moved swiftly, performing various disassembly techniques that even these engineers had never seen before. It was as if he casually tapped his thigh and then the legs just opened on their own. In less than a minute, the mechanical armor, consisting of thousands of parts, was completely disassembled by Shingling, scattered all over the floor. Everyone watched as Shingling quickly hooked the iron wire into a ring and casually slipped it onto a part. Another flurry of hand movements, and the mechanical armor was reassembled as it was. Damn, how long has this kid been single for his hand speed to be so fast? Is being single a relevant question right now? Of course, I want to marry my daughter off to him. After Shingling finished assembling the armor, there were still over 100 parts left on the table. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. So it turns out he's just skilled. He doesn't really understand the principles. That makes sense. After all, this is our latest product, which took 2 years to design. After assembling the arm, Shingling took out a small cookie and started eating again. "Sorry, I haven't done my old job in a while, so my technique is a bit rusty." The crowd, "Damn, this technique is called rusty?" At that moment, President Wang picked up the armor and put it on his arm. He was about to say that Shingling had damaged the armor and would have to stay here to work off the debt. He pressed the start button. "Little brother, look at this. Armor you, damn." Everyone saw that the armor instantly completed its startup. Moreover, it operated smoothly and the issue of strange noises was resolved. Most importantly, it had fewer than 100 parts installed, yet its functionality and power were unaffected. It was even lighter and more convenient. President Wang stared intently at Shingling, who was eating cookies, his eyes shining with the greedy light of a talent seeker. "Quick, notify the kitchen to cook a few dishes for this brother." "No, let's eat out today." The chief engineer also breathed a sigh of relief. The problem was solved, and everyone was happy. "Let's go eat out, we're hungry too." "Hey, didn't you just say someone would solve the problem and you'd eat shit, chief engineer?" Damn. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Wu Qing lay comfortably on the huge sofa in the office, stretching lazily. "Let's go see how the little ones are doing." He stood up and walked to the office area. Numerous clerical staff from the otherworldly beings were seated in front of their computers, continuously processing information. The work was orderly. On the huge screen, the status of each student was displayed. At that moment, a familiar figure was sitting in front of the big screen. "Oh, Principal, what are you doing here? You've taken away my good students. And I can't come take a look?" Wu Qing's face flushed, then he changed the subject. "Luo Xin, show the principal the updates on each little one." "Yes." A beautiful woman in leather attire tapped the screen in midair. In a row of surveillance images, one picture was enlarged, filling the entire screen. The goddess Lin Yusen was sitting cross-legged in a waiting hall at a station, completely still. Her noble aura attracted the attention of many people around. "Hey, whose girl is this? So beautiful. She's been sitting here for 3 days and nights without moving at all. Damn, what a master." Wu Qing's face darkened in front of the screen. "She doesn't really plan to sit here for 30 days, does she?" "Shouldn't be, according to the on-site staff. Her stomach has been growling." "Should we throw her some food?" Let's wait and see." Next, the screen shifted. Yi Chen was released. At a port, Yi Chen was seen carrying 10 bags of burlap, constantly moving back and forth. His head was drenched in sweat, and his gradually thinning figure indicated he had endured quite a bit of hardship these past few days. At that moment, a fat man walked over. "Here, this is your pay." "Why is it only $20? "Brother, this is the going rate for labor now. Check around, this is already the highest here." Just as Yi Chen was about to explode, he saw a forklift effortlessly passing by him with dozens of bags. The fat man comforted him, "Little brother, you have strength, but you can't compare to machines." Then the fat man leered. "I see you're quite the handsome guy. I can introduce you to work at a foot massage parlor. I know the boss lady there, and the big bosses nowadays like something exciting." Haha. Everyone gasped. Seeing this, the principal's face darkened completely. Damn it, Yichin won't be opening the door to a new world and walking down an irreversible path, will he? The principal's heart was nearly shattered. "I have a fine talent in the power system, and you want to send him to sell chrysanthemum tea?" Wu Qing's face flushed. "Principal, young people need to hone their skills." The principal's face was stern, his eyes wide open. Next, the screen shifted again. Mu Qianxue was sitting in a high-end restaurant, elegantly eating steak. Seeing this, the principal's expression softened slightly. It seemed he still had some students doing well. However, the next second, Mu Qianxue shouted, "Someone skipped out on the bill, quick, chase them." A group of staff rushed out the door. Mu Qianxue elegantly picked up a napkin and gracefully walked towards the restaurant. Outside the screen, everyone had a dark expression. Miss Mu really is timelessly elegant. Next, a golden bald head was seen wolfing down noodles. Everyone was puzzled. Why is Wang Tong bald? Soon, everyone understood. After finishing the noodles, Wang Tong carefully searched his already bald head and pulled out 2 golden hairs. "Boss, I'm ready to pay." Everyone's lips twitched. Damn, will he sell his body after pulling out all his hair? At that moment, the principal was gripping Wu Qing's neck tightly, shaking him continuously. "You better give me back my good student. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts." Next, the principal nearly shouted. The screen quickly switched over. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Why is there nothing at all? She is Lu Hua, a passive ability user who can become invisible. Then may I ask how our staff managed to film this? The staff couldn't find her either, they just set up a camera. Anywhere. Next, in the huge seafood market, Xiao Longxia was setting up his stall. Little crayfish, freshly caught little crayfish, delicious and inexpensive, clean and hygienic. Brothers. Everyone's lips twitched. Damn, at a critical moment, we still have to rely on summoning little crayfish, this useless ability. Wu Qing suddenly had a bright idea. "Principal, let's give this student to our spirit guards." The principal looked wary. "Why? I love eating spicy little crayfish." "No way." Next, the surveillance footage continuously showed the students' miserable conditions. These pampered good students couldn't adapt to this kind of life. They were either begging on the streets or performing without selling their bodies. Or they were barely surviving with their abilities. No one cared about other tasks. The principal's heart was taking constant hits. Wu Qing's expression changed wildly. Finally, they reached the 29th, Zhang Daba. "What is he doing?" the principal asked. In the footage, Zhang Daba was wearing a black uniform with 5 big stars on his shoulders, holding a big stick, and was furiously scolding a delivery person. Sigma, Sigma damn. You don't know this community doesn't allow deliveries? Get out. Get out. Everyone, damn, he really thinks he's a security guard. Principal, I'm tired, let it all end. Aren't you going to check on the last person? The principal shook his head. That kid Xingchen is definitely picking up trash. Everyone nodded in agreement with this viewpoint. That kid must be surviving by picking up trash. With no money, he won't starve just muddling through for 30 days. I'm leaving. The principal stood up and walked out of the office area. Wait, what is that kid doing? Luo Xin looked at the surveillance screen in surprise, a small bulge forming on her leather pants. The principal turned back and couldn't help but gasp. On the screen, Xingchen was comfortably lying on the sofa, shaking a half-full goblet of cola. Put in some effort, haven't eaten, so good. Everyone in front of the screen was dumbfounded. Surrounding Xingchen were several beautiful women attending to him, some massaging his shoulders, others rubbing his legs and feet. Xingchen opened his mouth and a grape was placed into it. Then, as he lowered his head, a beauty was ready to catch the grape skin he would spit out. Suddenly, Xingchen moved his neck slightly and swallowed the grape skin. He raised the cola, lifted his goblet, and recited a poem. Every grain of rice and every meal should remind us of its hard-earned nature. Black silk companions always remember the difficulty of energy. Everyone in front of the surveillance was stunned. He really knows how to, huh? On a nearby sofa, several big boss-looking people lined up, enjoying the service of beautiful women. This time, the success of the mechanical armor relies entirely on the craftsmanship of our brother Xingchen. Come, let's toast. Everyone raised their glasses and drank it all. One of the big bosses raised his glass to Xingchen. Hey, little brother, with such high skills in mechanical manufacturing, why not come work for our company as the chief mechanic? Xingchen shook the cola in his hand. I haven't graduated from high school yet, maybe in a few years. The bosses were taken aback. What? You haven't graduated from high school, yet you can assemble such powerful mechanical weapons? Where did you learn that? Xingchen took a bite of watermelon and swallowed the seeds. I opened a junkyard when I Have nothing to do. I just piece together the scrap metal I find and sell it as mechanical weapons to the traders. Everyone's lips twitched. So you're starting out as a shady businessman. Fellow kindred spirits. In front of the screen, the principal was very puzzled. When did this kid Xingchen acquire such skills? Wu Qing looked at the stars and suddenly realized something. Luo Xin, check. This kid's identity. Luo Xin's delicate fingers danced in the air. The identity information of the stars quickly came through. Wu Qing gasped. In the father section, it read, Xinghao 42, former chief. Mechanic of the Sun and Moon Technology Company. Currently serving in Jianghuai prison. Others might not know the significance of this chief mechanic of Sun and Moon Technology, but people like Wu Qing and the principal certainly did. To become the chief manufacturer at Sun and Moon Technology, one's mechanical manufacturing skills had to rank among the top 3 in the world. Moreover, they had heard of Xinghao's name, that brilliant figure who once stood at the center of the world stage as a god-level mechanic. Damn it, Xiaoyu, everyone exclaimed in shock. Wu Qing and the principal exchanged glances and spoke almost simultaneously. Give it to me. No way. Meanwhile, after a delightful feast, the stars received their share of the profits, 30,000 yuan. That's right, only 30,000 yuan. They were all seasoned foxes, no one was going to play around. Although the stars had helped them improve the mechanical armor, making this profit reach tens of millions, this group of old foxes didn't manage to bring the stars into their fold, so they naturally pulled strings to reduce the dividends. Soon, everyone left the large private room and entered smaller ones. The stars lay alone on the sofa, staring at the ceiling. 30,000 yuan, enough for me to grow strong. Tomorrow, I'll start by setting up a stall. Bosses, don't blame me for stealing your business. Today was sunny, turning from cloudy to clear. The stars hummed a little tune, riding a tricycle to the black market in Goblin City. Beiji not a bad heart, Beiji silly and cute, with a fat head and big ears. Although the black market here was not as large as that of Jianghuai City, the black market in Abyss City felt more like a true black market. There were rarely stalls selling daily necessities. Instead, there were various exotic beast materials, equipment, and supplies. Freshly harvested exotic beast materials, still dripping blood, selling cheap. Goblin barbecue, a potent aphrodisiac. If it doesn't work, it's free. The latest version of the Bao Donkey 230 armor, 5% cheaper than the official price, plus 4 free major maintenance sessions. Both the armor and the person can be maintained. The stars strolled slowly down the street, constantly looking around as if searching for something. This one should do. In front of him appeared a poorly performing mechanical equipment stall. The stall owner had a big nose, was dark and strong, looking like a gorilla. Boss, how much for all this? Lu Neng's eyes lit up. Was today his lucky day to encounter a big client? He hadn't made a sale in 7 or 8 days, and his family was on the verge of starvation. There are a total of 35 pieces of equipment, totaling 250,000. Okay, boss. The stars, said one sentence and turned to leave. Lu Neng panicked. How could he let a customer go so easily? Hey, don't go, the price is negotiable. How much do you want to offer? The stars slowly turned back. 20, that's not even enough to cover costs. You need to offer a bit more. Just 20, not a cent more, the stars insisted firmly. Lu Neng's mouth twitched. Even 200,000 could earn him a few thousand. Given the recent difficulties at home, a few thousand would do. Deal. With that, Lu Neng began to pack the equipment. Boss, no need to pack. The stars quickly stopped him. Lu Neng was taken aback. If you don't pack, how will you take it away? The stars pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket and started counting. At this moment, Lu Neng secretly followed the stars in counting the money, afraid of miscounting a single bill. 1, 2, 3, 45, 88, 99, 100. Star stared at the stack of money, pulled out $20 from the last of the pile, and tossed it onto the stall. This 20 is for you, you can leave now, the stall is mine. Lu Neng was dumbfounded. You think you can buy all this stuff with just $20? Star glanced at Lu Neng, sincerity shining in his eyes. Of course, I got the price down with my skills. Lu Neng, no way, the lowest is 196,000, that's already my cost price. Boss, you're not being honest. Lu Neng was almost going crazy, wondering what sin he had committed to encounter such a disaster. I'm not selling it anymore, just go. Wait, boss, I was joking. How about this? I don't have that much money on me right now. I can give you a 30,000 deposit and in 3 hours I'll pay you the rest, okay? Hearing this, Lu Neng finally relaxed. That's more like it. Boss, I'll need your help with a small favor. Later, Star suggested again. Fine, running into a customer like you is really bad luck. Then, Lu Neng saw Star sit in front of his stall and start shouting. Selling equipment, a total of 35 pieces. Only 300,000 for the whole package, what a deal. Plus, there will be exciting performances, singing and dancing. Lu Neng's mouth twitched. Is he trying to pull a fast one on me? Star's voice was booming, quickly attracting some customers. More and more people gathered around the stall. Hey, boss, how much for this equipment? A young adventurer asked. A nearby adventurer girl quickly interrupted him. Zheng Qian, why are you still buying equipment? We've already bought everything we need. Surely, this boss looks very trustworthy and he's offering exciting performances, the stuff he sells must be really useful. Star glanced at them. This classmate, you look quite impressive. You wouldn't be the heir of some big family, would you? Zheng Qian was flattered by Star's compliment and felt a bit lost. No, I just happen to be a bit handsome. Don't be modest, Zheng Xiao. Come and take a look at this custom-made greatsword brand mechanical fist. Greatsword brand? Never heard of it. It's not some cheap brand, is it? Seeing Zheng Qian's confusion, Star quickly pulled out a pair of mechanical fists from the pile. The mechanical fists were rusty, looking like two big lumps of iron. The crowd gasped. No wonder he's selling it so cheap. It's junk. Sigh, let's go. Seeing the crowd about to leave, Star hurriedly stopped them. Hey, everyone, don't go. This mechanical fist is a craftsmanship from 100 years ago, now lost to time. The patina on it is a mark of history. Besides, we're bundling the sale. There will be exciting performances and singing. Later, Zheng Qian frowned, staring at the fists. No matter how he looked at them, they just seemed like two lumps of iron. Seeing Zheng Qian hesitate, Star quickly modified the fists on the spot. With his hands flying, the fists were disassembled and reassembled in no time. The crowd was dumbfounded. You don't know how good the fists are until you try them. This boss is really quick with his hands. Star put the newly modified fists directly onto Zheng Qian's hands. Bro, I've added a new set of boxing techniques for you called the Super Greatsword Piston Punch. Give it a try. Zheng Qian's fingers twitched slightly. His right hand began to shake violently up and down. The speed was so fast that it left trails in the air. Wow, this piston punch is great, fast and powerful. Zheng Qian's eyes sparkled, and he felt immense joy inside. Meanwhile, Shirley had a face full of black lines. Hey, Zheng Qian, don't buy just anything ridiculous. Star glanced at Shirley, and a plan formed in his mind. This beautiful lady, with such a stunning appearance that could make the moon hide and flowers blush, must be the young lady of some big corporation, right? Don't try that with me. I'm not an idiot like Zheng Qian. Xingqian didn't respond but continued to search for something at the stall. This mechanical retractable rod, forget it. This goddess pistol must be perfect for you. Everyone looked at the shabby black gun with disdain in their eyes. I have 10,000 of these junk guns, Shirley said. Hey, this isn't an ordinary pistol, it's a goddess-exclusive pistol. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Then, under everyone's gaze, Xingqian began to modify it again. Moments later, the broken pistol was dyed a lovely pink, adorned with a strawberry bear sticker. Finally, a camera was attached to the back. Xingqian picked up the goddess pistol again and handed it to Shirley. At this moment, Lu Neng beside them was dumbfounded. You just change the color a bit and stick on a cartoon sticker and you can sell it? Shirley, holding the modified pistol, had stars in her eyes. So cute. Xingqian seized the moment. Not only cute, but the camera at the back can record your every shooting selfie and it comes with a 10-level beauty filter. Upon hearing this, Shirley's body trembled. Isn't this her dream gun? Boss, I want it. How much? Only 20,000, and this is a limited edition from the Barlow family, a bargain. Shirley poked Zheng Qian beside her. Pay up. In the end, Zheng Qian, with tears in his eyes, handed Xingqian 30,000. He bought a pair of rusty boxing gloves and the broken pistol. Lu Neng, watching, was even more confused. The two cheapest items on this stall combined wouldn't sell for more than 8,000, and he casually fiddles with them and sells them for 30,000. What a genius! The onlookers were also dumbfounded. This stall owner is a talent. How about we buy a couple of items too? Next, everyone witnessed Xingqian's true abilities. Selling a pair of rocket iron shoes to a limping person. Selling a pair of X-ray glasses to a blind person. Selling a special maternity bra for big men, and so on. It was just short of sawing off a good person's leg on the spot to make a 1.5T plus 48-volt light hybrid unicycle. In less than 2 hours, everything on the stall was sold out. The total price exceeded 500,000, making Lu Neng drool. Damn, I've been busy for half a month, both stocking up and scamming, and I can't even make 10,000. You, in less than half a day, directly made over 300,000. Xingqian looked at Lu Neng. You also contributed to this. Xingqian took out 170,000 and gave it to Lu Neng, then started counting from the remaining 30-something thousand. After counting for a while, he pulled out 100 and handed it to Lu Neng. Don't work for nothing, here's a 20 as a tip. Give me back 80. Lu Neng twitched at the corner of his mouth. Forget it, I don't want it. Everyone surrounded the stall, staring at the two of them, unwilling to leave. Lu Neng asked in surprise. Hey, everyone, the stuff is all sold out, why aren't you leaving? We're waiting to see the exciting show, the song and dance performance. Oh, Xingqian looked at Lu Neng. Boss, do you remember you promised to help me with a small favor? Lu Neng's face changed, a bad feeling rising from his feet to his head. Then, Xingqian shouted loudly. Alright, now please enjoy Boss Lu Neng's song and dance performance featuring Tarzan from next door. Everyone, what a scam. After closing the stall, Lu Nang took Xingchen to a small restaurant to eat. At this moment, Lu Nang's face was full of flattery, almost writing "I want to hang out with you" on his face. "Brother Yi, order whatever you want, it's on me." Lu Nang waved his hand grandly. Xingchen was not polite, picked up the menu, and started pointing at items. "This rice bowl, stir-fried tomatoes, stewed potatoes." "Brother Yi, you don't have to save money for me," Lu Nang said. Then, he heard Xingchen say something. "Forget everything I just ordered, bring everything else, and if it's not enough, I'll order more." Xingchen directly tossed the menu to the waiter. "Hey, Lu Nang, what did you just say?" "Just pretend I said nothing," Lu Nang replied with a dark face. Soon, all kinds of chicken, duck, fish, and meat were served. Lu Nang looked at the delicious food, his heart bleeding. He had just earned a few thousand, and this meal would take half of it away. At this moment, Xingchen was already devouring the food as if he had never seen a meal before. Crunch, crunch, crack, crack, slurp, slurp, gulp. Oh my, it smells so good. Lu Nang was dumbfounded. Did he just come out of the womb without ever eating? Watching Xingchen eat like a wolf, Lu Nang couldn't swallow a bite. He cautiously asked Xingchen, "Brother Yi, is there any way to make money recently? Take me with you." Xingchen was busy showing off a big elbow, and when he heard Lu Nang, he looked up at him. Then he tore off a chicken leg and forcefully shoved the elbow down his throat. "I'm planning to do something big, so bring a few more people." Lu Nang's eyes lit up. "Great. I happen to have a few brothers whose business hasn't been good lately. I'll call them." Immediately, Lu Nang made a few phone calls. 7 or 8 equipment dealers arrived at the restaurant. Everyone stared blankly at Lu Nang and the ravenous Xingchen, looking bewildered and at a loss. "Brother Nang, why did you call us here?" a fat man asked. Lu Nang didn't answer him but countered with a question. "Little fatty, how's business lately?" "Ah, don't mention it. Recently the Fourth Sun shop released a Bao Donkey 230 and it took all our business." The others chimed in. Exactly, they are a big brand with guarantees. How can we small vendors compete with them? And they are selling it very cheaply this time. A Bao Donkey armoring is only over 200,000. I almost wanted to buy one." Everyone was complaining about how hard it was to do business. Everyone was too competitive, always engaging in price wars, and so on. At this point, Lu Nang saw that the atmosphere was just right and began to get down to business. "Come, let me introduce a big shot to everyone. I believe everyone has heard that my batch of goods sold out in one afternoon." Everyone nodded, their eyes filled with anticipation. Then Lu Nang proudly pointed at Xingchen. "All thanks to this person." Everyone looked puzzled with question marks on their faces. Lu Nang looked in the direction of his finger and instantly turned dark. He saw Xingchen choking, his face flushed red, frantically patting his chest. He grabbed another chicken leg and forcefully shoved it down his throat, finally calming down. Seeing everyone staring at him eating, Xingchen felt a bit embarrassed. "Everyone, let's eat together." Just as everyone was about to pick up their chopsticks, achoo! Xingchen sneezed directly, adding a bit of seasoning to the table of dishes. Everyone's lips twitched, and they all put down their chopsticks. "Excuse me, who is this brother who resembles a sleeping dragon?" Lu Nang smiled awkwardly. "It's just that. Brother Yi sold all my goods in one afternoon, and he made over 500,000. Everyone gasped. They certainly knew Lu Nang's little scraps. He couldn't sell a single item in half a month. This genius managed to sell everything in one afternoon and at a super markup. How persuasive could he be? Xingchen glanced at them and seriously finished the last bite of his chicken leg. "Everyone, I have a 200 million project to discuss with you." Everyone's faces stiffened and they quickly shook their heads. No, let's talk to Nangu instead, we're leaving." Lu Nang quickly grabbed hold of everyone as they were about to leave. "It's 200 million Huaxia coins, you're thinking too much." Upon hearing it was 200 million Huaxia coins, everyone was taken aback. "Come on, even if we sold all of us, we couldn't come up with 1 million, let alone 200 million. Xingchen chuckled and downed a large bucket of soda in one go. "If this deal goes through, it will definitely be 200 million. Everyone was very skeptical but still eager to listen to Xingchen boast. After all, which man doesn't brag about billions while eating? Xingchen quickly devoured a braised lion's head. "Everyone, have you heard of the organization called Tuba?" Everyone gasped. "Isn't that the legendary mysterious organization, known as the Legend of the Assembly World, the garbage collector?" "Tuba? Exactly. According to legend, this organization has existed for hundreds of years, with the earliest predecessors assembling the best-performing computers using the worst parts and the lowest budgets. Right, that operation where they used a radish as a computer cooler has forever become a classic in the assembly world. To this day, Tuba has become a legendary organization in the mechanical equipment field, claiming to create the strongest weapons with the lowest budgets. But since the last leader, Xing Hao, was arrested for researching banned weapons and issues with his conduct, Tuba has fallen into decline. Speaking of Tuba, everyone shared their admiration for the organization, each adding their thoughts. In a moment of excitement, Lu Nang took off his shirt, revealing a tattoo on his chest. "Look, this tattoo is of my idol, Xing Hao." Xingchen looked at the chubby figure tattooed on his chest and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Is he really that fat? Lu Nang smiled awkwardly. No, I was quite thin when I got it done, I've gained weight recently. Then, Lu Nang looked at Xingchen in surprise. Have you met my idol, Xinghao? Xingchen patted his chest. That's right, I am his son. Everyone looked puzzled. No, what I mean is I am indeed Xinghao's father. Lu Nang was dumbfounded. Alright, we get your point. I just want to know, is it true that my idol has issues with his conduct? Xingchen took a bite of chicken leg and looked sincerely at everyone. I was the one who reported him. Everyone, hashtag, Xingchen, saw that everyone couldn't immediately grasp the most sincere feelings between him and his father. So, he continued to elaborate on his grand ambitions. Our plan is to create an armor that can rival the Balu 230 with the lowest budget. Everyone's eyes lit up. I've always found it unsatisfactory. We must take it down. Xingchen poured himself a cup of soda. May I ask, how much does the Balu 230 sell for? The lowest configuration is 260,000. Then what is its manufacturing cost? The individual manufacturing cost is at least around 130,000, but with their mature supply chain, after-sales service, and brand promotion efforts, it's hard to calculate. Xingchen chuckled, looking at everyone. They looked back at him. The atmosphere began to grow tense. He extended a finger. Could we possibly make it for a cost of 100,000? Lu Nang exclaimed in surprise. Xingchen dug into his nostrils with his finger. Ah, no, my nostrils suddenly got a bit itchy. Everyone. After digging, Xingchen couldn't help but blow his nose. I plan to make it with a budget of 1,000. Everyone gasped again. Impossible, just the metal cost for the shell is over 2,000, said the chubby guy. Xingchen glanced at him, then picked up a chicken leg. Eating chicken legs can fill you up, and eating steamed buns can fill you up too. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Got it, we just need to find cheaper materials of the same level to replace them. Xingchen took a bite of the chicken leg. What I mean is, I prefer eating chicken legs. The crowd, I can't believe it. So how can we keep the cost under 1,000? Xingchen balanced on one leg on the chair, his right hand pointing forward, his movements extremely cool. Now I will explain to you the ultimate configuration of the trash collector's mechanical armor, every penny spent right at the cutting edge. The crowd quickly took out their notebooks and began to jot down notes. The shell is incredibly simple, just go to the construction site and get some rebar from the old man guarding the gate, we can weld it ourselves. The crowd felt a wave of dizziness. Damn, this is too outrageous. My dad works as a security guard at a construction site. He said the rebar there is of great quality. We can sell it as scrap metal for 150 a pound. The crowd's eyes lit up. One armor weighs at most 30 pounds. $50 at most. No wonder you're the trash collector of the forum. Everyone looked at Xingchen with admiration. Xingchen felt a bit embarrassed under their gaze and quickly took a bite of elbow to shake off the grease. At this moment, someone asked again. But the armor isn't just that, right? Besides the shell, we also need an energy core, a cooling system, a weapon system, and, most importantly, a power unit. The weapon, energy core, and power unit are known as the three main components. Each one would cost over 10,000 at a parts store. Where do we find those? Xingchen, after hearing this, was completely unfazed, putting down the elbow he just finished and picking up a lamb leg. The energy core is easy to get. We can stroll around the street at night, and if we see an electric bike no one is using, we can take their battery. The crowd's mouths began to twitch. Dude, isn't that a crime? Xingchen scratched his head. Seems like it. So how about this? We go to the black market and buy some second-hand batteries, a few dozen each. The crowd's mouths twitched again. Damn, that's too shabby. Alright, what about the power unit? We can't just use a second-hand electric bike motor, right? Xingchen's eyes lit up. This classmate, you're quick to answer. The person's face darkened. Xingchen continued to calculate for them. A second-hand electric bike motor costs over 100, and with the two main components from earlier, the cost is kept under 200. Just one last item left, the weapon system, which is also the most expensive. The crowd looked at Xingchen helplessly, indicating that they really had no way out. You should know, a broken handgun on the market costs 2 to 3,000. How can you compress a weapon system worth over 10,000 into a few hundred? However, Xingchen remained calm. Have you ever heard of the classic weapon from World War II, the Italian cannon I3-12100F? The crowd gasped again. Gunpowder. Cannons have long been obsolete. Now it's all about energy cannons. Ah, that's not right. The simpler the structure, the less likely it is to break, and once it's obsolete, you can buy it at scrap metal prices. Just charge ahead. Next, Xingchen elaborated on his grand vision. For the cooling system, we can use a second-hand detachable electric fan for a few dozen bucks. When adventurers get hot fighting monsters, they can take it off and cool down. For cold weapons, we choose the GTX 690 tactical frying pan, sturdy and durable, can withstand blows, and can fry eggs when hungry. With The remaining budget, we can get a set of Gatling guns, go to the firecracker market and buy some over-the-top firecrackers to modify. For the last bit of budget, Shingchen even added a set of entertainment facilities to the armor. In the second-hand market, buy a game console, just enough to play Tetris. Get some unwanted old speakers, just need to store 2 songs, don't care about the sound quality. Then collect some second-hand dolls to hang up, little girls love that. Hang some colorful lights, they must be bright and colorful. Young people, after all, are all about fashion and sports. Remember our main point, it's not about what the customers want but about what we have. Everyone pay attention to what cheap stuff the nearby dump has collected, just bring it over and let him install it. The main selling point is doing whatever you want. All night long, the corners of everyone's mouths didn't stop moving. They had never heard of armors being installed like this before. If this could really be done, it would sell like crazy. No matter what it is, it's cheap. In the end, everyone realized the last problem. Boss, we don't have a processing factory. Shingchen finished the last bite of his elbow. If we don't have a factory, then rent one. What? Rent? Just owe it first. Once we make money, we'll run away. There's no way we can pay. What are you still dawdling for? Go. Shingchen's plan to outfit the junk collectors was in full swing. In the factory they were freeloading from, truckloads of rebar were being pulled to the cutting table. In the hands of skilled cutting workers, they were transformed into appropriately sized parts, sent to the welding workshop. Sparks flew from every welding station. This group of second-hand dealers had some skills. Moreover, they had extensive connections and quickly found a group of skilled workers with low wages. Don't ask why they were skilled yet cheap. Just know that they might have done other industries before, like shoeing horses or repairing iron pots. Shingchen watched as the hundreds of thousands he had painstakingly scammed quickly dwindled. He gathered the dealers again to scrape together over 500,000. Adding in the owed wages for workers and the materials they had to buy on credit, they barely managed to get the factory running. There was no choice to open an arm factory. At least tens of millions had to be invested. With this Syrian-style refugee factory, they wanted to make big moves. Just being operational was already quite impressive. Meanwhile, Shingchen was worrying about money every day. There's no way, the days of finding my mind are really not happy. Whenever he felt unhappy, he thought of the happy days at home with Shingling and the dog. I wonder how Shingling is doing. Have the kidnappers reported to the police? Meanwhile, in an old apartment building, a fat and a thin kidnapper were hiding in the bathroom, trembling. Fatty, go take a look. What is that witch doing? The thin kidnapper said. Upon hearing this, the fat kidnapper broke out in a cold sweat. I'd rather die than go out there, that's just too terrifying. Come on, you have no guts, what use are you? If you're so brave, you go. Suddenly, the thin one shivered all over, unable to stop trembling. What, scared to go? What's there to be scared of? The thin kidnapper steeled himself and gritted his teeth, saying, I'll go, such a cute little girl, I'm not afraid. If you're not afraid, why are your legs shaking? I'm just a bit cold. Creak. The bathroom door opened a crack and a pair of small eyes peeked through the gap. He looked nervous, glancing around as if afraid of seeing some kind of demon. After a long while, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, luckily, she's not in the living room. Suddenly, something blocked his view. Immediately after, a voice as terrifying as hell came through. He, so you too big brothers are hiding here, let's play a game of dismemberment together. Ah, Mom, a ghost. The thin kidnapper was so scared he jumped up to nearly 3 meters high. With a thud, he hit the ceiling. After landing, he didn't care about the pain, scrambling and rolling into the bathroom. He pushed the fat kidnapper in front of him to shield himself, muttering, can't see me, can't see me. At the bathroom door, Shingling stood holding a kitchen knife, quietly watching them. Two big brothers, if you want to play the dismemberment game, just say so. Look, you're so excited. You're shaking. Shingling pushed open the bathroom door. Her tiny white feet stepped inside. Don't come over here. The fat and thin kidnappers retreated frantically, gradually shrinking into the corner, trembling behind the toilet. Come on, don't resist. Take the knife in your hand and tear me apart. Shingling walked into the bathroom with her little white feet. I'm coming in now. Then, she casually locked the bathroom door with a key. She tossed the only key into her cherry red mouth. Gulp. Oops, I swallowed it. Big brothers, if you want to get out, just cut open my belly to find the key. At this moment, the two kidnappers were already in despair. If the toilet weren't so small, they would have loved to dive headfirst into it and be washed away with the water. Sister, please, let us go. Shingling was taken aback, showing a troubled expression. But my brother hasn't sent the ransom yet. Forget it, we don't want it anymore, the kidnappers shouted. Shingling shook a finger. No, a real man must keep his word. How can I be let go without the ransom? Saying this, Shingling approached them, her pure and cute little face filled with sincerity. Come on, let's play an exciting dismemberment game together. It's mutual dismemberment, squeeze, 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 squeeze. Immediately, the bathroom was filled with cries of anguish. Don't come over, oh my God. Ah, At hashtag Ewan hashtag damn, hashtag Ewan250, help. At Ewan hashtag Ewan. I'm going to chop you up now. No, I was wrong at hashtag Ewan it hurts at hashtag Ewan I'm going to die. Oh my god, save me. Hee. Woohoo. Ah ha 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 ha. At this moment, an old man downstairs was taking a stroll. Hearing the cries from upstairs, his expression gradually became serious. Young people play such tricks, I should call my partner to learn a thing or two. 30 minutes later, Captain Wu Qing of the Spirit Guard was leisurely watching the surveillance footage. A cigarette was dangling from his mouth as he reclined comfortably in his chair. Ding ding ding. A phone rang. Damn, who's calling at this time? Xiao Wang, answer the phone. However, no one responded for a long time. Damn it, off to the bathroom again, just wait until I get back to deal with you. Wu Qing ruthlessly picked up the phone. Hello, this is the Zhonghua City Spirit Guard, what's the matter? Suddenly, a pig-like wail came from the other end. Q hashtag Ewan damn, oh my god. After a long while, a normal person's voice finally appeared on the line. Hello, I want to report a crime. Go ahead. The girl we kidnapped a few days ago was going to kill me. Wu Qing was momentarily stunned. That was quite a lot of information to take in. Kidnapping case? You should call the police. We Spirit Guards only handle special events. Goodbye. Beep. The call was ruthlessly disconnected. Damn, today's youth can't tell what's what. They call the Spirit Guard for everything. Ding ding ding. Another phone rang. Wu Qing angrily answered the phone. Hello, Zhonghua City Spirit Guard, what's the matter? Big brother, listen to me, we're in big trouble. My brother is being tortured to death by that little girl, just listen. A series of screams immediately came from the phone. It hurts, don't chop there, I was wrong. Hello, thin guy, hurry up, I can't hold on any longer. Hey, this knife cut crooked, let's do it again, this time you cut me. The man's voice came through the phone again. Did you hear that? Here's the thing, a few days ago we kidnapped a little girl planning to ask for a ransom. Everything was going normally, following the direction we had planned. But when it came time for the ransom, we encountered a little difficulty. Horror. Brother seems to have a very tough attitude, but that was expected. However, the more he pretends not to care, the more he actually does. As long as we intensify the pressure and record some videos of us abusing his sister, he won't hesitate to pay. At this point, the voice on the phone suddenly paused. Then, a series of screams erupted. Hello, didn't the fat guy tell you to hold her back? Why? Is she coming over to cut me now? I've done my best. Just hold on a bit longer. Another wail came through the phone. Damn, it hurts, don't cut my legs. Damn. A moment later, the voice became clear again. Sir, let me continue. It was a terrifying night. We planned to record a video threatening the little girl with a knife to send to her brother. Just when we had the knife to her neck, who would have thought? The little girl leaned forward. The blood just gushed out, splattering all over my face. Do you know how scared I was at that moment? I've never even killed a mosquito in my life, and here I was killing someone. Then the even scarier part came. That little girl just wobbled and stood up. Then she picked up the knife and performed a self-disembowelment. For us. The two of us were so scared we froze just as we were going back to change our pants. She actually appeared right in front of us. Do you know how terrifying that was? Then, it was as if she found the door to a new world. She was having a blast. Wu Qingting was a bit dumbfounded and then tried to ask, so this should count as both kidnapping and attempted murder, right? Suddenly, an extremely excited voice came from the phone. Yes. Come and catch me quickly. I can't take it anymore. I want to go in and eat state food. Wu Qingting felt a bit embarrassed and said, well, your story is quite exciting. If you don't want to call the police, you can find her family to take her home. I'll hang up now. Wu Qingting hung up the phone with a snap. If it weren't for how ridiculous this is, I might have almost believed it. Just then, among the pile of submitted phones on Wu Qingting's desk, a brick-like phone started ringing. An ultra communication video call came in. Wu Qingting picked up the brick. This brick phone has decent battery life. I should buy one for my dad too. He answered the call. Then, a skinny kidnapper appeared on the video. Wu Qingting smiled awkwardly. Hi, you didn't expect it, did you? It's still me. The skinny kidnapper was dumbfounded. How could this uncle's voice sound exactly like that of the otherworldly guard from earlier? Moreover, the background behind him was clearly the otherworldly guard's office. What the hell? Staring at the phone screen, he felt a bit dazed, because he was witnessing the most explosive scene of his 40 years of life. A little girl was holding a kitchen knife, crazily dismembering herself. A fat guy was hiding behind the toilet, trembling in fear. After the little girl cut herself a few times and got bored, she turned to give the fat guy a cut. As she was cutting, the little girl suddenly laid her head on the toilet. Then she handed the knife to the fat guy, asking him to be her executioner and chop off her head. The fat guy didn't dare and threw the knife away. The little girl angrily picked up tea. The scene was filled with blood and innocence. It was 100 times scarier than some domestic horror films. Wu Qing was stunned. To be honest, after more than 20 years in the industry, he had seen all kinds of explosive incidents. But the level of explosion in this case was indeed quite explosive in the realm of explosions. Did you see that? Did you see that? The skinny guy, with a mournful face, pointed at the screen. Suddenly, the little girl noticed the skinny guy and came towards him with a knife. Then she appeared. Skinny brother, you're here. He. Oh no, I'm going to die. Wu Qing coughed lightly. Hello, kidnapper, I really sympathize with your situation and I will help you call the police. Beep. Wu Qing took a deep breath. Oh my, I'm scared to death, I need to hurry and help them. Call the police. Just then, the duty officer, Xiao Wang, returned from his break. Wu Qing looked at him, anger rising in his chest. Damn it, Xiao Wang, you actually left your post. I'm deducting 3 months of your salary. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The first batch of the Starry Skies Beggar's Armors had been produced. In the black market, dozens of vendors lined up in a row, creating a grand spectacle. It was truly a cacophony of drums and firecrackers, with red flags waving and a sea of people. In front of the stalls, several young ladies in super short skirts and long legs were dancing energetically. For a moment, they attracted nearly half of the black market crowd to come and watch. It was essential to grasp the flow of traffic. After the dance, the young ladies all stepped aside. Starry Sky and dozens of vendors appeared in front of the crowd. Everyone was puzzled, wondering what they were up to this time. Starry Sky picked up a loudspeaker and began to promote his product. Hello, everyone, today we will bring you Adventurers a Super Armor, the Ultimate Killing Arm 001. Instantly, the crowd was bewildered. When did black market vendors start making products? Hey, it's just another 3-no product, a scam, just take a look. The onlookers sighed in disappointment. Meanwhile, General Wang from the Fourth Sun shop and several other bosses had also rushed to the scene upon hearing the news. They had previously heard that a group of second-rate vendors had actually teamed up with a little ghost to create a new type of mechanical armor. Although it wouldn't shake their monopoly in the market, at least it could snatch a bit of business from them. When they saw Starry Sky take the stage, they couldn't sit still. Damn, it's this kid, General Wang said. No worries, they have no money and no parts. I've already talked to all the parts suppliers these days, no one dares to sell to them. Hearing this, General Wang let out a long sigh of relief. Damn, that was a false alarm. Without parts, what can they do? They think they can produce everything themselves, it's simply nonsense. On stage, Starry Sky didn't beat around the bush, the product and price were what mattered most. No more nonsense, let's get to the demonstration. Lu Nine slowly walked to Starry Sky's side, holding an armor. Everyone, look. This armor in Mr. Lu's hands is our product today, the Ultimate Killing Arm 001. As soon as the armor appeared, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. The craftsmanship, the design. What the hell is this? A few steel bars welded to a pipe, and you dare to call it an armor? And it's called the Ultimate Killing Arm. On stage, Starry Sky continued to introduce his armor. This armor was personally designed and processed by the former chief mechanic of the Sun and Moon Technology Company, Xing Hao. Beside him, Lu Nang and others were a bit surprised and quietly leaned towards Starry Sky. Will we get sued for false advertising? No worries, my dad is locked up in the station, he can't come out to sue us. After saying that, Starry Sky affectionately patted the armor. Look at it, the craftsmanship is exquisite, the materials are carefully selected, and the details are polished to perfection. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Is that even human language? The armor could no longer be described as rough. It was simply a few pieces of scrap iron and steel bars with a pile of junk welded on top. There was even construction cement stuck to the steel bars, rusted, and yet they dared to sell this thing? You might as well say it's broken. What the hell is that little Peppa Pig you drew on it? Hey, aren't you just trying to scam us? Can this broken thing even fight monsters? Xingchen didn't hesitate. Whether it can fight monsters or not, let's find someone to try it out. Xingchen scanned the crowd and quickly spotted Mr. Wang among them. Hey, Mr. Wang, you're here too. Come up on stage and give the armor a try. Mr. Wang's interest was piqued upon hearing this. Oh, you little brat dare to make me test it? I won't let you off easy. Mr. Wang slowly walked up to the stage. Here, put it on Mr. Wang. Lu Nang quickly fitted the armor onto Mr. Wang's arm. Mr. Wang felt it for a moment. It's quite comfortable. Now, Mr. Wang, please try out the weapon system of the armor. Mr. Wang was taken aback. You haven't taught me how to use it. Before he could finish, Xingchen had already stuffed a fist-sized shell into the armor. Bang! A fierce flash of fire erupted from the armor. A large tree not far away was blown in half. A strong gust of wind left everyone dizzy. Holy crap, this broken thing has such power? Is this gunpowder technology from hundreds of years ago? I'm learning something new today. Mr. Wang, on the other hand, was stunned, his face darkened, and his wig blown away. He exhaled a puff of black smoke. Holy crap, how the hell did you load the gunpowder? This thing has way too much recoil. But Xingchen wasn't done yet. He then pulled out a lighter and ignited a fuse attached to the armor. The fuse burned out instantly, and the front of the armor shot out colorful fireworks. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, bang bang bang. One even misfired. Mr. Wang was completely bewildered. Holy crap, this broken thing even has a machine gun system. The overpowered fireworks shot towards the fallen tree. In no time, several holes were blown into the tree. Everyone was once again stunned. To be honest, I'm a bit tempted to buy it to use for fireworks during the new year. It would also be great for Shingling tomb sweeping. Mr. Wang exhaled another puff of black smoke. His charred face was filled with disbelief. This thing has a bit too much exhaust. But it wasn't over yet. Xingchen pressed a button. A small fan popped up from the armor, blowing away Mr. Wang's black smoke. Then, everyone watched as Xingchen performed a series of magical operations and they couldn't help but feel intrigued. Xingchen randomly tapped around. Soon, a series of catchy dance songs filled the air. The vast sweet duck is my love, leaving behind a colorful plate of dishes. You are my little apple, how can I ever get enough of you? Just because. You're so beautiful. Then he played a round of Super Mario, Contra, Russian blocks, Snowman Brothers. The most outrageous was when he actually demonstrated frying a runny yolk egg with a frying pan using the armor. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, the thing isn't that great, but it has a lot of features. For some reason, I suddenly kind of like it. Mr. Wang was also left dumbfounded under the tree. I say, how much do you plan to sell this thing for? Mr. Wang asked the question he was most concerned about. Given the flashy nature of this thing, if it were sold for 20,000, there might really be some big spenders willing to buy it home for fun. However, Xingchen did not answer him directly. Mr. Wang, how much do you sell the Baolu 234? Generally, the price is around 260 to 70,000. Okay. Since Mr. Wang is selling for 260 to 70,000, we can't sell for too little. We can't let Mr. Wang take all the business. Then let's sell it for 200,000. Upon hearing this, everyone reacted. 200,000? Come on, just add a few more thousand and get a premium donkey. Mr. Wang suddenly laughed upon hearing this. Ha, you say this thing is worth 200,000? That's too expensive. Xingchen glanced at Mr. Wang, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Since Mr. Wang says it's expensive, then let's lower the price a bit. How about 98,000? Everyone was shocked, starting to feel a bit inclined to buy. Wow, a drop of 100,000. Still a bit pricey. No way, I have to buy it. Why? Because she's hot. A commotion erupted in the crowd below, with some people starting to get restless. Then, Xingchen began his real performance. What? 98,000 is too expensive? Alright, today I'll bring the price down for you. Don't want 98,000, everyone listen up. Don't want 98,000. Today, I'll take off a zero for everyone, just 9,800. You heard me right, just 9,800. With 9,800 you won't lose out, you won't be fooled. Upon hearing this, a group of people was slightly moved. You should know that the cheapest armors on the market cost at least 30 to 40,000. And now, such a cool armor is only 9,800. To be honest, many people were already ready to pull out their money to buy. Lu Neng, who was nearby, couldn't sit still after hearing this. He lunged forward, hugging Xingchen's thigh. Boss, 9,800 is a loss. Xingchen kicked him away. Get lost, today I'm giving benefits to my family. Since my family supports me so much, today I'll lower the price again. Limited to the first 1,000, I'm going to give a huge discount. 1980. Take the armor home. Everyone on site was dumbfounded. 1980? That's about the price of a maintenance for other armors. What are we waiting for? Everyone, charge. At that moment, a beautiful assistant suddenly pulled out a white paper. Why did you change the contract? Xingchen snatched the white paper and tore it to shreds. To hell with the contract, today I'm giving benefits to my family. Family, link me up for 1980. In an instant, the scene was extraordinarily lively. Dozens of stalls were almost toppled over. What does it mean to buy an armor for 1980? It's like buying a brand new four-wheeled car for 1980. You should know that the lowland abyss is a beginner's abyss. The adventurers here are all black iron and bronze level. Many of them can't afford armors and cannons worth several tens of thousands. They can only get a small knife or some cold weapon to go hunt monsters. Now, for 1980, they can actually get a cannon armor, a machine gun, a frying pan, a fan, and a dance sound system, plus a game console. Who cares about the brand? Just go for it. I'll buy 10. I want 20. In less than half an hour, the newly released 1,000 armors were sold out. Even Mr. Wang and others each bought one to take home and study. Xingchen and his group happily counted the money, feeling incredibly pleased. Tell everyone, overtime tonight, we'll work overnight to produce the Ultimate Killing Arm 002. The Ultimate Killing Arm 001 was sold out in an instant. Xingchen and the others were in a very good mood. Of course, this was all built on the unhappiness of Mr. Wang and the others. Today, the sky over the lowland abyss was exceptionally pink, like a young girl's. However, a dark cloud covered the sky, and it quickly turned black, with light rain starting to fall. Only oil can accompany me to fetch. The Western scriptures, only oil can kill demons and eliminate monsters. Only oil can protect me so that crabs and clam spirits cannot eat me. Xingqian cheerfully sang a little tune. Behind him, a group of people wore expressions of disbelief. What the hell is this nonsense? And it's in Cantonese. Just as everyone was struggling to endure it, suddenly they saw a woman in front of them beating a child. The woman was holding a feather duster, mercilessly whipping the child who was stripped bare from the waist down. The child's bottom was already bright red, resembling a monkey's rear. This is what you get for not studying properly. Smack. Ah. This is what you get for being idle. Smack. Ah. This is what you get for, anyway, you deserve a beating. Smack, smack, smack. Ah. The child wailed, snot and tears streaming down his neck. Stop hitting me, Mom, I know I was wrong. Ah. As a messenger of justice, Xingqian felt compelled to intervene in such a situation. He quickly stepped forward. Hey, beautiful, what are you doing? The woman, seeing Xingqian and the others approach, was quite polite. Oh, it's a rainy day, so I thought I'd give the child a beating. I have nothing else to do. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, sympathy evident in their eyes for the child. Why not just beat him at home? Xingqian asked. The woman chuckled. Well, in Blue Star, beating children is against the law, so I thought I'd come to the abyss to do it. After I'm done, I can buy some things and do a little shopping. Everyone was dumbfounded. Such a meticulous line of reasoning left them momentarily speechless. Impressive. Xingqian looked at the beaten child, suddenly curious. What did he do so wrong to deserve such a beating? The woman displayed a very angry expression, as if she had disappointment written all over her face. This little brat isn't studying properly and is instead trying to be a mechanical arm installer. He even found some kind of armor blueprint from who knows where, dreaming of becoming a great arm installer every day. None of these mechanical types are any good. The crowd's expressions darkened. It seemed they had been offended. At that moment, the woman pulled out a blueprint from her bag. It's this one, what a piece of junk, not even as good as what I drew when I was a kid. The crowd took the blueprint and was instantly stunned. Because it was an exquisitely detailed blueprint, shimmering with a golden glow. Xingqian snatched it up. A voice suddenly appeared in his mind. System reward, Gatling armor modification blueprint has been delivered. Please give a 5-star review, host. Quality, golden, attribute, equipment blueprint, description, quickly assemble your Gatling and judge everything. Xingqian's mouth twitched. The way he received this item was quite novel. The woman noticed that Xingqian seemed to really like the blueprint, so she shrugged her hands. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Keeping it just makes this little brat think about it. Xingqian was not polite and directly put the blueprint into his bag. Thanks. Beautiful. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. I have a need right now. Xingqian was taken aback. I was just being polite. Ajin, are you serious? What do you need help with? Xingqian asked cautiously. The woman handed him the feather duster. I'm too tired from beating him. You guys help me out for a bit. Xingqian suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, a joyful expression gradually spreading across his face. This is my specialty. Don't worry, I'll make sure to complete the task. Xingqian happily took the feather duster and waved it a couple of times to test the feel. Amidst the envy of the crowd, a tense and exciting child beating session began. Xingqian shouted slogans as he struck. Come on! Immediately, the sound of a child's screams, like that of a pig being slaughtered, echoed from the entrance of the black market. Ah! Bah! Caa. The cries were mournful, echoing through the black market for 3 days, unending. After receiving the blueprints for the armor, Xingqian locked himself in a small dark room for seclusion. Every day, only Lu Neng and others brought him materials and food. Xingqian's daily task was to forge the divine artifact, the Gatling armor. Occasionally, he would also oversee the production of the unparalleled killing arm. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. With the last wire twisted on, the divine artifact Gatling armor was finally completed. A brand new, technologically advanced hunk of iron appeared on the table. Xingqian frowned, looking at the product he had modified over the past half-month. It doesn't even look as good as when I got it from Wang Jun's armor shop. Tongsu, come out, I'm here, damn it. Why are all the weapons you provide so ugly? Host, please don't mind these details. As the saying goes, an ugly horse is matched with an ugly saddle, yet it still runs happily. Durability and sturdiness are the principles of this system. Xingqian was once again speechless. Over these 10 days, he had spent nearly 20 million. He had invested all the money earned from the unparalleled killing arm into this. And this was the result, a big hunk of iron. Wouldn't this just make that group laugh at him? Forget it, let's try it on. The arm he had crafted, he would use it to the last drop. The moment he put it on, he felt completely different. This thing is something. Gatling armor quality, golden divine artifact attributes, weapon description, Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, 6 pure uranium bullets, 3,600 turns in a breath. Great compassion and mercy for the world. Seeing this, a strange smile crept onto Xingqian's lips. Might as well go test the firepower in the abyss. Little tigers, wait for your brother's salvation. Setting off, he headed to the dungeon to hunt monsters. After a hearty meal, Shingling was finally ready to get down to business. He wobbled on his tricycle to the city gate of Goblin City. The tall city walls tightly surrounded the bustling urban area, allowing people to enjoy peace and tranquility. Outside the walls were countless monsters and strange beasts, eyeing the delicious snacks within the city with hungry gazes. Shingling rode his tricycle over, which squeaked and creaked as if it might fall apart at any moment. Beneath the city gate was packed with adventurers. All sorts of people were rubbing their fists, ready to venture into the abyss. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. The beasts in the abyss not only dropped many rare materials and energy cores, but could also yield various legendary treasures. However, if one were to lose their life, the beasts would not only feast but might also drop a pair of black stockings or some unknown silicone pads. In short, risk and reward were proportional. If one wanted safety, the best way was to form a team. The combination of various professions would provide more opportunities during adventures. As Shingling rode over, he heard many voices calling for team formation. Bronze 3-star high-attack warrior leading, self-equipped with a big pickup Ford chicken, recruiting one more member, hop on. If you're coming. Bronze 8-star mechanical big shot leading, the team has a black stockings lady, joining costs 3,000, need 8 more people to go. 18-year-old student girl. Seeking a party, only knows how to whine. Shingling looked at the teams preparing for adventure and suddenly thought that forming a team wasn't a bad idea. First, he needed a few people to gather materials while fighting monsters. Second, if no one was watching while he was showing off, what was the point? Third, Shingling approached the high-attack warrior. Hey, hello, can you take me along? The warrior, Tang Miao, glanced at Shingling and his tricycle, revealing a face full of disdain. Get lost, we only accept ladies. Hey, what the hell? I was actually looked down upon. At that moment, the student girl from earlier walked over. Brother, take me with you. Let's go, get in the car. The Ford Mustang roared to life, and with a press of the gas pedal, we sped out of the city gates. Only the stars remained behind, inhaling the exhaust fumes. Damn it, driving a car just to show off. Then I found another party led by an elemental mage. Big brother, take me with you, I'm super strong. Go cool off somewhere, we're hunting the Goblin King. People like you will just cause trouble. Great, looked down upon again. I mean, I'm quite handsome, an 18-year-old stud, standing at 179.5 centimeters, so why is no one inviting me? Are they jealous of my good looks? Just then, I spotted a tall beauty clad in leather armor. With 2 daggers strapped to her long legs, her curvy figure and high ponytail made her both beautiful and fierce. I slowly rode over. Hey, beautiful, can you take that black silk must be made from beast skin, right? Is it from the black silk beast? Let's go hunt a black silk beast and get you a pair of genuine leather black silks to wear. Ling Qin, what the hell? If you haven't seen the world, please don't make wild assumptions. That was worn by adventurers before, killed by goblins, they wore it as loot. Shingling suddenly realized. Then he pointed at a goblin nearby wearing suggestive lingerie. I say, us adventurers are really lacking in standards, even the goblins are getting corrupted. Ling Qin was on the verge of a breakdown. What the hell is this? 3? Shut the hell up. At that moment, Tang Long, who was driving, couldn't help but burst into laughter. I say Ling Qin, where did you find this clown? And he's black iron level, won't be much help in a fight. Don't get scared and wet your pants later, ha. Ling Qin's face darkened, and she said nothing. Shingling looked at Tang Long, then at Ling Qin. I say, how much do you pay this driver a day? If it's not much, just fire him. Ride my tricycle, it's free and saves gas. Tang Long was filled with black lines on his forehead, really wanting to stab this clown. He is Tang Long, the captain of our operation, a silver 5-star beast transformation warrior, Ling Qin quickly explained. She didn't want Shingling to offend Tang Long. Upon hearing Tang Long's name, Shingling was taken aback. Holy crap, a silver 5-star beast transformation warrior. Tang Long's face was full of pride, almost writing his arrogance on his face. Then Shingling hit him with a question that left him dumbfounded. Hey, big sister, when she transforms, is it big? Tang Long, Sigma? What the hell? Suddenly, the atmosphere in the car became awkward. The only sounds left were the roar of the engine and the sound of the glasses-wearing guy, Sun Yan, polishing his armor in the passenger seat. Ling Qin glanced at the newly bought armor of the glasses guy and quickly changed the awkward topic. Sun Yan, you have spare cash to buy armor recently? The glasses guy named Sun Yan perked up when he heard the goddess Ling Qin talking to him. Ah, this is the super popular Italian cannon armor I bought recently, Ultimate Killing Arm 038. Upon hearing this name, everyone suddenly lost interest in continuing to listen. However, the glasses guy couldn't miss the chance to show off to the goddess. Not only this flagship version of the Ultimate Killing Arm, but I also bought several limited editions. Saying this, he pulled out several mechanical armors from his equipment bag. Look, this one is the improved version of the Ultimate Killing Arm, the grasping Ultimate Killing Arm. And this one, the upgraded version of the reversed ultimate killing arm. And this one, globally limited to 1000 units, the fist ultimate. Killing arm, isn't the name impressive? If I had to pick my favorite, it would be this mini version, the little brother of the killing arm. The faces of everyone grew darker and more displeased as they listened. Who the hell came up with these names? The glasses guy noticed that Ling Qin became serious after seeing his armor. He suddenly realized, Ling Qin, since you also like this little brother of the killing arm, I'll give it to you. He didn't wait for Ling Qin to react and directly turned around to put it on her hand. As expected of you, a killing arm paired with a beauty. A perfect match. Ling Qin's face was filled with black lines gradually spilling out of the screen. It would be better to talk about where to hunt the black silk beast. Seeing his designed product so popular, Xingchen couldn't help but get interested. He also took out the Gatling armor to show everyone. Look at mine, the one and only Gatling armor in the world, super fierce. Everyone saw a big iron lump suddenly appear in the car. They couldn't help but sneer. Damn, those previous ultimate killing arms, although the names are terrible, at least they look like something. Brother, you really calling that big chunk of iron an armor? Are you serious? The bespectacled Sun Yan adjusted his glasses and earnestly began discussing the academic issues of armors with Xingchen. Big brother, your iron lump isn't as good looking as mine. Xingchen quickly took a step back. Your armor is really nice. I wonder which handsome and dashing genius designed it. Ling Qin. I'm tired, let it all be destroyed. The convoy was still on the move. The sky gradually darkened. They had been traveling all day. Their mission this time was to enter the Goblin Kingdom. To find the Goblin King who had just entered seclusion. At his most vulnerable moment, they would slay him. It should be noted that the Goblin King is one of the strongest bosses in the entire Lauren Abyss. It is said that killing the Goblin King could even yield materials that would entice diamond-level big shots. The sky continued to darken. The convoy where Xingchen was also stopped by a pond. Everyone began to set up camp. Those who set up tents set up tents. Those who fetched water, and those who cooked. The entire team of over 20 people was busy in an orderly manner. At this moment, Xingchen was strolling around the camp with his hands behind his back. It seemed like he had nothing to do at all. He nodded at people he saw, acknowledging their work. Young man, you set up the tent well. Hey, little girl, this rice is quite white. Hey, you there, get me some water. Everyone looked puzzled. Who is this guy? Could he be some young master who came along to train? At that moment, Ling Qin walked over with her long legs. Hey, can't you see others are working? I see them, and I'm giving them the necessary encouragement. Look, they're working even harder now. Ling Qin was so angry she was shaking all over, pointing at Xingchen. You hurry up and find some dry firewood. Okay, leader. Xingchen quickly ran to the other end of the camp and met a bespectacled honest man. Hey, Lu Yan, Vice Captain Ling Qin wants you to find some dry firewood. As soon as Lu Yan heard it was a task assigned by Ling Qin, he perked up. It was as if his inner sycophant had awakened. I guarantee I will complete the task. Lu Yan saluted, nearly causing his glasses to fly off, then he kicked off and dashed away to chop wood. With nothing to do, Xingchen strolled by the pond. The awakening of the Goblin King had attracted many adventurer teams to hunt him down. Just by this pond, there were already dozens of adventurer groups, nearly 1,000 people stationed. Is it really this competitive to hunt monsters these days? Xingchen couldn't help but think. Then he resolutely followed Vice Captain Ling Qin's instructions, not daring to slack off at all. He moved from one adventurer group to another. He greeted everyone he saw and struck up conversations. Big sister, you're also from Blue Star? So am I. What a coincidence, we were from the same family 500 years ago. Can I have one of your roast chickens? Big brother, you're also a guy? So am I. What a coincidence, we were from the same family 500 years ago. How about a grilled kidney? Everyone looked bewildered. Whose team member is this? After wandering around for a while, Xingchen unexpectedly spotted a familiar face. Oh, isn't that little lobster? At that moment, Xiao Longxia was propping up a large pot, cooking spicy shrimp for the team members. Seeing Xingchen strolling over with his hands behind his back, he said, Hey, night brother. You came too. Don't leave later, stay here and eat, it's on me. No, our other team members haven't eaten yet, just pack me 10 or 8 pounds. Xingchen was busy chatting, his mouth never idle. He didn't expect that such a small pond would give him the feeling of wandering around a bustling street food stall. Just then, a sentry suddenly shouted, The Goblin King is launching a surprise attack. Everyone, get ready to fight back. This sentence shattered the peaceful atmosphere among the crowd, as if a thunderclap had exploded in their midst. Grab your weapons. Charge. All. The members of the adventurer team became excited. After searching high and low, it turns out you came knocking on our door without any effort. With that, everyone picked up their weapons and charged towards the Goblin King. Tang Long transformed into a humanoid tiger with a single beastly change. Ling Qin also drew the dagger from her thigh, exuding a fierce killing intent. Let's go, capture the Goblin King alive. The group surged forward, filled with murderous intent, towards the Goblin King's entourage. They saw 4 tall goblins carrying a simple palanquin. Sitting in the palanquin was a plump goblin, wearing a crown and clad in armor. Before he could react, the adventurers unleashed a barrage of skills. The Goblin King was taken aback, and the 4 goblin bearers immediately turned to flee, dropping the Goblin King to the ground. Enraged, the Goblin King shouted, "Mega! A bunch of traitors!" Then, seeing the adventurers charging at him, he turned to run as well. "Mega! Run!" The group pursued him deep into the jungle. In an instant, the camp was left empty. At that moment, Xingqian returned to the camp carrying a bag of crayfish, feeling bewildered. "Where is everyone?" Lu Yen, who was left to guard the camp and vehicles, adjusted his glasses. "They went after the Goblin King and told us to stay here." Upon hearing this, Xingqian's head began to buzz. "It's over, we've fallen into a trap." Hearing that everyone had gone after the Goblin King, Xingqian felt uneasy. Damn it, are these people brainless? Even if they are brainless, they should have read The Tale of Chow the Thief. They don't even understand the strategy of luring the tiger away from its mountain. At this moment, the area around the pond was filled with pitched tents and vehicles. The dense forest made it inconvenient for cars to drive, so everyone could only pursue on foot. After a moment, Xingqian made a choice between staying at the camp and rescuing his friends. Of course, he chose to save them. If the people were gone, who would he show off to? "Lu Yen, I'm going to save them. Keep an eye on the camp and don't let it get ambushed." Lu Yen patted his chest confidently. "You look like someone who's never seen the world. What intelligence do goblins have? Just go, I'll keep watch." Xingqian pulled out a tricycle from his spatial backpack. With one foot on the pedal, the tricycle's wheels screeched against the ground. Then, with a sudden burst, it shot out, splattering mud all over Lu Yen's face. "Damn, not much strength, but riding a tricycle is pretty impressive." Lu Yen took off his glasses and wiped them. Then he muttered to himself, "And you tell me to be careful of ambushes? With a goblin's intelligence, if they had an ambush, I'd be easily taken down by a mother goblin." Just as he finished speaking, the guards at the camp began to shout, "Ambush! Run!" Lu Yen exclaimed, "Damn!" He quickly put his glasses back on. The world around him became clear. He saw countless goblins emerging from the surrounding dense forest. Some wielded spiked clubs, some carried baskets of stones, and a few were completely red with flames burning on their hands. He heard a goblin shout an attack command. "Mega, burn them!" Countless goblins charged forward, starting to smash, loot, and set fire. The few dozen people left behind were no match for them. In almost an instant, the entire camp fell. The red goblin began launching fireballs. The whole camp ignited. Boom, boom, boom. It was the sound of vehicles exploding. Lu Yen hid in the bushes, witnessing all of this. Then, he was grabbed by a tall goblin. "Mega, this man is ugly enough, let's offer him to the princess as a male pet. Take everything you can, burn what you can't." The camp was completely ransacked. The goblins returned to the camp in a grand procession, laden with supplies and the soon-to-be defeated Lu Yenhao. The Goblin King was fleeing at full speed. His large feet pounded the ground quickly, his chubby body jiggling, but it did not affect his speed at all. The crowd chased closely behind, always just a step behind. The forest grew denser, and the path began to steepen. Yet, the excitement of hunting the Goblin King remained fervent. Charge, kill. Whoever kills it gets the treasure. The scenery around them kept changing. Before long, they entered a valley. Suddenly, the Goblin King stopped running. The crowd looked at him with excitement. "Hee hee, you know you can't run anymore, right?" The Goblin King patted his big belly. "Well, you bunch of fools, no more pretending. It's time to show your cards. You are surrounded." The crowd burst into laughter. With a goblin's IQ, he understands this? "Damn, big brother, you look so ugly when you lie." The Goblin King grinned crookedly and quietly pulled out a book from his leopard print pouch. The crowd stared in shock. "Damn, the romance of the Chow thief. This goblin doesn't look at beauties. He's into military strategy." The Goblin King shouted loudly. "Well, come out, my treasures." Countless goblins appeared from both sides of the canyon. In an instant, various thrown objects, stones, bombs, fireballs, and water balloons rained down. The crowd was caught off guard. "Run," someone shouted. "We know without you saying." The crowd quickly fled back the way they came. Suddenly, rows of tree branch barricades blocked their path. Behind the barricades stood rows of fully armed goblin warriors. The spikes on the branches were menacing, and the crowd dared not charge through. "Go to the other side," someone yelled. Just as the words left their mouth, the crowd had already reached the opposite side of the canyon. Thud! A massive stone fell from the sky, completely blocking the path. "Let's fight them, capture the Goblin King alive." At this moment, there was no sign of the Goblin King. Instead, a group of grayish-white goblins stood there, bare-bottomed. They twisted their bodies in various strange poses. Suddenly, a goblin in a tea-colored outfit raised a stick to the sky. "God descends, lightning strike." Thunder rumbled. The sky changed dramatically. Bolts of lightning struck down into the canyon, sending the adventurers tumbling. Damn, I got struck. What do we do now? What can we do? Just run for our lives. The crowd was thrown into complete chaos. Countless thrown objects, accompanied by flashes of fire and lightning, struck the center of the canyon. The crowd could only escape through the heavily guarded barricades. Weapons clashed, and adventurers fought in a chaotic melee with the goblins. The elite goblins at the barricades were not to be trifled with. Many adventurers quickly fell, injured or dead. Tang Long and his team soon got separated. His beastly form was covered in wounds. He punched a goblin away. Then he turned to Ling Qin and the little girl Ling Shui and said, "You two run quickly, I'll hold them off." Suddenly, a spiked club came flying in, striking Tang Long hard on the head. Damn it, a sneak attack. Young goblins have no sense of honor. Ling Qin chopped off the goblin's arm with a knife. If we're leaving, let's leave together. Stop dawdling. If we go together, no one can escape. Just then, a goblin commander wielding a spiked club charged in. He directly struck Tang Long with a blow. Tang Long grunted in pain, unleashing all his strength to send the goblin commander flying. "Run, don't worry about me." He pulled the blood-stained spiked club from his head, barely able to stand, and sat down heavily on the ground. Almost lost the ability to fight. At that moment, a large group of goblins rushed towards the three of them, making GGG sounds from their mouths. Ling Qin was already prepared for suicide. With tear-filled eyes, she looked at Ling Shui, despairingly sighing to the heavens. "If anyone can save us, I will marry him. I'm coming." Ling Qin turned towards the source of the voice, her mouth twitching involuntarily. In her line of sight, she only saw a tricycle with sparks flying, crashing through the goblin army and carving a bloody path. Wherever it passed, all the goblins were thrown into disarray. "You idiot!" Ling Qin couldn't help but exclaim. The tricycle, driven by Xingchen, was incredibly fast, leaving a trail of sparks as it quickly approached them. After sending a group of goblins flying, Xingchen stomped one foot on the ground. Using his foot as leverage, he came to a sudden stop at a speed of over 100 miles per hour. The powerful inertia caused the cargo area to swing like a dragon's tail. Boom! A massive orc and a group of goblin warriors were sent flying. Xingchen casually flicked his bangs. "Get in!" Ling Qin's eyes lit up with hope as she grabbed Ling Shui's arm and jumped onto the tricycle. Xingchen stomped down again, and the tricycle let out a fierce roar. The wheels screeched against the ground, sending sparks flying. Just then, thousands of goblins surged towards them, a dark mass that seemed endless. The glimmer of hope that had just appeared in Ling Qin's heart vanished in an instant. At that moment, a familiar BGM began to play. "Catch the Shrimp." Love Nest bombed to death by the Ice Crystal Soldier. Xingchen boldly hoisted the chaotic speaker. His entire demeanor changed. "When I rise, the hardest thing in the world will no longer be diamond. It will be me, with a will of steel. Charge!" The tricycle instantly launched forward, crashing through countless goblins. Xingchen let go of the handlebars with both hands, holding the speaker in his left hand, gaining 10 times the speed. His right hand spun the Gatling armor wildly, firing bullets at a rate of 3,600 rounds per minute. "Ah, day. Do. Boom, 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 boom." Goblins were sent flying in all directions. In almost an instant, a path was cleared. Chen pedaled the tricycle with an air of dominance, as if the Grim Reaper had descended. "The garbage collector has arrived, everyone get the hell out of the way." Xingchen wielded a kitchen knife to cut through wires, sparks flying everywhere. He carved a bloody path through the thousands of goblins. "Ah, day. The Gatling armor emitted blue flames, pouring out energy bullets like crazy. The modified Gatling armor had its damage skyrocketing. The attack speed was godly, leaving nothing alive in its wake. The goblin army was left in a bloody mess. The energy core was powered by a nuclear battery, lasting longer and more persistently. The goblins, undeterred, attempted to block the Gatling Bodhisattva with their bodies. With a thought, Xingchen's Gatling armor began to glow with a blood-red light. Universal Salvation Mode activated, power plus 100, attack speed plus 100. The Gatling armor surged with blood-red energy. The energy bullets turned blood-red as well, moving so fast they seemed to connect. Whoosh! A barrage of laser-like bullets rained down. The goblin army was sliced in half, blood and guts flying everywhere. Xingchen pedaled the tricycle furiously. The speed had reached its peak. Amidst the blazing fire, he carved a bloody path. In the distance, the Goblin King seemed to sense something was amiss. "Mega, capture that guy on the tricycle," the Goblin King shouted. Hearing the command, the goblin army surged forward, charging towards Xingchen. At this point, Xingchen was blinded by rage, his right hand mercilessly slaughtering with the Gatling. His left hand swung the chaotic speaker like a giant pendulum. Duong! The goblins rushing up were knocked over in droves. On the tricycle, Ling Qin showed no signs of slackening. Although she had been injured in the previous battle, her strong will to survive caused her combat power to surge. She sent all the goblins that had recklessly charged onto the tricycle flying off. Even Ling Shui joined her sister in the fight. The three of them worked together, and for a moment they managed to hold back the goblin army's assault. At this moment, Shingchen shouted, "He, let you taste my treasures from the junkyard." He shook one hand and scattered a large number of water bottles from his spatial backpack. Boom 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 boom. The goblins hadn't even reacted before. They were blown away in large numbers. Ling Qin was shocked at this moment, her head buzzing. What kind of person is this, so ruthless at the black iron level? If he reaches silver, wouldn't he just sweep through the Lauren abyss? At this time, another group of goblin warriors blocked the way ahead. Xingchen suddenly drifted on the tricycle. The back of the tricycle swung violently, drawing a perfect arc. A group of goblins blocking the path were directly smashed to pieces by the incredible impact. Xingchen said proudly, "Hey, big sister, do you see how cool my drift is?" "Not cool." Xingchen retorted, "If I hadn't just done a dragon tail sweep and sent that big orc flying, you too would have been hammered by that orc. By the way, how can goblins grow so big? Did they take hormones when they were young?" Ling Qin suddenly felt a chill in her heart and the corners of her mouth began to twitch. Xingchen continued to complain incessantly. "You say, where did that Tang Long kid run off to at a critical moment? I still have to rely on myself." Ling Qin's face was filled with black lines. "Guess who that big orc you knocked away just now was? Xingchen equals?" The battle continued. Xingchen's series of flashy moves left the adventurers dumbfounded. "Damn, who is that guy on the tricycle? How is he so fierce? I've seen him, he wanted to join our adventure team, but I rejected him. I regret it so much. Wasn't he recruited by Tang Long later? He really hit the jackpot." Envious of Tang Long. Envious of Tang Long +1. Everyone watched as the fierce Xingchen rode his tricycle, rampaging through the goblin army. They were incredibly envious, especially since he came alone to rescue them. Especially when he charged into the goblin ranks and saved the two girls. Everyone was stunned. There were a ton of girls on the scene calling out to Xingchen for help. "Handsome guy, save me, I can offer myself in return." "Me too, I'm willing to be your little one. I have 2 sons at home, I can let you be their dad." At this moment, although Xingchen really wanted to save these lost girls, the conditions didn't allow it. Relying on his excellent equipment, he had caught the goblins off guard. If he were to go back and forth now, he would probably end up in trouble. The number of goblins in front of him was increasing. Xingchen directly cranked up the firepower to the maximum. He decided to go for a head-on clash. Only the last line of goblin defense remained. He opened fire without holding back. He suddenly kicked the tricycle. The tricycle roared like thunder. The Gatling armor had reached maximum power. The big iron lump was glowing red hot. Amidst the chaotic sound, the music was turned up to the max. Chen seemed to transform into a different person, a chilling aura radiating from him. Like the Grim Reaper in the dark, ready to reap lives. "Hold on tight." Xingchen roared. The tricycle suddenly accelerated, like a bullet flying close to the ground. With a loud crash, it barreled forward. The goblins on the last line of defense were knocked over like bowling pins. The trees in front gradually opened up. The 3 of them finally broke through the encirclement. The goblins were about to give chase. "Mega, forget about it, just catch these people first." The Goblin King did not issue a command to pursue. Instead, he ordered the army to take care of the others first. In less than an hour, the adventurers suffered heavy casualties. The goblins chose not to kill them all. Instead, they opted to capture them. In the end, about 90% of the people were taken back by the goblins. Awaiting them was an unknown fate and suffering. After the goblin army finished cleaning up the battlefield, they marched back to the kingdom. A night of wind and rain passed, and the sky gradually brightened. A lush tree stood tall, and Xingchen quietly poked his head out. He looked around for a long time and finally let out a sigh of relief. Muggle, confirming safety. Ling Qin emerged from the leaves with a dark expression. She looked as if she had aged a year. "Xingchen, you take Xiao Shui and escape. I need to go save the others." Xingchen gave her a look of disbelief. "Are you sure you want to give the goblins a benefit?" Ling Qin twitched her mouth. "Even if I die, I want to save everyone." Alright, stop with the sob story, I get your point, you want me to go save people, right?" Xingchen waved his hand. "I don't." Ling Qin showed an incredulous expression. "Do you really want to go save people with me?" Xingchen then patted his own chest. "Did you not hear how many ladies wanted to offer themselves yesterday? How could I let down the mothers of my 2 big sons?" At that moment, Ling Qin didn't know what to say. Just when she felt a bit moved, it instantly turned into speechlessness. "Let's go, follow me in. I say, big sister, who's fiercer, you or me? Right now, we're in the dark, of course, we should launch a sneak attack." The scene shifted, and the 3 of them had quietly arrived at the outermost edge of the Goblin Kingdom. Dressed in goblin skins made from 3 pieces of leaves, they looked rather out of place. Suddenly, the little beauty Lingxue was pushed out of the woods. Just as she was at a loss, a goblin sentry spotted her. The short, ugly goblin, seeing such a delicate and charming female goblin, slightly changed his posture. "Mega, hello beautiful, which village are you from?" Ling Xue was stunned as the goblin leered at her. The goblin sentry walked straight up to Ling Xue. Mega, little beauty, let big brother touch you. Saying that, he reached out his hand towards Ling Xue. At the same time, Xingchen, holding a goblin-specific spiked club, quietly circled behind the goblin sentry. The club was quietly raised and then suddenly brought down. Bang! The goblin was knocked out, seeing stars. Mega, beautiful. Come watch the stars with me. Then he fainted on the spot. Xingchen was overjoyed. I told you, at critical moments, we still need to use strategy. Go back and read more of the romance of the Chow thief and you'll thank me. Let's go. Follow me into the goblin kingdom and save the mothers of the children. With that, Xingchen shouldered the spiked club and infiltrated the goblin kingdom. Only Ling Qin and her sister were left with dark expressions, feeling disheveled in the breeze. Meanwhile, inside the goblin kingdom, the goblin princess Choo Choo Baby was selecting her male pets. After Xingchen and the others entered the goblin kingdom, it was like stepping into a no-man's land. The goblin sentries knocked out one after another, all succumbing to Ling Xue's beauty. The charm of the little beauty Ling Xue was undeniable. At an altitude of 150, she was quite a goddess in the goblin realm. Coupled with her impressive figure at such a young age, she looked lifelike. In the fake goblin outfit, this left the goblins spellbound and dazed. At that moment, Ling Xue was striking an alluring pose. Goblin brother, I'm so lonely. The goblin sentinel was completely mesmerized, standing there drooling. Xingchen swaggered over and knocked him out with a single blow. The pride on her face was evident. Hey, you know, this goblin club is quite effective, it has a built-in stun effect. Ling Qin's face darkened, her eyes filled with the urge to stab Xingchen. How can you let such a young Ling Xue do something like seducing goblins? Are you even human? What if it leaves a shadow in her innocent little heart? Ling Xue, with a flushed face, tugged at Ling Qin's goblin skin. Sister, I'm fine, this is really fun. Suddenly, another goblin soldier appeared ahead. Hey, you sneaky ones, what are you doing, huh? Ling Xue, familiar with the routine, wanted to step forward to seduce him, but she was stopped by her sister Ling Qin. You can't go, I'll handle it. With that, Ling Qin strutted forward like a model, slowly approaching the goblin. She twisted her body, revealing her impressive assets. Goblin brother, come here for a moment. Xingchen and Ling Xue were left speechless. So you won't let your sister go, but you want to play yourself. However, the goblin was completely uninterested. Ha, ugly monster, go play somewhere else, called that little beauty. Behind you to accompany me. Xingchen burst into laughter upon hearing this. Ha, I can't breathe. Who is this ugly monster talking about? Ling Qin? 3? Who the hell are you calling ugly? Then, with a flying kick, she sent the goblin's head flying. Xingchen and Ling Xue stared blankly at the violent scene, their jaws dropping to the ground. Ling Qin turned around with an air of authority. What are you looking at? Hurry up and go. With that, she strode forward. When she reached the goblin's severed head, she stomped on it hard, causing a gruesome explosion of blood. Xingchen and Ling Xue didn't dare to speak, following her closely. Wow, this woman is really not to be messed with. Goblin Castle. In a hall that could be considered luxurious, various bizarre decorations were piled together, creating a strong atmosphere. A short and chubby female goblin sat in the center of the hall. She wore fishnet stockings, her fat spilling through the mesh, forming little green meatballs. Her chest, framed by black lace, was about to burst out. Her thick, wrinkled lips curled outward, complementing her large nose, giving one an urge to vomit. She was the dream girl in the hearts of the Goblin Kingdom citizens, Princess Choo Choo Baby. At this moment, she was selecting her male pets. The hall was filled with kneeling male captives. If Xingchen were here, she would definitely recognize many familiar faces. For example, Tang Long, Tang Hu, Lu Yan, and old classmates Wang Tang, Yi Chen, Xiaolongxia, and so on. At this moment, the little eyes of Princess Choo Choo Baby sparkled with stars. Epsilon? Men, all men. Ha, strong men, they make me so hungry. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but shiver. Each one knelt down in prayer. Don't pick me, don't pick me, don't pick me. The goblin princess slowly raised herself, swaying her large, fat backside as she walked over. This one looks good, but too fat. This one has a nice figure, but too ugly. Ah, this one is truly top-notch. Bring him to my room. A group of goblin soldiers, not daring to slack off, dragged a tall and mighty man into the princess's chamber. Everyone gasped in shock. Their legs trembled uncontrollably. The goblin princess took a deep breath, shaking her big belly. Who should I choose next? Everyone trembled, keeping their heads down, not daring to look up. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Hey, that golden bald head looks pretty good. Lift your head so I can see. Wang Tang was completely dumbfounded. He had really been unable to survive in the city, and chose to venture out to beg for a living. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? His first adventure, and his reputation in this life was about to be buried here. Mega, quickly lift your head. 2 goblin soldiers behind him grabbed his head and lifted it up. Wang Tang looked at the goblin princess in fear, feeling like he wanted to die. Mega, he's so ugly, pull him down and chop him. Wang Tong, damn it. Just then, a tall goblin standing at 179.5 centimeters suddenly spoke up. Mega, your highness the princess, this golden kid is doing quite well and he's had surgery, he must be very happy. The princess's eyes brightened. Hiss Mega, this golden thing, I really don't have in my harem, forget it, I'll spare your life, take him to the palace later, and let's try. Tonight. Wang Tang felt like he had been struck by lightning. This would be better than killing him. That's right, this tall goblin was actually Shingling in disguise. Merit plus 10 hee, saving a life. Really gives a lot. He walked over and quietly patted Wang Tang on the shoulder. Class monitor, look, I saved your life again, shouldn't you give me some gratitude money when we get home? Wang Tong was completely stunned. I knew it was you, you brat. However, with a great enemy before him, exposing Shingling was clearly an unwise choice. He could only endure it. At this moment, the goblin princess began to survey the crowd again. Why is the quality of this batch so poor? Mega, one uglier than the other. Everyone's heart seemed to take 1,000 points of damage. At this time, Shingling took the initiative to step forward. Mega princess, this big orc must be very big and fierce. After saying that, he stepped forward and grabbed Tang Long's head to show the goblin princess. Chu Chu Bebe glanced at Tang Long's lower body and her eyes gradually sparkled. Mega, great, pull him out, pull him out. Merit plus 10 Tang Long gritted his teeth as he was pulled out from the crowd. Standing at the very front with Wang Tong, his mood was explosive at this moment. He had maintained his beastly form to make himself look a bit ugly so the goblin princess wouldn't take a liking to him, but who knew a little goblin minion would pop out and directly give him a recommendation. At this time, Shingling walked over and patted Tang Long on the shoulder. Mega, brother, you owe all this wealth to me. Once you gain power, remember not to forget me. Tang Long had 1,000 grass mud horses galloping through his mind. Damn it, isn't that voice Shingling? This is really a disaster. You are my calamity star. Next, the goblin princess simply gave up. She handed over the power to recommend candidates to Shingling. In her view, Shingling had a unique vision and was very much to her liking. Shingling also wholeheartedly and diligently selected candidates for the princess. Mega, your highness, this kid has a slim waist and abs, in human terms, it's called a mad dog waist. Very impressive. A guy was dragged out of the crowd cursing. Mega, this kid wears glasses, very refined, but the more refined, the more lewd. Lu Yan was pulled out of the crowd with a mournful face. Then, Shingling turned around, slowly looking at the kneeling men, a strange smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. Everyone retreated in fear, their faces filled with terror. Don't come over. Princess, look at this guy, thick eyebrows, big eyes, double eyelids, and his ability is super strength, perfectly arranged for you. Yi Chen revealed a murderous look and was pulled out by two goblins. Princess, do you like spicy crayfish? Look here, the god of crayfish, get to know him. Princess, it's not the short and stout that scares me, but the long and hooked ones, you understand? Princess. Shingling enthusiastically recommended everyone he knew. Of course, when there's good fortune, you have to think of your friends. Good brothers, loyal to the end. Shingling wrapped his arms around their shoulders, laughing heartily. The others looked miserable, their faces more sorrowful than if their own fathers had died. Don't make that face, smile a bit, look how beautiful the princess is. You all just enjoy yourselves. At this moment, the goblin princess pouted her plump lips, signaling the others to leave. Soon, only a dozen male companions remained in the hall, along with Shingling and the princess. The princess turned and stared intently at Shingling. A chill ran down Shingling's spine. Magu, you did well, from now on, be my captain of the guard. Magu, thank you, princess. Magu, you should leave too, looking so ugly, don't ruin my mood. Shingling's face darkened. What the hell, are you calling me ugly? The goblin princess smiled slightly, very charmingly. Magu, I know you have a crush on me, but you're just too ugly. I can't work with you around, hurry and get out, and I'll give you a chance to help me bathe later. Shingling? Damn. It, princess, no need, let Wang Tong help you wash. With that, he scrambled out of the hall. The world turns in cycles, who does heaven spare? After Shingling left, the goblin princess began to enjoy her feast. Magu, I really like you all so much, come on, my darlings, let's play together. With that, she wiggled her plump backside and pounced. The hall was soon filled with screams. Zhonghui City, office of the Otherworld Bureau. Wu Cheng and the principal sat in front of the big screen. They were about to check on the training status of the little ones. Also present was Wang Tang's father, Wang Yuqian. He was eager to know how his son Wang Tong was doing in training. At the same time, he wanted to recommend that Wang Tong join the Otherworld Guard directly after graduating from university. Boss Wang, welcome. Let me tell you, Wang Tang is an outstanding child, especially after entering the abyss. His performance has been excellent and he has made great progress, Wu Qing fabricated. Wang Yuqian said, Captain Wu, I'm not bragging, my son has the potential of an emperor. Not only are his grades good, but his character is also very upright, with no bad habits. Such a person is perfect for our Otherworld Guard. Wu Qing and Wang Yuqian shook hands, their fingers subtly negotiating terms. The principal grew impatient. He was eager to know how his protégés were faring. Wu Qing, I haven't been here for several days. You haven't neglected my protégés, have you? Wu Qing smiled awkwardly. How could that be? I check every day. They are making great progress. Some have even gone into the abyss for training, and their lives are quite rich. The principal was skeptical, expressing disbelief. After all these years, I still don't know you? My students are probably barely getting enough to eat, let alone talking about a rich life. If you don't believe it, let's let facts speak. Luo Xian, open the surveillance. Let's see how young Master Wang is doing in his special training. Wu Qing was confident because he had specifically inquired about Wang Tong's situation. He learned that Wang Tang had joined a very strong adventure team and was off to the abyss for adventures. Soon, Wang Tang's performance would surely dazzle them. Hey, Xiao Wang, Xiao Zhang, don't rush to work. Call everyone over to see young Master Wang's heroic performance in the abyss. Okay. Everyone in the office put down their work. They gathered around, ready to watch the young master slaying monsters in the abyss. The leather-clad beauty Luo Xian's long fingers moved swiftly. On the screen, a video from Wang Tang's wristband was displayed. It was a large, thick, and wrinkled fiery red lip. Her owner was pouting, leaning in to kiss Wang Tang's face. Moi, little Tung Tung, give me a kiss. Muma. In an instant, the office of the Anomaly Bureau erupted. Ugh, what the hell is this? Wang Tong, you really know how to live. Your taste in life is just top-notch. Sigma_Angle. Damn, I can't take it anymore. My eyes are burning. No wonder he's a man with the potential of an emperor. He plays it flamboyantly. In an instant, everyone was either vomiting or collapsing. The scene was chaotic and awkward. The principal was gripping Wu Qing's neck, shaking him back and forth. What have you done to my good student? Wang Tang's father, Wang Yuqian, was clenching his fists tightly. His heart was about to burst. This is my own son. How did he turn into a pervert? Just at the moment when the fiery red lips kissed Wang Tang on the surveillance screen. Gah! Oh! Wang Yuqian finally couldn't hold on any longer, collapsing directly, his mouth frothing. Boss Wang, don't lose hope. Call an ambulance. In an instant, the scene was in chaos. Some were making calls, some were performing CPR. Some were vomiting endlessly, while others fainted from shock. After half an hour of busy work, Wu Qing finally managed to clean up the scene. He wiped his sweat and plopped down in a chair. Beside him was the principal, who looked like he wanted to kill him with his gaze. Principal, let me explain. This incident with Wang Tang was purely an accident. The other students are doing just fine. Hearing this, the principal's frown eased a bit. I hope so. Let's see how Yi Chen is doing. Upon hearing this, Wu Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly called out, Luo Xian, check Yi Chen's footage. Luo Xian's fingers moved quickly. The surveillance screen once again showed those sexy lips. Wu Qing, Omega, what the hell, did they go in a group? Principal? Go die. Goblin Kingdom. Outside the selection hall for brides, Xingchen lay directly on the ground, listening to the most beautiful sounds in the world. He gazed at the starry sky and couldn't help but analyze his current predicament. The combat power of the Goblin Kingdom was simply beyond their capability to contend with. The Goblin King was at platinum level. Due to this awakening, his strength had temporarily dropped from the peak of gold. This was why everyone dared to team up to hunt the Goblin King. However, once he successfully awakens, he would directly break through to diamond level. He would be invincible in the entire Lauren Abyss. His 7 goblin generals were all at gold level. Coupled with countless miscellaneous soldiers and various bizarre tactics with just their small group and being captured, they were destined to be unable to win. What to do? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. If there's something I can't solve, I'll just ask the system. System bro. Damn it, when there's nothing, it's system kid. When there's something, it's system bro. What's the matter? Destroy this group of goblins for me. I can't do it. I also need merit. To nourish myself, my merit power is insufficient, and my current strength is not enough. Why not, you spend some merit to buy something? Xingchen was speechless, suddenly feeling that this system was also a scam. No choice, he might as well get some upgrade pills to eat. Open the system panel, he was directly stunned. Merit 6754? System kid, where did I get so much merit from? You created a subpar armor, allowing many adventurers who couldn't afford the genuine armor to have weapons, thus saving them from being killed. You saved so many lives, 10 points of merit for each person. Xingchen was so excited he almost jumped up. This was a windfall. Spend money. He decisively opened the shop, buying 4 upgrade pills, a small nuclear missile, and 10 consecutive draws. That's right, Xingchen had not given up yet. He rubbed his hands together and started drawing. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a system blessing once. May you turn danger into safety and have prosperous fortune in the days to come. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a system blessing once. May you turn danger into safety and have prosperous fortune in the days to come. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a system blessing once. May you turn danger into safety and have prosperous fortune in the days to come. 10 consecutive draws and all of them were empty? Ding, congratulations host, you have received a guaranteed reward, a small wooden fish of merit. Using the small hammer of merit to strike the wooden fish once can earn 1 point of merit. Xingqian suddenly felt wide awake. What a good thing. With a thought, a small wooden fish appeared in front of him. How do I get the small hammer of merit? Can be purchased in the merit shop or obtained through tasks. Xingqian quickly opened the shop. He couldn't wait to strike it for a while. Merit. Xingqian happily browsed the shop, but suddenly he froze in place. The small hammer of merit requires 100,000 merit. Xingqian's face was filled with tears. I am guilty, really. I shouldn't have any illusions about this damn system. It's just here to scam me. Xingqian howled to the sky. Damn it, dog system, you owe me merit. Xingqian swore. Whoever buys 10 consecutive draws again in this life will be a big fool. This is so damn ridiculous. 1,000 merit to buy an upgrade pill, isn't that better? Xingqian, with tears in his eyes, nibbled on the upgrade pill. Kong Chi. Oh damn, it's really good. Level. +1 inch level, +1 level, +1 level, +1 with 4 consecutive level ups. Xingqian directly rose to black iron 9 stars. Eating black iron level upgrade pills was no longer useful. However, there were bronze breakthrough pills in the merit shop. Xingqian looked at the price. Damn, 10,000 merit for a 30% chance breakthrough pill. Better not. Xingqian burped, patting his belly that was about to burst. I can't eat anymore. Just then, a very lewd-looking goblin soldier quietly approached the hall. Xingqian immediately noticed this guy. As the chief guard of the goblin princess, Xingqian had to stand his post well for her highness. He jumped up and slapped the lewd goblin on the back of the head. Damn it, what are you doing, looking for death? The goblin trembled all over when he realized he had been discovered. Damn. I'm sorry, big brother, I just love her highness too much, so I sneaked into the palace to take a peek at the princess's beauty. Xingqian's view on love collapsed completely. What the hell, there are simps even among goblins. He glanced at the goblin simp. Damn, what's your name? The goblin stammered. Damn, my name is Tai Bang, Xiao Quan, Bulasi. Xingqian was completely dumbfounded. The goblin's name was surprisingly non-mainstream. Damn, okay, I'll ask you a question. If you answer correctly, I'll let you go. What is the princess's name? Mentioning the princess, Tai Bang, Xiao Quan Bulasi's face was filled with admiration. Damn, the great princess's full name is Wang Rosi Chu Chu Bei Bai. Xingqian was directly puzzled. The goblin's name seemed random, yet it had a bit of a pattern. Immediately, Xingqian began to interrogate and soon understood the origin of the goblin names. The Goblin Kingdom, apart from the royal family, had 7 major races, each with a general named Iron Rod, Thunder, Flame, Frost, Throwing, Self-Destruction, and War Chariot. It was clear how each race fought. In the second segment, the names of the little dog and Rosi were given by their parents. In the third segment, Bulasi and Chu Chu Bei Bei were named by the goblins themselves. These goblins are quite particular, they have knowledge. At this point, Xingqian had almost finished questioning the divisions of power and the secrets of the Goblin Kingdom. He even uncovered some hidden truths about the Goblin Kingdom. He had a somewhat immature plan forming in his mind. Manhwa, alright brother, it seems you really love the princess, so I'll allow you to watch her happily from the window. Upon hearing this, the little dog Bulasi's eyes sparkled with green light. Manhwa, benefactor, please let me know your name, and I will repay you with my life in the future. Xingqian was taken aback. Damn, he still needed to come up with a name. After a moment of thought, he said, Manhwa, I'll call myself Throwing. Grip like, big swing. Manhwa, big swing, how imposing. You truly are the most talented among goblins, let's chase the princess together. Xingqian quickly shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum. Manhwa, no thanks, go watch your princess. Thus, little dog Bulasi stubbornly spent the night watching his goddess from the window. As dawn broke, Xingqian stretched lazily, still sleeping pretty comfortably. He patted his face to wake himself up more. Then he slowly walked into the selection hall for brides. At this time, the goblin princess had already gone back to sleep. Only a group of concubines remained, locked in the conference hall. Xingqian gently pushed the door open. Brothers, good morning. Did you have fun yesterday? Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. Beat him. Kill that little brat, useless fool. At that moment, a bag was thrown over Xingqian's head. A swarm of concubines rushed forward. They pinned Xingqian to the ground. Brothers, let's talk this out. I'm doing this for your own good, Xingqian shouted. However, no one was listening. Strip him, and serve him to the goblin princess. No, brothers, I was wrong. No one paid attention to his words. Everyone worked together to strip Xingqian of his disguise. Smirks of revenge appeared on their faces. Today, we take revenge, you die with honor. Xingqian was horrified. Damn, doing bad things really brings retribution, but this retribution is coming way too fast. They tied him up, wrapping him like a rice dumpling. Carry him away, present him to Her Highness the Princess. Xingqian was almost in tears, this was too terrifying. Retribution comes around. Who can escape the heavens? As he was about to be carried out the door, Xingqian panicked. Brothers, I have a plan to save everyone. The group carrying Xingqian suddenly paused. Let's hear it. Xingqian gathered everyone around. Like this, like that at #%#. At #% and then, finally, we'll launch a counterattack and take down the Goblin King. Xingqian presented a plan so detailed. It was terrifying. Everyone immediately felt a glimmer of hope for survival. Put him down, let him carry out the plan. Xingqian was set down and untied. Phew, scared me to death. Hurry up and get to work. The counterattack is in 3 days. Kill the Goblin King and capture the princess alive. Yes, capture the princess alive. Upon hearing this, Xingqian froze in place. What's this, night as husband and wife and feelings developed? The crowd? Get lost. After hearing Xingqian's meticulous plan, everyone finally rekindled their hope for life. Last night, the Goblin Princess only hugged and lifted everyone high because her mother's elder sister had come without taking any real action. But in a few days, everyone would either fall into an abyss of despair or open the door to some new world. From then on, they would be lost within it, unable to extricate themselves. At this moment, everyone had entrusted their hopes for survival entirely to Xingqian. You must save us. Everyone looked at Xingqian with great anticipation, their eyes seemingly sparkling like little gorillas. Xingqian patted his chest. Don't worry, as long as you all cooperate with me wholeheartedly, I will definitely be able to save everyone. After that, everyone scrambled to piece together the goblin skin again and put it on. Xingqian. This newly assembled goblin skin was even more lifelike and uglier than the previous one. At this moment, the door to the beauty pageant hall was opened. A group of goblin soldiers walked in. Magu, the princess has ordered to lock this group of male pets in the princess's chamber. Then, the goblin soldiers, in a flurry of activity, kicked and shoved, binding everyone up. During this time, Xingqian really put in a lot of effort. He was the one who kicked the hardest and tied the most securely, without any slack whatsoever. There was no way around it. Xingqian had no other strengths, just dedication. At this moment, all the goblin soldiers looked at Xingqian with admiration as he tied people up. Magu, big brother, your tying skills are really impressive. It looks like a human artwork when finished. Magu, big brother, where did you learn this skill? Teach us. Xingqian waved his hand. Magu, I learned this rope art from a certain series of movies. This method is very secure and easy to operate. Magu, I want to learn. Learn. Magu, big brother, you are my real big brother. A group of goblin soldiers rushed forward to acknowledge him as their big brother. Xingqian, embodying the original spirit of sharing on the internet, imparted his rope skills to the goblin younger brothers without reservation. He even used Wang Tong for a live demonstration. It was just that the model's face looked a bit unhappy. At this moment, Wang Tong was tied up in a very shameful single-leg lift position. Magu, this is called single-leg suspension, used for severe torture. The cries of the prisoner will be very tragic. It's very effective. The group of goblins observed carefully and noted it down in their little notebooks. Then, Wang Tong was tied into an even more humiliating position. Magu, this is called tortoise shell binding. Tied like this, you don't have to worry about the prisoner not confessing. The pleasure doubles. At this moment, Wang Tong had 10,000 alpacas galloping through his mind. Damn it, with so many people, why are you using me as a demonstration? Xingqian glanced at him, then his hands flew, unlocking a brand new rope art. Magu, using you as a demonstration, I have no guilt. Wang Tong. What the hell? Xingqian continued his operations, and one piece of artwork after another emerged on Wang Tong's body. The goblins were in awe, completely captivated. A new world's door slowly opened in their hearts. Magu, today's lesson ends here, students, see you next time. How could the goblins let Xingqian easily end the class? Magu, big brother, teach us a little longer, I still want to learn new rope arts. Xingqian waved his hand. Magu, as long as everyone listens to me in the future, I will definitely teach you all. Moreover, you can't chew too much at once, learning a little each time will make it more solid. Hearing such reasonable words, the goblin soldiers admired Xingqian even more. They all prepared to join Xingqian's ranks as his underlings. Xingqian was very happy. He untied all the ropes from Wang Tong. Magu, take them all away. Yes. Wang Tong finally breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of being used as a binding teaching material by Xingqian was too damn shameful. It would have been better to kill him. Fortunately, it's over. Unfortunately, Xingqian firmly believed in the correct principle of helping others to the end, sending the Buddha all the way to the West. Teaching. There must be teaching, and there must be learning. So, he instructed the goblin soldiers. Hey, hurry Up and stop dawdling, take the others away, and let this golden big bald head practice rope skills with you. Wang Tong, goblin. Xingchen flew out of the hall like a gust of wind. It wasn't that he was afraid of Wang Tang's revenge, but he truly felt too embarrassed to face him. Next came the second step of the plan, to enhance his strength. Yesterday, the system had given him a bizarre prompt. Total merit value reaches 10,000 to unlock the weapon synthesis system. Choose one of the 2 melee divine weapons additional rewards, 1 99% breakthrough pill of bronze level, 1 100% breakthrough pill of bronze level. Xingchen was quite delighted. This 100% breakthrough pill of bronze level, why not sell him 1,000 big beauties? At market price? He could eat a 99% breakthrough pill and directly break through. A blood profit. Thus, in order to quickly accumulate merit, Xingchen had no choice but to choose the path he once hated the most. Donate money for charity. If it weren't for the urgent situation, he really wanted to slowly fleece his wolf friends. Now, it was time to donate money. Xingchen quickly found Ling Qin and Ling Xue. The two of them had been hiding in the Goblin Kingdom since yesterday. Due to the chaotic management of the Goblin Kingdom's commoners, the two had gone completely unnoticed. The only trouble was that last night, Ling Qin had a whim and decided to prove her beauty. So, she successfully took down 10 goblins. She crushed the heads of 10 goblins. Crushed to bits, Xingchen swayed over to them. Ling Qin, lend me your phone for a moment, I need to handle something. Ling Qin had a dark expression, as if she was still angry. Don't you know there's a magical barrier in the Goblin Kingdom? There's no signal for phones. Xingchen was confused. What? Barrier? I don't know. Ling Qin's face darkened further. Then do you know that the highest combat power in the Goblin Kingdom is platinum level? Why doesn't humanity just send 2 diamonds to wipe them out? Xingchen scratched his head. If you don't know, go ask Baidu. Asking me, I don't have a phone to Baidu. Ling Qin was directly speechless. She started to explain to Xingchen that 1 + 1 is equal to 2. There is a magical barrier around the Goblin Kingdom, allowing only silver-level adventurers to enter. That's why humanity has been unable to conquer the Goblin Kingdom for so many years. Moreover, all communication tools within the barrier have no signal, making it impossible to call for help. Even if help is called, it wouldn't matter. Sending more silver-level adventurers would just be sending them to their deaths. Xingchen suddenly understood. Oh, so that's why you didn't give me your phone. Ling Qin? 3? Here, take it. Ling Qin shoved her phone into Xingchen's hands. Password? 54,188. Xingchen unlocked Ling Qin's phone. Sure. Enough, there's no signal. Ling Qin looked as if it was obvious. I told you there's no signal. Hey, why are you looking through my photo album? Don't you dare look at my browser. Damn, that's my shower video. Xingchen didn't care about that. He took the phone and dashed away without a trace. It must be said, in terms of speed, Xingchen was a top-tier existence in the entire tricycle realm. In less than 10 minutes, Xingchen had already ridden his tricycle to the edge of the barrier. To be safe, Xingchen took both Ling Qin and Ling Xue's phones with him. He casually picked up Ling Qin's phone. He dialed Lu Neng's number. The phone was quickly connected, and Lu Neng's voice came through. Hello, who is it? Don't you know that President Lu is very busy? It's me, Xingchen. Upon hearing Xingchen's name, Lu Neng immediately changed his tone. Ah, it's Chairman Xing. Are you still having fun fighting monsters in the abyss? Xingchen thought for a moment. I guess it's somewhat fun. By the way, how much money have I made now? Without even thinking, Lu Neng answered directly. Chairman Xing, you probably have around 20 million now. Xingchen was taken aback. What the hell? That much? We can't have sold that much in the past few days, can we? Hey, President Xing, you don't understand. We're not making money from poor folks anymore. We're making money from the rich. I'm using our brand to raise funds, directly securing investment for a small target. You still hold a 20% stake, which is 20 million. Xingchen was completely stunned. You guys are really good at making money. On the other end of the line, Lu Nan was excessively flattering. More than half a month ago, he was still worrying about food. Since following Xingchen for over 10 days, he had transformed from a street vendor into President Lu. With a net worth of tens of millions, he was living the good life. From now on, as long as Chairman Xing gave an order, Lu Neng would go through fire and water without hesitation. Chairman Xing, do you need any money for something? Xingchen thought for a moment and said, I want to donate some money. On the other end of the line, Lu Neng's voice came through. Donating money is good. We have money now. It must be a blessing arranged by heaven. We should give back appropriately, and it can also help improve our visibility. How much do you want to donate? Xingchen calculated his merits. He had saved over 1,000 before. Later, after selling armors and saving a few people, he had earned over 6,000 in total. Adding it all up, he had just over 8,000, and he still needed 2,000 merits to take off. At that moment, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Every person in need earns 10,000 yuan and you can gain 1 point of merit. 10,000 yuan for 1 point. That means he would need to donate 20 million, right? Thinking of this, Xingchen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Damn, the system's prices are a bit high. Moreover, did that system inquire about my savings? Let's donate 20 million then, Xingchen said on the phone. There was a moment of silence and unease on the other end. After a while, Lu Nang's voice came again. Okay, President Xing, if we run out of money, we'll just deceive, no, earn it back. 10 minutes later, the system's prompt sounded. Ding, merit plus 2,000. Xingchen felt a pang in his heart. 20 million, he had never seen so much money in his life. But now, it was for saving people, so he was all in. Just then, a series of rewards exploded in Xingchen's mind. Ding, congratulations, the host's total merit value has reached 10,000. Equipment synthesis system activated. Reward, choose one from 2 melee artifacts. 1 100% bronze breakthrough pill. Reward, 1 10 consecutive draws discount card. Xingchen was overjoyed. This immense wealth had finally come to him. First, let's choose 1 melee artifact to calm his nerves. Selectable artifacts, 1. Linglinky King's Pig. Slaughtering Knife. 2. Red Wolf's World-Destroying Frying Pan. Xingchen's eyes dazzled at the sight. Both of these artifacts were impressive. It was really hard to choose. Let's check the equipment attributes first. Linglinky King's Pig Slaughtering Knife. Quality: Golden Artifact. Type: Melee Short Knife. Description: From the Southern Heaven Gate to Panglai East Road, the official kitchen. Knife of Ganjiang and Moe, forged from Tianshan Cold Iron. Renowned as the artifact world's equivalent of the Heavenly Sword and Dragon Slaying Saber, alongside Lu Huachan's Raw Melon Egg Inspection Knife. Xingchen frowned as he finished reading the description. It's still quite long. I have to say this knife is indeed impressive, but he's more interested in trying Lu Huachang's Raw Melon Egg Inspection Knife. Let's take a look at the frying pan. Xingchen opened the frying pan's panel. Red Wolf's World Destroying Frying Pan. Quality: Golden Artifact. Type: Melee Blunt Weapon, Shield Throwing Weapon / Cooking Utensil. Description: Can swing, can hit, can fry eggs, can throw, can block bullets. Red Wolf's Frying Pan. Your choice of love. Xingchen looked at the description of the frying pan, feeling a bit dazed. Why does it feel like an advertisement? Better stick with the pig-killing knife. Although the frying pan is powerful, which man can resist the charm of a pig-killing knife? Xingchen wanted to click the X button in the upper right corner of the frying pan to exit the page, but that X was really a bit small. Xingchen missed the X and clicked on the blank area instead. Fortunately, it's not a big deal. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Red Wolf's World-Destroying Frying Pan. Xingchen immediately cursed. Damn it, dog system, is this description page a lesson in advertising? Sigh, a frying pan is just a frying pan, at least it's an artifact. Having been used to being scammed by the system, he didn't want to complain anymore. Then let's try a breakthrough pill first. Just in time, I'm hungry. With a thought, a yellow pill the size of a washbasin suddenly appeared. Xingchen looked at the giant pill and fell into contemplation. I have to say, the system may be a scam, but when it comes to materials, it's top-notch. Good review. Xingchen immediately started munching on it. The breakthrough pill quickly disappeared. Xingchen felt a warm current wash over his body. An indescribable comfort, a surge of spiritual energy rushed towards him. Then he heard the system's voice. Congratulations, host, you have broken through to bronze 1-star ability. Art of Explosion unlocks new attribute. Art of Explosion unlocks new attribute. Mushroom bomb. Plant an invisible bomb at the location, can provide partial vision. Detonation methods: timed detonation, mental detonation, touch detonation. Description: team battles can be lost, but those who urinate anywhere must die. Xingchen looked at this new ability attribute, silently falling into thought. This thing is good, but it's a bit lacking in finesse. Later, he would go to the Goblin Kingdom and let them experience the power of the mushroom bomb. Not only that, after upgrading to bronze, all of Xingchen's attributes received a tremendous boost. Whether it was strength, speed, or endurance, they all increased geometrically. The tens of millions spent aren't a loss. After all, this money was all free. Well, overall, Xingchen was quite happy with his current state. When he was happy, he couldn't help but want to test his luck. System grants a 10 consecutive draw discount coupon. You Xingchen spend 100 merit points to buy a 10 consecutive draw. It's just 100 merit points. Bought it. What if I draw something good? Xingchen thought to himself as he opened the lottery. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the system's super blessing. This system wishes you smooth sailing, 2 dragons playing with pearls, 3 suns rising, 4 peace and stability, 5 blessings arriving, 6 sixes in harmony, 7 stars bringing joy, wealth from all directions, 9 returning to 1, perfection. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the system's super blessing. This system wishes you smooth sailing, 2 dragons playing with pearls, 3 suns rising, 4 peace and stability, 5 blessings arriving, 6 sixes in harmony, 7 stars bringing joy, wealth from all directions, 9 returning to 1, perfection. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the system super blessing. This system wishes you smooth sailing, 2 dragons playing with pearls, 3 suns rising, 4 peace and stability, 5 blessings arriving, 6 sixes in harmony, 7 stars bringing joy, wealth from all directions, 9 returning to 1. Perfection. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the system's super blessing, 10 consecutive super blessings from the system. Shingchen was completely overwhelmed. Damn it, dog system, is there anything in this broken lottery? Omega, Geneva, refund. 108. Winky face, underscore. Accompanied by a sound of awe, he seemed to stretch out completely. So comfortable. Ling Qin, who was on lookout nearby, was about to go crazy. Damn it, can you not make such an entrancing expression and sound when setting off a bomb? Sister, I don't want to either, but this thing has that kind of property, I can't help it. Then, big brother, can you hurry up? It's quite embarrassing for me to be on lookout here. I'm not even embarrassed doing this, and you're feeling embarrassed being on lookout? The two exchanged words back and forth. Suddenly, a few goblins approached. Xingchen and Ling Qin felt like they were facing a great enemy. What to do? People are coming, let's hurry. How can I leave halfway through? Then you cut it off. This isn't poop, it's a bomb. The two were bickering quietly. A few goblins walked over, chatting about something. Wow, the princess is looking better and better. What a pity, she only likes those hairy monsters among humans. Exactly, we goblins are so good, no hair, very clean. The goblins chattered endlessly. Suddenly, they saw a tall goblin squatting in the middle of the road, taking a dump. The expression was extremely strained and ugly. Beside him, an even uglier female goblin was keeping watch for him. Wow, what kind of goblin can find a partner these days? Look at that female goblin, she's so ugly too. A turtle with a soft-shelled turtle, a freak with an ugly one, a match made in heaven. The few goblins spoke very loudly. They were practically saying it right in front of Ling Qin. This directly infuriated Ling Qin. You guys are looking for death. The goblins laughed heartily. Wow, Lincho is so troublesome, wishing you and your boyfriend who loves to take a dump early blessings. Early blessings. Early blessings. Xingchen was completely dumbfounded. It turned out that goblins were not surprised by public defecation at all. What surprised them was that Lin was taking a dump and even brought his girlfriend to keep watch. Damn. Xingchen looked at the 10 goblin heads that had been stomped to pieces and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Why the hell am I taking a dump with a burden? After figuring out the principle, Xingchen directly let Ling Qin go play. He himself roamed freely throughout the goblin kingdom. On the streets, in alleys, and in squares, Xingchen's figure was everywhere. After getting rid of Ling Qin, Xingchen found it much smoother to take a dump. It seemed that having someone nearby while taking a dump would affect the urge. Xingchen set off bombs like a cuckoo, and as long as there was a path to walk, there was no way to escape disaster. In less than half a day, Xingchen surprisingly became famous among the goblins, and it was a positive image. Now, many goblin fans were all learning to take a dump like him. It was said that doing it this way could help them grow taller. Therefore, a brand new fashion movement emerged in the goblin world, defecating by the roadside. On the street, when two neighbors met, they would greet each other warmly. Wow, did you take a dump today? Wow, I took one early in the morning. How about you? Where did you do it? Wow, I did it at the palace gate. Just like that, a day passed. Xingchen dragged his weak, trembling legs back to the princess's chamber. I'm so damn tired. Fortunately, he had some spirit beads in his backpack, otherwise he would have surely collapsed from exhaustion. Thinking about his layout plan, he felt a headache coming on. The feeling of getting his brain back was really unpleasant. Once he returned to Jianhui, he must store his brain in some mindless novel. The time without a brain was truly the happiest time. Xingchen took the opportunity to rest for 2 hours. In the middle of the night, he quietly opened his eyes, looking at the pitch-black night and the countless stars above. It was probably around 2 in the morning. The lazy goblins were all asleep, while the diligent Lin had already started working. Xingchen stretched lazily. Sleep? Only those who can't slack off during the day sleep. What? Do I need sleep for when I have nothing to do during the day? So, Xingchen got up and got to work. Tonight's task was administering medicine. Xingchen pulled out a sack of laxatives from his spatial backpack. Don't ask why a good person carries laxatives. Just ask if he has a friend who suffers from chronic constipation and needs to take them in time. Ask who that friend is? Sorry, Zhang Daba. His father, Zhang Er. Xingchen chuckled mischievously. He walked over to several large wells in the goblin kingdom and began to pour. He opened the sack and the white powdery laxative poured in without a care for the dosage. It was like dumping lime at a construction site. Soon, an entire sack of laxatives was emptied into the well. Xingchen felt that the effect might be too singular. He pulled out another sack of sal estrus drugs. He thought for a moment about whether this would violate the goblin family planning policy, then put it back. No, that would be too unethical. Next, Xingchen poured a sack of laxatives into every well he encountered. Soon, the water from the wells of the 7 major tribes and the royal family was filled with a refreshing aroma. Just as he was pouring into the last well, he was suddenly caught by a goblin patrol guard. Mega, what are you putting in the well? Xingchen broke out in a cold sweat. Winky face. Crap, I've been discovered. What should I do? Knock him out directly. The goblin guard walked over, raised his spiked club, and pointed it at Xingchen's head. Mega, you look like a bad guy putting things in the well. Let me taste what it is. After saying that, the goblin directly drew a bucket of water from the well, filled a ladle, and started gulping it down. After a few sips, he felt unsatisfied. Then he hugged the bucket and started chugging it down. Xingchen was dumbfounded. I mean, come on, brother goblin, leave some for others. After finishing a bucket of water, the goblin's belly had swollen up a bit. Mega, this water tastes good. Give me what you put in, and I'll put some in the special well for the king too. Once I achieve great merit, I'll marry my second. And to you. Xingchen shouted, crap. There are too many points to complain about. I don't even know which one to start with. Xingchen readily pulled out a large sack of laxatives. The goblin hoisted the sack and happily went off to claim his merit. Xingchen took out a small notebook. He marked a question mark on the plan to place mushroom bombs and administer medicine. In the end, he added another plan. When the second uncle-in-law then crossed it out. Xingchen worked quickly. It took just over 2 hours to finish administering the medicine throughout the entire goblin kingdom. It wasn't even dawn yet. Xingchen returned to his post and fell into a deep sleep. Time passed, though he didn't know how long. Xingchen was awakened by a loud commotion. Mega! Mega! Xingchen was about to get angry. Mega! Damn it, stop bothering me! After shouting, he was stunned, because no one paid him any mind. He rubbed his eyes and then saw that the open space outside the princess's selection hall was packed with goblins. There were so many goblins, it was as if they were about to go to war. 3 layers inside, 30 layers outside, it was an endless sea. The stars counted and found there were actually tens of thousands. What the hell, are they here to get me? But why were they forming a circle? With the spirit of helping others to the end and enjoying the gossip to the fullest, Xingchen squeezed through the layers of goblins, pushing his way to the center. He only saw that a huge platform had been built in the center at some unknown time. On the platform stood over 100 strong goblin warriors. They stared at each other as if they had some grudge. Above the platform, there were rows of seats. In the middle of the seats sat the Goblin King and the 7 generals in a line. The Goblin Princess was also present, sitting behind the Goblin King. Today, she was still wearing those fishnet stockings, a black bikini 3-piece set, and her lipstick was surprisingly Death Barbie pink. Xingchen almost threw up. Damn, this princess is quite fashionable. Suddenly, he spotted a row of familiar faces. Wang Tong and the others were actually among them. They were tied up in various shameful positions, their strong pectoral muscles particularly prominent. Xingchen quietly approached. Hey, Manhwa, Wang Tong, what's going on? When Wang Tong saw Xingchen, the hatred in his eyes gradually filled to the brim. If it weren't for the fact that he was counting on this kid to help him escape, he would have exposed him right then. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head and he came up with a little plan. The Goblin King is going to select the strongest warrior in the country and then grant him the highest noble status. You should get on the stage quickly. Once you have power, the entire goblin army will listen to you, and you can take us away anytime. And look at that frying pan, which symbolizes love, symbolizes courage. That's today's prize. Then, Wang Tong grinned. And I heard there are special rewards too. Xingchen was taken aback and looked directly at the frying pan at the top of the stage. What the hell, that can't be a reward. From my system, right? The damn system is getting more ridiculous. It used to deliver rewards right to my door, and now I have to fight for them. What a scam. On the stage, an old goblin shouted loudly, Manhwa, are there any more warriors to come up? If not, we will start. Xingchen raised his hand and quickly called out, Manhwa, Manhwa, I'm here, I'm here. Saying this, Xingchen ran up to the stage. Competing in a goblin tribe arena to show off was also a good choice. Meanwhile, Wang Tong, who was tied up like a zanzi, couldn't help but curve his mouth into a strange arc. This is the Goblin Princess's martial arts competition for marriage. Enjoy this overwhelming wealth when your time comes, star. The arena was filled with goblins of various races. Red, green, blue, and all sorts of colors. But the original green skin was still the most common. Standing at 179.5 centimeters, Star looked a bit out of place among a group of goblins averaging 1.4 meters tall. Almost all the goblins had their eyes fixed on him from the very beginning. Damn, this is too obvious, isn't it? Star quickly assessed the situation and squatted down, holding his head. Well, I thought he was some kind of great warrior, but turns out he's just a coward, mocked the eldest son of the Flame General. Yeah, a coward like him doesn't deserve to marry a princess. He should just go take a dump, said the eldest son of the Frost General. Star was taken aback. Damn, they even noticed I was secretly laying traps? The goblins erupted in mockery. Some called Star a big fool, while others labeled him a coward. In any case, the goblins' taunts were relentless. Terrified, Star quickly touched the Gatling armor in his backpack space. Then, at the command of the old man, let the duel begin. All the goblin warriors went into a frenzy. They grabbed their weapons and entered full chaotic battle mode. But this chaos surprisingly had a pattern. The goblins actually formed groups. A few would band together to form a small team. Larger groups of a dozen goblins coordinated with each other. There were even mages, melee fighters, archers, healers, controllers, and tanks, and their cooperation was surprisingly intricate. Star was stunned. Could goblins really have such a lineup? In an instant, the goblin teams clashed together. In the arena, elemental skills and stones flew everywhere, with bone clubs and stone spears in chaotic combat. Various shouts of Manhwa echoed back and forth. Ping ping pong pong. Manhwa. Manhwa. Oh. At hashtag and at Yuan and hashtag die, you bastard. Hashtag Yuan it, hashtag carrot. In just a moment, many goblin warriors fell. Star was dumbfounded. Are they really this ruthless against their own kind? Crouching in a corner of the arena, Star silently watched the frenzied battle, as if it had nothing to do with him. Just then, a goblin giant, standing 160 centimeters tall and wielding a large bone club, swung it at Star. Hua, I won't allow any goblin taller than me. With that, the giant's bone club came crashing down. Star was stunned. What kind of freak is this? Get the hell out of here. Star kicked the goblin giant away. Damn it, you're interrupting my show. Star picked up the large bone club and swung it around, feeling it was quite useful. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a large bone club quality, blue advanced type, blunt weapon attribute, damage to red enemies plus 5% description. The thigh bone of a minotaur, passed down from the Kong Shuifu bone soup instant noodles family. Star was taken aback. When did such junk equipment start reporting attributes? Moreover, compared to before, the equipment had an extra attribute line. Would you like to activate the equipment synthesis system? Star almost forgot that his 10,000 merit points were mainly for opening the equipment system. He ended up forgetting after taking 2 big pills. Activate. Star replied to the system. Equipment synthesis system activated. Equipment catalog activated. Star quickly opened the equipment synthesis system. He found there were only 2 interfaces. Synthesis. At strengthening, Star was quite pleased. He first opened the synthesis system. An interface popped up. Star placed the large bone club and the goblin wolf tooth club together. The synthesis system interface shook for a moment. A brand new piece of equipment appeared. Beef leg bone wolf fawn club LV1 quality, blue advanced type, blunt weapon attributes, 3% chance to stun on attack plus 5%. Damage to red enemies description. A large club made from a combination of beef leg bones and wolf fangs. Wielding it makes you the coolest goblin on Goblin Street. Xingqian silently observed the attributes of this equipment. So this is the charm of the equipment synthesis system. I wonder what would happen if I synthesize it again. He then knocked over a goblin and picked up its wolf fawn club. He placed the 2 pieces of equipment in the system synthesis slot. System prompt, only synthesizing 2 identical pieces of equipment will increase the level. This equipment already contains a wolf fawn club. Synthesis will not yield any effect enhancement. Xingqian understood instantly. As a seasoned online game player, he knew he was about to fall into a grind and farm trap. There was no choice. It was for the sake of becoming stronger. So he casually swung his club and knocked over another goblin. He picked up a large bone club. He synthesized the large bone club with the wolf fawn club. Obtained beef leg bone wolf fawn club LV1. Xingqian dragged the 2 level 1 beef leg bone wolf fawn clubs into the equipment synthesis slot. Obtained beef leg bone wolf fawn club LV2. Xingqian's eyes lit up. Just as he had thought. The traditional online gamer trick. To get stronger equipment, one must continuously grind and farm. And the equipment required for this synthesis is squared. That is to say, to synthesize a level 10 piece of equipment, 512 identical pieces are needed. It won't just tire you out, it can also make you broke. Working electronic screws, becoming a cyber slave? Xingqian wouldn't waste that much time and energy in the game. But in reality, he could consider it. Because there's plenty of this equipment. So Xingqian swung the large bone club again. A poor little goblin was knocked over. Obtained large bone club. Then Xingqian swung again. Obtained wolf fawn club. Obtained. Xingqian was having a great time with this synthesis system. The joy of leveling up equipment through synthesis was comparable to picking up trash. Xingqian continuously synthesized equipment. Beef leg bone wolf fawn club LV3, beef leg bone wolf fawn club LV4, beef leg bone wolf fawn club LV. The more he synthesized, the more excited he became. Before he knew it, he had already synthesized up to level 7. Xingqian swung the bone club again. The bone club was already faintly radiating energy waves. The strength was so great that it produced a series of sonic booms. However, did he miss? Xingchen was puzzled. Where's the goblin? Only then did Xingchen look up. However, the scene before him left him dumbfounded. He saw hundreds of goblin bodies lying around him. They had piled up into a small mountain. The terrifying stun effect caused them to faint almost upon contact. And around him, a vacuum zone had formed. The remaining goblins were huddled in a corner, trembling. A group of goblins were bewildered. They were fighting well when suddenly they discovered a corner filled with fainted goblins. Then they saw a big oaf. One swing knocked a goblin out, and then he skillfully snatched its equipment. Then, another swing knocked out another. No matter who was defiant, he just swung and knocked them out. In less than 10 minutes, 2/3 of the goblins had been knocked out. Moreover, that guy's attack range was getting larger and larger. Who the hell do you complain to about this? Thus, the remaining goblins became surprisingly united. They all huddled together in a corner, trembling. Xingchen was also dumbfounded. He was just synthesizing some equipment. Why was everyone looking at him with such a gaze reserved for a thug? Was he really that terrifying? Manhwa, why is everyone trembling? In the corner? Is it cold? Come over, and I'll help warm you up. After saying that, Xingchen waved the bone club in his hand. A group of goblins, seeing this, shook their heads in fear. Manhwa, big brother, we're not cold, we just have a bit of childhood hyperactivity. You go about your business, don't mind us. Exactly. You go ahead. Xingchen glanced at them. Manhwa, since you all call me big brother, how can I not help you? To be honest, I once learned a type of acupuncture therapy from humans, specifically for treating childhood hyperactivity. Come, let me give you some needles. Saying this, Xingchen lifted the big bone club and walked towards the group of goblins. The goblins went crazy. Where did this thug come from? That needle of yours seems a bit thick. Manhwa, don't come over. Manhwa. Xingchen, holding the big bone club, slowly moved forward. The goblins were almost going mad. What the hell? We were just having a match. How did this guy get mixed in? So brutal. Manhwa, don't come over. Xingchen weighed the big bone club in his hand. Manhwa, brothers, my acupuncture technique is divine. I guarantee you'll stop trembling in no time. Xingchen smiled slightly at the goblins, whose faces were filled with fear. All the goblins were on the verge of tears. Manhwa, what do we do? Manhwa, let's just chill. At that moment, a goblin warrior, entirely clad in bright red, stepped forward. He was the eldest son of General Flame Barbecue Yang Yuchuan. Manhwa, as the only designated heir of the Flame Clan, I declare war on you in the name of the Flame God. The figure of Flame Barbecue Yang Yuchuan instantly became tall and mighty. Fiery flames erupted from his body. The temperature of his hands could almost melt steel. Flame God, please grant me strength. I am Yang Yuchuan. A terrifying heat swept through the arena from him. All the goblins turned red from the heat, their faces filled with excitement. Manhwa, let's take down that big fool. Manhwa, avenge us. It's on fire. Waves of support echoed in Yang Yuchuan's mind, boosting his confidence. He clenched his fists, and towering flames shot up from his body, reaching over 10 meters high. It seemed as if he and the fierce flames were one on the entire arena. Manhwa, look at my flame armor. Bang! Xingchen directly struck Yang Yuchuan on the head with a club. The goblin engulfed in flames swayed and fell to the ground, motionless, like a turtle. Xingchen slung the bone club over his shoulder, exuding dominance. Damn, even a little karami needs this much drama. Don't you know that acting tough comes with a price? Then, Xingchen looked at the goblins. The goblins continued to tremble. Xingchen shook the bone club in his hand, a half-smile on his face. Manhwa, brothers, did you see that? It can cure childhood hyperactivity in one go. What are you waiting for? First come, first served. Come on, let big brother help you out of your pain. The goblins twitched at the corners of their mouths. Damn, that's not just being still, that's straight up dead. Xingchen let out a strange laugh, hee, and continued to walk forward. The pressured goblins could only keep compressing into the little corner they had left. They were almost squished into a lump. Just then, a goblin, entirely in deep blue, stepped forward. Manhwa, don't bully us too much. Xingchen was taken aback and looked at him with sympathetic eyes. Manhwa, who are you? Manhwa, listen well, my name is Ice. Ice Cream, Misty Snow Ice City. How about that? Cool, right? This time, it was Xingchen's turn to be unsettled. Why are goblins' naming conventions so bizarre? Is there not a single normal one? Xingchen looked at Mishua Bingchang with a gaze of disbelief. Manhwa, how do you plan to attack? Mishua Bingchang smiled slightly. Hua, watch my frost curse, soon you'll turn into an Iceman. Then, a blue goblin began to dance around, chanting spells as if releasing a powerful skill. This made Xingchen take it seriously. Instantly, the temperature in the venue began to drop. A gust of cold wind swept in, making the sweltering weather feel quite refreshing. The blue goblin's chanting was extremely loud. You love me, I love you, Mishua Bingchang licks Mimi. Xingchen was completely stunned. What the hell is this? He swung his club and knocked the blue goblin down. Then he kicked the blue goblin far away. So disgusting. Manhwa, next. Manhwa, I'll go. My name is Thunder. Duong. Next. Xingchen didn't even give him a chance to introduce himself, solving him with a single blow. At this moment, the goblins were being tortured to the brink of collapse. I mean, big brother, what kind of club do you have? That one hit takes one down. Without a second swing. At this time, a goblin covered in muscles stepped forward. Manhwa, everyone, let's go together. With so many of us, are we still afraid of just one? He can only knock down one with a single hit. If we rush him together, he can at most swing a dozen times. With hundreds of us, we can turn him into meat paste. Suddenly, the goblins became interested. The hatred that had been suppressed for years erupted in an instant. Manhwa, let's get him. Manhwa, revenge. Nearly 300 remaining goblins stood up almost simultaneously. Their blood-red eyes were filled with rage. Manhwa, charge. The muscular goblin shouted and led the charge. Behind him, hundreds of goblins followed suit. They surged forward like a tidal wave. Xingchen was dumbfounded. What the hell? These young goblins don't play fair, they're ganging up on me. Just as he thought this, the muscular goblin was already in front of him. Xingchen swung his big bone club. The muscular goblin was sent flying with a single hit. Then, Xingchen unleashed a flurry of chaotic strikes. The chaotic strike, also known as the random batting technique, is as famous as the legendary King Bakuan in the martial arts world. Its brilliance lies in the fact that the enemy cannot predict what your next move will be, because you don't know either. Xingchen swung the big bone club with a flurry of movements. Using his incredibly fast hand speed, he sent a group of goblins flying. Although it was completely unstructured, speed was on his side. As the saying goes, in martial arts, only speed is invincible. I've been single for 18 years, what do you have to compare with me? Dong, bang, duong, boo. In an instant, the big bone club was wildly killing enemies, goblins flying everywhere, and it started raining goblins from the sky. Below, all the goblins were dumbfounded. Manhwa, whose goblin thug is this, so fierce? Manhwa, I can't take it anymore, my heart is about to jump out. Especially the Goblin King, whose double chin was almost on the ground. He stared intently at the young goblin's figure. It was as if he were looking at his good son-in-law. Yoshi, no, it should be Manhwa, this young man is really good, just a bit ugly. Wang Tong and the others had their mouths agape in shock. How did the trash collector become so fierce again? Did he get a shot of adrenaline? Simply so freaking abnormal. On stage, Xingchen swung his club again and again. The goblins flew away like baseballs, one after another. However powerful the stars may be, they cannot defeat nearly 300 goblins with a single stick. The stars fought while retreating, continuously stunning and knocking the goblins away. Yet, he was forced to keep backing up. Finally, after he had taken down over 100, he could no longer hold his ground. At this point, he had retreated to the corner where he had just squatted to relieve himself. A goblin broke through his defenses. A dozen goblins clung tightly to the star's big bone club, preventing him from swinging it. The remaining goblins saw their opportunity. They charged madly at the stars. Ha, today is your day, kid. Ha, today I will avenge my grudge and turn you into mush. Kill him. Countless goblins surged forward. The stars were taken aback. He immediately threw away the bone club and grabbed a goblin corpse to shield himself. Don't come closer, there's a bomb. Boom. On the arena. The sound of explosions rang out one after another. Bang, bang, bang. A fierce blaze shot up into the sky, and the intense vibrations seemed to threaten to collapse the entire arena. Goblins were blown into the air, soaring freely up to the clouds, and in an instant, over 100 goblins were sent flying to the western sky. On the arena, only a few dozen goblins remained, looking bewildered, their legs involuntarily shaking. What the hell is this demon? Mom, I'm going crazy. The stars tossed aside the charred goblin he had been using as a shield. Oh my god, I almost blew myself up. Then he saw dozens of goblins with terrified expressions, continuously retreating. The stars were alarmed. No, don't back up, there's a bomb over there. Boom! A goblin flew up to the clouds. The stars felt embarrassed, he had already told them not to retreat. Hey, that brother, don't go west. Boom! Another goblin soared freely. In an instant, all the goblins on the arena were stuck in place, desperately trying to escape the arena. However, the stars, this reckless young man, had long surrounded the edge with a circle of small mushrooms. Bang! Boom! Boo! A dud, the remaining few dozen goblins once again became the sons of the sky. Watching the goblin warriors flying in the air, the creatures below were twitching at the corners of their mouths. What the hell? Where did this bomb goblin come from? Even crazier than Mad Ivan. Ha, too brutal. However, at this moment, the Goblin King's eyes were sharp as ice. Haha, whose subordinate is this? How come he's so fierce? If this ability to bury landmines were used to plant a circle of mines in the Goblin Kingdom, then the kingdom's defenses would be worry-free. The Goblin King was indeed the smartest being in the nation. He could actually think on the same level as the stars. If he knew that the stars had already buried landmines all over the country, he would surely laugh until he cried. At this moment, the stars were still trying to persuade. Brother, don't go that way. Bang! Listen to me, don't jump down. Bang! The sounds of explosions continued one after another. Soon, only 5 goblins remained, kneeling in place, trembling. The stars hurried over to comfort them. Brothers, don't worry, as long as you follow my guidance, you will definitely see the sun tomorrow. A few goblins nodded vigorously, indicating their agreement with the stars. Then the stars quickly drew a perfect map on the ground. It was densely marked with all the areas where landmines were buried. A few goblins were dumbfounded. Are you sure this is a map and not a maze? The stars looked at the map and nodded affirmatively. Well, you just need to walk 20 steps east, then 13 steps north, 26 steps west, spin around 30 times, do 16 backflips, perform a social dance on the spot, and finally fly 60 meters, using the flower-shaking hand gesture to get off the stage. Isn't it just as simple as having hands? The goblins were dumbfounded. What the hell kind of operation is this? Then, a few brave goblins took a step forward. I'm tired, let's destroy it. Well, boom! On the arena, Shingling stared blankly at the goblins that had been blown away. A cold sweat broke out. Well, I told you all. The best strategy, but you insisted on going with the worst. I mean, is the flower-shaking hand really that difficult? At this moment, the old goblin trembled as he climbed onto the stage. He stood in the corner where he had just arrived, not daring to take a step forward. Well, I announce that this goblin warrior has won the martial arts competition and has become the only legitimate consort of Princess Choo Choo Bebe. Upon hearing this, Shingling's face was filled with confusion. What? Isn't the prize a frying pan? What the hell is this only legitimate consort nonsense? He then glared angrily at Wang Tong below the stage. At this moment, Wang Tong was almost laughing uncontrollably. Oh wow, I can't hold it in anymore. The only legitimate consort. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. I, the Gargia clan, seek an audience with Your Majesty. Ha ha ha. Wang Tong was laughing so hard he was doubled over. The other male companions were also caught off guard, and a burst of laughter erupted. Shingling's face was filled with dark lines. It's over, there's no going back to school. This is definitely social death. Might as well silence everyone. At this moment, the old goblin's voice came again. Well, tonight, all goblin tribes across the nation are invited to the royal palace to attend Princess Choo Choo Bebe's wedding. Shingling inadvertently glanced at the goblin princess who was applying lipstick. He saw her sexy lips blowing a kiss towards him. Instantly, he almost fell over on the stage. I'm tired, let's destroy it. Well, boom. On that day, countless young goblins shed tears. Countless talented goblins had their hearts broken. The princess would eventually marry her prince and live a shameless life. Inside the princess's palace, Shingling had a dark expression, holding a frying pan, looking at Wang Tong and the other male companions. Damn it, you guys must have taken all the bamboo shoots from the mountain. When we get back to school, no one is allowed to mention this, got it? A few male companions stifled their laughter, glancing at the huge frying pan in Shingling's hand, swallowing hard. Alright, this matter will only be known to us. When we get home, we'll say we were captured by goblins, and no one else is allowed to let a word slip. On site, the group made a promise among men, stating that it was enough for them to know about the social death incident. Absolutely no one else was allowed to know. Violators would face 10 minutes of Gatling fire. After agreeing to the life and death pact, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shingling looked at the time. It was 2 in the afternoon. His expression began to grow serious, and he seemed like a different person. He spoke coldly, his voice as icy as snow. It's time to bloodbath the Goblin Kingdom. Instantly, everyone felt a surge of blood boiling in their hearts. Is the final battle about to begin? Wang Tong said eagerly. We are ready. Then, Shingling poured a bucket of cold water over them. We still have to wait a bit. I need to teach the little brothers one last rope trick. Wang Tong, degree. This is revenge. Half an hour later, back at the same square, Shingling lined up with Wang Tong, Yichen, Xiaolongxia, Tanglong, and others. In front of them was an endless sea of goblin youths. They had become die-hard fans of the stars. Ever since the last time the goblin buddies learned rope art and returned home, this long-lost skill had taken off in the Goblin Kingdom. It is said that now the standard for female goblins looking for partners is simply knowing a bit of rope art. Those who know 2 don't require a bride price. Those who know 3 are fair game for all sisters. Those who know 4 or more bring joy to both mothers and daughters. In no time, this sparked a new fashion trend throughout the Goblin Kingdom. When the stars announced the last rope art lesson of the day, the entire Goblin Kingdom erupted. Countless goblins flocked in, eager to learn a skill. There were tens of thousands of goblins on site, each with a rope in hand, even livelier than the matchmaking contest held in the morning. Xingchen cleared his throat. The scene quickly fell silent. Well then, let's review what we learned. The day before yesterday, he then swiftly tied Wang Tang into a single-leg suspension. Wang Tang was bound into a pretzel-like shape, in a highly embarrassing pose. Damn it, this is pure revenge, outright revenge. Xingchen shot him a glance and stuffed a sock into Wang Tang's mouth. He then exchanged glances with the goblins below. The goblins understood immediately. It was time for homework. Countless goblins' eyes sparkled with eagerness, all looking towards Wang Tong and the others. Wang Tong, D. Yichen, hashtag, Xiaolongsha, tens of thousands of goblins. Well then, line up, one at a time. In an instant, the scene was filled with heart-wrenching wails. Damn it, Xingchen, you son of a b******, Xingchen, do you dare let them put me down? Let's have a face-off. Brother Yi, I was wrong, I'll treat you to crawfish for the rest of my life, just let me go. The scene was in utter chaos. Xingchen was always a principled person. He didn't hold grudges. Generally, he would settle scores on the spot. He wouldn't let them drag into the next day. He feared that delaying would incur too much interest and the enemy wouldn't be able to repay. Amidst the cries of Wang Tang and the others, Xingchen quietly slipped away from the scene. Because before the riot he had more important things to do. Zhanghuai City, at the entrance of the Spirit Bureau, thousands of spirit guards were fully armed. Equipped with various weapons, their expressions were serious, ready to participate in a major combat mission. Captain Wu Cheng stood at the front of everyone. Comrades, thousands of our fellow humans have been captured by goblins. What suffering they must endure, what torment they must face. They are waiting for our rescue. This operation is crucial. It concerns the dignity of our humanity. It concerns the fate of the abyss. It concerns my official hat, cough. It concerns the glory of the spirit guards. We must succeed. Everyone below was instantly filled with fervor, ready to fight in the abyss. Everyone, do you have confidence? A deafening roar erupted from the crowd. Yes, yes, yes. Just then, the principal rushed over with hundreds of people. Wu Qing, I brought all the teachers above silver level from the school. Wu Qing was taken aback. Principal, teachers are meant to educate, why bring them to fight? I just don't trust you, afraid you might be bewitched by some princess in defect. Wu Qing, equals, underscore. Last time I asked, is everyone here? Here. At that moment, a young man wielding a long sword rushed over. Captain, I'm here. Wu Di, how did you get out of the hospital? Hearing this, the highly dignified Wu Di almost fell over. Captain, can you not mention this in front of so many people? Wu Qing nodded. He then loudly issued orders. Target, Lauren Abyss, Goblin Kingdom. Let's go. Goblin City. Countless adventurer teams had gathered. All of them wore fierce expressions. The news of Wang Tang and others being taken as male pets by the Goblin Princess had been exposed. Now, the video of that fiery red-lipped scene had gone viral online. The bloodlust within all adventurers was instantly ignited. Damn it, humans have been humiliated by goblins to this extent. They must be exterminated. The adventurers united in their anger, making their final preparations. At this moment, a mighty and uniformed team marched over. They were dressed in matching black uniforms, with black rubber sticks at their waists. Everyone had 7 large characters embroidered in cursive on their chests. Daegu Garden. 5-star General Zhang Debeos led the charge, holding his head high, striding with a powerful gait, exuding killing intent. As the protagonist, I must save my compatriots from peril. Goblins, I, Zhang Debeos, have arrived. Lauren Abyss. Goblin Kingdom. Wang Tang and others had been ravaged by the goblins for an hour. At this moment, their faces were numb, their expressions dazed, as if they had no sensation. Xingchen had finally returned quietly. He hadn't been idle during that hour. In his identity as the Goblin Princess's prospective husband, he had visited the 7 great generals. He found the Flame General and told him, the Ice General spoke ill of you, saying that with his little flame he could extinguish it with just a pea. He then found the Ice General and told him the Flame General boasted that a single fart could melt your ice. Next was the Throwing General, who said that the Thunder General only knew how to show off and would eventually be struck by lightning. The Thunder General said that the Chariot General's wife was very alluring. The Chariot General said that the Self-Destruct General's son didn't look like him but like the king. The Iron Rod General was fine, not getting involved in the disputes, just wanting to seize power and marry the queen. Rumors spread like wildfire. The conflicts among the various tribes gradually intensified. Xingchen completed his plan and quietly returned to the teaching scene. Wow, brother Wang Tang, your look is quite unique. Wang Tang was seen being bound by goblins, ropes tightly intertwined, resembling a wooden hyena. At this moment, Wang Tang wore an expression of utter despair. Let it be destroyed. No, brother Wang Tang, soon we can go back to school and eat tomato stir-fried mooncakes. Just hang in there a little longer, Xingchen whispered. He then looked back at the endless tide of goblins and cleared his throat. Ahem. Hey everyone, hold on a second. I know many of you haven't finished your homework, but that's okay. After school today, find your wife or your neighbor's wife and have them cooperate a bit. The goblins looked confused but eager to try. Immediately, Shingling picked up a rope and began to tie it around himself. Hey everyone, now I'm going to teach you a very new rope technique. I'm tying myself up. The goblins looked even more puzzled. Shingling raised his voice to ensure every goblin could hear. Hey, when you give up your own enjoyment and learn to give, that's when you grow up. Also, I just heard about a goblin who can tie itself up and it got a mother goblin to pay 180,000 just for 3 ropes. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and learn. Instantly, all the goblins' eyes lit up. Although they didn't understand what he was saying, it seemed to make a lot of sense. Thus, tens of thousands of young and strong goblins began to tie themselves up. First, pass the rope around your neck, tie both ends to your back, wrap it around your ribs, finally, give it a strong kick, and you're done. Shingling explained in detail and slowly, afraid that a goblin might not learn it. Yes, that's it, slowly. Hey, not bad, you guys are really smart. After about 10 minutes, all the goblins had completed their self-binding. Hey, are you all tied up? Yes, we're done. Shingling grinned, the corners of his mouth almost curling into a bizarre degree. He directly pulled out a Gatling gun from his spatial backpack. Robbery, hand over all your money. Rob, hand over all your money. Shingling held the massive Gatling gun with one hand, aiming it at the tens of thousands of bewildered goblins. The goblins stared at him in confusion. Shingling glanced at the heavy iron lump in his hand, feeling it lacked intimidation. He casually pressed a button. Ka 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 ka. A mechanical transformation sound that fascinated every man echoed. The rusty lump transformed in an instant into a real Gatling machine gun. 6 sleek black barrels appeared prominently. Each barrel shimmered with a bright light. The goblins had been watching Shingling's performance just a second ago. However, the next second, the 6 barrels of Namo Gatling Bodhisattva began to spin wildly. Fiery bullets erupted from the gun chamber. The goblins went completely insane. Hey, wow, so this is how I play when I tie myself up. Hey, I can't move at all. Bullets poured out frantically, and in almost an instant, large numbers of goblins were shot down. Wang Tong and the others were stunned, a cold sweat trickling down their cheeks. They all gave Shingling a thumbs up. That's brutal. The goblins could no longer hold on. They twisted their bodies madly, trying to escape their bindings. But the more they struggled, the tighter the ropes became. The technique Shingling taught them was genuine. The pig-tying buckle used for hunting wild boars, of course, tightened the more they moved. The more anxious they became, the faster the blood flowed through their bodies. The faster the blood flows, the better the digestion and metabolism. At this moment, the laxatives buried in their bodies suddenly reacted, fierce like the Yangtze River flowing into the sea. Manhwa. Bang! I don't know which goblin it was, but suddenly a fart burst out. Just like throwing a brick to attract jade, various fart sounds followed one after another. Bang! Dong! Boo! Ding guang! Ding guang dong dong dang dang dang! Ping pong bu bang bang bang! In the midst of thunderous sounds, it was as if all nations had come to pay homage. A thick fog rose, and for a moment, it was hard to tell who was who. Damn, why does this goblin's fart smell so bad? Damn it, this thick smoke, I can't see anything, it's blinding. Wang Tong and his male companions were nearly overwhelmed by the stench. If it were just 1 or 2 goblins farting, it would be fine. But there were tens of thousands of goblins. The scene was like tens of thousands of smoke bombs exploding simultaneously. The yellow smoke was even turning black, suddenly resembling a biological weapon. In the fog, the goblins were also suffering. Manhwa, I can't take it anymore. Manhwa, don't you dare throw smoke bombs, I'd rather be shot by Gatling. Ugh! After a series of thunderous explosions, strange sounds followed in the fog. Puji, Kacha, Zizizizi. Then, a stench like that of a millennia-old cesspit exploded in everyone's faces. Ugh Shingling, this must be your doing. Shingling calmly took a gas mask from his spatial backpack and put it on. It covered the slight blush on his face. Sorry, I overdid it with the medicine. Everyone was on the verge of breaking down. Damn it, why do you have a gas mask? I got it for free with the laxatives I bought. The boss saw I was buying a lot and just gave me one. Is there a problem? Everyone, Sigma? Suddenly, a breeze blew in. The yellowish, dark smoke slightly shifted. It blew towards Shingling and the others. Damn, run. Seeing this, Shingling took off running, leaving Wang Tong and the others tied up in place. They could only let the smelly wind blow in their faces. Ugh, damn. Shingling, you bastard, untie us. Shingling casually tossed over a pedicure knife. I'll go save the others first, you guys don't worry about me, just escape. Everyone, oh, XX, oh goblin, I may not be human, but you are definitely a dog. The fog spread, slowly engulfing the few of them completely. Speaking of which, Shingling sped along and directly found the sisters Lingqin and Lingxue. At this moment, Lingqin was learning to dance from a mother goblin. Under her long, slender legs, it looked extremely awkward. Sister, stop messing around, hurry up and take me to find our comrades who are locked up. In the past few days, Xingchen had asked Ling Qin and the others to explore everywhere, to find the places where humans captured by goblins were held. Ling Qin's face was filled with black lines, and she almost kicked Xingchen in the head. Follow me, I've already found it. The three quickly moved. Soon, they arrived at a very rudimentary cave. As soon as they got near the cave, they suddenly smelled a foul odor. Damn, these evil goblins actually locked our compatriots in a pigsty, unforgivable. Xingchen was furious and decided to bloodily wash the goblin kingdom. Suddenly, he saw yellow smoke faintly rising from the cave. Xingchen, equals? Is the medicine this strong? No matter, let's rescue our compatriots first. Star pulled out a large bone club and charged in like a fearless vanguard. Inside the cave, the goblin jailer was clenching his aged sphincter tightly to prevent any leaks. In front of him were a dozen goblin soldiers, their faces ashen, releasing colorless smoke. Each goblin wore a serious expression, struggling to hold back. Just then, a tall goblin wearing a gas mask and wielding a large bone club burst in. Robbery, hand over all your money. The goblin jailer was startled, nearly losing control of his aged sphincter. Seeing the goblins baring their teeth and not giving him any face as a robber, Star said, well, since you won't give me face, don't blame me for being ruthless. He swung his club and unleashed a flurry of strikes. Bang, bang, bang. The goblin soldiers were all knocked down by him. Star turned back with an imposing demeanor, looking at the goblin jailer. Hee, old man, what kind of expression is that? Are you scared? The goblin jailer was truly struggling, barely squeezing out a response through gritted teeth. What are you? Who are you? Damn it, you don't hand over the money and still ask who I am? Are you robbing your own house and exposing your family? With that, Star charged forward and brought his club down hard on the goblin jailer's skull. Thud. In that moment, the goblin jailer felt as if everything had been released. So be it. What? The aged sphincter finally completed its last mission, completely unsealing. A pungent stench rushed out, overwhelming. Even Star, hiding behind his gas mask, couldn't help but feel nauseous. At that moment, Ling Qin and Ling Snow also rushed in. A wave of foul odor hit their faces, nearly causing them to faint on the spot. What the hell is that smell? Did a cesspit explode? Star calmly slung the large bone club over his shoulder. Don't mind the details, let's hurry and save people. After entering the cave, the three of them felt as if they had stepped into a no man's land. Not a single goblin could resist them. They were either in the bathroom or on their way there. The trio charged through like a hot knife through butter, directly reaching the entrance of the large cave where everyone was imprisoned. Star smashed the door of the cave with his club. Immediately, a fierce wave of yellow gas surged towards him, nearly knocking him over. The thick yellow smoke almost took on a physical form. Gritting his teeth, Star charged into the cave. Then, he saw a hellish scene. Damn, is this place hit by a biochemical weapon? Inside the cave, thousands of human adventurer captives were wailing, like demons, in a hellish oil pot. Ugh, I can't take it anymore, just let me die. Ah, no, it's too bright. Damn, this is choking me, is this hell on earth? I'm tired, just destroy it, I need a smoke to calm down. A few people nearby immediately held him down. Big brother, no. Let's talk this out. Who knows what kind of nuclear explosion could happen in this environment if someone lit a cigarette. This cave was unlike any other place. It was almost completely devoid of ventilation. The air pressure inside was extremely high. Star braved the strong wind and charged in, only to be stunned in place. The thick, glue-like yellow smoke enveloped everyone. Star, wearing a gas mask, was nearly overwhelmed. A sticky, choking sensation exploded in his heart. Cough, cough. Why is this drug so potent? I better give the boss a good review later. Just then, the yellow smoke in the cave seemed to find a breakthrough. Or perhaps it was due to the unequal pressure inside and outside. Star was directly pushed out by a gust of demonic wind. Ah, damn it, I can't take it anymore. The gas mask glass is all fogged up. Xingchen quickly wiped the glass with his hand, revealing a pair of handsome big eyes. I need to think of a way to create a ventilation hole. It seems like I have no physical method to make a hole, other than blasting. What if I just blow it up? Xingchen immediately shivered. Never mind that. This thing should be more powerful than a gas canister. So he began searching through his weapons for something useful. Chaotic sound system? How about giving the biochemical weapons a graceful BGM? Which song would be appropriate? How about riding the clouds? No. What if everyone wants to dance in place? Big bone stick? That won't work either. It has a higher chance of causing dizziness, but it won't break through the ground. How about riding a tricycle? It runs fast, just go straight. Good idea. But I still want to earn some merit from this. Finally, with a try-it-and-see attitude, he took out a frying pan. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He hadn't noticed before, but this frying pan had a hidden attribute. That is, it could transform into the golden cudgel. It can be big or small. Xingchen shouted. Big. He saw Ling Qin covering her face, looking utterly exasperated. You misunderstood, I wasn't talking about you. Then, the frying pan grew larger in the wind. It got bigger and soon poked a hole in the ground. The ammonia gas, having found an escape route, rushed out like a runaway yellow dragon. At that moment, Shingchen grabbed the two girls and quickly left, finding a safe place to hide. This is just too damn ridiculous. Shingchen exhaled deeply, holding the now shrunken frying pan. Half an hour later, the yellow smoke had dissipated significantly. Shingchen returned to the hole. Comrades, your great hero has come to save you. In the hole, the barely conscious crowd seemed to show a flicker of hope in their eyes. But then, Shingchen's next words extinguished that flicker completely. No need to thank me, just pay a rescue fee of 10,000 each when you get home. The crowd, I'm dizzy. Shingchen was taken aback, everyone seemed a bit unhappy. Did they not eat enough? The scene shifted. At the entrance of the hole, the captured adventurers began to crawl out one by one. Their movements were extremely cautious, afraid of making even the slightest big move. Shingchen also noticed that their hands were unconsciously clenched or covering their behinds. Could it be that the brutal goblins did something inhumane to them? No, I need to clarify this, I can't let everyone suffer. At this moment, Tang Niel was sweating profusely, all his strength focused on his sphincter. He barely maintained his balance, avoiding a collapse. At this point, even a slight external force could lead to disaster. Fortunately, I held on, otherwise, my reputation would be ruined in this lifetime. Just then, Shingchen slowly walked over to him. Tang Niel was taken aback, his heart skipped a beat as if he sensed something. He saw Shingchen raise his hand and then pat his shoulder. His movements were neither fast nor slow, but Tang Niel couldn't react at all. In that moment, Tang Niel knew he was done for. Smack! Bro, did you get bullied inside? Bang! A foul stench rose again. Shingchen smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else, I'll go ask someone else. Then he turned to leave. Smack! Hey, beautiful, do you remember me? I wanted to join your team last time, and you said I wasn't worthy. A scream rang out. A girl in a short skirt expanded, unable to contain herself. Hey, handsome, that day I borrowed a whole roasted lamb from you and you didn't give it to me, remember? Damn, what a sin. Shingchen warmly greeted familiar faces at the scene, exuding enthusiasm, with a strong sense of vengeance. Lingqin glared at this guy, feeling dizzy from his reckless behavior. Don't even think about saying you know me, she silently vowed. The next moment, Shingchen dashed over to Lingqin's side. Let me introduce this beauty to everyone, this is my vice captain, Lingqin, standing at 169 centimeters, with measurements of 80, 58, 87. Lingqin? 3? Stop messing around, hurry to the palace, the Goblin King has selected some wealthy adventurers for special detention. I heard they want a ransom from their families. Upon hearing this, Shingchen immediately became interested. That's easy, just give me the ransom. Little money, here I come. Shingchen pulled out a tricycle and kicked it into motion with Lingqin. The tricycle sped away, leaving Ling Xue and the others to escape along the planned route. At that moment, Ling Xue blushed as she looked at everyone. How about we solve our personal issues in the woods first? The next second, the entire scene was empty. Only the sound of birds cursing in the woods could be heard. The tricycle raced on, and Shingchen had long shed his disguise. He returned to his original appearance. That goblin skin was just too exhausting, but he still had to wear the gas mask. Sitting in the back of the tricycle, Lingqin explained the situation of the kingdom's prison to Shingchen. The kingdom's prison is nothing like this small hole, it's heavily guarded. There are over 100 elite goblin warriors, and there are 4 peak silver goblin powerhouses. Iron Rod? Bang Hard, you're too beautiful. Flame? Blood Red, Little Gabba. Ice? Frozen Silk, Dumpling Soup. War Chariot? Drift, Meat Silk. With just the 2 of us, we can't win at all. Shingchen pondered for a moment and quickly devised a strategy. How about you seduce them while I hit them with the black stick? Get lost. The tricycle sped on and soon arrived at the kingdom's prison. There stood a building that could barely be called a house. The surrounding elite goblins wore serious expressions, baring their teeth. No wonder they are elites, even their expressions while on guard exude killing intent. Shingchen couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the goblin elites. Then, with a sharp turn and sudden stop, the tricycle crashed into several elite monsters. Shingchen couldn't hear what they were saying, but their lip movements seemed to indicate something about a turtle checking out, couldn't hold it anymore. With this crash, several elite goblins jumped in fright, their expressions shifting from snarling to relaxed. Who dares to invade the royal prison? Are you tired of living? An elite goblin roared. Then, Shingchen swiftly knocked him away with a frying pan. What the hell are you babbling about? Shingchen then looked at the group of goblins and pulled out the Gatling gun. Damn it, jailbreak. Shingchen held the Gatling in his right hand and the frying pan in his left, his body adorned with grenades. He exuded a fierce trash collector vibe. He immediately unleashed a barrage at the elite goblins. 6 barrels spewed out azure flames. 1 goblin was turned into a beehive. Hurry up and hand over the hostages, or I'll wash the goblin kingdom in blood. Then he fired again, causing the goblins to abandon their composure and flee in panic. The goblins were going crazy. The hostages were locked up in the back. Why don't you go save them? I'm not stopping you. The firepower of the Gatling in Xingqian's hands was ferocious, with dense energy bullets capable of cutting through large trees. Kak, die, da. At this moment, the stars resembled a grim reaper, taking out anyone who displeased it with physical precision. In no time, it had eliminated over a dozen elite goblins. Beside it, Ling Qin was so shocked her jaw nearly hit the ground. I mean, is it really necessary to be this fierce? The firepower continued. Bullets flying everywhere. Soon, the entire prison was reduced to a dice pit. The goblins were jumping around, completely oblivious to the imminent explosion. Where are the 4 vanguards? Where did they go at such a critical moment? One goblin shouted while fleeing. They went to take a dump. Who knows why it's taking so long? Before long, goblins were either dead or fleeing, leaving the scene in chaos. The stars casually slung the Gatling gun over its shoulder. So, how do I look, little Ling? Ling Qin slapped her forehead, speechless. Handsome, so handsome it's killing me. Let's go save people. The two quickly hopped onto a tricycle and crashed straight into the cell. Inside the prison, dozens of young men and women were locked up. Though they were disheveled, they still resembled humans, a far cry from the mess in the earth pit. At that moment, Mu Qianxue was using her milk-based powers to treat her companions. Diarrhea. Her chest swayed as her hands emitted a continuous white glow. After a moment, a girl finally managed to hold back her urge to relieve herself. Qianxue, you're just amazing. Mu Qianxue let out a sigh of relief. Her entire body was soaked in sweat, her clothes clinging to her body, 2 large energy orbs swaying awkwardly. Huang Yao, this is nothing, just a small matter. Indeed, this group of classmates had basically been unable to survive in the city. They planned to come to the goblins to fight monsters and sell some materials, just to scrape by for 30 days. Thus, they were harvested wave after wave by the goblins. Huang Yao felt the changes in her body, a bit stunned but too shy to say anything. Qianxue, what kind of guy? Do you like being as outstanding as you are? Mu Qianxue closed her eyes, smiling. My ideal man is a great hero. One day he will come riding on a rainbow to rescue me. As she spoke, her face involuntarily flushed slightly. She cupped her blushing cheeks with her hands, swaying side to side. Just imagine us sitting on a rainbow, enjoying a romantic breeze. Ah, I can't take it anymore, I'm so embarrassed. Just then, bang! The cell was smashed open with a large hole. Amidst the dust, a garbage man, shouldering a Gatling gun and covered in plastic bottles, rode in on his tricycle. The dust swirled, and the setting sun slanted into the room, draping him in a layer of light golden gauze. The garbage man spoke with authority. Oh my! This place stinks. Hey, big-chested lady, how many days has it been since you last bathed? Your clothes are sticking to you. Then he casually wiped his nose and smeared it on the wall. Let's go, get in the car. Mu Qianxue? I guessed the beginning, but I couldn't predict this ending. The tricycle couldn't hold that many people. In the end, only Ling Qin, Mu Qianxue, and Huang Yao sat on the tricycle, while the others ran behind. As Xingqian pedaled the tricycle, he said, Hey, ladies, isn't it nice to ride in the tricycle? Just as Mu Qianxue was about to speak, a foul wind blew in her face. Ugh, it's nice, but this wind is a bit nauseating. Ugh, as they stepped out, they encountered a goblin vanguard. The goblin vanguard, wielding a massive iron rod, had its teeth bared, looking quite menacing. Xingqian slammed on the brakes. The 3 women behind him didn't react in time and lunged forward, all crashing onto Xingqian. Damn, you're taking advantage of me. Star looked back at the iron stick goblin and exclaimed, Are you the one who said, bang hard, because you're too beautiful? The goblin was taken aback. Well, I didn't expect you to recognize me. I'll make sure you die with a bit of dignity later. With that, the goblin leaped into action, swinging the iron stick in his hand, charging towards Star and his group. The power of a silver peak was unmistakable. Star, seeing this, dared not be careless. The frying pan in his hand grew larger against the wind, quickly forming a wall. Bang! The iron stick goblin crashed directly into the frying pan, then slowly slid down under the force of gravity. Star was a bit surprised, failing to steady the frying pan, which tipped over towards the ground. Bang! The pan landed again on the iron stick goblin. Sorry, I didn't hold it steady, we'll be leaving right away. Immediately, Star retracted the frying pan and kicked the tricycle, rolling over the iron stick goblin. The dozens of young men behind him, not daring to slack off, also stepped over the goblin's body as they passed. They had just taken a couple of steps when suddenly, 2 goblin vanguards appeared. A red and a blue goblin blocked their path. Well, we just went to the bathroom, and we let the hostage escape. What was that beautiful guy doing? Star recognized the 2 goblins immediately. You're Flame, Blood Red, Little Gabba. And you are Ice, Frozen Thread, Dumpling, Soup. The 2 goblins were stunned. Well, we didn't even introduce ourselves. How do you know us? Star was speechless. He had to admit that goblins had done their homework on collective and self-identification. They were much easier to distinguish than humans. Star still remembered a frail female classmate in middle school named Wang Gangtai and a bearded guy named Fang Xiaoro. It was said that the two had now that he thought about it, goblins were quite particular. Star's frying pan grew larger against the wind and he aimed to slap the two red and blue goblins again. However, these two mages clearly had some intelligence. They jumped to the sides, dodging Star's frying pan. The flame goblin conjured two massive fireballs in his hands and hurled them at Star and the others. The ice goblin, wielding an ice shield in one hand and an ice spear in the other, charged towards the group. One had to admit the four goblins at the Silver Peak were stronger than the other. Star dared not be careless and immediately unleashed Gatling firepower. The Gatling gun sprayed a series of bullets, directly shattering the ice goblin's ice shield. The goblin was taken aback, throwing the ice spear with one hand. Star blocked it with the frying pan, causing the spear to shatter. Then, he swept and slapped, sending the two fireballs flying that were almost within reach. After a round, neither side gained an advantage. At that moment, a goblin war chariot rushed in at high speed. The battle-damaged wooden chariot had a massive bone spear at the front, surrounded by iron spikes. On the chariot, a green female goblin wearing flesh-colored stockings looked extremely out of place. A dark line appeared on Star's face. It seems this chariot drift flesh stocking is not an ordinary character. In front of him, 3 Silver Peak goblins surrounded Star and his group. The situation quickly turned passive. Star tilted his neck and the Gatling in his hand opened fire. The first to strike is the one who prevails. Get him! The Gatling gun sprayed a series of bullets towards the flame goblin who had the weakest defense, targeting him first. However, to Star's surprise, this fragile mage was incredibly fast. With his short legs ablaze, he dodged Star's entire volley of bullets. Yo, not bad, kid. How about you take another one of my grenades? Star flicked his wrist, dropping a bottle grenade right in front of the flame goblin. Boom! With a loud bang, the fire goblin was unable to escape the blast radius and was sent flying. Seeing this, the war chariot goblin and the ice goblin did not dare to hesitate. They quickly pulled out their special skills. The ice goblin directly threw various ice weapons from his hands. The chilling air pierced straight toward Xingqian's face. The war chariot goblin, with his muscular short legs clad in tights, pedaled furiously, causing the chariot to move rapidly. It charged straight at Xingqian's tricycle. Xingqian was taken aback. Damn, so your tricycle is pedaled too. Almost simultaneously, Xingqian pedaled his tricycle wildly, shooting off to avoid the collision. Meanwhile, the ice weapons were smashed to pieces by a frying pan. The terrifying cold rushed over as the ice weapons shattered, making Xingqian shiver. This thing even has splash damage. At the same time, Xingqian, with one hand on the Gatling gun, began spraying bullets at the two goblins. He rode and shot while dodging skills, fully utilizing his skills as a marksman. Both sides exchanged waves of skills, battling back and forth. The scene was chaotic. The group of youths who had been rescued were dumbfounded. Damn, how does this tricycle kid have such strong firepower, actually holding his own against 2 peak silver goblins? Where the hell did this thug come from? Just then, the Iron Stick goblin, who had been knocked out earlier, slowly regained consciousness. Magma, who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Taking advantage of his confusion, a youth picked up his iron stick and delivered a headshot. Thus, the hardest of the 4 goblins, Iron Stick, bang hard, you are too beautiful, fainted once again. Xingqian was not having an easy time either. The speeding tricycle kept colliding with the war chariot, making duong, duong sounds. Meanwhile, the fire goblin stood up again. That one bottle grenade was not enough to take him down. Xingqian defended with the frying pan while wielding the Gatling gun against the 2 mages. He was also playing bumper cars with a shrimp catcher. The energy consumption was quite significant and soon he felt the strain on his body. At that moment, 2 soft sensations suddenly pressed against his back. Mu Qianxue had already leaned against him. I'm here to heal you. Then, a strange feeling surged into Xingqian's body. The consumed spiritual energy was instantly replenished. Moreover, the damage he had taken from the ice and fire was completely gone. Hey, the girl behind me, your weapon is pressing against me, could you please move it a bit? Mu Qianxue? Carrot? With his spiritual energy restored, Xingqian was able to unleash his full firepower again. He pedaled the tricycle fiercely, retreating into the woods while shooting. The ice and fire goblins jumped onto the war chariot simultaneously, outputting damage while pursuing. Magma, don't let this kid get away. Magma, of course, but where did the Iron Stick go? In a corner, a group of youths squatted on the ground, eagerly watching a grotesquely ugly goblin. One of the youths, eager to try, picked up a massive iron stick. It's my turn, it's my turn. The Iron Stick goblin slowly regained consciousness. Magma, you guys, duong. The youth swung down with the stick, landing a critical hit. The Iron Stick goblin rolled his eyes and fainted once more. Next time it's my turn, next time it's my turn. No way, you just hit once, I haven't hit at all. Meanwhile, Xingqian was pedaling the tricycle, quickly crashing into the supporting goblin, Little Kalami, sending it flying. With the Gatling gun in hand, he fired wildly backward, engaging in battle with the three-peaked silver goblins from a distance. On the chariot, the three beauties were also busy. Mu Qianxue pressed tightly against Xingchen, continuously providing healing. The stars of milk were almost crowned. Above, Ling Qin's dagger danced wildly in her hand, cutting down the goblin little Kalami who tried to jump onto the vehicle. Huang Yao's wind-type ability was quite effective, maximizing the deviation of incoming attacks. Finally, the stars arrived at a small grove. A grin appeared at the corner of his mouth, a mischievous hee-hee-hee laugh escaping him. The three beauties were puzzled. Could such laughter defeat three silver goblins? With a powerful push on the gas pedal, the stars shot directly into the woods. Behind them, the war chariot, carrying the three goblins, followed suit. Then, they froze in place. Dozens of meters away, the stars had already stopped the tricycle. He looked at the three of them with a smile. Then, he straightened his right arm, placing his left arm horizontally beneath it. His right hand gently clenched four fingers, extending his index finger and giving it a forceful hook. It was as if he had unleashed some great move. Silence enveloped the world, leaving only the four words that came from the star's mouth. You come here. Everyone was left dumbfounded. What the hell is this move? A taunt? Stars, you're making it easy to get hit, you know? The silver goblin, Lin, had some pride in the goblin world. How could he endure such a huge insult? Thus, the war chariots. Meat Silk began to pedal furiously, charging directly at the stars. The stars smiled slightly. Ability Mushroom Bomb Disarm Command, touch to explode in an instant. All the bombs in the Goblin Kingdom were disarmed. The goblin war chariot sped forward, directly rolling over a patch of mushroom bombs. In a moment, countless explosions erupted. Boom 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 boom. The goblin war chariot was blown to pieces. The three goblins were continuously thrown into the sky by the explosions, only to fall back down and detonate again. In just a moment, they lost all combat capability. The three beauties stared blankly at the stars, their jaws nearly dropping. What kind of skill was this? Just a hook of his finger and the opponent exploded. It was over, he was invincible. Mu Qianxue was the first to speak. Stars, can you teach me that you come here move? Sure, tuition is 10,000. Mu Qianxue, _ after dealing with the three goblins, the stars quickly rode the tricycle towards the prison. He pedaled rapidly, suddenly slamming on the brakes. Then he took off again with a powerful push. The three girls behind were filled with complaints, constantly sticking to the stars and then being flung back. What the hell are you doing? Ling Qin exclaimed angrily. It's not my fault, this goblin doesn't fix the road, it's hard to drive. Soon, the stars arrived in front of the goblin prison. The group was quite worried. There was still a silver Lu. In fact, Xingchen didn't want to directly invade the goblin kingdom and eliminate the king. However, the area within dozens of kilometers of the kingdom was already shrouded in yellow smoke. The streets were completely impassable. It was better to run. Even with a gas mask on, he was struggling to cope. Not to mention the group of flower knights behind him, ready to unleash their attacks at any moment. So, Xingchen waved his hand. Let's sneak out of the village quietly, no fireworks. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of firecrackers erupted from the crowd. Everyone covered their noses, gritting their teeth in frustration. Xingchen was also bewildered. I mean, come on, can we hold it in for a bit? Then a voice of rebellion rose from the crowd. We can hold in the shit, but how can we hold in the farts? Tell me. Xingchen, helpless, Xingchen could only pray that tonight, during the goblin princess's wedding, everyone would eat and drink well, and not notice their escape. Thus, Xingchen led a group of people, banging drums and setting off firecrackers, marching out of the village in a grand procession. At this moment, the goblin palace was bustling with activity. Today was the goblin princess's wedding day. Almost all the goblins with some status and power had gathered in the palace. The others, with slightly lower status, waited outside on the ground for the feast. Nearly a third of the hundreds of thousands of goblins in the country had come. They surrounded the palace tightly, making it impossible for water to leak through. The princess's wedding was truly a grand event in the goblin world. However, the atmosphere inside the palace was slightly awkward. First, the palace was enveloped in waves of smoke. All the goblin ministers and generals had ashen faces, tightly gritting their teeth. Yet they had to force out a smile. It was truly painful. On the throne, the goblin king was also feeling quite uncomfortable. What was going on today? What did he eat? It must have been that dog who gave him bad water yesterday. He would be taken out and executed later. Boo, second tone. The goblin king couldn't hold it in and let out a small fart. Who the hell dares to fart at the princess's wedding? Are you tired of living, eh? Goblin eunuch shouted loudly. The goblin king kicked him. Hey, goblins value democracy and freedom. What's wrong with farting in the palace? Is it a crime? Of course you can fart. Everyone can speak freely, it's fine. I'm very open-minded. Right, everyone? The goblins in the audience were about to cry. It turned out their king was so caring for his people, so understanding. The goblins finally let themselves go. Long live the king. As soon as this was said, the long-accumulated gas in the entire kingdom was finally released. Dang, Hon, Guan. In an instant, the entire goblin kingdom became a demolition site. It was just short of blowing the roof off. Outside the palace, over 100,000 goblins, upon hearing the explosion sounds from inside, also let themselves go. The king has decreed freedom to fart. At this time, in a small room in the kingdom, the long-absent bespectacled Lu Yan was being fussed over by several middle-aged female goblins. Make the beauty even more pronounced. Change to leopard print bitter tea, the princess likes it. Lu Yan, 20 years old, bronze 2-star. Ability D-level keen sense of smell. He was truly a great young man. Just a few hours ago, Xingchen had rushed up to Lu Yan and told him that the vice captain Ling Qin had high hopes for him and wanted to assign him an important task. After saying that, Xingchen directly threw his goblin skin to him and told him to complete the task, or else Ling Qin would be sad. Then, he left in a cool manner. There was no way around it. In a revolution, someone always had to bleed and sacrifice. At this moment, Lu Yan was filled with tears, still fantasizing about the scene of Xingchen and Ling Qin coming to pick him up. Mega, you must come. And at that moment, a series of firecracker sounds came from outside the palace. Pilai pala, pity pala. Lu Yan was taken aback, not expecting goblins to have firecrackers too. The sound was really loud. He remembered that they had set off these for his own wedding. Then, he caught a whiff of an unpleasant smell. Hiss, this gunpowder smell is a bit strong. After that, he heard a voice coming. Mega, the auspicious time has come. Worship the heavens and the earth. Lu Yan was supported by several elderly goblins as he walked into the palace hall. Suddenly, his face turned pale. He almost fainted. Ugh, is this really a kingdom? What the hell is this? At this moment, the visibility in the entire palace was less than 3 meters. The PM 2.5 index was severely exceeded. His keen sense of smell allowed him to feel the goblin kingdom's affection for him more clearly. This thick, suffocating love gradually filled him up, making him breathless. Damn, I'm about to pass out. Xingchen, when are you coming? Lu Yan was on the verge of losing consciousness. He could only be squeezed to the princess's side. Today, the princess looked exceptionally strange. She seemed a bit otherworldly. Just then, the goblin princess grabbed Lu Yan. A sudden change occurred. Mega, this is not my husband. He is an imposter. Mega, dear daughter, how do you know? Mega, Mother Lin's sixth sense. The goblin princess stretched out her large hand and directly tore off Lu Yan's goblin skin, revealing his human face. There was a gasp of surprise in the room. Mega, it seems like a human, but it's a bit hard to see. Yes, the smoke is too thick. Why don't we go outside to breathe a bit before coming back in? 2 goblin ministers were discussing something. Just then, a goblin scout rushed in. Mega, great king, it's bad. The human captives have all escaped. Instantly, the atmosphere became tense. Mega, great king, humans are going too far. I am willing to personally lead the troops to pursue them. Mega, I second that. Me too. In an instant, everyone wanted to go to war. The goblin king didn't think twice. Mega, I will personally lead the troops to pursue. Everyone come with me. Immediately, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and then dashed out of the palace. Oh my, it smells too bad. I can't stay here for a second. Whoosh, everyone almost fled from the goblin palace. Xingchen and the others marched quickly. However, they had suffered quite a bit these days. Now they were enduring stomach pains, unable to walk fast at all. Xingchen could only designate a route for them and rode at the back on a tricycle. Just then, a sound of shouting and killing came. The goblin king sat in a palanquin, with tens of thousands of troops behind him, a grand sight. 3 of the 7 generals were present. The other 4 were said to be sparring with each other. It was rumored to be a life and death match. Xingchen looked at the endless goblin army and shouted, "What the hell do we do now?" Looking at the vast goblin army and then at the adventurers fleeing, a meticulous plan formed in his mind. He shouted, "Run!" Then he pedaled the tricycle and charged out, leaving everyone behind. At this point, who needed a bicycle? As long as I run faster than my teammates, the tiger won't catch me. Xingchen sped away, leaving everyone far behind. You can't catch me, I'm just that strong. Just as he was feeling proud, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. System task, return to the team for rescue. System reward, 5,000 merit. Xingchen's face darkened immediately. Get the hell out of here, damn system. I'm not going to die for this. Host, please mind your language. Xingchen thought for a moment and then replied seriously. If I don't go to hell, who wants to go? #task. Reward update, successful rescue will earn a divine artifact. Lu Huaqiang's raw melon egg inspection knife. Xingchen was completely stunned. What the hell, are you a worm in my stomach? The system chuckled. I'm the system in your head. Immediately, an equipment illustration unfolded in Xingchen's mind. Lu Huaqiang's raw melon egg inspection knife. Quality, golden. Divine artifact type, melee watermelon knife. Attribute, after hitting an enemy, make a judgment. If judged as a ripe melon, it will be unharmed. If judged as a raw melon egg, it will be A one-hit kill, ignores defense, shouting, "Is this melon ripe?" while stabbing can increase the success rate of the judgment description. The famous botanist Lu Huaxiang once said, "When you doubt whether a melon is a raw melon egg, that melon is already not ripe in your heart." Once doubt begins, the crime is already established. Xingqian nearly went crazy when he saw the description of this knife. Damn it, you're too ruthless, dog system. I mean, which guy could refuse such a cool raw melon egg inspection knife? Xingqian slammed on the brakes, throwing the three girls off the tricycle. The three beauties shot out directly, landing headfirst into a pile of dirt. Xingqian made a stylish U-turn. "I'm going to save people, Lingqian, you take everyone and escape according to plan." After saying that, Xingqian kicked the tricycle and left behind a cool silhouette. There was no way, the reward was just too much. The three beauties struggled to pull their heads out of the dirt pile. Dirt was falling off their faces in clumps. Although it's very touching, why do I always feel an urge to stab him? Without saying a word, Xingqian drove against the flow. Everyone on the road shed tears of emotion. "Big brother, you're amazing, I kneel to you. You will always be my brother. Sir, you are righteous." At that moment, several groups of young men wanted to follow Xingqian to cover his retreat. All were rejected by Xingqian. The reason was that not only were they weak, but they also stank, which would easily affect his performance. Xingqian rode the tricycle alone, completing the most beautiful reverse journey amidst the surging crowd. Dominant and stylish. "Even if there were thousands, I will go." Soon, he was engulfed in the rolling yellow smoke. Xingqian slammed on the brakes. The tricycle came to a steady stop. In front of him was an army of tens of thousands of goblins. This was already the elite of the Goblin Kingdom. He raised the Gatling gun with one hand, aiming at the entire army. "Hey, if you dare to chase me, I'll wipe out your entire kingdom." The goblins burst into laughter. "Hey, you little bronze piece dares to cause trouble." The Goblin King laughed heartily. "Let me put it this way, after tonight, I will complete my evolution awakening, and then you'll see the power of a diamond-level Goblin King." Xingqian was taken aback. Damn, the timing is quite good. He raised the Gatling gun in his hand, slowly aiming at the Goblin Kingdom. "Then next year on this day, it will be the time when the grass on your grave reaches your waist." After saying that, he directly opened fire without any regard for martial ethics. The Goblin King was not afraid at all. Even though he hadn't completed his evolution awakening yet, he still had the strength of a golden peak. The Goblin King looked at Xingqian's Gatling gun spewing blue flames with a proud expression. Suddenly, he fell off his palanquin. "Hey, you damn it, you're not following the rules of combat. Why are you hitting my bearers?" That's right, a barrage from Xingqian directly knocked down the four bearers of the Goblin King's palanquin. Xingqian gently blew on the smoking Gatling. "Who, young man, this king's waters are too deep for you to navigate." The Goblin King had a face full of black lines. "Charge, kill him for me." At the command, the goblins surged forward, rushing towards Xingqian. At this moment, Xingqian grinned crookedly. Then he pulled out the small nuclear missile, Little Boy Number 1, which he bought for 1,000 merit points from his backpack. "This name is quite good, it looks very patriotic." Kak. Xingqian lifted Little Boy Number 1 and hurled it towards the goblin army. "Taste my physical transcendence. Method. Be destroyed." Little Boy Number 1 fell directly into the goblin ranks. Then, a flash of light flickered from the nuclear missile. Instantly, it illuminated the entire area. Boom! At the moment of the small nuclear explosion, Xingqian sped away on his tricycle. Immediately, a violent roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. A strong shockwave swept over, nearly lifting Xingqian and his tricycle off the ground. The adventurers who had just fled not far away stared blankly at the explosion in the distance. Many of them lost their balance and were tossed around by the shockwave. A flash of white light passed. A gigantic mushroom cloud suddenly appeared in mid-air. Moments later, everything dissipated into dust. Xingqian looked back and found that over 10,000 goblins had been directly wiped out, nearly one-fifth of their forces. Almost one-third of the goblin army had suffered varying degrees of damage. Even the king and the three generals looked somewhat disheveled. Xingqian thought it was reasonable. After all, a nuclear missile bought for 1,000 merit points had such power, which was quite generous. So he opened the shop again and looked for Little Boy Number 1. Little Boy Number 1, sold out, Xingqian? Damn, it's still limited purchase. You dog system, can't you let me enjoy it a bit more? You only sell one experience card, and after I'm done, you won't sell anymore. Do you have any conscience? Xingqian vented his frustrations at the system. Host. Inappropriate verbal behavior towards the system detected. Immediate cessation is advised, otherwise 100 merit points will be deducted. Xingqian equals then sell me some more nuclear missiles. Can't you see I'm about to die? Host, please click on the nuclear missile section in the merit store. There are many nuclear missiles available. Xingqian was taken aback, then called up the system store. A bunch of useless pills and weapons appeared. He found a small line of text at the top. Nuclear missile, click. The interface flashed, and the nuclear missile page took over the screen. A smile resembling that of a dragon king appeared on Xingqian's face. Ah ha 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 ha, oh ho 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 ho. I'm going to launch. He saw that the system store really had rows of nuclear missiles. Little boy number 1, sold out, 1 purchase per month. Fatty number 1, 1 remaining. Then Xingchen saw rows of men's dream lovers. From the sexy Trident number 2 to the charming Min Ping number 3. Various lovers posed enticingly, as if saying, buy me, hurry up and buy me, you'll be thrilled soon. The enchanting debutante Dong Feng Express, the deadly super beauty Poseidon, and the goddess Ivan, who drove the entire Eurasian continent crazy, all displayed an eye-catching beauty. Xingchen couldn't help but exclaim, damn, there was no way he was still suffering from a lack of culture. Xingchen directly clicked on Ivan and hit purchase. Ding, insufficient balance. Xingchen? Winky face? Then he checked. Ivan was directly 1 million merit points each. Starry thought it was the same. If that thing blew up, it would take at least 1 million merit points to make up for it. Then he rummaged around. With tears in his eyes, he could only spend 4,000 merit points to buy a fatty number 1 and a slim number 1. Damn it. This thing is really expensive. At this moment, the goblins had regrouped and were closing in. Starry silently pulled out a nuclear missile from his backpack, even larger than the last one, a smirk on his face. Hey, boys, how about trying a fatty first? Starry slowly raised the fatty. A childlike smile appeared on his face. The goblins, seeing the nuclear bomb in Starry's hand, were completely stunned. What the hell? Are you a demon? There can't be too many of those, right? Starry held the fatty high with both hands, stepping forward 1 step at a time. The entire goblin army was slowly retreating. In fear. Don't come any closer. Big brother, let's talk this out. We can negotiate. Starry spat. Negotiate, huh? How about you chop off the king's head and use it as a ball to kick? The goblin army involuntarily looked at the goblin king's plump head, starting to seriously ponder some philosophical questions. The goblin king was furious. What the hell, are you guys planning a rebellion? Starry didn't give them any time to think. Comrades, thank you for your hospitality these days. Here's a little gift for you. Suddenly, he exerted force with both arms, and a massive bomb shot out directly. It smashed down hard on the goblin king's palanquin. Without a second thought, Starry kicked the tricycle and charged forward. He couldn't help it. Who could withstand this? The goblins were completely stunned and began to flee in panic. Damn, can't you throw a few more bombs? What the hell? No martial ethics. What the hell? Are you the living king of hell? Just a few meters into their escape, a wave of scorching gas vaporized everything around. A stunning mushroom cloud rose again, even more dazzling and brilliant than the last. Boom! A deafening sound echoed. The ground began to shake and strong winds surged. Starry and the tricycle were flipped over. Damn, I was careless, didn't dodge. In an instant, the world changed color, and rivers flowed backward. Light radiation, shock waves, and nuclear electromagnetic pulses expanded to a radius of several kilometers. The goblins were left in a daze. I mean, we're just a bunch of newbie monsters. Is it really necessary to blow us up like this? I'm tired, just destroy me. With that, he turned into a pile of ashes on the spot. Physical exorcism, 1 step done. The adventurers fleeing from disaster were suddenly overturned by a tremendous force. Many couldn't hold it in and let the yellow river's waters overflow their sphincter dam. Just as they had barely run a few steps, another wave hit them. So, everyone chose to lie flat on the spot. No more pretending, I'm too cool to care. After a long while, the storm subsided. Everyone crawled out from the dirt piles, making their already disheveled bodies even dirtier. That was good, refreshing. After the explosion, the winds calmed. An overturned tricycle was suddenly kicked aside. Starry jumped up. Wow, this thing is too powerful, I should set one up at school next time. He flipped the tricycle over, kicked the deformed wheel back into shape, picked up the handlebars from the ground and attached them to the tricycle. Then he kicked off and the nearly falling apart tricycle charged out once more. Starry needed to buy a little more time for the team to escape the kingdom's range. At this moment, among the goblin army, the goblin king was in a sorry state. The palanquin was shattered, the crown was gone, and he had lost one of his 2 big front teeth. The king, who had directly endured the explosion of the fatty core, was only slightly injured. Truly, he was living up to all that fat. He turned around to look at the goblin army surrounding him. It was a scene of devastation. Various broken walls and ruins were scattered everywhere. Tens of thousands of elite soldiers had lost nearly half of their numbers. He felt a deep pain in his heart. The goblin king roared, "Damn it, I'll kill that bastard." With that, he led the remaining troops straight towards Xingchen. Hostages, adventurers, none of that mattered anymore. The only task now was to take down the one riding the tricycle in front of him. Why could he ride a tricycle while I couldn't even sit in a sedan chair? Thus, a chase across the goblin kingdom began. Xingchen pedaled desperately on the tricycle ahead. Behind him, the goblin king, along with all his elite troops, chased madly. "Damn it, kill that bastard! Kill him!" The shouts of murder echoed from behind. Xingchen didn't dare to stop for a moment. "Damn it, this is serious. If the goblins catch me, they'll skin me alive on the spot." Xingchen pedaled furiously on the tricycle. The uneven ground was not very suitable for riding, and this thing had poor shock absorption. Xingchen was well aware of that. But for now, his life was more important. He could endure the discomfort. Behind him, the goblins were all bloodshot. Having entered a frenzy, they were determined to kill the scoundrel in front of them. As Xingchen sped away, he led the goblins into a minefield. Let's see if you know the joy of mushroom picking. As soon as the goblin army entered the minefield, someone stepped on a mushroom bomb. Boom! Several goblins were launched into the air. Then, a series of explosions followed. Boom! 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 The remaining goblins were thrown into the sky one after another. Bright flashes of light flickered. The sounds of explosions echoed, shaking the earth. From a distance, it looked like a dazzling display of fireworks. As the goblins were blown into the air, they could no longer contain the rage within them. Thus, their fury erupted from below. The sky began to rain and snow. At this moment, atop the Goblin King's plump head, everything was a mess, with debris stuck in his eyes. Damn it, what the hell is this? Oh, I'll kill you. With that, he stomped forward, charging at Xingchen. Behind him, the three generals were also in a sorry state. They hurled magical attacks at Xingchen. Fireballs and ice shards were all dodged by Xingchen's driving skills. But one goblin, carrying a basket, was particularly fierce. He kept pulling weapons from the basket and throwing them at Xingchen. The golden-level throwing general continuously took things out of the basket to hurl. Stones, tree stumps, bone fragments, black powder bombs, coal balls, turtle shells, everything was there. None of it was particularly useful, but damn, it was powerful. Holy crap, big brother, where did you get so many treasures? Xingchen was stunned. This thing was on the same level as him. It was really disgusting. There was no choice. Xingchen could only pull out a frying pan to defend himself. Bang! 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 The stones thrown by the throwing general hit the frying pan, creating a loud clattering sound. Xingchen's hand holding the pan went numb. The force was just too much. If it weren't for his tricycle dodging most of the attacks, he would have been done for. Damn it, I'm going all out. Xingchen couldn't care less anymore. He directly pulled out a weapon from his spatial backpack and started to retaliate. Various explosive bottles, all sorts of junk, and even a female goblin were thrown out all at once. In an instant, the kitchenware battle began. Boom! 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 The explosions under the goblins' feet continued. Countless ordinary goblins were blown to smithereens. Although a few golden-level generals and the king wouldn't die, they were in pain. As the saying goes, the aggression is minimal, but the insults are extremely strong. Slapping that strong man with a loud smack, he doesn't pick up a knife to fight you. The few of them stepped on landmines, chasing after the stars. Boom! 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 Another round of explosions sounded. The stars were dazed. Brothers, don't come over, can we take a break? I've said 3 times that he's tired. In the Lauren Abyss, outskirts, dozens of rescue teams were advancing at full speed. They were determined to rescue their human compatriots imprisoned by the goblins. On a troop transport vehicle, the principal's expression was grave, holding a Barrett sniper rifle that flickered with murderous intent. It seemed like he was about to blow the Goblin Kingdom to smithereens. Beside him, Wu Qing noticed. The atmosphere was a bit awkward and quickly tried to lighten it up. Hey, principal, don't be so serious. Come on, smile, say cheese. Get lost, those students are my heart and soul. Who knows if the goblins have torn up the ransom note? Principal, you can rest assured, they definitely won't tear it up. Maybe the big fat kid has even been born. The principal almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. A scene immediately formed in his mind. As the sun set, Wang Tong returned from farming. A female goblin was cooking, and a golden little goblin joyfully ran out. Dad, this thing must be poisonous. The principal's face was full of disdain. Then, he took out his Barrett sniper rifle. Through the scope, he looked towards the goblin kingdom. The principal's ability was A-level eagle-eye shooting. His vision and accuracy were unmatched. Once, he was a top sniper, capable of hitting wherever he pointed. Coupled with the enhancement of a special magnifying scope, he could see everything clearly from dozens of kilometers away. Outside the car window, the principal gazed at the Goblin Kingdom through the magnifying scope. His expression shifted from grave to puzzled. Hiss, why is the sky over the Goblin Kingdom filled with yellow smoke? Have they ascended to immortality? At this moment, the stars were leading the entire goblin army through the woods. Along the way, explosions erupted one after another. The density of mushroom bombs was unimaginable. Damn, this is too disgusting. Who knows when he buried them? The goblin army was going crazy. The 3-wheeled vehicle was fast, and there were bombs everywhere on the ground. They were also poisoned, and the back door could fall at any moment. Who could withstand this? Thus, the goblins finally understood why Timo had to die. Because he was despicable. Boom 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 boom. A series of mushroom bombs released joyful smoke, turning the Goblin King's face pitch black. The only hair on his head stubbornly curled, as if trying to create an afro effect. Damn it, I'll kill you. Just then, General Ice suddenly had an epiphany. He quickly said to the Goblin King, "Damn it, this kid is stalling for time, letting others escape. We should go chase the captives. Now, kill them all, and relieve our anger." Upon hearing this, the goblins couldn't help but feel happy. "Ah, yes, King, let's go kill the hostages, kill them all, not leaving a single one." The goblins began to persuade one another. Soon, the Goblin King's big fat head seemed to understand. "Let's go, damn it, let's kill the captives." Thus, the goblin army immediately switched from the rear to the front, chasing after the hostages. It wasn't that they suddenly had an epiphany. It was just that if they continued to waste time with this kid, the remaining troops would all be squandered here. "Damn it, charge, kill the captives. Damn it, take revenge." With a whoosh, all the goblins on sight retreated. The stars were dumbfounded. "I said, brothers, keep killing me, I'm easy to kill, just one shot and I'm done." Hey, a gust of wind blew by. The thick yellow smoke hit the gas mask, lonely and foul-smelling. "Damn it, it's going to be a hard fight now." Star rushed out on his tricycle. Moments later, the goblin army had caught up to the fleeing adventurers. The goblins in front had already begun their slaughter of humans. The Goblin King thrust his spear, and whoever it touched would die. "Ah, this feels great, kill. Star was nearly going insane at this moment. He pedaled furiously on the tricycle, voices echoing in his mind. Greenhorn, don't you dare touch my greenhorn." Star roared, dark energy beginning to manifest in his eyes. His entire demeanor shifted to one of cold ruthlessness. The tricycle's speed surged, like a cannonball, charging towards the goblin army. Whoosh! The tricycle sliced through the goblin ranks like a blade, countless goblins crushed into fragments. "Ah, kill! Don't touch my merits." Star pedaled the tricycle with unstoppable force, carving a path through the goblin army. His speed showed no signs of slowing. Bang! He crashed directly into the lower back of the Goblin King, who was holding his spear. "Hey, you just hit my kidneys." "Not only did I hit your kidneys, I'm going to crush them." Star pushed hard, rolling right over the Goblin King. 3 goblin generals saw this and charged at him. "Hey, kid, die." Star remained unfazed, shouldering the chaotic sound system. Then he punched the power button. "Let's get this started." Instantly, the powerful and domineering BGM of Boss Chow's exclusive track blared. From the sound system, the passionate music of Difficult Sutra erupted. Do 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 do. Star felt himself ignite with energy. Feeling the exclusive victory BGM of Boss Chow, all attributes enhanced tenfold, dominance increased 100-fold, be careful not to leak. Suddenly, Star's aura transformed once more. "Oh ho, I feel invincible." "Ah." Star wielded the Gatling gun in his right hand and a frying pan in his left. His feet firmly on the tricycle, countless bottles and bricks piled behind him. "Kill!" he roared. The heavens and earth changed color. The Goblin King lunged forward with his spear. Star's frying pan expanded. He slammed it down. The terrifying force shook the very ground. Boom! The loud crash echoed through the skies. Both sides were evenly matched. Star's shoulders heaved, countless bottles spilling around. The Goblin King. Boom! 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 The entire area exploded once more. The 3 generals unleashed their spells, fire and ice raining down on Star. "Ah ha 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 ha!" Star laughed wildly and recklessly. The Gatling gun in his hand spewed blue flames, unleashing a barrage. The rampant energy tore everything around him to shreds. Then the Gatling gun transformed again. The 6 clean tubes no longer shot blue flames. Instead, they fired real cannonballs. Star directly infused explosive properties into the energy bullets. The bullets transformed into countless reapers that devoured souls. Bang 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 bang. Countless goblins were blown to pieces. The 3 generals were temporarily suppressed by the fierce artillery fire. Cack. Star continued to laugh arrogantly, like the grim reaper of the world. "You all must die." Cack. Everyone at the scene looked on in terror. "Damn, Star has gone mad." No, he was always a madman, he just got out of the hospital. But he looks so cool right now. Across the heavens and earth, the sound of explosions grew ever stronger. The ground was torn apart, one gash after another. With overwhelming firepower, Shingling directly suppressed the 4 golden-level goblin bosses. Just then, goblin reinforcements arrived. The remaining 4 generals finally appeared. "Mega, my king, we are here to assist you." Shingling looked up, grinning at the 4 goblin generals. He then raised the Gatling gun in his hand. The sound of maniacal laughter echoed once more. Just in time. "Then, let's exorcise together." Boom 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 boom. Dong 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 dong. Crap. The battlefield was filled with the sounds of carnage. Many passionate young adventurers had already joined the fight in the fleeing team. Although they were no match for the golden generals, they could still help clear out some minions. Wang Tong was radiant with golden light. His fists unleashed beams of golden light. The title of the empty-handed martial arts master was not for nothing. He almost knocked out 1 goblin minion with each punch. Yi Chen was not to be outdone. He wildly swung a large bone club he had seized. His extraordinary strength sent goblin minions flying. At that moment, a goblin minion sneaked up behind Yi Chen, raising its club high. Suddenly, a small crayfish clamped onto its prized possession. Mega, the goblin minion screeched. Countless small crayfish began to crawl up the goblin minion's body. In an instant, there were cries of agony. Mega, Meanwhile, a 1,000-strong army of small crayfish had gathered around Xiaolongxia. He summoned the crayfish while laughing heartily. Aha, this is so much fun. Wait, damn it, why are you little crayfish pinching me? 2. War is brutal, and the battlefield is bloody. The goblin army finally displayed their expected savagery. One by one, their spiked clubs smashed the adventurers' heads. Their vicious fangs tore into the adventurers' bodies. Save me, chicken coop. Soon, the adventurers' fleeing team found themselves at a disadvantage. Just then, a filthy, emaciated adventurer stepped forward. Her slender body was dirty and disheveled, looking so weak that she seemed like she could fall over with a touch. However, an indescribable killing intent began to spread. Who is this person? I've never seen her before. The emaciated adventurer slowly lifted her hood, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful face. Holy crap, Lin Yusen. She can't have not eaten for 30 days, right? Lin Yusen slowly raised her head, her eyes shining with brilliant hexagonal starlight. Her ruby lips moved slightly, and the war goddess's incantation began to chant. Please, ancestral master, possess me. Spit. May the glory of the war goddess shine upon the world and grant me strength. Suddenly, her body began to tremble slightly. Rays of light emanated from her. Almost instantly, the transformation was complete. Before everyone stood a goddess clad in armor, wielding a war spear, radiating a murderous glow. Die! A chilling female voice erupted from her mouth. Immediately, a killing machine charged into the goblin horde, beginning a one-sided massacre. With each thrust of her spear, groups of goblins were sliced in half. Her combat power rivaled that of the golden bosses. Everyone on the scene was stunned. They looked at her abilities, then at their own. Sigh, she constantly reminds me that I'm a waste. Wang Tong and the others wished they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. So damn embarrassing. How can I face anyone and say I'm also part of the special training team? With trash in front and a killing princess behind, I'm such a waste. At this moment, Xingchen was single-handedly holding off the 8 golden bosses. He was completely numb from the killing. He was shrouded in black mist, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He. Take this, a frying pan. A frying pan over 30 meters long came crashing down from the sky. It slammed directly onto the heads of several golden goblins. Bang! The frying pan landed solidly on the goblin king's face. Magma! The goblin king erupted in fury. A flash of crimson crossed his face. Gurgle, magma. The incantation began to resonate. The goblin king grew taller against the wind, his body gradually expanding. In no time, he swelled to several dozen meters high. What the hell? How can goblins grow that big? Did his mother mix with a minotaur or something? Before the crowd could finish their complaints, a pair of enormous feet were already stomping toward them. Dawn! With one stomp, adventurers and goblins were left in disarray. The 7 generals, witnessing the goblin king's display of power, all charged forward like they had been injected with adrenaline. Skills flew in all directions. The star still maintained his wicked grin. Yash, I got bigger, hee. Then, the black mist around him thickened, like ink that couldn't dissolve. When the black mist reached an astonishing density, the star kicked out. The tricycle, with an unstoppable momentum, crashed into the dancing thunder general. With a successful strike, the star hurled the frying pan directly at the ice general's face, sending him tumbling head over heels. Then, the Gatling gun erupted with cold blue flames. Tat. A barrage of bullets erupted, showering the low defense flame and throwing generals. With a spray of blood, the self-destruct general ignited 2 sticks of dynamite and charged madly toward the star. The star responded with a chaotic sound blast. Bang! The self-destruct general, along with the explosives, was sent flying far away. It's time to give you the final blow, kid. The smile at the corner of the star's mouth nearly reached his ears. In the next moment, the star launched himself with the tricycle, hurtling toward the enormous goblin kingdom with immense power. Just as he was about to reach the goblin king, he suddenly leaped into the air. The tricycle shot out, colliding with the approaching war chariot general in a spectacular explosion. Boom! The 2 vehicles sparked and scattered in all directions. The last iron rod general, wielding his iron rod, attempted to intervene. Suddenly, he was blocked by a woman who resembled a killing machine. Lin Yusen radiated a sacred aura of slaughter. She engaged in battle with the iron rod general. In an instant, the battlefield was in chaos. The star leaped high, his right arm pulled back, charging toward the goblin king. Magma, foolish human, do you think you can defeat me with your bare hands? Daydreaming. You can't break my defense. The enormous goblin king thrust his spear toward the star in midair. Swish! The Star sidestepped, the spear grazing his shoulder, leaving a large gash. At the same time, the star finished charging. He swung his arm fiercely, tracing a brilliant arc in the air. Smack! He delivered a massive slap to the Goblin King's enormous, pudgy face. Suddenly, there was silence. Everyone was stunned. What the hell? You went through all that trouble just to slap him? As expected, he's a madman. The Goblin King burst into laughter. Magma, just this, ha ha ha. However, in the next second, the Goblin King's head began to explode. Boom! A muffled sound echoed. The Goblin King began to bleed from 6 of his 7 orifices. The star laughed heartily. He, how does it feel to have the explosive properties go off right in your head? At that moment, the star was already perched atop the Goblin King's head. Gripping the last remaining strand of hair tightly, he finally steadied himself. Maggots, I'll kill you! The Goblin King roared in fury. He began to frantically attack his own head. Xingchen didn't even flinch. One by one, the big slaps began to rain down. Bang, bang, bang. Each dull thud exploded in the Goblin King's head. Blood flowed like water, pouring down like a torrential rain onto the heads of the crowd below. So brutal. Xingchen crazily struck the Goblin King's head, continuously infusing explosive properties into his skull. At the same time, Xingchen was also enduring the Goblin King's blows. His body was covered in blood, his entire face smeared with it. He still smiled, his teeth a terrifying mix of red and white. The sounds of explosions continued. Like the mocking laughter of a demon, it was terrifying and eerie. Blood flowed coolly. Everyone at the scene stared blankly at Xingchen battling the Goblin King in the sky, filled with excitement. They had long regarded Xingchen as their hero. You got this? Trash collector. Get him. Meanwhile, a group of girls had already turned into tears. You must defeat him. When we get home, we'll have your babies. Coco Shang. The Goblin King was severely injured. His battered body still stood firm. Maggots, insignificant human, you think your strength is enough to fight me? Let's see how long you can last. Just a few more minutes. When the moon rises high, I will awaken and become the diamond-level Goblin Emperor, and you will all pay the price. Maggots. The Goblin King laughed, his bloody mouth opening wickedly. Xingchen also laughed, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. He, kid, ever had a nuclear bomb? Everyone was startled. They saw Xingchen pull out a long, thin nuclear bomb from who knows where and stuff it directly into the Goblin King's mouth. Let's see how a skinny one tastes. Boom! Outside the Goblin Kingdom, the rescue troops finally arrived at their destination. Thousands of rescue vehicles slowly came to a stop. The armed and well-trained rescuers disembarked from the vehicles. Almost the moment they landed, a stench, like falling into a millennia-old cesspit, assaulted them. Ugh, what the hell? Did the Goblin Kingdom blow up a shit pit? Why is it so stinky? In an instant, many rescue team members began to vomit and have diarrhea. Several fainted. Damn, the Goblin Kingdom is indeed terrifying. Everyone, be careful. At that moment, the principal and Wu Qing also got off the transport vehicle. Ugh, damn, I finally understand why the Goblin Kingdom is shrouded in yellow smoke. Why? They have biological weapons. After a long while, everyone finally gathered. Each one had a mournful face, furrowed brows, and cheeks puffed out like they were about to burst. Wu Qing cleared his throat and began to speak. Comrades, thank you all for coming. Here to rescue our fellow countrymen. I, Wu, am very gratified. Before we engage in battle, I need to say a few words. It will take about half an hour, so please be patient. Slap. The principal was furious and directly gave him a caring slap. Get the hell out of here, hurry up and save people. Wu Qing, this isn't the time for your speech. Then, Wu Qing cleared his throat again. All teams proceed according to the pre-planned actions. Go. With a whoosh, groups of rescuers covered their noses and rushed into the kingdom. Without saying a word, the principal was about to charge in. He was pulled back by Wu Qing. Principal, the Goblin Kingdom has a barrier. Only silver level and above are allowed to enter. So I can't go in? Sure. It can be done, but it has to be suppressed to the silver level. If it fails, it won't be worth it. The principal didn't care about that. Damn it, it's worth it even if I fail for the students. With that, he rushed into the kingdom. Before long, he came darting back out. Just as Wu Qing was about to mock him, the principal grabbed him. Damn it, you're going in with me. Then, all that could be heard was Wu Qing's curses echoing through the dense forest. As soon as the rescue team entered the forest, they encountered a monumental problem. They had stepped on mushroom bombs. Boom, boom, boom. Many members of the rescue team were injured and taken out. Everyone be careful, goblins are extremely vicious. This will be a tough battle. As I, Wu Qing, say. Just when everyone was at a loss, a 15 or 16-year-old girl emerged from the rescue team. She was dressed in a spirit guard uniform, holding a husky on a leash. Finally I can blow things up again. Da Huang, let's go, we'll clear the mines for everyone. Woof woof woof, you're amazing, you're so noble. That's right, our little star. Shingling is back on the scene. Before anyone could figure out what was happening, Shingling pulled her dog and dashed out. Immediately after, a series of explosions rang out. Everyone was stunned in shock. What the hell is this little girl? Such violent mind clearing, this is the first time we've seen it. So impressive, too impressive, a sweet potato of a show. In a moment, Shingling had cleared a wide path of mines. Everyone followed closely behind, praising Shingling while cursing the one who buried the mines for being so wicked. Shingling, pulling her dog, was a whirlwind of sparks and lightning. Boom boom boom. Da Wang, hurry up, we'll see brother soon. Woof woof woof, we're going to die, we're going to die. Everyone followed behind, moving forward. Surprisingly, they didn't encounter a single goblin along the way. Some began to wonder, hey, where did all the goblins go? It must be an ambush, as I, Wu Qing, say. Thus, the rescue team proceeded very cautiously, fearing a sudden attack. The more they walked, the more confused and scared they became. Finally, they saw a thick, unyielding, yellow smoke. Damn, is this the source of the yellow smoke? Ugh, it stinks so much. Wu Qing suddenly became alert upon seeing the yellow smoke. There are explosives in there, which brave warrior will go explore? Everyone looked at each other, indicating they wouldn't go, letting whoever wanted to go do so. Just as everyone was being modest and pushing each other, a man in a black uniform with 5 big stars on his shoulders stepped forward. Let me, Zhang Daba, take the lead. The principal and Wu Qing were taken aback. Oh, Zhang Daba, you weren't captured by the goblins? Zhang Daba patted the 5-star shoulder insignia. Principal, Captain, look, I've defended this area for a month, intercepted 765 delivery people, scolded homeowners 33 times, and escaped from criminals 18 times. My contributions are significant. The corners of their mouths twitched. Damn, you've been a security guard for a month, with free food and lodging, and you still have the nerve to say that. Just as the corners of their mouths were twitching, Zhang Daba had already stepped forward, beginning to explore the yellow smoke. He appeared completely unfazed, his steps steady, moving toward the yellow smoke. Suddenly, he spotted a broken pedicure knife. Bending down to pick it up, he inhaled sharply. Isn't this the pedicure knife that was borrowed from me on September 27, 5:49:36.584212, 2 years ago? How did it end up here? He tucked the pedicure knife into his pocket and stepped into the yellow smoke. The scene before him left him stunned in place. He stood there for a long time, unmoving. Everyone noticed that Zhang Daba hadn't come out. So, they all rushed into the yellow smoke, intending to find out what was going on. The moment they entered, they all felt a wave of nauseating stench spinning around them. A swirling stench. Ugh, this is definitely the source of a biological weapon. In the next moment, the horrifying scene once again left everyone dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Why do all the goblins love bondage play? Everyone saw that in the yellow smoke, tens of thousands of goblins were tightly bound with pig hooks. They were foaming at the mouth. Various filthy substances were everywhere. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. Quick, let me catch my breath. With a whoosh, everyone almost fled the scene. The principal and Wu Qing were puzzled about what could frighten everyone so much. So, the two of them entered together. Then, they both vomited in unison. Ugh, this goblin kingdom is terrifying. Using the excrement gas of their own kind to create biological weapons, this race should be exterminated. Inhumane. At this moment, Zhang Dabeos finally recovered from his shock. He stepped out of the yellow smoke, lit a cigarette to calm his nerves. He realized he didn't know how to smoke. Then he threw the cigarette into the yellow smoke. Hey, everyone wait for me. At this time, the rescue teams were almost going crazy. They were vomiting while enduring the stench in the air. It's just too damn smelly. Goblins are so unhygienic. Just then, someone discovered a large well. I found a well. Everyone come and rinse your mouths. After vomiting for so long, seeing a well, they rushed over to get water, rinsing mouths and washing clothes. Suddenly, someone accidentally drank a bit while rinsing. Ha! This well water is surprisingly sweet. This shout was incredibly loud. Almost everyone heard it. Let me try, I want to try too. Some people started to taste it. Wu Di took the lead and was the first to drink. He took a gentle sip, a puzzled expression on his face. Ha! This water, everyone looked at him expectantly. Suddenly, Wu Di's eyes lit up. This water is delicious. I, Wu Di, officially recommend it. After saying that, he gave a thumbs up. So everyone was eager to try and started drinking. So sweet, so good. It's like the dew in the mountains, the clear spring in the world, with an indescribable taste. Seeing so many people praising it, even more began to drink. They had traveled such a long way and encountered so many dangers along the way. Just the smell was enough to make them uncomfortable, and now they desperately needed to drink some water to quench their thirst. So everyone drank the water. Sweet. Good review. Delicious. I want to fill a jug to take home for my dad to try. Ah, right, I'll let my mom try too. After everyone was full, they started filling water in various containers. Zhang Dabeos also drank the water. However, after he finished, he felt a bit puzzled. This water, why does It tastes just like the medicine Xingchen gave me for constipation? How strange. After everyone finished drinking, they continued on their way. Just then, Wang Tong and the others from the fleeing team finally found their savior. When they saw the rescue army, almost everyone was about to cry. Then they quickly ran towards the rescue army. As they ran, they shouted, "Principal! Captain, you guys go take a look. Xingchen, he's gone mad. Dude, is this melon ripe?" Xingchen lifted a goblin soldier with a face full of pockmarks with one hand, asking with a fierce expression. The goblin soldier was already scared out of his wits, a stream of liquid flowing down from his toes. Magma, magma. Without saying a word, Xingchen went straight in for a stab. Target hit. Beginning assessment determined to be a ripe melon, completely unharmed. Damn it, another failure. Xingchen spat and casually tossed the goblin soldier to the ground. He looked at the Lu Huaqiang melon inspection knife in his hand and fell into deep thought. Just a moment ago, a nuclear bomb exploded from within the Goblin King's body. It blew him to pieces, permanently guarding the Goblin Kingdom. Thus, Xingchen exploded a wave of equipment. First was the Goblin King's stone spear, a tribute less, incredibly hard. Then came the Goblin King's leopard print bitter tea seed, sturdy and durable, triangular, and more refreshing. Xingchen disdainfully tossed the large bitter tea seed aside. Ding! Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Inside the bitter tea seed was actually a piece of iron. Xingchen rushed forward and tore open the incredibly foul-smelling, slightly yellow leopard print bitter tea. A fruit knife fell out. Xingchen was overjoyed. Congratulations, host has obtained Lu Huaqiang melon inspection knife. Lu Huaqiang melon inspection knife quality, golden artifact type. Melee watermelon knife attribute. After hitting an enemy, perform an assessment. If determined to be a ripe melon, completely unharmed. If determined to be an unripe melon, 1 strike. Kills, ignores defense. Shouting, "Is your melon ripe?" while stabbing can increase the success rate of the assessment description. The famous botanist Lu Huaqiang once said, "When you doubt whether a melon is an unripe one, that melon is already not ripe in your heart. Once doubt begins, the crime is already established." Ha! Xingchen burst into wild laughter. Suddenly, he choked on his own spit. Cough 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 cough. Damn it, how embarrassing, let me laugh again. Hoo 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 hoo. Everyone on site looked at Xingchen in confusion. It was as if they were watching a madman. Is he crazy? He's not crazy, he's just having a relapse, it's normal. The crowd looked at Xingchen with black lines on their faces. He picked up the watermelon knife and shouted loudly, "So wonderful, so wonderful. Which boy can resist such a cool unripe melon?" Just as everyone was still in shock, Xingchen suddenly moved. He directly grabbed a goblin soldier and shouted, "Buddy, is your melon ripe?" With that, he stabbed it in. The action was skilled, without any hesitation. Target hit, beginning assessment. Determined to be a ripe melon, completely unharmed. Xingchen was stunned. "Hey, damn, this thing is strange. Let's do it again." He then grabbed another goblin. "Is this melon ripe?" Puff. Another stab. Target hit, beginning assessment. Determined to be a ripe melon, completely unharmed. Xingchen's face darkened. "Damn it, dog system, what the hell is this?" Then, Xingchen got angry. Without caring about anything else, he started stabbing goblin soldiers. While stabbing, he cursed. "Damn it, is your melon ripe?" Everyone was so scared they froze, instinctively backing away. Their legs trembled uncontrollably. "Run, Xingchen has gone mad," someone shouted. Thus, everyone began to flee in a panic, terrified of being caught, and asked if their melon was ripe. Wang Tong and the others quickly found the principal and the rescue team. They rushed towards Xingchen with them. "Principal, you have to see, Xingchen has completely lost it," Wang Tong reported while running. However, the principal and Wu Qing didn't believe it at all. "Impossible, his mental illness is very stable. Right, so far, he has performed the best among you, it's impossible for him to go mad." Then, the next second, the sound of slaps echoed on sight. All the onlookers saw Xingchen in tattered clothes, his face covered in blood. He was holding a goblin minion by the scruff of its neck, stabbing it repeatedly with a watermelon knife. "Is this melon ripe? Is this melon ripe? Is this melon ripe? Is this melon ripe?" Puff 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 puff. The watermelon knife stabbed into the goblin minion one after another. After a dozen stabs, judged as a raw melon, 1 stab to death, the goblin minion suddenly burst into countless sprays of blood. It bled profusely. Then, with a twist of its neck, it was done for. Xingchen was suddenly enlightened. "Ah ha 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 ha. Wohovu havu. Hee 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 hee. What a good melon, what a good melon." Everyone was dumbfounded. "Damn, that's so brutal. Is it really okay for you to do this, living llama?" Suddenly, Xingchen turned around and noticed the principal and others. "Hey, principal, is this melon ripe?" Instantly, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Winky face. "Damn, that's too vicious." Seeing that no one reacted, Xingchen picked up another goblin and started testing his knife again. "Lindsay, is this melon ripe?" Puff. The adventurers were finally rescued. The rescue team led the way back home. Along the way, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't pick their jaws up off the ground. Various encounters had shattered their worldview. The rolling Yellow smoke drifted everywhere, stimulating everyone's taste, hearing, and throat nerves. It stinks so much, I don't remember it being this smelly when I came to the Goblin Kingdom. Before, the principal complained as he walked. At this moment, Wang Tong stepped forward to explain. Principal, you may not know this, but it's all Xingqian's doing. Upon hearing this, everyone became interested. Oh, how did he do it? Wang Tong patted his chest proudly and said he put a bag of laxatives in every well. Ha 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 ha. The principal and Wu Qing laughed simultaneously. Truly worthy of being a garbage collector, he actually came up with such a clever plan. Suddenly, they felt a tightness in their rear ends. Sigma? Damn, why didn't you say it earlier? Immediately, the sound of firecrackers echoed through the long line of people. Ding clang, ding clang, ding 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 clang clang clang. Dong dong dong. Da day day day. Da, boom. In an instant, yellow smoke rose and a foul odor filled the air. The principal finally understood this century-old mystery. Why was the Goblin Kingdom so smelly? Because that was the principal's fart. Almost simultaneously, everyone felt their stomachs churning, gas rushing down. A wave of overwhelming stench instantly invaded their brains. What the hell? I can't hold it anymore. But those who could be here were all prominent figures. How could they solve it in the wild? Impossible, absolutely impossible. So, everyone held their faces red, supervising each other, as if competing to see who could endure more. Elegant, never out of style. At this moment, Xingqian came over with the watermelon knife. Hey, principal, why is your face so red? The principal looked disgusted, desperately holding back the urge to vomit. I'm full of spirit. Hey, why is it yellow again? It's the wax for cold protection. So you're one of Captain Sue's people. Get the hell out. The principal was almost going mad, wishing he could stab this dog thing immediately. Seeing the principal in a good mood, Xingqian bounced off to find Captain Wu Qing. Hey, Captain, I have a wolf tooth club here, want to block it for a bit? Get lost, where's my knife, where's my knife? Just then, Xingqian suddenly noticed a beautiful woman next to Wu Qing. She had an amazing figure, the kind that could pull off leather jackets and pants. Wow, is this beauty the legendary leather pants? Heroine, Loxin? Xingqian's voice was incredibly loud. Upon hearing the words leather pants heroine, everyone almost simultaneously turned to look at her. What? There's a beauty? And in leather pants. Quick, take a look. Loxin was nearly going crazy. Suddenly, bu a small fart with a silencer. A little bulge appeared on her leather pants. Bu, then the little bulge became a big bulge, and the big bulge stacked on the little bulge. It kept getting bigger, converging into one. Xingqian picked up a toothpick and gently poked it. The embodiment of justice, Xingqian, is here to help you. Equals? No. Bang. Didn't I say you shouldn't wear leather pants anymore? The leather pants goddess, Loxin. Age, 24, S-Class Dark Ability, Shadow Assassin. Level, Golden. Identity, Secretary and Dark Guard of the Spirit Guard Brigade in Jianghuai City. Just these titles were enough to leave ordinary people in the dust. Not to mention her stunning beauty and the fiery figure that could pull off leather pants. But starting today, she would become the most famous star of the Jianghuai City Spirit Guard. The latest title, Goddess of Exploding Pants. The group quickly exited the dense forest. There was no choice, they had to hurry, as the urge to relieve oneself wouldn't wait. It was truly like a turtle checking out, holding it in, couldn't hold it any longer. Hurry, hurry. Everyone, pick up the pace. The group moved swiftly, almost blistering their feet. Xingqian, on the other hand, leisurely pedaled a tricycle. On the tricycle, Shingling sat in the back holding a dog. Zhang Debao sat in front, sharing his experiences from the past few days with Xingqian. Hey, Xingqian, let me tell you, my stories from these days are legendary, so thrilling. That landlord, that thug, that delivery guy. Xingqian listened happily to Zhang Debao recounting his stories. The fatigue of the past few days slowly faded away. Now that the battle is over, where should I store my brain in which novel? Recently, he heard about a book called Death God? Please call me Namu Gatling Bodhisattva. That was quite popular. Even Einstein had praised it. The 3 people and 1 dog on the tricycle were very happy. However, the others walking on foot were filled with complaints. They looked at the leisurely group on the tricycle, their faces darkening. Damn, why didn't I discover how useful tricycles were years ago? Damn it, even a dog can sit on a tricycle, and I'm worse off than a dog. Big Yellow, woof woof woof, you're the real dog. After a rapid march, the group finally reached the edge of the dense forest. The rescue team's vehicles were all parked here. Everyone, get in the car quickly. Wu Qing began to organize everyone to board the vehicles in an orderly manner. One by one, the military transport vehicles were filled with people. The long-awaited return home was finally here. But before that, there was one more thing to do. Quick, open the windows. The windows of the transport vehicles slowly rolled down. Streams of yellow smoke seemed to find a breakthrough, rushing out continuously. Xingqian sat in the transport vehicle, putting on a gas mask again. There's no choice, it's too pungent. His throat couldn't take it anymore. the engine of the transport vehicle roared. The driver slammed the accelerator to the floor. With a whoosh, they sped out. Rows of neatly aligned transport vehicles charged forward with unstoppable momentum. Black smoke puffed from the exhaust pipes. Yellow smoke billowed from the windows. Wild adventurers saw this from a distance. Their expressions gradually turned puzzled. I mean, when did trains start running in the wild? The vehicles sped along. The transport vehicles soon entered Goblin City. At this time, Goblin City had prepared a warm welcome ceremony for the returning adventurers. The girls wore short skirts and crop tops, twisting their bodies, ready to give the heroes a hot dance. A row of ambulances was also in place, prepared to rescue the injured at a moment's notice. Reporters raised their cameras and microphones, eager to capture this beautiful moment. The mayor of Goblin City, dressed in formal attire, stood in line with numerous officials. Behind them were the masses and a series of banners. They're coming, they're coming. Suddenly, someone shouted. The roar of engines grew louder as it approached. The gates of Goblin City slowly opened. Through the gates, people could see clouds of yellow smoke accompanying the convoy from afar, like a massive train with an enormous engine. The mayor of Goblin City picked up the microphone and began to speak. Everyone look quickly, the convoy is accompanied by yellow clouds, a symbol of good fortune. Let us warmly welcome the hero's return. Countless cameras focused on the convoy, starting a live broadcast. People all over the world watched this grand scene with bated breath. Screech. The sound of a sudden brake echoed. Click, click, click. A flurry of flashes went off. Bang. The car door was kicked open. Wu Qing jumped out of the car and rushed towards the public restroom, braving the auspicious signs. A group of reporters immediately blocked his path. Captain Wu Qing, do you have anything to say as the overall commander of this operation? Isn't the success of this mission completely unrelated to your command? I heard your spouse often meets with a lover at night. Is that true? I heard you have an affair with your female secretary. Wu Qing was about to go crazy. I just want to use the restroom. What's wrong with that? Soon after, a series of troop transport vehicles came to a stop. Countless reporters, doctors, and onlookers surrounded them tightly, unable to escape even a little. Everyone was stunned, their tense sphincters beginning to tremble. Damn, why is it so hard to go to the bathroom? At the moment everyone got out of the car, a wave of overwhelming stench hit them. The faces of the entire Goblin City crowd stiffened. Ugh, are they exterminating poop monsters? Before long, the crowd dispersed in a rush. Only the mayor and a group of officials remained, still giving speeches. The scene descended into chaos. Xingchen and Shingling got out of the car, starting to look for their companions. There were hardly any people who were not poisoned at the scene. Only Wang Tong, Yichen, and a few male companions, along with Ling Qin and Ling Shui, who had known about this in advance. Zhang Daba used poison to counter poison, feeling just right. Shingling was directly immune, after all, he wasn't afraid of death. The few quickly gathered together. Xingchen spoke first. I'm so damn hungry, let's go eat something. Everyone nodded in agreement. I'm starving, how many days has it been since I had a proper meal? The food in Goblin Kingdom is deadly. Wang Tong complained. Hey, didn't you eat the princess's lipstick? Wang Tong, what the hell? Stop talking, let's go eat. Just then, a very thin girl, looking like a skeleton, stood in front of them. Can I join you for dinner? Everyone was taken aback. Lin Yusen, how the hell did you get this hungry? The consensus was reached, but a new problem arose. Where's the money? Where the hell is the money coming from? Xingchen slapped Zhang Daba on the chest. It's okay, I have money. Everyone shot him a disdainful glance. With those ragged clothes, that hair forming its own ecosystem, and that trash collector vibe, where the hell do you say the money is? Just then, a fleet of luxury cars sped over. There were Rolls-Royces, Maseratis, Bentleys, and extended Lincolns. In short, they were all flashy and impressive. From the cars, men in suits got out, standing in a line. Finally, a figure resembling a gorilla stepped out from a Rolls-Royce. Yes, Lu Nang has arrived. He was dressed impeccably in a suit. Then he walked to the center of the crowd. Welcome back, General Xing. A group of suited men behind him bowed deeply. Welcome back, General Xing. Everyone was momentarily stunned. What the hell is going on? Xingchen scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I thought since I had some free time, I might as well start a company. Damn, this is just unfair. We're eating plain rice and vegetables every day, and you're living the high life with your own crew. Are we even allowed to live? At this moment, Lu Nang stepped forward to inquire. General Xing, we've booked a meal at the most luxurious hotel in the city, shall we go eat? Also, I've arranged for a technician at the largest foot massage parlor. After dinner we. Xingchen quickly interrupted him, waving his hand. Let's go, everyone, it's time to eat. The crowd cheered, giving him thumbs up. You've got a good heart. Then, in the next breath, Xingchen doused them with cold water. Everyone pays their own share. At the dinner table, a group of starving souls were frantically stuffing food into their mouths. The waiters looked on with disdain as they served the dishes. After casually bringing out a dish, it was immediately snatched up, cleared in an instant. The intensity rivaled that of a rural feast. The battlefield was already filled with smoke, and the warriors were about to step into a new arena. Amidst the atmosphere of fierce competition, smiles adorned everyone's faces. If we were to talk about who could eat the most, it had to be the adorable Shingling. She was seen crazily showcasing her food, grabbing any dish and pouring it into her stomach. Come on, let's show everyone how it's done. I'll eat myself to death. Wow. Surprisingly, the second biggest eater was the goddess Lin Yusen. She was so hungry after not eating for over a month, it felt like torture. At this moment, she had activated her goddess mode. A sacred yet murderous aura enveloped her. No one around could compete with her. I'm starving. Xing Chen could only rank third here. There was no way, the competition was just too fierce. Everyone raised their glasses in unison. Here's to preparing for the college entrance exam in half a month. Cheers. Damn, Xing Chen, you're not playing fair. You're sneaking food. After a long while, Xing Chen finally finished sweeping the food off the table, revealing a satisfied smile. He opened his phone and clicked on that novel that could boost intelligence. Wait, it seems like I forgot something. Forget it, if I can't remember, then don't think about it. Happiness is what matters. Suddenly, Ling Qin kicked Xing Chen's foot. Hey, where's the glasses guy Lu Yen? Xing Chen, Sigma? Huaxia, Zhenghuai City, the otherworldly bureau. After a month of bitter adventures, everyone finally returned to Zhenghuai City. Just 2 days had passed and the shadow of the Goblin Kingdom had not yet dissipated. They were summoned by Wu Qing in his capacity as an intern of the otherworldly guards. Captain Wu Qing looked at the group of otherworldly guard interns with great joy. These were the prodigies he had spent a fortune to acquire from the principal. The principal had almost smashed his office over it. Comrades, congratulations on successfully being selected as otherworldly guard interns, Wu Qing said happily. Opposite him, a row of young people in otherworldly guard uniforms stood tall and proud. The boys looked sharp in their uniforms, while the girls appeared charming and graceful, with a hint of heroism. At a glance, they formed a beautiful landscape. Wu Qing continued his speech. During the internship, you will receive a monthly allowance of 1,500, meals included but no accommodation. In the coming days, as long as you perform well and complete your tasks excellently, you will have the opportunity to be promoted after graduating from university. Everyone's lips twitched. Damn, are you treating us like slaves? Wang Tong was the first to express his dissatisfaction. Exactly, only 1,500. Who do you think you're scaring? The stars rarely align with Wang Tong. The crowd murmured, each person chiming in with their thoughts. They discussed why the treatment was so different from that of regular employees. Wu Qing's face suddenly turned serious, intimidating everyone. Unwilling? Then take off your clothes and leave right now. The crowd froze, their faces turning pale. No, we were just joking. Wang Tong quickly explained. Right, Wang Tong was just joking, Xing Chen added. Wang Tong, everyone actually yearns for this job as an otherworldly guardian. The salary and benefits after becoming a full-time employee are excellent. And the social status is very high. Most importantly, as an otherworldly guardian, you can access the best cultivation resources and guidance in Huaxia. But that's only if you become a full-time employee. So, this promise is so big and enticing that it's hard not to want it. Xing Chen doesn't really care about the cultivation resources and guidance. After all, with the system's good son around, he doesn't need to worry about that. He joined the otherworldly guardians mainly for more opportunities, to save people and accumulate merit. Plus, there are 5 insurances and 1 fund. Who could refuse a job with 5 insurances and 1 fund? Wu Qing placed his hands on his hips, looking very imposing. Remember, my rules here are the rules. Every month 1,500, excluding school time, you must work at least 4 hours every night and 8 hours on weekends. If you don't like it, get lost. Did you hear that? The crowd shivered, nodding repeatedly. Yes. Just then, Shingling walked past them with De Huang. De Huang walked to Wang Tong's feet and gently lifted his hind leg. A stream of pungent liquid splashed onto Wang Tong's new shoes. He marked a spot. Wang Tong was about to explode with anger. Xing Chen, what the hell is going on? Can't you control your dog? Xing Chen was about to explain when Wu Qing ruthlessly interrupted. Wang Tong, watch your words. The dog in front of you is an officially registered guardian dog of the otherworldly guardians, dog number 12138. And he is your senior. In our otherworldly guardians, we emphasize respect for our seniors. Wang Tong, quickly apologize to your senior. Wang Tong, what the hell? De Huang tilted his head, looking at him with a proud expression through his nostrils. Xing Chen was also stunned. Captain, when did De Huang become official? It's like this. Wu Qing pulled Shingling over. Let me formally introduce everyone, Shingling, a level 3 captain of the otherworldly guardians. De Huang is a level 3 spirit beast captain. And just a few days ago, De Huang completed his awakening with an S-level ability, Space Jump of the Flying Thunder God. You all should learn more from them. The crowd was completely dumbfounded, starting to rant wildly. What the hell, a dog awakening an S-level ability? This is not scientific. Damn, we worked hard for 4 years of internship and only after finishing college do we have a chance to become official and the dog just became a level 3? What dog? That's a livestock captain. Just then, a series of ringing sounds echoed through the hall of the otherworldly bureau. Ding! The ringing was urgent and loud, cutting through the entire otherworldly bureau. This was the signal for the otherworldly guardians, indicating that a major event had occurred and they needed to mobilize urgently. Immediately, a group of well-trained otherworldly guardians, dressed in uniforms and armed, ran out in an orderly and handsome manner. Emergency situation, everyone, move out. Xingchen and the others looked at the well-trained otherworldly guardian soldiers, their eyes filled with envy. Isn't this every boy's dream? To become a hero, to fight for justice. 2. Save the beauty, to fight for the girl. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and complete your first internship task. Yay! Charge! For a moment, the novelty of the task took precedence. Who cared about whether it was an internship or not? Looking cool was all that mattered. Everyone hurriedly squeezed into the vehicle, heading towards the mission location. The vehicle sped along, constantly overtaking others, the driver skilled and exceptionally cool. Soon, they arrived at the scene of the incident. At this point, the area was already surrounded, with no way in or out. Inside a bank, a group of criminals wearing black masks held firearms and knives, looking extremely fierce. A group of hostages was huddled together in a circle, crouching with their heads down, trembling in fear. The faces of the criminals beneath their masks were twisted and menacing, clearly trained professionals. Some of the criminals gathered the hostages in a pile, their submachine guns aimed threateningly, ready to hunt the hostages at any moment. Others began stuffing money into bags, while some were responsible for negotiations. Their roles were clearly defined, indicating a premeditated crime. SKRRT. The sound of tires screeching against the ground echoed. Xingchen and the others got out of the vehicle in an orderly fashion. Hey, slow down, you stepped on my foot. Don't push, let me get out first. Back off, back off. Everyone jostled each other, all wanting to be the first to get out and be the most stylish. In the end, a few people got stuck at the car door, tangled like a mess of headphone wires. They couldn't move an inch. They couldn't untangle at all. Wu Qing's face was dark with frustration. What the hell are these people? Should we just send them back to the principal? However, he quickly dismissed that thought. After all, it was an internship, why not make use of it? After half a day of crowding, they were still stuck tight. Finally, 2 trained spirit guardians arrived and pried the car door open. Only then did everyone tumble out, disheveled. Oh my gosh, Xingchen, it's all your fault, why were you pushing? Yi Chen complained. Xingchen quickly explained, you can't blame me, it's all Mu Qianxue's fault. Her butt is too big and it squished my face. Mu Qianxue, everyone? 3? How about we squeeze back in for a bit? Agreed. Wu Qing looked at the group, his face darkening. What the hell were these people? Xingchen, where are your shoes? Wu Qing questioned. Xingchen looked down at his big toe. His white socks were now black and had a large hole. Ha! Where are my shoes? Who the hell stole my shoes? At that moment, Wang Tong got up from the ground, spitting out a broken shoe. Who the hell got out and stuffed a shoe in my mouth? Seeing this, Xingchen suddenly understood. Found the culprit. Wang Tong stole my shoes to eat. Wang Tong, hashtag, seeing that everyone was present, Wu Qing forcibly suppressed his anger and began issuing orders. Interns, listen up, you won't be needed on the front lines for this operation, just stay back and perform some support tasks. Remember, life comes first. Always ensure your own safety. After saying this, he turned to the squad leader, Wu Qian, who had been in a standoff with the criminals for a long time. What's the situation? Captain, it's bad. These criminals are from a branch of the Abyss Church, well-trained, and there are many high-level ability users among them. There are about 30 of them, equipped with submachine guns, rifles, shotguns, and so on. Several cold weapons as well. They have a large number of hostages, and there's a pregnant woman who is about to give birth. Wu Qing calmly stroked his beard, pondering for a moment. His ample experience in on-site command quickly gave him an idea. How about we call the police? Squad leader, Captain, let's just say, is there a possibility that the police reported the spirit guardians? Everyone. The police only handle ordinary incidents. If it escalates to a supernatural event, it will be handed over to the spirit guardians. And since these criminals are involved with a branch of the Abyss Church with many high-level ability users, that's why the spirit guardians are needed to handle it. The squad leader explained. Only then did Xingchen and the others understand. So that's how it is. But why does it feel like the police are much more reliable than the spirit guardians? Xingchen poked Wu Qing. Captain, should we still call the police? Wu Qing, Sigma? Let's hold off on that for now. Wu Qing cleared his throat as if he had instantly transformed into a different person. Steady and seasoned, like a general on the battlefield. Listen to my command, let Shingling go up and bring down the pregnant woman, quickly. At that moment, a little girl in a spirit guardian uniform bounced onto the scene, holding a dog. Hee hee, great. We can play something exciting again. Shingling's face was all about one word, excitement. The The squad leader, Wu Qian, picked up the megaphone and began to speak. Listen up, criminals inside, we want to exchange hostages. Hand over the pregnant woman who's about to give birth. We will exchange her for a spirit guardian member. Hostage exchange has its pros and cons for both sides, it's a negotiation tactic. The leader of the criminals looked at Shingling through the glass with his wise eyes. The wariness in his gaze gradually faded. He smirked coldly. Is this all you spirit guardians are capable of? You actually sent a black iron level rookie to die just to exchange for a pregnant woman. Full of righteousness and morality, yet disregarding the lives of your fellow countrymen, you hypocrite. Deal. In such situations, the criminal leader was very satisfied with this hostage exchange. On one hand, they still had a large number of other hostages. On the other hand, if they had a spirit guardian as a hostage, they would certainly be less likely to act recklessly. After all, that was their own comrade, how could they casually sacrifice them? Moreover, what threat could this black iron level little girl pose? She was less formidable than the bank's security guard. Unfortunately, they had yet to realize the terror of the little girl. I agree to the exchange, but I have a condition. Speak. The pregnant woman counts as 2 people. I want to exchange for 2 people. Upon hearing this, Wu Qing's heart began to race. Aside from Shingling, anyone else going up could potentially sacrifice themselves. But refusing now would easily expose a flaw, putting them in a passive position. I'll go. Squad leader Wu Qian stepped forward. Let me take on the most dangerous task. With that, he took Shingling and walked into the bank empty-handed. The criminal leader immediately became displeased. Get the hell out of here, that big guy is already silver level, do you think I'm stupid? I want to choose the hostages myself. A chill ran through everyone upon hearing this. Damn, this bastard is too insidious. He'll definitely choose the weakest person, and then will be led by the nose. The bank doors opened. The criminal leader walked out with the pregnant woman. He scanned all the spirit guardians around him. Wherever his gaze landed felt like an icy spike, sending chills through everyone. Wu Qing's fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. A drop of cold sweat fell involuntarily. He didn't want to see any of his people sacrificed. Just as everyone was feeling incredibly tense, the criminal leader's eyes lit up. He pointed directly at Xingchen, who had lost a shoe and had a big hole in his sock. Let's pick him, he looks like a fool. Wu Qing almost burst out laughing. It's him, but no changing. The criminal leader, Sigma? The criminal leader looked at Xingchen in confusion. Did I pick the wrong one? At that moment, Xingchen tightly hugged Wu Qing's thigh and pointed at the criminal leader. I don't want to go with him, he's too ugly. The criminal leader's face darkened. Damn it, it's you. How dare you call me ugly? Just wait and see how I deal with you. With that, the criminal leader pulled out a gun and pointed it at Xingchen's head. Come with me. At that moment, De Huang, eager to protect his master, leaped forward directly in front of the gang leader. Then, he elegantly lifted one of his hind legs. A stream of water splashed directly onto the gang leader's Chelsea boots. He marked a spot. The gang leader kicked De Huang away with one swift motion. Damn it, you scared me. Get inside with me. He pressed the gun against Chen's head. Shingling bounced along beside them and entered the bank. What the gang leader didn't know was that a barely noticeable mark had appeared on his Chelsea boots. Bang! The bank door was slammed shut. The security net was pulled down. The crowd couldn't see what was happening inside at all. Worry was etched on their faces. Only Wu Qing wore a slight smile. Hee, everyone relax a bit, get ready for lunch, and we'll just catch them later. With these 2 troublemakers siblings around, the gangsters are in for a tough time. Inside the bank, as soon as Xingchen entered, she was pinned down by 2 gangsters. They quickly bound her up tightly, wrapping her like a zonzi. Shingling, however, remained quite relaxed. The gangsters didn't take her seriously at all, and simply tossed her into the group of hostages. A 15 or 16-year-old girl, without any strength or weapons, posed no threat whatsoever. Everyone follow the plan. Lao Ba, Lao Lu, keep stuffing the money. Lao Shi, Lao Si, go to the underground vault and retrieve that treasure. The gang leader arranged the tasks while confronting the police. At that moment, Xingchen poked him with her hand. Big brother, where did you buy that hood? I want to get one too. What the hell? The gang leader jumped in surprise. Aren't you tied up? How did you get free? Xingchen held up a bundle of rope and pointed at the person who had just tied her up. Big brother, the one who tied me up is my buddy. Not only did he tie it loosely, but it also came undone with a little movement. Instantly, the gang leader glared at that person with a fierce expression. Lao San, you're not an undercover agent, are you? Tying alive not for the alien guard, letting him work with you at a critical moment, Lao San was already sweating profusely with fear. No, big brother, let me explain. It must have been tied poorly. Give me another chance. If you mess it up again, I'll deal with you first. Lao San didn't dare to slack off and quickly retied Xingchen with the rope. Each knot was carefully checked, and only after confirming it was secure did he tie the next knot. You better behave yourself, Lao San said while tying. Xingchen nodded seriously. Yes. Third brother, I promise to complete the task. This shout nearly made Lao San faint. At that moment, the gang leader was staring at him with suspicion. Lao San quickly tried to smooth things over. Did you just call me third brother? What should I call you then, little brother? Lao San didn't dare to listen further and directly stuffed a towel into Xing Chen's mouth. After more than 10 minutes, Lao San used all his skills to bind Xing Chen into a large zongzi. This technique would be quite impressive even in the world of mummies. Kid, remember not to seek death? After saying that, Lao San hurried back to the gang leader's side to start explaining. I really don't know that kid at all, honestly. Ah, damn. Lao San jumped in shock. Xing Chen, holding the rope, looked at Lao San with innocent eyes. Third brother, I'm hungry, can I order take out? The barbecue we had last time was really good. At this moment, the gang leader's eyes were filled with a murderous intent. He stared hard at Xing Chen and Lao San. Lao San, you better explain yourself. Lao San was so scared he was dumbfounded. Barbecue was easy to explain, but if the rope couldn't hold, that would be his problem. Big brother, it's not what you think. I don't know him at all. The gang leader pulled out his handgun and pressed it against the third brother's head. Then why the hell can't you tie him up properly? The third brother was sweating profusely. Because this rope has a problem. I'll get another one and this time I'll definitely tie it well. With that, the third brother hurriedly dragged Xing Chen away. Damn it. If you mess up again, I swear I'll kill you. Do you believe it? Xing Chen solemnly nodded, a hint of sadness on his face. Third brother, you weren't like this to me back then. The third brother thought, what the hell? After a chaotic binding session, Xing Chen was directly tied up like a mummy, at a pharaoh level. The ropes were wrapped so tightly that not even his eyes could be seen. The third brother let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, oh my, finally tied up. I need to explain to the boss quickly. He walked over to the boss with great seriousness. Boss, you can rest assured, this time it's definitely. The third brother suddenly turned around to confirm that Xing Chen was tied up tightly in place. Only then did he feel at ease. Absolutely no problem. I used to work at a slaughterhouse. I tied this knot. He won't be able to untie it. What if he does manage to untie it? The third brother was about to pat his chest and speak. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Third brother, do you eat barbecue with chile? Xing Chen bounced over, still holding his phone with the takeout order. The third brother, winky face. Then that means it wasn't tied well. The gang leader was furious. Old 5, old 7, come over and tie this undercover up for me. Moments later, a few people came over and started beating the third brother mercilessly. Damn it, third brother, I didn't expect you to be an undercover agent, I misjudged you. They punched and kicked him without holding back. They hated undercover agents the most. Xing Chen desperately tried to persuade them from the side. You can't hit my third brother, you can't, the captain won't let you off. Hearing this, they hit even harder. Duong, 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 duong. After a brutal beating, the third brother was left bruised and bloodied, looking like a wreck. They tied him up and tossed him aside, ignoring his fate. The gang leader let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, I'm a genius. When choosing a hostage, I picked a fool, so I wasn't betrayed by a traitor. The gang leader smugly praised his own wisdom. He glanced at Xing Chen. Come here, little brother, tell me, who else you know? Xing Chen silently pointed at a few tall men across the way. Him, and those two? The gang leader, confused face? Zheng Yuanming was a very dedicated delivery man. As long as he accepted an order, no matter the weather, he would ensure it reached the customer's hands. For this, he earned a proud title, the guaranteed delivery little fatty. Today, he took orders as usual. The customer was named Wobaba, and the location was a bank. Upon seeing this name, Zheng Yuanming's expression changed. His Wobaba? All three characters have the radical, looks like this person is cultured. So he hopped on his beloved little electric scooter and happily went to pick up the barbecue. He sped through the streets, delivering the takeout. Soon, he arrived at the bank's entrance. At that moment, the entrance was already crowded with people. Reporters, doctors, supernatural guards, and onlookers had surrounded the bank. Zheng Yuanming chuckled. You think this little thing can stop me from delivering takeout? He twisted his right hand, and the little electric scooter surged forward with immense power. He drifted through the crowd and arrived at the bank entrance. You little brat, do you really think you can stop me from delivering food? What I, the delivery guy, value is the dedication to deliver no matter where I am. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the bank's door. Hello, is Mr. Grip there? I have your delivery. Silence. He knocked harder on the door. Is Mr. Grip there? Bang bang bang. Is Mr. Grip there? Team leader Wu Qian saw a person in a delivery uniform knocking on the bank door. He couldn't help but admire Wu Qing. Captain, as expected of you, to think of using a delivery guy to find someone and infiltrate the gang. Brilliant. Wu Qing was taken aback. Ha, didn't you find the person? Instantly, both of their faces turned pale. Damn. In the bank lobby, everyone was stunned. They only heard someone knocking madly on the door. After knocking, they shouted, Is my dad there? Is my dad there? Is my dad there? Xing Chen stood up. Directly. I'm here. Everyone's faces turned dark. What the hell, did we walk into a mental hospital today? Just as Xing Chen was about to open the door, he was stopped by the gang leader. Hold on, what are you up to this time? Xing Chen turned to look at him, calmly explaining. Big brother, I ordered barbecue, just waiting for the guys to eat and drink. The gang leader was taken aback, then he smelled a waft of barbecue aroma coming from the door. No way, something's off. I'll go open the door, you behave yourself, the gang leader said fiercely. After that he took a few of his underlings, brandishing guns, and went to open the door. The security gates slowly rose. Zheng Yuanming let out a sigh of relief. Good thing someone is here, otherwise I would have been late. The door opened. Zheng Yuanming picked up the delivery bag and walked in. Mr. Grip, your delivery, remember to give a 5-star review. Click click click. The sound of guns being cocked rang out. Zheng Yuanming saw more than a dozen different black gun barrels pointed straight at him. Winky face, what's going on? The gang leader stepped forward and gave Zhang Yuanming a big slap. Smack. Damn it, are you an undercover sent by the spirit guard? What's in the bag? Zheng Yuanming felt the world spinning. His head buzzed. Big brother, you misunderstood. Mr. Grip called me here. Smack. Another slap. Who the hell is your dad? Are you the captain of the spirit guard? Just then, Xing Chen bounced over. Hey, it's me. Everyone had a dark expression. What the hell is going on? The scene shifted. Zheng Yuanming, the chubby guy, was tied up like a dumpling, like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. A few big men took turns beating him. Smack. Are you going to talk or not? Smack. Are you going to talk or not? Zheng Yuanming was almost in tears. What the hell was going on today? He was just delivering food and ended up in the gang's lair? Smack. 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 Whoa. I'm just a delivery guy. Xing Chen, holding a big bag of barbecue, happily started eating. Oh my, it smells so good. Slurp slurp. The lamb skewers are delicious, the cumin is just right. The key was that he was eating while smacking his lips. Smack smack. Smack smack. The gangsters were going crazy. They had been busy since early morning and hadn't eaten. Looking at the barbecue in Xing Chen's hands, they were almost drooling. Xing Chen crazily finished a skewer, then raised another one, offering it to the gang leader. Boss, do you want one too? Come on, everyone come over and have some. The gang leader gritted his teeth. Don't think you can fool me. There must be some kind of drug inside, right? The drug will take effect in half an hour. By then, we'll all faint together and your teammates will rush in to capture us all. Xing Chen stared blankly at the gang leader, scratching his head unconsciously. Boss, your imagination is quite good. Why not switch careers and write novels? Get the hell out of here. Just like that, Xing Chen grabbed a large bag of barbecue and called over Shingling, who was already bored out of her mind. The two of them went crazy eating. Sparks were flying everywhere. Delicious, delicious. I'll ask the captain for reimbursement later. This should count as a work meal, right? Shingling raised a grilled kidney. Bro, eat more of this grilled kidney. You've been looking weak lately. Sis, you should eat more of this grilled papaya. It's good for your health. The siblings were in high spirits. Meanwhile, the gangsters looked gloomy. Can't you just stop smacking your lips? It's a trap. It must be a trap. I have to hold on. Stomach, why are you making noise? The hostages were even more confused. Damn it, I didn't even have breakfast this morning. Saved some money and ended up encountering a bank robbery. The money went straight into the gangster's bag and now I'm being tempted by barbecue. What bad luck. This is outrageous. We're all hostages. Why do they get to order barbecue? Instantly, many people were dumbfounded, especially a few bank tellers. To maintain my figure, I haven't eaten properly for days, and there are actually people gorging on skewers in front of them? I'm never dieting again. At that moment, everyone on the scene was about to break down. The gang leader couldn't hold back any longer. He stepped forward and kicked the barbecue away. Stop eating. Xing Chen looked at the barbecue that had been kicked away, feeling a pang of sadness. You say you won't eat, but you won't let others eat either. People like you will go to hell when you die. The gang leader was furious, wondering how he ended up with such a troublesome person. Someone tie them up and throw them into the hostage group. I don't want to see them. A few gangsters stepped forward. In no time, they tied the two up like zongzi and tossed them into the group of hostages. Xing Chen looked around at the hostages who seemed ready to pounce, and began greeting them one by one. Hello everyone, have you eaten? Everyone? The gangsters were still frantically counting the money. At that moment, a gangster ran up. He reported to the gang leader. Boss, it will take at least another 20 minutes to open the vault door. I got it, you all continue. I'll hold them off. Then he picked up a megaphone, preparing to negotiate with the otherworldly guards. Xing Chen, tied up like a big zongzi, sat among the hostages without a care. Before long, he was chatting with the people around him. Dude, that tattoo of yours is pretty cool. Where did you get the tattoo sticker? Does it wash off in the rain? Beautiful lady, where did you get your breast augmentation? You should help my sister get one too. The people around were almost going crazy. They wanted to beat him up, but it wasn't the right occasion. They were afraid the gangsters would shoot them if they did, so they could only quietly move a little further away from Xingchen, the big troublemaker. At that moment, a man and a woman quietly approached Xingchen. The man was quite sturdy, with a square face. The woman had fair skin, an oval face, and wore a baseball cap. Hey, brother, I'm from the otherworldly guards in the nearby Lushar. My name is Fong Quan, the man whispered. Xingchen turned to look at him. Oh, an undercover agent, I understand. Fong Quan quickly covered Xingchen's mouth. He said fiercely, listen here, kid, stay put. We've been monitoring this group for a long time. Don't think you can take the credit. Xingchen was taken aback. Damn, we're in the same line of work. Fong Quan nodded. Then Xingchen shouted loudly, big brother, there's an undercover here. Big brother, there's a dog. Undercover here. This shout was quite something. Everyone at the scene heard it. The leader of the thugs, holding an AK, stormed over. Can you shut the hell up? Xingchen innocently replied. Big brother, he really is a dog undercover. If you don't believe me, check his pocket for the credentials. The thug leader's nose nearly crinkled in anger. Just now, Xingchen had directly pointed out his 5 brothers. The thug leader, helpless, could only disarm and tie them all up. There's no choice. At times like this, it's better to mistakenly kill 3,000 than to let one go. As long as there's one undercover, this operation could very well be ruined. They could only tie them up and set them aside, waiting for the truth to come out once the mission was completed. As an otherworldly guard, Xingchen's words couldn't all be trusted, nor could they be completely dismissed. Otherwise, how could he have escaped from the bindings of the third brother so many times? Unless he was a binding expert surpassing the third brother. Xingchen persisted, big brother, look at the credentials in his pocket. Fong Quan was nearly driven mad. What the hell, are you selling me out at such a critical moment? I just told you not to take the credit. At that moment, the thug leader held the AK to Fong Quan's head with one hand. Then he reached into his pocket. A small black booklet was pulled out. Heelu City, otherworldly guard Fong Quan, age 29, silver level strength type ability user. The thug leader revealed a strange smile. Young man, you're quite brave. Someone, give this kid a beating and tie him up. Our leverage just increased. Immediately, a few thugs came up and started beating Fong Quan mercilessly. If it weren't for his formidable strength, he would have likely been incapacitated long ago. After the beating, they tied him up like a dead pig and tossed him aside. The thug leader looked at Xingchen with confusion. Why can't I see through this kid all of a sudden? Could it be that my brothers are really undercover? Suddenly, he spotted a clean-looking girl wearing a baseball cap. This girl had been with the undercover just now. He raised the AK and pointed it at Xingchen's head. Damn it, is this girl an undercover too? Xingchen quickly shook his head. Ah, no, she isn't an undercover. She's just a foot masseuse from the bathhouse next door, tricked into coming out by that big fool. The girl was dumbfounded. How did she become a foot masseuse? The thug leader's expression darkened. He asked fiercely, little girl, is what he said true? The girl gritted her teeth and held back. Big brother, I'm the 88th technician from the Dalao Taosha club next door. My name is Lu Yuan. That person came to our shop for a foot massage yesterday and insisted on taking me out for a late night snack. I was tricked by him, boo-hoo. As she spoke, tears began to fall. After seeing this, the thug leader said no more. Tie her up too. Moments later, Lu Yuan, bound like a dead pig, appeared beside Fong Quan. At least she was spared a beating. Just then, a thug ran over. Boss, the door to the underground vault has opened. The treasure is indeed inside. The thug leader was extremely excited. Let's go, old 9, old 4, let's take a look. Old 2, you stay here with the others and delay the time for the otherworldly guards outside. If you can't hold them off, kill a couple of hostages. When I come back up, we'll leave. Old 2, with only one eye, held a shotgun and looked extremely fierce. Go ahead, big brother. Soon, the thug leader took a few people and headed for the underground vault. Old 2 chuckled. The boss is gone. I can finally kill someone, huh? Saying this, he directly grabbed a bank teller and held the shotgun to her head. Beautiful lady, do you have any last words? I don't want to die, I'll do anything you say. The female clerk was so scared that tears streamed down her face, soaking her black stockings. No way, you have to die. I want to kill someone today. With that, the leader of the thugs was about to open fire. At that moment, the adorable Shingling suddenly squeezed between the two of them, placing the gun's muzzle against her own head. Big brother, just kill me. I have no last words. The second thug was taken aback, a look of confusion in his eye. Are the otherworldly guardians this responsible now? Can they really shield the masses from gunfire? He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Alright, then you can go to hell. Bang! The gunshot erupted with a fierce flame, a direct shot to the head. Everyone was stunned. They killed someone. The female clerk gasped and fainted. Tears soaked a large patch of the floor. The second thug had killed someone but didn't feel particularly excited. Instead, he felt a bit disappointed. Why the hell does killing someone feel so dull now? It must be the method of killing that's wrong. It should be with a knife. At that moment, Shingling also wobbled to her feet. Why the hell does dying feel so dull now? It must be the method of dying that's wrong. It should be by knife. The two exchanged glances. With a knife? Ghost? The second thug was so scared that he pulled the trigger. The shotgun sprayed a fan-shaped burst of steel pellets, shattering Shingling's small body. The second thug let out a sigh of relief. Oh my, I really can't see clearly. Can I see better if I get a bit closer? Damn! The second thug cursed. He saw a perfectly intact Shingling standing right in front of him. Blood splattered everywhere and she was holding his Nepalese knife. Big brother, we agreed to use a knife. Why are you still using a shotgun? This is much more exciting. F***ck, it's a ghost. The second thug nearly dropped the shotgun, retreating 10 meters and hiding behind a group of thugs. The thugs on the scene were also dumbfounded. If we're talking about choosing hostages, the boss has a good eye. What the hell did he just switch to? For a moment, all the thugs' attention was on Shingling. Shingchen seized the opportunity. He pulled out a frying pan, which grew to several meters in size. With a bang, it trapped all the hostages underneath. Hee, now the hostages are safe and my merits are guaranteed. Let's get started. The sudden turn of events brought the thugs' attention back to Xingchen and the hostages. A massive frying pan loomed over all the hostages. A man with a fiercely savage expression stood on top of the pan, wielding an oversized Gatling gun, 6 shiny black barrels reflecting the light. His mouth was nearly stretched to his ears, sharp teeth stained with chives, exuding an unspeakable brutality. Jia. Everyone, Happy New Year! Before the thugs could react, Xingchen's Gatling gun began to spin without any regard for rules. The 6 clean barrels emitted blue flames and started firing. Do. In an instant, energy bullets flew everywhere, and the bank was filled with cries of despair. The thugs were dumbfounded. Damn, just a moment ago, it was like a madman, and the next second, it's a machine gun spray? F***ck, no regard for rules. Several thugs, unprepared with last words, met their end. The bank's glass shattered everywhere, tables and chairs were broken in half by the bullets. By the time the thugs reacted, they were already suppressed by the intense firepower. They could only retreat behind cover to counterattack. In a moment, a tense and thrilling gunfight erupted in the bank. It's worth mentioning that this group of thugs was not to be underestimated. Among them, the boss and the second-in-command were both golden-level big shots. Several of the other underlings were silver-level as well. They were well-trained and capable of handling various emergencies. Soon, they launched a counterattack against Xingchen. Bullets from various firearms continuously rained down on Xingchen, and the situation was extremely critical. Xingchen shouted, "Little sister, come and block the bullets." Coming. In the next moment, Shingling directly stood in front of Xingchen. Countless bullets crazily struck Shingling's body. Xingchen was overjoyed. Now I can sell dozens of pounds of brass bullet heads. The criminals were going crazy. Is this really your biological brother? I'm impressed, you old six. Your sister can actually be used like this. Xingchen unleashed a torrent of bullets from the Gatling gun in his hands, making the group of criminals too afraid to show their faces. Not daring to show your face, huh? Then come and taste the grenades from the general. Xingchen then threw out a bunch of bottle bombs. Boom 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 boom. Several criminals were blown out from their cover. The second in command of the criminals was about to go mad. I didn't expect this bronze-level kid to be so fierce. It's time to show my full strength. With that, he slowly removed his eye patch. The seal was broken. The second in command transformed into a werewolf over 3 meters tall, lunging at Xingchen. A burst of bullets hit him, only slightly scratching the surface. They couldn't penetrate at all. As the werewolf approached Xingchen, he threw Shingling out. Little sister, hold on for a moment, I'll be right back. The werewolf paused upon seeing Shingling. Then, in a fit of rage, he unsheathed his claws and stabbed them into Shingling's chest, pulling out her heart. Oh ho! He was delighted to have finally killed the little girl. However, when he looked down, he was nearly startled. Shingling was blinking her big, sparkling eyes, excitedly looking at him. Wolf big brother, have you heard of a human bomb? Hiss, I think I've heard of it, but I forgot what it means, the second in command replied seriously. Hee, that's exactly what it means. In the next second, a flash of light emanated from Shingling. Boom! The scene exploded. The entire bank began to shake. Xingchen was not idle. He rolled on the ground and quickly reached Fongquan and Lu Yuan's side. He cut the ropes binding them. Quick, fight! The boss of the criminals will be here soon. The two were taken aback. It turned out he was telling them to leave the hostages so they could fight freely. Sorry, we misunderstood you, Lu Yuan apologized. Xingchen didn't have time to care about them. No more nonsense, that big guy, the werewolf, is up to you. Before Fongquan could react, Xingchen pushed him out. He directly knocked over the injured werewolf second-in-command. The bronze-level bomb couldn't directly take down the highly defensive golden beast transformation. However, judging by his condition, he had also sustained considerable damage. At this moment, Fong Quan tackled the werewolf to the ground, grabbing his chest muscles without warning. Hee, big brother, I'm not a pervert, do you believe me? Oh ho! The werewolf roared in fury, and he and Fong Quan began to wrestle. Lu Yuan quickly followed, and the two worked together to block the injured golden-level werewolf. On Xingchen's side, he suppressed them with the Gatling gun while also throwing grenades without any regard for martial ethics, making the group of criminals who had lost their backbone too afraid to make a sound. Damn, this is too brutal. He's single-handedly unleashing the firepower of an entire squad. Day. Boom 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 boom. Waka 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 waka. The entire bank was almost being torn apart by him. The bank president watched this scene through the gap in the frying pan, tears streaming down his face. It's over, the bank is going down, better prepare to write my resignation letter. The bank teller beside him looked at Xingchen's imposing figure, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Handsome, go for it. Hurry up and take down the bank, we want a holiday. Right, if we get a holiday, I'll take you out on a date. Get lost. You're already 25, if anyone's going to ask for a date, it should be me first. I'm still an untouched flower. You mean an untouched cucumber, right? Under Xingchen's overwhelming firepower, in just a moment, many of the thugs either met their end or were injured. A few surrendered, taking off their white cloths and tying them to their guns, shaking them continuously. Seeing this, Xingchen swiftly cut the ropes binding the third brother. Then he pressed the Gatling gun against his head. Third brother, go tie them up, you've earned it. The third brother was stunned, he really had become an undercover agent this time. The few thugs named by Xingchen also breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, they had been tied up long ago, otherwise they would have probably been turned into a beehive. When it came to tying people up, the third brother was the best. His technique was skilled, the structure tight, and he could bind someone quickly and securely. Xingchen couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Well done, third brother. When we get back, I'll recommend you for a reward. Just then, the thug leader rushed in with 4 of his subordinates. What the hell is going on? As soon as he arrived, he heard Xingchen's words about recommending the third brother. Then he saw the chaotic bank, with the third brother skillfully tying up his own men. While tying them up, the third brother said, "Don't worry, I used to work in a slaughterhouse. Today, I'll tie this knot. So well, he won't be able to untie it." The thug leader was furious. "Third brother, you really are an undercover." The third brother, Sigma? Before he could finish his sentence, the thug leader and a few elite subordinates engaged in battle with Xingchen. In an instant, bullets were flying everywhere. Xingchen unleashed all his skills to attack the thug leader. The thug leader smiled slightly. A circular shield appeared around him. You probably don't know that my ability is a defensive shield. You still want to play gunfight with me." Xingchen's bullets hit the golden-level shield ability, only creating ripples. But his subordinates were not so lucky. They had just arrived and hadn't found cover yet when bullets and grenades sent them flying, losing their combat effectiveness. "Boss, why aren't you helping us?" The thug leader, equals? "Sorry, I forgot about you for a moment." Then he turned to Xingchen. "Die." Immediately, he began to spray bullets with his AK. Xingchen could only dodge continuously, looking quite disheveled. "Damn it, you're not playing fair. Who plays like this?" After saying that, he threw a few grenades. They exploded at the edge of the thug leader's circular energy shield, but surprisingly, it remained unscathed. The thug leader laughed loudly. "No one can defeat me from outside the shield." Xingchen slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with wisdom. "What if it's from inside the shield?" The thug leader laughed maniacally. Ha, you're killing me. How are you going to get in?" Just then, a string of text suddenly appeared on the thug leader's Chelsea shoes. "Urine of endurance." The thug leader was taken aback. What does this mean? But in the next moment he completely lost his composure. The silence of the bank was shattered by Xingchen's shout. "It's you, Big Yellow. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof." A series of high-pitched barks echoed. Big Yellow had already flashed into the thug leader's shield. The urine of endurance on the Chelsea shoes was its exclusive mark. The thug leader was left dumbfounded. "What? A space-type dog?" Before he could finish his complaints, De Huang directly bit down with a vicious dog steel's peach. The sharp steel teeth sank into the sausage and egg of the gang leader. "Awah! Awah!" For a moment, it was hard to tell whether it was a human or a dog barking. Xingchen smiled at the corner of his mouth. The moment had come. He unleashed all his firepower, bullets and grenades pouring down madly on the energy shield. The gang leader, with his third leg caught, was utterly powerless to maintain the shield. The pain of having a sausage and 2 eggs shattered at the same time was overwhelming. If the pain of a woman giving birth is roughly equivalent to breaking 20 ribs, then the gang leader's pain was about equal to breaking 3,200 ribs at once. Who could withstand that? Awah! With a barrage of attacks, Xingchen shattered the shield. He didn't dare to hesitate for a moment, grabbing the big bone club and charging forward. Without a nuclear bomb, he wasn't confident he could take down a high-defense golden-level opponent. So, he had to rely on luck. Thus, Xingchen displayed a swaggering expression reminiscent of Hua Chang. He leaped high, raising the big bone club above his head, then slammed it down fiercely. The big bone club drew a white arc in the air. Clang! It struck the gang leader right on the crown of his head. The gang leader felt a strong wave of dizziness wash over him. Dizziness achieved, luck was on his side. Then Xingchen delivered a flying kick, knocking the gang leader to the ground. De Huang bit down hard on the gang leader, leaving him without the strength to fight back. Xingchen's Lu Huaqiang-style melon knife appeared in his hand. Spinning it 2.5 times, he gripped the knife with a forehand. He then began to stab the gang leader repeatedly. Is this melon ripe? 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 With insufficient luck, he made up for it with sheer numbers. He was stabbing with great satisfaction, practically overjoyed. Just then, the bank's front door was smashed open by a truck. Glass shards scattered everywhere. The otherworldly guards who had been waiting outside finally forced their way in. Team Leader Wu Qian led the charge, followed by a group of fully armed otherworldly guards. Don't move! Raise your hands! However, it was dead silent. Everyone was petrified. Only a brutal voice echoed through the air. Is this melon ripe? Is this melon ripe? This melon. Everyone was stunned. What the hell? What kind of ruthless bandit is this? Who the hell is the bad guy? There are so many, I can't tell. The remaining gangsters crawled towards the otherworldly guards as if they had seen their family. Big brother, hurry and cuff me, I want to go in and eat the country's food. It's too terrifying, hurry and arrest me. In an instant there was a chorus of wails. Team leader Wu Qian was also dumbfounded. What, I haven't even made a move. And it's over? This batch of newcomers is a bit fierce. After Xingchen stabbed more than 30 times, he finally triggered a special effect. Identified as a melon knife, one stab kills the gang leader's eyes widened in disbelief. It was as if he was still questioning why a small watermelon knife could kill a defensive golden powerhouse like him. Then, with a twist of his neck, he met his end. Immediately, cheers erupted at the scene. The hostages under the frying pan all crawled out. They rushed towards Xingchen. Several beautiful young ladies couldn't help but directly tackle Xingchen to the ground. The various fragrances overwhelmed Xingchen, making it hard for him to breathe. Who wouldn't like such a fierce little handsome guy? Great, vacation. Yay. Yay, I, the daughter of the Huanghua family, am going to fulfill my promise. You got it wrong, it's the daughter of the Huang Cucumber family. The bank president walked out of the crowd with a face full of distress. Hey, boss, I want to resign. Xingchen was even more confused. With so many daughters of the Huang Cucumber family pressing down on him, he could hardly breathe. One after another, each one more voluptuous than the last, they landed right in front of him. Oh, help, Shingling save me, I can't breathe, oh. At that moment, the werewolf's second-in-command also returned to his normal form. He realized the situation was hopeless. He had already surrendered. Injured and battered, Fong Quan and Lu Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shingling, holding a Nepalese army knife, bounced over to the second-in-command. He startled him right away. Damn, you said you wouldn't kill me after I surrendered, big sister. Shingling extended his fair and cute little hand. The Nepalese army knife was handed over. Wolf brother, you said you wouldn't go back on your word and you haven't even used the knife on me yet? Second-in-command, confused face? In the end, Xingchen managed to escape from the pile of daughters of the Huang Cucumber family using a yellow urine technique. Oh my, I almost suffocated. Xingchen coughed violently a couple of times. This is just. As Xingchen was about to complain, he noticed 2 new items in his hand. One ominous omen and one silicone pad. Xingchen, equals? I didn't mean to. It's all De Huang's fault. That dog is a pervert. De Huang, woof, you're amazing, you're so noble. Then he saw Wang Tang and a few others. It turned out that De Huang had directly used Wang Tang's urine of endurance as a marker. Xingchen chuckled. Brother Wang Tang, I have a good thing for you. Before Wang Tang could react, an ominous omen and silicone pad were thrown at his face. Brother Wang Tong, this is a shameless peach blossom for you, no need to thank me. With that, Xingchen waved his hand and left. Suddenly, a group of daughters of the Huang Cucumber family ran out of the bank, accompanied by a bunch of strong men. They immediately spotted the items in Wang Tong's hands. That's him, that rogue. Beat him. Then, a crowd rushed forward. Wang Tang, what the hell is this? After a flurry of chaos, everyone finally got through this crisis. Wu Qing happily patted Xingchen on the shoulder, laughing so hard he could hardly close his legs. Good, truly my good comrade. While laughing, he even video called the principal. Principal, just give me Xingchen directly, don't let him take the college entrance exam. The principal's terrifying roar came from the phone. Get the hell out of here, do you believe I'll snipe you? Xingchen sat next to Wu Qing. Voices kept echoing. In his mind, merit plus 10, merit plus 10, merit plus 10, merit plus 10. It rang about 100 times in total. A direct 1,000 merit points were in hand. Xingchen was also so happy he couldn't close his legs. He. This was quite a profit. He looked around at the people and recalled slightly. Hey, why is there a familiar face missing? Captain, why haven't I seen Wu Di lately? Wu Qing casually replied, that kid must have offended someone. He just came back from the Lauren Abyss and got beaten up by a group of people. He's still lying in the hospital. I really don't know. Which scoundrel set him up? Xingchen, winky face. It wasn't me. The convoy slowly drove back to the Otherworld Bureau. There was no conversation along the way. Xingchen felt bored. Using a brick phone, I opened a certain tomato novel app. I casually opened a novel. As a Wusong, isn't it normal to be able to slide and shovel? Boring. Next, a sci-fi series. Several analyses on the quantum entanglement effect of Wusong and Pangelian's past lives. Next, the untold private stories of Wusong and the tiger. Next, a domineering CEO novel. Shiman the CEO falls in love with me, spoiling Wusong's little wife. Next, an argumentative essay on the speed of taking medicine. Xingchen looked completely bewildered. The titles of novels nowadays are simply outrageous. If my brother Song knew about these books, he would jump out of his coffin and then jump back in after reading. Xingchen kept scrolling through the novels. Suddenly, a phone call came in. Xingchen quickly answered the call. Hello, Xingchen, this is Dr. Jiang from the Jianghuai City Mental Hospital. I've found that your recovery is not sufficient for discharge. I hope you can come in for a re-examination tomorrow. Ding, the system has issued a task. Visit the mental hospital before the college entrance examination and help the director solve a dilemma. Task reward, proficiency in high school cultural subjects and a choice between the Black Bear Spirit's treasure robe. Xingchen couldn't help but show a childlike smile. Great, is the director finally going to let me go home? He. The next morning, Xingchen was all set to go. Big bags and small bags piled up on the tricycle. He packed all his luggage, ready to return to the mental hospital for a life of free food and accommodation. Shingling, Aunt Lu, I'm going to stay in the insane asylum for a while. Keep an eye on the junkyard. If anyone comes to cause trouble again, just call the supernatural guards. Bye. Xingchen kicked off. The tricycle wobbled forward, creaking and squeaking. The sound of parts rubbing against each other filled the air. You could say that aside from the bell not ringing, everything else was noisy. Xingchen rode through the bustling city, feeling so small. The traffic flowed, and Xingchen happily began to sing. My hands no longer belong to my head, every second a different pose. I don't belong to this earth. My feet are turning, I spread my wings, let's shabie la bie. Xingchen was in a great mood today. I can go back to that happy place again. First, let's take a stroll around the city and buy some things. Then, he wandered along, suddenly spotting a film crew. It seemed to be a crew shooting an ancient anti-Japanese drama. A huge sign read the title, The Great Traitor Chinyu. Xingchen stopped the tricycle to watch the excitement. This drama looks pretty good, why not try out for a role? Maybe I could play a small character. Then, he heard a man covered in pockets shouting through. Lori's eyes lit up. Then let's hurry. After picking up the old senior, we can go tighten some screws and earn a bit more on a piecework basis. Yujie, suddenly, a man covered in pockets appeared beside them, startling both of them. The director, with a lewd grin, said, Ladies, I see you are both exceptionally talented. How about trying out for the role of Chenyu in our crew? The next second, a pair of attack speed shoes appeared directly on the director's face. A long leg in black stockings kicked up, driving a sharp heel into his head, creating a hole. Damn it, I'm Yujie, not Baijie. After delivering the kick, the two walked away with disgust on their faces. Only the director, with a hole in his head, remained disheveled in the wind. The wind rushed into his head. Suddenly, a light bulb lit up above him. Why shoot a Japanese drama? Why not shoot a brain hole drama? Time stopped. Let me, old pig, wash up too, it will definitely sell big. Xingchen wandered around the city, shopping while picking up trash. He also did many good deeds. He helped elderly ladies cross the street 18 times, of which 16 returned the same way. He assisted 7 people struggling to buy houses, collectively lowering housing prices by nearly 800,000. Shingling and Dogsy played crucial roles in this. It is said that all the real estate bosses in Jianghuai City were frantically searching for a professional jumper. He acted bravely 13 times, and having a judgment certificate made it even more convenient and quick. The key was that it felt great. Xingchen happily recalled the day's harvest. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the entrance of the insane asylum. The security guard at the gate was startled to see Xingchen. Damn, how did this kid come back? He grabbed the intercom and shouted frantically. Attention! All departments, attention all departments, enter first level combat readiness, red alert. Red alert! Instantly, the entire insane asylum became agitated. Xingchen parked his tricycle at the entrance, slowly got out and walked on the gravel path into the courtyard. "Hi, old man, I'm back again, hee hee." The security guard was drenched in cold sweat. "Hello, hee hee." Shingshan opened the security booth and slipped inside. "Old man, I bought you a little gift." Shingshan then tossed a box to the old man. The security guard was taken aback. Has this kid changed his ways? He actually knows to buy me a gift. So he eagerly opened the box. An exquisitely crafted small box made of purple sandalwood appeared before him. Damn, an urn. Looking again, Shingshan had already walked away. The security guard was left cursing in place. As soon as Shingshan entered the insane asylum, he took a deep breath. Inhale, exhale, the smell is really nice. Much fresher than the Goblin Kingdom. Shingshan slowly opened his eyes. Hee hee, I'm back home again. Where did everyone go? The mental hospital is also known as the insane asylum. According to rumors, the insane asylum is a gathering place for top combatants in Huaxia. After all, they are mentally ill and there's nothing they can't do. They could even solve a college entrance examination math paper. Especially the Jianghuai City Mental Hospital, which has ranked first in Huaxia's mental hospitals for 10 consecutive years. Its director, Zhang Jihua, has made significant contributions. At this moment, Director Zhang Jihua was sitting in a rocking chair in his office, squinting his eyes, with the few remaining strands of hair swaying in the wind. A thermos on the table was still emitting wisps of steam. The steam drifted up to his smiling cheeks. His desk was simple and tidy, with rows of small medicine bottles neatly arranged. Lu Wei Di Huang. Wan treats kidney yin deficiency. Jinkue Shinchi Wan treats kidney yang deficiency. Wazizwan Zong Wan treats kidney qi deficiency. Kidney tonifying essence pills, treating kidney essence deficiency. Behind the pills is a row of bottles and jars soaking in water. Goji berries, mulberries, epa medium, maca, couscous, sistanch, hisho wu, eukamia bark, yam slices, lock grass, longan. Reaching middle age, one has no choice but to soak goji berries in a thermos. He sighed and took a sip of the treasure tea. Then he took out a pair of lion head walnuts from the drawer and carefully began to play with them. The walnuts were well maintained but not particularly shiny, clearly just bought not long ago. Zhang Jihua played with the walnuts while drinking tea, enjoying life. Just then, a doctor rushed over in a hurry. Director, something bad has happened. Director Zhang Jihua remained calm, sitting in the rocking chair. Calm down, I've been the director of a mental hospital for over 20 years. There's nothing that can scare me. That kid Shingshan is back. Thud. Zhang Jihua fell directly from the rocking chair. The walnuts flew from his hands and the leg of his glasses broke. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Quick, hide. My walnuts, and those flowers, calligraphy, and paintings. Hurry. However, it was already too late. Shingshan kicked open the director's office door. A nostalgic expression appeared on his face. Director, these walnuts of yours are not bad. Eating them should help with brain function. Shingshan bent down to pick up the walnuts that the director had dropped. No, you bastard. The director extended a hand, desperately shouting. It was too late. Crack. Shingshan skillfully squeezed the two walnuts hard. The two hard decorative walnuts shattered into pieces. Shingshan took out the nut meat and put it in his mouth. Chewing, he said, Director, this pair of walnuts doesn't taste as good as the ones you've been playing with for 20 years. But they are a bit sweeter than the previous 77 pairs. Good review. Looking at the director, who was already in tears, sadly gazing at his expensive lion-head walnuts, letting out a desperate roar. Why the hell are you back again? Shingshan scratched his head after finishing eating. Didn't you all ask me to come for a re-examination? Director, which doctor asked? Deduct his performance pay. Shingshan wiped the grease off his mouth. Suddenly, he saw a pile of bottles and jars on the director's desk. Hey, director, look at you, I just arrived and you've already prepared food. Then, without any courtesy, he directly twisted open the bottles and jars and poured them into his mouth. Whoosh whoosh, crunch, crunch, cough 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 cough. Choking, he grabbed the thermos. Done. He poured water into his mouth. The director was dumbfounded. How weak are you? Hey, leave me some. Before long, Shingshan had cleared everything. He couldn't help but let out a satisfied burp. Burp. Director, what's with that expression? Why is your face so dark? Are you sick? The director was so angry he was about to explode, steam coming out of 6 of his 7 orifices, tears streaming down his face. Damn it, you didn't leave me anything at all. Shingshan wiped his mouth. Director, don't be angry, I brought you a little gift. The director suddenly froze, the tears that had just fallen miraculously stopped. He was shocked, never expecting to receive a gift from Shingshan one day. Even if it was just a roll of toilet paper, he would accept it. Shingshan slowly pulled out a small gadget from his pocket. Damn, a walnut cracker. The director saw it and immediately snatched it away. Shingshan scratched his head, grinning widely. Director, I saw you wanting to eat walnuts every day but couldn't crack them, so I bought this. No need to thank me. The doctors nearby were all terrified, shouting loudly, "Dean, Dean, wake up quickly." Xingchen ignored them and looked around the dean's office. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Dean, you've been gardening again. Let me help you with the fertilizing, he. The dean jolted awake. What the hell? Immediately, a chorus of wails filled the office. My flowers, my calligraphy and paintings, my inflatable doll. Half an hour later, the office door opened. Xingchen walked out, looking refreshed. It feels so good to be home. The dean followed behind, his face dark and silent. Come on, I'll personally take you to see the attending physician for a checkup. The dean led Xingchen towards the attending physician's office. Along the way, Xingchen saw many familiar faces. Hello, family. The psychiatric patients showed very different reactions upon seeing Xingchen. Some cheered, while others fled in panic as if they had seen the Grim Reaper. Xingchen walked to an activity area. He saw one of his roommates. Good morning, England, Xingchen greeted cheerfully. However, the person was clearly startled by Xingchen. Oh my, the Grim Reaper has come. Then he clasped his hands together and performed a diving motion, directly diving into a brick. His ability was to possess weapons or any object, enhancing their functions. Xingchen wiped his nose and casually smeared it on the brick. You've been stuck by me again. Then, Xingchen took out a small gift and placed it on the ground. This is for you. You'll definitely be happy possessing it in the future. After Xingchen left, a pair of big eyes and a mouth suddenly appeared on the brick. Big brother, can we accumulate some virtue? At hashtag you and hashtag. Suddenly, the big eyes spotted the small gift beside it. The next second, a hand abruptly stretched out from the brick, directly opening the box. Then, a toilet seat appeared right there. What the hell, if I possess that, won't it smell? Xingchen continued walking forward. A 4-story building appeared before them. On the rooftop stood a swordsman full of youthful bravado. Suddenly, a celestial sword fell from the sky, shooting towards Xingchen with a beam of light. Ding! The celestial sword plunged straight into the ground, emitting a buzzing sound. Then came the sound of ha 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 laughter. The swordsman floated down from the air, exuding high style. Riding the wind with my sword, vanquishing demons across the land. 1,000 cups won't make me fall, only I, the wine sword immortal. The poetic lines were imposing, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Ha 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 ha. The laughter continued unabated, wild and youthful. He lay flat in the air, slowly descending, pouring wine from a gourd into his mouth, preparing to lie down on the sword hilt, making a grand entrance as the wine sword immortal. Xingchen quietly stepped forward and reversed the sword, hilt down, tip up. Ha 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 ha. A mouthful of old blood mixed with wine sprayed out. What the hell? Why does this sword hilt feel a bit prickly today? He stood up directly, a sword stuck in his back. Xingchen, was my entrance just now cool? Xingchen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Li Xiaoyao, you're too cool, dazzling to the eyes, but doesn't it hurt? Li Xiaoyao was taken aback. Hurt? How could this sword immortal feel pain? What a joke. Ah ha 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 ha. Then, with the sword still in his back, he swaggered away. Blood pooled on the ground. The dean silently closed his eyes. Call an ambulance. Xingchen quietly retracted the small gift he had taken out. I'll wait until he's discharged to give it to him. The stars had come a long way, like the Japanese invading the village of the flower girl. Chickens flew and dogs jumped, there was no peace. Soon they arrived at the office of the chief physician. Wang Ling was a doctor newly transferred from a hospital in the neighboring city. He had reviewed Xingchen's medical records and believed that he had not yet reached the point of being discharged, so he took it upon himself to call him back for a re-examination. Little one, I want to see which leader you bribed to get discharged. Creak. The door opened. Xingchen strode in, followed by the dark-faced director, Zheng Chunhua. Wang Ling was taken aback. Director, you're here too. Zhang Jihua had a stern face and stared at him blankly. I'm here to collect your body. Haha, what a joke. Director, I'm a distinguished chief psychiatrist. Why would I be afraid of a mental patient? Suddenly, his expression changed. Don't touch my trophy and banner. However, it was too late. Xingchen had already used the trophy as a stool and spread the banner on the ground as a footmat. Then he plopped down. Puff. Xingchen sank his entire backside into the trophy, which became deformed. Hey, doctor, your stool isn't working. Xingchen struggled hard. Rip. The banner on the ground was torn apart. It broke into several strips of cloth. Immediately, the sound of tug-of-war filled the room. On the left side, the contestant was Xingchen with a trophy under his butt. On the right side, Wang Ling and Zhang Jihua. Start. 1, 2, go. 1, 2, go. Xingchen kept shouting encouragement. After a long while, there was no movement. Director, doctor, you're not pulling hard enough. These earth yellow pills are useless. Xingchen took a deep breath. Let me give everyone a 2.0p turbo boost. Bang! A loud fart erupted from the trophy. In an instant, the trophy was pulled away. Zhang Jihua and Wang Ling were sent flying into a nearby bookshelf. Books fell down with a crash. they kept hitting the faces of the two. A terrifying aura emanated from the cracked trophy, nearly suffocating them. What the hell is this? Wang Ling was furious. Someone give him a sedative. A bunch of nurses rushed in, needles in hand. Xingchen turned around and smiled, his mouth full of yellow pill residue. Hello, sisters. What the hell? The big demon king is back. The nurses all fled in a panic. Xingchen picked up Wang Ling's Apple phone and took a big bite. Crunchy. This foreign brand is a scam, calling it Apple when you can't even eat it. Hee. Then he turned back to Wang Ling, his gaze like a demon from a terrifying abyss. He spoke slowly, word by word. Doctor, do I still need to be examined? How about we just go through the admission procedures directly, with meals and accommodation included? Wang Ling, don't come over here. The director, seeing the situation, pulled Xingchen out the door. If they didn't leave, he would end up driving another good doctor insane. Xingchen, hurry up and come with me, your fellow patients are waiting for you to eat. Xingchen tried to break free while saying to the director, Director, I can't just leave it like this after messing up Dr. Wang's place. I'll leave him a small gift. Dr. Wang lacks nothing, let's hurry up and go. But he insisted on sticking to his principles. In the end, he stuffed a can of Wang's hemorrhoid ointment and stinky tofu into Wang Ling's hands before finally leaving. Once Wang Ling saw they were gone, he let out a sigh of relief. That was terrifying. Then he picked up the broken trophy, feeling that it had changed somehow. Hiss, what's different? It seems to have been enchanted by someone, or has an explosive attribute. I really am a little genius. Bang! Outside the insane asylum. In the grass, Yu Jia and Luwali were currently facing a dozen top experts from the Abyss Church along with over 100 lackeys. Husailai, the task of bringing the old senior home is ours. Why did you bring so many people? On the other side of the grass, a man with a sharp nose and monkey-like features grinned at the beautiful women before him. Yu Jia, don't get too sentimental. Whoever grabs the task first gets it. You're talking nonsense. The task was personally assigned by the cardinal to the bishop of the Green Pool, Yu Jia retorted, pouting. Husailai scratched his mouth, revealing sharp teeth. Humph. The great Cardinal Shade has single-handedly taken on 20 production lines just to let us go out on a mission. Therefore, we directly dispatched 13 golden-level bishops plus me, the platinum-level bishop hailed as the best under the great cardinal, leading the charge. What do you have to compete with us? Yu Jia placed her hands on her hips, her bravado unwavering. The bishop of the Green Pool also took on 20 lines. Who's afraid of whom? For a moment, the two were at a standoff, their eyes sparking with electricity, crackling with tension. Neither was willing to back down. Meanwhile, in a subordinate workshop of the Abyss Church, on dozens of production lines, screws were being tightened with sparks flying. A male and female bishop were frantically tightening screws, their hands moving in a blur. Bishop of the Green Pool, you're ruthless. To get your subordinates to go on a mission, you monopolized the production line all by yourself. The great Cardinal Shade waved his hands, sparks flying from the screws on the production line. Looking at the 20 lines behind him, all the screws were spinning strangely, at an incredible speed. Shade. Using metal control abilities to tighten screws, you're quite the genius, the bishop of the Green Pool mocked. You're so high and mighty, thinking you're superior just because you use puppets to help you tighten screws? Shade glanced at the row of nimble puppets behind the bishop of the Green Pool, tightening screws with great speed. The two locked eyes, as if two bolts of lightning shot out from their gazes. Tension hung in the air, crackling. Alright, let's see whose strength is superior. Bring it on. By the piece. Xingchen stepped out of the diagnostic room, feeling in a better mood. Dean, if there's nothing else, I'll just stay here. The dean let out a sigh of relief. Good, no problem. What? The dean jumped in shock. Why are you staying? Xingchen took out bedding from his spatial backpack. Didn't you call me in for a re-examination and say you'd provide food and lodging? The dean, Zhang Jihua, suddenly felt unwell. No, the beds are tight lately and your condition is very stable. You don't need to be hospitalized. I'm very unstable, Dean. Look, Dr. Wang is about to go crazy from me. As he spoke, Xingchen pointed at the disheveled Dr. Wang. Dr. Wang had a wild hairstyle and was holding half a bottle of stinky tofu. Stinky tofu, so delicious. I want to grab a piece of stinky tofu, too. The dean slapped his forehead. Great, just what I feared would happen. Nurse, take Dr. Wang to the emergency room. Immediately. Several nurses, all over 185 centimeters tall and weighing over 200 pounds, marched in with military precision. Ah, Dr. Wang, got it. The head nurse, Wang Taiju, who had won a national wrestling championship, raised her muscular right arm. With a swift chop, she physically anesthetized him. Then she hoisted Dr. Wang and headed for the emergency room, followed by several muscular women. The ground trembled with their steps. Thud, thud, thud. The dean wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Fortunately, the madman's asylum has this group of little cuties guarding it, otherwise, these lunatics would have turned the place upside down. Right, Xingchen? Xing. The dean suddenly turned around. Where the hell did he go? Xingchen had already dashed back to the dormitory, thinking of his cozy little bed and those lovely fellow patients. Life was truly wonderful. Duong. Xingchen kicked open the dormitory door. Comrades, I'm back. Did you miss me? Where is everyone? The entire dormitory was quite empty, with only a thin man wearing a light green beret quietly painting in oil painting. Hey, painter, I'm back. The man slowly spoke, his voice gentle yet hollow. Please call me the failed art student, thank you. Alright, painter, here's a gift for you. With that, Xingchen tossed a lighter over the painter. *M. Xingchen threw his bedding directly onto his bed. Then, he dove in. He fell into a deep sleep. Hoo. He, can't move now. Ha, he, the remote is in my hand, he, hoo. He slept soundly until it was dark outside. Xingchen was awakened by the rumbling of his stomach. Ah, is it dark already? Let's go to the kitchen and find something to eat. The night was deep, the clouds obscured the moon. The cawing of crows filled the quiet night. Caw. Huzair led a group of people, dressed in black, quietly emerging from the bushes. They cautiously approached the wall. The asylum had built high walls to prevent the inmates from escaping. However, this was no challenge for the trained followers. Thus, they began to climb the wall using the oldest method. Human pyramid. Step 1 of the night raid on the asylum, climb the wall. They were well trained, with a dozen people forming a solid base. Then the second layer stepped on the shoulders of the first layer. The third layer followed suit, stacking up to the 7th or 8th layer, and finally, someone stepped onto the top of the wall. This was repeated. After half an hour of effort, hundreds of followers finally climbed over the wall. They appeared inside the as in the pitch-black night. A sudden sound of knife sharpening pierced through the silence. Ka-chi. Instantly, everyone jumped. What the hell is that sound? Ho! Silei suppressed his fear and illuminated the path ahead with his phone's flashlight. He saw a strikingly handsome young man on the ground sharpening a watermelon knife. Ka-chi. Ho Silei let out a sigh of relief. So it's just a lunatic. Seeing there was no threat, the crowd distanced themselves and walked away. Suddenly, another strange voice echoed. He. Humans are slaves to bacteria. Bacteria are the true rulers of the world. And they all must die. What the hell? Why does that sound a bit scary? Monsters, they're all monsters. Everyone except you is a monster. Wake up, they are all monsters. Ah. The world ended back in 2012. We are merely a digital world simulated by artificial intelligence. The more they listened, the weirder and more frightened they became. Damn, I'm feeling a bit cold. Me too, these lunatics sound so convincing. Could it be that they are the awakened ones? We must be the lunatics, right? Hoselei's face grew darker. Enough, don't listen to their nonsense. It's all twisted logic, let's keep moving. Once we find the old senior, we'll burn down the asylum. The group fell silent and continued forward. The asylum was vast, covering dozens of square kilometers, connected to a small hill behind it. Their mission was to retrieve a veteran patient from the intensive care unit behind the hill. As they walked, the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie and frightening. This was no asylum, it was a gathering of horror story authors. Just then, Hosilei heard the sharpening sound again. Ka-chi. Suddenly, his expression froze. It was that strikingly handsome young man again, sharpening his watermelon knife. Hosilei straightened his back and steeled himself. Bro, what are you sharpening the knife for? Before he could finish his sentence, the young man lunged at Hosilei with the knife, shouting, "Is this melon ripe?" Put. The crowd broke out in a cold sweat. However, nothing happened. Hosilei stood there in a daze. Hey, what are you doing? Looking again, the young man had vanished without a trace. I feel a bit spooked. We should leave. No way, I have to burn this asylum down today. Everyone, pick up the pace. The group dared not delay and hurried along. Suddenly, they saw a room ahead with lights on, and a figure was reflected in the light. They saw a person holding a watermelon knife, swinging it at a round head. Swish! The head seemed to be split in two, with blood splattering out, hitting the window. The scene was terrifying. The crowd swallowed hard, dumbfounded. Is this what a lunatic is like? So brutal. At that moment, the window slowly creaked open. A watermelon knife extended from inside. The crowd, Xingchen leaped over the window, holding half a large watermelon in his arms. The crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. So it was just cutting watermelon, you scared me. Xingchen cheerfully greeted everyone. Good brother, have some watermelon. Before the crowd could react, Xingchen directly shoved half a large watermelon into Hoselei's hands. Then, in a flash, he disappeared from sight. Hosilei was left bewildered. He couldn't understand the thought process of these lunatics. Then he looked at the watermelon. The skin is thin, the filling is large, and there are few seeds in the red flesh, the kind that looks very sweet at first glance. Boom! The watermelon exploded on the spot. Watermelon juice, along with flames, splattered all over Monkey Silei's face. Looking at Monkey Sai lay again, his face was completely black, covered in watermelon seeds, and his yellow hair had turned into an explosion hairstyle. He spat out a piece of watermelon rind. Damn it, brothers, let's go on a killing spree, kill them all. As soon as the crowd heard about the killing spree, their interest was piqued. The fear in their hearts vanished in an instant. Kill them. Everyone grabbed their weapons, ready to bloodily wash the insane asylum. Just then, Xingchen slowly walked out of the shadows, holding a Gatling gun. He. A bloodbath at the insane asylum, count me in. The crowd was stunned, unable to help but exclaim, what the hell? Where the hell did this lunatic come from? Monkey Sai Lei immediately recognized Xing Chun. It's this little brat who just blew me up. Let's take him down first. Yeah, it's this kid, get him. Xing Chen smirked slightly. He slowly pulled out a frying pan from behind him. It's time to show your true power, Ing Lin. On the frying pan, a pair of eyes and a mouth suddenly sprouted. Bro, let's just say your weapon is a bit peculiar. Can we switch it for something else? The turtle is talking, it's affecting my style. Go! A group of followers rushed over with their weapons. Kill. First, take down this little thief. Xing Chen held the pan with both hands and stepped forward. Then he spun around rapidly 2.5 times, flinging the frying pan at a follower. Eat my flying pan. The frying pan, carrying immense power, drew a white line in the air. Bang! A follower was directly headshot. Damn, the frying pan killer. Go! Get him, he's out of pans. Xing Chen smiled slightly. The pan, isn't it right there? The crowd was stunned and looked up at the sky. Damn, that pan. They saw the frying pan making a strange arc in the air, heading straight back towards the crowd. Bang! Another critical hit. Immediately after, the Ying Lin brand frying pan went berserk. It sliced through the followers, drawing white lines like a bullet that automatically curved. Bang 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 bang. A series of headshots ensued, sending the followers tumbling. Seeing they couldn't deal with the frying pan, they could only vent their anger on Xing Chen. Kill that turtle grandson. Yeah, it's him throwing the frying pan around. Charge! Xing Chen grinned again. I wonder if you all have heard of the name Sword Immortal Li Xiaoyao. The crowd was taken aback. They saw a figure in white descending from the sky. He was half lying down, eventually bursting into a loud laugh. Then, boom! He landed directly on the ground. Where's your sword? Xing Chen sneered. It was confiscated by the head nurse. She said I was holding something dangerous. Xing Chen, straight face, here's a big bone stick for you to make do with. With that, Xing Chen tossed a stick over. Li Xiaoyao caught it with one hand, then formed a sword gesture. I have a sword, no, I have a stick, capable of opening the sky, splitting the earth, moving mountains, and overturning the sea. The crowd burst into laughter. What a damn second-rate youth. However, the next moment, they were dumbfounded. The second-rate youth swung the big bone stick and started wildly smashing. With a fierce attack, the followers saw that Li Xiaoyao was fierce enough and didn't dare to hit him, all rushing towards Xing Chen. Pick the soft persimmons to squeeze. Seeing this, Xing Chen chuckled. Home already, do I need to make a move? He found a stone stool and sat down. He took out half a watermelon and started eating it with a spoon. The followers were even more enraged at this sight. Get him! Suddenly, a follower accidentally stepped on something. Boom! An explosion erupted. What the hell? Suddenly, the sound of explosions echoed from all directions. Boom 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 boom. What the hell, does the insane asylum even have landmines? Monkey Sai Lei couldn't hold back anymore. To him, it had all seemed like child's play before. There was no need for him to intervene. But now, a frying pan and a stick couldn't solve the problem. This kid in front of him didn't even know how many trump cards he had. I have to take action. Quick battle, quick resolution. In an instant, his body was covered in fur, transforming into an enormous long-haired baboon. Roar! A deafening roar shook the entire insane asylum. Behind him, 13 golden-level auras unfurled. An ice crystal shield protected everyone within. Various elemental energies surged. Hosai Lei shouted, give me your life. With that, his claws reached for Xing Chen. Seeing this, Xing Chen remained calm. It was just a platinum level, a small kishi. Director, someone is tearing down your insane asylum. Just as Monkey Sai Lei's claws were about to stab Xing Chen's neck, smack. Monkey Sai Lei was sent flying by a large flip-flop. There stood Director Zhang Jihua, a cigarette in his mouth. In his right hand, he held a pink plastic slipper, rhythmically tapping it against his left hand, his expression as arrogant as could be. Kid, daring to run wild in my territory, are you tired of living? Monkey Sai Lei was stunned. What the hell, I'm a platinum-level powerhouse. An S-class beast transformation monkey, and I got sent flying by this old man with a flip-flop? He was furious. Old man, I'll kill you. Smack! Another flip-flop came flying. Zhang Jihua lifted the slipper with one hand and swung it into the void. Smack! Monkey Sai Lei's face was deformed from the intense slaps. Then a tremendous force hit him, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Zhang Jihua straightened his neck. Kid, it seems you're tired of living. Then he wildly swung the slipper into the void. Smack 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 smack. Monkey Sai Lei was slapped around, his hair flying, jumping up and down, a pitiful sight. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who the hell is this director? Yu Jia and Luoli hid in the bushes. Watching this astonishing scene, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground, they quickly checked the information. Zheng Jihua, age 54, strength. Ability, SS level, 100% flip-flop technique, regardless of strength, ignores levels, once swung, must hit. Position, director of Jianghuai City Psychiatric Hospital. The two gasped in shock. Even the Abyss Church's records had no level for him. Just how strong is he? At this moment, Monkey Sai Lei was already questioning his life. Continuous slaps had turned his monkey face into a pig's face. Meanwhile, the 13 golden level archbishops saw their leader being attacked. They all revealed their skills. In an instant, the insane asylum was ablaze with light. Various elemental skills were eager to try. Zheng Jihua straightened his neck. Who the hell are you? Then he swung the plastic slipper into the void. Smack! 13-inch. The 13 golden archbishops were sent flying, blood spewing everywhere. Xing Chen gave the director a big thumbs up. Not bad, looks like the goji berries weren't for nothing. Zheng Jihua, the congregants finally understood. This old man in front of them was definitely not an ordinary old man. Just that plastic slipper gave off a suffocating sense of pressure. So terrifying. What are we waiting for? Let's run. What about Archbishop Ho and the others? Archbishop Ho sacrificed himself for the church. It's a great sorrow. I'll write the eulogy, you carve the tombstone. I'll take care of his wife and you take care of the kids. Evacuate, go. With a whoosh, the congregants scattered and ran. They realized that no matter how many more people came, they would just be knocked down by that old man's slipper. Hundreds of people scattered and fled, as if they were having a wild time in a madhouse. Like headless flies, they crashed around aimlessly. A dozen cultists suddenly burst into a patient dormitory. Inside the dormitory, there was only a frail boy painting, but cultists finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, painter, stop that damn painting and come over here. Don't waste time talking to him, tie him up as a hostage. The painter adjusted his green beret, revealing a gentle expression. Please, call me a failed art student, thank you. You son of a death threat was left unspoken. The crowd had already vanished into thin air. On the painter's canvas, a dozen cultists showed expressions of terror, forever frozen in that moment. Another group of cultists fled in a hurry. The route they chose was another broad avenue. Girls' dormitory. He. Ahead is the female nurse's dormitory. Let's go in and hide. Sure, I've never been in there before. Mouse, wanna have some fun too. Let's go. Bang. The door was kicked open. Several cultists rushed in. Each of them had a lewd expression, brandishing steel knives. Robbery. Then, a pair of stockings thicker than cotton pants was thrown over. It hit one cultist squarely, sending him crashing backward, tumbling several times before he finally stopped. Immediately after, 8 muscular women, each over 185 cm tall and weighing over 200 pounds, stood before them in bikinis. Their voices were rough yet powerful. Oh, robbing for money or for lust? After saying that, one of them stroked her sexy stubble. The cultists were dumbfounded. What the hell? Who is this goddess? Not even a dog would dare. Just then, a female nurse was quick on her feet. She swiftly closed the door. After locking it with a key, she threw the key out the window. Oh dear, I accidentally locked the door. If something special happens, they kept barging into one hospital room after another. Some were forcibly anesthetized, becoming experimental guinea pigs. Some received a round of patriotic education from their fellow patients. Others were held down and forced to attend a night-long advanced math class. It was a sight too grim to bear, inhumane, utterly tragic. To sum it up in one word, tragic. Later, some of the believers underwent changes that ordinary people would find hard to understand. Some believers directly met the admission criteria. Others needed a period of physical treatment before they could enter the insane asylum. Xingchen set up a small stool on the ground, munching on sunflower seeds. Beside him, Yujie and Loli stared blankly at the monkey flying around in the sky. A wave of pity welled up in him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. They snatched the sunflower seeds from Xingchen's hands and began to crack them, making loud noises. Hey, why are you stealing my seeds? Xingchen questioned. Yujie squatted down, her long black stockings creating a picturesque scene. So sad, can I crack seeds slowly? Xingchen turned to look at the twin-tailed Loli. What about you? Why did you steal my seeds? I haven't tightened any screws today, and my salary is going to be less again this month, boo-hoo. Xingchen looked at the two of them with disdain, thinking, what the hell is this? After finishing her seeds, Yujie pulled out a discharge form from her bag. She handed it to the director, Zhang Jihua. Upon seeing the paperwork, the director immediately stopped his grandstanding. The monkey fell directly from the sky, landing in a heap. Zhang Jihua took the discharge form, glanced at it, and then signed his name in the discharge section. He noted, approved for discharge. Alright, you can take him away now. At that moment, the monkey, bruised and battered, slowly got up from the ground. A string of big question marks appeared on his face. Is that it? Zhang Jihua glanced at him. Not yet, you messed up my place, you have to pay. Monkey? Xingchen slowly stood up from the stool, looking at the director with starry eyes. Director, can I have a pair of those plastic slippers? The director replied, sure, take them. Xingchen happily took the cool slippers from the director's hands. Yay, 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 I have new slippers now. It seems like I lost something. Just then, a loud bang echoed. A flat-bottomed pan spun and fell right in front of Xingchen. A man tumbled out of it, his eyes glazed over, frothing at the mouth. Little stars spun around his head. What the hell, England, how did you start foaming at the mouth? Gulialu, I'm dizzy. Gulialu. Soon, Yujie and Loli dragged a small, frail old man out. The old man was wearing slippers identical to the director's. He had a bit of hair, but not much. He clung tightly to the railing by the roadside. I won't leave, I want to retire here. Yujie and Loli pulled him with all their might. Archbishop, the Pope is in seclusion, a high priest is missing, now you must come back with us and stand against the Abyss Paladin. But the old man still clung to the railing. I won't leave, I won't leave, director, please save me. Zhang Jihua grasped his withered hand. I don't want you to leave either, but you haven't paid your hospital fees in a long time, and it's hard for me too. He then exchanged a glance with Yujie and Loli. The two dragged the old man toward the night. The old man clawed at the ground with both hands, leaving long scratch marks. Xingchen watched the old man being dragged away, already in tears. Director, you have such a cruel heart. Zhang Jihua replied, so, does that mean you want to leave too? Xingchen wiped away his tears, his expression resolute. No, I want to stay and reform you. Zhang Jihua, *M. Just then, a voice appeared in Xingchen's mind. Task completed, reward, choose between high school cultural course knowledge and the Black Bear Spirit's treasure robe. Xingchen chose the robe without a second thought. After all, who could refuse a treasure robe from the Black Bear Spirit? What? High school cultural course knowledge? Can that be eaten? 3 days later, Xingchen slept until noon. He stretched comfortably. Nothing beats the comfort of my own bed. Then he put on his pink plastic slippers and blue on white striped psychiatric hospital gown. Ah, another energetic day. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he was confronted by the director, Zhang Jihua, at the door. Zhang Jihua, wearing a white lab coat and holding a newly bought walnut, had a few strands of hair fluttering in the wind. Director, you're up so early, Xingchen quickly greeted. Zhang Jihua suppressed his anger. Xingchen, I want to know why there are so many plastic bottles in my office. I can't even get in now. Xingchen scratched his head, a silly grin on his face. Ah, I picked those up. It's a traditional virtue of Huaxia. That old man Laozi who talked about the Tao Te Ching had 3 treasures. The first is diligence, the second is simplicity, and the third is dog cowardice. Don't I look particularly like a model of virtue with my diligent picking? Zhang Jihua was dumbfounded. What is dog cowardice? It's called not daring to be the first in the world. What else would you call it if not dog cowardice? Zhang Jihua, he then pulled a discharge form from his pocket. Your condition has improved. Hurry up and sign so you can leave. Xingchen looked at it, tears welling in his eyes. He rushed forward and hugged Zhang Jihua's thigh. Director, you have such a cruel heart. Get lost, get lost. You have the college entrance exam in 2 days. What are you still doing in the psychiatric hospital? Xingchen, Sigma? Ha, damn, I forgot about the college entrance exam. He snatched the discharge form from Zhang Jihua's hand. With a flurry of strokes, he signed it. In a flash, he dashed out. Director Zhang Jihua let out a long sigh. Finally got rid of this little ancestor. Just then, Xingchen suddenly ran back. He snatched Zhang Jihua's newly bought large toad-like walnut. Crushing it in his hand, he tossed the flesh into his mouth. Director, I'll come back to stay after my exam, bye-bye. Zhang Jihua, oh, you better never come back. Xingchen sped out of the psychiatric hospital and hopped onto a tricycle. The tricycle screeched against the ground, sparks flying. With a whoosh, the tricycle shot off, kicking up a cloud of dust. It flew out like a cannonball. Damn, the exam is the day after tomorrow. And today is the big meeting to choose team members. If I'm late, I'm done for. The tricycle sped along, creating sparks and lightning as it raced toward the school, lifting the skirts of passers-by. At this moment, the enormous playground of Jianghuai No. 1 High School was already packed with people. Nearly 30,000 senior students from the entire Nanjing province had gathered here, almost filling the entire playground. In Huaxia, exams are generally divided into cultural exams and martial exams, with a rough ratio of 10-1. The cultural exam only tests academic subjects, which is the choice of the vast majority. Typically, these are students whose awakened abilities are of little use. They aim for an ordinary university, work hard, and eventually become a 996 or 007 worker. Or some may have awakened powerful S-level abilities but choose not to use them. They aspire to be novelists and mix in full attendance in the future. The martial exam, on the other hand, assesses abilities, including aura levels, the application of abilities, tactical coordination, and overall strength. Of course, there are also some students with poor abilities who don't train properly, coming to take the martial exam with a let's give it a try attitude. After all, there's freedom in choosing subjects. At this moment on the playground of number 1 high school, dozens of high school students stood in designated areas. They looked like a group of warriors about to go into battle. On the tall podium, Director Yang Wangming of the Education Bureau was passionately delivering a speech. He spoke for half an hour without a pause. Behind him stood the principals of various high schools. The principals glared at each other, their faces filled with hostility, as if they harbored a grudge over a stolen wife. Wu Kuan, your school isn't going to end up with only 2S level losers like last year, right? Mocked Principal Hu Zhou of number 2 high school. Bah! Our number 3 high school will definitely take first place this year. By then, you won't even be worthy to shine our shoes. I want you to know that when Xiaojin married me back then, she made the right choice. Upon hearing this, Hu Zhou immediately became furious. Damn it, don't bring up the past. Our number 2 high school has the awakened SS level prodigy, young Master Long Xiang. Have you ever heard of him? Wu Kuan was not about to back down. Bah! Long Xiang is just a joke calling himself SS level. Let me tell you, our school has awakened an SSS level super prodigy. Hu Zhou's face was filled with rage, his teeth grinding in frustration. The schools were engaged in a fierce competition, and they had long since gathered information. Everyone had heard that number 3 high school had awakened an SSS level, but no one was quite sure. Now that Wu Kuan had said it himself, it was incredibly infuriating. I want to see if you're lying. Fine, I'll call him up and you'll see for yourself. Alright, I'll call Long Xiang up too, to show everyone. Around them, dozens of principals were unwilling to be outdone. They all expressed that they couldn't let Wu Kuan and Hu Zhou show off alone. They wanted to bring their own top students up to flaunt as well. After Director Yang finished his speech and saw everyone's eager expressions, it was decided on the spot. Each principal would call 2 top students to the stage for everyone to meet, while also increasing the competitive pressure among them. Soon, the most promising top students from each school were called up. Instantly, young figures appeared on the stage. Some were strong, some were handsome, some were refreshingly unique like fairies descending from the heavens, and some were noble and elegant with extraordinary presence. In short, they did not look like ordinary people. The students below were itching with envy. This really is a case of people being compared to each other, and it's infuriating how strong this group is. There were 3 SSS level students alone. The rest were at least S level. Moreover, they were all exceptionally strong. Several had already reached the silver level. At this moment, standing next to Principal Hu Zhou of number 2 high school were 2 individuals who were already grinning from ear to ear. SS level Long Xiang, with the ability of Dragon Transformation. SS level Long Yu, with the ability of Dragon Language Magic. Meanwhile, beside Wu Kuan stood only one person, Lin Yusen. Xingchen hadn't come up at all. He shouted loudly towards the audience. Xingchen, where the hell have you gone? The response he received was the mocking laughter of several surrounding principals. Wu Kuan, where's your precious darling? Could it be that he's too scared to show up? Ha ha ha. Lin Yusen interjected, interrupting them. Wrong, Xingchen isn't scared, he just has a mental illness and is hospitalized. Instantly, the principals were left dumbfounded. What? Mental illness? Holy crap. Wu Kuan slapped his forehead. Damn, Lin Yusen is a good kid, but sometimes she speaks without thinking. Principal Hu Zhou of number 2 high school was laughing so hard that his dentures nearly fell out. Holy crap, this is just ridiculous. Your mental case probably won't be able to make it. Ha! Whoa, what's that? Suddenly, a loud shout attracted everyone's attention. In the distance, a man like the wind was rapidly approaching on a tricycle. The tires of the tricycle had worn down to nothing, leaving only the 3-wheel rims scraping against the ground. Sparks flew like he was riding on 3 wheels of fire. Holy crap, riding alone for 1,000 miles, impressive. Brother, your dominance is leaking. Here, take a sanitary napkin to plug it up. Everyone was instantly stunned by this flashy scene. The man, like the wind, moved swiftly, dressed in a blue and white striped psychiatric patient uniform, his feet clad in pink plastic flip-flops, exuding an indescribable aura of power with every step. Everyone on site was dumbfounded. His speed is at least 100 yards, if he doesn't slow down, he's going to crash. What? Do you know? This is called high skill and boldness. The bolder, the higher the skill. Looking further away, the 3-wheeled youth, surrounded by flames, showed no fear and showed no signs of slowing down. The tricycle sped forward like lightning, bravely charging ahead. It was like wielding a kitchen knife to cut through electric wires, sparks flying everywhere. Damn, doesn't he look like that legendary figure? The god of tricycles. Awesome. The wind-like man showed no signs of slowing down, still shouting something, but due to his overwhelming presence, no one could hear. Who? Zhou and Long Xiang beside him wore proud expressions. Kid, is being SSS rank really that impressive? Be careful not to get wrecked. Just a clown seeking attention. Let's see the real deal during the assessment. The wind-like man was getting closer. His shouting became gradually clearer. Get out of the way, the tricycle has no brakes, it can't stop. Holy crap. Sigma_angle bang. Chaos ensued. Xing Chen, riding the tricycle, at a speed of 120 km per hour, collided with Hu Zhou and Long Xiang, who weighed an average of 70 kilograms. The two were instantly sent flying by the immense kinetic energy, tracing perfect arcs in the air. They completely adhered to the laws of motion and the principles of parabolas. Everyone saw the two drawing two extremely perfect parabolas in the air. Then, they landed face first. Smack! The two passionately kissed Mother Earth. The scene was momentarily chaotic yet scientific. Everyone stared blankly at the wreckage of the incident, their faces filled with shock. Xing Chen slowly stood up, casually brushing off the dust from his clothes. Everyone saw a strikingly handsome school idol rising. Instantly, a group of girls couldn't help but feel their hearts flutter. He's so handsome, I want to have his babies, cool ones. What's that thing called, Long Xiang? He just insulted my idol, let's take him down. Xing Chen stood up, propped the tricycle back up, and flashed a smile at the crowd below. His eyes sparkled, with a leaf of chives stuck to his teeth. The striped psychiatric uniform and plastic flip-flops shone brightly. Hello, classmates. The crowd. This outfit is a bit unique. Are you still having babies? Hungry, better have fewer. At this moment, Long Xiang limped over, supporting Principal Hu Zhou. Can you even ride a bike? Xing Chen scratched his head, grinning. My handlebars are a bit off, they just love to veer towards the foot-washing city and the silly wave. Long Xiang was furious. I think you're looking for death. With that, he threw a punch at Xing Chen. He was a silver 2-star powerhouse, among the top tier in terms of rank. He was quite confident about hitting a bronze 1-star. His fist, sharp and filled with killing intent, aimed straight for Xing Chen's head. Bang! The fist directly hit a frying pan. Ouch, that hurts. A piercing pain shot through Long Xiang's fist. It felt as if his bones had cracked. Damn, you little brat, no martial ethics. Carrying a frying pan around, Xing Chen slowly removed the frying pan. As a crazy person, isn't it reasonable to carry a frying pan? Long Xiang was so angry he gritted his teeth. I'll kill you. Just as he was about to unleash his full dragon transformation, a voice suddenly interrupted him, rendering him unable to move. Enough. The director of the education department, Yang Guangming, directly intervened. You are too reckless. Whatever it is, we can discuss it in the exam room. His voice was authoritative and heavy, striking at the soul of everyone present. Now, everyone, please report your team lists, and you can go back. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. They've already formed their teams privately. 5 people per group, with scores based on individual and collective performance. Forming a stronger team theoretically offers more advantages, but the coordination between teams is what truly matters. Soon, everyone began reporting their team lists in succession. Over here at Class 3, the students had already agreed on their team plans. A week ago, they reported one after another. Xing Chen watched as everyone grouped together and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, what the hell? I say, everyone, aren't you considering teaming up with me? The crowd glanced at Xing Chen's appearance and then recalled his past exploits. No, you're too fierce, we can't keep up. Come on, haven't you heard about my story of saving thousands in the Goblin Kingdom? With a teammate like me, you'd wake up laughing from your dreams. Upon hearing Goblin Kingdom, the expressions of the crowd changed immediately. Ugh, we've heard, you sold all your teammates to the Goblin Princess as male pets. We can't enjoy that kind of wealth. Right, they say the stench from the Goblin Kingdom can be smelled from 30 kilometers away. Xing Chen, huh? At that moment, Xing Chen suddenly spotted Yi Chen nearby, and his eyes lit up. With his powerful abilities, he could carry his own bag. That would be exhilarating. Hey, Yi Chen, let's team up. Do you remember our days fighting side by side in the Goblin Kingdom? Hearing this, Yi Chen's mouth twitched, and he broke out in a cold sweat. I already have a team. Wang Tong is the captain. Xing Chen then saw Wang Tong standing nearby. Brother Wang Tong, I miss the days we fought together in the abyss. Why not team up? Wang Tong. Sigma, LLL, forget it, our team is full. You should look elsewhere. Xing Chen was left with nothing. Suddenly, he had another bright idea. Hey, Mu Qianxue, although she was a bit cumbersome in some areas, her healing abilities were impressive. Hey, Mu Qianxue, let's team up. Upon seeing Xing Chen, Mu Qianxue felt her heart race. I really want to team up with you, but my dad specifically formed a team to unite several major families. Xing Chen looked back. Behind Mu Qianxue were several outstanding students from other schools. What the hell, it's free love now. Why are they still arranging marriages? Hey, is that fat guy who looks like a toilet your fiancé? Mu Qianxue nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't say such things. Then, Xingchen began searching for a team. Everyone who saw him treated him like a plague, keeping their distance. Even those who wanted to team up with him gave up because they had already formed their teams. Just when Xingchen was at a loss, a tall and imposing man slowly walked over. My good brother, how could you do without me? Xingchen looked up. What the hell, Daba, you weren't disqualified from the college entrance exam? Zhang Daba? My father, Zhang Er, they wouldn't dare. Great, we just need 3 more people to register. With 1 more person, they could conquer the world. Now that the 2 were together, even dogs would run away. Teaming up? Who would dare team up with these 2 godly teammates? Wherever they went, they could clear the room. Don't come over. Teacher, I give up on the college entrance exam. The expressions of Xingchen and his companion grew darker. Is it really that hard to form a team? Just then, Xingchen suddenly felt a chill on his back as if something had tapped him. Can I team up with you? Starry hurriedly turned around, only to find it empty. What the hell? I, Lu Hua, have activated passive invisibility. Everyone else has formed their teams and forgot about me. Starry's eyes lit up. Truly, it was a case of finding something without any effort after searching high and low. Quick, please join our team. Just then, Starry spotted Xiao Longxia, who was troubled over forming a team. He rushed over and grabbed his arm. Hey, brother, still worried about forming a team? Come on, I'll take you in. Xiao Longxia, greater than or equal to less than or equal to no, I don't want to be with you guys. Smack. No, you do. Xiao Longxia, underscore, and just like that, he successfully recruited a little crayfish. Still 1 person short. Where to find? No, where to look. Suddenly, Starry saw Lin Yusen next to the principal. This girl was fierce. Principal, we want to sign up. In the end, after a series of tricks and deceit from Starry, he finally managed to trick Lin Yusen onto the team. Now we have enough. Starry looked at his bizarre team members, feeling a surge of happiness. High-end combat power, the mystic Lin Yusen. Stealth expert, invisible Lu Hua. Team chef, the god of crayfish, Xiao Longxia. Plus the cunning Starry. And the phoenix chick, Zhang Daba. This college entrance exam could be worry-free. After registration ended, everyone dispersed. They returned home to discuss tactics and prepare supplies. The martial arts exam would take place in a specific abyss. The duration was 10 days, so essential living supplies had to be prepared. Additionally, some weapons and equipment were necessary. The school stipulated that all supplies carried would be limited to personal carrying capacity. Theoretically, if you were strong enough to carry a container full of supplies, it would be compliant. Therefore, preparing supplies was a necessary condition. At this moment, Starry and the others had returned to the Spirit Bureau. They all piled into Wu Qing's office. At this time, they looked at Wu Qing with teary eyes, pitifully. Captain, just allocate some supplies for us. Wu Qing looked at them with a face full of black lines. Go ask your principal for that. I'm in the Spirit Bureau. Starry rushed forward and hugged Wu Qing's thigh, tears streaming down his face. That old miser principal only gave us 2 buckets of old pickled vegetable noodles each. We can only turn to you. Zhang Daba chimed in. Yeah, Uncle Wu, the principal is so stingy, it's like he's sending us to our deaths in the abyss. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to come to you, the wise and mighty Captain Wu. Upon hearing this, Wu Qing's anger flared. Damn that old Wu Cohen, how could he be so stingy with his own people? Don't worry, later at the Spirit Bureau's equipment depot, you can pick whatever you want. I'll sign the approval. Everyone was overjoyed upon hearing this. Compliments flowed endlessly. Captain, you are truly wise and mighty, incredibly handsome. 1,000 times better than that stingy principal. Yes, you are the best captain in the world. As Wu Qing basked in the praises, he began to lose himself. Haha, later I'll have Luo Xian give each of you 20 spirit beads. A harmonious atmosphere filled the room. Just then, the leather pants goddess Luo Xian walked in. Her figure was still stunning, the leather pants gleaming under the sunlight. As soon as Luo Xian entered, she spotted Starry's strikingly handsome face and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Starry also saw her and greeted her warmly. Hi, baggy sister, how are you? Luo Xian, what the hell, baggy sister? She suppressed her anger, pulled out a document, and handed it to Wu Qing. Captain, we intercepted the contact information of this artifact thief, but we can't locate his position. What do you think we should do? Wu Qing took the document, glanced at the phone number and the criminal's information on it. Ugh, this person is bloodthirsty and violent. If we act rashly, it will easily alert him and let the dark guards expand their search. We must keep a close watch on this number's movements and find his location within a month. Xingchen stepped forward and snatched the document. Captain, there's no need to go through all that trouble. He then took out his phone and dialed the number. Wu Qing and Luo Xian were both stunned. Damn, you're going to alert him like this. It's over, if he runs away, we'll never catch him in this lifetime. Beep beep beep. The call was quickly connected. A rough voice came from the phone. Hello, who is it? Xingchen calmly began to respond. It's me, bro, I'm Zhang Daba. Who the hell is Daba? I don't know you. Bro, you might not know me, but your wife knows me. Last time we drank together, she got drunk after just a couple of drinks. I have to say, sister-in-law is quite something. Upon hearing this, the other end of the line exploded. Damn, I was just saying my wife hasn't let me in bed lately. Turns out it's you, you little brat. Xingchen was not to be outdone. Who the hell do you think you are? Just say it if you want to die. You little punk, I'm going to kill you today. Tell me where you are. Why the hell should I tell you? Just asking if you dare. The two exchanged insults over the phone. Everyone else was left dumbfounded. Their jaws dropped to the floor. So just say what you want. What do I want? I want to take you down. Are you a freak? Go mess with your own wife. Get the hell out of here. In 2 hours at Urxienkyo, do you dare to come? Whoever doesn't go is a grandson. Alright, I'll be waiting for you. Beep beep beep. The call was hung up. Xingchen tossed the document aside. Captain, it's done, let's go catch him. Wu Qing was stunned. After so many years in this line of work, it was the first time he had seen someone so bold. Then, Xingchen and the others happily left Wu Qing's office. They rushed towards the equipment storage of the otherworldly guards. Haha, equipment, it's all about the equipment. Xingchen immediately started stuffing his pockets. The spatial backpack had already been expanded with 1,000 merits. Now it could hold 10 cubic meters of supplies. I want this, and this, and this. In just a moment, Xingchen had completely emptied one equipment cabinet. Wow, this is amazing. Official rubber bat. Zhang Daba directly picked up dozens of rubber bats and walked out. The other three didn't hold back either. They started picking and taking everything they could carry. Luo Xin, who was following along, had a face full of black lines. Damn it, you guys aren't picking equipment, you're robbing. Just then, Xingchen spotted a mysterious room. It was locked behind a door sturdier than a bank vault. Hey, baggy sister, what's inside there? Xingchen asked. Luo Xin gritted her teeth in frustration and could only explain with a dark face. You can't touch what's in there. That's the restart equipment for Jianghuai City in case of a disaster. What? Restart? Instantly, the equipment in their hands lost its appeal. So, you mean one button could turn all of Jianghuai City to ashes? Luo Xin nodded seriously, her expression very grave. Damn, I want that, give it to me quickly. Without thinking, Xingchen charged forward and slammed into the vault door. Everyone else had a face full of black lines. Brother, can we not want everything? In the end, Xingchen didn't get the restart equipment. Instead, after raiding the ordinary equipment storage, he happily went home. Only Luo Xin was left staring at the empty equipment storage, looking dazed. What a sin! After finishing with Wu Qing, they headed to the school, straight to the principal's office. Wu Qing had funded it. How could the principal run away? Principal, that old miser Wu Qing only gave us 2 buckets of pickled vegetables each. We can only turn to you now. As night deepened, the stars returned home, riding a tricycle. The cargo in the back was almost overflowing. Life can be so enjoyable when it's a bit of a scam. When he passed by Urxienkyo, he happened to see a bearded man being pinned to the ground by several otherworldly guards. Who the hell are you? Who we are? We're here to deal with you. Cuff him. Xingchen stopped the tricycle and watched with great interest from the side. Hey, is your wife at home? You're not going back tonight, right? He. The bearded man, damn it. The otherworldly guards tied up the notorious artifact thief tightly. They also found a pile of artifacts from his home. Xingchen happened to be passing by and decided to join in on the raid. To his surprise, his wife was really at home, and she was indeed very charming. Yes, comrades of the otherworldly guards, hurry up and arrest him. He's always out gallivanting, said the charming sister-in-law. Everyone looked confused. Are you sure this is your husband? Yes, absolutely. This is our marriage certificate. Alright, we won't look anymore, we'll take the artifacts. Hey, comrades of the otherworldly guards, don't rush off, I just made some food. Why not stay for a bit and leave tomorrow morning? The bearded man was on the verge of a breakdown. I knew. You were up to something behind my back and now I've caught you. I didn't hide it from you, didn't your brothers all know? Damn, there's gossip. Everyone turned their heads to look at the bearded man's head, as if searching for high-quality grass in a green pasture. The bearded man, don't bother looking, it's all right there. Soon, everyone found the missing artifacts. They were wrapped in a large red cloth, well protected. The otherworldly guards placed the artifacts one by one into special boxes to take back. Xingchen was drawn to the red cloth. Oh, this red cloth is nice. Aren't you taking it? This red cloth is not an artifact, we can't take it without permission. The charming sister-in-law swayed her little waist. Over. What is this? I don't want it, can you help me throw it in the trash downstairs? Xingchen bent down to pick up the red cloth. Our family runs a garbage dump, I can't just take it. Take it, it'll be an eyesore when his brothers come and see. Just then, a voice appeared in Xingchen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Black Bear Spirit's Precious Cassock. Black Bear Spirit's Precious Cassock quality, Golden. Artifact type, Armor attributes, 1. Automatically generates a spiritual shield consuming the user's own spiritual energy. 2. Immune to all fire. Attribute damage 3. Can split and combine on its own, up to 5 at the same time. Description: isn't the Precious Cassock beautiful? It was. Exchanged for weaving Black Bear Spirit. Xingchen exclaimed in his heart, damn, this thing is great, our whole team will have armor now. Xingchen picked up the Precious Cassock and was about to walk out when he was pulled back by the charming sister-in-law. Don't leave yet. Xingchen immediately became alert. Sister-in-law, you promised to give me this red cloth, you can't go back on your word. The charming sister-in-law held on to Xingchen's arm tightly, almost pressing against him. Startled, Xingchen began to squirm. Of course, the red cloth is yours, but sister-in-law has already made dinner, eat a bit, and leave tomorrow morning. Xingchen, I have something to do, I'll come back to eat another time. With that, Xingchen slipped away without a trace. Oh my, that was terrifying. Xingchen pedaled the tricycle all the way back home. The garbage dump was still as quiet as ever, silent as a mountain. Piles of garbage were sorted by type. During the time Xingchen was away, Aunt Lu had been taking care of the business. Shingling had been walking around with De Huang all day. It is said to be street patrol. The specific tasks include various ways of courting death, exchanging hostages from the hands of criminals, suppressing housing prices, testing the temperature of crematorium boilers. Xingchen dragged his weary body back to the bedroom. He saw his bed, neat and new. Aiming carefully, he leaped directly towards the bed. Little bed, I've missed you so much. Bang! Ouch! Xingchen got up from the floor, covering his nose with both hands. Damn, I forgot to consider the centrifugal force when aiming. Xingchen quickly got up, adjusted his direction, and leaped again. He landed headfirst onto the bed. Comfortably, he began to ponder his problems. The college entrance examination was approaching. It was time to give himself a poetic boost. So he opened the system panel, ready to start getting stronger. First, it was still about merit. Remaining merit 18342. So much left? The Goblin Kingdom saved over 1,500 people, which earned over 10,000 merit. Rescuing people from the bank also accounted for hundreds, so it was about the same. Wait, why is there no merit from Lu Nang's side for making the armor? I should call him later to ask if he secretly raised the price. Xingchen opened the system store. Intermediate upgrade. Pill 2000/1. Damn, why is the intermediate upgrade pill so expensive? Let's get 7 of them. Immediately, 7 balls with a diameter of 80 centimeters appeared in front of Xingchen. They were as big as car wheels. They occupied the entire bed. Damn it, system, can you be a bit more reasonable? Why the hell are they so big? Host, in order to provide you with a more affordable consumption experience, the system has upgraded the intermediate upgrade pill. Please use it with confidence. Xingchen tearfully crafted 3. There was no choice, he simply couldn't consume more. Level +1, level +1. Level +1 level. Bronze 4-star. Xingchen packed the remaining 4 upgrade pills into his backpack. He would eat them when he had time. With over 4,000 merit left, let's get some nuclear bombs. After all, it's the college entrance exam. How can he score high without giving the examiners something to work with? So he opened the nuclear bomb interface. The fat man and the little boy had respawned. Xingchen decisively placed in order, spending 3,000 merit to buy 1 fat man and 1 little boy. With over 1,000 merit left unspent, Xingchen felt quite uneasy. Damn, there's nothing left to buy. Then he noticed the 10 consecutive draws button. No, I said last time that I wouldn't draw even for a dog. Then, he carelessly clicked on it. It's over. Gambling is addictive. Congratulations, host, you have received a system consolation prize. Xingchen felt invigorated. Damn, the system actually has consolation prizes. Then, the system's voice continued. System intelligent comfort. It's okay, you are already lucky. Xingchen was taken aback. So this is how you comfort me, just verbal consolation, you damn system. After 8 consecutive consolation prizes, Xingchen's face grew darker. Suddenly, ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained the relic of the supreme god. Xingchen perked up. Damn. It's just like the luck of a European king. Quick, let's see what it is. Xingchen opened the reward panel. A fish appeared on the system panel. A fish? What kind of fish can be a relic of the supreme god? Then subtitles began to appear on the panel. Relic of the supreme god, touch fish, quality, orange. Epic type, sacred relic attribute. When weakened, touching it can quickly restore spiritual energy, physical strength, intelligence, comfort, mood, health, kidney energy, and injuries. In short, it can restore all attributes. Usually, touching it can slowly increase the total amount of spiritual energy and speed up leveling up. Introduction. A moment of slacking off is refreshing, but slacking off forever leads to the Hugo Award, Supreme God Lu Electrician. This made Xingchen very happy. The little boy, who was prepared to go down with the system, quietly set it down. This slacking off is simply outrageous. Full attribute recovery, that's incredible. He just didn't know what the method of obtaining this time would be. Just then, a cat's meow came from outside the window. A big fat orange cat was passing by with a fish in its mouth. Xingchen, quick on his feet, grabbed a pair of pink plastic slippers and threw them out. Big Orange, you're so fat already, still eating late night snacks? Meow. A cry of distress came. Big Orange had already vanished without a trace. Xingchen went outside to pick up the slippers. A small golden carp was lying on the ground, blowing bubbles. Xingchen felt something was off and quickly picked it up. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining slacking off. Ah, it's alive? That's ridiculous. The sun was shining brightly and the flowers smiled at me. Xingchen put on his small backpack and rode his tricycle to school. Today was the day before the martial arts exam and there was a lot of preparation to do. After arriving at school, Xingchen headed straight for the playground. He ran all the way and finally made it just in time for the class bell. Today, the special training team students had all come particularly early. Everyone was already lined up in order, ready to board the bus to the abyss. There were over 200 students from the 3rd middle school participating in the martial arts exam. This was a relatively high proportion among all schools. The others chose the traditional college entrance examination, which was more stable, safer, and more soul-crushing. Principal Wu Kuan was still on stage, speaking endlessly. Well, we're just saying. The audience was anxious and couldn't absorb anything. An hour later, the principal finally finished his long-winded speech. With a wave of his hand, he declared, "Let's go." Soon, 6 buses and 2 trucks stopped by the playground. Everyone returned to the classroom, grabbed their luggage, and headed for the vehicles. Each person tossed their bags onto the bus. The buses and trucks were filled to capacity. The engines roared, and the exhaust pipes belched black smoke. The students on the bus were excited yet nervous. The moment that would determine their future had finally arrived. The driver stepped on the gas, taking everyone on this unknown journey. Xingchen and Zhang Debao were fast asleep on the bus, showing no signs of tension whatsoever. Zzz. Zzz. Hee. Everyone was speechless. I mean, it's almost the college entrance exam, aren't they? Nervous? I see they're not prepared at all. They'll regret it when the exam comes. The bus soon merged with other school buses. On the road, hundreds of buses were charging down the highway like an army on the march. Xingchen and Zhang Debao were awakened by the honking of the driver. Xingchen looked out the window and saw a driver of a small car cursing as he turned. From the lip movements, it seemed he was saying, "Damn it, I thought I could just wait for one car to pass, but now I have to wait for a whole train. I'm definitely going to be late for work." Xingchen looked back at the long line of cars stuck in traffic and sighed in frustration. Why buy a car? Isn't riding a tricycle better? Suddenly, Xingchen felt something poking him. He turned to look at Zhang Debao. "Debao, what's in there? Why does it keep poking me?" Zhang Debao grinned lewdly. He pulled out a rubber stick from his huge travel bag. "This is my life-saving artifact, the rubber stick." Xingchen was speechless, and looking into the travel bag he saw it was packed with hundreds of rubber sticks. "Why don't you put so many sticks in the back truck? It's exhausting to carry them around." "No way, this thing isn't sturdy. It breaks after just a few uses." Xingchen glanced at Zhang Debao's travel bag filled to the brim with rubber sticks. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He opened the system. It had been a long time since he used his equipment synthesis system. Xingchen picked up a rubber stick. Rubber stick LV1 quality, white ordinary type, short blunt weapon attributes, low damage, low insult description. "Hey, you delivery guy, you can't come in. Xingchen's face darkened suddenly. "Damn, ridiculous. What kind of description is this for a broken white item?" Open. Xingchen held a rubber stick in each hand. Synthesized just like magic, the 2 rubber sticks suddenly merged into one. The entire stick became sturdier, as if it had filled with blood. Zhang Debao's exclaimed, "Wow, dude, where did you learn this rubber stick synthesis technique?" Instantly, it attracted the attention of everyone on the bus. Xingchen chuckled. "Don't panic, there's more." Then, under the astonished expressions of the crowd, Xingchen synthesized the entire pack of rubber sticks. In the end, he created a level 7 weapon. Big rubber roller LV7 quality, blue advanced type, short blunt weapon attributes, hard as iron, unyielding, magical attack after contact with feces description. "Hey, you delivery guy, get the hell out of here." Xingchen held a large black rubber stick, his mouth curling into a continuous hee laugh. "What's going on? Xingchen can do magic? What happened to those sticks?" "I don't know, he must have hidden them somewhere unknown. Even though I don't know where he hid them, I can't shake the feeling that it's really powerful." Zhang Debaos grabbed the big rubber stick and swung it around in his hand. Suddenly, his eyes lit up like light bulbs. "Wow, dude, you're amazing. It feels so much sturdier now, and I have this urge to hit something after getting it dirty." Xingchen. Sigma, LLL. Not long after, the bus arrived at the Abyss toll station. The barrier at the entrance lifted. One by one, the buses roared their engines. climbing the slope towards the enormous black gate of the abyss in the sky. Everyone was stunned by the scene. The abyss was so dark it seemed bottomless, with massive whirlpools around it like black holes, ready to swallow everything. Although it wasn't Xingqian's first time entering the abyss, he was still shaken by the seemingly endless darkness. So beautiful. One by one, the buses drove into the black hole. After feeling the surrounding darkness, the entire sky lit up. The sky turned a light pink and the clouds looked as soft as cotton candy. Xingqian and the others were momentarily stunned. Then they heard a voice from the bus. Welcome to the Lauren Abyss. On the special training team's bus, everyone was on the verge of collapse. Everyone? Wow. Not that terrifying place again. Wasn't it supposed to randomly choose an abyss? Why is it this one again? Then, chaos ensued as everyone tried to escape this sorrowful place. Xingqian was quite happy. Yay yay yay. I can go play with the cute goblins again. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. The fear of being dominated by goblins seemed to still be pressing against their sphincters. That feeling of flying through the air felt like just yesterday. This is so damn frustrating. Can I not take the exam? At this moment, someone sensible had already prepared comfort for everyone. Everyone, don't panic. The Lauren Abyss is a very large beginner-level abyss. Inside, there are not only goblins but also minotaurs, slimes, wild dog monsters, cat demons, wild boar spirits, and so on. We can't possibly. Before the words were finished, the bus headed straight for Goblin City. Xingqian was already excitedly standing up. Omega asterisk? Lovely goblins, I'm here. The bus sped straight into Goblin City. After getting off, everyone didn't head to the accommodation right away. Instead, they first had to take a basic level test. It was said to be for better statistics and scoring. One by one, the level testing machines began to operate. The testers professionally recorded every piece of data. Only the data before going to battle was considered more real and reliable. Wang Tong, bronze 5 stars. Yi Chen, bronze 6 stars. Xiao Longxia, bronze 4 stars. The testing devices assessed everyone's levels one by one. It seems everyone has grown quite fast during this time. Lin Yusin, silver 1 star, instantly attracted a lot of attention. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Damn, if I had known, I would have begged her to join the team. While kneeling, her upgrade is just too damn fast. Finally, it was Xingqian's turn. He placed his hand on the testing device. Bronze 4 stars. Wang Tong saw this and burst into laughter. Ha, Xingqian, didn't expect this, I'm still higher than you, just a bit. Just as the tester was about to write down the result, Xingqian stopped him. Wait a minute, I didn't eat breakfast this morning. My blood pressure is unstable, let me take a little pill before testing. The tester had a black line on his face. Dude, your low blood pressure from not eating has nothing to do with your spiritual energy level. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Xingqian pulled out 4 pills the size of car wheels. Then he started munching on them. He was eating them with such gusto. Everyone was stunned. Damn, I can't stop laughing. Are you trying to choke yourself to death right here? No matter how many 6 flavor Remania pills you eat, you can't make up for your level. Just like that, Xingqian, under the astonished gazes of everyone, swallowed down 4 big pills. His stomach bulged out a whole circle. Alright, let's test. Xingqian placed his hand on the testing device. Immediately, the device emitted a mechanical sound. Bronze 8 stars. Everyone? What the hell are those pills? I want to eat one too. As night fell, everyone was busy. The real nightlife was just beginning. On the streets of Goblin City, high school students filled the area. Quick, this bakery is so delicious. They're selling military compressed biscuits here. Come here, there are cheap spiritual energy beads. This store has adult products. The students were on a shopping spree. There was no choice. The college entrance examination lasted 10 days in total. That meant at least 10 days of outdoor living. How could they survive without buying some supplies? Xingqian strolled leisurely down the street with a few people. Buy whatever you like, it's on me. Zhang Debao looked at him with disdain. When did you become so extravagant? You guys don't know the legend of my young master Xing. I'm a big entrepreneur in Goblin City. Do you believe I can call a bunch of luxury cars to pick us up right now? Not believing it, everyone replied in unison. Xingqian pouted. Today, let me show you my power. He then dialed Lu Neng's number. Hello, Nengzi. I'm in Goblin City. Bring all our company's luxury cars to pick me up. On the other end of the line, Lu Neng's awkward voice came through. President Xing, our company has been sealed due to tax evasion and the guys have been locked up. Xingqian, WOC? Why didn't you pay taxes back? Then? I'm just a street vendor. How would I know about this? No more talking. I bought a motorhome. I'm going to hide in the abyss for a while. Beep beep beep. The call was hung up. Everyone looked at Xingqian with disdain. Did they come? Xingqian, winky face. They said there's a 2 billion project to discuss tonight. They can't make it. You just keep bragging. At that moment, a loud vendor's call came from ahead. Freshly baked super treasures, helping you win. At the starting line of the college entrance exam. If you don't buy, at least come take a look. Xingchen slapped Zhang Daba's thigh. Look, I happen to need a weapon. Let's go check it out, even if we don't buy. With that, Xingchen dashed over. Good thing I'm clever, or it would have been so awkward. The others followed Xingchen to see what was happening. They saw a stall crowded with people, all top talents from various schools. Wang Tang's team and Longxian's team were also there. Xingchen walked up and slapped Wang Tang's golden head. Brother Wang Tong, everyone is here. Wang Tang turned around and looked at them. What are you doing here? Are you here to auction off a guiding parrot? Xingchen was taken aback. What guiding parrot? He followed Wang Tang's finger and saw a pitch-black bird standing on a cage. Perch, its beak making human sounds. Hello everyone, wishing you prosperity, wishing you prosperity. The slightly funny voice sounded a bit silly. This is the only guiding parrot in the entire Goblin City. It knows all the terrains of the Loren Abyss, and at critical moments, it can fly high to scout. If any team gets it, the entire college entrance exam process will be twice as effective. Wang Tang explained to Xingchen word by word. Upon hearing this, Xingchen became interested. This thing is great. With it, you won't get lost at all, much more convenient than a map. Xingchen stepped forward and asked the owner for the price. Boss, how much? The owner chuckled. Not for sale. Not for sale? Why bring it out then? Everyone will auction it later, highest bidder wins. Xingchen's face darkened. This is too much. Everyone around here is loaded. Spending a few hundred big ones on this thing isn't worth it. Xingchen glared at the parrot. The parrot looked back at him with the same expression. Wishing you prosperity, wishing you prosperity. Xingchen tried to say something to the parrot. One and die? The parrot mimicked him. One and die, one and die. Xingchen chuckled and added another phrase. Mamai pie? Mamai pie, mamai pie, the parrot echoed. Xingchen was delighted. This parrot is pretty good, it learns everything I say, and so quickly. The owner was bewildered and quickly pushed Xingchen aside. Hurry up, hurry up. After that, the parrot seemed enchanted. It could only say two phrases. One and die, mamai pie, one and die. No matter how the owner taught it wishing you prosperity, smooth sailing, it just wouldn't learn. The parrot seemed to only know how to say, one and die, mamai pie. The people around had black lines on their faces, all staring at the parrot. Maybe we shouldn't buy it after all. Yeah, if I bring this thing home, it'll curse at me every day. What do I do? A portion of the crowd immediately abandoned the idea of participating in the auction. The owner was almost in tears. The guiding parrot was a rare spirit beast and he had carefully trained and nurtured it. He had planned to make a fortune by taking it to every location in the abyss to let it memorize the routes. He originally intended to make a big profit. This time, but unexpectedly, this kid's two phrases cost him hundreds of thousands. Xingchen retreated to the outer circle and joined his teammates. What do you think of my skills? Just two phrases, and I cut off at least 100,000. Hey, what kind of looks are you giving me? He saw everyone looking at him with disdain, as if they were about to write those two words on their faces. At that moment, Longxiang and a team of people walked over. Oh, isn't this the famous trash collector? Xingchen? Ha, why are you teaching a parrot to mimic you? Xingchen shot him a glare and blurted out a phrase. One non die. Longxiang twitched the corner of his mouth. I'm trying to talk to you nicely. One and die. Can you speak human language? One and die. Longxiang was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. No matter what he said, the response was just three words. One and die. Behind him, a girl with a delicate face stepped out. Her expression was just as arrogant as Longxiang's. It was his sister, Long Yu. She scolded loudly, Hey, are you looking for death? How shameless to act like this in public with a black heart and a foul face, really embarrassing the candidates. Then, Xingchen quietly watched as Long Yu unleashed a torrent of insults on Long. The people around were taken aback. How could such filthy language come from the mouth of this delicate little girl? After a full 10 minutes, Long Yu's petite body was out of breath from scolding. But the arrogant expression still lingered on her face. Xingchen, unfazed, raised his hand palm out towards Long Yu. Bounce back. Pooh. Long Yu spat out a mouthful of old blood. Everyone was stunned. Was this guy really that shameless? And also, isn't he too infuriating? Although it's quite wicked, it seems really satisfying, doesn't it? Just then, a tall boy with a face as pale as jade stepped forward. Everyone, give me some face. How about we all take a step back? Upon seeing this person, everyone trembled and quickly made way. It's Ling Qinghan, the young master of the Ling family, an SSS level ice ability user with a silver 2-star strength. He's a seed candidate for this year's college entrance examination. He walked gracefully to the front of the crowd and spoke elegantly. So, how about it, gentlemen? Can you give me some face? Xingchen rolled his eyes at him and blurted out, One and die. Ling Qinghan, confused face? Seeing Ling Qinghan take a hit, his competitors were secretly overjoyed. At this moment, another super genius, Wu Yuyu, walked over from the crowd. She wore a short skirt and white stockings, her legs shining like a pure white field. On top, she had a crop top that perfectly showcased her fair waistline. A high ponytail paired with a long knife behind her made her look both soft and fierce. Instantly, she attracted a lot of attention. Ling Qinghan, I didn't expect your face to be worthless. Ling Qinghan's face was filled with coldness. Woo. Yu, what does my mediation have to do with you? Of course it concerns me. I see this young brother Xingchen is quite talented and I can't stand you bullying him. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Damn it, who is bullying whom here? Xingchen felt very grateful to have such a lovely girl standing up for him. He quickly retreated, hiding completely behind Wu Yu. Thank you so much, airport sister, it's them bullying me, please take revenge for me. Wu Yu was completely stunned. What the hell, airport sister? I wrapped my chest for convenience in battle, wait until I unseal it, and I'll scare you to death. At this moment, Xingchen had buried his entire head behind Wu Yu. Ah, I'm so scared. Their eyes are too fierce, flat sister, please beat them until they can't open their eyes. Wu Yu. 3? Damn it, why am I flat sister again? This time, Ling Qinghan couldn't help but laugh out loud from the side. Wow, I can't stop laughing, flat airport sister. Xingchen suddenly poked half his head out from behind Wu Yu. Hey, don't laugh, even if you laugh, you can't beat my basin bottom sister. Wu Yu. Ling Qinghan, Omega? What a disaster. Just then, the stall owner finally couldn't hold back anymore. The auction began. Originally, he wanted to wait a bit longer for more people, but now it was impossible not to start. If a fight breaks out later, my stall might get torn down. Ahem. The auction starts. Now. This guiding parrot knows every path in the Lauren Abyss and is familiar with the weaknesses of various monsters. It is your best choice for adventures in the Abyss. Starting bid, 1 million. Begin. A collective gasp filled the air. Hiss, is the starting price really that outrageous? I'm out. But who could survive in this chaos if they were ordinary? I bid 2 million. Wu Yu was the first to speak up. 3 million. Ling Qinghan was not to be outdone. 4.5 million. Long Xiang's arrogance remained unshaken. 5 million. The bidding voices rose and fell like waves. The competition among the talented individuals had already begun on another stage. Xingchen listened to the frenzied bidding. His mind started calculating. He turned to a few teammates. This business is good, we should get a parrot. 2. Let's train a bunch of parrots to argue and curse, how about that? It'll bring in money fast. A few teammates shifted away a bit further from him. No, I'm trying to make you rich. The bidding continued. 6 million. 6.3 million. 7 million. The price kept climbing. The smile on the boss's face never faded. Quick. Raise the bid, raise the bid. Xingchen quietly slipped in front of the parrot. Covering his mouth with one hand, he whispered, Li Grandma's leg. The parrot instantly perked up. Li Grandma's leg, Li Grandma's leg. The few people bidding suddenly froze for a moment. The speed of the bidding has slowed down. 7.1 million. 7.2 million. Xingchen chuckled. He turned to the parrot again. You are too beautiful. The parrot's eyes lit up immediately. You are too beautiful, you are too beautiful. After saying that, the parrot spontaneously followed Xingchen with a bit of taishanko. The movements were extremely professional and full of soul. Everyone's lips twitched. You must have taken all the bamboo shoots on the mountain. Xingchen was laughing so hard, this parrot was too impressive. If he had the money, he would definitely bid for it. The boss finally noticed Xingchen. He quickly stepped in between Xingchen and the parrot. You leave. Boss, I still have a few more lines to teach. Get lost. Just then, Long Xiang raised the bid to 9 million. Everyone finally stopped. First, the parrot itself wasn't worth that much. Second, whatever it had just learned would surely be looked down upon if taken home. In the end, Long Xiang painfully swiped his card for 9 million. He didn't have that much money, it was just an overdrawn credit card. If he didn't secure a top 3 position, he would be in for a beating from his father. The shop owner also had a face full of black lines. Damn, at least a parrot worth over 10 million, and this kid just knocked off over 1 million with a few words. Where did this troublemaker come from? Ultimately, Long Xiang left in tears, carrying the parrot. Inside the cage, the parrot danced and sang. You are too beautiful, you are too beautiful, you are simply too beautiful. Xingchen thought, I might not have taught that last line. The auction ended. Everyone quickly dispersed. Only Xingchen remained, grinning at the boss. Boss, do you have any more parrots? Even untrained ones are fine, I can train them myself. Get lost. The boss pushed Xingchen away from the stall. Boss, if you need someone to train parrots, I can help you. Really, I have the ability to communicate with animals. Yeah, right. The boss quickly packed up the stall and fled in a hurry. Xingchen watched the boss's flustered back and couldn't help but think, is this boss afraid of someone stealing his money? Then, he silently put away the watermelon knife in his hand. Xingchen turned around. Let's go, we need to buy some supplies too. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? After a night of shopping, everyone finally gathered enough supplies. They slept soundly for a long time. The night quickly passed. In the morning, the weather was ominously gloomy. The day of the college entrance examination had finally arrived. Everyone was geared up and standing neatly at the entrance of Goblin City. More than 30,000 people, over 6,000 teams, all gathered in the square. In the square, there was a podium. Director Yang Guangming sat in the center, surrounded by a group of esteemed elders. There were people from the education department and others invited from different places. In short, they were all top-notch big shots. They were specifically invited to handle scoring and maintaining order. To Yang Guangming's left was the security guard at the entrance of the black market. Market guardian, Zhao Dezuzu. To his right was the absolute authority in the field of mental health in Huaxia, psychiatric hospital director, Zheng Xihua. Next to them were the heads of various families, the president of the Ability Association, the chairman of the Adventurers Guild, and so on. The first reason was that the college entrance examination was too important and required authoritative figures for scoring. The second was to ensure absolute prestige, to maintain order, and respond to emergencies. Everyone on site was packed with bags, ready to go. The weather was extremely hot and they were all wearing various protective gear. Quickly drenched in sweat, Xingchen and the others stood at the back of the line. They had no bags at all, just like going downstairs for a stroll. Draped in bright red cloth, it could shield them from the sun and prevent tanning. They were leisurely eating ice cream, feeling quite relaxed and comfortable. This made the people around them furious, but no one dared to say a word. On the stage, the host of the college entrance examination was introducing the rules. All exams will start from Goblin City, passing through Goblin Forest, Minotaur Mountain Range, Slime Swamp, Cat Demon Forest, and Wild Boar Spirit Prairie, finally reaching the most dangerous dragon nest. While ensuring safety, everyone will search for the spirit pearls hidden in various locations. Each spirit pearl is worth 10 points. Additionally, anyone who obtains weapons from wild monsters along the way can also score points. For example, a goblin's club, a minotaur's horn, a cat demon's claw, etc., each worth 1 point. Everyone can steal from each other outside the safe zone, but once inside the safe zone, stealing is not allowed. For each adventure map, we will arrange staff to set up safe zones. Everyone can exchange points for living supplies and food. If you can't hold on, you can send a signal to forfeit and staff will arrive immediately to assist. Points will accumulate until the moment of forfeiture and will not reset. Additionally, the order of arrival at the dragon nest will also be included in the point calculation. Finally, I wish everyone good luck on the exam. Then, a loud bell rang. The gates of Goblin City slowly opened. Everyone, carrying their bags, rushed out the door all at once. Instantly, it turned into a chaotic mess. Seizing the opportunity was the most important thing. Xingchen and the others leisurely followed at the back. They stood in a row, their bright red cloth fluttering in the wind. Winky face. The 5 of them stood out remarkably. Xingchen chuckled. He, you go ahead, I'll just grab, no, I'll pick up what's already there, he. With a whoosh, over 30,000 candidates rushed out of Goblin City. They ran wildly across the Abyss continent. The ground trembled, and dust flew everywhere. It was like a swarm of locusts entering, leaving nothing in their wake. Charge! Kill! I want to be first. Everyone scrambled to be ahead, fearing they would fall behind. Occasionally encountering 1 or 2 small wild monsters, thousands of people would charge directly at them. Not a single ash was left after the killing. At this moment, a male goblin was taking a walk with his little girlfriend. This place was far from the goblin forest, lacking the hustle and bustle. It was filled with tranquility and romance. The 2 goblins embraced tightly. Just as the male goblin's hands began to wander, wanting to take things further, the ground started to tremble. Soon after, at the edge of the land, thousands of humans appeared, armed and charging towards them with fierce momentum. Look, there are goblins over there. Whoever kills them first gets to keep them. Kill them. The 2 goblins, lost in their romance, were completely stunned. Damn it, we finally found a secluded place to sneak away, and now thousands of people come to chop me up. What a sin. Whoosh. The 2 goblins were instantly trampled into 2-dimensional beings by the human army, forever overlapping together. The crowd was far from satisfied. Just 2 monsters? How could that be enough for thousands of them to kill? At this point, they could only head towards the goblin forest. There were many goblin tribes there, some of which had even established kingdoms. Only then could they earn more points. Kill them. Charge. We are pests. We are pests. The pests sang as they rushed towards the goblin forest. At this moment, Xingchen had already mounted a tricycle. Behind him were 3 people and a large piece of bright red cloth. Lua's invisibility skill could cloak most things and even carry 1 person invisibly at the same time. However, the black bear spirit's robe was a divine artifact. With her bronze 5-star strength, she couldn't cloak it for now. Xingchen rode the tricycle, swaying leisurely behind, not in the least bit anxious. but the students running behind him were envious to the point of tears. Damn, why does he get a tricycle? Yeah, the teacher is cheating. The supervising teacher, who was recording nearby, glanced at the tricycle, then shook his head. He didn't bring a tricycle when he left the main gate. He might have brought it through some spatial ability or obtained it from defeating monsters. So theoretically, it doesn't count as cheating. Instantly, the reporting students were grinding their teeth in frustration. I should have brought a bicycle too. No worries, I'll call my dad to bring a car over, the supervising teacher kindly reminded. To prevent exam cheating, everyone in the Lauren Abyss has been recalled to the city. If anyone unrelated to the college entrance examination is found outside the Abyss, they will be treated as criminals. So now, besides us, the entire Lauren Abyss is left with only some desperate individuals. The person was directly filled with black lines. Damn, this is really tight. Meanwhile, Xingchen was riding the tricycle while pulling out a fan to blow in his face. My goodness, this is exhilarating. Wah! This made the group beside him furious. You have a tricycle, why aren't you riding faster? Are you deliberately trying to annoy us by riding so slowly? All the way, the sound of grinding teeth from the crowd never stopped. Xingchen rode the tricycle while singing. I am Babwa Baban, he is Baban Babwa, Babwa Baban Babwa, too. Happy little monsters, loved by all, beautiful as a painting. Instantly, everyone wailed in despair. The turtle is singing. Your singing is way too awful. It's killing us. Xingchen looked at the crowd who were suffering from the noise and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Sorry everyone, did I disturb you? I'll put on my headphones, these are noise cancelling, and with them on, there's no sound at all, works great. Saying this, Xingchen took out a large headset and put it on his ears. Then, his whole body swayed to the rhythm of the music, singing even louder. It was like the Italian artillery bombarding Ping'an County. I am Babwa Ben, he is Benbo. Ba! The crowd erupted in a chorus of wails. Their supplies were heavy and the heat was unbearable. A giant, horrendous loudspeaker blared noise from somewhere. Who could stand this? Stop singing, can't you hear? Please, just let us be. The crowd cursed and pleaded, using both soft and hard tactics to shout at Xingchen. However, Xingchen couldn't hear a thing, because his headphones were noise cancelling. The crowd was on the verge of madness. I'm tired, let it all end. Along the way, those charging ahead were busy killing monsters and gathering loot, utterly exhausted. Those behind, trying to conserve their strength, were tortured to the brink of despair, contemplating suicide. After a long day of trekking, they finally reached the border of the goblin forest. This was also the first safe zone. At this moment, everyone was covered in dirt, looking utterly disheveled. The staff in the safe zone had already marked out the territory. Skilled guards were stationed around. Inside, there was a small pond for the candidates to drink and wash up. After a day of running around, everyone was completely worn out. One by one, they collapsed onto the grass in the safe zone, not wanting to move at all. However, at that moment, a wave of delicious aromas wafted over. What smells so good? It seems to be spicy crayfish. No, it's garlic crayfish, oil-fried crayfish, stir-fried crayfish, braised crayfish, 13-spice crayfish, steamed crayfish. Everyone suddenly jolted. It smells so damn good. Is this guy the god of crayfish? I've never smelled such fragrant crayfish in my life. This made everyone drool, their mouths watering uncontrollably. Then, looking at the bread and instant noodles in their hands, it suddenly didn't seem appealing anymore. Damn it, comparing people is infuriating. I can't take it anymore. Just then, the aroma of grilled skewers floated over. Jean de Beos was wearing a white apron and a white scarf on his head. Various meat skewers sizzled on the grill, releasing an enticing fragrance. Don't miss out, authentic grilled kidneys, incredibly fragrant, super delicious, eat this and your combat power will last longer. This made the group even hungrier. Most of the supplies they carried were for fighting monsters. A small portion was for survival and carrying. A tent and water bottle meant they were already well off. Who could bring pots and pans, or a grill, to the exam? At this moment, Xingchen pulled out a small stool, happily holding a skewer of lamb in his left hand and a plate of crayfish in his right. He was showing off, eating while smacking his lips. Smack, smack. Oh my, it's so delicious. Xingchen ate while watching everyone. Classmates, do you want some? Below, some hopeless souls chimed in. I want to eat. I want to grill my own. The crowd? Xingchen wanted to sell food too, but the supervising teacher was glaring at him as if ready to kill. Swallowing hard, she reminded him that trading was not allowed in the safe zone. There was no choice but to eat by himself. Xingchen and the others peeled the shells off various flavored crayfish, popping them into their mouths one by one. Skewers of meat sizzled and dripped with oil, sending sparks flying. After eating their fill, Xingchen and his friends lay in the tent fast asleep. A pile of trash remained, along with the lingering aroma. It echoed throughout the camp. The scent lingered for a long time. Everyone hid in the slightly cool tent, inhaling the fragrance. Their stomachs grumbled incessantly. Damn it, this is sinful. Their mouths and stomachs cursed all night. They still couldn't figure out whose fault it was. In the end, they all pointed their fingers at their own heads. Head, who did I offend? The next day, everyone emerged from the tents with dark circles under their eyes, bags under their eyes, and messy hair like a chicken coop. It was so torturous. What kind of karma was this in a past life? How did I end up with such a bunch? As soon as they stepped outside, they were dumbfounded. What the hell? The tent is missing a third. It turned out that the hard-working birds had already gone out hunting. They couldn't roll, nor could they lie flat. How were these people supposed to get by? They hurriedly packed their bags and untied the tents. The entire campsite was shrouded in a cloud of smoke. The clanging and banging went on for more than half an hour. They quickly dealt with a meal and rushed on their way. The sun was high in the sky, nearing noon. Xingchen yawned as he came out of the tent. Ha! It smells so good. Where is everyone? What the hell? Roll up. Xingchen quickly went back into the tent to wake up Zhang Daba and Xiao Longxiao. Then he rushed into the girls' tent. He was kicked out. Hey, I really didn't see Pikachu underwear. Immediately after, the tent door was pulled open. A figure wrapped in a big red cloth came out. That's right, just a big red cloth. Lua's natural anti-peeping physique was really effective here. Before long, Lin Yusen also came out wrapped in a big red cloth. However, her little face was a tad redder than the big red cloth. Seeing that everyone had finally come out, Xingchen was anxious. He shouted, "We're doomed, it's already noon, we've missed breakfast." Everyone Zhang Daba looked at his watch with a worried expression. Only then did his serious expression ease. Don't panic, it's 11:55, as long as we finish breakfast before 12, we can still have lunch. What the hell, no wonder you're called the Sleeping Dragon in Phoenix. Chick, your thinking is on a different channel from normal people. Then everyone got busy. A sumptuous lunch was finally ready. Xiao Longxia was indeed the god of crayfish. 18 dishes of crayfish with 18 different cooking methods. And the other dishes were also extremely authentic, delicious and not greasy. Xingchen and the others feasted, finally setting off with full bellies. Only the staff left behind to clean up the mess cursed under their breath. Eating well is one thing, but why the hell do you have to create so much garbage? Xingchen rode a tricycle carrying a few people, heading deep into the dense forest. 2 supervising teachers responsible for the wrap-up followed them, with black lines on their faces. There was no way they also wanted to follow the main group, but their task was to hold the rear. They thought there would be at least a few hundred students left. Who knew these few would wake up so late? Their group of 7 weaved through the goblin forest. Along the way, they saw one small goblin tribe after another that had been completely slaughtered. These small tribes usually had around a few thousand goblins. They couldn't compare to the previous kingdom of hundreds of thousands of goblins, but it was still a considerable force provided they didn't run into the exam pest army. Xingchen looked at the ground covered in goblin corpses. He couldn't help but feel a bit sad. He remembered the cute and silly looks of the goblins from the past. He couldn't help but sigh to the sky. Damn it, you didn't leave a single one for me. Next one. The group continued on their way. Then they saw one goblin tribe after another that had been completely slaughtered. Goblin corpses were everywhere. Some goblin mothers protected their children only to be pierced by long spears together. Some goblin families insisted on staying together. In short, one word, tragic. Of course, Xingchen's sympathy was not greater than the assessment results. He could curse online about certain people who eat rabbits being utterly heartless with overflowing maternal instincts. But in reality, if anyone dares to take even a dime from him, no matter who it is, they will be risking their lives. However, the others were somewhat at a loss. Especially Zhang Daba, whose rubber baton was already creaking in his hands. These heartless bastards, goblins are so cute, how can we kill goblins? As someone who aspires to be a security guard, I firmly oppose this. The supervising teacher couldn't help but sigh. Alas, due to the increase in adventurers hunting, the number of goblins and other wild monsters has sharply decreased in recent years. Especially last month, it was said that a kid almost wiped out a goblin kingdom. Xingchen, winky face. Yeah, that kid, really, not a good person. The supervising teacher shot him a glare and continued. This year's college entrance examination only requires the confiscation of goblin weapons to earn points. Originally intended to reduce some killings, it's to prevent the goblin population from plummeting and affecting the ecological balance. It seems this time it backfired. The supervising teacher kept shaking his head. Meanwhile, a system task had already appeared in Xingchen's mind. System task: reduce goblin casualties. Completion condition: reduce the number of goblin deaths by half. Task reward: 1 longevity slot. Machine, plus 10 longevity. Xingchen was instantly overjoyed. What the hell, seriously, give me 10 years of longevity. If the system gives me longevity, then I won't be sleepy anymore. I'm going to soar. Xingchen patted his chest. Teacher, don't worry, protecting goblins is my duty. I'm not just a goblin image protection ambassador for nothing. The supervising teacher was completely baffled, wondering how this guy suddenly came up with such a thing. Before the teacher could react, Shingchen had already dashed out on his tricycle. Damn, there's mud on the ground, you splashed it all over us. The two supervising teachers grinned like two muddy monkeys. You know, with this guy, I really feel he can protect the entire goblin race. Shingchen had already entered a frenzied pedaling mode. His legs were kicking out after images. The few people behind were gripping the railing tightly to avoid falling off. Damn, Shingchen, slow down. Shingchen replied while pedaling furiously on the tricycle. No way, whoever dares to touch my goblins, I'll fight them. Have you considered how our butts feel? Shingchen pedaled wildly, weaving through the dense forest. Along the way, he encountered several goblin tribes that had been nearly wiped out. The largest tribe had almost 10,000 goblins. No one touch my goblins. Ah! Shingchen crazily chased after them. Finally, he caught up with the main force. At this moment, tens of thousands of candidates were fighting against the regular army of the Goblin Kingdom. Both sides were locked in a fierce battle. The battlefield was littered with corpses, blood flowing endlessly. Of course, most of these corpses were left by the goblins. On the candidates' side, a few unlucky ones had also fallen. Although at a critical moment they chose to run away and forfeit. But the goblins didn't care about that. The Goblin Kingdom they chose was also a very special existence. Because of the National Protective Formation, the Platinum level, teachers who were supposed to protect the students were suppressed to Silver level. At a critical moment, they couldn't intervene in time. However, for these candidates, if they fell, they fell. If you want to stand out, you have to take some risks. Even if you get into the War Academy, after graduation, you still have to engage in high-risk industries, like abyss exploration or defending your homeland. The path you choose is worth dying for. The martial arts examination is this cruel. This is also why so many people choose the cultural examination. The war continued. The scene was already a bloody mess. The Goblin army suffered significant losses in combat last time against the Starry Might. But none of the 7 great generals fell. It was just that the king was scared off after the defeat. At this moment, top talents from all sides, empowered by Silver, were battling the 7 golden level Goblin generals. For a time, they were not at a disadvantage. The rest were coordinating with each other, barely suppressing the Goblin army under the support of powerful equipment. Both sides had fallen into a bitter struggle. It seemed that even after a few more hours there would be no clear victor. However, a change was about to occur. Shingchen, riding a tricycle, appeared like a flame, illuminating the darkness. Dressed in a bright red robe, his face was filled with killing intent as he charged between the two armies like a cannon. Then, with one foot pushing off the ground, the entire vehicle drifted and came to a sudden stop. The Goblin army was taken aback at the sight of Shingchen. Well, the Grim Reaper has arrived. Between the two armies, Shingchen alone on his tricycle crossed the middle. He was incredibly imposing. The other teammates were thrown off by the sudden stop, but that was another story. Everyone, could you give me some face and temporarily cease fire? Shingchen shouted. At this moment, both sides were bewildered. Although the exam candidates had the upper hand, everyone was afraid of dying. If this continued, the goblins would be wiped out, but how many would they lose on their side? Of course, it didn't matter if others died, but what if they themselves were killed? They were here to take an exam, not to risk their lives. The goblins weren't particularly afraid of death, but they were afraid of Shingchen. That brutal figure from a month ago was still fresh in their minds. The mushroom clouds were terrifyingly buried in their hearts. Suddenly, everyone really stopped fighting. Shingchen was also taken aback. Damn, I was just saying that, and I really do have some face. The exam candidates were even more confused than Shingchen. How could this guy speak so effectively on the goblin side? Did he have some connections? Meanwhile, Ling Qinghan in the crowd was almost going mad. Damn it, why do you have face? Shingchen completely ignored them. Instead, he directly pulled out a small boy nuclear bomb from his spatial backpack and placed it between the two armies. This made his words carry more weight. Shingchen cleared his throat. Ahem, dear exam candidates and goblin compatriots, I sincerely thank you all for giving me this face. I am a person who loves peace and also the ambassador for Goblin image protection. Instantly, disdain filled the eyes of the 70 to 80,000 people present. Well, damn it, you love peace? Then how did our king get killed? What the hell is a Goblin image protection ambassador? Is there such a ridiculous profession? Shingchen ignored them and continued his speech. Well, I hope to resolve the issue in a peaceful manner. What kind of situation is this fighting and killing? It's really embarrassing for us two-legged beings. Even the wild boar spirit next door will laugh at us. Everyone had dark expressions, and they wished they could throw their weapons at Shingchen's face right then and there. This guy was too annoying. Just seeing his face made them want to slap him, even though he was quite handsome. Next, I will act as a peace envoy to the Goblin Kingdom to discuss peace together, ensuring a win-win for everyone. I'm done speaking, you can applaud now. Silence, a deathly silence. Not a sound was heard. Xingchen, carrot? Hey, I thought we agreed to give face. At this moment, Ling Qinghan stepped forward. As a top talent on the exam candidate's side, his words carried some weight. Hey, why should we trust you? What use is a trash collector like you? Immediately, voices of doubt followed. Yeah, why? Should we trust you? What use would it be for you to go? Xingchen remained calm and placed the small boy on the seat of the tricycle. If it's useless, then let brother Ling go alone. We'll head back to the safe zone to rest. Come on, family, let's go eat some crayfish, it's on me. Some rather unambitious folks were directly attracted by the so-called crayfish. Wow, let's go. Thanks, brother Xie. Ling Qinghan was dumbfounded. No, I didn't say I was going. He looked at the tens of thousands of goblin troops in front of him, and the 7 great generals, grinning menacingly. His rear tightened involuntarily. No matter how strong a genius he is, he can't take on such a large group of goblins. Xingchen grinned at him. What, scared? No. Ling Qinghan retorted stubbornly. If you're not scared, why are you clenching? My rear itches. Can't I scratch it? Then let the Goblin Iron Club general scratch it for you. He's skilled. The spiked club feels amazing. Ling Qinghan's face darkened and he unconsciously tightened his sphincter. Seeing him at a loss, Wu Yuyu happily stepped out. With her high ponytail and little skirt, she was both fierce and delicate. Ha ha ha, really a turtle who can't hold back a laugh. It's still my big brother Xingchen who's reliable. After saying that, she stood beside Xingchen to show her support. Now, Xingchen's prestige rose a few notches. Xingchen was very happy to see Wu Yuyu standing by his side. Ah, it's still the fabric-saving sister. I've missed you so much. Wu Yuyu's face darkened. What the hell, another fabric-saving sister has appeared. Do you have such a large vocabulary? Xingchen patted the fabric-saving sister's shoulder and laughed endlessly. Wu Yuyu maintained a straight face, saying nothing. Indeed, the smile wouldn't disappear, it would only shift. If no one opposes, then it's settled. Everyone ceasefire. Wait a minute. At this moment, the Longxiang siblings stepped out from the crowd. They weren't top-tier geniuses, but they were in the top 10, the kind who could speak up. I refuse to accept this. Why should we cease fire just because he says so? We're about to defeat the goblins, right? A few sycophants in the back chimed in. Yeah, if you hadn't come, we would have already stormed the goblin camp. Exactly, I think you're a spy sent by the goblins. Xingchen was taken aback. This kid had some skills. He remained calm and composed. Then does young Master Long wish to go to the Goblin Kingdom as an envoy? Longxiang turned his head, hiding his unease. I'm not going. I want to fight my way in. Alright, since young Master Long has spoken, let's fight our way in. Come on, show us. Xingchen quietly took a step back. Then he reminded the goblin army in front of him. Pay attention, it's this kid who wants to fight you. But that has nothing to do with me. Instantly, the goblin army was furious. The goblins' nature, no, their bloodthirstiness, could no longer be contained. Even if I die, I'll take this kid down with me. Right, let's all go together. At this moment, the 7 goblin generals stood in front of Longxiang. It was hard to finally have peace, and you want to stir things up? Let's deal with you first. The 7 golden level goblins stood in front of Longxiang. Longxiang immediately shrank back. Actually, I'm quite fond of peace, really. Xingchen chuckled. So young. Master Long is also fond of peace, then you must be the peace envoy. Come on, let's go negotiate with the Goblin Kingdom. There are beautiful goblin princesses there. Longxiang's face turned green. Looking at the goblin army in front of him, wanting to swallow him alive, he swallowed hard. I'm not going. Whoever wants to go can go. Xingchen grabbed Longxiang's arm. Young Master Long, don't be modest, you're the best candidate for the peace envoy. Hurry, let's send young Master Long off. Longxiang saw that he was about to be pulled into the goblin army. He was almost scared to the point of losing control. He used all his strength to break free from Xingchen. Crawling and rolling, he ran into the crowd of candidates, hiding behind his sister. Oh my god, you scared me to death. What greeted him next was the endless disdain of the crowd. Seeing that everyone had finally fallen silent, Xingchen cleared his throat. Ahem. I'm telling you all, if no one goes, I really will. I guarantee that the entire Goblin Kingdom will surrender. I'll come to you with weapons. Instantly, everyone became agitated. Yeah, right. It's a miracle if you come back alive. I don't believe it. Seriously, with so many of us, we can't take them down, and you think you can just go over and say a few words? Xingchen grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. Classmates, just watch. With that, Xingchen picked up a little boy and followed the goblin army into the Goblin Kingdom. His silhouette was like a mountain and sea, casting a long shadow. Like a hero, as if at the end of the road. Inside the palace of the Goblin Kingdom, Xingchen awkwardly looked at the bespectacled Lu Yan in front of him. His mouth twitched uncontrollably. Brother, let me explain. Get the hell out of here. Lu Yan grabbed a kitchen knife and was about to attack. Dear, calm down, calm down. The goblin princess Chu Chu Bei hugged Lu Yan tightly. Her plump body almost crushed him. Lu Yan's face instantly turned red. Let go, I can't breathe. The goblin princess was startled and finally released him. Sorry, dear. Xingchen looked at the affectionate couple with a face full of black lines. For a moment he was speechless. How about I just leave? Hell no, you're not going anywhere. Lu Yan stabbed the knife into the table. Didn't you say you'd come pick me up that day? Where are you? Ha! Xingchen's heart sank instantly. My mom called me home for dinner and I forgot about you. How about you come with me now? Lu Yan was about to explode with anger. How the hell can I leave? After saying that, he pointed at the goblin princess Chu Chu Bei's belly. There it was, big and round, bulging. Xingchen was instantly dumbfounded. Damn, you've gained weight again. Get the hell out of here, she's pregnant. Xingchen nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. What? You got her pregnant? Lu Yan nodded seriously, confirming it. Xingchen was completely at a loss. This is the greatest miracle in the history of biology. Lu Yan, you will be recorded in history. Get lost, get lost, Lu Yan said impatiently. So are you leaving or not? Leave my ass, go back and tell my family that I'm doing well here, so they don't worry. Lu Yan's face was full of resentment, about to overflow. Hey, did you hear that? Hey, damn it, Xingchen, what are you doing? Xingchen had his ear pressed against the goblin princess's belly, practically bouncing with excitement, as if it were his own. He's kicking me, he's kicking me. Come on, little guy, call grandpa. Lu Yan? Xingchen noticed the goblins around him looking at him with disdain, and he felt a bit embarrassed. He quickly moved his head away from the goblin princess's belly. Then, he cleared his throat. Ahem. Now let's get down to business. Immediately, a group of high-ranking goblins became serious. Can I help name the little guy? Get lost. Outside the goblin kingdom, the candidates had been waiting for nearly 3 hours. They were getting restless. Do you think that kid has already been killed? By the goblins? Maybe, let him pretend. These goblins are quite brutal. At this moment, Wang Tong and the other students from Class 3 stepped forward. They clarified for Xingchen. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You say he flattened the goblin kingdom, and there might be a slight chance. But come on, he's just a bronze level. Any general could take him down. Long Xiang dragged the guiding parrot out from the crowd. The parrot was still singing and dancing at that moment. Long Xiang looked at everyone and said, if you want to know whether that kid is dead or not, this is easy. Let my parrot fly over to scout the way. Upon hearing this, everyone thought it was a good idea. At least it was. Better than just waiting around. Then Long Xiang slapped the parrot's cage. The guiding parrot looked very reluctant. Li Grandma's leg, damn it. Everyone had a black line on their faces. This isn't a good bird at all. Long Xiang opened the cage with a dark face. The parrot flapped its wings and flew out. Just a few minutes after the parrot flew out, it came back again. It's coming. Who is coming? The goblins are coming. Everyone, underscore? Suddenly, at the end of the woods, a series of footsteps could be heard. Just from the sound, there were at least tens of thousands of goblins, even more than the previous army. Everyone immediately panicked. Damn, could it be that goblins from all the tribes have gathered to join forces against us? That kid is a traitor. Impossible, that kid should have been taken out. Condolences. Just then, the goblin army slowly revealed their figures. They were barehanded, carrying no weapons. All the weapons were piled on a large cart pushed to the front. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Then, everyone saw Xingchen's figure. He was sitting on a luxurious cart with a pile of fruits on his left and a pile of roasted meat on his right. One bite of apple, one bite of banana, and a bite of lamb leg to ease the greasiness. His mouth was dripping with oil, looking quite satisfied. Behind him were the goblin princess and 7 generals, all walking with their heads down like defeated criminals. Everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? I get it, Xingchen was captured by them and is being used as a sacrifice along with fruits and roasted meat. Come on, have you ever seen a sacrifice that eats? The sacrifice? The goblin army had slowly walked up to everyone. The goblin princess slowly approached everyone. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Neat Silk Choo Choo Baby and I represent the entire goblin kingdom to surrender to humanity. This sentence was like a bomb, exploding in everyone's hearts. What the hell? What the hell is going on? That guy persuaded the entire goblin kingdom by himself? Xingchen took a step and jumped down from the war chariot. I, the Goblin Image Protection Ambassador, accept your surrender. Then, Xingchen waved his hand. A large cart of weapons was pulled up. There were big bone clubs, wolf fawn clubs, wooden sticks, stone spears, and so on. Xingchen slowly stepped forward. Classmates, the Goblin Kingdom has shown their sincerity. It's time for us to show our sincerity. After saying that, Xingchen took out a donation box. Look how pitiful the goblins are, they can't even afford shoes. Those who have money, please donate, those who don't, Write an IOU to buy a pair of shoes for the poor goblins. Everyone had a black line on their faces. Damn it, you're really something. At this moment, everyone was deeply attracted by the pile of goblin weapons in front of them. Can we split the loot now? Other things didn't matter. The pile of weapons was a blatant score for the college entrance examination. 1 point each. Shingling cleared his throat. Ahem. Is this the distribution of spoils? I have a small suggestion. Everyone looked up at him, waiting for his performance. I will go on a mission to the Goblin Kingdom, and for my great achievement, a bone club wouldn't be too much to ask, right? A long sigh escaped the crowd, fearing he might make an outrageous demand. Just one, that's not too much. Everyone agreed. Shingling stepped forward and pulled out the largest bone club from inside. Laughter erupted among the crowd. No matter how big you take, it's still just one share. What a fool to think size matters. Shingling took a step back. I've taken mine, now it's your turn. The crowd surged forward like a swarm. This was a blatant distribution of spoils, the kind that required a lot of effort to obtain. That's mine, don't you dare snatch it. Get lost, I was here first. If you don't agree, let's fight. Before long, the entire cart was emptied. At that moment, Longxiang emerged holding 7 or 8 clubs, his face covered in bruises, not knowing who had kicked him during the scramble. Wait, Shingling, you little rascal, you have hidden goods. The goblin tribe has dozens of goblins, and the army has tens of thousands. This cart of weapons can only hold 2,000 at most. Where are the rest hidden? Shingling shrugged. They're all right here. This tribe is poor. Look at those pitiful goblins who can't even afford shoes. How could they have money to buy weapons? Shut up, goblins don't wear shoes. The crowd finally realized. Wait, we've been tricked by this kid. Everyone, let's go into the kingdom and search. At this moment, Ling Qinghan stepped forward. No need to search, our team member Wang Lu has a sensing ability that can detect weapons within dozens of kilometers. Let him sense it. Alright, we trust you. A girl walked out from behind Ling Qinghan. She closed her eyes and began to sense. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes. There really are no weapons left. The entire Goblin Kingdom is empty. The crowd was filled with confusion. The small tribe we robbed before had weapons for almost everyone, yet this big kingdom is even poorer? But Ling Qinghan and Shingling don't get along, so it's impossible for him to help. It seems there really are none left. Shingling placed his hands on his hips. Humph, I told you there were none, and you didn't believe me. I really only took this one. The crowd looked ashamed. Sorry, we misunderstood you. Shingling chuckled. It's fine, we're all classmates. I heard the well water in the Goblin Kingdom is particularly sweet. Let me treat everyone to a drink. Let's go, I'm actually a bit thirsty. Me too. So everyone linked arms and happily entered the Goblin Kingdom to drink well water. Only Wang Tang and the others couldn't stop the twitching at the corners of their mouths. Shingling hoisted the large bone club and let everyone inside. The bone club gleamed with a white sheen. The system panel displayed, LV18 decompose. The exam candidates excitedly rushed into the Goblin Kingdom. They found the nearest well and drew a bucket of water. Everyone eagerly began to drink. They were just too thirsty. Sweet. One candidate gave a thumbs up after drinking. Let me try. The candidate behind him couldn't help but fill his water cup. This is too delicious. I really don't know what they added to it. Really? Let me try. I'm dying of thirst. Without a second thought, everyone started to scramble for the water source. After drinking, they filled their own canteens with water from the well. It was a mad rush, fearing the well water would run out before they could get their share. This is so damn good, better than any water I've ever had in my life. What a great well. How about we start a bottled water factory after graduation? We don't produce water. We are merely the transporters of well water. I'm really a little genius. Just as everyone was scrambling, a sudden voice rang out. Stop drinking. The voice was very loud, with a faint sound of dragon roaring within it. It startled everyone. Longxiang walked over slowly with his team, exuding an air of superiority. Is there a problem with this water, young Master Long? The crowd unconsciously parted to make way for him. Longxiang walked slowly to the edge of the well. He poured himself a cup of water and drank it all in one go. Everyone watched eagerly for Long Xiang's reaction. Suddenly, Long Xiang's eyes lit up. Holy crap, it's sweet. Quick, fill up all the water bottles. Beside him, the crowd had dark expressions. You won't let us drink just so you can have it all, huh? We want to drink too. Soon, a water-snatching battle unfolded in the Goblin Kingdom. At that moment, a goblin soldier passed by. He couldn't help but be startled. Mega, how can you drink the water here? Longxiang smirked, put down his cup, and grabbed the goblin soldier. Do you dare to stop me from drinking? The goblin soldier looked panicked. Mega, I wouldn't dare. Longxiang tossed the goblin soldier aside and rejoined the water-snatching frenzy. The goblin soldier cursed as he walked away. At this time, Shingling bounced over from a distance. Classmates, let's go drink from the new well in the kingdom's backyard. It's on me. Then he saw a group of people fighting over the old well water. Xingchen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It's been so long, the medicine should have expired, so drinking a little bit should be fine. At this moment, the battle for water intensified. Long Xiang picked up a bucket. Dun dun dun, he poured it into his mouth, finished, and tossed the bucket aside. Who else? Xingchen. Equals? In the Goblin City, the examiners couldn't stop twitching their mouths, because Principal Wu Kuan was also in the crowd. He had personally experienced the potency of goblin well water. It was so thin that even now, his flower was still yellow. Of course, Wu Kuan was a very kind teacher. He had reported this matter to the assessment team. Now, dozens of principals were gritting their teeth in front of the monitoring screen. Damn it, someone drugged it. Will the education department take action? Right, revoke his exam qualifications. The education director, Yang Wangming, also had a dark expression. The student drugged it a month ago and the exam questions hadn't been released then, so it doesn't constitute a violation. The dozens of principals beside him were about to explode with anger. Especially Principal Hu Zhou. He watched his most prized student, Long Xiang, gulping down water from the bucket. He was completely stunned. How much did this damn thing cost? Inside the abyss, everyone had roughly searched the Goblin Kingdom again and indeed only found a few broken bone clubs. Just as Xingchen said, all the weapons of the Goblin Kingdom were in that cart. The crowd enjoyed food and drink in the Goblin Kingdom. The fruits of the Goblin Kingdom were exceptionally sweet. It was hard to believe that a group of ordinary goblins had such good things. Especially that well water. Everyone filled every container they could find to the brim. They were afraid they wouldn't be able to drink such sweet well water again after they left. Afterwards, they also toured the Goblin Palace. They watched the love story between the bespectacled Lu Yan and the Goblin Princess. They couldn't help but have their worldview shattered. But they still admired Lu Yan's spirit of bravely pursuing love and sacrificing himself. They all wished Lu Yan and the Goblin Princess well, wishing them to have children soon, 1 a year, 2 in 2 years, and 3 in 3 years, a whole nest in 3 years. Lu Yan's mouth twitched and didn't stop. Damn it, can you all just give a proper blessing? After everyone finished touring the Goblin King's palace, they unconsciously began to wander around the Goblin Kingdom. It was their first time visiting the Goblin Kingdom. The architectural style and the well water here amazed them. There were some ruins in the Goblin Kingdom that they found very promising. For example, the 100-person latrine, the 1,000-person latrine, the 10,000-person latrine. Long Xiang, after sneaking into a forest, accidentally stepped on a mushroom bomb. This caused him to be blown to smithereens, covered in dirt and ash. Fortunately, he transformed into a dragon in time to resist the damage, otherwise he would have been seriously injured today. He exclaimed, I can't believe the Goblin Kingdom has such advanced invisible landmines. And the defensive formations in the jungle are incredibly well done. Impressive. Xingchen and the others indulged in food and drink in the Goblin Palace. They began to study the princess's prominent belly. We need to give the little guy a name. How about Lu Iron Pillar, Thunder Gaba? No way, the latter part of the name is up to the little one. We can only name the first 3 characters. Zheng Debao thought for a moment. If it's a boy, he should be called Lu Des, and if it's a girl, Lu Kaihua. Zheng Debao was very pleased with the names he came up with, a proud expression on his face. The others, however, looked at him with black lines on their faces. Can we have a bit of culture? I didn't even graduate from high school, it's hard to have culture. At that moment, Lu Yan finally couldn't take it anymore. Stop with the naming already. This is called marrying in. The child should take the mother's surname. Instantly, a few of them became excited. Looking at Lu Yan, their eyes were filled with envy. Big brother, you're amazing, getting to live off a woman at such a young age, reaching the peak of life. Can you teach me? Get lost, get lost, get lost. Lu Yan waved his hand impatiently. Just then, the Goblin Princess Chu Chu Bebe pushed over a small square box. The box was small, resembling a miniature game console. There were 2 joysticks on the console. Xingchen stared blankly at the game console, as if some doubts in his mind were being resolved. At that moment, a voice from the system appeared in Xingchen's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Task reward, lifespan. Plus 10 reward, a lifespan slot machine quality, golden artifact type, gambling device attribute, use lifespan as a bet, randomly draw abilities or items, with the grand prize being the ability to use any ability you can think of within 7 minutes, the higher the chance of winning the grand prize. Description: true gamblers never use money as chips, we only gamble with our lives. Xingchen looked at this somewhat useless lifespan slot machine, his mouth twitching. This thing had such strong abilities, but it was a bit bizarre. Xingchen's face was filled with black lines, gradually overflowing the screen. System, using lifespan as a bet, I can't use it that many times. Right? Host, please don't mind these details, you don't have to. The slot machine can also be lent to others. Xingchen's eyes lit up. Then he glanced at Zheng Debao, who was eating a banana nearby. This thing is great. At critical moments, Zhang Debao could also unleash boundless combat power. Ha 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 ha, I'm truly the best brother in the world. After staying in the Goblin Kingdom for a few hours, the group of candidates finally headed towards the next safe zone. As night fell, the candidates gradually arrived at the safe zone and began to set up camp. A small number of candidates, the Roll Kings, still roamed the Goblin Forest, searching for opportunities due to having received too few weapons. But their numbers were too small, making it difficult to hunt in the Goblin tribes. They could only see lone goblins and attempt some ambushes. The results were evident. But in the dictionary of it's not about the scores, it's about the teachers in the safe zone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing everyone arrive safely. Phew, it seems the quality of the candidates this time is really high. After a day of adventure, hardly anyone got hurt. At this moment, the first batch of candidates had already reached their destination. Long Xiang was the first to leap out. He was carrying a large box on his shoulder, which looked quite heavy. But in the face of Long Xiang's immense strength, it was nothing. Pieing, he threw the box to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Teacher, I want to exchange my points. The supervising teacher didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly brought over professional equipment to help Long Xiang exchange his points. The supervising teacher held a professional scanner in his hand, scanning each goblin weapon. Big bone clubs, wolf fawn clubs, stone spears. With each successful scan, the device emitted a beep, indicating that the weapons were indeed confiscated today. Long Xiang looked at everyone with pride, as if to say, "You bunch of trash, look how impressive I am, I've confiscated so many weapons." The surrounding candidates looked at him with envy. After a while, the scanning was complete. Long Xiang took out 3 spirit pearls. These were what he had found along the way. Each was worth 10 points. The supervising teacher looked at Long Xiang in astonishment. 26 weapons, 3 spirit pearls, Long Xiang's team has a total of 56 points. Suddenly, a wave of shock spread through the crowd. What, 56 points? I said our team didn't score a single point today. It turns out all of it was taken by Long Xiao. Sigh, comparing people really makes one feel inferior. On the huge screen in the safe zone, Long Xiang's name appeared, ranking first. Haha, what SSS rank? It's all trash. I, Long Xiang, am the true prodigy. Then, the sound of slapping faces echoed. Wu Qinghan's name quickly surpassed him, taking the first place. First place, Wu Qinghan, 87 points. Long Xiang gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Humph. He's just lucky, but at least I'm second." Clap, clap, clap. Second place, Wu Yuyu, 85 points. Long Xiang gritted his teeth. At least I'm still third. Clap, clap, clap. Third place, Emily, 82 points. Long Xiang was about to faint from anger. Wait, who is this Emily? I've never heard of her. No way. Tomorrow I'll grind monsters and definitely take back the first place that belongs to me. Just then, the big screen suddenly froze. When it resumed, a long string of numbers appeared at the top. First place, Xingchen, 131072 points. Long Xiang exploded. What the hell? Everyone was stunned when they saw Xingchen's points. Especially Long Xiang and a few other prodigies, their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. What the hell? This guy must be hiding something. It shouldn't be. Did he hide those weapons in his pants? Let's go take a look. A group of people rushed to the location where Xingchen submitted his weapons, and then they were instantly dumbfounded. A large open space was filled with goblin big bone clubs, wolf fawn clubs, stone spears, and other weapons. Hundreds of thousands of big clubs piled on the ground. The scene was a dazzling white expanse. It was almost enough to bury Xingchen. Nearby, dozens of teachers responsible for inspection had expressions full of black lines. Did he just wipe out the goblin lair? Their detection devices were slightly smoking, as if to say, "I'm done with this." Xingchen patted his butt, ready to leave, when he saw Long Xiang and the others approaching. "Good morning, everyone. Is there something you need?" Xingchen asked enthusiastically. "What the hell? Where did you get so many big bone clubs?" "This is the one I had. It just accidentally fell and split on the ground. The teachers can testify for me." Saying this, Xingchen pointed to the nearby teacher whose face was completely blackened. Everyone turned to look at that teacher, expressing their doubts. The teacher nodded seriously. "Well, theoretically, that's how it is." He indeed saw Xingchen come over with a large bone stick and casually toss it on the ground. Then, with a whoosh, the entire area turned into large bone sticks. Instantly, he and his little friends were stunned. Moreover, he used a professional testing device to check, and, surprisingly, every single one passed. It was truly beyond the realm of common sense. Everyone glared at Xingchen with dark faces, their teeth itching with anger. Xingchen scratched his head. "Everyone, it's fine, I'm leaving now. The crayfish over there is ready, I'm going to eat." After saying that, Xingchen dashed off. He, I'm rich now, time to buy something. The exam rules state that points can be exchanged for various supplies, with the prices determined by the quality of the supplies. For example, a large box of tasteless compressed biscuits is enough for a whole team to eat for a day and requires 1 point to exchange. Another example is an ordinary combat knife, which also only needs 1 point. Higher-end equipment, like firearms or mechanical arms, armor, etc., requires between 2 to 5 points. With a total of 10 days of exams, candidates cannot bring 10 days worth of food all at once, as they need to carry other supplies like tents and weapons, unless one is a super strong person like Yi Chen, who can carry sacks or has a cheating-style space backpack like Xingchen. The rest of the ordinary people still need to exchange points for survival supplies. At this moment, the supply supermarket was already crowded with people. A group of staff arranged various supplies on shelves, neatly stacked. A large area was designated for living supplies. Compressed biscuits, instant noodles, sausages, canned goods, and so on were dazzlingly displayed. On the other side was the combat supplies area. Various knives, firearms, armor, including medical kits and emergency medicines, etc. In the previous safe zone, candidates had very few points in hand and were a bit reluctant to spend. Now that they had some points, of course, they wanted to buy some supplies. Sigh, these compressed biscuits are too expensive, we only earn 10 points today. Don't even mention it, instant noodles here actually cost 0.5 points per bucket. Look over there, there's cheap drinks and happiness water, but damn, they also cost 1 point. Some people were staring at a box of Huazi on the highest shelf, their eyes nearly popping out. It's Huazi, damn, 5 points, I'd risk my life for that. At this moment, Xingchen swaggered over with Zhang Debao and a few others. He said to the teammates behind him, today's expenses are on me, young Master Xing. Everyone feel free to eat and buy whatever you want. Wang Tong and others, who were shopping there, were taken aback when they saw Xingchen coming over. They hadn't seen the leaderboard on the screen yet. They hurriedly exchanged points and came over to buy things. This kid only has 1 point, what does he want to buy? Wang Tong mocked. Do you want me to lend you some? Ha ha. However, Xingchen completely ignored him and rushed towards the food area. He pointed at the large pile of instant noodles. Teacher, pack this whole pile for me. Ah, and that pile of compressed biscuits, pack them all. Ah, right, and this, the cheap drink, big bottle of iced tea. Damn, look, isn't that the legendary Little Prince milk? Pack it all up. Wang Tong stepped forward and patted Xingchen on the shoulder. Hey, wait, do you really have that many points? Seeing Wang Tong, Xingchen couldn't help but chuckle. You know what, I actually do have a little bit recently. Then, Xingchen was frantically purchasing in front of the astonished crowd, almost emptying the supplies. Wang Tong looked puzzled, and suddenly he saw the huge screen displaying Xingchen's score of over 160,000. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Did you empty the Goblin Kingdom? At that moment, Long Xiang and the others hurried to the supply supermarket. They then witnessed the scene of Xingchen buying everything. Long Xiang was stunned. Damn, bro, leave me some. Xingchen turned around, a sausage in his mouth. Ah, I left some for you, look over there, isn't there a box of stinky tofu? Long Xiang's face darkened. It felt like a herd of alpacas was galloping through his mind. Damn it, can stinky tofu fill you up? Before he could react, Xingchen, along with Zhang Daba, Lin Yusen, and Xiao Longxia, started buying like crazy again. Hey, Daba, buy that whole pile. Little crayfish, and that pile of Huazi. Hey, Li Yusen, go buy all that combat gear. Right, not a single one left behind. Xingchen was wreaking havoc in the food section. Wherever he passed, he had to buy everything before leaving. Many instant foods were opened with a single bite. If it wasn't tasty, he tossed it away. He was all about not letting you eat, driving you crazy. Luncheon meat, canned salted fish, Russian sausages, all were collected without leaving a trace. Everyone watched his actions, almost dumbfounded. Damn, being rich is just being willful. Oh, damn, bro, you're not leaving anything at all? Hey, why the hell are you buying so many sanitary pads? Xingchen awkwardly smiled. Ah, sorry, I just got carried away. Mu Qianxue stood in the crowd, watching Xingchen's spree, gritting her silver teeth in anger. If it weren't for her family's arrangement to team up with these prodigies, she should have been the one buying and eating there, right? So regretful. Suddenly, someone reacted. Hey, everyone, hurry up and buy, or there won't be a single hair left. Soon, everyone joined the rush for supplies. But they had little money, the most anyone had was around 80 bucks. They could only symbolically buy 2 instant noodles to try. However, in their haste, they couldn't carefully consider the prices and accidentally bought the most expensive ones. Damn, there's an assassin. The luxurious lobster seafood instant noodles actually cost 15 points. Long Xiang looked at the lobster seafood noodles in his hand, lost in thought. Damn, this is too expensive, what a ripoff. Instant noodle assassin. Soon, all the supplies were bought out by Xingchen. Looking at his points, he had only spent over 60,000 points. Teacher, can you sell some high-end products next time? If not, you could set the prices a bit higher. Selling it so cheap doesn't reflect my status. The crowd was so angry they gritted their teeth, really wanting to go up and knock him out with a stick. Unfortunately, this was a safe zone, and robbery activities were not allowed. It's fine, with so many supplies, he definitely can't eat it all. Why not wait until he leaves the safe zone, then rob him all at once? The leftovers he can't take. We can just move them directly. The safe zone doesn't have rules against picking things up. However, their hopes were soon dashed. They heard Xingchen telling the staff selling the goods, "Teacher, I can't finish all this. Please help me pack it up and send it to the Xingqing garbage dump in Jianghuai City." Recipient Shingling. Instantly, everyone was dumbfounded. Damn it, if you want to buy things, go to the supermarket. This is our survival supplies for the college entrance exam. Then, everyone turned their attention to the pile of weapons and equipment bought by Lin Yusen. Food and drink you can take with you, but you can't exactly pack up the weapons and equipment to take home, can you? However, to everyone's astonishment, Xingchen fused all the weapons into one big iron lump. Damn, this final fused state looks a bit ugly. Xingchen stared at the iron ball in front of him. The system panel displayed junk fusion body quality, purple rare attributes, explosion power, increased tenfold, one-time product description, a big iron lump formed from a pile of broken weapons, worth a lot as scrap metal. Xingchen's face darkened. It seemed this thing could only be used once. He picked up the big iron lump and saw the stunned crowd beside him. Hey, you guys, are still here? I'm going to eat. You all carry on. Then, everyone watched as Xingchen and a few others devoured their food. Crawfish, grilled, sausages, skewers, all kinds of food. It smelled so good. The others looked at their compressed biscuits and instant noodles, and they were about to cry. Damn it, this is just too much. With grim faces, everyone hurriedly finished their tasteless food and forced themselves into the tent to sleep. Their mouths and stomachs began to complain again. Long Xiang, with tears in his eyes, ate the seafood noodles he bought for 15 points. The soup only had a few shrimp skins and 2 strands of kelp. Damn it, what a ripoff. This noodle shop has been open for 20 years. And the crawfish is just slightly injured. After Xingchen's team had their fill, they rode their tricycle out of the safe zone. Following Xingchen were Wang Tong and others from the 3rd Special Training Team. They had seen the world, unlike those country bumpkins. In the middle of the night, a startling sound ignited the war. Ding clang, ding clang, ding 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 ding, clang 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 clang. Bang bang bang, bang, bang bang, clang clang clang. Bu bio bio bio. The entire safe zone was instantly shrouded in yellow smoke. What followed was crash. The safe zone directly transformed into another goblin kingdom. Damn, that water is problematic. The night deepened, and thick fog rose. For a moment, it was all cattle and horses. Goblin City Assessment Group. Director Yang Wangming of the Education Department watched Xingchen's super flashy operation on the monitor. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. That was all the supplies for the entire college entrance examination. The other safe zones were still waiting to use them. You bought everything in one go, and you even want to pack it home. What a little brat. At this moment, Principal Wu Kuan looked over. Director, isn't it a bit dangerous to set the route to the dragon territory this time? The strength of the dragons is quite formidable. Director Yang Wangming of the Education Department smiled slightly. It's okay, the dragons and humans have already reached a peace treaty. In the past 5 years, there have been no large-scale collisions with humans. During the college entrance examination, they won't harm these candidates. The purpose of setting this checkpoint as the finish line is to use the steep mountains and cliffs of the dragon territory to test the students' physical strength and endurance. Principal Wu Kuan breathed a slight sigh of relief. That's good, but we still need to be prepared. No worries, I've already stationed experts over there in the dragon territory. I doubt the dragons would dare to do something so dangerous. Meanwhile, on the dragon territory side, the so-called experts sent by Director Yang Wangming were tied to a big tree. The binding technique was not much different from Xingchen's. A few people wearing abyss church masks looked at them with grins. He, these students are in for a tough time. As night deepened, Xingchen leisurely pedaled his tricycle through the pitch-black abyssal forest. With his left hand on the handlebars and his right hand holding a small golden carp, he was full of energy and even started singing. I fall to the mortal realm, free as a bird, originally a carefree immortal in the heavens. The few people behind him were struggling to keep their eyes open, tormented by Xingchen's terrible singing voice. They couldn't sleep, nor could they die. Zhang Debeos, with dark circles under his eyes, couldn't help but ask Xingchen, how come you're so energetic? Xingchen, riding the tricycle, didn't even turn his head. Because I'm fishing. What fishing? Xingchen casually handed the fish to Zhang Debeos. Zhang Debeos stared blankly at the golden carp. He hesitated to take it, instead looking at the fish. The small golden carp was delicate and lively, its mouth opening and closing as if saying, touch me, come on, touch me. Zhang Debeos hesitated a bit. Just take it. Xingchen thrust the fish into Zhang Debeos' hands. Zhang Debeos caught it barehanded. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The feeling of the golden carp in his hands was cool and slippery. The moment he touched it, he felt revitalized. All his fatigue vanished, and he felt as if he had boundless energy. Moreover, his mood was extremely good, filled with joy. Damn it, this is amazing. Is this the joy that fishing brings? On the side, Xiao Longxia, curious, snatched the fish away. Instantly, he felt energized as well. What the hell is this magical item? After touching it, I feel like I've transcended. It's like I slept until noon and then woke up to make 10 pounds of crayfish. Then, the fish was passed to Lin Yusen. Holding the fish, Lin Yusen instantly perked up. Her drooping eyelids sparkled with light. Against the backdrop of the night, she appeared even more beautiful and captivating. Her eyes widened in surprise. Wow, the ancestor has manifested. She immediately wanted to perform a ritual to summon the ancestor. Zhang Debao stopped her and took the fish back. Sister, let's save the ancestor summoning for when we're fighting. Finally, Zhang Debao shoved the fish into Lu Wa's hands. Woo woo, woo woo. Then, the fish shifted position in the air. Lu Wa's voice came weakly. You stuffed it in my mouth, not my hand. Zhang Debao smiled awkwardly. He, it's the same anywhere, just tell me if it feels good or not. Lu Wa held the fish. Its transparent body seemed to become even more transparent. It seems quite nice. In the end, everyone chuckled. Fishing really is a good thing. Xingchen was quick. He led everyone swiftly to Goblin City. After a night of purchasing and transporting supplies, he dashed back into the abyss. Everyone looked puzzled. Xingchen, what are you singing about? Zhang Debaos asked. Xingchen chuckled. I'm taking you all to get rich. The tricycle had been pedaled all night. The wheels were almost smoking. Yet Xingchen remained full of energy. Because he had the fish. Fishing is really a great thing. A moment of fishing brings joy. Continuous fishing wins the Hugo Award. Meanwhile, the golden cart's shiny surface had dimmed a bit as everyone had been touching and playing with it all night. I can't take it anymore, stop touching it. At least let me rest for a bit. Xingchen smiled awkwardly and tossed the fish into the fish tank in his space backpack. The sky gradually brightened. Xingchen pedaled the tricycle and had already arrived at the Minotaur mountain range. A ray of morning sunlight shone on everyone's faces. The tall minotaurs were already up and plowing the fields. Some held stone shovels, while others pulled plows. Behind them, some directly used their horns to scrape the ground. The main theme was hard work. Doing it themselves, they had enough to eat and wear. Planting in spring, they had grass to eat in autumn. Mu Xingchen looked at this group of minotaurs and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Damn, if these minotaurs were in ancient times plowing, they would definitely be experts. Too bad we use tractors now. That thing runs on diesel and emits exhaust. On the road, one by one, the minotaurs turned to look at Xingchen and the others. A small female minotaur greeted them. Hey, big brother, want to come over and brag a bit? What do you mean by bragging? Literally. Xingchen, # at that moment, a tall minotaur appeared before them, pulling a plow. One of his sturdy horns was broken, looking somewhat pitiful. The minotaur saw the group riding their tricycle and couldn't help but feel wary. Mu, who are you, and what do you want? Xingchen looked at the tall figure of the minotaur. He actually felt a bit of saliva building up. Hiss, this beef tendon, this backbone, these hind legs, this tail, how delicious. Would it be roasted? The minotaur felt a chill run down his back at Xingchen's gleaming gaze. This kid didn't look like a good person. Mu. This is Minotaur Mountain, humans get lost. Xingchen couldn't help but chuckle. I'm here to trade. What do you want to trade? I want to exchange for some horns. Mu, horns are our most precious items, I can't sell them to you. Xingchen clicked his tongue. Then there's nothing good to trade with you. Mu, then I can't give them to you either. The minotaur cautiously held onto his horns, like a newlywed wife, adjusting her chest after a bath. Xingchen rubbed his hands and slowly moved forward, continuously making a heh sound. If you don't want to trade, you can at least take a look. With that, Xingchen pulled out 2 iron horns from his spatial backpack. Though called iron horns, they were actually battle mechanical horns crafted by Xingchen. Just the day before, he had heard about the assessment route and had already notified his factory to work overnight. Although Lu Neng and the others were caught and their accounts frozen, the assembly line was still operational. Xingchen guaranteed that everyone would be paid with Lu Neng's character. Then, using Lu Neng's character as collateral, he bought a bunch of materials. He gathered a lot of manpower and worked overnight. He also borrowed some startup funds from Zhang Daba and Lin Yusen, and everything was set. The assembly line, according to Xingchen's blueprints, produced a batch of battle mechanical horns overnight. When Xingchen took out the horns, the minotaur was stunned. The leader's eyes sparkled with gold, and he was slightly moved. Mu, this looks good. If I can attach it, my combat power will definitely increase significantly. Just right, I broke a horn, why not try it on? Xingchen happily attached the iron horn to the minotaur in front of him. The minotaur shook his head, feeling the weight and sturdiness. It was also very useful, much harder than his previous bone horn. Xingchen casually pressed a switch. Suddenly, a faint glow of fire appeared on the horn, and then a bullet shot out. Bayu the bullet, carrying powerful kinetic energy, deeply embedded itself into a nearby rock, kicking up a cloud of dust. The Minotaur was dumbfounded. Damn, this horn is awesome. When I clash horns with old Wang next door, I'll just give him a burst. Let him keep thinking about my wife. Moo. Before the Minotaur could finish his excitement, Xingchen casually pressed another button on the remote. Suddenly, a dagger sprang out from the horn. The dagger was sharp, its blade glinting coldly, leaving the Minotaur stunned. Damn, can I use this bullhorn as a knife? I'll just slice some raw beef for old Wang next door. I'll directly snatch his wife away. The Minotaur couldn't help but chuckle. Xingchen kept pressing the buttons on the bullhorn. Suddenly, the bullhorn would spit fire, then release electricity, and then start vibrating back and forth. This made the Minotaur extremely happy. Wow, if this thing can vibrate. Moo hee hee hee, I want to see if it tires out the bull or ruins the land. Meanwhile, Lin Yusen had a face full of black lines. What the hell is this nonsense? After one bullhorn was installed, the Minotaur suddenly remembered his other bullhorn. Moo hey, kid, install a mechanical bullhorn for me too. Xingchen looked at his thick bullhorn. I can install it, but you have to let me saw this one off. The Minotaur looked disdainful. Moo, I'll give it to you if you want. Without saying a word, Xingchen went up and started sawing away. In no time, a bullhorn was sawed off and Xingchen installed a mechanical bullhorn for him. The Minotaur looked at his brand new metal bullhorn and let out a thunderous roar. Moo oh, old Wang next door, I'm coming to challenge you. 30 minutes later, this Minotaur became famous in the Minotaur territory. His metal bullhorn was not only harder than a regular bullhorn but also had all sorts of flashy features that amazed the surrounding Minotaurs, especially the vibrating function on the bullhorn. The little cows directly said it was awesome. Not long after, a bull with 2 broken bullhorns came over. He questioned Xingchen. Moo hey, kid, can you install bullhorns? Give me one too. Xingchen was taken aback, looking at the Minotaur in front of him with broken horns. Hey, how did your bullhorn break? It looks like it just happened. The Minotaur had a crying face, rolling his eyes at his freshly broken bullhorn. Moo, damn it, it was broken by old Zhang's bull. Now I have no face to see his wife. But he has the nerve to keep pestering my wife. Everyone's lips twitched. Your circle is really chaotic. Then, Xingchen smacked his lips. If you want to install bullhorns, you have to understand the rules. Old Wang didn't waste words, taking out the 2 bullhorns that had just been broken and handed them over. Moo anyway, they're broken. Take them. Zhang Debao saw this and lifted the bullhorns onto the tricycle. Xingchen pulled out 2 metal bullhorns from his spatial backpack and quickly replaced them for old Wang. Old Wang looked at his brand new metal bullhorn and was overjoyed. Moo, old Zhang, I also have metal bullhorns now. Today, let's see whose wife it is, yours or mine. With that, old Wang angrily went to challenge old Zhang. Less than half an hour later, almost all the bulls in the Minotaur territory came running over. Moo, can you change bullhorns? Change mine. Xingchen chuckled. I can change them, but you all have to understand the rules. We understand the rules, isn't it just these broken bullhorns? What's the use? It doesn't matter, they break while playing, here you go. After that, Xingchen got busy. They divided the work clearly. Some were responsible for sawing bullhorns, some for collecting bullhorns, some for measuring sizes, and some for listening to bulls bragging. In the end, the Minotaurs were not to be outdone and started sawing their own bullhorns. Their bullhorns were like human nails, sawing them off didn't cause any pain. Moreover, after a while, they would grow back, so there was no need to worry at all. Xingchen worked quickly, completing the installation of a bullhorn in almost a minute. The installed young bull snorted and ran off to challenge other young bulls. Not sure if he was looking for a young bull, still a little cow. Xingchen was getting more and more exhausted pretending alone, while Zhang Dabat and Xiao Longxia also joined the assembly team. Even the nearby Taoren began to help Xingchen with counting, sawing horns, and measuring sizes. Later on, the Taoren directly brought 2 broken horns to exchange for metal horns. They had been busy for more than half a day. A full 5 or 6 hours passed. Almost all of the more than 10,000 young bulls in the entire Taoren territory had exchanged for mechanical horns. Soon it was afternoon. The college entrance examination team finally arrived at the Taoren Mountains. There was no way they could catch up with Xingchen's tricycle by walking. Moreover, near the Taoren Mountains, they had also hunted some lone Taoren. The Longxiang team took the lead. This time I finally got ahead, right? I was fooled by the goblins last time, it won't happen again. Tonight, just watch me buy big and reclaim the first place. He laughed heartily. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps approached. A large group of Taoren is coming, watch me slaughter them all. Longxian's face was full of pride. Then, at the end appeared an enormous group of Taoren. The horns glimmered with a metallic sheen, looking powerful and fierce. Some horns were even spewing fire and electricity, as if they could use magic. These little bastards have killed many of our compatriots, come on, let's avenge them. Mu Longxian, equals? Damn, that's a lot. The smoke of war filled the scene, as if a great battle was about to break out. Party A, the Longxiang team of 5. Party B, over 10,000 Taoran wearing brand new mechanical horns. War was imminent. With a sound of moo, the Taoran launched their offensive, forming a formation, charging towards Longxiang and the others with immense force. Longxiang was directly stunned. What the hell? Where did all this hatred come from? Then he saw his bright red clothes. Damn. I actually wore red clothes to attract the attention of the Taoran? Mu the Taoran were tall, each about 3 meters. Their horns gleamed coldly as they charged towards Longxiang. If a few Taoran were manageable, that was a whole 10,000 Taoran. Once hit, it would be an endless barrage of collisions and trampling. Even a golden level expert wouldn't withstand it here. The Taoran formed a moving wall of bulls. The entire ground began to shake. Longxiang wasn't a fool. Seeing the Tauran's formation, he turned and ran. What the hell? Why are these bulls so fierce? Longxiang quickly turned and ran backward. One could say that the Longxiang team was an elite team. They ran fast. They were surprisingly on par with the speed of the Taoran. Before long, they saw the candidate team. He was so excited that his whole body trembled, waving his hands continuously. Don't come over, don't come over. The candidate team saw Longxiang and the others from a distance. Hey, isn't that Longxiang? Why is he running this way? Look, he seems to be talking. What is he saying? From his lip movements, it looks like he's saying, come over, come over. Oh, he must have discovered a small group of Taoran and wants us to hunt them together. He's quite nice. Let's go, let's hunt the Taoran. After saying that, 30,000 candidates grabbed their weapons and charged towards Longxiang's direction. Charge! Kill the Taoran and seize their horns. The candidates were actually incredibly eager, determined to avenge yesterday's humiliation and take down the Taoran. Longxiang and his group ran backward like madmen. Then they saw the 30,000 candidates charging towards them. Longxiang's heart was filled with 1,000 galloping grass mud horses. Damn, behind me are 10,000 bull-headed beasts, and in front are 30,000 candidates. I'm stuck in the middle. The two groups of people were fierce, and Longxiang was frozen in place. What the hell? This is a disaster. The 30,000 candidates charged towards the bull-headed beast team. Suddenly, they felt something was off. Why is this bull-headed beast making such a big fuss? How many are there, exactly? The bull-headed beasts were enormous, not something goblins could compare to. If there are only 1 or 2,000, we should be able to take them down with 30,000 of us. But this situation seems a bit too big, right? Suddenly, at the end of the smoke, a group of bull-headed beasts appeared. They were imposing, their horns gleaming with a metallic sheen, and they were breathing fire and discharging electricity. What the hell? Why are there so many? Everyone looked at the thousands of bull-headed beasts, forming a formation. Damn, we're going to get crushed. Longxiang, you bastard, you tricked us. Stop talking, let's run back. The candidates in front turned around to flee. But where could they run? Behind them, a dense crowd of candidates was charging forward. The two groups collided head-on. They fell to the ground. The candidates at the back were confused, wondering why the line suddenly stopped. It must be a firefight. Let's push forward and start the battle. Right, we mustn't let them take all the bull horns. This time, I must grab 2 bull horns. Longxiang and the candidates at the front looked at the ferocious bull-headed beasts charging towards them. They glanced back at the blocked path behind them, feeling hopeless. I'm tired, let it all end. Boom boom boom. Moo, moo, moo. Ouch, ouch. Damn, damn. Ah, it hurts. The 10,000 bull-headed beasts and 30,000 candidates collided in an instant, and both sides were in chaos. To say the 30,000 candidates were not weak either. Even being trampled by such a large group of bull-headed beasts, only a few dozen unfortunate souls fell. The rest were just injured and disheveled. Soon, the two sides clashed together. In an instant, the sounds of mooing, clashing metal, gunfire, and elemental explosions echoed. Clang clang clang, clang clang clang, boom boom boom. Although the candidates were numerous, they had no advantage against the bull-headed beasts. They were tough-skinned, strong, and had high defense. Most importantly, they had mechanical metal horns. Those things were incredibly hard. The candidates' blades struck the horns, only producing sparks. Moreover, the candidates were after bone horns. Now the bull-headed beasts had switched to metal horns. They had no desire to fight back. Damn it, after all this, we haven't gotten a single point. What are we even fighting for? They just wanted to escape this hellish place quickly. After stabilizing their ranks, the candidates began to flee rapidly. The bull-headed beasts, equipped with their newly installed metal horns, were eager to test their power. Moo, these metal horns are really effective. Moo, yeah, much better than the old bone horns. Hee, let's go on a rampage. Moo moo. Moo. After an intense battle, the bull-headed beasts returned to the bull-headed mountain range, filled with the joy of victory. The candidates, leaving behind hundreds of corpses, dragged their battered bodies towards the next safe zone. Originally, the bull-headed beasts were very scattered, each living in their own small territory. But for some reason, why did they gather together today? And damn, these mechanical metal horns are too fierce. I swung my knife, and it shocked me. And it can breathe fire too, sigh. I can understand the electricity and fire. But what the hell is this vibration? I still have pain in my chrysanthemum. The candidates supported each other, complaining as they hurried to the safety zone's finish line. Suddenly, they saw Shingchen waiting for them at the end of the safety zone. He had set up a stall, displaying a row of bone horns. The horns still had traces of blood on them, as if they had just been cut. Selling bone horns, 10,000. Each, 10,000 each. The candidates couldn't help but twitch their lips at the sight of the brand new horns on Shingchen's tricycle. Damn, so this guy actually sawed off the horns. You can saw them off, but why the hell did you replace the Minotaur's horns with metal ones? I still have pain in my chrysanthemum. What a steal. Everyone rushed to Shingchen's stall. Selling bone horns, 10,000 each. They glanced at the distance. Shingchen was from the safety zone, and a wicked thought crossed their minds. Why don't we just rob him? He hasn't even entered the safety zone yet. Good idea. Upon hearing this, Shingchen lightly pedaled his tricycle. The entire tricycle, along with the horns, entered the safety zone. Everyone was stunned. Damn, he actually got in. Xing Yi chuckled. You can try to rob me, but I'll be in the safety zone soon. Anyway. Then Shingchen took a step back and the entire tricycle exited the safety zone again. Then he entered the safety zone. Then he exited the safety zone. Hey, I'm in, I'm out, I'm in, I'm out. Everyone looked at him, their faces filled with disdainful smiles, their lips twitching. Damn it, can you stop being so annoying? Just then, an S-level candidate walked up to Shingchen. Give me 5 bone horns. Saying this, he pulled out his phone and scanned 50,000 for Shingchen. Shingchen was very pleased and immediately selected 5 large and thick bone horns to hand to the candidate. The candidate picked up the horns, covering his chrysanthemum, limping into the safety zone. Through the hole in his pants, his red underwear was faintly visible. Damn it, 10,000 for a piece, and a piece can only buy a bottle of loser drink. The prices are wrong. Even loser drinks have gone up in price. It's impossible to live. No choice, it's an exam, just bear with it. Everyone seemed to have compromised. They all took out money to scan for Shingchen. I want 5, I want 10, I want 20. Shingchen counted the money until his stomach cramped. Wow, ha 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 ha. Whoa, oh ho 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 ho. So refreshing, I'm dying of happiness. Everyone looked at Shingchen's smug smile as a profiteer. They even had the urge to go up and kill him. This damn guy must grow up to be the biggest swindler. Meanwhile, the teachers inside the safety zone watched Xingye's antics, unable to stop their lips from twitching. Making money off the college entrance exam, you're quite the talent. Shingchen sold the bone horns like hotcakes, making a fortune. While selling the horns, he also marketed with a chuckle. These Minotaur horns are incredibly precious in the market. They can sell for around 8,000 on the black market. And I, the conscientious dealer Shingchen, am only raising the price by 2,000 during this crucial exam period. Everyone's faces turned dark. Damn it, you want to be a whore and build a monument at the same time. They complained verbally but still bought with their hands. Wealthy students had already bought several horns. Those without money wrote IOUs. Some who were really strapped for cash or unwilling to be the big loser could only drag their tired bodies into the safety zone, preparing to go hungry for the night and set off again tomorrow. There was no choice, the prices were just too high. That night, Shingchen indulged in buying and eating again. Almost emptied everything from the safe zone again. But this time, it was better. They left some for everyone, so they wouldn't starve. The remaining food, though, the taste was truly unimaginable. At night, Shingchen tossed and turned in the tent, unable to sleep. He recalled the longevity slot machine that the goblin princess had given him yesterday. He couldn't help but feel eager to try it out. This thing was just too enticing. Omega? Why not take a gamble? After all, it added 10 years to his lifespan. Shingchen took out the longevity slot machine and placed it in front of him. Longevity slot machine quality, golden artifact. Type, gambling device attribute, bet lifespan to randomly draw abilities or items. The grand prize allows the use of any ability thought of. Within 7 minutes, the more lifespan bet, the higher the chance of winning the grand prize description. True gamblers never use money as chips, we only gamble our lives. On the slot machine, there was a lever on the left and a button on the right. Shingchen fiddled with the lever to choose his bet. Bet *1 bet *2 bet *3 bet *4 bet *5. Shingchen shrank his neck. Wasn't this thing limitless? He thought for a moment and chose bet *1. Let's start with a small wager. Shingchen pressed the button on the slot machine with one hand. The screen of the slot machine began to shake with 3 vertical bars. Shingchen felt his throat tighten with tension. This was his lifespan. If he didn't win anything, it would be a huge loss. The screen of the slot machine gradually came to a stop. 2 of the 3 vertical bars displayed as silver pill. What the Hell, what kind of pill is this? Xingchen pressed the button again. Gurgle gurgle gurgle, it seemed like something was about to be spat out from below the slot machine. Then, ding dang, a supersized pill was ejected from the narrow prize outlet of the slot machine. Xingchen stared at the chair-sized pill, lost in thought. Damn, this is getting more ridiculous. System, you really have a keen eye for materials. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a silver level 100% breakthrough pill. Xingchen was stunned, then suddenly felt overjoyed. Damn. A silver level breakthrough pill, just what he needed. He was currently at bronze 8 stars, as long as he leveled up once more to bronze 9 stars, he could directly consume the silver level breakthrough pill, instantly advancing to silver level. It would unlock new abilities. He couldn't wait to see what abilities he would gain. Xingchen was already itching with anticipation. Then, he looked at his dwindling merit points. Damn, I can't even afford a bronze level upgrade pill. Looks like I need to save up some merit. At that moment, Xingchen received a notification from the system. Lifespan-2 damn, drawing once costs 2 years of lifespan. Who the hell can afford that? Frightened, Xingchen quickly hid the slot machine and the silver level pill. Then he glanced at Zhang Debao, who was sound asleep. Debao, it seems this thing can only be used by you in the future. With a good brother like me, you must have really earned this luck over 8 lifetimes. He. Late into the night, the members of Xingchen's team gradually fell asleep. Meanwhile, there was a cacophony around the tents. Damn, this is really awful. This is instant noodles worth 10,000 bucks. I've never eaten such a scammy instant noodle in my life. Hurry up and sleep, tomorrow's journey awaits us. We must kill more monsters tomorrow. We can't let that little brat Xingchen get ahead of us. The next day, just as dawn broke, everyone got up early and headed towards the slime marsh. They quietly packed up, afraid of waking Xingchen. But Xingchen still woke up. He peeked out of the tent with a mischievous grin. Oh, everyone is up pretty early, huh? The crowd watched as the luggage was being packed. Suddenly, a jolt ran through their hearts. Damn, this guy woke up so early, he's probably up to no good again. Long Xiang watched Xingchen warily. What are you planning to do today? Xingchen was eating breakfast while looking at Long Xiang. Ah, aren't we passing by the slime marsh today? Of course, we're going to collect slime gel. Long Xiang's face instantly turned cautious. Damn it, you're not going to hoard all the gel again, are you? Xingchen patted his chest. How could that be? I'm a very kind person. I don't like killing. I especially love peace. My mission today is to save the slimes. He. The crowd immediately tensed up. Damn, how is he going to extract the gel without killing the slimes this time? Before anyone could react, Xingchen was already waiting for the tricycle with his team to rush out. Damn, don't let him get there first. Everyone, hurry up. The crowd quickly followed, running over together, leaving a scene of chaos behind. Everyone, run faster, we can't let that little brat Xingchen get ahead. If he gets there first, he'll probably wipe out all the slimes. Xingchen pedaled the tricycle leisurely, just slightly faster than the others. Whenever the crowd fell a bit behind, he would slow down a little. The main strategy was to not let anyone catch up while not exhausting them completely. After 3 hours of long travel, everyone was already panting heavily. They finally arrived at the legendary slime marsh. Tall reeds grew above the marsh. Large patches of water and mud intermingled across the marsh, making it easy to sink in if one wasn't careful. The more one struggled, the deeper they would sink. Without teammates to help rescue, it was very likely to end in death. At this moment, Xingchen had already gotten off the tricycle, waiting for everyone. The slimes had no combat power. This level mainly tested how the students could unite and help each other through the marsh. By exhausting their energy like this, Xingchen could maximize the chances of preventing them from killing the slimes. Hey, by the way, the system hasn't issued any tasks. Why should I help these slimes? Is it just because they look like jelly? Seeing Xingchen stop, everyone couldn't help but feel delighted. This kid is helpless too. Let's hurry over the marsh and kill the slimes. A few eager ones rushed out first. Let's kill the slimes. Charge! The crowd surged forward quickly, and one person fell directly into the marsh. His whole body was already sunk in the mud, and he struggled with all his might. He barely managed to expose a muddy head. Great, at least I can still take a breath, please save me. As soon as he lifted his head, he saw several people behind him unable to stop, all tumbling down towards his position. Oh no. Before he could finish his sentence, several people fell directly onto him, pushing his head back down. In a flash, hundreds of people had already sunk into the mud. Some entire teams were trapped in the marsh, unable to rescue each other. Xingchen looked at the people stuck in the mud and immediately took out a loudspeaker. Everyone, listen to me. Try not to move. The more you move, the deeper and faster you'll sink. I'll come to save you right away. The crowd was moved. When did this kid change his ways? Xingchen pulled out a long stick from his spatial backpack. He extended it to a big guy who had just fallen into the mud. Here, big guy grabbed the other end of the stick. The man, filled with emotion, reached out and grabbed the other end of the stick. With a strong pull downwards, he grabbed the student and pulled out more than half of his body. Just as he was about to reach the shore, Shingchen suddenly stopped his pulling arm. Hey, big brother, you need to pay the rescue fee first. What? Damn, you still want a rescue fee? This stick of mine is quite expensive, and now that it's dirty, of course, I have to charge a little fee. Alright, how much do you want? 10,000. 10,000? The big brother was completely stunned. Are you kidding me? Shingchen glanced at him and then relaxed his grip. Ah, sorry. Big brother, without the rescue fee, I'm completely powerless. I can't even hold onto the stick anymore. The student was so scared that he tightened up. I'll pay. How much do you want? Upon hearing this, Shingchen suddenly seemed to regain endless strength. He grabbed the pole again and with a strong pull directly yanked the boy out of the swamp. The boy was gasping for breath, still recovering. Zhang Debeos came over with a payment code in front of him. Hey, classmate, scan the code. Then, under the astonished expressions of everyone, Shingchen shouted at the people below while holding a long stick. Ah, saving people here, 10,000 per person, saving people here, 10,000 per person. Everyone had a face full of black lines, but at the critical moment of life and death, they had no choice but to rely on Shingchen to save him. Save me first. Me. Shingchen quickly couldn't keep up. He took out 4 more long poles and handed them to Zhang Debeos and the others. The 5 of them worked together to carry out the rescue. In a while, they earned a fortune. Other students also wanted to participate in the rescue. Unfortunately, they had no tools. Some students had abilities that could help with the rescue. However, they were too embarrassed to ask for money and didn't want to expend energy for free. While Shingchen was saving people, he also told stories to others. You see, even though I'm charging, I'm doing it for everyone's good. In the spring and autumn period, Confucius's disciple Zizigong spent money to redeem a slave from the state of Lu. Later, when the government wanted to reward him, he refused. He was noble, he was remarkable. Confucius scolded him. You don't want a reward, then how can others have the face to ask for it? When others saw the captured slaves, they didn't want to spend their own money to buy them, nor did they want to ask for rewards. They could only pretend not to see. Then, wouldn't the slaves from the state of Lu die in a foreign land? So my act of saving people now is to ensure that those who fall into the swamp in the future can be saved. It's about accumulating merit, classmates. Everyone looked at Shingchen with faces full of black lines. Damn. Although there's some truth to it, I really want to hit him. What truth? He's just making excuses to charge himself. After a busy time, the people who had fallen into the swamp were all pulled out. When everyone looked back, the hundreds of money monkeys were particularly eye-catching. Everyone wore a frown. This swamp is too dangerous, it's hard to get through. For the talented ones like Longsheng, the swamp posed no difficulty at all. They directly led everyone onto the swamp. However, ordinary students found it difficult, mainly because it was too dangerous. They didn't dare to take the risk. At this moment, the kind-hearted Shingchen stood up. Come on, now I'm offering paid rides across the swamp. 5,000 per person. A team of 5 for 20,000, it's a bargain. Everyone was stunned. What the hell, how do you plan to take us across? Before anyone could react, Shingchen had already modified the tricycle's tires, and they saw that his tires were wrapped with a whole giant tank track. This made the entire tricycle very suitable for traveling on the swamp. Come on, get in. On the muddy slime swamp, several slimes were munching on water plants, happy and leisurely. Suddenly, a modified tricycle sped by, slicing through the muddy water of the swamp, sending splashes flying on both sides. In the open marshland, 2 halves of a parted hairstyle formed. The splattered mud hit the face of the slimes. An excited voice from the tricycle shouted, "Slimes ahead, get out of the way. Watch your heads." The slimes scattered in fear. Gooey, oh my, I'm scared to death. Gooey, it's a middle part monster. Shingchen pedaled the tricycle furiously, pulling a full load of people behind him. The exact number could be compared to a San Ji's motorcycle, or Odibio's big banana, or the personnel ratio of a Wuling van. Not only that, but Shingchen also adopted the most scientific personnel configuration plan. First, he had 16 people sit in a row around the tricycle. Using their upper body height, they formed a barrier. Then he chose a few classmates to lie flat in the tricycle bed. By utilizing the principle of a wider upper body and a narrower lower body, the classmates lay head to foot in 3 rows. A total of 4 layers could lie lengthwise. In total, they could form a rectangle of 3 by 4, which is 12 people. Did you think that was it? This was just the beginning. Even with these people lying down, there would still be gaps. These gaps were used for one person's legs to stand. Slim students could even fit 7 to 8 indirectly. At this point, the people sitting beside them played their part. On their legs, 4 or 5 more people could lie vertically. Then, using ergonomics, a few slim classmates were hung on the backs of those sitting. Xingchen felt this wasn't enough. He inserted a few long poles among everyone. A row of students hung from the long poles, looking like a string of little piglets. As Xingchen rode the tricycle, the splashed mud hit them all over their faces. Unexpectedly, a regular tricycle was carrying nearly 100 people at once. It was truly a miracle in the history of transportation. Of course, these classmates were not having a good time. Those who could speak were already complaining loudly. "Damn it, I'm riding a passenger vehicle, not a cargo truck. Are you treating me like pork to be transported?" And some who couldn't speak could only smell the stinky feet nearby and let out whoa sounds. At this moment, Xingchen was also not feeling great. These people were too heavy. Hearing the complaints from behind, he couldn't help but frown. "Hey, aren't we trying to bring the price down? I've already set the ticket prices according to the seating arrangement. Seating ticket 5,000, standing ticket 4,000, lying ticket and prone ticket 3,000, hanging ticket 2,800. So conscientious, so cheap, what more do you want?" Instantly, the entire tricycle's passengers had black lines on their faces. "Damn it, a shameless merchant. I'll report you when I get back." Xingchen ignored them and silently increased his pedaling strength. Immediately, the splashed muddy water poured into their mouths. "Oh ho damn it, this muddy water smells like shit." The slimes nearby, who were urinating, were stunned. "Who is this living llama? Those meats he's pulling behind, are they meant for slaughter? Being human is really terrifying. I'd rather focus on being a slime." Put. A sharp blade had already chopped the slime in half, causing gel to explode out. Some of the proud ones who chose to cross the swamp themselves, they casually killed a slime. At the same time, they also sank deep into the swamp. If it weren't for a teammate nearby, they might have met their end here. He even felt a bit regretful. If he had sat on that tricycle, would he have been safer? But looking at the students hanging like little piglets on both sides, he couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. So brutal. Xingchen made over 100 trips back and forth. Just finished sending off all these students. At this moment, he was so exhausted he could barely stand. If it weren't for the fishy business in hand, he would have collapsed right there. Damn, doing good deeds is really tiring. Sigh. With my kind heart, I'm sure I'll be rewarded. The crowd looked at him with disdain. Damn it, heartless boss, unscrupulous merchant, shady driver. Xingchen didn't take it to heart at all. He happily led his team to the next safe zone. Today, everyone's harvest wasn't much. All the team members focused on crossing the swamp. They hardly killed any slimes, and even less gel was dropped. Some teams even activated the rescue from their accompanying teachers. Lost the qualification for the exam? Xingchen led everyone towards the safe zone. Suddenly, he spotted a camper parked about 2 kilometers from the safe zone. Xingchen rode his tricycle closer to the camper. Immediately, he caught a whiff of delicious barbecue. Damn, in such a remote mountain area, someone is camping? Then he saw the familiar face of Lu Nang. Lu Nang was happily eating barbecue. Suddenly, he noticed Xingchen's mud-covered handsome face and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "Ah, President Xing, how did you chase me all the way here?" Xingchen was very happy. "Nengzi, how come you're here too?" "Ah, President Xing, I escaped here." Then he saw Xingchen's eyes fixed intently on his barbecue. "Want to have some?" Before he could finish, several people had already started digging in. In an instant, Lu Nang's barbecue was wiped clean. After Xingchen had his fill, he suddenly noticed the huge camper. "Damn, this camper should have a shower. Right?" Lu Nang's face twitched. It seems like it does." Xingchen immediately jumped into the camper. Let's go, shower in the camper." Haven't showered in a long time, didn't expect the camper to have a shower. Before long, several people were smelling fresh. They found their spots inside the camper. This camper was huge and fully functional. The cabin could sleep 4 people, and the driver's seat could fit 1 more. All luxurious soft beds, much more comfortable than a tent. Xingchen glanced at Zhang Debao beside him. "Debao, you can drive, right?" Zhang Debao patted his chest. "Ha, I just got my driver's license a few days ago. Let's go, we're heading to the safe zone." Lu Nang's face darkened. "Hey, President Xing, what will I do if you drive the camper away?" Xingchen rolled his eyes at him. "Oh, right. What will you do? How about coming with us? Once we reach the safe zone, I'll hand you over to the management there. Let them take you back to the station for a few days?" Lu Nang's mouth twitched. "President Xing, don't do this." Xingchen patted his chest. "It's fine, we have people at the station." "Really?" Lu Nang asked excitedly. "Yeah, my dad is still at the station." Lu Nang's mouth twitched. "There are indeed people. But can you really be trusted? Of course, it's your idol. You can study ergonomics in there." Lu Nang, what the hell? "Sigh, don't worry, once the college entrance exam is over, I'll double the taxes. I'll get you all out." Lu Nang reluctantly got into the car. The camper roared towards the safe zone. Today, the safe zone had already prepared a large amount of supplies. The staff was eagerly waiting for the students' return. Suddenly, they heard a huge rumbling sound. Hey, didn't the supply truck already come? Logically, there shouldn't be any other vehicles. The staff was very puzzled, looking into the distance. Suddenly, a super luxurious off-road camper appeared before their eyes. What, Star? And the others got off the RV, dressed in clean clothes. They greeted the staff enthusiastically. Good morning, teacher. Do you want to take a shower in the RV? The staff twitched their lips and shook their heads. Then they peered through the door to see the luxurious interior of the vehicle. A refrigerator, color TV, washing machine, game console, and even a microwave, oven, and grill. Damn, are you here to take an exam? You're here on vacation. Star parked the RV right at the entrance of the safe zone. The other candidates gradually arrived. Upon seeing the luxurious and massive RV, they couldn't help but feel a jolt in their hearts. Wow, this is way too luxurious, and the door isn't even closed? Damn, I think I just saw a coffee machine. No, that soda in the fridge is my dream. Sigh, don't even think about it. I wonder which examiner drove this here. Everyone shook their heads and moved forward. Suddenly, they saw Star and a few others coming down from the RV holding popsicles. Hey, good morning, everyone. Want a popsicle? Everyone's lips twitched. Wow, you switched RVs so quickly? Where the hell did you get that? Star chuckled. Oh, the RV? I picked it up on the way. Pfft, why the hell can you pick up an RV? Because I do good deeds every day, accumulating merit. After all, good people get good rewards. Get lost. Everyone trudged through the mud to the campsite, not wanting to pay any attention to Star, the show-off. Many had already discarded their backpacks. Star, the charming one, only took people, not goods. Taking goods would cost an extra $1,000. Some felt that since they had already eaten all the food in their backpacks, an empty bag with some useless items was nothing, so they just tossed it away. The whole team gathered the useful supplies into one bag and brought it over. Upon arrival, they started setting up tents, and some even lost their tents. They just threw a blanket on the ground and fell asleep. Some went so far as to not even bring bedding, lying down on a patch of grass to sleep. Covered in mud, who needs a bicycle? They were exhausted and just wanted to sleep. Meanwhile, in Star's luxurious RV, a few people were singing karaoke. Star held the microphone and sang loudly. The east is not bright, the west is bright. After basking in the setting sun, I bask in sorrow. Hey, I say fate. A cup of overnight wine. Drifting into a carefree song. Our love is about to set sail, or to sail to eternity. The music was already loud. With the super KTV sound system of the luxurious RV, it was so noisy that the entire safe zone couldn't find peace. Damn, that's terrible. Others sing for money, he sings for his life. The head of the safe zone finally couldn't take it anymore and knocked on Star's door, sternly reprimanding him for singing karaoke. Soon, the singing stopped. Sounds of a game came from inside the RV. Go, get him. Throw a grenade, throw a grenade. Ah, right, you go forward to draw fire, I'll snipe from the back. Everyone endured the mental torture and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, with dark circles under their eyes, they got up to fight again. Today, they would pass through the cat demon forest. Cat demons are quite brutal creatures. They are smaller in size but extremely fast. Their claws and teeth are very sharp. Some special cat demons even possess elemental skills, such as poison, fire, or light attributes. In the dense forest, their agile bodies can take full advantage. They are even harder to deal with than the strong minotaurs. It seems today will be another fierce battle. Everyone finished packing and prepared to set off. Suddenly, they saw that Star was already awake. The corners of his mouth emitted a series of ha-ha-ha sounds. Ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha, little kitty. I'm coming. Amidst the twitching mouths of the crowd, Shingling boarded the RV. The RV roared to life and sped away. Everyone was left inhaling exhaust fumes, looking utterly bewildered. Damn, just yesterday we were on a tricycle, and today we're in an RV. How much dirty money did he make? Stop complaining and hit the road already. If we don't leave now, will we get scammed by Shingling again today? The group, dragging their weary bodies, closely followed the RV. But as the driver, Zhang Daba, pressed the accelerator, they couldn't even catch a whiff of the RV's exhaust. The RV thundered away in a puff of smoke. The crowd, helpless, could only hurry along, hoping not to arrive too late and find Shingling had already exhausted the cat demon. If nothing unexpected happened, an unexpected event occurred. By the time they reached the cat demon's dense forest, 5 hours had passed. Then, they witnessed a scene that was utterly beyond comprehension. Shingling and the others had set up a stall. They were doing the cat demon's nails. At that moment, Shingling was skillfully using nail art tools. First, he trimmed the cat demon's sharp claws and placed them in a box beside him. Then he let the cat demon choose a nail design it liked. Following that, Shingling and the others moved with practiced ease. Trimming, buffing, applying glue, removing dead skin, painting nails, coloring, sprinkling on little decorations. A complete set of nail art was done in one go. The crowd watched, their mouths twitching. Damn, you're doing nails for a cat demon, you're quite the talent. Look, the other cat demons are lining up behind. Nail art was simply irresistible for these beauty-loving creatures, especially the experience of getting their nails done for the first time, which they found immensely enjoyable. Shingling turned to look at the crowd. Oh, everyone's here. I'm a bit overwhelmed here, now hiring 30 girls who can do nails. Each cat demon claw is worth 100 points, anyone interested? Instantly, a group of girls couldn't help but feel tempted. What? 100 points? In the elite team, they usually earned around 100 points a day from monster hunting. And here was an ordinary girl who could earn 100 points. A swarm of girls rushed to sign up. One girl named Shingling successfully made the cut. She only had a C-level ability for dexterous hands and feet, and it was a lowly black iron 6-star. After enduring many days of grueling college entrance exam preparations, she and her ordinary team were ready to give up. But today, fortune smiled upon her. Because she had worked part-time as a nail technician during the summer, she was directly hired by Shingling as a cat demon nail artist. Her movements were skilled, and she could complete a set of nails in just a few minutes. She unexpectedly became the backbone of the team. Under the envious gazes of thousands, she raked in points. A day passed. She successfully earned 100 points from the cat demon claws. Moreover, seeing her outstanding performance, the big boss Shingling awarded her an additional 20 points. Not only that, all the female nail technicians could ride in the luxurious RV, take showers, drink coffee, and listen to music. They were escorted all the way to the safe zone. At that moment, she truly wished to sit in the RV forever and never return to her ordinary, shabby team. Just then, she saw the flashy Shingling and Xiaolongsha playing a game. She couldn't help but feel a sudden attraction to this handsome yet mischievous boy. She approached quietly and spoke to Shingling. Hello, thank you so much for giving me this job. As she spoke, she puffed out her chest, which had quite a bit of capital. However, Shingling was too engrossed in his game to pay her any mind. It's fine, mutual benefit, right? You all can play freely, eat whatever you want, just don't steal anything. Shingling, Sigma? Besides these girls involved in nail art, the other teams are having a tough time. They chose to confront the cat demon head-on. However, they suffered a significant loss right away. The combat power of the cat demon is much stronger than that of the goblins. In the dense forest, it has a huge advantage, catching the candidates off guard. Many were injured, and some unfortunate souls were hit in vital areas, even leading to death. The group was left in a state of disarray. Shingling drove the RV into the safe zone. After sending the nail artists into the safe zone to exchange points, Shingling pulled out a tricycle and set up a stall. The injured candidates behind saw Shingling's stall and couldn't help but twitch their lips. What the hell? Here we go again. If nothing unexpected happened, Shingling would once again use the cat demon's claws to harvest another wave. Night fell, still filled with pain. It felt like endless darkness, shining down on the candidates' hearts. After a night of torment, the candidates got up early, embarking on a new journey. Only one last challenge. The wild boar spirit prairie stood between them and their final destination, the dragon's territory. They trudged forward, squeezing out their last bit of strength, heading towards the wild boar spirit prairie. Shingling and the others slept until noon, finally waking up leisurely. They had been quite tired these past few days, but with money to be made, the exhaustion was worth it. After getting up, they lazily started a fire to cook. Then they began to prepare food. Xiaolongsha's cooking skills had improved significantly. The supplies they had procured over the past few days were enough to eat. The meals were quite sumptuous. As they were cooking, suddenly, a little girl walked out of the RV. What the hell, Shingling, how are you still here? Zhang Debao asked warily, holding a rubber stick. Shingling looked adorably confused. I slept in the car yesterday, it was so comfortable. Hey, why has everyone left? Everyone's faces darkened. How did such a character mix into their perfectly fine team? Shingling looked at this innocent and helpless little girl and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. You don't want to eat our food, do you? Xiaoling's lips twitched, but she quickly adjusted her expression, returning to that innocent state. Can I eat with you? No way. Shingling equals? Ah ha ha. Soon after finishing their meal, Shingling and the others hopped into the RV and sped off, leaving behind the innocent-looking Shingling, who was left in disarray in the wind. What the hell, heartless? Hashtag. The RV sped alone, passing through the wild boar spirit prairie. It was already in ruins. Since Shingling did not participate in this battle, everyone had long been engaged with the wild boars. It was only then that they realized the combat power of the wild monsters was extremely high. Without Shingling's flashy maneuvers, they would have suffered countless casualties by now. The wild boar spirit was incredibly fierce and completely unyielding, launching a frenzied attack on the candidates. The candidates were utterly exhausted after these few days. Faced with the wild boar's violent temperament and tough skin, they felt powerless. It took more than a dozen people to surround and kill a single wild boar. Moreover, the number of wild boars was vast and their endurance was impressive. Soon, the candidates suffered a significant loss. What the hell, why are these wild boars so fierce? The difficulty of the college entrance examination should increase layer by layer. The wild boar spirit should be one of the second to last difficulties, much fiercer than the goblins before. However, the candidates were not willing to back down. They quickly organized teams to surround and kill, with 3 to 5 small teams cooperating, gradually hunting down some wild boars. But the wild boar spirits were numerous, and the surrounding wild boars came to assist upon hearing the commotion. The candidates were left in a very awkward position, retreating step by step. Just then, Xingchen drove the RV out with a sudden burst. It was as if everyone had seen a savior. Damn, Xingchen finally arrived. Quickly show us your flashy moves and give that wild boar spirit a manicure. Xingchen opened the window and shouted at the candidates. Damn it, the wild boar spirit is inherently violent and won't appreciate a manicure, you better run. He then closed the glass window. The RV kicked up a huge cloud of dust and sped away. A group of wild boar spirits chased after the RV. This somewhat relieved the pressure on the candidates. Everyone looked at each other. What are we waiting for? Let's run. The crowd quickly disengaged from the battle and followed Xingchen's RV forward. But how could 2 legs outrun 4 wheels? They couldn't even catch a whiff of the exhaust. The supervising teacher, following the group, felt a chill in their heart upon witnessing this scene. They hadn't expected that Xingchen would inadvertently reduce the casualties among the students. Originally, the wild boar spirit grassland was set up as a challenge. They hadn't intended for these ordinary candidates to collect points. After all, the wild boar spirits were much stronger than the monsters they had faced before. It was a test of their endurance and limits. The vast grassland had no cover, they just had to run. The entire wild boar spirit grassland was filled with chasing and slaughter. Why are you chasing me? A girl shouted. The wild boar spirit snorted. I want cough syrup. Everyone twitched at the corners of their mouths. Does this damn wild boar spirit watch ads too? The RV roared along and soon reached the end of the wild boar spirit grassland. Suddenly, a group appeared right in front of them. Longxiang and his companions had been waiting there for a long time. He had had enough of Xingchen's antics these days. He had long wanted to find a deserted place to teach them a lesson. He had investigated Xingchen. Although he was an SSS level ability user, his actual strength was only at the bronze 8-star level. He himself was already at the silver 2-star level. Dealing with him was more than enough. Longxiang was very confident about the others. Their team consisted of 4 people. Along the way, the others had performed quite mediocrely. One was a garbage F level named Zhang Daba. One was a useless person who could only cook crayfish. And there was a pretty girl who seemed to have no outstanding performance throughout the journey. After defeating Xingchen, he would just take her for himself. With himself, an S-level silver 1-star Longyu and 3 S-level bronze peak members, dealing with his ragtag team would be as easy as squashing an ant. By then, he would have avenged his grudge, possibly surpassing Xingchen and claiming the first place. Longxiang spread his arms to block Xingchen's RV, grinning widely. He, after the victory, your girl will be mine, your points will be mine, and your first place will be mine. At that moment, Xingchen in the passenger seat patted the nearly asleep Zhang Daba. Daba, you're about to fall asleep while driving. Zhang Daba jolted awake. Damn, I'm so sleepy, sorry. Suddenly, he saw Longxiang, arms outstretched, preparing to block the RV just a breath away. There was no time to break. Damn, it's over, Duong. Longxiang was directly knocked away by the massive RV. Fortunately, Zhang Daba braked in time, preventing Longxiang from meeting his great-grandmother directly. Xingchen and Zhang Daba awkwardly got out of the car. They almost burst out laughing at the sight of Longxiang, headfirst in the dirt. Thankfully, they had received professional training. Under normal circumstances, they would never laugh unless they couldn't help it. The next second, Longxiang dug his head out of the dirt, his face covered in black mud with even a bit of yellow substance. Instantly, Xingchen, Zhang Daba, and their teammates couldn't help but laugh out loud. Your look is quite unique. The stars were laughing so hard they nearly fell over. Are you trying to kill me with laughter? Inheriting my water bottle? Longxiang was furious. Damn you, I want to challenge you. Xingchen looked utterly confused. Can that thing be eaten? Longxiang spat out the weeds in his mouth. I want to defeat you fair and square and take your RV, take your wild boar teeth, exchange them for points, and steal the pretty girl next to you. Wahahaha. Xingchen looked at Longxiang as if he were an idiot. So what do I get if I defeat you? Longxiang was taken aback, looking at his impoverished team. If you defeat me, you can have my sister. Xingchen also spat, discarding the popsicle stick in his mouth. What do I want that for? It's not edible, and if there's no benefit, I'm getting in the car. With that, Xingchen and Zhang Debao opened the car door and were about to get in. Longxiang's face darkened. Damn it, fine, I'll put up 100,000 as a bet. Only then did Xingchen slowly get out of the car. Who's going to be impressed by 100,000? If I win, I want that bird of yours. In the back of Long Xiang's team, a little brother was holding a box. From inside the box, the faint sound of G and I time it could be heard. Ha! A guiding parrot. Long Xiang was a bit surprised. Without the guiding parrot's help, he wouldn't have arrived at the location so quickly to ambush Xingchen. But to redeem his previous humiliation, he went for it. Alright, I promise you, if I win, I'll give you the parrot. Xingchen smacked his lips in satisfaction. Hee, little parrot, come into my pot, no, into my arms. Suddenly, Long Xiang realized. Damn, I'm robbing you. Why should I place a bet? I could just rob you directly. Xingchen kindly reminded him. Right, you could just rob me. The rules allow for resource competition in the wild. You really are a genius. Long Xiang's face was dark. Then don't blame me for being rude. Saying this, Long Xiang pushed off the ground with force, launching himself forward and throwing a punch. Xingchen extended a hand. Wait a second. Long Xiang slammed to a halt, nearly straining his back. What the hell do you want? I was wondering if we're doing a king versus king duel or a 5-on-5 brawl? Long Xiang was stunned. Damn, there are rules for robbery too? But after thinking it over, he agreed. Since you want to sacrifice yourself to protect the team, I'll grant you that. Let's have a king versus king duel. With that, Long Xiang prepared to throw another punch. Xingchen, however, quietly stepped back and patted Lin Yusen, who was eating ice cream nearby. Hey, you heard that, right? It's not my fault he wants a king versus king duel. Go on, take him down. With that, Xingchen shoved Lin Yusen forward. At that moment, Lin Yusen was trembling all over, her face flushed, resembling a shy little bunny. Long Xiang was taken aback. Damn, you're a big man. Pushing a little girl out to die. Do you have no conscience? However, the trembling Lin Yusen suddenly erupted. She pulled out a large bone club from who knows where and swung it at Long Xiang's head. Long Xiang was startled, but it was too late to dodge. He could only extend his right arm to block, which quickly transformed into a green dragon claw covered in tiny scales. Bang! A loud crash echoed. Long Xiang felt his entire arm go numb, swelling painfully. Damn, you have no martial ethics? Lin Yusen stared at Long Xiang with wide eyes, trembling even more violently. As a war goddess's chosen one, Lin Yusen was born with an impulse to fight. The days of repression had left her craving for action. She looked at Long Xiang before her, like a piece of food. Martial virtue? Young people never talk about that stuff. With that, she raised the large bone club again and swung it at Long Xiang. Seeing the bone club descending, Long Xiang transformed his hands into green dragon claws, intending to grab the club directly. Duong duong duong. Lin Yusen instantly swung 3 times. Long Xiang failed to catch it even once, and instead, his hands went numb from the blows. Looking at his trembling hands, Long Xiang couldn't help but become alert. This woman before him seemed harmless, but she was not a good person at all. He sneered coldly. Humph, I didn't expect you to reach the silver level too. But in the face of my dragon transformation ability, you still don't stand a chance. With that, he suddenly transformed into a green figure. Horns sprouted from his head, scales covered his body, and a pair of membranous wings grew from his back. He laughed sinisterly, looking like a demon. Humph. Little girl, among all traditional abilities, dragon abilities rank second. His transformation was complete in an instant, and he stood like a humanoid giant dragon, about 2.5 meters tall. Xingchen pulled out a small stool and kept munching on sunflower seeds. Wow, that's the second-ranked dragon ability. What's the first? Long Xiang laughed proudly. Humph, besides divine abilities, no one of the same level can defeat me. Then he looked at Lin Yusen again, a smile creeping onto his lips, preparing to launch a fierce attack. Xingchen continued to munch on seeds while watching the battle unfold. Hey, divine girl, hurry up and summon the ancestor. Lin Yusen couldn't help but smile slightly. Summon the ancestor? Ugh. Xingchen, you've led me astray again. She paused to reorganize her words. May the dawn of the war goddess shine upon me. In an instant, her entire demeanor changed. An invisible energy surged around her and a holy light enveloped her. In just a moment, her transformation was complete. Long Xiang was dumbfounded. Holy crap, divine abilities, is this really what they mean by fearing what comes? Before him, Lin Yusen was clad in armor, wielding a giant sword, with a spear studded with gems floating behind her. Her eyes radiated a disdainful gaze that made Long Xiang tremble all over. Damn it, she's actually the war goddess who excels in combat. No wonder I'm shaking all over. It turns out I'm excited. Before he could finish, Lin Yusen charged forward with the large bone club, throwing the giant sword to float behind. Horror. Long Xiang gritted his teeth, thinking that as a silver 2-star he should be able to defeat this silver 1-star. Let's go. Then came the sound of slaps. Lin Yusen's large bone club struck Long Xiang's dragon face relentlessly. The force was fierce and the angles were tricky, leaving Long Xiang defenseless. The Bone Club seemed to carry some special property, making Long Xiang feel dizzy. Damn it, can you stop hitting my face? Lin Yusen paused with the large bone club in her hand. If not the face, then let's hit the head. With that, she brought the bone club down hard, striking Long Xiang's head with a series of loud thuds. Ow, ow, ow. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Long Xiang's dragon transformation seemed so weak against Lin Yusen's war goddess form. Even though they were both SS level, there was still a significant gap. In less than a minute, Long Xiang's head had taken hundreds of hits. Large and small bumps formed on his head, with smaller bumps stacked on top of larger ones, all connected. Long Xiang was on the verge of tears. Damn it, Dog Xingchen, I didn't expect this girl to be the strongest in your team. Just as he finished cursing, Lin Yusen's big bone club swung dozens of times. Long Xiang had already been beaten to a pulp, his once proud dragon demeanor completely shattered. What are you staring at? Hurry up and make your move, he roared. Behind him, Long Yu and 3 teammates at the peak of bronze immediately reacted, planning to attack Xingchen and the others. Long Xiang understood that Xingchen's team was likely relying heavily on this little girl as their main fighting force. The rest were just weaklings. As long as they fought as a team, they would definitely win, and then they could gang up on this little girl. At that point, they would achieve a complete victory. With this thought, a sense of comfort washed over him. Behind him, Long Yu spoke, spouting dragon language magic, which was essentially just dragon curses. Water, fire, light, and electricity shot towards Xingchen's position. Xingchen remained calm, pulling out a frying pan to defend herself. All the dragon language magic attacks vanished upon hitting the frying pan. While blocking, Xingchen munched on sunflower seeds. Not bad, tastes great. Long Yu was dumbfounded. How did she have such strong defensive equipment? Just then, Long Yu felt a sharp pain at the back of her head. Her thoughts suddenly muddled. Ouch, damn it, ambush. She quickly turned around, only to freeze in place. The result was that there was nothing behind her. Immediately after, the sound of Di Wang Duang Duang echoed in the air. 3 small bumps appeared on Long Yu's head. She stared blankly at the empty grassland in front of her, unable to help but exclaim, Nanny? An invisible person. At that moment, they finally understood why there was always one less person in Xingchen's team but one more red cloak. It turned out to be a very rare invisible ability. A smile crept onto Long Yu's lips. I've found you. Duong, Duong, Duong. Another 3 strikes from the big bone club hit her, leaving her dizzy. Xingchen laughed heartily. What good does it do you to find me? Can you hit me? I also found out you're a girl, so what? Long Yu was taken aback, but quickly reacted. You bastard, just wait until I kill you. She slowly opened her mouth and several whirlpools began to form around her, preparing to launch several elemental spells. Duong, Duong, Duong. Another 3 strikes from the big club smashed down on her head, directly interrupting her spellcasting. Hey, what the hell? Are you not following the rules of combat? Duong, Duong. Xingchen was having a blast. You're invisible, and you're still talking about combat ethics? The other 3 S-rank peak bronze teammates, seeing their 2 main forces entangled, turned their gazes towards Xingchen. 3 S-ranks should be more than enough to take him down. Let's go get him. Just as the 3 were about to act, they suddenly found themselves surrounded by small crayfish. The group was stunned. The crayfish launched an attack, clamping down on their vital organs. Oh my god, sugar, 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 sugar. The 3 hadn't recovered from the pain when they heard explosions above their heads, the sound of duong duong ringing out. Ouch. Damn it. They turned around only to find nothing there again. Xiao Longxia stood beside Xingchen, small crayfish continuously pouring out around him. There were ordinary crayfish soldiers, crayfish generals, long-range attacking, crayfish archers, and even a crayfish suicide squad. They charged forward with their pincers, catching the 3 off guard. Xingchen was overjoyed. Ouch, ouch. Long Xiang, your teammates are getting hurt, aren't you going to support them? At this moment, Long Xiang was also filled with black lines and bumps on his head. Duong, Duong, Duong. Lin Yusen swung the large bone club repeatedly. The goddess of war mastered all the techniques of battle. The large bone club always found the flaws in Long Xiang's defense and successfully struck his head. Oh my god, how do I fight this? If it weren't for his hard skull, he would have probably been knocked out on the spot. Xingchen was munching on sunflower seeds while taking photos to document the scene. Hey, Long Xiang, smile for the camera, say cheese. Why does it look worse than crying? Long Xiang was almost speechless. He never expected their entire team to be ridiculously strong. His sister, Long Yu, was also SS level, but once a mage was engaged in close combat, it was hard for them to exert their power. And the other side just happened to have a teammate who could go invisible. They were getting hit left and right. This was simply unsolvable. His 3 little brothers seemed to be restrained. Did they have 2 teammates who could go invisible? What about that F-level Zhang Dabauer? Long Xiang's mouth twitched. He immediately ordered his 3 SS level Teammates, you guys attack wildly around you. That Zhang Dabauer must be invisible too. As long as you hit him randomly once, he's definitely dead. Upon hearing this, the three immediately got excited. They grabbed their weapons and started slashing around wildly. One teammate even pulled out a gun and started shooting at the air in front of him. They didn't care about Zhang Daber's life or death. 3 minutes later, the three were panting, their heads still swollen, their bodies covered in small lobsters, pinching them all over with bruises and blood oozing out. Damn it, this is impossible to fight. We can't even hit that Zhang Dabauer. Is he invisible or just invincible? Just as the three were about to give up, one person accidentally extended his knife. An invisible rope was cut. On the other end of the rope, Zhang Dabauer slowly appeared. At that moment, he was preparing to smash the rubber stick in his hand onto one person's head. That person chuckled. You think you're impressive? Like this, huh? Zhang Dabauer looked around and then at his already visible self. Hee hee, big brother, do you believe in fate? The person was taken aback. With a loud thud, Zhang Dabauer smashed down. What the hell? The person clutched his painfully throbbing forehead. I believe your sister. After saying that, the man swung his knife at Zhang Dabauer. Zhang Dabauer took off running. He threw the rubber stick away, letting it fall onto the grass beside him. Hey, big brother, let's talk this over. The man ignored him and aimed to slash with his knife. However, after years of training, Zhang Dabauer was incredibly fast on his feet. The three couldn't catch up for a moment. I'll kill you, stop right there. Zhang Dabauer shouted while running. Are you stupid or am I stupid? You tell me to stop and I just stop? That would be so embarrassing for me. The three were so angry their teeth were itching, but this guy was running too fast. They couldn't catch up at all. Zhang Dabauer suddenly ran back to the car, grabbed the large red cloth bag that had been thrown on the ground and wrapped it around himself. Feeling uneasy, he started running again. The three behind him kept chasing. Xiao Longxia awkwardly smiled, draping the large red cloak over himself. Then his arms instantly transformed into lobster claws, leading the army of small lobsters to chase after the three. Long Xiang had already been beaten to a pulp. His nose was crooked and his dragon horn was broken. Scales were falling off his body and blood began to flow. Big sister, easy on me. Easy on me. Can you give me a chance to catch my breath? Upon hearing this, Lin Yusen paused her large bone club for a second. Once I've caught my breath, I'm going to keep hitting. Then her assault became even more ferocious, the large bone club swinging out with afterimages. Crack, crack. It came crashing down on Long Xiang. Long Xiang was dazed. You really meant to catch your breath, huh? Suddenly, he saw Xingchen beside him, gloating. As long as I find the right opportunity, I can rush in and take this guy down as a hostage. There's still a chance to turn the tables. Plus, I can give him a good beating to vent my anger. With that thought, Long Xiang exerted all his strength. He met Lin Yusen head-on with a bone club. Then, he swung his claws, forcing her back. Long Xiang seized the moment, unleashing all his power and charging towards Xingchen. You're dead, kid. His speed was incredibly fast, his body leaning forward at a 45-degree angle. Ah ha 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 ha, I'm going to kill you. Then, he stepped on the rubber stick that Zhang Daba had thrown on the ground. Bang! He went face first into the ground angle. Ouch! He landed flat on the ground right at Xingchen's feet. Damn it, who the hell threw trash around? Long Xiang cursed, gritting his teeth against the pain. Xingchen, I'm going to kill you. He glared up fiercely, only to see 6 shiny black gun barrels. Xingchen was patting the Gatling gun, pressing the barrel right against Long Xiang's face. He opened his mouth wide, revealing a menacing grin full of sharp teeth. I heard, someone wants to kill me. Is it you? Long Xiang, oh, you can't play like this. Xingchen held the Gatling gun, pressing it firmly against Long Xiang's face. He slowly squeezed half the trigger. The 6 clean barrels of the Gatling began to rotate slowly, but no bullets came out. This scared Long Xiang to death. He didn't think he could take a full burst of Gatling bullets to the face, but as a proud genius, even if his whole body felt weak, his mouth would still be tough. Shoot, do you dare to kill me? Xingchen scratched his head. I'm a lunatic, going crazy here. If I kill someone, I guess everyone can forgive me. Long Xiang was momentarily stunned, a dark line appearing on his face. He had gathered intelligence on Xingchen, and this guy was indeed a lunatic. What a damn misfortune. Xingchen increased the pressure on the trigger, and the barrel spun faster. Do you have any last words? Long Xiang swallowed hard, immense fear flooding his mind. Brother, let's talk this over. There's no need to go to extremes. Xingchen tapped the Gatling, making a clicking sound. Now that sounds like a human. Well, you owe me the 1 million I was promised, and you have to give me that bird too. Let's do it this way, I won't ask for much. Each of you 5 give me an extra 200 as a life-saving fee. That makes 1,001,000. What do you think? I'm a good person, right? Long Xiang was almost dumbfounded. Damn, you're already asking for 1 million, do you really need this extra 1,000? And my life is only worth 200? Xingchen looked at him. Ah, you're not worth 200. It's your sister who raised your average value, you're only worth 20. At that moment, Long Xiang felt like he wanted to die. This guy really knew how to mess with someone's mindset. Just then, Xiao Longxia and Zhang Daba had already teamed up to defeat 3 people. With the blessing of the Black Bear Spirit's robe, they couldn't break through their defenses at all. The 2 of them went on a wild rampage, knocking the 3 down and dragging them over. Lu Hua had also beaten Long Yu to the point where she couldn't stand. Dragging her leg over, she tossed her in front of Xingchen. Lin Yusen approached, tapping the large bone club in her hand. Behind her floated a massive gemstone spear and a giant sword, giving off a somewhat bloody vibe. Xingchen looked at the sorrowful Long Xiang. Yo, sorry, total victory, pay up. Long Xiang's face was filled with resentment, on the verge of tears. He took out his wallet to show some change. Then he pulled out his phone to show Xingchen the super message. This thing can't even hit 100 million. I might as well give it to you when I get back. Star looked at Long Xiang, his expression gradually brightening. Ah, it's fine, I brought a POS machine. With that, he casually took out the POS machine from his space. Swipe your card, family. Instantly, everyone was stunned. This damn guy actually carries a POS machine with him. Is he really here to take an exam? After a series of operations, he entered the password. A beeping sound rang out, and the card was successfully swiped. Longxiang finished swiping 1,001,000, then handed the guiding parrot to Star. In the cage, the parrot continued to sing, seemingly very happy about changing owners. Star nodded in satisfaction. This parrot could learn anything, perfectly matching his style. Just then, Longxiang suddenly made a move, shoving Longyu next to Star. Ah, I promised to give you Longyu too. Then, a few people walked out with long faces. Star was left dumbfounded. Hey, damn it, I didn't say I wanted this thing. However, the others had already walked far away, leaving only Star's team and Longyu. Star glanced disdainfully at the blushing Longyu. Bang! The group got into the car, leaving Longyu outside the door. With a press of the gas pedal, they sped towards their final destination, the Dragon People territory. Longyu was left standing there with a face full of black lines. Are you even a man? You wouldn't take it even if it was given for free? The sky gradually darkened. The group had already reached the last safe zone. Beyond this safe zone, no one could sleep soundly anymore. They could only rush towards the end of the Flying Dragon territory in one breath. So this was the last supply replenishment. At this time, the safe zone was already packed with people. This safe zone was constructed by personnel organized by Jianghuai City. Captain Wu Qing of the Spirit Guard had been waiting here for a long time. Many of Jianghuai City's Spirit Guard friends also came to volunteer. Luo Xian and Xiolua were busy preparing supplies for the candidates to exchange. Shingling was secretly feeding De Huang in a corner. If any candidate saw this, they would surely grind their teeth in anger. Wasn't that their supplies he was eating? Star's RV slowly drove into the safe zone. Wu Qing and the others waiting at the entrance suddenly froze. What kind of conditions does this candidate have to be able to ride in an RV? Just then, Zhang Debao stopped the RV, then jumped out of the driver's seat. Hey, Uncle Wu, you're here too? Wu Qing's mouth twitched. Ah, so it's young Master Zhang. Lord Zhang, how have you been lately? Zhang Debao scratched his head. He seems to have gone to learn a foreign language recently, not sure when. He'll be back. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they saw Star and the others getting off the RV. Captain, I've missed you so much. With that, Star leaped forward and tightly hugged Wu Qing. Hey, kid, watch the occasion. Wu Qing removed Star from himself. He stared at him for a while. Hiss, you all look pretty good. I didn't expect that after a few days of wilderness survival, you even gained weight. Star scratched his head. Sigh, the food provided by the education department is too good, I can't even eat it all. Let's go shopping later, have some food and drinks tonight. Wu Qing was a bit puzzled. Shopping requires you to spend your college entrance examination points, and those points will affect your final exam results, so it's better to save some. Star looked unconcerned. Rankings aren't important. What university? Where's the food delicious? Saying this, he dragged Wu Qing to the supply supermarket. This one, this one, wrap up these 3 shelves for me. Star continued his extravagant shopping style, sweeping through the place, leaving Wu Qing dumbfounded. Damn it, are you here to stock up or to take the college entrance exam? Star didn't answer and continued his frenzied shopping spree. Over there, and pack up this whole pile for Captain Wu to take home and eat. Wu Qing's mouth twitched. What do you take me for, a corrupt official? He firmly declined. Don't use this to test the cadres. Xingchen scratched his head again. Alright, but having some crayfish tonight is definitely acceptable. Wu Qing's eyes lit up. Crayfish, something he had been longing for a long time. And they were summoned from another dimension, they must be delicious. Hurry up, bring on the crayfish. At this moment, everyone else finally arrived. After being Chased by the wild boar spirit all day, they were quite exhausted. They didn't want to see Xingchen gorging himself, so they quickly fell into a deep sleep. Xingchen did not sleep. The few of them were still frantically purchasing supplies. If they didn't buy the college entrance examination points now, they wouldn't be able to spend them later. Having them in hand wasn't a good thing. Suddenly, Xingchen saw Shingling and Da Huang sneaking food behind the shelves. Ah, you guys are here too. Da Huang was very happy to see Xingchen. He took small steps to his side. Lifting a hind leg towards his shoes, he affectionately marked a spot. Xingchen kicked him away. Get the hell out of here, you've learned bad habits. Da Huang looked quite aggrieved, then went to Zhang Debao's feet and marked another spot. Finally, there was Ling Yusen, Xiaolongxia, and the transparent Lu Hua. In short, everyone got a mark. Wu Qing chuckled. Da Huang is now our search and rescue dog. It will mark a spot for each team, which will be useful at critical moments. As Xingchen stared in shock, Da Huang quietly sneaked into each tent. He marked a spot on their sleeping faces. The tents were filled with continuous wails. What the hell? Why is there a dog peeing on my face? Is there no justice in this world? At this moment, a member of the spirit guard would come over to explain. This is our search and rescue dog. It can save your life at critical moments. The person was covered in yellow urine, still dripping. What the hell? After marking for a while, Da Huang came back to drink water frantically, then went out to mark again. Xingchen watched Da Huang's antics, then looked at the yellow water on his shoe, feeling a bit reassured. Shingling finished a chicken leg, sprang out from the corner, and pounced on Xingchen. Bro, I missed you so much. Xingchen, using Wu Qing's method, lifted Shingling off himself. Just like picking up a kitten, he placed her on the ground. Don't make a fuss, there are so many people. The few of them happily ate and drank. They didn't notice that not far away, in the territory of the flying dragons, dark currents were stirring. Countless flying dragons were arranging their formations. They hid at various important nodes, preparing to catch all the candidates in one net. The flying dragon lord sat in a huge cave. There seemed to be malice in his enormous mouth. The time for revenge against humans has come. The sky brightened once again. Xingchen slowly opened his eyes. Beside him, Da Huang was sleeping, seemingly dreaming. He must have been in great pain in his dream, making a sizzling sound. Zhang Debao also seemed to be dreaming. He mumbled in his sleep while biting Da Huang's hind leg. Damn, it smells so good. Xingchen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Debao, Zhang Debao, stop biting. Da Huang is having nightmares. It was a struggle to get out of bed. The few of them slowly walked out of the tent. Xingchen stretched lazily, with his eyes closed, taking a breath of the fresh morning air. The air is so fresh, much better than Zhanghuai City. Then, he froze in place. The safety zone in front of him was completely empty, as if it had been cleared out entirely. Damn it, it's only 7 o'clock and there's not a single person in the safety zone. A group of overachievers. This is just unfair. The mountaintop of the flying dragon territory is the endpoint of this assessment. The first team to reach the finish line will earn 50,000 points. Subsequent teams will lose 10 points each. The scoring system is incredibly simple. As long as you are the first to reach the finish line, you can instantly surpass everyone else and claim the top spot. Due to Xingchen's outrageous tactics during this exam, everyone has very few points. The second place team, led by Wu Qinghan, has only a little over 5,000 points left. Although Xingchen has a lot of points, he spends money extravagantly, emptying out all the supplies in the safe zone and packing them up to take home. Plus, he keeps selling various supplies for cash along the way. His points have dwindled to just over 30,000. Therefore, everyone believes that whoever reaches the top first can surpass Xingchen and become the champion. Around midnight, some people even set off. Xingchen, with a dark expression, looked at the empty safe zone before him. Let's just say, with you all pushing so hard, you probably can't outrun me, right? He. Xingchen remained unhurried, finishing his breakfast before leading his team up the mountain. The massive off-road RV struggled to navigate the steep mountain roads, shaking like a rattle. Inside, everyone felt dizzy. This is way too bumpy, Zhang Daba complained. Xingchen patted him on the back. It's okay, Daba, with your driving skills as the king of Aokigahara, you'll definitely make it to the finish line. Zhang Daba's eyes lit up. Hey, how did you know my favorite movie is Initial D? A nostalgic expression crossed Zhang Daba's face as he closed his eyes. Back then, I was still young and naive, and I stumbled upon that passionate anime. An AE-86 delivering tofu could actually outrun a supercar FC. Instantly, I was fired up and resolved to drive a Mercedes. When I grew up, Xingchen's mouth twitched. The 86 can only go uphill, but the Mercedes can climb trees, right? Just then, a loud thud echoed. The RV hit a rock. There was no road left for the vehicle to travel, only steep cliffs and rugged paths remained. Xingchen looked up at the towering ridge, feeling a bit intimidated. Damn, this is too high. Let's get up the mountain. With that, they all got out of the car and began their ascent. The rugged mountain path was exceptionally difficult to navigate. Some parts were so narrow that only one person could pass. Sideways. A careless move could lead to a fall. This was even more dangerous than fighting monsters. They tied themselves together with a rope, with Xingchen in the front and Xiao Longxia at the back. The three in the middle stayed close, fearing a misstep could send them plummeting into the abyss. The guiding parrot had been released by Xingchen and was now flying freely above them. Squawk, squawk, keep going, keep going. Xingchen frowned. This damn parrot has learned bad habits from the goblins. They climbed the mountain, surprisingly encountering no classmates along the way. It was truly absurd. There were still over 20,000 people left. Surely some of them should be struggling to climb up. Why? Was there nothing on the road? Just as Xingchen reached halfway up the mountain, he suddenly spotted a smear of blood ahead. A student was desperately clinging to a crooked tree covered in wounds, with blood dripping down. Seeing this, Xingchen extended a long pole and pulled him up. Hey, buddy, rescue fee is 10,000, just so you know. Upon hearing the words rescue fee, the student's fear vanished, and he was momentarily choked by the statement. Damn it, what time is it, and you still want a rescue fee? Zhang Daba approached the student. Classmate, what happened? The student then realized his situation was quite dangerous. It's bad, it's bad. The exam rules state that the flying dragons will not actively attack humans. But just now, the overwhelming flying dragons suddenly launched a fierce attack on us. Everyone was caught off guard and trapped in the valley. Among them, there was an incredibly huge flying dragon that roared at everyone. If you don't want to die, then obediently surrender. Then it unleashed a powerful breath. Half of the mountain peak collapsed. So terrifying, oh my. Xingchen was taken aback. This plot felt a bit familiar. Could it be? Am I about to get rich again? Let's go save people. The rescue fee is 10,000. The man grabbed Xingchen's thigh. No, no. Before the college entrance examination, I had studied the territory of the flying dragons. Flying dragons are a very high-tier magical beast. In a battle of the same tier, one flying dragon is equivalent to 10 goblins. And high-level flying dragons far exceed that number. Moreover, the lord of this flying dragon territory had already reached the diamond peak many years ago. He has 3 platinum-level elites under him, countless below the gold level. We absolutely cannot win. Xingchen scratched his head. Ah, I see, then let's run away. If you add another 1,000 to the rescue fee, I'll take you to the safe zone. The man looked utterly exasperated. This is all you have in terms of integrity. Just then, 2 flying dragons suddenly discovered them. Hee hee, how come there are still people there? Weren't they supposed to be gathered on the main road for a clean sweep? Forget it, let's capture them first. Saying that, the 2 flying dragons dove down towards Xingchen and the others. Xingchen was extremely shocked upon seeing this. He was so startled that his hand trembled uncontrollably. In his shock, he accidentally pulled the trigger. The Gatling gun fired blue flames, spraying bullets at the flying dragons in the air. In the astonished eyes of the 2 dragons, it was as if they saw their great-grandmother. Then they were riddled with bullets and fell towards the ground. Xingchen was very anxious upon seeing this. No, we can't let them fall. Saying that, the frying pan expanded against the wind, catching the 2 flying dragons securely. Now we're good, we can feast tonight. Everyone had a look of disbelief. Damn it, I thought you were afraid of being discovered by the flying dragons. Turns out you just wanted to create a new species. Xingchen quickly stored the 2 flying dragons in his space backpack. He wanted to return the way they came. Just then, they realized they couldn't go back at all, because the gunfire had attracted more flying dragons around them. Now they were stuck in midair, a target for the dragons. The guiding parrot suddenly spoke up. Mu, follow me, I know of a cave. Then it quickly flew forward a bit and jumped down. Xingchen trusted the chatty little parrot immensely. He jumped down as well, while the other team members, caught off guard, were directly pulled down by the rope. The recently rescued examinee gritted his teeth and jumped down too. Everyone kept falling down, weaving through the clouds. Suddenly, they felt their bodies come to a halt, caught by a crooked tree. They then saw a small cave in front of the crooked tree. Xingchen was very happy and was the first to crawl inside. The other few, dizzy and disoriented from the fall, were pulled in by Xingchen. Once inside the cave, everyone discovered that, although it was narrow outside, it widened the further they went in. It turned out to be a marvelous place. Is this the legendary opportunity that comes from jumping off a cliff? Hee hee, I'm about to get rich. As they crawled, they saw several flying dragons baring their teeth and claws. The group suddenly twitched at the corners of their mouths. Damn, this isn't an opportunity, it's a coincidence. This is a flying dragon's nest. A few flying dragons were surprised to see Xingchen and the others rush in. With their large, toothy mouths wide open, they were ready to attack. However, it was clear that the cramped cave was not suitable for the flying dragons to fight. Xingchen pulled out a frying pan and knocked them out one by one. These were all ordinary bronze-level flying dragons, easily defeated by him. The only ones he was wary of were those few dragon overlords. Sigh, it seems like we're going to have another burst of merit this time. Are you all ready? It's time to go rescue people. The group exchanged glances. Even if the road ahead is fraught with danger, we have no choice but to act. Then they held hands and walked out of the cave. With a generous and heroic spirit, they suddenly realized a problem. Damn it, where do we go to rescue people? In the Flying Dragon territory, within an enormous cave, the candidates were tied up in all sorts of positions and thrown here. Surrounding them were thousands of Flying Dragon soldiers on high alert. An invisible electric barrier surrounded the candidates. Just a moment ago, one candidate had tried to sneak away, only to be turned into a pile of ashes by the barrier. A Flying Dragon slowly approached, took out a broom and dustpan, swept the ashes inside, and casually tossed them outside the cave. The others turned pale with fear. For a moment, no one dared to act out. At this time, several prodigies sat at the back of the crowd, quietly discussing tactics. Longxiang spoke up. Everyone, we need to gather our top combat power and break out. Now, everyone listen to my command. Ling. Xinghan sneered. You an SS level can't even defeat Xingchen's girl and you dare to call yourself a prodigy? Longxiang's expression darkened. Damn it, how did this news spread so fast? Wu Yuyu shifted her position, moving closer to the group. Everyone, don't panic, let me analyze it for you. As soon as we went missing, the examiners would have discovered it and they must be preparing forces to rescue us. As long as we maximize our living strength, we can still get out with a coordinated effort. Ling Qinghan sneered again. You only know to wait for rescue when something goes wrong, you don't deserve the name of a prodigy. Moreover, the intelligence of flying dragons is extremely high. The flying dragon lair is complex and intricate. When the rescuers arrive, will they even be able to find us? Do the flying dragons really see us as hostages? Will they kill us at any moment? Do you think this is a grand conspiracy? Besides, it took us 7 or 8 days to get here from Goblin City. If the education department's army charges over, it will take at least 3 to 5 days. In that time, only a few top experts can make it here. Can we really wait for someone to rescue us? Ling Qinghan's questions were all reasonable, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Suddenly, they felt he made a lot of sense. Longxiang took the lead. In terms of strategy, I indeed cannot compare to you. So, what do you think we should do now? We'll follow your arrangements. Ling Qinghan glanced around at the proud expressions on everyone's faces. How would I know what to do? Everyone, oh, damn it. In the largest Flying Dragon territory cave, the Flying Dragon Lord, along with 3 Flying Dragon generals, and the heads of various dragon clans, were discussing tactics. Brothers, ever since I became the Lord, we have been suppressed by humans. They slaughter our kin, take our dragon horns to forge weapons. They use our spirit cores to concoct pills. After countless sacrifices and resistance from our ancestors, we barely signed a non-aggression treaty between flying dragons and humans. The flying dragons were able to recuperate, but now our strength has grown. We must take revenge on humans and reclaim what was once ours. Let the spirits of our fallen ancestors rest in peace. Warriors, we will use these tens of thousands of candidates as hostages to draw out the human army and then kill them all, to warn the spirits of our ancestors. Everyone, raise the banner of resistance. Kill. The hall echoed with deafening shouts. Swear to follow the Lord to the death. Swear to follow the Lord to the death. Then please depart according to the plan. The flying dragon swiftly flew out of the cave. The Dragon Lord revealed a barely perceptible strange smile. He, you pitiful flying insects. And those filthy humans, you are all going to die. He. The blood slaughter formation is about to begin. Everyone, become the stepping stones on my path to becoming a king. A few of the Starry group had been sitting in the cave for an hour. Should we escape back? Zhang Dabauer couldn't help but say. Starry paused. Well, escaping isn't out of the question, but you should escape first, and then we will follow. Zhang Dabauer looked a bit confused, showing a puzzled expression. Lin Yusen silently pointed to the cave entrance. Zhang Dabauer looked outside the cave and found countless flying dragons patrolling in the air. His mouth twitched. Forget it, let's just stay here and wait to die. Starry touched his spatial backpack. The stored food was enough for several people to survive for a long time, and it was filled with various pots and pans with supplies very well stocked. Plus, with the infinite life-renewing ability of the little crayfish, a few people could get married and have children here, and their descendants wouldn't be impossible. Then he looked at the only 2 women in the group, Lin Yusen. Lin Yusen's expression changed in surprise. Why are you looking at me? Starry chuckled. He. I'm just wondering if you can be useful at a critical moment? Lin Yusen's expression stiffened. I thought you were going to make me have children. You scared me to death. Then Starry looked at the void again. A sound of footsteps echoed in the void, quickly fading away. Oh my, please don't eat me. Starry smiled awkwardly. Can you all think normally for a moment? The crowd, who exactly is not normal? After a long while, everyone finally calmed down. Through an hour of careful analysis, Starry had roughly explained the situation. It seems it's time to turn the flying dragon territory upside down. Everyone, depart according to my plan. In the massive criminal cave, several top talents were still arguing. Damn it, is there any way? What the hell? First of all, we can't get past this lightning barrier. Not only can we not get past, no one can get past, Long Xiang said angrily. However, just in the next second, four big characters suddenly appeared on Long Xiang's forehead. Endure the love's urine. Oh whoa! A dog suddenly appeared on Long Xiang's face. Starry was riding on De Huan's back directly, pinning the showboating Long Xiang to the ground. What the hell? What the hell is stuffed in my mouth? Long Xiang flailed angrily, filled with rage. Da Huang blushed as he got off Long Xiang, then looked at the device he used to mark locations. Starry couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Damn it, De Huang, this isn't the right occasion. He's Long Xiang, not a little female dog. Oh whoa, this kind of trash, even dogs don't want it. Everyone looked at Starry, who had appeared out of nowhere, and suddenly their eyes lit up. Right, what was said before, that dog could save lives at a critical moment. So it turns out to be a spatial ability. Great, great, hurry and take me out. Starry extended a finger and then shook his head. Don't be silly, it's impossible to take away 30,000 people at once. If the number is significantly reduced, the surrounding flying dragons will definitely notice. By then, the remaining people won't know what kind of torture they will face. Everyone gasped. This question is indeed tricky. Only a very small number of people will survive, while the rest will suffer even harsher torment. Instantly, the people around gasped in shock, unable to suppress their surprise. Right, how do we decide who goes and who stays? Let me go, I'm my mom's only son. Why should you get to go? I'm my mom's only daughter. A heated argument broke out among the crowd. Xingchen chuckled lightly, interrupting them. It's okay, I'll solve this problem. Everyone turned to look at Xingchen. How will you solve it? Xingchen cleared his throat gently. Listen up, everyone, listen up. The rescue fee is 10,000. First come, first served. First come, first served. The crowd collectively spat out a mouthful of old blood. What the hell, is this how you're solving it? Aren't you still sacrificing most people? Xingchen declared with righteous indignation. Just say whether it's solved or not. I'll be the bad guy, you just need to pay. The crowd felt as if Xingchen had suddenly transformed into a different person, leaving them puzzled. Just then, a chubby guy with acne quietly squeezed his way over. I'll go, save me first. Saying this, he pulled out a wad of cash, totaling 10,000, and threw it at Xingchen's face. Quick, get me out of here. Xingchen looked at the little chubby guy crawling over and then smiled. The big troublemaker has arrived. Alright, my friend, I promise to get you out. At that moment, several people around couldn't hold back anymore. Save me, save me, I'll give you 20,000. I'll give 30,000, I'll give 50,000. The crowd even started to auction themselves off, afraid of falling behind. Xingchen shrugged and glanced at the few outstanding individuals beside him. See, this is human nature. When faced with danger, the first instinct is to protect oneself. The few outstanding individuals had a look of disbelief. Hey, isn't your way of making money even more shameful? Xingchen chuckled. Making money is also human nature. They pay, I put in the effort to save them. Of course, you can also give me money to save you. They all felt that today's Xingchen was a bit different, but they couldn't quite figure out why. Soon after, Xingchen disregarded the shouts of the flying dragons around him and yelled out. Hey, it's time to pay the rescue fee. 10,000. First come, first served, limited spots. Some terrified students rushed over to Xingchen, quickly scanning the payment code. Save me, save me, save me first. Right, don't mind them, I'll have my dad give you 100,000. Xingchen firmly declined. The rescue fee is just over 10,000, not a penny more. I'm a good-hearted businessman. I absolutely won't raise the price. The crowd had a look of disbelief. Where the hell is your conscience? Meanwhile, other students couldn't stand it anymore. In the face of a great enemy, you're here making money off of people's misfortunes. I'd rather rush out and fight the flying dragons than let you, this unscrupulous merchant, succeed. Exactly, I'd rather die than pay. Xingchen shot them a glance. Then go ahead and die. The flying dragons outside glared at them but ignored them, because this thunder and lightning formation is a secret weapon of the flying dragon clan. How could this group of ragtag students possibly escape? Let them mess around as they please. Xingchen was overjoyed. The notification sounds of payments kept ringing in his hand. Super credit received, 10,000. Super credit received, 10,000. Super credit received. Before long, he had received over 1 million. Xingchen happily stuffed his brick-like phone back into his spatial backpack. Then he stood up, facing the disdainful gazes of thousands, and began his speech with righteous fervor. Students, today, I'm going to take everyone out together. I hope everyone will cooperate with me, thank you. Instantly, the hundreds of students who had paid were dumbfounded. If we can all go out, then isn't the money wasted? Xingchen looked at them and chuckled. No loss, no loss, at least I bought a lesson, and I can guarantee you all have stored some. If you die halfway, full refund. Damn it, what a big pit. In the abyss of Lorlan, Goblin City, officials from the education department, various experts, principals from major schools, and elite personnel from within the schools, as well as professionals from the Spirit Guard, had gathered. Everyone was fully equipped and ready to head to the dragon territory to rescue people. At that moment, a huge screen displayed a provocative video from the Dragon Lord. A massive dragon arrogantly faced everyone. Humans, I have kidnapped your students and am killing them one by one. Tear off their skin, drink their blood, eat their flesh, let humanity pay blood for blood. In the surveillance video, the Dragon Lord revealed its brutal teeth. It pulled out a small human boy from beside it and bit into his neck, blood gushing out immediately, and the boy struggled a few times before losing his breath. The examiners gritted their teeth in anger, wanting to rush up and devour this creature alive. The Dragon Lord continued to arrogantly tear at the boy's body. Ha ha ha, how about it? Want to come for revenge? Dirty humans. Its expression was extremely arrogant, with blood and flesh smeared on its sharp teeth, blood dripping down its mouth. The director of the mental hospital, Zheng Jihua, glanced at the Dragon Lord. Hey, kid, you can mess with others, but if you dare touch Xingqian, I'll smash your mouth. The Dragon Lord was clearly taken aback. It didn't know who Xingqian was, but at a critical moment it had to maintain its high status, still looking arrogant. Fine, then I'll taste what you call Xingqian. Instantly, Zheng Jihua was furious, his 7 orifices smoking. He took off the plastic slippers from his feet. He aimed at the surveillance screen and delivered a big slap. Smack! The Dragon Lord on the other side was spun around 2.5 times from the slap. Its jaw immediately swelled up with a big lump. He's dazed. What the hell is this ability? Before it could come to its senses, Zheng Jihua had already wildly slapped the screen dozens of times. The Dragon Lord in the cave was spinning in place, covered in blood. The Dragon General hurriedly destroyed the camera. It prevented the Dragon Lord from dying on the spot. Lord, this old man is a bit strange. At this moment, the Dragon Lord, with snot and blood mixed together, looked quite disheveled. I'm just pretending to be weak to lure them in. You hurry and prepare to ambush them. The Dragon General hesitated a bit, but still nodded. Yes. After saying that, the Dragon General walked out of the cave. The Dragon Lord saw that it was the only one left in the cave. It kept rubbing its cheeks. Damn it, this old man is really strange. Ouch, it hurts so much. Just then, a figure dressed in a red robe and wearing a red hood stepped out of the shadows. His face was hidden in the light, making it hard to see his features. Upon seeing this, the Dragon Lord quickly stopped rubbing its face. Cardinal Doug, can I rely on you to help me advance to the king level this time? Cardinal Doug confidently declared, I am a king-level cardinal. Moreover, this time to help you advance to the king level, I brought 3 diamond-level cardinals to assist you. Don't worry, we will step in at the critical moment. The Dragon Lord trembled with excitement. Great, great, with your words, I can rest assured. Cardinal Doug felt a bit elevated, his face overflowing with pride. Suddenly, he noticed the clear imprint of a small Peppa Pig slipper on the Dragon Lord's cheek. His mouth twitched involuntarily. Did that man do this to your face? In the massive criminal cave, everyone was tightly gathered around Xingqian, as if they were watching the hope of the entire village. Xingqian, what should we do? We're counting on you. Right, you're the real prodigy, they're all idiots. Instantly, the few prodigies had dark expressions on their faces. Looks like someone feels offended. Xingqian patted his chest. Don't worry, everyone, I guarantee I'll get you all out this time. Just tell us what to do. Xingqian took out his phone to check the time. There's no rush yet, let me break through to silver first. Everyone twitched at the corners of their mouths. You're only bronze 8, you want to break through to silver? We'll be left starving to bones. Xingqian shook his head. Don't worry, it'll be quick. Longxiang snorted coldly. I think you're just trying to show off. Stop bragging, you think you can break through to silver? Maybe in your next life. Everyone chimed in agreement. Yeah, stop boasting, with your skills, you think you can save everyone? Xingqian ignored them and opened the merit shop. He found a bronze-level upgrade pill. Clicked to purchase. Congratulations, host, for spending 2,000 merits to purchase an upgrade pill. Xingqian didn't care about the 2,000 merits. He had saved many people recently. He had collected nearly a few million. His merit balance was already at 8,000. Time to spend, Xingqian thought. A wheel-sized bronze-level upgrade pill suddenly appeared before everyone. What the hell is this? Where did this big mud ball come from? Xingqian grinned at them, revealing teeth speckled with chives. He began to create. Then, in front of 10,000 people, he started to munch on the upgrade pill with gusto. The momentum and vigor truly stunned everyone. Oh no, this kid has gone crazy. 10 minutes later, Xingqian had devoured the wheel-sized upgrade pill completely. Just as everyone was in a daze, Xingqian's aura suddenly surged. He went from bronze 8 directly to bronze 9. Everyone was dumbfounded. They could clearly feel that Xingqian was different from before. What the hell is this miraculous pill? Can I have one? Even if I gave it to you, you wouldn't be able to swallow it, would you? I'd even shove it down my throat with a toilet plunger if I had to. Xingqian ignored them again. Instead, he focused his thoughts. A chair-sized silver-level breakthrough pill appeared before everyone. What the hell? This one is even bigger than the last. He's not going to eat it, is he? Whether he eats it or not doesn't matter. I just want to know where he's keeping this thing. It can't be freshly rolled mud, can it? Immediately after, Xingqian began to munch on it in front of everyone again. It looked so delicious that the people around were starting to feel hungry. 15 minutes later, he tossed the last piece of the pill into his mouth. Xingqian let out a satisfied belch. Instantly, he underwent a tremendous transformation. Countless spiritual energies surged into his body. The surrounding spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Even the lightning barrier around them slightly fluctuated. The dragon soldiers nearby became alert. Moments later, everything calmed down. Longxiang stared at Xingqian in disbelief. Damn, you really broke through to silver. What the hell? What kind of pill is this? I've tried all kinds of miraculous pills in the world, but none are as effective as yours. Xingqian waved his hand at him. Hey, my family, this is a family secret recipe. It's not for public knowledge. Everyone had dark expressions on their faces. However, a system notification sound had already appeared on. Xingqian sighed. Congratulations, host, for advancing to silver 1-star. New talent unlocked, SSS level explosive art. Flying little bomb. Xingqian was taken aback. What the hell, that name is a bit cute, isn't it? What on earth is this thing for? The flying little bomb can create C4 bombs out of thin air. Its form can take on any shape you can imagine and can possess temporary biological traits. Biological traits can be endowed onto other bombs. Xingqian didn't quite understand it, but he used it directly. With a thought, a flying bomb bird appeared before him, crafted from clay, resembling a guiding parrot, its beak seemingly saying something vulgar. With another thought, the bomb bird circled above everyone's heads and then crashed into an empty space. Hon! A loud explosion echoed. It shocked all the creatures in the surrounding cave. The dragon soldiers looked on in astonishment. Damn it, you want to mess around for no reason? You can't break the lightning barrier. Then they turned and continued their patrol, ignoring them. There was no way, the dragon soldiers themselves couldn't enter the lightning barrier. Only those of the rank of dragon general or higher could open or close the gate. As the smoke cleared, everyone looked at the large pit on the cave floor, falling into deep thought. Is this the explosive power that a silver level can cause? That's terrifying. Suddenly, Xingqian's eyes lit up. This thing is great. I can blow up wherever I want, way better than growing mushrooms. He then took out a mineral water bottle. He endowed it with life traits. The mineral water bottle seemed to come to life, rolling on the ground under Xingqian's control. It then rolled into the blasted pit. Hone! The mineral water bottle exploded on the spot. The pit became even deeper. This thing is all about surprise. Xingqian was very pleased. This ability is not bad, quite standard. He then looked at the surrounding people who were dumbfounded. What the hell is standard? That's just perverse. Xingqian ignored them because the system was giving an explosive message at that moment. The host's total merit has exceeded 30,000. Would you like to claim the super artifact Thunderous Hammer of Heaven and Earth Collapse claim? Congratulations, the host has obtained the Thunderous Hammer of Heaven and Earth Collapse. Xingqian looked at his empty hands and suddenly thought that this materialistic system's weapon must have a bizarre way of appearing. System, I'm here. Hurry up and give me that hammer. I need it urgently. The host can choose to spend 100 merit points for expedited shipping. Xingqian thought for a moment 100 merit points wasn't much, so he decided to expedite it. He chose to pay 100 merit points. Received 100 merit points, arranging expedited shipping immediately. Xingqian nodded in satisfaction. Hurry up! After selecting expedited shipping, Xingqian couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Every time the weapon appeared differently, how fast could expedited shipping be? Clang! A huge stone fell from the ceiling of the prison cave, landing directly between Xingqian's legs. It was only 2 inches away from a disaster. Xingqian broke out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, the large stone split in half. A goat horn hammer emerged from the middle. Xingqian exclaimed, "Wow, that shipping speed is really fast. I should give a good review." He reached out and grasped the small goat horn hammer. Feeling unremarkable? Suddenly, the system's voice came again. Congratulations, the host has obtained the Thunderous Hammer of Heaven and Earth Collapse quality. Crimson Gold Super Artifact Type, Blunt Weapon Attributes. Normal attacks can trigger heavenly thunder, causing enormous area or precise strikes. Requires charging before use. Description: the heavens and earth collapse, swallowing mountains and rivers. The power rests in my hands, slaying immortals and Buddhas to become a demon. The sword unsheathed, blood flows like a river. Star looked grimly at the hammer in his hand. Damn it, where am I supposed to charge this now? Wait, charge? It seemed like that was the one thing they had in abundance. Star looked up, happily gazing at the lightning barrier, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting. The barrier's walls were still crackling with electric sparks. A feather flew across the barrier. The electric light surged, instantly turning the feather into a wisp of ash. It sent chills down everyone's spine. Star quietly crept closer. Wu Yu grabbed him. Star, what are you doing? Trying to get yourself killed? That thing has electricity. Star glanced at her. Right, my phone is out of battery. I was just thinking of charging it. Everyone's lips twitched. Damn, charging, won't the electricity kill you? While Wu Yu was momentarily stunned, Star had already reached the edge of the lightning barrier. In front of all the flying dragons and students, he gently handed the hammer to the edge of the barrier. Everyone watched Star's reckless move, their lips twitching. It's over, it already shocks people, and he insists on using metal as a conductor. Among the candidates, many girls couldn't help but close their eyes, as if afraid of what would happen next. Zizzazizi, zizzazizi. The sound of electric currents came. It scared everyone even more. Damn, Star is holding up pretty well. It's been a while and he hasn't been electrocuted yet. The Boulder girls couldn't help but open their eyes. Then they witnessed a scene they would be astonished by for the rest of their lives. Star was holding the hammer with one hand. The hammer was stuck in the lightning barrier. Countless electric sparks surged towards the hammer. It looked like little snakes were directly burrowing into a hole. The surrounding lightning grew denser. All of it was drilling towards the small hammer. The barrier dimmed a bit. Damn, what is this thing? Star looked back at everyone while holding the hammer with one hand. Oh, everyone don't worry, I'm just charging a power bank. Damn power bank. If you keep this up a little longer, the lightning barrier will break. Can we get out then? It seems we still can't. Then everyone looked at the thousands of flying dragons, already watching them warily. Is there really someone who isn't afraid of the lightning barrier? He must be a high-level lightning ability user. It's fine, he can only hold on for a while. He'll be electrocuted soon. However, half an hour passed. Star's arm holding the hammer was starting to feel sore. Oh my, this hammer is too heavy. The lightning barrier had dimmed by almost half. Energy was directly surging towards the hammer. The flying dragons were stunned. Quick, report to General Thunder. Then an elite flying dragon led thousands of flying dragon soldiers, glaring at the front, ready to rush in the moment the lightning barrier broke. To kill everyone. We must not let them escape. The small hammer in Star's hand continued to absorb energy. Just when the barrier dimmed to less than 10%, Star stopped. Ah, no more charging. After charging, these little flying bugs are going to come in and mess with me. Star tucked the small hammer into his waist. He returned to the circle of people and sat down. Long Xiang was dumbfounded. Hey, Star, we're in a dilemma now. What do we do when General Thunder comes over? Star scratched his head. What else can we do? We'll deal with him. Long Xiang looked confused. General Thunder is a genuine platinum-level big shot. Even if we all rush him, we can't kill him. And he can easily kill many of us. Plus those flying dragon soldiers are no pushovers. We might end up completely wiped out. Star glanced at him. No worries, I have my own clever plan. At that moment, everyone looked at Star with expectant eyes. After all, Xingchen had just nearly broken the lightning barrier. Just for that, Xingchen was still trustworthy. However, Xingchen directly lay down among the crowd and fell into a deep sleep. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and lead everyone out. Xingchen shook his head. I'm waiting for reinforcements, they'll be here soon. The others were puzzled. It would take at least 3 days to get here from Goblin City. How could they possibly arrive soon? Xingchen crossed his legs and looked at the time. Why do we have to come from Goblin City? Can't we come from the Wild Boar Spirit Prairie? The crowd was taken aback. The Wild Boar Spirit Prairie. Isn't there only wild boars there? So what if there are only wild boars? At that moment, a grunting sound echoed through the cave. Humph, where is the treasure of the flying dragon? Whoosh! A large group of wild boars surged into the cave. Treasure, we want treasure. Seeing this, Xingchen grinned. Only the flying dragons know where the treasure is, you should ask them. The wild boar spirits were stunned, then noticed many flying dragons in the cave. Treasure, give us treasure. Humph, humph, humph. In just a moment, the flying dragons and wild boar spirits clashed. The flying dragons excelled in flight, speed, and one-hit kills. The wild boar spirits were adept at running on the ground, relying on their tough skin, thick flesh, and strength. Initially, they kept to their own territories, with the wild boars unable to reach the flying dragons in the air. The flying dragons found it hard to kill the wild boars on the ground. But now it was different, they were in a cave. The flying dragons couldn't fly too high and had limited mobility. In a fight with the wild boars, all their advantages vanished, and they could only rely on their naturally high levels to barely hold their ground. Instantly, the cave turned into a chaotic battleground. Soon after, Zhang Debeos quietly emerged from the crowd of wild boars. Xingchen, look at how I've tricked the wild boar spirits. Oh no, brought them all here. Xingchen slowly opened his eyes. The hunting moment had arrived. Brothers, charge with me. With that, Xingchen raised the hammer in his hand. He smashed the lightning barrier to pieces. A deafening thunderclap rang out and the barrier shattered into countless lightning fragments. Everyone rushed out. They unleashed a barrage of attacks on the flying dragon soldiers. "You foolish little insects dare to imprison us! We'll kill you!" The examinees' pent-up emotions exploded in an instant. Coupled with the potential of humans under extreme fear, various abilities erupted. Countless skills illuminated the entire cave. The colorful lights burst like enormous fireworks. Within the cave, for a moment, it was hard to distinguish between cattle and horses. The wild boar spirits and examinees united, sandwiching the flying dragons and forcing them to retreat. The examinees were about to reach the cave entrance when suddenly a flying dragon general, crackling with electricity, charged in. His body was enveloped in blue lightning energy. In his hand, he wielded a massive lightning spear. "Oh ho! How dare the humble humans and wild boars disrupt my lightning formation, seeking death!" With that, his body crackled with even more electricity, and countless sparks shot out in all directions. In an instant, he electrocuted over 100 wild boars. The crowd gasped in shock. "Damn, this guy must have platinum peak strength, right? Plus, with that powerful lightning attribute, no one here can match him." "Oh ho!" The flying dragon general roared, raising his spear and charging at the wild boars. His spear crackled with lightning, and with each thrust, a wild boar fell as if entering a no man's land. The wild boar spirits, after being electrocuted, glowed faintly with electricity. Their bodies were charred black, emitting a faint aroma. Xingqian sniffed the air. "It smells so good, this lightning general must be a culinary master?" The others looked at him with disdain. "Stop with the nonsense, your teammate the wild boar spirit is about to be finished off." At this moment, nearly 1,000 wild boar spirits had already died. They roared in frustration. Didn't they say the Dragon Lord and the 3 great generals were dead? What is this?" Zhang Daba scratched his head. "Ah, that's not my problem, that's what Xingqian taught me." Xingqian's face was filled with black lines. This was selling really fast. The battle was still ongoing. Although the wild boar spirits and the examinee army could suppress over 1,000 dragon soldiers, they lacked high-end combat power. General Riton was cutting through the wild boar spirits and examinees, causing heavy casualties on both sides. Xingqian gritted his teeth. It seemed he could only use his trump card. Daba, come here quickly." Zhang Daba, confused, crouched down and ran over to Xingqian, holding his head. What's wrong? Xingqian grinned. "Daba, whether we can win this round depends on you." Zhang Daba was puzzled, a bit dazed. Before he could react, Xingqian pulled out a slot machine from his spatial backpack. It was the Yangshuo slot machine. "Come on, Daba, bet all your luck. Let's see if you can get that thing." Zhang Daba was a bit unclear, but if he could save everyone, that would definitely feel great. "Let's go, buddy." With that, Zhang Daba was about to start the draw. Xingqian suddenly stopped him. "Wait a minute, let's deepen the luck first." Saying this, Xingqian took out a green cauliflower from his spatial backpack. "No flowers left, this will do." Zhang Daba instantly understood. He looked around, planning to find a beautiful girl. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Oh, Huang Yao, an old acquaintance. At that moment, Huang Yao was killing enemies. The small whirlwind in her hand accurately struck, tearing a dragon apart. She looked valiant and imposing. Suddenly, she saw Zhang Daba running over with a green, fluffy cauliflower. Her mouth twitched. "No way, not again." Zhang Daba stuffed the cauliflower into Huang Yao's hands. "Huang Yao, I really like you so much, I'm willing to break my own ribs to pair with this cauliflower that symbolizes love and make soup together." Huang Yao's mouth twitched wildly. "Damn it, can you not choose me every time?" "I refuse, you're a good person." Zhang Daba suddenly felt a wave of comfort throughout his body. A strange power seemed to surge in his heart. Here it comes, this is the feeling." He quickly ran back to Xingqian's side. Then he shook the lever of the slot machine. He chose a bet of *5. He slammed down on the red button of the slot machine. The prizes on the slot machine spun rapidly. The two looked on in anticipation as the prizes turned. Zhang Daba couldn't help but ask Xingqian, "What is this bet about?" Xingqian, winky face, this bet is about your age, yes, age." Zhang Daba didn't quite understand what age meant, but he didn't pay much attention to it. At this moment, the dragon soldiers, under General Riton's leadership, had cornered the examinees and wild boar spirits. General Riton grinned widely. How dare these lowly creatures oppose the dragons? They all must die. With that, the tip of his gun flickered with unparalleled lightning brilliance. It shot directly at everyone. Xingqian and Zhang Daba were drenched in cold sweat. The 3 prizes on the slot machine gradually slowed down. The first one was a pattern with a pentagram. The second one also stopped, again the pentagram pattern. The third one slowly came to a halt. Hundreds of eyes around were fixed on the slot machine. Pentagram, but it's still a little short, just a little short. As the slot machine's power was about to run out, Xingqian directly pulled out a basket of cauliflowers. "Hurry, Daba." Dabao understood immediately and directly stuffed a basket of cauliflower into Huang Yao's arms. "Goddess, let's stew the cauliflower and make you some soup." Huang Yao's mouth twitched. her face filled with black lines. I don't like eating cauliflower. Zhang Dibao suddenly felt an inexplicable power surge from his heart. Just as the slot machine was about to stop, the ground shook slightly. The third prize on the slot machine trembled slightly and finally landed on the pentagram. The Yangshuo slot machine emitted a brief and pleasant tune. Congratulations, player. You have drawn the strongest prize. The end of God slaying. The end of God slaying. You have 7 minutes to use all the abilities you know. Infinite spiritual energy countdown begins. A countdown timer began to appear on the slot machine. Zhang Dibao suddenly felt a surge of power throughout his body. He waved his hand casually and the spear aimed at General Filong Wang Tong was directly knocked away. Damn, awesome. Then he kicked out again. The Thunder General was struck hard in the groin. Although Zhang Dibao was only at the bronze level and couldn't directly take down the Thunder General, his abilities were formidable. The Thunder General charged at Zhang Dibao with his spear. Zhang Dibao instantly teleported away from the spot. Then, his whole body radiated various elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, as countless ability projectiles bombarded the Filong General. Subsequently, various spatial laws began to manifest. The space was torn apart and countless flying stones formed barbs that pierced into the Thunder General. Finally, he unleashed a move, a mental suppression, freezing the Filong General in place. Ha ha ha, this feels so damn good. Die already. Xingchen stared blankly at Zhang Dibao. Hey, Dibao, this 10 years of Yangshuo is worth a lot. Bro, I treat you well, right? Just as he was about to put away the slot machine, Long Xiang pressed down on it. You little rascal, with such a good thing, why didn't you take it out sooner? Let me have a spin. Xingchen's mouth twitched. Are you sure you want to spin? Of course. But your luck might not be that good. I don't care, you have to let me spin. Xingchen didn't stop him. After all, fulfilling someone else's wish is also a form of good deeds. Come on. Xingchen stepped back. Long Xiang took over, selecting *5 bet. Then he slammed his fist down on the red button. Open for me. The slot machine spun rapidly. In no time, it came to a stop. Long Xiang drew a relatively powerful reward. For 30 minutes, his size, strength, and defense would increase 20-fold. Long Xiang was overjoyed. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? He snorted coldly. Now watch me perform, Long Xiang. He directly transformed into a dragon, a massive creature appearing in the cave. Nearly 50 meters tall, he had an overwhelming advantage over the Filong. The entire cave could barely contain him. Oh roar! A tremendous roar shocked countless Filong. Ah, how can there be such a big dragon? Seeing this, Long Xiang was unceremonious. He directly exhaled, spraying towards the Filong. The powerful energy exploded in the cave. The Filong had no time to dodge and dozens were blown to death. Long Xiang roared in place. I am the strongest. Genius. Roar. Xingchen silently closed his eyes. Goodness, 30 minutes for 10 years. This deal seems a bit unfair. Just then, suddenly, over 100 people crowded in front of Xingchen. They looked at him with excitement, as if they were staring at a big piece of meat. We want to draw too. Xingchen's mouth twitched. This draw requires a bit of a stake. Is it scarier than death? Xingchen was taken aback. Ah, of course not, it's much lighter than death. Then what's there to be afraid of? If you don't draw, you'll die. If you do, you can live. Draw him. Ling Qinghan pushed Xingchen aside. Everyone line up to gain abilities to defeat the flying dragons. The crowd orderly formed a line. Xingchen watched the long queue. He silently closed his eyes. Comrades, the path you chose, don't blame me. At first, the flying dragons could resist for a while with their own strength. Later, they were astonished to find that they couldn't hold on anymore. Why were various high-end combat powers continuously emerging from the candidates on the opposite side? Then they saw a long line in front of a slot machine. The student at the front suddenly burst into laughter. Great! Great! Immunity to damage for an hour. I'm going to float away. With that, the person charged towards the dragon army with his weapon. In his place was another eager little guy. Xingchen watched the slot machine with tears in his eyes, once again taking away that student's 10 years of life. All the gifts of fate have already been secretly marked with a price. Don't blame me, brothers. In just a few minutes, over 100 candidates gained super abilities. They suppressed the flying dragon soldiers completely. At this moment, General Thunder was entangled with Zhang Daba. Zhang Daba casually threw out hundreds of abilities, all hitting General Thunder's broken body. Instantly, his shattered body gained hundreds of wounds. Countless negative statuses unfolded on him. Poisoned, dizzy, petrified, cursed, sick, cerebellar atrophy. Little knives stabbing his butt. General Thunder was going crazy. He actually let a bronze-level player toy with him today. That kid seemed to master all abilities, endlessly and forever unending. Just a moment ago, he had used a charm in place. Now, looking at the wild boars around him, each one was handsome. His lower body even had a subtle tendency for blood to concentrate. Damn it! Zhang Daba laughed heartily. Xingchen was indeed my best brother. He actually gave me such a cool opportunity. I must put on a good show. With that, he took out the rubber stick in his hand, gripping it with both hands, as if holding a sharp sword. He slowly raised it to the highest point. He began to speak in a very cringy manner. Demonic beast, are you ready to accept the judgment of the Grim Reaper? After saying that, he suddenly smashed the stick down, as if the whole world poured its strength into this strike. The end fusion agent of Godslaying, I'm going to smash you, you thunder mother asterisk. Zhang Daba fused all the abilities he knew in his heart into one and directly swung the stick. Despair appeared in General Thunder's eyes. Bang! His forehead was heavily struck. Immediately after, his body was torn apart. Segments of electrified flesh scattered on the ground, still sizzling with electric sparks. Ha 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 ha. I, Zhang Daba, am invincible. Zhang Daba picked up the stick and was about to strike another golden level flying dragon elite. Suddenly, the alarm rang. 7 minutes were up. The stick in Zhang Daba's hand was still suspended in midair as he and the flying dragon elite locked eyes. The expression was slightly awkward. Hey, guess why I'm not hitting you? The flying dragon elite instantly understood. Because your damn cheat has expired. The flying dragon elite punched Zhang Daba, sending him flying dozens of meters, landing in front of Xingchen. Xingchen looked at him, feeling a bit embarrassed. Ah, Daba, let's just call it a day for the show. Zhang Daba tilted his nose. No way, brother, let me draw once more. Xingchen grabbed him. No. This slot machine can only be drawn once in a short time. You hide behind and just watch my performance. Xingchen took out the Gatling gun from his spatial backpack. Countless small explosions appeared around him, like a grim reaper accompanied by a multitude of black crows. Dragons, it's time to settle the debt. In the towering flying dragon mountain range, a murderous intent was brewing. Beneath a massive peak, a huge opening suddenly erupted. From the smoke and dust, a young man carrying a Gatling gun slowly emerged. His figure was somewhat desolate, dreamlike, yet exuding a hint of dominance. Cough cough cough. Damn, this is choking me. Xingchen coughed as he stepped out of the dust. What the hell, this PM 2.5 from this broken rock is a bit much. I shouldn't have been the first to come out and show off. At this moment, countless flying dragons circled in the sky, overwhelming and darkening the entire expanse above. They looked towards the direction of the smoke, revealing a vigilant ferocity. As the dust settled, Xingchen's handsome face, covered in grime, came into view. Damn, how come there are so many of these things? The exam candidate legions followed closely behind, charging out of the cave alongside the wild boar army. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. According to intelligence, there are about 50,000 to 60,000 flying dragons in their territory. Just looking at the current situation, there are already several tens of thousands flying in the sky. Could it be that they've mobilized their entire army? Accompanied by a sharp screech, a flying dragon initiated the attack. Following closely, countless flying dragons charged towards them. Everyone's expression stiffened. At that moment, a supergiant dragon, standing 50 meters tall, also let out a roar. Longxiang directly broke through the cave with immense force and soared up against the heavy dragon army. The average height of the flying dragons was around 2 meters. Compared to the 50-meter Longxiang, they seemed incredibly weak. In the air, it was almost a crushing defeat. However, the numerical advantage of the flying dragons was overwhelmingly strong. Countless flying dragons entangled Longxiang, and wounds continuously appeared on his body. Oh roar! Longxiang let out a fierce roar, spewing forth a breath containing 18 years of old phlegm. Instantly, a group of flying dragons was killed. I, Longxiang, am the true prodigy. Ah ha 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 ha. Then he saw thousands of flying dragons flying towards him. Damn, equals? A large group of flying dragons launched an assault, and in an instant, Longxiang was covered in injuries. At this moment, countless flying dragons also flew towards Xingchen and the others. Xingchen remained calm, adjusting the Gatling to maximum power. The chaotic sound system, which hadn't been used in years, was now resting on his shoulder. Dominant music began to play. Smoke rises, looking north at the rivers and mountains. Dragon flags roll, horses neigh long. Sword energy like frost, heart like the vast yellow river. In 20 years of dominance, who can resist? Group amplification music, allied forces attack power. Doubled in an instant, everyone felt a surge of power rising within them. I feel my lower body filled with strength. I want to take on 10. Let's go. At this moment, Xingchen had already aimed the Gatling at the sky. Countless flying dragons dove down, a dark mass beyond counting. Xingchen suddenly pulled the trigger, and the Gatling burst forth with blooming blue flowers. Ah toot toot. Toot 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 toot. Countless bullets poured out, requiring no aim at all. The flying dragons in midair exploded in a shower of blood, continuously falling from the sky. Get that guy with the gun. In an instant, more flying dragons dove towards Xingchen. Their sharp claws were like daggers, aiming to crush Xingchen's heart in one blow. Xingchen was not flustered at all. Instead, he silently increased the power. The berserk mode was activated. The blue flames of the Gatling gradually turned to red. the bullets seemed to transform into cannonballs. Boom 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 boom. Countless flying dragons hadn't even reached Xingqian's side before being turned into a sieve. Just then, the small explosions flying around Xingqian all burst forth. Like a flock of black crows, they charged towards the dragon army. Boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. Duong duong duong. Explosions of brilliant sparks erupted in midair. Xingqian's eyes turned red. He bit down on the fish he had caught. The spiritual energy just consumed by the flying bomb was instantly replenished. The overwhelming swarm of crows collided with the dragon army, continuously exploding in the sky. Suddenly, all the candidates were dumbfounded. Are you sure you're just a silver level? This damn thing isn't even platinum level, right? Many girls among the candidates had stars in their eyes. Is he this persistent? I'm in love. Omega? Handsome, can we add each other on Super Trust after the exam? His firepower alone can match that of 1,000 men. He's just too handsome. Go for it. However, the number of flying dragons was extremely vast. They continuously obscured the sky. The candidates on the ground could only use all their strength to resist. Fortunately, the students who had just won the lottery at the slot machine were all pumped up. At this moment, Lin Qinghan was surrounded by ice spears. He kept firing into the sky. The SSS ice-type ability carried an absolute freezing aura. Any flying dragon hit even slightly would instantly turn into an ice block and then shatter. Moreover, he had just burned 10 years of his lifespan to draw a card for unlimited spiritual power within an hour. Now he was going all out. Wu Yuyu was crazily doing backflips on the spot, her body engulfed in flames. Xingqian was dumbfounded. Hey, can you not wear a short skirt while doing backflips? Wu Yuyu spun around like a wheel of fire. Then, in the astonished gazes of everyone, she flew directly into the sky. The massive wheel of fire spun like a rotating blade, slicing the dense dragon army in half. In an instant, countless casualties occurred. No wonder they are 2 SSS-level prodigies. Wasn't it said that beside Xingqian there are 3 SSS-level prodigies? Just then, a frail girl who had been inconspicuous stepped forward. She carried a huge bone scythe that seemed out of place with her small frame. Ah, it's her, Emily, the 3rd SSS-level prodigy. In the next moment, the enormous ancient scythe grew in the wind, with one black and one white human head embedded in it, opening their eyes as if they were death itself. The ancient scythe grew to nearly 40 meters before stopping. The black and white heads on the bone scythe continuously spat out black and white lightning. Then the girl swung the massive bone scythe directly, shattering countless flying dragons. Scarlet blood rained down from the sky, splattering everyone. Just as the bone scythe was about to hit the ground, the girl swung her arm, and the entire scythe seemed weightless, sweeping horizontally. Another group of flying dragons fell. Everyone stared blankly at the frail girl. Damn, this thing is too fierce. Countless flying dragons continued to descend from the sky, spewing various elemental breaths. The candidates were not to be outdone, continuously throwing skills into the sky. The two groups seemed to be playing a game of throwing dung at each other. But the flying dragons still had the advantage. After all, throwing from the sky was much easier than from the ground. In the distance, reinforcements of flying dragons kept arriving. It was overwhelming, as if it would never end. Xingqian's Gatling gun was spraying wildly. The black crows behind him seemed to surge forth from an endless abyss. They crazily intercepted the diving flying dragons. At that moment, a golden-level flying dragon elite broke through the encirclement and had already reached Xingqian's side. Have you heard of my reputation as a stealth flying dragon? Xingqian glanced at him. I didn't hear it when I was a kid. I haven't heard of it as an adult either. I won't hear of it in the future either. The flying dragon's face darkened. What the hell are you babbling about? In an instant, the giant claw of the flying dragon was reaching for the heart of the stars. Just a second later, a huge red cloth emitted a glow. It directly blocked the sneak attack of the golden-level flying dragon. What? You actually have a protective artifact? One that can withstand my golden-level flying dragon's full-force strike? The stars chuckled. Not only do I have a protective artifact, but I also have an offensive artifact. With that, Gatling was already pressed against the flying dragon's face. Before it could react, a barrage of attacks ensued. In just a few seconds, tens of thousands of bullets had already sprayed across the flying dragon's face. Even the strongest body had been turned into a honeycomb coal. Tears welled up in the flying dragon's eyes. What the hell? He has hacks. At that moment, the flying dragon soldiers in the sky saw the stars distracted. They all rushed towards him, their main target. It was a dark, overwhelming mass, as if a storm was about to break. He looked at the battlefield before him. The flying dragon legion was as dense as a swarm of mosquitoes. The corners of the star's mouth suddenly lifted, revealing a strange arc so dense. Huh? How about a nuclear bomb? He. The stars grinned widely, laughing arrogantly. Little dragonlings have a nuclear bomb. He directly pulled out a round, rolling nuclear bomb from his spatial backpack. It was a powerful fat one. Then he took out a large iron lump from his backpack. It was a weapon synthesis body bought in the safe zone, capable of increasing the explosion power tenfold. In just a moment he combined the fat one with the large iron lump. Now the nuclear bomb fat one had become even rounder. It looked as plump as an inflated pufferfish, sticking out its big belly as if it could explode at any moment. He looked up at the countless flying dragon army. Then, with all his might, he threw it towards the most densely packed center of the flying dragons. The stars didn't have that much strength, but if he attached explosive properties and biological flight characteristics to the nuclear bomb, it would be more precise. At that moment, a fully crimson flying dragon appeared on the horizon. With just a flash, it arrived at the most densely packed center of the flying dragons. It roared and spewed flames. Oh, ho, I, General Flame, have arrived. You humans are all going to die. Roar, 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 ha 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 ha. Suddenly, he saw a round, metallic lump flying towards him. Hey, this iron lump can actually fly? He extended his sharp claws and gently tapped it. It made a clang, clang sound. Not bad quality, but the shape is a bit strange, General Flame wondered. The round bomb circled around General Flame, looking somewhat cute. General Flame was a bit confused. What on earth was this thing? An iron lump that can fly, and it looks a bit like a bomb. Holy crap! Boom! The round bomb found the right moment and slammed into General Flame's belly. Instantly, a dazzling white light enveloped several kilometers around. Following that, a massive mushroom cloud appeared in midair, instantly engulfing a large area of the flying dragon army. The stars fell to the ground the moment the nuclear bomb was thrown. Everyone, get down! The crowd was a bit dazed, but they quickly understood what was happening. Even those who didn't duck were knocked to the ground by the powerful shockwave. The stars pulled out a frying pan, which instantly expanded. It covered everyone's heads, protecting them under the pan. In that moment, the heavens and earth shook, mountains shattered. The enhanced version of the fat one was even more cost-effective. It seemed as if only the smile of the mushroom cloud remained in the world. The flying dragons were dumbfounded. Is this a silver-level weapon that can be carried around? This is terrifying. Then the flying dragons were instantly engulfed by the nuclear explosion. A handful of ashes floated in the air. More than 10 minutes later, the smoke dissipated and the air was filled with a scorching heat. Nearly 10,000 dragon soldiers had been wiped out in an instant. A large expanse of sky was cleared. The candidates were all stunned. That Stardog actually brought a nuclear bomb with him. Is he even human? Where the hell did he pull that out from? At this moment, in the sky, General Flame was covered in blood. One of his dragon legs had been blown to a pulp. There was a large bloody hole in his stomach, still sizzling with flames. He roared, "Who the hell is it? I will kill him." Then he saw Stardog rising from the ground. "You little brat, dare to blow me up." Stardog looked up and met the fierce gaze of General Flame. "Ah, you're not dead yet." Then his pupils reflected the figure of General Flame charging towards him at high speed. "I, the Platinum Peak Flame Dragon, am actually being made to look so pathetic by you, brat. Just watch me tear you apart." Before he could finish his words, General Flame was almost upon Stardog. His massive body was engulfed in flames, ready to deliver a fiery impact. Stardog remained calm. He pulled out a small hammer. Sparks were flying from the two horns of the hammer. This hammer is charged with electricity. I wonder how powerful it is. Should I give it a try?" He casually tossed it. "Hey, fire-breathing lizard, catch a hammer." The hammer spun towards General Flame. Ding! The hammer collided with the dragon. In that instant, a thunderbolt that pierced the heavens exploded in midair. General Flame was directly pierced by the thunder. The entire dragon turned into a charred carcass. The horned hammer spun back into Stardog's hand. Thunderbolt heaven-defying purple gold hammer remaining energy 50%. Stardog was taken aback. Is this thing really that effective? It just blew up a platinum-level General Flame. Just a bit power-consuming. He lightly swung the small hammer. It felt quite handy. Then he noticed a large group of candidates retreating, keeping their distance from him. They were afraid he might accidentally drop the hammer on the ground. Damn, that's terrifying. How does he have so many weapons? Are you sure you're a high school student? Stardog chuckled. Sorry, I got a bit carried away. At this moment, the dragon soldiers in the sky were circling incessantly. They were somewhat puzzled about what kind of monster this Stardog was. "Hey, should we go up?" "Go up my ass, just fly around a couple of times. Didn't you see General Flame is down? Do we little guys even stand a chance against him? Let's just fly around for a bit and go home for dinner." "Damn, big brother, you make a good point." Stardog was also quite puzzled. He was just about to throw another small boy, but this group of dragons was flying around in the sky, refusing to come down or gather together. How the hell am I supposed to throw? Just as Stardog was wondering, Wu Yu's wind fire will fell from the sky. Head down, legs up. The short skirt was affected by gravity. Stardog was fighting fiercely. The dragons could only concentrate their firepower on other little buddies. Just now, more than a dozen high-level dragons had directly targeted Wu Yu. This caused her to lose her balance and fall at Stardog's feet. Hey, Pacific sister. Are you okay? Wu Yu gritted her silver teeth and lifted her head from the ground. Damn it, I'm fine. It seems we are safe now. Let's go save the other students and teachers. Stardog was taken aback. Are there other students? Where are the teachers? Wu Yu looked at Stardog. The Dragon Lord personally captured 1,000 students and dozens of teachers leading the group. I heard him say something about a blood slaughter formation. These people are in grave danger. Star carefully thought for a moment. Mosquito meat is still meat, and even 1,000 little karami can do some good deeds for me, which is quite excellent. Come on, let's save people. Just then, a loud bang echoed through the sky. A massive black dragon flew down from midair. Its body exceeded 30 meters in length, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Everyone, look! It's the Steel General leading the strongest main force of the dragon army. Great! He is the strongest among the 3 generals with unbeatable defense. This bunch of kids is in for it. The Steel General was quite irritated. He had been sent by the Lord to intercept the human rescue team. Little did he expect his home had been turned upside down. 2 major generals had died in succession. This was ridiculous, a bunch of top silver level brats. To be able to kill a platinum level, I really have to hand it to them. What have these 2 been doing all this time? Oh ho! The Steel General roared, unleashing a massive energy storm. The entire ground trembled. Everyone was shaken, staggering in all directions. What? He actually broke through to diamond level. We're doomed. Star looked at the Steel General in midair, momentarily stunned. Diamond level. Heh, seems like he really can't be killed. Time to run. Classmates, run. Everyone was slightly taken aback. Star had already taken off running. Then, they saw a swarm of dragons charging towards them. Damn it, if I can fight, I'll fight, if I can't, I'll run. No time to think, my life is more important. The enormous steel dragon flew towards the crowd. Its speed was astonishing, and it was about to catch up with them. Star gritted his teeth and directly threw the little boy out. The boy arced through the air, wobbling as he flew, and directly entered the massive nostril of the Steel General. Boom! Another intense explosion sounded. A small mushroom cloud rose in the sky. The crowd ignored the explosion behind them and could only run for their lives. As the smoke cleared, the Steel General was left with a pool of blood from his nose, his dragon face marred with scars. However, it seemed he was not too affected. Grr! You little thief, how dare you blow me up? I'll kill you! With that, he flapped his wings and flew towards the crowd. Star didn't dare to slack off and unleashed a barrage from his Gatling gun. The bullets hit the Steel General, sparking showers of fire. That doesn't hurt. Then, he spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Boom! The spot where Star stood erupted in a violent explosion, the energy even stronger than the little boy he had just thrown. The crowd looked at Star with concern. Damn, he's not dead, is he? Don't worry, he can't die. He's so lucky. Just then, Star had already appeared on the forehead of Longxiang. 4 characters were imprinted on the giant dragon's head. Endure the love's urine. Hey, big guy. Are you bigger than our Longxiang? Star, with his dog, patted the Steel General's backside in mockery. The Steel General turned his 30-meter-long body just in time to face Longxiang, which was nearly 50 meters long. The 2 massive dragons locked eyes in the air, sparking intense friction. Zizzizizi. The Steel General snorted loudly and flew towards Longxiang. Longxiang, not to be outdone, turned its head and fled into the distance. Damn it, diamond level. No matter what, I can't beat him. Longxiang rolled its eyes, looking at Star above. I mean, is it really moral for you to draw fire to me like this? At that moment, Star was patting Longxiang's head. Forget about morality, saving our lives is the priority. Immediately, the 2 enormous dragons engaged in a chase in the sky. The speed of the Steel General was astonishingly fast. It was almost catching up to Longxiang. Xingchen pulled out the Gatling gun, providing continuous cover as countless flying little bombs exploded in the Steel General's eyes. He was not caught right away. Hey, Longxiang, can you fly any faster? I want to fly fast too, but I'm just a silver rank. How can I fly faster? Xingchen glanced at Longxiang. Don't worry, I have a way. Do you know why ancient war horses ran so fast? Longxiang was taken aback. Why? Because ancient soldiers whipped their butts. What? Before Longxiang could react, Xingchen had already pulled out a frying pan. He brought it down heavily on Longxiang's backside. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Longxiang yelped in pain, feeling as if his butt was about to bloom, and instantly accelerated. Xingchen chuckled. The ancients do not deceive me. Then he pulled out a huge spear. Longxiang flapped his wings rapidly, his entire face darkened. Hey, what are you going to do? I'm going to help you speed up. No! Crack! Xingchen plunged the long spear deep into Longxiang's rear. Then he yanked it out forcefully. A white spear went in, a red and yellow spear came out. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Longxiang instantly sped up, leaving the Steel General far behind. The Steel General was taken aback. I didn't expect this young junior to have such speed, truly formidable. No way, I need to speed up too. He flapped his massive wings, a surge of energy forming. Behind him, whoosh! His speed skyrocketed, and in an instant he was almost catching up to Longxiang. Damn, Longxiang, fly faster. I'm already flying as fast as I can, my butt still hurts. Xingchen looked at Longxiang. Good brother, it seems I have to use that trick now. Longxiang was startled, sensing something ominous. What trick? Xingchen grinned. Have you ever heard of nitrous oxide? Acceleration? Nitrous oxide? Where are we going to find that now? Where I say there is, there is. With that, Xingchen jumped onto the tip of Longxiang's nose. He pulled out 2 bags of laxatives and fed them to him. Hey, what are you making me eat? Crunch, crunch. Longxiang chewed it down. You know, this stuff actually tastes pretty good. The dragon race had an excellent digestive system. The laxatives took effect instantly. Longxiang felt his stomach swell like a balloon. Then, a massive amount of gas erupted from his rear. Cool. He felt his speed surge. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Put, put, put. Bu. The sounds of nitrous oxide acceleration echoed in the sky. Longxiang felt a sharp pain in his stomach, desperately using all his strength to run. All he wanted now was to find a place to relieve himself quickly. Meanwhile, behind him, the Steel General was caught in a fog of confusion. Ugh, what the hell is this? You little bastard, you can't outrun me and you resort to biochemical weapons. Ugh, I'm done with you. Just then, Xingchen tossed over a lighter. The pungent nitrous gas ignited instantly. The barbecued Steel General's face turned black. What the hell, this stuff can burn. Everyone stared blankly at the sky, watching a bizarre scene unfold. In front, a giant dragon about 50 meters long was fleeing frantically. Behind, a 30-meter dragon was desperately chasing. The 50-meter dragon saw it was about to be caught. It let out a fiery breath from its rear, scorching the face of the 30-meter dragon black. Hey, you guys say, why can dragons breathe fire from their rear? You don't understand, do you? A true master can train every part of their body into a weapon for killing. And this dragon up front is quite special. This move, reversing the universe, is clearly the result of special training and must have been extremely arduous. Impressive, impressive. Longxiang was indeed suffering greatly. His stomach was already churning and he was about to lose control. But suddenly, a great fire ignited behind him. It burned his backside, causing a sharp pain. Ah, damn it, my butt is so hot. Longxiang's speed surged to a new level. Xingchen stood on Longxiang's back, laughing heartily. Yes, unleash your potential, Longxiangkuan. The Iron General was about to go insane. Here he was, a diamond-level flying dragon being toyed with by 2 humans. Do I not care about my face? Oh ho! Kill! He unleashed all his power. His entire body accelerated in an instant, leaving behind trails of afterimages in the air. You dare to humiliate me? If I don't kill you, how can I face anyone? This time, he was truly going all out. In an instant, he closed the distance significantly. He was about to crash into Longxiang's backside. The Iron General opened his massive, gaping mouth, ready to shake off Longxiang's tail. The battle between dragons was devoid of glamorous magic. It was all about blood and flesh. Ah, I'm biting. Longxiang saw his tail about to be bitten off and panicked. The sphincter that had been tightly clenched suddenly lost control. Countless excretions burst forth. Put. Behind him, the Iron General had his mouth wide open at the perfect position. Streams of unknown yellow liquid mixed with a paste-like substance went straight into his gaping maw. Not a drop was wasted. The Iron General's face turned yellow in an instant. Damn it, why are you still eating enoki mushrooms? In the sky, 2 massive flying dragons were completing their head-to-tail docking. The difficulty level could be compared to aerial refueling, and they managed to do it without wasting a single drop. Countless candidates on the ground admiredly gave a thumbs up. Impressive. In the sky, the Iron General was going crazy. What the hell is this? At a critical moment, you can't win, so you just take a dump. Damn it, is there no sense of dragon ethics? Longxiang was also quite helpless. He hadn't eaten much in the past few days. The only enoki mushrooms he had to exploit bugs were intercepted here. What would he do in the next few days? What could he use to exploit bugs? Being a person is really hard. However, the Iron General seemed completely unsatisfied. He had eaten the rations meant for 3 days and was still roaring. I'll kill you. Truly, he was taking advantage and still being ungrateful. The Iron General was practically going insane at this moment. His eyes were only focused on killing Longxiang. The entire dragon transformed into a black afterimage and charged directly at him. Longxiang was now too exhausted to accelerate any further. He was about to collide. Xingchen directly combined all the Black Bear Spirit's robes and the 5 into 1, covering Longxiang's backside. Boom! A massive collision sound erupted. The shield provided by the Black Bear Spirits robes was shattered, but it also minimized Longxiang's damage. He only felt a sharp pain in his backside. The tremendous impact gave him even more momentum. He shot out at an explosive speed. Holy Crap, holy crap, holy crap, isn't this too damn fast? The Iron General felt that his strike hadn't caused much damage to the opponent. He could only once again muster all his strength to chase after Long Xiang. Today, no matter what, he had to kill this big guy. Die for me. The kinetic energy Long Xiang had gained quickly ran out. Seeing the Steel General was about to chase him again, the crisis fell once more. Xing Chen directly smashed the speaker onto Long Xiang's head. The music changed. Catch the shrimp. Love nest bombed to death by the icy soldier. Feeling the speed increased by 10 times. Long Xiang suddenly felt an impulse to speed. His entire body's speed surged uncontrollably. The Steel General took another whiff of exhaust fumes. It was incredibly foul, with a hint of saltiness. Damn it, today it's either you die or I live. Oh roar. Then, he spat out the dragon language. A dragon clan forbidden spell manifested on him. It burned his life to exchange for faster speed. Oh roar roar. Today, only one of us can remain. He then transformed into a bolt of black lightning, once again chasing after Long Xiang. In the sky, two massive flying dragons chased each other, their speed almost surpassing the horizon. Below, a group of people couldn't help but comment, damn, these two dragons are too intense. Since we can't catch up anyway, why not just fly slowly? Now it's good, both of them have to fly to their deaths, they'll be exhausted. Long Xiang was already panting, feeling his body gradually being drained. Xing Chen, I can't hold on much longer. Hang in there, you haven't even found a girlfriend yet, how can you be so weak? Long Xiang, damn it, you try getting stabbed in the ass, then having 2 bags of laxatives, and then running like crazy. Who could stand that? Xing Chen also glanced at Long Xiang's waist, unable to help but sigh, hey, it's a small matter, just fish for a bit. Immediately, Xing Chen took out the fishing rod and started rubbing it against Long Xiang's waist. Long Xiang felt a surge of power coming from his waist, and he regained his strength. His dragon eyes lit up. Damn it, Xing Chen, you have all the good stuff in your pocket. Hee hee, what treasure doesn't a garbage collector have? The scene was momentarily at a standstill. The two dragons kept accelerating, but remained relatively balanced. Xing Chen stood on Long Xiang's back throwing various items. Bombs, Gatling guns, pots and pans, and bloody sanitary pads were hurled directly at the Steel General's face. The Steel General was almost driven mad. The big guy in front was already breaking the rules of combat. Now, with a nuisance on his back, how could the dragon survive? Just then, a fishy smell appeared in the Steel General's nose. He sniffed, it was dog urine. No big deal. I swallowed a huge lump just now. Now you, dog, are peeing on me, what harm can it do? In the next second, De Huang appeared with Xing Chen right at the Steel General's nose. A watermelon knife appeared in Xing Chen's hand. He bared his teeth, the corners of his mouth curling up. Then came a frenzied output. Is this melon ripe? Is this melon ripe? Is this melon ripe? Is this melon ripe? The Steel General was stunned. Ah, no, how is your behavior any different from a kunai Susanu? Xing Chen looked at him and smiled slightly. It's fine, I haven't lost any health after using skills for half a day. Let me try a basic attack to see if I can get a hit. The Black Iron General blew a huge breath from his nostrils, sending Xing Chen flying. Long Xiang made a rapid spiral in the air and caught him steadily. Hey, kid, can you do it or not? Xing Chen chuckled. No problem, I still have my trump card. It's time to use that. Xing Chen took out his brick-like phone from his pocket. He opened the super message list and clicked on that blue person's avatar. He initiated a video call. A familiar super message ringtone rang out. Waiting for the other party to answer. If you can't win, just call for help is the only principle of dogs and those who follow their hearts. Come on. Pick up, my phone is about to die. Xing Chen was so anxious that he was sweating all over, constantly clicking on that blue guy's avatar. Long Xiang had already been hit several times, and even his flying was a bit wobbly. Clearly, he was about to collapse. 10 seconds later, that blue guy finally connected the super video call. Hi, Dean, you finally picked up. Dean Zhang was currently sitting on a transport vehicle, nervously playing with a walnut. Ha, Xing Chen, you're actually okay? Xing Chen scratched his head. What do you mean? Who do you think I am? How could I have a problem? Is everything okay on your side? Of course I'm fine. I'm a big Dean here, with thousands of patients under me. Speaking of patients, we have a very impressive new arrival at our hospital. What's his name? In Bu Kuei. Xing Chen was taken aback. In Bu Kuei? Isn't his girlfriend named Yang Bu Hui? Stop. Long Xiang quickly interrupted him. Can you hurry up? I'm about to die here. Xing Chen quickly returned to the main topic. Hey, Dean, there's a little dragon cub here trying to hit me. If he hits me, it's like hitting the face of the mental hospital. Hitting the face of the mental hospital is like hitting your face. Dean, if someone hits your face, would you do something about it? He then turned the phone towards the Iron General. Zheng Jihua saw the Iron General crashing towards Xing Chen through the phone. He took off his plastic slippers, patted them in his hands, and then slapped the phone screen directly. The Iron General, who was flying with all his might, suddenly received a powerful slap. The entire dragon was sent crashing straight down to the ground. Boom! A large pit was created on the ground. As the smoke cleared, a dazed dragon head lifted from the pit, its face filled with question marks. What the hell? Flying along, suddenly got slapped by something. He touched his bleeding half-face, looking very alert. Such a powerful attack, that kid can only use it once at most. Watch me rush up and take him down. With that, he took off from the ground and charged back into the sky. Then he fell from the sky, directly landing back into that big pit. Everyone was stunned. What the hell? What skill is this from Xingqian? This can't be the legendary palm technique that falls from the sky, right? Longxiang shouted excitedly. Hurry, 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 slap him a couple more times. Xingqian aimed the camera at the deep pit. This is called the summoning palm technique. The video on the phone showed Zhang Jihua swinging his plastic slippers left and right. Slap, slap, slap. In the deep pit, the Iron General was getting slapped deeper and deeper. The entire dragon was pressed flat against the ground. Dean, my phone is about to die. Hurry up and take care of that kid. Dean. Zhang Jihua pinched his nose. Got it, you all be careful. With that, he held his plastic slippers upright. A vertical slash was sent through the camera. Everyone felt as if an invisible sword energy had appeared between heaven and earth. It directly sliced the entire ground and the Iron General in half. Some people stared blankly at the scene before them, unable to help but fall into deep thought. Are you sure I'm not dreaming? I'm not sure. How about I slap you to see? Get lost. At this moment, Longxiang's 30-minute super enlargement was about to expire. He twitched and fell from the sky. Oh no, you little brat, fall after you land. Xingqian shouted. I didn't know the cheat was about to expire. Hurry up and flap a couple of times, at least don't let us three die. I'm so weak right now, how do you expect me to flap? Then, in the stunned gazes of everyone, Longxiang fell to the ground from a high altitude, kicking up a cloud of dust. Xingqian slowly walked out of the crowd, leading the dog. Phew, good thing I teleported at the critical moment. Hey, where's Longxiang? Everyone had a look of exasperation. You're stepping on him. Xingqian awkwardly lifted his foot. Hey, brother Longxiang, thanks to you today, I'll treat you to some crayfish later. Just then, Xingqian's phone finally ran out of battery and shut down. It had lasted 7 or 8 days. This brick of a phone truly deserved to be the only designated device of the Huaxiao Walnut Association. At this moment, the flying dragons in the sky began to grow increasingly agitated. From the towering peaks of the dragon territory, a beam of red light shot up into the sky. Not good, the Dragon Lord is about to activate the blood slaughter formation. Students who understood the situation began to feel anxious. He muttered to himself, once the blood slaughter formation is successfully activated, all living beings on site will be bloodwashed. At that time, the Dragon Lord will be able to absorb our life force and upgrade to the king level. Then, he will be a nightmare for the entire Luolan abyss. Xingqian patted him on the shoulder. Hey, brother, are you the mouthpiece for that dog author? The blood-red beam shot straight into the clouds. It grew larger and larger, as if wanting to trap everyone within it. My god, that's way too thick. What do we do now? Of course, we run like hell. What are you thinking? Xingqian took the lead and dashed down the mountain. Damn, he's running way too fast. Everyone followed Xingqian, rushing out like a swarm of locusts. Just then, countless flying dragons in the sky suddenly became bloodthirsty. Their eyes turned red, and they crazily attacked the examinees. At this point, the examinees were already exhausted. The abilities they had drawn from the slot machines were expiring one after another. It was hard to muster any strength to fend off these flying dragons. It's over, we're going to die. Xingqian, hurry up and kill them. Xingqian scratched his head. Damn, I'm only at the silver level. It's already a miracle I'm still alive. He gripped the small horn hammer in his hand. The thunderstrike could still be activated once more. Should he activate it now? What if he encounters the Dragon Lord later? As he pondered, countless flying dragons had already approached the ground. In an instant, many students had fallen. While fleeing, Xingqian formed small explosive orbs around him, launching them at the flying dragons. Behind him, he didn't waste a single shot. The red beam continued to expand, quickly enveloping a large area of the mountains. No one knew what would happen once they were covered by the beam. They could only run for their lives. The flying dragons in the sky had blood-red eyes, as if cursed by some strange spell. In their eyes, there was only slaughter. Everyone fought while retreating. Soon, they reached the boundary between the dragon territory and the wild boar spirit prairie. The terrain was open and overgrown with weeds. Finally, they saw hope. Just then, on the other side of the grass, a colorful flying dragon stood still. It glanced back gently, its eyes filled with endless killing intent. Hello there, let me introduce myself. I am the Dragon Lord. Everyone gasped in shock. What the hell? Xingqian immediately recognized that this creature was just a clone. Everyone, don't be afraid, this guy is just a clone. At most, he's platinum level, he's done for. Upon hearing this, everyone finally relaxed. Thank goodness, it's just a platinum. Damn, but even a platinum can't be underestimated. Soon, countless flying dragons descended from the sky, surrounding all the examinees. In an instant, a standoff situation formed. The Dragon Lord's clone chuckled. We now have 60,000 flying dragons. You only have over 20,000 examinees. I wonder, which side will be stronger in a fight? The examinees were almost plunged into despair. Of course, 60,000 will be stronger. The numbers are 3 times apart. The stars, however, were unhurried as they smiled at the Dragon Lord. Only 60,000 dragons? Then you might be in a bit of trouble. The Dragon Lord was taken aback. Ah, over 20,000 of you think you can take on my 60,000 dragons? Dream on. What if it's not just 20,000 but 200,000? 200,000? Haha, if there were 200,000, I'd eat shit. Suddenly, the Dragon Lord froze. At that moment, a cacophony of battle cries echoed from afar. Mega, mega, kill, kill, kill. Xiao Longxia led tens of thousands of goblin troops charging in from the distance. How dare anyone bully the Goblin Protection Ambassador? Even if it costs the lives of my entire goblin clan, we will exterminate the dragons. Mega, mega, kill, kill, kill. The Dragon Lord's clone was stunned for a long time. Then, slowly coming to his senses, he scoffed. Humph, just a bunch of lowly goblins. If I spend a little more time, I can still kill you all. Then, in the next moment, another group of figures appeared from afar. Moo, how dare you bully my Minotaur brothers? Dragons, you must be tired of living. Dust billowed as Lin Yusen led a massive group of Minotaur warriors charging in with their sharp horns. The Dragon Lord's face darkened as he took a deep breath. Just a bunch of Minotaurs. At that moment, another group of figures appeared in the distance. Meow meow, if you kill them, who will do our nails? Dragons, you're seeking death. The Dragon Lord's clone was dumbfounded. Are you trying to bring the entire Loran Abyss to fight against my dragons? I'm still not afraid. Just then, the wild boar spirits, who had just been besieged on the mountain, charged down as well. Humph, humph. Dragons, today is your time of extinction. Cold sweat dripped down the forehead of the Shadow Lord's clone. He had intended to use all the dragons to recapture the dragon territory from the candidates, but seeing the situation before him, it looked like he was about to be wiped out. However, it was fine, he still had a trump card. Cardinal, Cardinal, come help me, he was shouting desperately. At that moment, a blood-red cat demon queen burst forth. Like lightning, she zipped right past him. So fast, it was as if nothing had happened. The next second, the Dragon Lord's clone's head slowly misaligned and then fell to the ground. Great, we won, great, we won. Everyone was elated. Next, let's kill all the dragon soldiers. Let's go. Nearly hundreds of thousands of goblins, cat demons, and minotaurs faced off against 60,000 dragons. Plus, the candidates unleashed their last bit of strength. The scene erupted into a bloody chaos. Soon, the dragons were slaughtered to near extinction. It was as if these dragons had been bewitched, not even thinking of fleeing. They could only be killed in the relentless battles by the various clans. The war lasted nearly 3 hours. With the cooperation of all the victors, almost all the dragons were killed. Mega, now that the dragons are gone, no one will bully us in the Loran Abyss. The goblins laughed heartily. Let's rush in later and steal their treasures and mother dragons. Various monsters laughed bloodily. The candidates felt a chill run down their spines. Zhang Daba quietly approached Xingchen and asked the question everyone was most concerned about. What should we do now? If they quietly went home, they wouldn't complete the college entrance exam task, but they could survive. If they wanted to complete the exam task, they had to return to the mountaintop of the dragon territory, reach the finish line. But at the finish line, there was still that massive red pillar of light. Only a fool would go there. Xingchen pondered for a moment. I'm going to check in at the college entrance exam finish line, you all go home. After saying that, he took Lu Hua and De Huang and sneaked into the dragon territory. Everyone looked conflicted. I can't believe this guy is about to get his final exam scores. What should we do? Should we go? If you want to die, go ahead. I'm going home. A wave of anger swept through the crowd. But a few talented individuals shared the same thought as Xingchen and quietly left the group, heading towards the mountaintop. Inside the massive lair of the Dragon Lord, he silently sensed everything that had just happened. A faint smile crept onto his lips. Although all the dragon soldiers were dead, that powerful blood energy was enough for him to break through to the king level. It was just not perfect. That'll do. Once he breaks through to the king level, he would go out and kill this group of people and other monsters. Jia. At that moment, he felt a chill behind him. Then he heard a voice. Is this melon ripe? The Dragon Lord was taken aback and turned around suddenly, finding nothing there. Hey, kid, don't think just because you're invisible I can't see you. Then Xingchen's figure slowly materialized. Hee, I accidentally got discovered. The Dragon Lord stared at him blankly, as if looking at a delicious dish. Didn't expect you to dare come here. It's nothing, I'm just wandering around. You do your thing, I'll be leaving first. Thinking of leaving? I'm afraid it's too late. The Dragon Lord curled his finger. The massive stone door at Shandong slammed shut, blocking the way for Xingqian and the others. Xingqian smiled. Well, if I'm not leaving, should I try out if this hammer works? The Dragon Lord was taken aback. What hammer? In the next second, Xingqian threw a small ram's horn hammer at his head. The Dragon Lord stared blankly at the harmless little hammer. Hey, what the hell? You think you can kill me with this? Ding! The ram's horn hammer hit the Dragon Lord's forehead, making a slight sound. Immediately after, the entire cave was pierced by a thunderous roar. Zizizi! Zizizi! Countless bolts of lightning coursed through the Dragon Lord's body. He was charred all over. 10 minutes later, the Dragon Lord exhaled a puff of white smoke. With a dark face, sporting a frizzy hairdo, he glared fiercely at Xingqian. What the hell is this thing? Then he picked up the small hammer and smashed it down onto the ground. Clap! Not even a small pebble was shattered. What a useless piece of junk, one-time use. Xingqian looked at the charred Dragon Lord. Now that we've tested it, we're leaving. You're looking for death. The Dragon Lord directly exhaled a breath. A wave of energy, comparable to the previous lightning shot towards Xingqian. However, Xingqian had already flashed out using the mark from Da Huang. Oh my god, you scared the baby to death. This thing must be eliminated, it's against the natural order. I just tested it, the watermelon knife is not that easy to activate. If I poke him, he will definitely be on guard. Now the hammer is out of power. How can we take him down? At that moment, an old man wearing a red hood appeared in front of Xingqian. Hey, little brother, little brother. Xingqian looked at him. Old dang, did you call me? The red-robed Archbishop Dogo had a face full of black lines. Yes, it was me who called you. I see you're quite talented. How about joining our Abyss Church? Xingqian scratched his head. May I ask if there's a salary? Are there 5 insurances in one fund? Is there annual leave? Is there maternity leave? Do men get paternity leave? Is there a guaranteed partner? Is it a labor contract or a formal contract? Is there overtime? Is there a weekend off? Is there overtime pay? Does the boss pua? Is the pie he draws big? Is there compensation if dismissed? Does the boss have a secretary? Is she pretty? Do they have an affair? Does the boss's wife know? Does the boss's lover know? Do they have any illegitimate children? In the end, which son inherits the family fortune? This barrage of questions left Archbishop Doug completely bewildered. What the hell is this interview? Our Abyss Church values hard work and mutual benefit. Usually, we just tighten some screws and carry out tasks when there's nothing else to do. There are many young girls in the church, they can handle their own love lives. You don't need to worry about anything else, everything follows labor laws. Xingqian pondered for a moment. Well, it's not impossible to join. But before he could finish, the Dragon Lord burst through the mountain, charging straight at him. With his explosive hair and dark face, he roared at Xingqian. You dared to escape right under my nose? Just wait until I kill you. Chapter 114. Big Shoe Soul. The Dragon Lord glanced at Archbishop Doug. Great. Mr. Doug, you're here too. Quick, help me catch this kid, he's really tricky. The Archbishop looked at Xingqian. You see, if you join, I can guarantee your safety. If you don't, this guy will kill you. You choose. Xingqian looked at Doug, clearly more unfathomable and stronger than the Dragon Lord. One last question, if I join, can I still quit? Archbishop Doug smiled. Once you join the Abyss Church, you can never leave. Alright, I refuse. Then we will always stand on opposite sides, lifelong enemies. That's fine, I have Huaxia behind me. But before that, I want to take a picture with you. Archbishop Doug was taken aback. What do you want a picture for? Xingqian smiled slightly. After all, you're my idol. Taking a picture isn't too much to ask, right? Idol? Do you know my name? Xingqian chuckled. Names don't matter. Big brother, give me your phone, let's take a picture for memory's sake. After all, I might be gone. Seeing that he wasn't causing much trouble, Archbishop Doug took out his phone and handed it to Xingqian. Hurry up and send it to me after you take the picture. Xingqian took the phone and quickly logged into his super letter, calling Zhang Jihua on a video call. Almost the moment it connected, the call went through. Oh my god, Dean, save me quickly, someone is after me. Archbishop Doug was stunned. Damn it, you brat, calling for help is useless. There's no way someone could rescue you from a king-level subordinate. Xingqian quietly turned the video around to face Doug. Can this guy do anything? Slap. A red Peppa Pig shoe print appeared on Doug's face. What the hell, Zhang Fatty, you dare to hit me? Dean Zhang Jihua saw Doug's face under that silly hat. Oh, it's little dog Doug. Hello, we haven't seen each other in a long time. Immediately after, 2 loud slaps landed on Doug's face. You're asking for death. Archbishop Doug unleashed his power. Suddenly, he transformed into a golden retriever. Yes, a golden retriever. Xingqian was dumbfounded. What? His ability is to turn into a dog? But can this really make him stronger? The next second, Xingqian understood the terror of a king level he saw that the dog bit into thin air. It directly snatched Zhang Jiahua's slipper through the phone screen. Holy crap, dog, you actually have spatial skills? So what? Now you don't have any slippers, do you? Slap, slap, slap. Zhang Jihua took off the other slipper and slapped Doug 3 times. The golden retriever's face instantly turned red. Xingchen held up the phone, watching this scene in shock. Can you two big shots stop being so childish while fighting? The golden retriever bit the screen again, and another slipper was brought over. Do you have any more? Zhang Jihua chuckled and pulled out a leather case from behind. Inside were hundreds of colorful slippers. What the hell? Which good person carries so many plastic slippers around? Then, the two began to battle through the phone screen, exchanging blows for dozens of rounds. The entire mountain range started to crack and the lowland abyss began to tremble. The candidates down the mountain were stunned. What's going on? It seems like the mountain is about to collapse. It must be a big shot making a move. The battle continued. Slap, slap, slap. Woof, woof, woof. Soon, the golden retriever's face was covered in shoe prints and dozens of slippers had accumulated around him. The phone could no longer withstand the energy of the fight. It shattered into a pile of electronic parts. At this moment, the golden retriever was covered in blood, with wounds all over his body. I didn't expect this old guy to have improved so much over the years. At this time, the blood slaughter array had collected all the blood, converging it into the body of the Dragon Lord. Ha ha ha, I'm about to break through to the king level. The Dragon Lord laughed wildly. Immediately, his entire body began to swell, reaching nearly 80 meters in height. This is my true form. How about that? Impressive, right? Ha ha ha. Then, a blood-red Peppa Pig mark appeared on his face. What? The Dragon Lord was so tall that he could see anything with just a glance. So, he looked up and saw a military transport vehicle on the distant grassland. A middle-aged man stood on top of the vehicle, holding a plastic slipper with an imposing and calm demeanor. The Dragon Lord was taken aback, then quickly understood. What level is this guy? I'm a king-level divine beast, and he can still hurt me? Then, slap, slap, slap. His face was slapped countless times. Blood flowed from his cheeks, and he panicked. Even after breaking through to the king level, there was still someone who could defeat him, and it was the man before him. What if I team up with the Archbishop? Maybe we can defeat him. Suddenly, a man in a black security uniform streaked across the sky. Like a meteor, he flew towards him. How dare you delay me from watching beautiful women's videos? Duong. The city guard Zhao Dishus kicked him. The Dragon Lord was directly knocked to the ground, creating a huge sound. What the hell? Where did this old man come from? Soon, dozens of figures rushed over, the principals from various schools. They were extremely worried about their students. The Dragon Lord looked around. There were actually 7 or 8 diamonds and over 30 platinums. How the hell am I supposed to fight this? He quickly called the Archbishop Dag. Archbishop, you said you would make a move at a critical moment. How about we team up and escape? How about that? What do you think? Speak up. He suddenly turned around. Delta, where is he? No wonder. He's called Dag. You really are a dog. Zhao Dishus delivered another flying kick, directly breaking one of the 80-meter Dragon Man's arms. You delay me from watching beautiful women's videos, I'll kill you. The Dragon Lord panicked. What should I do? It seemed he could only make a full force strike to see if he could defeat this guy and then fly away quickly. He concentrated all his energy in his mouth. Just as Zhao Dishus was kicking down from his head, he spat out. A violent surge of energy blasted Zhao Dishus hundreds of meters away. Taking the opportunity, he pushed off the ground. Ignoring his injuries, the entire dragon took off instantly. In the sky, he laughed heartily. Ha ha, you can't stop me now, you little brats. Then he witnessed an unforgettable scene for a lifetime. A giant flip-flop, as massive as a mountain, came crashing down towards him. What the hell is this flip-flop? The flip-flop grew larger and larger, directly slamming the flying Dragon Lord to the ground from mid-air. Boom! The mountains shook, and the earth cracked. The flip-flop shrank down to a size 38 plastic flip-flop. The flying Dragon Lord was flattened into a piece of paper. Zhang Jihua tilted his nose. The little lizard dares to hit my people. It's seeking death. Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers. The flying Dragon Lord has been taken down. Great, we can go home now. The students embraced their respective principals, weeping with joy. They were so happy they almost started a bonfire party. Meanwhile, in a corner of the mountain, a tiny flying Dragon Lord was quietly escaping. You don't know my ability is to create clones? Although I've given up a lot of power, I successfully transferred my main body to the clone. As long as I recover from my injuries, I will return. I want all of you dead. The flying Dragon Lord concentrated all his power into one clone. Although his power had dropped to silver level, he successfully turned the clone into his main body. As long as I train well, I can regain my peak strength in less than 3 years, and then I will kill all of you. He glared fiercely at the stars. Turning, he quickly slipped away down a small path. His speed was so fast that almost no one noticed him. I finally escaped. The flying dragon lord laughed as he ran. Duong. Ouch, what did I bump into? The flying dragon lord shook his head. Suddenly, he spotted a standing husky extending one paw like a fist. Xingchen stood beside him, tilting his mouth as he watched. He, little lizard, still want to run? The flying dragon lord was taken aback, a fierce glint appearing in his eyes. Kid, are you really not going to let me go? You sacrificed so many people just to break through, scum like you. Should be minced into paste and fed to the dogs. Da Huang, woof woof woof, not even the dogs would eat it. Humph. Don't be so arrogant, even now I'm not someone you can handle. After saying that, the flying dragon lord unleashed all his power and charged at Xingchen. Xingchen smiled slightly, stepping aside to clear the area. Da Huang, let him know your strength. Da Huang bared his teeth, standing upright on his hind legs. He assumed a fighting stance. Xingchen acted as the translator from behind. First move, lunge punch. Da Huang pulled back his left paw to his waist and suddenly struck out with his right paw. With a lunge punch, he sent the flying dragon lord reeling, dizzy. Damn, you little dog actually know how to fight. Before he could finish, the husky thrust his front paw upward while kicking back with his hind legs, directly aiming for the flying dragon lord's groin. What a move, a throat jab followed by a kick. Da Huang is impressive. Following that, Da Huang skillfully executed a dozen moves. Horse stance, horizontal strike, inward hook, cross side kick, outward horizontal hook, counter hook kick, turn and lock arm, feint step rib chop, springing, groin elbow, rebound side strike, lunge palm strike, advancing elbow smash, crouching groin lift, block and trip, waist strike and throat lock. His movements were standard and practiced, leaving the flying dragon lord searching for his teeth on the ground. He lay there, continuously spitting blood, almost unable to move. Damn, what kind of boxing is this? It's so powerful. Xingchen chuckled. Da Huang, your military boxing practice has been quite good lately. Woof woof woof, mainly because the boxing is strong. Whoever practices it sees a direct increase in combat power. Just as the flying dragon lord was about to retort, he suddenly found 6 large black tubes pressed against his forehead. Xingchen pulled out the Gatling gun, exuding an overwhelming aura. Little lizard, you've committed many evils, except your physical absolution. The Gatling gun spun rapidly, continuously emitting blue flames. A burst of bullets turned the dragon lord into a beehive. Humph. Little gecko dares to mess with me, utterly foolish. The dragon's body twitched involuntarily, then lay even more lifeless. It was time for the tense and thrilling corpse searching phase. Da Huang, hurry up and search the corpse. Woof woof woof, even dogs won't search. Xingchen kicked Da Huang in the rear. Faster, get a move on. Reluctantly, Da Huang began to rummage through the dragon lord's body. Suddenly, a shiny orb was retrieved by Da Huang. Xingchen was taken aback, then burst into joy. A king-level beast spirit core, I'm going to get rich. This thing can be refined into a pill. With Lue Dihuang Wan, directly upgrading a king-level beast. Or it can be made into a weapon, that would be simply amazing. Xingchen quickly snatched the spirit core and tucked it away. Then, Da Huang continued to search the dragon lord's body, only to find a seemingly ordinary ring. Nothing else of value was discovered. Hatue so damn poor. Let's go, Da Huang, let's check in at the finish line. Xingchen led Da Huang up the mountain. But what Xingchen didn't see was that a red light was flashing on Da Huang's mechanical head, and his eyes seemed to hold a deep abyss. He appeared to be pondering something. At the mountaintop, at the finish line, Xingchen was the first to arrive, successfully checking in. There was no one at the mountaintop, only a check-in machine standing alone. Xingchen walked up and struck a pose under the machine. Ding! Congratulations to the candidate for being the first to reach the finish line, earning 50,000 points after checking in. Xingchen noticed that the check-in machine looked quite valuable. Since the exam time is almost over, I might as well take the check-in machine back to school. He casually unplugged the machine and tucked it into his spatial backpack. Then he took the small path and left. A little over 10 minutes later, Wu Yuyu, Ling Qinghan, and Long Xiang finally reached the mountaintop. They were panting heavily, their bodies covered in wounds that were still bleeding. Each of them looked disheveled and in a sorry state. I didn't expect the mountain path and the dragon territory to be so difficult, Long Xiang said. And there were many traps along the way. Just now, I stepped on something and it exploded. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, so I only sustained minor injuries. Long Xiang covered his right leg and stepped forward to check in. Suddenly, he froze in place. Ha! Why is there only a small flag left at the finish line? Wasn't there supposed to be a check-in machine? Lin Qinghan looked around and realized that the exam time must have ended and the check-in machine had been taken away. What do we do now? Was it all for nothing? It's okay, since no one can check in. The scores will still be the same. When the time comes, you and I can prove to each other that we both made it here. After all, there's no check-in machine. Equals happy face smiley face, alright, this way we can surpass that little brat Xingchen. So, the group hurriedly made their way down the mountain, exhausted. After enduring countless hardships, they finally arrived at the safe zone of the wild boar spirit prairie. At this moment, the safe zone was already packed with people. The injured had received timely treatment. Various races were holding a celebration. Goblins were dancing cha-cha by the fire, holding hands with cat demons. Minotaurs were dancing tango while embracing wild boar spirits. The most outrageous was the goblin princess. She was in the center of the crowd, shaking hands with her partner Lu Yen. Her hands moved so smoothly, they seemed ready to take flight, even more fluid than some streamers. After a round of dance battles, Xingchen slowly walked to the center. I announce that the champion of the first Lauren Abyss dance battle is Goblin Princess Wang. Rosie, choo-choo baby. Now, please come up to the stage to give an acceptance speech. The goblin waddled up to the stage, her chubby body jiggling with every step. She picked up the microphone, trembling and with a choked voice. My family has been particularly poor since I was little. They say, poor children grow up early. Suddenly, the sound of people collapsing filled the venue. Damn it, after the celebration, everyone boarded the bus home, ending the dreamlike college entrance examination. However, more than 3,000 people would forever remain on this abyssal land. The convoy of over 20,000 vehicles was simply too long. It flowed like a tide, as if the enemy was invading the village. Because the accident had not been anticipated, every vehicle was severely overloaded. No one could have imagined that a regular bus could hold over 200 people. Wherever there was space, whether sideways or up and down, a person could be squeezed in. The method of packing people seemed to have been guided by the stars, wasting not a single bit of space. However, at the very end of the convoy, a luxurious off-road RV closely followed the line, moving leisurely as if on vacation. Xingchen and a few others sat in the back of the vehicle, eating and drinking, carefree like immortals. Debeo, come on, throw it. I already threw it. Oh, it seems like I threw it at my own feet. Ah, damn it. Boom. Game over. Xingchen and the others were playing a game. The conversation was filled with high levels of maternal references. As for driving, there were plenty of people willing to drive this vehicle. The one driving now was Wang Tong, who had bought the qualification to drive the RV for 20,000 yuan. This way, during the upcoming journey, he wouldn't be squished into a pot of dumplings. He could even enjoy the air conditioning and go to the back for an ice pop. What? Teammates? Sorry, the exam is over, and now Xingchen is his teammate. After a day and night of travel, the vehicle finally arrived in Goblin City. Everyone could take a short break. Director Yang Guangming of the Education Bureau stood at the city gate to welcome everyone alongside the mayor of Goblin City. The vehicles entered the urban area like a long dragon. The candidates were pulled out one by the staff. They were all ragged, dirty, and smelly. Yang Guangming wrinkled his nose, seemingly surprised by the sour smell emanating from the candidates. The mayor of Goblin City chuckled as he watched him. I say, Director Yang can't handle it, huh? Back in the day, an entire convoy came over, all spewing yellow smoke, and I didn't even blink. Subsequently, many more staff members came up to assist the candidates. Injured candidates were directly carried into the hospital. Everything was recovering in an orderly manner. However, Long Xiang and Ling Qinghan, among a few other outstanding individuals, seemed somewhat dissatisfied with their assessment results, arguing with the staff about something. A night passed without a word. The next day, it was time to announce the results. Almost all the candidates who could move came to the scene, ready to face the final embarrassment. On stage, it was still Yang Guangming and the examiners. However, above their heads there was a huge screen to display the results. Of course, this screen served as an honor roll. It would only show the scores of particularly outstanding candidates. Below, candidates could also check their scores through their mobile phones. Yang Guangming cleared his throat. Ahem. Now, I will announce the scoring rules again. The overall score is divided into two aspects. 1. 1/5 of the team score, which you all know is the points you earned during the assessment. 2. Individual performance score. Each person was issued a recorder before the exam, and we analyzed and scored every move you made during the assessment. The big screen below would display the top 30 teams and the top 100 candidates. Other candidates and teams could enter their candidate numbers to check their scores. Start. The huge screen began. Almost everyone held their breath. 100th place, Wang Tong. Team score, 108 points. Individual score, 167 points. Instantly, tears of excitement streamed down Wang Tong's face. Although he was a top student at Jianghuai No. 3 Middle School, he was nothing in the entire province. To be in the top 100 was already a sign of good fortune from his ancestors, and it was also thanks to the huge sum he spent to buy materials from Xingchen. 99th place, Yi Chen. Team score, 108 points. Individual score, 173 points. Yi Chen was also cheering with joy. However, the faces of the entire judging panel were extremely dark. Because last year's 100th place team score was at least over 1,000 points, how could it only be a little over 100 this year? They didn't seem to have indulged in food and drink either. Moreover, this person's score was way too low. They couldn't have just fought a few monsters, right? Was the whole thing just a tour? The results continued to be announced. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Below the stage, screams erupted one after another. The faces of the judges were grim. Damn it, this year's scores are too low. For the same ranking, it's only about 1/5 of last year's. This was too embarrassing. If there was a next gathering or something, they would just say they were sick and had never been judges. 33rd place, Long Yu. Team score, 789. Individual score, 284. Long Yu nodded. It was about what he expected, 33rd place, but this score was a bit low. 32nd place. 31st place. 10th place, Long Xiang. Team score, 789. Individual score, 978. Long Xiang exploded. This was way too low. I protest. Long Xiang raised his protest in front of everyone. According to his expectations, he should only be slightly behind the 3 SSS level prodigies, ranking 4th or even surpassing Xingchen. Moreover, he was the first to reach the finish line. Yesterday, or so he thought. If not first, he should at least be second. Judges, I protest. Why is it that I was the first to reach the finish line, yet our team didn't receive the 50,000 points? The judges were a bit stunned. Yang Guangming spoke up. We have a strict scoring system, we can check it right now. The huge screen displayed the footage. There was Xingchen making a peace sign in front of the camera. Ding, congratulations to the candidate for being the first to reach the finish line, reward of 50,000 points. Upon seeing this, Long Xiang's mouth twitched. What? Why was he first? And why was there a time clock? Where did the time clock go afterward? Then, the answer was revealed. Xingchen saw that no one was around. He chuckled and began to talk to himself. Anyway, the exam time is almost over, I might as well take the time clock back to the school. Then, in front of the astonished expressions of tens of thousands of people, he bent down. With a swift motion, he pulled out the time clock. There was a crack sound. The screen of the time clock went blank, leaving only a flurry of static. Everyone's faces turned dark. I said there was no time clock, it turns out you finished the time check and just took it away. He just didn't want others to score. That bad guy. Then, everyone looked in the direction where Xingchen was. Xingchen, everyone. Listen to my excuse. No, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. I took the time clock not because I was afraid you would score, but to sell scrap. Everyone, damn it. The results continued to be announced. 7th place, Wu Yuyu. Wu Yuyu had a dark expression and said nothing. The team score of 780 was even lower than Long Xiang's team. Originally aiming for first or second place, they ended up in 7th. Who was ahead of them? Ling Qinghan laughed heartily. Ah, Wu Yuyu, you're really in a miserable state, not even making it into the top 3. Immediately, the sound of slapping echoed from the screen. 6th place, Ling Qinghan. Oh, damn, who are the top 5? Then, everyone was dumbfounded. 5th place, Zheng Daba. Team score, 18,888 individual. Score, 10-inch total score, 18898. Everyone nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. 10 points for 5th place, am I dreaming? Damn, this is what they call a free win. Zhang Daba in the crowd crossed his arms, coolly facing everyone. I told you I was the main character, you just didn't believe it. Now you know my power, right? Instantly, the entire venue was filled with black lines. Damn. You really have the nerve to say that. This punk, I really want to take him down. 4th place, Lu Hua. The faces of the crowd turned from black lines to big question marks. Who is Lu Hua? 3rd place, Xiao Longxia. In the crowd, Xiao Longxia, who was cooking, chuckled. How about it, want to eat something later? 2nd place, Lin Yusen. Finally, on the big screen, all other text disappeared. Only the last 5 big characters remained. 1st place, Xingchen. Everyone gasped. Although they already knew the result, they were still shocked. The crowd turned to look at the position where Xingchen was. He was next to Xiao Longxia, slurping on shrimp tails. His mouth was greasy, and he was still making slurping sounds. So spicy, so good. Then, he looked at the envious and jealous gazes of everyone. Everyone, want to eat? The crowd, damn it. The results have been announced. Those with objections can report to the education department. The cultural exam will be held in 2 days. Everyone still has a chance. Please don't give up. You may disperse now. There were those who were happy and those who were worried at the scene. Mu Qianxue walked through the crowd, feeling dejected. Her noble team performed terribly. As a support, she didn't even make it into the top 1,000. If she had joined Xingchen's team back then, she would have easily made it into the top 5. Regret. Then, she saw Xingchen walking towards her. Could it be he wants to confess to me, wanting to leave no regrets for his college entrance examination? Her face instantly turned red. I can. Before she could finish, Xingchen had already walked past her, blocking the way of everyone trying to leave. Ahem. Xingchen took out a loudspeaker. Classmates, I have a lot of IOUs here, remember to pay back on time, or else interest will be charged. The crowd, what the hell? Amidst the wails, this grand event finally came to an end. Everyone took the bus back to their homes. Finally back in Jianghuishi, Xingchen stretched lazily. Getting off the bus, Now, as a likely top scorer in the college entrance examination, he naturally had a special car to take him home. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The air at home is still the best, with a hint of fresh soil smell. Then, where the hell is my home? In front of him, the garbage dump had already been leveled. Fresh soil was turned over on the ground, and a few old men were moving his bed away. Damn it, daring to pick up trash on my head, looking for death. Xingchen stepped forward and kicked an old friend. All of them fell to the ground. Old Deng, who the hell told you to pick up garbage here? The old men instantly lay on the ground and began to wail. Ouch, they're hitting us, they're hitting us. Xingchen's face was filled with black lines. You better look clearly, it's me. The old men opened their eyes and instantly jumped up. Ah, it's the garbage collector. Xingchen, we didn't see clearly, let's retreat. Wasn't someone hitting you? Who was it? The old men were suddenly scared stiff. No one, we fell ourselves. Yes, I fell. By myself. Xingchen nodded in satisfaction. That's good. Now let me ask you, who pushed my garbage factory? It was the black donkey, he brought a lot of people to do it. Yes, it was. The black donkey. He did it while you weren't home, and he even said you died outside, which is why we came over. After hearing this, Xingchen was filled with rage. Damn black donkey, just wait and see how I take you down. Come on, brothers, I'll take you to make some money. The old men exchanged glances. Forget it, let's just leave. With that, they ran off in a hurry. Judging by their speed, they were nearing 12 seconds per 100 meters. Xingchen's face darkened as he watched them. Old Deng, your skills are still sharp. Then, he quickly found his collapsed bedroom. After groping around for a while, he found a steel plate. Xingchen located the lock on the steel plate and entered the password. The steel plate split directly in half, revealing a tunnel leading to the basement. Xingchen hurried into the tunnel. He discovered that everything inside was intact, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, luckily Dad's secret base hasn't been discovered. If that weapon were found, it would be a real problem. Xingchen exited the tunnel and covered the steel plate back up. The voice of the system appeared in his mind. Merit plus 74,380, total merit exceeds 100,000. The Universal Salvation System is activated, gaining the exclusive super technique of the Gatling Bodhisattva World Nuclear Peace. Xingchen stood there in shock. It exceeded 100,000. So quickly, it seems this college entrance exam has really paid off. He looked into the distance, a rare smile appearing in his eyes. He, so it's the black donkey, huh? The big boss, is it? If you don't want to play, then let's not play at all. Just then, a group of reporters arrived at the ruins of the garbage factory. They were all energetic and the cameras started live broadcasting. One of the fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged female hosts was speaking. Hello everyone, I am the host Nolan. Today we are at the home of the prospective top scorer in Zhenghuai City to pay a visit. It is said that this year's top scorer, Xingchen, is far ahead of everyone else in terms of scores. This includes not only his personal sweat and effort but also the positive influence of his family and relatives. Welcome to the program, Entering the Top Scorers Family Season 8. The live chat room was already flooded with comments. In recent years, the parents of top scorers are either university professors, engineers, or incredibly wealthy. Where are the ordinary people? Sigh, now educational resources are all tilted towards the rich. Our ordinary kids can only go to a regular university and screw bolts after graduation. I bet this Xingchen's family must be particularly wealthy. His parents must be social elites. Let's see if I'm right. The female host Nolan continued speaking. Next, we arrive at the home of top scorer Xingchen. Please take a look. Then she pointed. The camera zoomed in directly. Empty as can be. Sigma caret equals. What? Where's his house? He lives on the ground. Everyone stood frozen in place for 3 minutes. What the heck, is this the top scorer's home? It's all about being down to earth. Is there even a need to be down to earth? That's just the ground. The female host Nolan shook her head, finally recovering from her shock. Assistant, quickly check if the address is correct. The assistant glanced at the notebook in hand. That's right, it's the address given personally by Principal Wu Koan of the 3rd Middle School. It's right here. Doesn't the address say Xingchen Garbage Factory? Why is there nothing here? Nolan asked in confusion. There is. The assistant pointed to the dilapidated sign under Nolan's feet. Look, isn't that what you're stepping on? Nolan looked down and saw a sign that was beyond repair, causing her to step back in fright. Oh my, this really is a star garbage dump. Then she looked around. Besides the reporters, only Xingchen stood alone on the broken ground. At that moment, he was having a fit. Squeeze, 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 squeeze. Keek, keek, keek. He. Don't want to play, huh? Then let's all not play. His laughter was sharp and piercing, just like that of a big villain. Nolan shivered at the sight of Xingchen. We haven't found a place, should we just go back? No way, isn't it obvious there's someone there? Why not go ask? Right, maybe he's the top scholar. Stop it, your top scholar has a villain's face. Nolan swallowed hard and bravely approached Xingchen. She closed her eyes and extended the microphone in front of her, afraid to meet Xingchen's terrifying gaze. Hello, do you know Xingchen? Xingchen was laughing, only seeing a beautiful woman thrusting a big black stick towards his mouth. Woo woo, woo woo. He snatched the microphone and casually licked his tongue. I am that guy. And what do you mean by poking my mouth with that big black stick? The live stream instantly exploded. What the hell, you're telling me this guy is the top scholar? Is this a joke? This guy looks just like that big villain. Nolan suspiciously took out a photo of Xingchen from her pocket and compared it. It really seems to be this guy. She swallowed again and continued the interview. Xingchen, I'm very happy to interview you. I have a few questions I hope you can answer truthfully. Xingchen hesitated for a moment. Is this interview serious? Nolan looked confused. What do you mean, is an interview not serious? Of course, it's serious. Then will you censor me? Everyone. Censor what? Is it the kind of censoring I'm thinking of? Nolan snapped out of her confusion. If you need to be censored, we can have the tech team add that. But this is your chance to make a name for yourself. I suggest you don't censor. Xingchen shook his head. No, I need to be censored. Then please censor this thick black microphone. I think it looks a bit inappropriate. Everyone. Censoring it makes it inappropriate, right? Then, with the operation of the tech and camera crew, the live stream screen changed to this. Xingchen held a censored black stick near his mouth and he couldn't help but lick his tongue as if he were about to take a bite, causing the live stream to explode. What the hell? What kind of operation is this? I've seen censorship, but never like this. Super admin, are you going to manage this? Nolan held her forehead and looked at the most popular question in the live stream. Xingchen, may I ask what your father does? Indeed, this was the most popular question. Right, just ask what his dad does? I guess he's either a university professor or an engineer. Don't be fooled by his family's poverty. His dad must be extraordinary. Otherwise, how could they invest so many resources in raising him? Xingchen scratched his head. My dad is a government worker, and instantly, the live stream exploded. I told you. His dad must be a high official. Maybe he even bribed the examiners. Exactly. Nolan suddenly discovered the hot topic of the news. Quick, tell us, what position does your father hold? Which department do you work in? Xingchen scratched his head again. Him? Zhang Huai is a prisoner in jail. Don't underestimate him, he's an old-timer with 8 years of experience, a high rank, you know. His colleagues usually let him eat first and only after he's full can. The others eat. Moreover, I've heard recently that he's been performing well, so he might get released early. Suddenly, a chorus of disbelief erupted in the live stream. What the hell? His dad's in jail. And he still managed to come in first. No way. Ask if his mom is at least a teacher. That way, he could inherit good genes and with a good learning environment he might score high. The netizens below were very confident in their opinions. Nolan looked at the questions from the netizens and then asked, Xingchen, may I ask what your mother does? Does she often help you with your homework? Xingchen scratched his head again. I've never seen her since I was in my mother's womb. According to my dad, she was taken away by a rich old man. Everyone. What? Such a miserable family. His dad's in jail, his mom doesn't want him, and he sleeps on the floor every day. How can someone like this still come out on top? Is it really all due to his own efforts? Nolan smiled awkwardly. Then he continued to ask Xingchen, Xingchen, I feel very sorry for your situation. Let me ask you one last question. What's the secret to your excellent college entrance exam results? Xingchen was taken aback. Secret? Let me think. What could it be? Cheating classmates? No, that's not it. Selling out teammates? That's not it either. Making money? Right, it's making money. Xingchen cleared his throat. Then he spoke. Clearly, word by word. The reason I achieved such good results is because I want to make money. Everyone, what the hell? We know, but you shouldn't say it out loud. After saying that, Xingchen left on his own, leaving Nolan and the others standing there, stunned, unable to calm down for a long time. After a while, Xingchen suddenly returned. He picked up the microphone and continued, Oh, right. Our home was forcibly demolished. I wonder if you could help expose this. Good people in the live stream. The Xingling garbage dump was torn down by unscrupulous developers. Not a penny was given. I'm now homeless and just hope everyone can donate a little money so I can have something to eat. Next, I will show my super trust payment code. Please take a screenshot and save it. Everyone, what the hell? I suffered because I didn't get into high school back then. Otherwise, I would also be a top scorer. Amidst the crowd's curses, this interview came to an end. Xingchen wobbled on his tricycle to the city's famous entertainment venue. 3 big characters were written above by Jen Han. A smile involuntarily appeared on Xingchen's face. The big boss, huh? Let me meet you. By Jen Han is the largest entertainment venue in Zhanghuai City. Inside, there are all sorts of unexpected entertainment options. Sauna, foot massage, KTV, drinking, dancing, learning foreign languages. You can spend as much as you want. There's nothing you can't think of that they can't do. At this moment, Xingchen was standing in front of Bai Zhenhan. A happy plan quickly formed in his mind. He slowly walked forward. The beautiful hostess at the entrance saw Xingchen coming and loosened her straps, leaning in closer. The beauty's face was full of collagen. Her makeup made her look as pale as if she had been dead for 3 days. Hi, sir, welcome to Bai Zhenhan. I'm technician number 98. Tian. I'm not just beautiful and skilled with a slim waist and long legs. The most impressive thing is that I can recite the entire Ming dynasty's only 15 years backwards. Excuse me, are you a member of our family? Xingchen scratched his head. I probably am not, but I might be here for the next few days. Tian's eyes lit up. Great. I'll take you in. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the service. When you apply for the card later, mention my name, and I can give you a 2% discount. Remember to mention me later. Xingchen scratched his head again. No, that's not it. What I mean is, I'm here to apply for the security guard position. Technician number 98, Tian, was taken aback, her face turning from pale to a shade of ashen white. What the hell, applying for security and wasting my time with nonsense? Get lost. After saying that, she immediately let go of Xingchen's hand and swayed her hips back to the front gate. Xingchen was stunned. Damn, this guy is quite snobbish. You'll be crying later. Xingchen approached with a smile. I have another question. Where do I go to apply for the security guard position? Tian shot him a glare, her expression unfriendly. Just go to the security booth in the back parking lot and ask. They're hiring recently. Thank you, sister number 98. Xingchen grinned as he made his way to the backdoor security booth. A notice was posted on the security booth. Hiring image security. Requirements, age 18 to 35, good appearance, well-proportioned physique, salary 5,000 to 7,000, meals and accommodation provided. Xingchen was taken aback. Damn, the pay for security is actually pretty good. Much better than being an apprentice at Wang Juenkai's place. Xingchen stepped forward and knocked on the security booth door. Knock, knock, knock. Security guard Wang Shuo was busy scrolling through Douyin. Suddenly, he saw a pretty handsome young man knocking on the door. What's up, brother? I want to apply for the security guard position. Wang Shuo sized up Xingchen. He was about 1.8 meters tall, neither too fat nor too thin, a bit muscular. His looks had a bit of a rogue charm. He couldn't help but brighten up. Come in, little brother. I can tell you're a natural fit for the security guard role. Wang Shuo pulled Xingchen into the booth. Little brother, how old are you? What's your education level? Xingchen looked around the booth. There were 2 guys in their 20s in some basic protective gear, including a rubber baton that Zhang Daba loved. Brother, I'm 18 years old with a high school education. Wang Shuo was slightly taken aback. Well, brother, I'll say you graduated from middle school when the time comes. This way, it'll be easier for you to get hired. Xingchen was a bit confused. Damn, the lower the education, the easier it is to get hired? Of course. These days, there are too many college graduates, they're practically worthless. Look at me. I graduated from elementary school and went straight into security, earning 7,000 a month. This shows that the lower the education, the rarer it is, my friend. Xingchen was baffled. Alright, if I can be a security guard, that's fine. Soon, Wang Shuo took him to meet the security team leader, Wang Ming. Uncle, this little brother is here to interview for the security position. Wang Ming glanced at Xingchen and couldn't help but brighten up. He grabbed Xingchen's hand. Young man, the moment I saw you, it was as if I saw a born security talent. You must join us. Xingchen's face was filled with black lines. Okay, I will definitely join. But I have a brother who also wants to be a security guard. Can he join too? Wang Ming looked at Xingchen. Of course, just call him over. Okay, I'll call him right away. 30 minutes later, Xingchen and Zhang Daba stood in front of Wang Ming. He was currently shaking Zhang Daba's hand, his face filled with excitement. Young man, the moment I saw you, it was as if I had encountered a born security talent. You must join my team. Zhang Dabao was overjoyed. Xingchen, you are truly my good brother. I thought I would have to rely on my father's connections to become a security guard after graduation. I didn't expect you to casually make me a security guard. That's great. At this moment, the security team leader Wang Ming was already laughing so hard he could hardly close his legs. Ha ha ha. Good. Today, being able to recruit both a sleeping dragon and a phoenix chick, I am truly delighted. Come on, I'll take you two to get your uniforms. Ha 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 ha. 30 minutes later. Outside Baganhan, Xingchen and Zhang Dabao stood on either side. With their hands clasped behind their backs in a stance, they looked incredibly spirited. Zhang Dabao nudged his chin towards Xingchen. Xingchen, being a security guard is really fun. Xingchen nudged his chin back at Zhang Dabao. Not just fun, it's also thrilling. Just then, the security squad leader Zhang Hong walked over with a scrunched nose. Hey, I said you two just started your shift and you're already chatting. Don't you want your salary? Xingchen mimicked him, scrunching his nose. Then you didn't tell us what we were supposed to do. Zhang Heng's nose scrunched even higher. As image security guards, we can't compare ourselves to those old gatekeepers. We have a service to provide. Didn't you see the guests arriving in luxury cars? Why not go over and proactively take the guests' keys? Xingchen scratched his head. Brother Zhang, I understand now, I'll go do it right away. He then jogged over to a bald man's car. Brother, please give me your car keys. The bald man, with a face full of flesh, tossed his luxury car keys over. Took you long enough to get here, are you not planning to work? Hurry up and drive it away. Xingchen opened the car door, got in, started the engine, and drove off. Zhang Hong smiled slightly. Kid, you have some sense, knowing to help the guests park, otherwise, I would have had to deal with you. He then looked at Zhang Debao. Aren't you going to hurry and take the brother's bag? Zhang Debao quickly stepped forward to take the bald man's handbag. Brother, please come inside. After a while, Xingchen excitedly returned. Debao, do you know any used car dealers? Zhang Debao was taken aback. I do know one, his shop is nearby, but what do you want to do? Xingchen grinned. Of course, to sell cars. That bald man was really nice, he handed me the car right after meeting me and told me to drive it away quickly. Zhang Debao said, that brother is really nice. Before I even spoke, he directly gave me a handbag and it felt quite heavy. I wonder if it's worth anything. The two exchanged a knowing smile. He. At that moment, Zhang Heng's voice came again. Hey, you two, didn't you see the guests arriving? Why aren't you going to get the car keys? Hearing this, Xingchen was so happy he felt like he could fly. Coming. A refined middle-aged man tossed his car keys to Xingchen. Sigh, today's security guards really have no sense at all. The sky grew darker, gradually reaching midnight. Xingchen and Zhang Debao had been busy, so tired that they hadn't even had dinner. However, this job indeed brought in money quickly. In no time, they had sold dozens of luxury cars. Meanwhile, inside a used car dealership near Bagenhan, a car dealer was quite puzzled. Hey, why is business so good today? We keep receiving particularly new luxury cars. It must be a stroke of luck. Xingchen and Zhang Debao worked until midnight before being replaced to go rest. Xingchen returned home, and it was already past midnight. He looked at his home, which resembled a wreck. He pulled out a bed and a blanket, and fell asleep right there. I have the college entrance exam tomorrow, so I might as well make do with some sleep. Before long, the sound of snoring filled the air. Hoo. Meanwhile, Bagenhan was in complete chaos. In the parking lot, a bald man was gripping the collar of the on-duty squad leader, Zhang Hong. Damn it, where's my car? Zhang Hong was sweating profusely from fear. Big brother, your car is definitely parked in the parking lot, then why the hell isn't it here? It should have been possibly taken by another guest by mistake. I'll help you find it right away. He then looked at the dozens of guests in front of him. Damn it, if one car was taken by mistake, can we all have our cars taken? Look at the parking lot, are there any other cars? The bald man yanked Zhang Heng's collar and punched him squarely in the face. Damn it, you must have stolen my car. If you don't give us an explanation today, don't even think about going home alive. Bang. The next day, Xingchen happily went to take the cultural exam for the college entrance examination. The cultural subjects were not very significant for students aiming to enter the War Academy. However, they could still affect their rankings, so everyone took it very seriously. At that moment in the examination room, everyone was writing furiously, afraid to waste even a second. Meanwhile, Xingchen was sprawled on the desk, sound asleep. Who? The invigilator glanced at his desk. Hey, student, wake up. Xingchen slowly lifted his head. What's wrong, teacher? Student, even if you don't know, you should at least try to fill out the entire paper. This way, you might not get into a good university, but you can still score some points and improve your ranking. Xingchen scratched his head. Teacher, you don't need to worry about that. Even if I submit a blank paper, I can still get into the best Dasha War Academy, don't worry. The invigilator took a closer look at Xingchen's face. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Holy crap. You're the one who led the whole team to earn 100,000 points and still managed to eat and drink lavishly while doing business? That's right, it's me. The invigilator was clearly taken aback. This guy's score is ridiculously high. Even if he submits a blank paper, he can still get into the top Dasha War Academy. Instantly, the surrounding candidates murmured in surprise. Although we all know this guy will definitely get in. But now that it's coming from his mouth, why do I feel like punching him? Xingchen looked at the invigilator and then at the clock. Teacher, I'm submitting my paper early. Please write my name down for me later. The invigilator's face was filled with vigilance. No way? You should stay a little longer. Who submits their paper early in the college entrance exam? Xingchen scratched his head. Teacher, I have something urgent. What could be more urgent than the college entrance exam? I need to go work as a security guard. Others become security guards at 60, and I'm becoming one at 18, saving myself 40 years of detours. Everyone, I'm going crazy. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Xingchen left the examination room. There was no choice, the exam rules allowed submission after 30 minutes. Of course, he had to submit early. Otherwise, if he was late, his salary would be deducted. As soon as Xingchen stepped out, he saw Zhang Debao, who was also coming out. Hey, Debao, you're out too. Yeah, what's more important than the college entrance exam? Right, let's go. With that, the two hopped onto a tricycle and headed to Bagenhan. At this time, Bagenhan had gathered a large crowd of troublemakers. The bald man was there, with dozens of his brothers. Other customers, either accompanied by reporters or lawyers, surrounded Bagenhan tightly. Are you going to get my car back today? If not, I'll tear down your Bagenhan. Right, if you don't return my car, I'll sue you. Exactly, if you don't return my car, I'll just stay inside and not leave. At this moment, the lobby manager, Zhang Shu, was wearing a forced smile. Hey, gentlemen, let me explain. It must be a misunderstanding. Our new security guard doesn't know the parking lot and parked the car in the wrong spot. We are doing our best to find it. I'll give you 20 more minutes. If you can't find it, we'll smash Bagenhan. Okay, we'll go look for it right away. Just then, a bruised Zhang Hong ran over. Manager, we found it. All the cars are at the second-hand car lot next door. What? The customers were immediately upset. You sold my car. The lobby manager was sweating profusely. No, that's not it. It's just that the new security guard parked it incorrectly. Then, he quietly told Zhang Hong, quickly transfer the money from the account and redeem the cars first. The big boss is coming to inspect today. We absolutely cannot let him see this mess. Zhang Hong immediately took people and ran out. In a short while, they brought everyone's cars back. Gentlemen, I'm really sorry. It was the new security guard who parked the cars incorrectly. We've brought them back for you. Additionally, I'll give each of you a VIP package card worth 3,000 as an apology. The crowd finally calmed down. Well, I'll give you credit for handling this well. Next time something like this happens, just set the place on fire. After saying that, everyone drove off in their cars. Xingchen and Zhang Debaos leisurely rode their tricycle and happened to arrive. Yo, brother Zhang, everyone had a great time, huh? They just left at noon. Then Xingchen saw Zhang Heng's bruised face. Hey, brother Zhang, why is your face so green? Are you cosplaying as Majin Bu? Hearing the name Majin Bu made Zhang Heng's face turn even greener. What the hell is Majin Bu? I'm asking you, did you sell the customers' cars? Are you looking for death? Aren't you afraid of going to jail? Xingchen scratched his head. I'm not afraid of jail, we have people inside. Besides, didn't those cars get voluntarily given to me? Zhang Heng's head started buzzing at this. We're in a society governed by law, it doesn't matter who you know. I'm asking you, where's the money? From the sales? Xingchen put on a sincere expression. The money is in your office, brother Zhang. I've been thinking all along, even though the big brothers are nice and gave me their cars, it's because you, brother Zhang, asked me to pick them up but I had cars to sell. So, I decided that you should handle the money from the sales. Zhang Hong was completely dumbfounded and then he saw the manager's fierce gaze. No, manager, let me explain, I didn't tell him to give me the money. I just asked him to help with parking. Xingchen quickly interjected. Brother Zhang, don't be modest, the company has made such a large profit. Mainly because of your excellent leadership. I'm just a worker. If there's nothing else, I'll go stand guard. After saying that, he pulled Zhang Debao's hand and left the parking lot. Only Zhang Hong stood there with a dark expression. Cousin, it really has nothing to do with me. Manager Zhang Shu was trembling with anger. Damn it, stop talking, you keep an eye on those two kids so they don't run away, and let's go to your office and take a look. Soon, the two arrived at Zhang Heng's office. Calling it an office, it was actually just a useless little storeroom. Zhang Hong relied on his second uncle being a minor leader in the company to forcibly occupy an office. When he had nothing to do, he often engaged in some shady activities inside. At this moment, the office door was opened. Zhang Shu and Zhang Hong were both stunned in place. They saw piles of cash worth tens of millions stacked in the room, radiating a bright red glow. Stacks upon stacks, heaps upon heaps, bundles upon bundles. The two of them lost their balance and fell to the ground. Damn, the money has finally been found. Quick, call someone to deposit the money into the account. The big boss is coming to inspect soon, don't let him find out. What about those two kids? We're short on manpower today, several were beaten up yesterday and haven't come in. You let them hold their posts first, deal with the big boss's inspection, and then get rid of them. Got it. At the entrance of by Jen Han, Xingchen and Zhang Debao stood on either side, like door gods. No matter who passed by, they had to be glared at. It was as if they were saying, don't steal anything. Stealing will get you in trouble. It was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There were very few customers at Bai Jen Han. It was bustling, but the two stood straight. Even a fly entering had to be checked for knives. Zhang Hong finally finished everything. He walked over to look at Xingchen and the others, wanting to find something to make things difficult for them. After all, they had caused him to take a beating. As he reached the door, he couldn't help but be taken aback. These two look quite spirited. eyes wide open, back straight, and even slightly leaning forward, a standard attention position. Zhang Hong walked straight up to them. Hey, are you two made of wood? Why aren't you inviting the guests in? Xing Chen immediately replied. Report, Brother Zhang, didn't you say we can't drive the guests' cars? Zhang Hong looked confused. Not letting you drive, but can't you invite the guests into the hall? Idiot. As soon as Xing Chen heard this, he understood. He had many flaws, but he was quite obedient and dedicated. Got it, Brother Zhang. Zhang Hong glared at them again, covering his bruised face, and walked into the hall. Xing Chen and Zhang Debao exchanged glances. They began their work. On the street, two young guys were inviting people into the store. Big brother, I see your face is dark, you must need to cool off. Come with me to Bai Jen Han for some treatment. Hey, uncle, you have a lot of money in your bag, come spend it at Bai Jen Han. What? You don't want to go? Have you asked our big boss Boga? Old man, your hair is all white, just matches our Bai Jen Han's name perfectly. Come on, let's go in style. Hee hee, little kid, you've grown hair, let's go. The crowd on the street was almost in an uproar. Xing Chen and Zhang Debao were pulling men into the building, regardless of their age or needs. Before long, no one dared to walk on the street. Seeing the two security guards, everyone turned pale and hurriedly distanced themselves. At this moment, manager Zhang Shu was looking bewildered at the stream of customers. From a 90-year-old man to a 3-year-old baby, the main selling point was happiness, regardless of age. Just a moment ago, he was still worrying about the lack of customers during the day. If the big boss came and found it so desolate, he would definitely be labeled incompetent. Perhaps one day, just because he stepped through the door with his right foot first, he would be directly fired. However, unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him. In just half an hour, hundreds of people came in. This made him extremely ecstatic. Quick, hurry and call the technicians to get up and start work. At this moment, a middle-aged man in the crowd quietly spoke to everyone. Everyone mustn't dare to go out, brother. Bo is a big shot, and we can't afford to lose face. Right, I heard someone didn't give Brother Bo face, and since then, he hasn't had any seasoning packets with his instant noodles. The crowd whispered and discussed. In the end, they concluded that for some reason today, Bai Zhenhan needed some foot traffic. In any case, as long as they consumed inside, nothing would happen. But there were always some stubborn ones who insisted on going out. Then they saw Xingchen with a Gatling gun slung over his back. A shiny watermelon knife gleamed at his waist. Oh, big brother, you're done? Let me send you on your way. The stubborn ones immediately shrank back. No, I'm not done, I can't be that quick. I'm just out looking for inspiration. Xingchen casually pulled out the watermelon knife, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. Big brother, if you're not done, hurry back inside. Okay. So, the stubborn ones rushed into the room. Come on, bring in the technicians. Before long, the lights in each private room lit up. Everyone was very cooperative. Some of the more optimistic big brothers even started chanting slogans. Life is like being dominated by a strong woman. Since we can't resist, let's just lie down and enjoy it. Ah, ouch, that hurts. Be gentle, be gentle. Meanwhile, in a small KTV room, several familiar figures to Xingchen were discussing something. They were regulars from the Jianghuai City Spirit Guard. Wu Qing, Wu Di, Luo Xian, and two other nameless lackeys. Wu Qing was quietly assigning them tasks. Today, there's a big fish trading here. At the critical moment, we strike and take it down in one go. Wu Qing's expression was serious and upright, giving a strong sense of security. Captain, but we're not familiar with the terrain here. It will affect our work. Yeah, how about I scout the terrain? Wu Qing patted his chest. Don't worry, I know this terrain like the back of my hand. Are you a regular here? Luo Xian asked suspiciously. Wu Qing's face turned pale. Don't say that, I just reviewed a lot of materials before the mission. Really? I guarantee it with my character. Just then, the door to the private room opened. A beautifully dressed woman walked in and directly pounced on Wu Qing. Brother Wu, Tian misses you so much. Wu Qing, damn. It's. At the entrance of Bai Zhenhan, Xingchen and Zhang Debao were busy as bees. There was no helping it, business was just too good. Come on, big brother, there are exciting shows inside, the big bosses. Here today, all free. Come on, old grandpa, do you want an 18-year-old girl to dance square dance with you? I'll give you 2 pounds of eggs for free. In any case, under his coercion and temptation, the foot traffic kept flowing in. If the manager were outside at that moment, he would surely exclaim, this kid is really something. 10 minutes later, manager Zhang Shu walked out with a group of elegantly dressed people. They lined up in a formation, with a bright red carpet laid out in the middle, ready to welcome the big boss. By Bo Zhangshu instructed everyone, when the big boss arrives, someone will announce it, and everyone will bow together and shout, welcome the boss to Bai Zhenhan. Understood? Everyone looked determined. Understood. Suddenly, Xingchen shouted loudly, here he comes, here he comes. Everyone bent at a 90-degree angle on the spot, using all their strength to shout the most flattering and sycophantic words of their lives. Welcome the boss to Bai Zhenhan. Welcome the boss to Bai Zhenhan. Welcome, boss. Everyone bent down, looking at their shoes, their chatter never ceasing. They only felt a figure walking back and forth in front of them. The crowd's slogans could only echo back and forth endlessly. Then a voice shouted, "Stop shouting!" Everyone looked up in confusion. They saw Xingchen and Zhang Daba walking back and forth on the red carpet. One was pulling a bald uncle, while the other was tugging at an old man with white hair. As they walked, they looked at them with a dumbfounded expression. Hee hee, Xingchen, this is so much fun. Yeah, we walk once and they shout once, like a tape recorder. Zhang Shu was almost going crazy. What the hell are you two doing instead of standing guard? Xingchen scratched his head. Zhang Gu told us to bring the guests inside. Zhang Shu glared at Zhang Heng. You little brat. Zhang Heng looked terrified. No, cousin, manager, I told them to be more aware. Who knew they would actually bring guests? Zhang Heng then said to Xingchen and the others, you two stop bringing guests, go to the street corner and stop cars. Zhang Shu also instructed, the big boss is coming soon, stop all the extra cars, let them take another route, don't let them block the big boss. Remember, not a single car should be let in. Yes. The two saluted in a Hong Kong style and then ran to both ends of the road to stop cars. The crowd adjusted their emotions and began preparing to welcome the big boss. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. 30 minutes passed. Still, there was no sign of the big boss. A gust of wind blew, lifting a few leaves. Zhang Shu jumped up in place, caught a leaf in his hand, and then stuffed it into Zhang Heng's pocket. The big boss is coming soon. I absolutely won't allow any trash to be seen by the big boss. Another 10 minutes passed. The crowd was almost unable to stand. Isn't the manager coming yet? Yeah, what if he's not coming? Zhang Shu was also anxious. He will definitely come today, and I just called his secretary. He said he should have arrived long ago. Just then, a figure ran over. Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu looked and saw it was the big boss's secretary. Has the boss arrived? What the hell? Why are there two kids stopping cars at the intersection? We've been stuck for half an hour, and we just got to them. That kid pulled out a watermelon knife, threatened us, saying their manager ordered that not a single car can be let in. Zhang Shu was stunned, and his expression changed drastically. Damn, it can't be those two kids. Zhang Heng, hurry and bring them over. Zhang Heng ran over quickly. A moment later, Xingchen and Zhang Daba returned to the crowd. Hey kid, I told you to stop other cars, not the big boss's car. Xingchen scratched his head. Didn't the manager say not to let a single car through? Zhang Shu almost spat blood in his face. From now on, you two stand at the door and don't say a word. If anyone asks you anything, don't speak, got it? Xingchen and Zhang Daba immediately stood to the left and right of the door. They stood at attention, on their toes, slightly leaning forward. They looked quite spirited. Zhang Shu let out a long sigh of relief. These two kids may not be very bright, but at least they can pass in terms of appearance. Just then, the big boss's car slowly approached. It was a stretched business vehicle. Zhang Shu ran over flatteringly to open the door for the big boss. The moment the door opened, a fragrant breeze wafted in. Zhang Shu saw the big boss sitting in the car. Next to him were rows of long-legged beauties. This car is really white. He swallowed hard. Being rich is truly wonderful. Boss, please inspect. Bai Bo shook his fat, slowly getting out of the car. I don't know what happened earlier. There was even a traffic jam. But with this group of little cuties accompanying me, I'm not lonely. Zhang Shu let out a long sigh of relief upon hearing this. Boss, it's great that you have time to see Bai Zhenhan. The business is really booming now. At the entrance, Zhang Heng whispered at the front of the crowd. They're coming. Everyone immediately bent down. Welcome, boss, to Bai Zhenhan. Then someone whispered, hey, what's going on? Why does the atmosphere seem less lively than before? Someone next to him lightly nudged him with an elbow. Don't talk. The boss couldn't help but smile at the scene. Xiao Zhang, you're doing well. He moved his plump feet and slowly walked towards the entrance. Suddenly, he saw Xingchen and Zhang Debao standing straight. They were glaring with wide eyes, full of spirit, and quite handsome too. Wow, these two young men are really energetic. Then he walked up to Xingchen. Young man, what's your name? Xingchen stared straight ahead, unmoving. Bai Bo was taken aback and asked again, young man, how old are you? Xingchen remained still, staring ahead. Young man, how long have you been working here? Xingchen continued to stare ahead. Manager Zhang Shu beside him was dumbfounded. Hey, the boss is asking you a question. Xingchen remained motionless, staring ahead. It's over, he's gone dumb. Bai Bo couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Hey, where did this dumb security guard come from? Zhang Shu quickly pushed Xingchen. Hey kid, the boss is talking to you, why aren't you answering? After being pushed, Xingchen clearly snapped back to reality. The manager told me not to talk. Zhang Shu, damn. So you were just waiting for me here. He glared at Xingchen. Then he turned to Bai Bo with a flattering look. Boss, I'm sorry, this is our employment position for disabled people. He's a bit of a nutcase. After saying that, he patted Xingchen, signaling him to admit it quickly. Bai Bo shot a glare at Zhang Shu. Is he the nutcase, or are you the nutcase? Xing Chen quickly tried to smooth things over. Ah, fatty, I really am a nutcase. If you don't believe me, I have a certificate. Get lost, get lost. Bai Bo ignored him and angrily entered Bai Zhen Han. As soon as he stepped inside, he was stunned. The place was bustling with people. It was a lively scene. Is this my Bai Zhen Han? I didn't expect so much foot traffic during the day. Zhang Shu, you're quite capable. Zhang Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Quick, take me to my room. Okay. Bai Bo then entered a special room. After a while, a few familiar faces appeared at the door. Hailongzi brought along Dao Gu and a few friends from the underworld showing up at the entrance of Bai Zhen Han. As soon as he reached the door, he was startled by Xing Chen's imposing presence. Damn, where did this energy come from? The young man has a standard posture on guard. Why does he look so familiar? Xing Chen greeted Hailongzi directly. Hey Long, long time no see, do you remember me? Hailongzi was taken aback. Who is this person? How did he start trying to connect with me? Pretty good. I remember, aren't you that guy? Hailongzi casually replied a couple of sentences and then walked closer to Bai Zhen Han. He took a winding path and arrived in front of Bai Bo's mysterious room. After confirming his identity, he opened the door and walked in. Who is that person at the door? Why can't I remember? At this moment, the sky gradually darkened. The stars in Zhang Debao's shift had come around. He stretched his somewhat stiff legs. Debao, our duty as security guards is over. Next, we should be carefree. He. Come on, let's do something for the poor children. With that, the two of them, dressed in security uniforms, walked into the hall. They then knocked on the doors of different private rooms. At that moment, the happy customers inside suddenly heard a series of urgent knocks. Bang 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 bang. Who the hell is it? Room check. Instantly, the customers inside broke out in a cold sweat. Wait a minute. Before he could finish, Xing Chen kicked the door open. He pulled out his mental illness certificate to show it, then quickly put it away. What's your name? Where do you work? The big guy covered his face with a blanket, not daring to look. It's not me. Xing Chen was taken aback. What do you mean it's not you? It's not me. Damn, big brother, you're so funny. Comrade, please let me go, it's my first time. Xing Chen glanced at him. Alright, I can let you go. You go donate some money to Jianghuai City Mental Hospital, do some good deeds, and I won't say anything about today. Okay, I'll donate 500,000. Bang! The door was slammed shut. The big guy was panting heavily. Oh, thank goodness, I'll go donate. Right away. Xing Chen did the same. He went on to arrange a bunch of welfare for many orphanages, sick children, and lonely elderly people. It was truly very joyful. He couldn't help but sigh. Hey, Debao, why do you think these big brothers are so kind-hearted? With just one suggestion from me, they donate money like crazy. Zhang Debao scratched his head. I don't know, maybe they want to do good deeds and accumulate virtue. At this point, Xing Chen had arrived at another door. Knock. He knocked on the door. Inside was a bald big guy who said irritably, who the hell is it? Room check. Check my ass, get lost. Xing Chen smiled. Oh, big brother, you're quite fierce. Then he kicked the door open. Skillfully pulling out his mental illness certificate, he quickly closed it again. This is my identification. The big guy, unbothered, looked at Xing Chen and Zhang Debao's with his bare arms. What the hell is there to check? I've already told you. This woman next to me, I know her. Her name is Zhang Xiaojun, she's 31 years old. 163 centimeters tall, weighs 102, has a bachelor's degree and studied at Jianghuai Foreign Language College. Married for 5 years, has a 5-year-old child, her husband is He Qilu. Her ID number is. Her dad is named Zhang Lao, her mom is named Yang Tsuihua, and she has a younger brother who doesn't study well, always getting into fights, currently in jail. Her high school deskmate is named Wang Ermo, who confessed to her but was rejected. The guy behind her, Zhao Buxiu, is a gay, and later with Wang Ermo. Xing Chen quickly interrupted. Stop, big brother. Do we really need to know her so well? The bald big guy was very angry. No? Do I need to know? She's my wife. I didn't expect my good brother to recommend technician number 63 to be her. Xing Chen and Zhang Debao burst out laughing. Damn, I can't. Stop laughing. You two really are fated to meet. Xing Chen quickly stopped laughing and asked a very important question. Big brother, then, do you still need to pay? The bald big guy, pay my ass, I'm already so green, why would I pay? After saying that, the big guy directly kicked Xing Chen and Zhang Debao out. Get lost, don't disturb me. After being kicked out, the two of them changed to another floor to continue their room check. The room here was obviously much more normal. From various brightly lit rooms, all sorts of howls and ghostly cries could be heard. It was the heroes singing boldly. Xing Chen and Zhang Daba arrived in front of a room. Inside, an unpleasant and hoarse voice emerged. When I see injustice, I roar, charging through the 9 provinces. It was Wu Chang and others. joyfully singing. Xingchen pushed the door open. Room check. Then he saw a group of familiar figures. Damn, Captain. You don't want others to know you're here playing around, do you? Damn, Captain, how did you guys end up here? Wu Qing and the others were stunned looking at Xingchen and Zhang Daba. You two aren't focusing on your exams. What are you doing here as security? Xingchen scratched his head. Ah, Captain, you don't know? I also want to focus on my exams, but they're offering too much here. Get lost, get lost, get lost. Damn it, you little brat, stop pretending, just tell the truth. Hee hee, Captain, you guessed. Our place was demolished. I came to see if I could stir up some trouble. Wu Qing was taken aback, then immediately understood. You mean your family's junkyard was forcibly demolished? I gave you a heads up a few days ago, didn't I? Xingchen scratched his head again. Captain, it's not that I'm saying you, but your little bit of face might not be worth much. Wu Qing's face darkened. Who dares to disregard the face of me, Wu Qing, captain of the Spirit Guard? We'll take this place down later. Xingchen's eyes suddenly lit up. He pulled out the Gatling gun from his backpack. He stepped one foot on the table, looking as arrogant as possible. Let's go, Captain, let's flatten this place. Keek keek keek. Wu Qing was drenched in cold sweat. No, put that away first. There are outsiders here. Wu Qing pointed to Tian Tian. Beside them. Upon seeing Tian Tian, Xingchen became even happier. Technician number 98, you're here too, come on, let's flatten this together. Tian Tian turned pale upon seeing the Gatling gun, her face whiter than someone who had been dead for 3 years. Ah, let's forget it. If you guys aren't going, I'll go by myself. Captain, you have to give me credit for this later. Wu Qing's face was dark. No, we don't have evidence. We can't arrest anyone yet. Then hurry up and find evidence, Xingchen urged. Wu Qing paused, then began to explain the plan in detail. Today, there's a large illegal drug transaction happening here. As long as we can catch the big fish, we can dismantle a whole chain of criminal activities. Later, Luo Xian will go invisible and do everything possible to enter that room and collect evidence. Wu Di, take someone to the perimeter to provide support. I'll be here to command. He calmly issued the tasks, completely ignoring Tian Tian beside him. Xingchen and Zhang Daba were eager to try. Captain, what should we do? Wu Qing glanced at them. You two turn right when you go out, just don't get in the way. The two looked disappointed. Then, one on each side, they clamped Wu Qing's arms, constantly rubbing their heads against him. Captain, just give us a little task. Stop. Wu Qing couldn't take it anymore. In a bit, you two will create some chaos to cover Luo Xian going in and out. Upon hearing they had to create chaos, Xingchen felt a bit troubled. Captain, I have a bit of social anxiety. I'm not good at creating chaos. Why don't you just let me cut someone instead? What are you thinking? If you're going, then go, if not, stay. Aside. Xingchen and Zhang Daba pouted and walked out of the room. Tian Tian also wanted to follow them out. Then, a strong arm blocked her path. Little girl, let's add another hour, you can leave later. At the end of the corridor, outside a seemingly ordinary private room, several tattooed men were guarding the entrance. They were either shoulder dragons or had big floral sleeves. Just looking at them made it clear they were not to be trifled with. At this moment, Xingchen and Zhang Debao slowly walked over. Behind them, Luo Xian had already become invisible, following closely behind. A young man with a tattooed third eye spotted them and immediately became alert. Damn security, get out of the way. Xingchen completely ignored him and continued walking forward. He walked right up to them. Damn security, if you don't get out of the way, I won't be polite. Xingchen looked at the third eye guy with interest. As a security guard, is there a problem with patrolling my area? You're not even an employee of Baconhan, what are you blabbering about? The third eye guy was directly enraged. What the hell, you don't know who my third eye brother is? Xingchen was also directly furious. What the hell, you don't know who my dad is? You're just looking for trouble, aren't you? The third eye guy directly reached out to push Xingchen. Xingchen was not to be outdone. He fell straight to the ground. Ouch, they're hitting me. Someone come, they're hitting me. Xingchen rolled back and forth on the ground, constantly wailing. A crowd quickly gathered, pointing and gesturing at them. Look, isn't that the third eye brother? How did he beat up the new security? The onlookers kept increasing, gradually surrounding the corner. Xingchen lay on the ground, hugging one of the third eye guy's legs. His acting was absolutely explosive. Ouch, they're hitting me, someone stop him, ouch. The third eye guy was also quite confused. I just pushed him a little. This guy just fell to the ground? Hey, everyone don't believe him, this kid is just trying to scam. I just pushed him a little, the third eye guy explained. Xingchen was relentless. Did you hear that? He pushed me? Look how strong he is, and then look at my little frame, how can I withstand that? The crowd had a face full of black lines. They looked at the third eye guy, who was about 1 m and barely weighed 100, then at Xingchen, who was about 1 m and muscular. Their faces turned darker, the lines extending out of the screen. Seeing that the commotion wasn't big enough, Xingchen directly stepped forward and hugged the third eye guy's 2 little legs. You can't leave, you owe me money. The third eye guy's little legs were almost hugged off by Xingchen. What the hell, you little brat, let go of me. Then, he raised his fist and swung it at Xingchen. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. The sound was muffled. The third eye guy was puzzled. It feels like we're hitting sand. Then he saw that under Xingchen's security uniform he was wearing a bright red shirt as if a large piece of red cloth was wrapped around him. Xingchen was screaming in agony. That sound, that earth-shattering noise, was louder than an Italian cannon. Everyone was dumbfounded. You little brat, with such confidence, get up and hit him. Xingchen hugged tighter and tighter. The third eye guy was sweating profusely from the pain, frantically punching Xingchen, all of which were absorbed by the black bear robe. The damage was almost zero. In the end, the third eye guy couldn't take it anymore. Hey, everyone, let's all go at him. A tattooed guy rushed in from behind. There were Shrimp Line guy, Boiling Sheep guy, and the loyal to the country wolf Smoke Rising. Here comes Brother He. A group of colorful characters started beating Xingchen. 20 minutes later, the few of them collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Xingchen was unscathed, sitting on the ground, howling loudly. He was still tightly hugging the third eye guy's little leg. The third eye guy had long been in so much pain that he was foaming at the mouth, unconscious on the ground. The scene was a complete mess. Help! They're killing people right in front of everyone. Xingchen shouted loudly. The crowd was stunned, covering their ears. Just then, the large door finally swung open. The black donkey, with a few others, emerged from inside with dark expressions. What the hell is going on? Don't you know the big boss is conducting business? Then he spotted Tianyan lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth, and Xingchen clinging tightly to Tianyan's leg. Damn, this is bizarre. The black donkey shook his head and finally calmed down. He pointed at Xingchen lying on the ground. Bring him in. A few tattooed men lifted Xingchen and carried him into the mysterious room. Before entering, Xingchen shot a charming smile at Zhang Debao. It seems to say, this group is done for. Inside the mysterious room, there was a round table. Various big shots had gathered here. There were leaders of the Heisei society, business tycoons, real drug dealers, and numerous influencers. Behind them stood a group of various characters, clearly a powerful group of enforcers. At that moment, the door opened. The black donkey and a few others walked in, still carrying a young man in a security uniform. Xingchen had stopped shouting and was now surveying the crowd before him. Although the people in front of him were flashy, the strongest among them was merely at the peak of gold level. Xingchen smiled slightly, feeling a sense of superiority. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Baconhand. Your presence is a great honor for us. The black donkey's face darkened. Damn, quite the professional. The group unceremoniously tossed Xingchen onto the ground. They quickly found a rope and securely bound him. Big boss, I've brought this kid for you. Bye. Bo was also taken aback. Wasn't this the energetic yet somewhat neurotic security guard from earlier? He wondered if he could demonstrate the drug's effects. At that moment, a tall, thin middle-aged man stood up. I see this young man is strong and vigorous, just perfect for testing our latest superpower drug. He then opened a metallic box. Inside were 2 vials, one red and one green, bubbling ominously, clearly not a good sign. He picked up the red vial. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our company's latest developed drug, the Superpower Enhancement Agent. After drinking it, one's superpower talent will increase by 1 level. In other words, a C level can be raised to B level, and B level to A level. However, there are also significant side effects. Those who drink it will have their mental state altered. Therefore, this drug is a controlled substance. If anyone wishes to purchase it, they must consider the risks carefully. The crowd gasped in shock. Damn, directly enhancing a superpower talent level. If an S level drinks it, they would jump straight to SS level. That would directly create more talented enforcers. As for the side effects, they completely disregarded them. After all, there was money to be made and enforcers to help with the work. Bo was also shocked by the effects. He then ordered the black donkey, bring over the superpower talent level tester. The black donkey nodded and pulled out a tester from a cabinet. He walked over to Xingchen. Instantly, everyone on site tensed up. Hey, do you think this kid has superpowers? He should. After all, awakening this thing is quite easy, though not many can actually use it. I see this kid looks impressive. He must at least be a D-level superpower. I doubt it, E-level at best. Young man, don't worry, you'll soon be able to elevate your superpower level. The tall, thin man also approached Xingchen with the red vial in hand. He opened the vial, preparing to give it to Xingchen after the test, showcasing the drug's effects live. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the black donkey placed the ability testing device in Xingchen's hand. Testing abilities. Ding, ability is SSS level special ability. What the hell? Instantly, everyone in the room was shocked and bewildered. Damn it, I just wanted to casually catch a cow or horse and ended up with a royal flush? At this moment, the black donkey's eyes were nearly blinded. What the hell? The testing device must be broken. He extended his own hand to the device. Ding, ability is E-level trash ability. Then he tested Xingchen. Ding, ability is SSS level special ability. The black donkey spat out a mouthful of old blood. The crowd looked at Bai Bo with strange expressions, sarcastically saying, "Bo gu, impressive, even a little security guard has SSS level abilities." Bai Bo looked embarrassed. "Ah, well, it's been tough finding a job lately, so he came to work as a security guard. For me." At that moment, the tall, thin man holding the red potion was also stunned. "How the hell do you test this?" However, Xingchen nudged the tall, thin man with his shoulder. The potion in his hand fell directly. Xingchen caught it with his mouth. Dun dun dun, just drank it down. Then his eyes lit up. "Wow, kiwi flavored and fizzy, delicious." The tall, thin man was completely dumbfounded. "Damn it, didn't you hear me say there are side effects?" "I heard, but aren't you guys testing the potion? As a company security guard, it's my duty to take on this little task. Hee hee, drink up, ha ha ha." The crowd glanced at the tall, thin man. No increase in level, but the madness came pretty quickly. The tall, thin man was left speechless. Bai Bo noticed the atmosphere was awkward and began to smooth things over. "It's fine, let's hurry up and test again." The black donkey picked up the testing device once more. Ding, ability is SSS level special ability. The crowd was filled with black lines on their faces. "What the hell, how can you test when he's already at the highest level?" The tall, thin man smiled awkwardly. Then he took out another vial of green potion from the box. It's fine, I have another one." This potion's effect is that after drinking it, everyone can directly be upgraded to silver level. Instantly, the crowd was shocked. For them, silver level was not something to be taken lightly. An ordinary person could spend a lifetime and never reach silver level. It was equivalent to an ordinary person earning over 10,000 a month. While it may not sound like much, it surpassed the vast majority. If they could mass-produce silver level, they would have a powerful army of fighters. Selling it would be even more profitable. "That's great." Bai Bo rubbed his hands, eager to try. "I'm going to have a powerful silver level team." "Ha ha." The crowd laughed along. "But I must say up front, the side effects are also significant. It can cause mental instability," the tall, thin man warned. However, the crowd was no longer listening, only wanting to quickly establish their powerful team of fighters. "Hurry, Black Donkey, the level testing device." The Black Donkey took out another level testing device from the cabinet. He shook it in front of Xingchen. "I don't believe this kid who hasn't even grown all his hair can have silver level." Ding, test result, silver 1 star. "What the hell?" The crowd spat out a mouthful of old blood. The tall, thin man's temples bulged as he looked at the innocent-looking Bai Bo. "Did you deliberately find such a person to annoy me?" He hadn't finished speaking. Xingchen snatched the green potion. Gulp gulp gulp. He downed it in one go. "What the hell, strawberry flavor, so good." The crowd looked at Xingchen with dark expressions, speechless. "Why are you looking at me? It really is delicious. Why don't you try some?" "Wahahaha. Cough cough, sigh. I choked." The crowd, great. No effect from the potion. The person went crazy first. After drinking the 2 potions, Xingchen looked somewhat abnormal. He chuckled and looked at everyone. "Hey, everyone. Why does it seem like no one is happy? How about I perform an explosion right here? Everyone?" A screen full of question marks appeared on the scene. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. The crystal chandelier on the ceiling was immediately shattered. It fell directly onto the round table, scattering glass shards everywhere. Everyone got splashed in the face. At this moment, the bodyguards behind rushed forward to protect their boss. "What's going on? What's happening? Why did it explode? Could it be that damn kid?" Everyone turned to look at Xingchen, who had already freed himself from the ropes. He was dancing around in place. Hey. If explosions aren't fun, how about I shoot some guns for everyone?" Then he pulled out the Gatling gun, aiming it at the round table. Everyone was stunned. "Holy crap, this guy is going crazy way too fast. This drug isn't working right. I haven't seen any increase in strength, but his brain is already done for." Seeing this, a group of bodyguards stepped forward, blocking Xingchen. They were seasoned fighters, elite bodyguards. Ordinary firearms posed very little threat to them. Among them, 3 were at the gold level and 1 was even at the peak of gold. Even if this kid had a gun, there was no need to fear him. Bai Bo suddenly pushed the big man in front of him. "Huzi, take him down." The man called Huzi instantly transformed into a humanoid tiger. He was indeed at the peak of gold, a beastly tiger man. The 2 other gold-level fighters also showcased their abilities. One had wind blades hovering in his hands. The other's clothes exploded apart, revealing a body full of muscles, with prominent trapezius muscles reaching up to his scalp. Behind the 3 were dozens of silver-level bodyguards. Seeing this, the black donkey retreated to the side. He was just a little punk who could lick. He couldn't fight alongside these big shots. Huzi let out a fierce roar and charged at Xingchen. Bai Bo calmly took a sip of tea. "Ah, just a crazy silver level, I can take him down in one hit." However, the next second, Huzi was swept by a barrage from the Gatling gun. He was sent flying. Dozens of meters away, his body enveloped in black smoke, pinned against the wall. Xingchen blew on the 6 barrels of the Gatling gun. Oh, sorry about that, brother Hu. This is what I call the Wusong brand. Gatling. Huzi roared again, enduring the intense pain all over his body, and lunged at Xingchen. Xingchen remained unflustered. Holding the Gatling gun in his arms, he gathered momentum and charged forward just as Huzi leaped into the air. His upper body suddenly leaned back, executing a beautiful slide tackle. Everyone was stunned. Is it really appropriate to use a slide tackle in this situation? Just as Huzi landed, Xingchen's slide tackle reached him. He kicked right at Huzi's thick ankle. Huzi instantly lost his balance and fell toward Xingchen. What the hell? Xingchen was half lying down. The Gatling gun in his arms was directly aimed at Huzi's face. A dazzling blue light flashed. Huzi was once again sent flying by the bullets, embedded in the ceiling. Seeing this, Xingchen awkwardly smiled. Sorry, I'll get you down. He pulled the trigger again, shooting a heart shape into the ceiling. Boom! A massive humanoid tiger, along with the heart-shaped ceiling, fell down, landing right on by Bo's plump body. Xingchen hoisted the Gatling gun onto his shoulder, opening his mouth wide, with sharp teeth covered in chives. Who's next? The crowd at the scene looked at each other in confusion. Crazy, completely crazy, a muscular man shouted. Everyone, let's go together and take down that silver rank. The crowd surged forward. Xingchen didn't intend to go on a killing spree. After all, these people were meant to be sent to work with the national agency and his father. He put the Gatling gun into his spatial backpack. Pulling out a frying pan, he began to whack the henchmen on the back of their heads. A chorus of screams and wails erupted. Before long, Xingchen had knocked down a bunch of people. Bang 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 bang. Holding the frying pan, Xingchen charged in like a hungry wolf among sheep, like a big bird in a chicken coop. Dust and smoke rose as he swung the frying pan. One hit for each little guy. A group of henchmen were sent sprawling by the frying pan, but they still struggled against the golden-ranked muscular man. After all, the opponent was a strength-type ability user. He was just a silver rank, and in close combat he clearly had the disadvantage. Bang! Xingchen swung the frying pan at the man's neck, but it was blocked by the towering trapezius muscle that connected to his scalp. The man smirked wickedly, his arms bursting with powerful muscle lines. He unleashed a flurry of wolf fang punches at Xingchen. Damn! I was careless, didn't dodge. A punch landed squarely on Xingchen's chest, creating a series of sonic booms. His security uniform was torn apart, revealing a bright red cloth underneath. Ola 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 ola. The big man shouted excitedly as he punched. This kid actually wants to fight me up close. Then he was stunned. There, on Xingchen's chest, was a large piece of red cloth wrapped around him. He showed no signs of injury. Xingchen scratched his head, looking at him apologetically. Big brother, you should have said you didn't eat lunch earlier. We have a cafeteria here. Then he swung the frying pan and slapped it across the muscular man's face. Smack! The man spun around in place, a bit disoriented. Just then, a figure holding a wind blade quietly circled behind Xingchen. With a spiral wind blade in hand, he was about to strike at Xingchen. Bang! He felt a chill at the back of his neck. The whole person fell forward to the ground. Immediately after, a shadow flashed in the darkness. It was our beloved leather pants goddess, Luoxin. With her long, beautiful legs, the pointed heels of her high heels were like knives. She stepped on the groin of the man she had just knocked down. Holding a dagger in her hand, she twirled it with flair. Everyone, you are under arrest. At that moment, the door was kicked open. Wu Di rushed in with two others. We are from the Jianghuai Spirit Guard. Everyone, drop your weapons and surrender immediately. The crowd gasped and quickly dropped their weapons. Then they squatted down with their hands on their heads. The movements were extremely practiced. The muscular man also squatted down with his hands on his head, ready to surrender. Behind him was Xingchen, still using the frying pan to keep hitting his head. Bang bang bang, bang, bang. I like hitting you. Damn it, we surrendered and you're still hitting? Just then, the tall, thin man quietly reached into his jacket pocket. He pulled out a tube of colorful potion. Looks like I have to use this glorious evolution potion today. You all will pay the price for this. Then, he gulped it down. Xingchen's expression changed instantly. No, big brother, leave me some. The tall, thin man drank the colorful potion like a madman. His Adam's apple bobbed continuously. The potion was gradually running out. Xingchen lunged forward but only managed to grab an empty potion bottle. Damn, you really didn't leave me any. Suddenly, the tall, thin man's face turned blood red. He clutched his own neck with both hands, gradually descending into madness. What the hell is this? Did the evolution company's drug fail? Then, he collapsed to the ground as if his soul had been pulled away. Blood flowed out of his entire body. In no time, he became shriveled. He looked like a desiccated corpse. The crowd gasped in shock. Serves him right, who told him to sell it so expensively. The crowd had already surrendered and was about to follow Luo Xian away. Just then, they saw Xingchen sprinting out of the hall. Oh my god, run! This is terrifying. The crowd couldn't help but feel a bit of glee. Well, this kid serves you right for drinking that stuff recklessly. Now you're going crazy, huh? Suddenly, a desperate roar came from behind. Them. Oh ho, I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat. Everyone turned around in unison, and the man who looked like a corpse slowly stood up. Meat. All fresh blood and flesh. The crowd was startled. Damn. This guy is even crazier. One of the thugs walked over to him. He picked up a chair and swung it at the corpse before him. Crack. The chair shattered and the corpse fell to the ground, flailing. What are you afraid of? It's done. Damn, what a piece of junk potion. The crowd turned back and continued to walk out, ready to scrounge a national dinner. A roar echoed. Ah, the thug from earlier was bitten on the neck by the corpse. Then his blood instantly vanished. He turned into a pile of bones. Goodbye, the corpse had transformed into a 4-meter-tall, humanoid monster. It chuckled. Evolution, give me blood and flesh, I want to evolve. The crowd was dumbfounded. Damn, this thing is a bit outrageous. Luo Xian's face showed a hint of shock. What the hell is this? At that moment, Wu Di stood in front of the crowd. Everyone. Don't be afraid, watch me, Jiang Huai, the invincible spirit guardian, eliminate the evil. He drew a long sword and held it in his hand. It's been too long, this sword hasn't seen battle in ages. Monster, I'm going to vent all the grievances I've suffered in the hospital on you. With that, he charged at the monster. The next second, Wu Di was sent flying, embedded in the wall. He awkwardly smiled. Sorry, it's been too long since I fought, I'm a bit rusty. Then he picked up the long sword again and charged forward. The next second, another Wu Di appeared on the wall. Sorry, this time it will definitely work. He picked up the long sword and stood up again. The next second, wall, Wu Di. Sorry. This time, Wu Di chose not to attack. Instead, he faced off against the monster. Although Wu Di loved to show off, he wasn't stupid. The monster before him was not something he could handle. Everyone, let's go together. Those who slay the monster can redeem themselves. Upon hearing this, the many thugs on site lit up with excitement. We can redeem ourselves, great. So, they charged forward. It was too late for Luo Xian to intercept. The crowd had already engaged in battle. After Xingchen ran out, he saw a crowd of onlookers at the entrance. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out the Gatling gun and held it in his hands. Damn it, I'm a terrorist. In 10 minutes, I'll slaughter everyone in the White Root Han. The crowd's faces changed in shock and they fled for their lives. The entrance was instantly cleared. The situation before him needed to be resolved quickly. But with so many people in so many rooms, how could he clear it out quickly? So, he dashed to the control room. He kicked the sleeping security guard away. Then he turned the broadcast up to the maximum. Receive latest news, receive latest news. Tonight there will be a major sweep operation, the cops will be here soon. Everyone, evacuate quickly. Everyone, evacuate quickly. Xingchen found another recording of a police siren and broadcasted it. Then he saw groups of people clutching their clothes orderly fleeing from the hall. The staff at Bagenhan were facilitating the evacuation. Everyone, exit through the back door, hurry. Xingchen was a bit dazed. Damn, I didn't expect the emergency drill here to be so well practiced. Whirlwind. The entire Bagenhan became much quieter. At that moment, on the surveillance screen, Zhang Han was pulling the arm of a bald guy. Big brother, let's go. The cops will be here soon. The bald guy looked disdainful. We are a legal couple, even the king of heaven can't interfere. Xingchen watched the monitoring scene, unable to help but feel a wave of frustration. How green can you be, or how stubborn? Big brother. There were still many people on site. Let's just go all out. So he called out Zhang Daba. Then, he brought along a few security guards. It was the team leader Wang Ming who had interviewed him and a few of his loyal security staff. What's going on, Xingchen? Wang Ming asked. Xingchen quickly found the surveillance footage of that room to show Wang Ming and the others. Everyone gasped in shock. They seemed frozen in place. What kind of monster is this? Xingchen anxiously said, forget about the monster, let's first figure out how to clear this place. Everyone looked at each other, none had a good idea. Even two timid security guards thought about just running away. They were pulled back by Wang Ming. Wang Ming looked at Xingchen. You tell us what to do. I knew you were not an ordinary person when I interviewed you. Zhang Daba chimed in, yeah, he's from class 8. Xingchen ignored him and pulled out a few high silks from an unknown place. Everyone put these on your heads, then go in and say it's a robbery. This way, they could clear the place the fastest. Wang Ming asked in confusion, then why don't we just tell them the truth? They wouldn't believe a bunch of idiots. It's better to hold a knife to their neck than to explain for half a day. What are we waiting for? Go go go. Upon hearing Xingchen's command, the security guards skillfully put the high silks on their heads. Whirlwind, they rushed out of the surveillance room. Wang Ming and a younger brother pushed open a room door. Damn it, it's a robbery. Hand over everything valuable and get out of the room. Then he saw a shocking scene. Two girls without clothes got off the bed. Damn it, what the hell? Wang Shua, leading another group, also pushed open a hotel door and was instantly stunned. Damn it, it's a robbery. What the hell, are you kidding me? Two naked guys turned pale with fright. Big brother, we have no money. How about together? Wang Shua's expression changed. Get lost, get lost. Get out of Bagenhan quickly, or I'll cut you. The two didn't even put on their clothes and quickly fled the room. As long as they had knives and hoods in hand, the clearing speed was still quite fast. However, some people were still unconvinced. They shouted loudly, "Security, security, there are robbers." But all that responded to them were cold laughs and the glint of cold blades. Xingchen watched the clearing speed of Wang Ming and the others from the surveillance room, giving a thumbs up. Professional, that's impressive. Soon the scene was cleared. The entire Bagenhan was left with only some staff and a few stubborn mules who refused to flee. Xingchen instructed Wang Ming to take all the staff away. As for the stubborn mules, let them stay and keep me company while I fix the mules' hooves. Star stood in the monitoring room, watching the situation on Wu Di's side. At this moment, the monster had grown to nearly 10 meters tall. The magnificent hall could barely contain him. He was madly slaughtering the people around him, bloodthirsty and frenzied. Meat! Give me meat! The thugs and bosses were either dead or fleeing. Only Luo Xin and Wu Di remained on the scene. Both Wu Di and Luo Xin had several scratches on their bodies. Fortunately, they were strong enough not to die at the hands of the monster. They exchanged a glance, both resolute in their determination to fight to the death. If even they, as otherworldly guardians, retreated, who would protect the city? The blood-soaked monster let out a roar. A massive, elongated forepaw reached out, clawing towards them. Gritting their teeth, they prepared to charge forward desperately. Suddenly, a pitch-black giant sword plunged down from the ceiling, piercing through the monster's arm and the floor beneath it. Wu Xing stood atop the black giant sword, hands behind his back, exuding an air of authority. Humph, monster, rampaging in Jianghuai City, did you ask me, the captain? The blood-soaked monster seemed to feel no pain at all. It simply yanked its arm back, severing it cleanly in two with the sword. Oh roar! The monster charged at Wu Qing once more. Wu Qing chuckled. The giant's sword in his hand swung down again towards the monster. Kill! The entire arm of the monster was chopped off. Everyone, don't be afraid, I'm here. The injured otherworldly guardians felt reassured. After all, Wu Qing was diamond level. Dealing with a mutated monster was still a significant advantage. Wu Qing laughed heartily, swinging the giant sword repeatedly at the monster. The monster was covered in wounds, blood gushing down continuously. Just as everyone was preparing to go home and celebrate with champagne, a large mouth grew from the monster's wound. Several tentacles grabbed all the corpses on the ground and tossed them into the gaping mouth. Crunch crunch! A sound of chewing echoed, and the monster's body grew even larger, nearing 15 meters. It punctured a huge hole in the ceiling. The wound healed instantly. Oh roar! Its roar shook the heavens and frightened the spirits. Wu Di imitated the captain's chuckle. Don't struggle in vain, Captain, hurry up and finish it off. Captain? Looking around, where were the others? Wu Qing had already led everyone out of the room. Run, Wu Di, are you trying to get yourself killed? This monster is incredibly sinister. Let's get out of Bagenhan first, then call for support from headquarters. Wu Di twitched at the corner of his mouth. What? Captain, you can't beat him either? Wu Qing showed no signs of the strongman complex. Damn it, if I could beat him, I would have killed him already. Why would I need to run? Hurry up, don't dawdle. Wu Di gasped in shock. Then he took off running. Just as he took a couple of steps, a massive palm slammed down where he had just stood, creating a huge pit in the ground. Everyone quickly rushed out of the door. Due to its enormous size, the monster had to destroy buildings with every step it took, which delayed its pursuit. But its destructive power was gradually increasing. It reached out a giant hand, completely demolishing the entire room. Just as the giant hand was about to grab Wu Qing and the others, Zhang Debao stepped forward, standing in front of them. Wu Qing gasped. Debao, what are you doing? Hurry and run. Debao smiled slightly. Don't worry, Uncle Wu, I have a big move. He then turned around, his gaze filled with fierce killing intent. His momentum surged dramatically. Despite his small stature, he did not appear at a disadvantage before the massive monster. The monster lunged forward with its giant claw, aiming at Zhang Debao, who stood with his hands behind his back, shouting loudly, "My father is Zhang. Everyone, what the hell? This is your ultimate move." The monster clearly froze for a moment, its massive arm also coming to a halt. Zhang Daba shouted again, "My father is Zhang." The monster visibly paused again, its arm slightly retracting. "My father is Zhang. My father is Zhang." The monster's arm had now shrunk to the very back. Zhang Daba smiled, turning to look at the crowd. "See, I told you, the ultimate move works." Then, everyone's expressions suddenly changed. The monster's retracting arm gathered strength, carrying an even stronger killing intent, charging towards Zhang Daba. Wu Di directly threw the giant sword forcefully, blocking the monster's arm. Then he grabbed Zhang Daba's arm and ran out. "Stop pretending, unless you are Zhang, otherwise no one is useful." A voice came from the monster's throat. The voice was hoarse, as if a steel ball was vibrating. "Zhang, this Zhang, almost wiped out our organization. What? Then, the monster's chest split open. A hideous vertical eye appeared in its chest. After the vertical eye appeared, the entire monster seemed to change its demeanor. The previous bloodthirsty brutality transformed into insidious terror. He is gradually regaining his sanity. Wu Qing looked at the monster, his whole body involuntarily stiffening. This monster's strength is still surging. Could it really break through to the king level? At that time, it would have to request a peerless master to come and suppress it. Then, he subtly moved his thoughts. His muscles bulged. The black giant sword returned to his hand. His whole body emitted a faint glow. Heaven's punishment! He shouted. The giant sword in his hand shot towards the monsters. Tree eye like a cannonball. Put! The vertical eye was pierced by the giant sword, and the monster staggered, pinned against the wall. It kept snarling and howling, as if wanting to kill everything in front of it. Wu Qing shouted again, "Run, damn it!" Then he led everyone to escape from Bagenhan. Quickly notify the people within 10 kilometers to evacuate. Have the headquarters send troops to exterminate it. Jiang Huai gathered all the to temporarily seal the monster, preventing it from leaving a 5-kilometer radius. At this moment, Wu Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. So terrifying. This evolution company has recently come up with such a terrifying potion. It seems a storm is coming. Then he looked at the few people beside him. What the hell? Where's Xingchen? In the huge hall of Bagenhan, the monster struggled to pull out Wu Qing's black giant sword. Hee, interesting. Soon, I will eat everyone in the entire city. It twisted its tall body, heading towards the door of Bagenhan. Thud, thud, thud. With each step it took, the ground trembled as if an earthquake was coming. Just then, its ears twitched, suddenly hearing a voice. Is this melon ripe? 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 It was a bit confused who was still here. The monster suddenly turned around. It saw the kid in the security uniform crazily chopping at one of its tentacles. It was a bit stunned again. The knife went in and out, and it felt nothing at all. Hey, kid, what are you doing? Xingchen looked up and smiled slightly at it. Big brother, I heard you were hungry, so I brought you a raw melon to eat. Xingchen put the watermelon knife into his spatial backpack. The watermelon knife's activation chance decreases against stronger enemies. It seems even Hua Chang's products need to be used a certain number of times. If he had 1,000 knives, he could definitely chop this little calamity into minced meat. The monster was now looking at Xingchen as if he were a madman. Kid, you've got some guts. Xingchen glanced at the monster. Hey, I just drank 2 bottles of potions and my head feels all floaty. Big brother, I have to say, your potions are really tasty. Can you give me 2 more? The monster snorted coldly. If it weren't for you bringing those otherworldly guards to catch me, would I have to drink the evolution potion and end up like this? Xingchen scratched his head. Hey, no offense, but you actually look pretty cool like this. How about you let me change too? The monster looked completely baffled. You call this cool? I think you've gone stupid from drinking fake potions. With that, he stopped talking nonsense and tried to strike Xingchen with a tentacle. Seeing this, Xingchen fired his Gatling gun, blasting the approaching tentacle into a pulp. Oh, kid, you're pretty fierce. Xingchen smiled slightly. The fierceness is still to come. Then, with a thought, countless knives, forks, chopsticks, plates, broken bricks, X-ray devices, vibrators, tables, chairs, and small flying sticks all floated in the air, creating a feeling of 1,000 swords returning to their source. Xingchen pointed forward with one hand. Explode for me. The floating objects in the sky charged towards the monster. Boom, 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 boom. The flying little explosives detonated on the monster, showering it with blood. The monster was instantly covered in blood. Oh, kid, not bad. I might just recruit you into the evolution company. You're too kind. Before Xingchen could finish his modesty, the monster's wounds began to heal. What a pity, the damage isn't healing as fast as I am. Xingchen? Cheat. Just then, a few stubborn donkeys were still arguing as they walked downstairs. Damn it, first a robbery, then a room check, and now it's so noisy. Can't people just enjoy life? A big guy with a shoulder-length dragon shouted as he went down. Suddenly, he saw the monster towering at 20 meters tall. Hashtag, what kind of performance is this? The next second, a tentacle pierced through him, turning him into a dried corpse. The other stubborn donkeys who didn't listen to advice were so scared they spun in place. Just a moment ago, someone kindly asked him to leave. Someone threatened him with a knife. Someone scared him into leaving. He refused to go, and now he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Several long tentacles turned them into permanent meat skewers. Xingchen felt no fluctuation in his heart. The path he chose, he probably wouldn't regret even if he died. Then, Xingchen pulled out the Gatling gun and aimed it at the monster's eye. At this moment, the Gatling seemed like a product from the previous version. It couldn't deal that much damage anymore. It seemed he would have to upgrade it later. The monster laughed heartily. Are you tickling me? I'm picking lice off you. What the hell, picking lice? The monster's tentacles charged towards Xingchen's position. Xingchen quickly pulled out a frying pan to defend himself. Clang 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 clang. The immense force nearly numbed Xingchen's hand. Ouch, damn it, big brother, stop hitting me. I'm cramping. The monster didn't care about his complaints and charged at Xingchen again. Clang clang clang. Clang. Xingchen could no longer endure it. He pulled out a small ram's horn hammer. Damn it. I wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but all I got was a beating. No more pretending, I'm Thor. Then, the ram's horn hammer came crashing down. Lightning erupted in an instant. A violent thunderclap struck down from the sky, piercing through heaven and earth. The entire monster was directly hit by the massive thunder, convulsing on the spot. Xingchen looked at the small ram's horn hammer in his hand. Remaining power, 0%, sigh, this thing is good, but it consumes too much power. Yesterday, as soon as I started work, I connected the power system of the ram's horn hammer and the white root man. The electricity stolen for a whole day and night is just enough for this one strike. Enough for whom to use? Looking again, the monster was already charred black from the electricity. It was still thrashing in place. Several of its tentacles had been electrocuted and broken. The entire monster's momentum had weakened by a third. Oh roar. A huge roar echoed. The monster's flesh began to regenerate and the charred parts started to peel off. The entire monster was instantly rejuvenated. You can't kill me. Unless you wipe me out in one go. My injuries will keep healing. This is the latest divine potion developed by our evolution company. What do you think? Xingchen licked his lips in anticipation. Damn, if you have something to drink, keep it to yourself, you're really not a good person. The monster snorted coldly. With such a powerful potion, do you think you deserve it? Got any tricks left? If not, I'm going to kill you. Xingchen glanced at him. I have one more trick, but I don't know if you can handle it. Oh, then show it, I'm in a hurry. The monster replied. As a villain, what's wrong with talking a bit more? Moreover, he was very interested in Xingchen, who was young yet had top-tier talent. And with so many divine artifacts at his disposal, he remained unaffected after drinking 2 vials of his own potion. Who exactly is this person? At this moment, Xingchen opened his skill panel. Master, I'm here. Can the super transcendence machine unlocked with 100,000 merits, world nuclear flat, be used? Look at what you're saying, host. Although this system is a bit trashy and slow to upgrade, when have I ever gone back on my word? Alright then, get ready to do something. Xingchen slowly raised his head and looked at the monster in front of him. Big brother, do you have any last words? The monster was taken aback. What a joke, you asked me if I have any last words? I can tell you clearly, I have no last words. Upon hearing this, Xingchen couldn't help but feel curious. Then big brother, if you have no last words, do you have an inheritance? Your company must pay pretty well, right? If you really have no heirs, just give it to me. The monster was almost going crazy. Was this kid drunk or something? I say, can you stop being so poor? I'll give you one last chance to say something before you die. Xingchen scratched his head, pondering for a long time about what his last words should be. Then it would be this line. WDNMD. WDNMD? The monster was completely dumbfounded. What does that mean? Am I supposed to fight you? No. Xingchen extended a finger and shook it left end. Right. Then he seriously explained. It should be, you're the only one who didn't understand. The monster displayed a face full of question marks. Just as he was overwhelmed with confusion, the monster heard the last voice he would never forget in his life. World nuclear flat. Boom. Outside the white root man, Wu Qing looked solemnly at the magnificent building in front of him. The cigarette in his hand had burned down almost to his fingers. The current situation was the most challenging since he took over as the captain of the otherworldly guard. That monster seemed to grow stronger with every fight. Moreover, it possessed the ability to devour. If he didn't eliminate it quickly, the entire Zhenghuai city would fall into danger. This was absolutely unacceptable to him. He glanced at the pitch-black long sword in front of him. At a critical moment he could die. He still had a trump card that could take the enemy down with him. It seems that no reinforcements will arrive before the monster flattens this place. He took a deep drag from his cigarette. He only realized that the cigarette had burned down to the filter, a slight burning sensation radiating from between his fingers. He fumbled in his pocket for the cigarette pack, but there wasn't a single cigarette left. What a bummer, I didn't even get to enjoy a smoke before I die. He quietly turned back. Luo Xian, take everyone away from here. I'll face what's left. No matter what happens, don't come back. Captain, don't say anything, follow orders, and get out of here. Captain, give me the car keys. Otherwise, we won't be able to run fast enough and it will be easy to hold you back. Wu Qing, damn, so heartless. The armored vehicle roared and the members of the otherworldly guard left in haste. Luo Xian's voice floated back. Captain, you mustn't die. Otherwise, I'll have to ascend to power with tears in my eyes, ha ha ha. Wu Qing's face darkened as he straightened his back and tossed away the extinguished cigarette butt. Being a hero is really lonely, not even a firework to celebrate. Boom! Wu Qing's eyes were suddenly filled with a blinding white light. Then the white light rapidly spread, enveloping his retina in white. He could no longer see anything else. Then he felt a wave of energy surging towards him. Ah, damn, I haven't even started my venture and I'm already meeting my end. After a long while, the smoke cleared. Wu Qing emerged from the rubble, his vision gradually returning. Then, the shocking scene of his life appeared before him. Did I cross over to the Taklamakan desert? All that remained before him was an empty space, still faintly smoldering. Everything else had vanished without a trace. No, there's still one thing that hasn't disappeared, a snow-white, naked man? Xing Chen was bewildered. His mind was blank. His nerves were in chaos. He felt a shift in his thoughts and his retina was suddenly engulfed in white, followed by complete darkness. Then, there was nothing after that. Xing Chen stood there, dazed and at a loss. System, I'm here. What happened? Releasing World Core Piece. The intense light temporarily caused you to lose your vision. It will recover shortly. Please remain calm to avoid injury. What about that monster? Is it dead? The body was physically transcended, turned into a pile of chemical molecules, CHONPSKCAMG. The soul was sent to the paradise. Don't you need to fry it first until both sides are golden brown? Since you used a divine skill, the transcendence was quite clean, and the deceased felt no pain in their passing. Xing Chen was a bit confused about the principle behind this, but it seemed quite impressive, didn't it? Suddenly, Xing Chen realized a problem. What if someone ambushed him while he was blind? There was no choice but to go all out. He would keep self-destructing to prevent anyone from sneaking up on him. Then he cleared his throat lightly. Cough. World Core Piece. World Core Piece. World Core Piece. However, there was no response. Hey, system, why didn't it explode? Host, could you please have a little self-awareness? Such a powerful skill, don't you have a cooldown? Even a glue gun needs to cool down. You didn't leave yourself any time at all. Xing Chen smiled awkwardly. Alright, how long is the cooldown? When can I explode again? The system didn't respond directly but opened a panel in Xing Chen's mind. Weakness level, 1%. When the weakness level recovers to 100%, divine skills can be reused. Recovery speed is related to the host's physical strength. Recovery speed can be increased through foot massages, taking Dihuang pills, and other health methods. Note, watching movies in XXX will slow down recovery speed. Xing Chen's face was filled with black lines. Damn it, you actually care about science. Forget it, let's hurry home. It's dangerous not to see anything. Just as Xing Chen was about to move, he heard a series of clicking sounds from outside. Click, click, click. Oh, it's the sound of a flash. Could it be that I became famous for defeating the monster? Voices kept flooding into his ears. Quick, take a picture. It's him who defeated the monster. Yes, capturing beautiful moments. Of course we need to take pictures. He won't always be that white. Click, click, click. Xing Chen posed continuously with the sound of the shutter. Like a seasoned model. He casually did a 100-shot burst. How about it? Handsome, right? What about this pose? Let's do a Dragon Tail 2.0 and then a Demon Slayer smile. Handsome. Ha 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 ha. He. Ho 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 ho. How about it? Handsome? Awesome? Are my muscle lines perfect? But you can't see them. I'm wearing a security uniform. What a pity. However, in Wu Qing's eyes, it was a different bizarre scene. He watched as Xing Chen stood naked in the ruins. Immediately, a group of reporters, internet celebrities, and onlookers rushed over. They started snapping pictures of Xing Chen. That kid seemed to have no intention of being shy at all. He posed for the camera with various poses and professional moves. The arrogant bird at his waist was wildly swinging its tail. That face was completely disregarded. Wu Qing slapped his forehead. I don't know him. He's not one of our otherworldly guards. Xing Chen's vision gradually recovered. In front of him was a group of reporters and internet celebrities. Around them were circles of onlookers. Oh, just as I thought, I'm going to be famous. Ha 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 ha. A gust of wind blew by. It carried a slight chill. Xing Chen couldn't help but shiver. Hey, how come it feels a bit cold in the middle of summer? Then, he slightly lowered his head. A shocking piece of information suddenly flooded into his mind, followed by a second of blackout. What the hell, where's my clothes? Click, click, click. Too beautiful internet. Celebrities nearby were crazily taking pictures. This handsome guy is just too good looking. Not only is he handsome, but that thing is also particularly handsome. Not only handsome, but also fair. Not only fair, but he has abs. If he were my boyfriend, I'd be dead from the excitement. By the way, we women love to see abs. What do you men like to see? The beautiful internet celebrity poked the cameraman beside her. Us men generally have higher standards. With high standards, hands tend to be low, so it's called high standards but low ability. Xing Chen looked at the flashes in front of him. He felt completely numb. He quickly pulled out a black plastic bag from his space backpack. He directly put it over his head. Then he let out a breath. Covered it up, that's good. Safe now, safe now. Then he took off running. As he ran, He turned back and shouted to the people behind him, "When you post the video, remember to write Muscle Man for me. Otherwise, it would make me look bad." And then he disappeared in a flash, leaving a bunch of internet celebrities and reporters snapping pictures at the air. He's leaving just like that? I still want to get a super message. Just ask for the address directly if you want something super. Soon, Xingchen's beautiful photos spread throughout the streets and alleys. Major short video platforms also surged to the top of the trending list. Shocking. Naked man battles monster, sweeping away the Bai Jianhan overnight. Oh my, how is he so fair? Did he grow up eating brain platinum? One stunning video after another appeared online from different angles, especially Xingchen's perfect Shenlong Tail 2.0 capturing the moment of the Demon Slayer smile, which directly won the hearts of countless girls. The handsome guy fighting the monster had his clothes blown apart. I'm so moved. I can't take it anymore. I have no resistance to abs like that. At this moment, Ningyu, the daughter of the Tian Ning Group's chairman, smiled wickedly in front of her phone screen. I want all the measurements of this man within 10 minutes. 10 minutes earlier, Xingchen sprinted home, only to find that his house had long been reduced to rubble. He then dashed to Zhang Debao's house. At this time, Zhang Debao's father, Zhang was drinking and chatting with Ning Tianhao, the chairman of the Tian Ning Group. They were old classmates with a deep friendship. Their families had also become friends. Their wives were good friends who shared everything. They spent their days discussing various beauty and skincare routines, shopping, and other topics. Zhang Debao naturally became good friends with Ning Tianhao's daughter, Ningyu. At this moment, Zhang Debao was showing Ningyu his collection of figurines. However, Ningyu showed no interest at all. She was looking down at her phone, mumbling, nice. Ah, so good, really nice. Ah, handsome, extremely handsome, yes, yes. Just then, a knock on the door sounded. Ningyu came out to open it. She kept her head down, still playing with her phone. Her delicate hand was furiously sending messages in a group chat with her friends. I want all the measurements of this man within 10 minutes. Wow, Miss Ning is also interested in a man. I told you, Ning is also a woman, right? 10 minutes might not be enough, at least half an hour. Yeah, personal information is highly confidential these days. Tap tap tap. Ningyu lowered her head, playing with her phone, and opened the door with one hand. Hello, come in. She didn't look up, her fingers continuing to send messages on her phone. What a bunch of useless people, can't even get it done in 10 minutes. Ningyu was very angry, snorting coldly. Humph. I've been raising you useless people for nothing, and you can't even help with this little task at a critical moment. Xingchen scratched his head. Ah, is there something wrong, beautiful? I'm Xingchen, known for being a good person, maybe I can help you. Ningyu was drawn in by the voice, slowly looked up, and instantly exploded. Wow. No need to help, it's already resolved. Zhang Debao was stunned upon seeing this. He quickly ran to the door. Dude, did you go streaking? Xingchen sighed deeply. Don't mention it, I was just filmed naked. Sigh, these days they don't even label my videos with Muscle Man. It's so embarrassing. Hurry and find me some clothes. Zhang Debao pulled Xingchen into his room, leaving Ningyu, who covered her eyes with her hands, peeking through her fingers. 10 minutes later, Xingchen came out of Zhang Debao's room wearing a set of Zhang Debao's casual clothes. Just then, the meal was ready. Zhang seeing that Xingchen was not an outsider, directly invited him to the table to eat. Xiaoyi, long time no see, I heard your college entrance exam results were good. You even helped Debao improve his scores a bit. Xingchen scratched his head. Hey, it was nothing, Uncle Zhang. You don't need to thank me, just give me some money. Zhang straight face, from now on, study hard, and when you graduate, leave the job search to Uncle Zhang. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. After I graduate, I want to designate the entire Jianghuai city as my garbage collection area. I wonder if you can help me. Zhang was dumbfounded. Do you have any ambition at all? He awkwardly smiled. Xiaoyi, that's not really appropriate. You should consider other companies, I can try to arrange something. Everyone was happily eating at the same table. They talked about everything as if it were just everyday conversation. Meanwhile, Ningyu was blushing furiously. Her gaze at Xingchen was a bit different. Ning Tianhao, noticing his daughter's embarrassment, began to introduce them. This is Xingchen. His father used to be the chief engineer at the Sun and Moon Technology Group, but he resigned later. We're all old friends, you two are about the same age, so you should get to know each other better. Xingchen looked at Ning Tianhao. Uncle Ning, what you said isn't quite right. My dad didn't resign, he was arrested. Ning Tianhao's face darkened. I heard your dad was developing a piece of equipment that could change the world before he went in. I wonder if he still has it. Xingchen chuckled. Of course he does, and it's almost finished. Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense. Zhang and Ning Tianhao both trembled with excitement. What? Almost finished? Are you saying he can continue his research in there? No. It's me who's continuing the research. The excitement in both of them instantly turned cold. Sigh, we'll never see that thing now. After dinner, Xingchen and Zhang Daba lay down on the same bed. It had been a long time since they enjoyed such a life. Zhang Daba asked. Xingchen, hey, Xingchen, we blew up Baganhan, so we can't go to work tomorrow. Xingchen felt a bit awkward. He demolished our house and I demolished theirs, so it should be a draw, right? But not going to work is indeed a problem. How about we find summer jobs? Zhang Daba's eyes lit up. Great! My dream since childhood has been to work summer jobs after graduating from high school. I want to be a security guard in every neighborhood, so that no delivery person can enter the community. Hee. Zhang Daba laughed happily. Xingchen scratched his head. Sigh, it's really hard to find a job now. I wonder if that kind of fairy tale job still exists? Then the two opened the recruitment app, Nyoma Direct Hire. They searched for summer jobs. Restaurant waiter, working hours from noon 12 to midnight 12, working 7 days a week, monthly salary 800. Note, spitting in the food deducts 20. The two shook their heads. This was truly like being a beast of burden. Assembly line factory screwing, working hours from 9 to 9, 2 shifts. Working 6 days a week, monthly salary 1500, 1 month salary held back. Sales major account manager, engaged in high-end residential sales, base salary 800, commission extra. Novel author, working for love, no. Time limit, monthly salary 1 yuan plus. The two's expressions stiffened. Looks like Baganhan is still a decent company. They continued browsing. One by one, beast of burden jobs kept appearing on the recruitment app. Even the Wolf of Wall Street would have to bow down and run back home. What kind of recruitment company is this? Facing 1,000 accusations with a cold stare, willingly becoming a beast of burden. And they don't even get grass to eat. Of course, there were also some seemingly decent jobs. The salaries even reached 2,000 to 3,000. This made Xingchen and Zhang Daba extremely excited. So Xingchen directly made a phone call. Do. A impatient female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, what can I do for you? Xingchen replied very politely. Hello, we are looking for a job. Looking for a job, huh? Can you work night shifts? Xingchen thought about this question. I can stay up late, but I can't work night shifts. The other side was clearly taken aback. Let's not talk about that for now. Are you free to come for an interview tonight? Xingchen replied, sorry, I won't be going to your company. Why not? It's late, a good person should be asleep by 10. The person on the other end was almost in tears. Stop talking. Please, just stop. Xingchen decisively hung up the phone. What the hell? After searching for a long time, Xingchen dialed another number that looked promising. The person on the other end sounded extremely excited. Hello, is this for an interview? Xingchen quickly responded. Yes, I want to interview. What kind of work does your company do? The other side was clearly stunned for a moment. What work? Let me think. You tell me, what kind of work do you want to do? Xingchen was also clearly taken aback. Can I be a security guard? Sure, of course, being a security guard is the best. Come for an interview. Tomorrow, our company is called the Security Company. May I ask how many people your company has now? Including you, there are a total of 2. Even the business is based on the idea you just provided, so you can consider yourself a second shareholder. Can you invest 100,000 yuan? I'll help you grow and become strong, creating brilliance together. What the hell? Xingchen hung up the phone directly. Finding a job these days is ridiculous. Just then, Xingchen's super message suddenly received a notification. Wang Tong sent Xingchen a recruitment advertisement. High salary recruitment, summer job salary 20,000 to 30,000, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., weekends off, job content negotiable, contact number 133. Xingchen suddenly smiled happily. Brother Wang Tong, you truly are one of my best brothers. You actually reached out to help me win. I was in the most difficult time, I love you so much. Xingchen quickly dialed that number. Do. Hello, welcome to Anan International Trade Company, how can I help you? Xingchen looked at the salary of 20,000 to 30,000 and politely said, hello, we too would like to interview. No need for an interview, you have already passed. Salary is 30,000, please gather with your colleagues at Jianghuai train station. Tomorrow. The company has arranged 5-star hotel accommodations and you don't need to bring any luggage. Xingchen was stunned and suddenly a bit excited. So, we passed just like that? Great, tomorrow we go. To work, big smiley face / big smiley face / big smiley face / dot. The next day, after Xingchen and Zhang Debeos said goodbye to Zhang they hurried to Jianghuai train station. A man in a suit greeted the two of them at the train station. Brothers, hello, are you here for Anan International Trade Company? As soon as Xingchen saw him, he instantly became happy. Your service is really good, coming to pick us up in person. The man unconsciously looked at them and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Good service, and when it comes time to cut your kidney, the service will be even better. He displayed his signature business smile. Of course, our Anan International Trade Company is famous for treating employees well, like family. Xingchen was not at all polite with family. He directly threw the oversized handbag in his hand to the suited man. Family is great. Come help me with the bag. The suited man instinctively went to catch the bag. Then, in the next moment, an extremely heavy bag smashed down on him, nearly making him spit out a mouthful of old blood. What the hell? Why is this thing so heavy? Seeing this, Zhang Daba also threw the large bag in his hand over. The suited man instinctively tried to dodge. It just happened to hit him on the head, and he fell flat on his back with the bag. Damn it, you two brats, wait for me. Once I see you over there, I'll deal with you. The people from the Annan International Trade Company had taken over a train car. The suited man stood in the middle and began his self-introduction. Hello everyone, I am the regional manager of Annan International Trade Company. My name is Zhang Kai and I am specifically responsible for your recruitment work. So you will be working with me from now on. Everyone looked at the man in front of them with joy. Manager Zhang is young and promising. Suddenly, a fat man began to lift his stinky feet. To be able to follow Manager Zhang, I am truly fortunate. Zhang Kai unconsciously smiled again. This kid has some spirit. I'll get you last over there. In a luxuriously decorated bedroom, the little golden man Wang Tong lay on the bed, chuckling. Hee hee, Xingchen, you must have been tricked into going to Annan to suffer, right? I guess I can consider it as revenge for my great enmity. Let's see who dares to offend me in the future. Why not? Send all those who offend me over there? Then, send them to Zhang Daba. He opened the super message and sent out the recruitment information. Then, with a slip of his hand, damn, I sent it wrong. I sent it to the school group. He quickly tried to retract it. It was too late. Many good brothers had already seen the recruitment information and clicked on it. On the train, Xingchen and Zhang Daba sat together. They kept looking around, appearing as if they had never seen the world before. Wow, this thing is way too fast. Exactly, look, the Cadillac behind can't catch up. The fat man sitting behind them snorted coldly. Really? Just a kid who hasn't seen the world. He patted Xingchen. Hey, what kind of education do you two have? Xingchen turned to look at him. We just finished the college entrance examination. What? A couple of high school graduates are qualified to work at Annan International Trade Company? I am a top student from Jianghuai Medical University, majoring in surgery. Xingchen scratched his head, feeling quite confused. Big brother, then why don't you become a doctor? Hey, just because you study medicine doesn't mean you can be a doctor. Let's not talk about that. I ask you two how you passed the interview? Xingchen and Zhang Daba showed puzzled expressions. Interview? We didn't have an interview. The fat man had a black line on his face. Damn it, I went through 3 rounds of interviews and a written test to get into Annan International Trade Company. You two don't have connections, do you? Xingchen glanced at Zhang Kai at the front. Ah, yes, we have connections. Zhang Kai is our family. The fat man immediately became unhappy. Damn. I thought our company was fair and just, but it turns out it's also about connections. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kai quickly stood up. If he didn't come over, he would be exposed immediately. Hey, no. It's not what you think. Our company values fairness the most. He turned to the fat man beside him. Lu Feng, these two have low education and only engage in basic work while you are engaged in professional technical work. How can they be the same? Lu Feng then became happy. I thought you two were going over to be laborers. It's not unworthy of you two just graduating from high school. Oh, by the way, the college entrance examination scores should be out, right? Xingchen and Zhang Daba scratched their heads. Ah, it's out already. Didn't you just finish the exam? Lu Feng smiled at them. You don't understand, do you? The written and physical exams are almost simultaneous. Students who finish the physical exam have to take an additional written exam, so this written exam must be graded as quickly as possible. Then the combined total scores will be announced together. So today is the day the results come out. Xingchen and Zhang Debeos were overjoyed upon hearing this. Debeos, let's check the results quickly. Sure. At this moment, the people in the carriage became very interested in their conversation. The college entrance exam results have always been one of the most concerning matters for people. Thus, everyone gathered around. Debeos, you check first. Zhang Debeos opened his phone. In the excited gazes of the crowd, he entered his identity information. Soon, the results page appeared. Zhang Debeos, score 485. Zhang Debeos scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed at everyone. Not too high, not too low. The crowd looked at Zhang Debeos with amusement. Young man, that's a pretty good score for an ordinary person. Yeah, exactly. 485 is enough for a bachelor's degree. Zhang Debeos sighed. Sigh, I haven't studied hard in a long time, my scores have dropped. Xingchen's face was filled with black lines. Debeos, didn't you finish your exam early? You missed one subject, right? The crowd gasped. What? Zhang Debeos said leisurely, don't mention it, if I had just brought a 2B pencil that day, I wouldn't have had to step on the answer sheet with my shoe. Instantly, everyone was dumbfounded. You scored 485 by stepping on it with your shoe? At that moment, Xingchen's results were also checked. Xingchen, total score 3 points. The crowd. But Xingchen shouted out excitedly. What the hell, how do I have 3 points? I didn't write anything at all. Wait, I drew a mineral water bottle on the essay. Maybe it said Nongfu Mountain Thief on it. Hee hee, the grading teacher. Must be pretty nice. Xingchen scratched his head and laughed. By the way, Debeos, what was your essay topic? My vice-marshal father. Ah, this. The chubby Lu Feng next to them was overjoyed. Haha, I can't breathe from laughing. One barely makes it to college, and the other only got 3 points. You two study losers can still go to In & Company. Haha. At this moment, a fashionable girl, Lu Shaoling, glanced at Xingchen's phone. Handsome, what about the physical exam you took? There are physical exam scores too? If the physical exam score is decent, there should be some low-tier universities willing to take you. After saying that, a fair finger pointed at the total score on Xingchen's phone. Lu Feng was still laughing heartily, gasping for breath. Haha, stop joking. If you got 3 points in the written exam, how many can you get in the physical exam? Then, he looked at everyone, stunned in place. Is the score too low to scare you? Lu Feng pushed through the crowd to look at the phone. What the hell? 88,888. Is this really the college entrance exam score? Did he just wipe out the abyss? Just then, an announcement came from the train. Congratulations to Xingchen from Jianghuai No. 3 Middle School for achieving the top score of 88,888 in this year's Nanjing Province College Entrance Exam. Congratulations to Xingchen from Jianghuai No. 3 Middle School for achieving the top score of 88,888 in this year's Nanjing Province College Entrance Exam. Everyone listened to the announcement and then looked at the name on the phone. What the hell? Zheng Kai had been sitting at the front, unaware of what was happening here. He only felt that this group of people was too familiar with each other, which was not good. Hey, everyone, please keep it down on the train. After hearing this, everyone left in shock. Zheng Kai smiled proudly. That kid just now, wait until I get off. I won't be the first to mess with you. The train continued its journey. Everyone was drowsy. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of an abyss. Zheng Kai cleared his throat and said to everyone, let's not sleep anymore. I'm taking you out for a big meal and to see an exciting show. Then we'll take a bus to the To Abyss City, Annan City. The crowd was very happy. Yay, yay, we get to eat a big meal. Xingchen danced with joy alongside Zheng Debao. He was the first to jump off the train. Zheng Kai smiled slightly. You two are the easiest to fool. After getting off the train, everyone ate and played in an unfamiliar city. Before long, half a day had passed. Then they boarded a bus that didn't look very high-end. The bus swayed as it headed into the abyss. On the way, everyone could clearly see the pitch-black abyss gate. It looked like the giant mouth of a demon opening up to them. But everyone seemed very happy, because a happy future was beckoning them. To Abyss, Annan City. A dilapidated bus was slowly driving, with more than 20 people on board, both men and women. Xingchen and Zhang Debao curiously observed the novel world outside. The sky in Annan City was a dusty yellow, and the sun was dim, lacking any brilliance. The bus traveled further into the remote areas, getting farther away from the city center. Lu Feng, the chubby one, had a slightly strange expression, and his body began to feel restless. Xingchen patted his shoulder. Fat brother, it seems we've left the city. Look outside, it's all mountains and waters, flowers and grass, how beautiful. Lu Feng suddenly realized something and swallowed hard. The bus made a sudden stop beside a narrow mountain road. Zheng Kai, at the front, stood up. Alright everyone, we've arrived. Please get off the bus with me. After saying that, he walked down on his own. The crowd was puzzled but followed him off the bus. At that moment, a woman followed behind, constantly complaining. What is this? Didn't they say the work location was in the city center? How did we end up in this garbage place? I want to go back. Lu Shaoling beside her tried to comfort. Horror. Wang Min, we're here now. Anyway, the salary is high. We can work for 2 years, save some money, and go back. This kind of broken company can even hire 2 high school students. I think it's really trashy. After saying that, she shot a glare at Xingchen. When she reached the door, she was suddenly yanked down by a tremendous force. Then, she saw a scene that filled her with despair. 7 or 8 men were pointing guns at them. Nearby, her colleagues were crouching on the ground, holding their heads, not daring to say a word. Wang Min was about to scream. Suddenly, a large hand covered her mouth. Zheng Kai pressed a gun to her head and said fiercely, if you dare to scream, I'll blow your brains out. Soon, most of the people on the bus had gotten off. Only Xingchen, Zhang Debao, and the chubby Lu Feng remained. At this point, Lu Feng had already understood what was happening. He saw everything through the window. He often watched the news and knew that many people who went to work in the Blue Star were being threatened by some evil forces in the abyss. If they didn't obey, they would receive a heart-to-heart education of love. At that moment, he heard Xingchen's voice beside him. Fat brother, let's go. We're at the company now. Didn't you want to come? Lu Feng was already scared out of his wits, nearly wetting his pants. Don't go, they have guns. Xingchen scratched his head, confused. Isn't it normal to have guns? I have one too. Saying that, he pulled out a long Gatling gun from his spatial backpack to show Lu Feng. Lu Feng was stunned looking at the thick, long, and black Gatling gun. You're telling me you carry this around with you? Yeah, boys need to protect themselves when they're out. Lu Feng suddenly saw a glimmer of hope and grabbed Xingqian's arm tightly. My life will be in your hands later. At this moment, Zhang Debeos had already left. Only Xingqian and Lu Feng remained on the bus. Let's go, or else Taigo will get anxious. Xingqian broke free from Lu Feng's chubby hand and turned to exit the bus. Lu Feng swallowed hard. At this point, I can only take a gamble. Maybe there really is a glimmer of hope. Filled with righteous indignation, he picked up the fire hammer used to break the bus windows and, steeling his heart, stepped off the bus. Wait for that kid to attract their attention with the Gatling gun, and I'll take the hammer and knock out the one staring at me, then make a run for it. Come on, I'm ready to fight you all. Suddenly, he froze. In front of him were 7 or 8 black gun muzzles. Beside him, Xingqian was squatting on the ground, hands on his head, chatting with Zhang Debeos. What the hell, is this how it ends? Zhang Kai directly slapped Lu Feng's chubby face with a big nose bag. Smack. So you think you're so clever, huh? Smack. You still want to resist with a hammer. Smack, smack, smack. In almost no time, dozens of big nose bags had landed on Lu Feng's face. Following that, Zhang Kai kicked Lu Feng to the ground. Lu Feng was completely dazed. He covered his plump face and looked at Zhang Kai in front of him. Wait, that kid has a gun, and you don't shoot him, but you beat me up with a hammer? Hearing about the gun, Zhang Kai was visibly taken aback. Who has a gun? Lu Feng pointed at Xingqian. Him. Zhang Kai quickly aimed his gun at Xingqian. At that moment, Xingqian was discussing with Zhang Debeos how to work hard at their job. Debeos, the company treats us so well, why don't we volunteer for overtime every day? Xingqian, I think that's a good idea. We could also patrol at night to prevent bad guys from ambushing us. Zhang Kai looked at them with a crazy expression. Do you think these two idiots could have a gun? Zhang Kai stepped forward. Hey, you two, don't move. Xingqian looked up at Zhang Kai with wise eyes. Taigo, what's up? When are we going to the company? I can't wait. You don't know, I live my life with one principle, dedication. Zhang Kai paused, pointing his gun at Xingqian. 2 of you, search them. 2 of Zhang Kai's lackeys stepped forward to search Xingqian. Sunflower seeds, lollipops, water bottles, water bottles, water bottles, water bottles. Taigo, that's it. Zhang Kai's forehead was bulging with veins as he looked at Xingqian. Why the hell are you carrying so many water bottles? Xingqian hurriedly stepped forward to pick up the water bottles. Taigo, you don't understand, each one can sell for a dime, I picked them up on the road. Zhang Kai awkwardly smiled, then pointed the gun at Lu Feng's chubby face again. Damn it, falsely reporting military situations, wronging colleagues, you're looking for death. Lu Feng's forehead turned green and his legs began to tremble. No, Taigo, I just saw him with a Gatling gun taller than me. Zhang Kai kicked him. Damn it, are you messing with me? Where the hell would he hide such a big one? Brothers, teach him a lesson. Then, several men stepped forward and started punching and kicking Lu Feng. Lu Feng was beaten to the brink of death. Ouch, ouch, stop it, I was wrong. Xingqian watched Lu Feng getting beaten and felt a surge of compassion. Taigo, we were fine, why do we have to hit him? Zhang Kai smiled. He violated company discipline and slandered a colleague. He needs a little punishment so he can grow up faster. Xingqian happily said, Taigo, I will definitely implement the company's regulations and I love helping others. Xingqian even stepped forward to help the new colleague grow with a few kicks. Then, a few people were fitted with hoods. After walking along the mountain path for a long time, they finally arrived at the company. By the time Xingqian and the others had their hoods removed, it was already evening. In front of them stood a middle-aged man wearing glasses, looking very refined. On his lap sat an extraordinary beauty. Her jade-like legs, ample bosom, and snow-white delicate skin, along with her fiery red lips, made Xingqian and the others instantly harden their resolve, deciding to work diligently at the company. The bespectacled middle-aged man slowly stood up. Looking at the group of young people before him, he couldn't help but smile. The woman in his arms was also quite perceptive, tidying her disheveled clothes and swaying her waist as she headed to the back room. The middle-aged man walked up to the crowd. Hello everyone, I am the manager here, my name is Lu Ming, but you can call me Manager Lu. Everyone looked at the refined man in front of them with fear. He was smiling, but it gave off a very terrifying feeling. Hello, Manager Lu. Xingqian and Zhang Debao straightened their backs and shouted excitedly, startling. Lu Ming. What the hell? Akai, what's wrong with these two kids? Zhang Kai leaned in and whispered into Lu Ming's ear. These two kids aren't quite right in the head, but they listen to everything. Lu Ming smiled slightly. I love obedient children the most, you two come over here. Xingqian and Zhang Debao immediately walked up. Lu Ming happily patted their shoulders. Good, good, you look very strong. If you work hard here, you will definitely have a bright future. Yes. Manager Lu. Akai, take these two out to eat first, I have something to discuss with the others. Zhang Kai led Xingqian and Zhang Debao out of the hall. At this moment, the room fell silent, becoming a bit eerie. Lu Feng and a few other bold Men huddled together. Manager Lu, I think we can talk. Before he could finish, Lu Ming smiled wickedly and pointed at someone. This person looks untrustworthy. Take him to the back for the human research department to study his kidney tissue. Two big men stepped forward, dragging a hapless-looking man out. No, Manager Lu, I can do anything. Please don't. Lu Ming then looked at Lu Feng and the others. Let's talk. The others, oh, no need to talk, just tell us what to do. Lu Ming chuckled. I think you all look a bit uncomfortable. Come here, let my brothers loosen your muscles. Zheng Kai had just taken Xingchen and the others outside when they heard screams from the room, sounding like pigs being slaughtered. Xingchen nudged Zheng Kai. Kai go, what are they doing? Zheng Kai grinned at Xingchen and Zhang Debao. They're making rapid progress. Soon, Zheng Kai brought Xingchen and Zhang Debao to the restaurant. Zheng Kai shouted. Inside. Old Wang, get these two kids something to eat, Manager Lu said to fill them up. The place over there is running out of food, so they'll stay with you after eating. Keep an eye on them. The nearly 50-year-old chef, Old Wang, hurried out to greet them. Don't worry, Kai Gu. Zheng Kai patted Xingchen's shoulder and left. Once Zheng Kai was gone, Old Wang immediately dropped his smile. Damn it, waking me up in the middle of the night. You two, there's leftover food in the kitchen, go eat and also, prepare the dishes for tomorrow. Hearing the order, Xingchen and Zhang Debao immediately straightened up. Yes, Brother Wang. Old Wang was momentarily stunned. What the hell, no wonder Kai Gu trusts these two so much, turns out they're a bit off. Old Wang ignored them and went back to sleep. Xingchen and Zhang Debao exchanged glances. Let's go, I'm starving. The next day, early morning, a loud roar woke up the entire kitchen. Everyone hurriedly got out of bed. Then they grabbed their weapons and rushed over. They saw Chef Old Wang squatting at the kitchen door, shouting, Damn it, that guy ate a week's worth of rations for our company. Zheng Kai quickly went to check the kitchen. He found the entire kitchen was in a surprisingly clean state. He grabbed Chef Old Wang by the collar. Where's our food for the next week? Old Wang trembled in fear. I don't know. It must be those two brats. Who stole it? Old Wang suddenly remembered Xingchen and Zhang Daba. I'll go get them. He dashed into an old warehouse, which was where he had arranged for Xingchen and Zhang Daba to stay. Then, it was completely empty. Damn, they ran away. Instantly, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. If they knew those two had escaped, Manager Lu would definitely not let them off the hook. Zheng Kai panicked. In the end, I was deceived by those kids' innocent appearance. Everyone, hurry up and chase them. A group of people rushed out, ready to pursue. Just then, Xingchen and Zhang Daba returned, each carrying 2 bags of urea. The bags were bulging, and it was unclear what was inside. What have you two been up to? Xingchen scratched his head. I saw a lot of mineral water bottles on the mountain nearby, so I went to pick some up. After all, the company pays us so much salary. We should create some income for the company, right? Zheng Kai was dumbfounded. You two can wander around the mountain and not run away, but you went to pick up bottles? Lu Ming also walked over at that moment. Oh, everyone is here. He walked over while doing chest expansion exercises. I went out for morning exercise today and found that there's been a lot less garbage on the mountain recently and the air is much fresher. Everyone looked at the sack in Xingchen's hand, then at Lu Ming's happy expression, feeling at a loss. Lu Ming approached, saw the sack in Xingchen's hand, and suddenly looked a bit stunned. You guys went to pick up garbage on the mountain? Yes, I thought I'd help the company expand its business. Lu Ming immediately burst into laughter, patting Xingchen on the shoulder. Good. The company needs young people like you. Just put the bottles in the back kitchen warehouse, and I'll take you newbies to get familiar with the business. Soon, Lu Ming led Xingchen and Zhang Daba to meet their new colleagues. They saw that the new colleagues who had joined yesterday all had bruised faces, looking terrified. Xingchen quickly stepped forward to greet them. Good morning, colleagues. Fat brother, it seems you ate well yesterday. Your face has gotten rounder. Lu Feng's mouth twitched. Damn it, I didn't get fat from eating. Lu Ming stood by, watching everyone. Let's go, I'll take everyone to get familiar with the business. Then, everyone followed Lu Ming into the office hall. Rather than an office hall, it was more like an old warehouse. Inside, the lighting was dim, and a group of gaunt men with dark circles under their eyes stared at computer screens, their fingers flying over the keyboards like machine-like web authors. Behind them was a group of burly men with rifles patrolling back and forth. When they saw the newcomers approaching, they all raised their heads, looking at the few newcomers with glee. Lu Ming clapped his hands. Clap, clap, clap. Today, we welcome a few new colleagues to our big family. Please stand up and shout our slogan. Lu Ming cleared his throat and shouted loudly. To succeed. Then a deafening voice echoed below. To succeed, first go crazy. Charge forward without hesitation. To succeed, you must first go crazy and charge forward without hesitation. To succeed, you must first go crazy and charge forward without hesitation. The slogan was deafening, as if they had used all their strength. Especially Xingchen and Zhang Debao shouted with great effort. Their voices drowned out everyone else in the room. Lu Ming watched as the two were overjoyed, almost as if they had simultaneously gained a hidden talent. He walked slowly to the front of everyone and began today's speech. First, I welcome my 23 new colleagues to Annam International Trade Company. I believe everyone is familiar with the environment here. If anyone does not want to work here, you can leave through that big door right now. As soon as he finished speaking, a frail man excitedly walked out. Manager Lu, I'm leaving then. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Take care, no need to see you off. The crowd exchanged glances, unsure of what to do, only watching the frail man leave with the corner of their eyes. They saw the frail man step out the door and immediately get wrapped up in a huge burlap sack. Then came the sound of muffled cries. Shortly after, a man's voice rang out. Take him to the back for disassembly. The voice was loud, as if deliberately meant for everyone to hear. Instantly, the faces of the crowd turned pale, whiter than if they had been dead for 3 days. Lu Ming placed his hands on his hips. Is there anyone else who wants to leave? Everyone shook their heads vigorously like a rattledrum. No, we won't leave. Lu Ming nodded with a sinister smile. This is voluntary. I haven't forced anyone. Now, let's distribute the phones so everyone can report safety to their families. The phones had already been collected when they got off the bus. It was only now that they received their phones and the bandits felt a bit of security. However, that sense of security lasted only a moment, because they had to send messages to their families under the guidance of a designated person. Most of the messages were about how well they were doing at work but needed some money for daily necessities. Before long, many transfer notifications appeared on their phones. Xingchen and Zhang Debeos also received their phones. Lu Ming personally supervised the two as they sent messages. First was Xingchen, who held the oversized brick-like phone, opened the messaging app and after fiddling for a long time, couldn't think of anyone to message. Lu Ming focused on Xingchen's contact list. Send a message to your parents, saying the company treats you well, has provided an apartment, and now you need money to buy some furniture. Xingchen scratched his head. My dad is in jail, so he probably can't reply. Lu Ming frowned, his mood unreadable. Then send it to your mom. I've never met her. Then how about your grandfather? Xingchen's eyes lit up and he suddenly looked very happy. Right, I can contact my grandfather. He has money. Hurry, contact him. Lu Ming also got excited. Then he saw Xingchen pull out an incense burner from somewhere. Like a magic trick, he took out a handful of incense, lit it casually, and inserted it into the burner, then bowed 4 times on the spot. Earth god of the sutra, the most spiritual of the gods, ascending to heaven and reaching the earth, entering the underworld. Grandfather, please show your spirit. Lu Ming quickly covered Xingchen's mouth. What the hell are you doing? Xingchen looked aggrieved. I'm asking my grandfather for some money. Get lost. We don't need that money. Lu Ming kicked the incense burner, suddenly feeling it wasn't quite right. He then carefully set the burner back up, bowed 4 times, and kept mumbling. I didn't mean to disturb the old man. I hope you are well down there. Sorry. After saying that, he respectfully carried the incense burner out of the room. After this whole routine, he was already sweating profusely. Lu Ming approached Xingchen, looking a bit angry. Is there anyone else in your family? Xingchen scratched his head. I have a younger sister and a dog. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. How old is your sister? She's 16. Let's have her come work at our company, otherwise, you know the consequences. Okay, I'll message her right now. Xingchen made a video call to Lingxing. The video connected quickly. Lingxing was on a mission, a kidnapping case. She was being held hostage, a knife pressed against her neck by the kidnapper. Clearly, this kidnapper was quite ruthless. With one swift motion, he decapitated Lingxing. Gunfire erupted at the scene, chaos ensued. Then, Lu Ming witnessed a scene he would never forget. Lingxing was holding her phone in one hand and her own head in the other. The cute little mouth on that head was still chatting away. Hey bro, is there something you need? The head said. Little sister, our manager Lu wants you to come work for us. I don't know if you're interested. Lingxing placed her head on the ground, scratched her head, and then picked it up again. She brought her blood-stained smiling face closer to the camera. Sure. I love working with you, bro. Beep. The video ended. Lu Ming quickly pressed the end button. What the hell was that? It scared me to death. That's my sister. I was just about to invite her to work. Lu Ming was drenched in cold sweat. I thought about it and we've hired quite a few people recently. Let's wait until there's an available position before calling your sister over. After dealing with Xingchen, Lu Ming let out a long sigh of relief and turned to Zhang Debao. You don't have a sister, right? I don't. Your parents are both alive, right? They are. Hearing this, Lu Ming felt reassured. That's still normal, there should be some benefits. He looked at Zhang Debao. So, is your dad rich? Zhang Debao beamed with pride, almost wearing it on his face. Yeah, he's pretty wealthy. Lu Ming was overjoyed and urged him on. Quick, message your dad and ask him to send some money over to renovate your house. Sure thing. Zhang Debao opened his phone's messaging app. He clicked on the profile of the tall man. Dad, send me some money. Message received, 20,000 yuan. Lu Ming was a bit stunned. Damn, he's definitely a rich second generation. If we exploit this long term, we could kidnap his son to blackmail him for a few million. With that thought, Lu Ming couldn't wait to put his plan into action. He snatched Zhang Debao's phone and directly made a video call. "Debao, let me talk to your dad, just stand there." After a long wait, the video finally connected. On the other end of the video, a tall and imposing man floated in mid-air, surrounded by exotic beasts. Lu Ming was frozen in place, feeling that this figure looked somewhat familiar. A rough voice came through the messaging app from Zhang Er. "What's up, Debao? I'm in the middle of fighting monsters." Lu Ming was overwhelmed by the invisible pressure and took a while to respond. "Hello, sir, Zhang Debao is currently in my hands, and I hope." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a massive explosion. On the other end of the screen, Zhang Er waved his hand, and countless energy waves appeared in the sky. In an instant, the earth shook, mountains crumbled, and the sky was filled with exotic beasts that were reduced to countless pieces of flesh falling from the sky. After unleashing his skill, Zhang Er lowered his head to look at the phone screen. "What do you hope for?" Lu Ming was terrified by that gaze, trembling all over, nearly losing control of his bladder. "I hope he does well at our company. I will do my utmost to take care of him, you can rest assured." "That's good. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up." The video ended. Lu Ming looked at Zhang Debao with a hint of fear. "What's your dad's name? I feel like I've seen him on TV before." Zhang Debao's patted his chest. "My father is Zhang Er." Upon hearing the name Zhang Er, Lu Ming's legs went weak. A warm rush flowed down his pants. Zhang Er, deputy marshal of the Huaxia Spirit Guard. He commanded thousands of troops, and his combat power ranked among the top 10 in Huaxia. Just last month, Zhang Er led the Spirit Guard Corps to breach a chasm, leaving not a single survivor inside. His infamous reputation had long spread across the globe. Oh my god, it's him. No wonder he looks so familiar." Lu Ming trembled as he handed his phone to Zhang Debao's, forcing a smile. Debao's, you see, our company is relatively small. Why don't you go home first and see if there are any other jobs suitable for you?" Zhang Debao's became anxious upon hearing this. "No, Manager Lu, you came all this way, and you're saying you don't want me? That's not right. I still need my dad to come pick me up." "Lu Ming? No, Debao's, please don't. Call your dad over." Lu Ming was almost scared out of his wits, already envisioning the scene where his small company would be smashed to pieces along with the mountain. At that moment, everyone in the company noticed what was happening and quickly understood the story behind it. Fatty Lu Feng was overjoyed. "This is great. They actually kidnapped the son of the Spirit Guard Marshal. Now the Marshal will come with thousands of troops to rescue us. Yay, we can finally get out. Whoa, my kidneys are safe." Hearing everyone's conversation made Lu Ming even more anxious, and he looked at Zhang Debao's with pleading eyes. "You can do whatever you want," Lu Ming said. Just then, the stunning woman Lu Ming had held in his arms yesterday walked in, her long, snow-white legs drawing everyone's attention. Zhang Debao's eyes lit up instantly. "Really, anything goes?" Lu Ming gritted his teeth. "Yes, I can get Fei Fei. I want to be a security guard." "What? I want to be a security guard at the company." Lu Ming was left dumbfounded by those words. "You're telling me you just want to be a security guard? Of course, it would be even better if the salary is between 20 to 30,000 as we discussed. I'll give you 50,000. Lu Ming went all out. Zhang Debao's immediately started dancing with joy, happier than when he saw a beautiful woman. Yay, I'm going to be a security guard." He happily approached Xingchen. "Xingchen, this is great, I can be a security guard now." Xingchen was also dancing with joy, feeling even happier than Zhang Debao's. "That's wonderful, you can be a security guard now. Xingchen, do you want to join?" "I can. Apply with Manager Lu, he's very easy to talk to." "No need, Debao's, I want to work in customer service with everyone." "Oh, I see, that's too bad. We can't work together then." Seeing this, Lu Ming quickly called Zhang Kai to take Zhang Debao's to the security department and even cleared out the best room in the company for Zhang Debao's to use as a dormitory. Everyone watched Zhang Debao's leave, their faces automatically displaying countless black lines. What the hell? He's giving up a good life to be a security guard. I'm really freaking drunk. After Zhang Debao's left, Lu Ming wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He pulled the beautiful woman into his arms. "Let me introduce you all, this is your sister-in-law, Fei Fei." The beauty waved at everyone. However, no one dared to show any expression. Only Xingchen happily returned the greeting. "Hello, sister-in-law." Fei Fei secretly threw a flirtatious glance at Xingchen, but it was directly blocked by Xingchen's absolute defense. Lu Ming sneered and continued to discuss work matters with everyone. "Your work location as newcomers is right here, and your main job is customer service. That means chatting with the big brothers and letting them play with our poker software. The task is that simple, and there will be dedicated people to guide you. If you don't want to do it, that's fine too. You can go to the Human Organ Research Department in the back to be a lab assistant. The food there is quite good." He then coldly glanced at everyone. "So, does anyone want to go?" The crowd looked pale and shook their heads like a rattle drum. "If no one wants to go, let's get to work." Everyone hurried to their workstations and started logging in. The sound of keyboards typing quickly filled the air. Xingchen was also assigned to a dilapidated computer. Lu Ming personally taught him how to operate it. Just write what I say on the screen, remember, I will only teach you for one day. If you don't write well later, you know the consequences. At that moment, a dialog box appeared on the computer screen. Lu Ming said, just write hello, big brother, are you interested in playing a couple of hands of poker? Xingchen began to type word by word. Hello, big brother, are you interested in playing a couple of hands of poker? Lu Ming was stunned, this guy must be seriously ill. If not, just write it. Xingchen continued typing. If not, just write it. Hashtag, I meant for you to remove just write not to type it. Hashtag, I meant for you to remove just write not to type it. What the hell, why are you typing my expression? What the hell, why are you typing my expression? Lu Ming was furious, his head buzzing, feeling like he was tutoring a primary school student with homework. I'm tired, let's just end it. I'm tired, let's just end it. A string of question marks appeared in the dialog box. Are you that crazy? After a long while, the other side sent another string of messages. Do we need to call the police? Lu Ming was so scared that he directly blocked that person. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Damn it, you little brat, want to kill me? Xingchen looked aggrieved, with tears welling up in his eyes. Manager Lu, I really did what you said. I don't know why I can't do it well. It's all my fault. Lu Ming, carrot, forget it. Everyone has a first time. Let's try again. Open a pair of skin egg chat software. Find a target customer. Under Lu Ming's guidance, Xingchen kept operating. Then click on his personal information to take a look. Zhang Huai, the number 1 rich and handsome, age 18. Then he clicked on the space. Inside were photos of high-end venues and luxury cars and watches. Even his casually exposed arm was purely golden. Lu Ming's eyes lit up immediately. Damn, a big client. Quick, change the profile picture. UND. Today's dinner was served later than usual and everyone enjoyed it even more. Xingchen didn't eat. Instead, he quietly slipped out while no one was paying attention. The night was beautiful and he strolled around the company's yard. Whenever he saw a bottle, he picked it up. There were many people patrolling with AKs in the yard. Xingchen skillfully avoided them, and surprisingly, no one noticed anything unusual. As he picked up bottles, he found himself in the backyard. The backyard was a huge factory filled with a bloody smell. There must be a lot of bottles in there. Let me go in and take a look, Xingchen muttered to himself as he walked inside. The warehouse was dimly lit with a foul odor mixed with the smell of blood. It resembled an unsanitary slaughterhouse. Each room here had its own name, such as the parts disassembly room, matching room, cold storage room, breeding room, breeding boar room, waste storage room, and anesthesia room for breeding boars, among others. There was also a batch of research institutions here. Xingchen casually entered a research room and picked up a research paper to read on the treatment methods for breeding boars after kidney removal. What to do if you see something you shouldn't during corneal transplantation. Not only were there research papers on living organs but also some on mechanical organs. After all, in this society of technological explosion, mechanical prosthetics were already very common. Technologies like mechanical arms and legs were quite advanced. The more challenging aspect was mechanical organs. For instance, the document Xingchen was currently reading on how mechanical kidneys can function for more than 3 minutes. That's right, this was the biggest challenge. This was also the reason why mechanical kidneys couldn't be mass-produced, they simply didn't work well. Anyone with a bit of money preferred to get an original kidney. Who would want that iron lump that was heavy and not functional? Moreover, the core technology was held by a few large companies, making it particularly difficult for small companies to produce them. Xingchen glanced at the document and then at the experimental human model beside him. The skeletal frame had only 2 organs, 1 mechanical kidney and 1. Xingchen took a casual look and immediately understood the problem. No big deal, after all, I come from a background of forging mechanical prosthetics. He approached the mechanical kidney and began to operate on it. Then, he casually grabbed a bottle of Luwei Dihuang Wan from the table and poured it directly into the mechanical kidney's opening. Clatter, clatter. After a series of movements, a miracle occurred. Hee, it worked, looks like I'm still sharp as ever. Satisfied, Xingchen walked out of the room. He kept wandering around the factory and soon stumbled upon a special room. Taking advantage of the starlight, he read the name on the door. Mascot room. Xingchen had a puzzled expression. What was a mascot room? What could be inside? With immense curiosity, he touched the large iron lock on the door. With a loud bang, the internal structure was blown apart. The lock popped open automatically. At this point, Xingchen had already mastered his abilities and could perform precise explosions. He pushed the door open and walked in. The sight inside surprised him a bit because there was a familiar face. Kidney seller, Wang Gang? When Wang Gang saw Xingchen, tears filled his eyes. Ah, Xingchen, is that you? Hurry, save me. No, wait, how did you get in here? Xingchen scratched his head. I came into work. I didn't expect you to arrive so early. You must have made a lot of money, right? Hearing this, Wang Gang cried even louder. Don't even mention it, I'm going to die. Ever since I awakened the A-level ability of Kidney Seller's Redemption, I thought I had reached the peak of my life and would never have to worry about money again. But last month, just as I was about to sell a kidney, a man told me he had a better channel, can sell my kidney for double the price. I was immediately moved and got into the car with him. Who knew? At this point, Wang Gang burst into tears, his tears flowing freely. Who knew they would directly imprison me and raise me like a pig, harvesting my kidneys monthly? Not only that, they also fed me all sorts of miraculous medicines, allowing me to break through to the bronze level. Originally, I had my kidney harvested once a month, but now I can have it done every half month. It's simply worse than death. Whoa 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 whoa. Xingchen listened, completely confused. So you don't have to do any work now, you just need to eat and sleep every day, and as long as you get harvested once, right? Wang Gang choked. Theoretically, that's how it is. Then you must be really happy. Xingchen gave him a thumbs up and walked towards the door. Wang Gang panicked. Xingchen, don't go, I'm really scared. Xingchen lifted the urea bag in his hand. I still need to go pick up bottles, let's talk tomorrow. After Xingchen left, Wang Gang felt like a deflated balloon, collapsing in place. Yeah, what can I do after stepping out of this door? It's so dangerous outside, can I escape back to Huaxia? The next day, just as dawn broke, a scream echoed from the Human Organ Research Institute. Ah! Everyone was awakened by the noise. Zheng Kai and others immediately grabbed their weapons and rushed over. This was their company's most profitable project, nothing could go wrong. As Zheng Kai ran, he cursed. What the hell is going on lately? Why do I get woken up every morning? Soon, they burst into the Human Organ Research Institute, heading towards the source of the scream. Inside that laboratory, Lu Ming and an old man resembling a professor with gray hair were staring in shock at the human model before them. Zheng Kai approached with an AK. Manager Lu, what's wrong with Professor Huang? The man called Professor Huang trembled, his hands shaking as he looked at the human model. The part that should have been drooping was now proudly raised, as if saying, look how hard I am. A miracle, this is a miracle. I've been a professor of human anatomy at Daxia Academy for 30 years, and this topic has troubled me for 30 years, but suddenly this morning it was resolved. Oh heavens, which great scientist did this? You must find out for me. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. Could it be Professor Ding from Shenzhen University? No, he doesn't have that capability. Vice President Lu from Nanguan University? No, although he is authoritative, he couldn't have done it so well. Professor Huang directly knelt on the ground, hands raised to the sky. Oh heavens, please tell me who did this. The crowd looked at Professor Huang's exaggerated expression, somewhat stunned. Zheng Kai hurriedly stepped forward to help him up. Please get up, we will investigate and catch this person. Professor Huang angrily scolded, catch him? Do you know how great a person who can solve this century-old problem is? You can't even compare to him 1,000 times. Zheng Kai felt a bit displeased. What's so impressive about this technology? Does it make money? Make money? It's not just about making money. This technology could replace at least 80% of kidney transactions worldwide with machines. If we had this technology, would we still need to do this? We'd be in the Fortune 500 and everyone would be millionaires. The crowd was completely stunned. What? So powerful? My god, hurry up and solve the case. Lu Ming glanced at the laboratory's camera and immediately had an answer in mind. Zheng Kai, go check the camera. 30 minutes later, the crowd watched the footage from the surveillance camera, lost in thought. In the surveillance footage, the stars chuckled eerily as if a rogue had cornered a beautiful girl in an alley. As he reached out with his wicked hands, a miracle occurred. He dismantled a mechanical kidney, creating a hole. Grabbing the 6 flavor Remania pills from the table, he poured them inside. Clatter, clatter. Amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd, the bird symbolizing wealth finally lifted its proud head. It stayed raised all night long. Professor Huang stared blankly at the youthful yet somewhat handsome face of the star. This kid, a genius. Quick, bring him over, I have something to ask him. Only then did the crowd react. Where's Xingchen? Why hasn't he come? Hurry and wake him up, we're about to get rich. The crowd rushed out, sprinting towards the warehouse where Xingchen lived. Professor Huang, at the age of 80, was the first to charge ahead, his white hair standing on end, resembling a racing car ready to overtake. However, the room was empty. Where is he? Where did he go? Lu Ming grabbed the sleeping chef, Old Wang. I warned you yesterday, and now you're causing trouble again. Old Wang had just woken up, still in a daze, and was given 2 hefty slaps by Lu Ming. He felt wronged. Who knew that kid would run off to play instead of sleeping in? Lu Ming was nearly frantic. Had he known there was such a genius, he would never have let him work in customer service. Wait, that guy isn't a lunatic, is he? No matter. Everyone gather up, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we need to find him. An hour later, the crowd gathered back at the original spot, looking disheveled and covered in dirt. They held shovels, hoes, and other tools, looking utterly defeated. Manager Lu, we've dug 3.5 feet, but we still haven't found him. Lu Ming's face darkened. I said digging 3 feet is a metaphor. Just then, Xingchen and Zhang Debaya walked over, each carrying 2 bags of mineral water bottles. "Good morning, everyone," Xingchen greeted enthusiastically, a happy smile on his face. Professor Huang grabbed Xingchen's hand. "Genius, are you interested in being my apprentice?" "No, I mean, let's delve deeper into research together." Xingchen looked bewildered. "Is this old man a pervert? How old are you, and do you still have the energy for deep exchanges?" Professor Huang paused, momentarily forgetting his image as he gestured animatedly. "I just want to ask you one question. How did you come up with the idea of using Remania pills for the mechanical kidney?" Xingchen looked at him as if he were an idiot. "Because I read the instructions." And so, Xingchen successfully entered the Institute of Human Organ Research as an academic. Following Professor Huang, he embarked on a great and mysterious career in organ research. Under Professor Huang's guidance, Xingchen became familiar with the entire slaughterhouse. He opened and inspected one hellish room after another, which made him feel a bit queasy. Goodness, this stuff is really something. Professor Huang looked at this genius with delight. "Scared, huh? No choice. In the pursuit of the ultimate in science, someone always has to bleed and sacrifice, right?" Xingchen scratched his head. "That actually makes some sense. By the way, I want to ask, how did that mascot in our room come about?" Upon hearing the word mascot, Professor Huang immediately lifted his proud head. "Haha, that's truly our company's cash cow. In the past few months, our sales have plummeted and the whole company is counting on him to generate income. You have no idea. To get him, we fought several battles with nearby companies. Only then did we firmly control this cash cow in our hands. I'm not going to hide it from you, the mascot's kidney can match with everyone successfully. And after it's installed, those old men are revitalized, even their white hair has decreased. Right now, his kidney is on the market and one can sell for 2 million. It's a pity it can only produce one every half month, that's too few." Xingchen was stunned. 2 million, is his kidney made of gold? No, Wang Tang's kidney is the one made of gold. When I see brother Wang Tong again, I'll ask him to estimate the price. Can it really be worth 2 million? Ah choo. In a luxurious residence in Jianhui City, Wang Tong, who was massaging his father's shoulders, sneezed. "Dad. Hey. My good son, what's the matter?" "Dad, I've been thinking about investing in a project recently. I need money. Can you give me 2 million? Upon hearing this, Wang Fugue immediately became alert. Although he was particularly easygoing when saying hey, once it came to money, he had to reconsider the paternity of this son. Wang Fugue covered his pockets with both hands, looking at Wang Tong with a thief-like gaze. "You brat want to take money from me again. This is the 3rd time today. Just say it. What are you really doing?" Wang Tang scratched his golden bald head. "Dad, I'm really investing in a project. If it succeeds, I can make tens of millions." Wang Fugue looked at him with some suspicion. "How many times have I told you, as long as you don't start a business, our family's money is enough for you to spend for 2 lifetimes. You just won't listen, insisting on starting a business. Do you think I don't know how tough the market is?" Wang Tang didn't care about that. He had already lost 7 or 8 million in poker games. This had exceeded the limit that an ordinary rich second generation could bear. His car, house, and luxury watches were all mortgaged. All the online loans he could take out were maxed out. There were even some unscrupulous loan agencies that demanded his nude photos. If he didn't pay back on time, they would be made public. Thinking of this, Wang Tang was about to explode. "No way, I absolutely won't allow this to happen." He looked at his father in front of him, who was doubting his paternity. "Dad, just let me start this business one more time, please. If I fail, I'll honestly go to university and take the civil service exam after graduation." Only then did Wang Fugue feel relieved. "Then I'll give you one last chance." After saying that, Wang Fugue directly transferred 1 million to Wang Tong. After receiving the money, Wang Tang ran out like an old pervert seeing a prostitute, his eyes shining with gold, leaving Wang Fugue behind, eating dirt. Damn it, this ungrateful son doesn't recognize his father once he gets the money. It seems necessary to check the paternity test. At this moment, under Professor Huang's explanation, Xingchen finally understood this bloody and dark industrial chain. This suddenly made him realize that this was a good opportunity to accumulate merit. "Professor Huang, I think we shouldn't harvest kidneys anymore, right?" Professor Huang turned to look at him. "Where will the research funding come from if we don't harvest kidneys? How do these people make a living? They can go work in a screw factory. I know a senior executive from a screw factory. And he's a top-tier one?" Xingchen replied. Professor Huang looked puzzled. "Which top-tier person goes to a screw factory to be a senior executive? Are you kidding? And working in a screw factory doesn't earn much, right?" Xingchen scratched his head. "That's true, working in a screw factory doesn't earn as much as harvesting kidneys. Let's go harvest some now. I haven't experienced it yet." Professor Huang nodded in satisfaction. "A teachable child. Let's go. Today the mascot's kidney is just right. I'll take you to harvest." After saying that, the two excitedly walked towards the mascot room. 10 minutes later, the sound of Wang Gang's screams echoed from the mascot room, like a pig being slaughtered. Xingchen looked at the fresh dark red organ in his hand. He couldn't help but sigh, no trade, no killing. With that, Xingchen placed the vibrant 2 million into the cold storage. It couldn't be damaged. Then, Xingchen began to explain the principles and structure of the mechanical kidney to Professor Huang. This opened a door to a new world for Professor Huang. It was as if he were showing a group of cave dwellers a wave of quantum physics, complete with a little H-bomb to set off some fireworks. If it weren't for Xingchen holding him back, Professor Huang would have knelt down right there, banging his head on the ground 18 times to pay his respects. Just as the two were reaching the peak of their discussion, Zhang Kai walked into the Human Organ Research Institute with the chubby Lu Feng. Professor Huang, I heard you've been expanding your new business lately, so I brought you an assistant. This guy graduated from medical school and can help you out. Professor Huang was still absorbing the essence of Xingchen's explanation and didn't pay any attention to what was happening outside. Xingchen stood up to greet Zhang Kai. Kai, good, you brought someone so quickly. I was just worried about not having any work. Your efficiency is really high. Zhang Kai pushed Lu Feng over to Xingchen. I've delivered the person, I have things to do, so I'm leaving. Xingchen hurriedly tried to keep him. Kaiga, have some skewers of kidney before you go, they're freshly made. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kai quickened his pace. Who the hell is the living Yama? With that, Zhang Kai dashed out of the Human Organ Research Institute. Lu Feng looked at Xingchen in astonishment, his mind a bit slow to react. He had studied hard for 20 years, a proper master's student from medical school, specializing in surgery. He had just knelt down to get a chance to survive. And now, a worthless high school graduate was able to obtain the same position as him. He was unwilling to accept. How did you get the chance to be here? Lu Feng asked with a scowl. Xingchen scratched his head. Oh, I picked up some trash this morning, and an old man named Professor Huang insisted on taking me as his disciple. Sigh, in this day and age, even old men are so competitive, how can young people survive? Lu Feng's face was dark, almost writing disbelief all over it. Keep bragging. I bet you used some improper means to bribe manager Lu. Xingchen didn't refute but grabbed Lu Feng's hand. Fat bro, let me introduce you to the situation here, and then I'll take you back to your room. Lu Feng shot a proud glance at Xingchen. At least you know what's good for you. You better be quick, my time is limited. Sure thing, fat bro. With that, Xingchen led Lu Feng around the research institute. This is the cold storage room, used for preserving freshly cut organs. Lu Feng nodded. This is the operating room, used for surgeries. Lu Feng snorted coldly, saying nothing. This is the waste disposal room, used for handling excess waste. Lu Feng's sneer grew brighter. I didn't expect that even a small sparrow has all its organs. Xingchen led him through various functional rooms. Finally, he brought Lu Feng to a dimly lit room. Xingchen skillfully opened the door and respectfully invited Lu Feng inside. Fat bro, this is the breeding room for pigs. As Lu Feng walked in, he asked in confusion, what is the breeding room for? Xingchen grinned mischievously. Of course, it's for holding human organ donation volunteers for breeding. And the meaning of breeding. In short, it means disassembling pigs. Gah! Bang! Xingchen slammed the heavy iron door shut. Old Huan just said that there hasn't been enough kidney supply lately. I didn't expect one to arrive just like this. That's just how kind I am, even introducing him to the structure of his new home before locking him in the breeding room. I really am a great person. Gaga gaga. At this moment, Lu Feng felt like he wanted to die. Damn it, I came here to be a surgical assistant, not to be a kidney donor. Bang bang bang. Lu Feng frantically pounded on the door with his little chubby hands. The iron door responded with a resounding thud. I am a master's student in surgical medicine, you can't treat talent like this. Xingchen, I was wrong, please let me go. I'll do anything you ask. However, all he received in response was the relentless sound of banging on the door, echoing through the corridor. Half an hour later, Lu Feng gave up on banging the door. He had calmed down. Reason told him that as soon as Professor Huang noticed he hadn't arrived, he would naturally come looking for him. He let out a long sigh of relief and turned to find a place to sit. Suddenly, he noticed countless pairs of eyes staring at him in the dimly lit room. Like demons from hell. Another newcomer has arrived, brothers. TSK. Looks like a tender little thing. Then let's let the new colleague experience the care from hell. Keek. Immediately, the breeding room erupted with sounds akin to pig slaughtering. The noise reverberated through the entire corridor, lingering on. At this moment, Professor Huan was immersed in a sea of scientific knowledge when he was suddenly interrupted by an extremely tragic voice. What's going on? He exclaimed. Just then, Xingchen happened to return to the room. It's nothing, old Huan. A Kai just brought in a breeding pig and I locked it up. Oh, so that's it, then it's fine. Now, tell me about the manufacturing principles of mechanical prostates. Sure. The two then entered into an in-depth scientific exchange. However, every move in the laboratory was being recorded by a camera. On the other side of the camera, Lu Ming leisurely watched the footage. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled a nearly perfect smoke ring. I didn't expect this kid to actually have some skills. Zhang Kai stood respectfully beside him, his gaze gradually revealing a fierce light as he watched the surveillance. Manager Lu, that old Huang is getting more and more arrogant. If he continues his research like this, his status might even surpass yours. Lu Ming smiled slightly. It's fine, as long as he develops this technology, we can just get rid of him. By then, as long as we master the technology, the big boss definitely won't make things difficult for us. Zheng Kai was a bit confused. But how can we obtain the core technology? Old Huang definitely won't hand it over to us. Lu Ming adjusted his glasses, a cunning glint in his eyes. Guess why I sent that fat Lu Feng to help? Is it really just because of his qualifications? Are you saying Lu Feng was bribed by you to steal the core technology? Of course. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Old Huang and that kid Xingqian, your time of death has come. Laughter echoed from the room, ggagi. However, walls have ears. In another room, the beautiful Fei Fei pressed her face tightly against the wall. The soft white of her chest was squished and deformed, also pressed against the wall. This way, she could better hear the movements from the next room. Suddenly, the ggagi laughter came to an abrupt halt. Fei Fei immediately became alert. She threw off the covers and slid into bed. Just as she closed her eyes, the bedroom door was flung open. Lu Ming rushed in. Fei Fei pretended to be groggy, rubbing her chest, only to realize she was rubbing the wrong spot. She rubbed her eyes again. What's wrong, Ming Ming? Lu Ming looked at her warily from head to toe. Did you just wake up? Yeah, I was so tired yesterday. Lu Ming's expression didn't change, his eyes shifting between light and dark, leaving one unsure of his thoughts. Then you should continue resting. I'll go check on the company situation. After Lu Ming left, Fei Fei let out a long sigh. That was close. It seems that to achieve my goal, I need to find a reliable teammate. But everyone here is Lu Ming's people. Where can I find a godlike teammate? Suddenly, a shadow of a person unconsciously popped into her mind. No, he's a lunatic. Wait, maybe only a lunatic can deal with this group of crazies. After a day of research, Professor Huang successfully replicated the operation that made the mechanical kidney work vigorously. Great! Huang, will finally leave a significant mark in the history of science. Ha 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 ha. His loud voice directly woke up Xingqian, who had been sleeping nearby. He looked at the gradually darkening sky. Old Huang, it's been a whole day. Why are you only finishing now? Our De Huang could do it faster than you. Who is De Huang? A famous mechanic? De Huang is our dog. Professor Huang's face darkened. What the hell? Xingqian rubbed his sleepy eyes and finally got up. Let's go eat. I'm not going. I need to organize the experimental data. By the way, didn't Lu Ming say he would send a medical master's student to be my assistant? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Xingqian scratched his head. I think I've heard the term medical master's student somewhere, but I forgot where. It seems like it was this morning. Forget it, if I can't remember, there's no point in thinking about it. Eating is more important. You really aren't going? Today is dumpling day. As the saying goes, nothing is better than dumplings, and nothing is more fun than. Forget it, you wouldn't understand. I'm going to eat. Xingqian stood up and walked towards the cafeteria. He was just too hungry. The company was good, but the meals were never filling. He happily walked out of the research institute's gate, only to bump directly into a soft object and was pushed back. What the hell? What is this? It even smells a bit milky. Xingqian shook his head and finally saw what was in front of him, a pair of voluptuous breasts. Fei Fei, no, sister-in-law. You foul. You charged into me. Sister-in-law, why are you here at this hour? Xingqian appeared a bit awkward. Fei Fei smiled charmingly, her eyes sparkling with allure. Sister-in-law came to bring you food. Food? Is it meat buns? No, it's something from below. With that, she pulled out a luxurious seafood noodle dish. The seafood was almost overflowing. If compared, it might be the annual production of a certain seafood instant noodle brand. Xingqian's eyes lit up and he grabbed the seafood noodles, munching away. Fei Fei was very pleased. Aren't you afraid I poisoned it? Not afraid, everyone has different constitutions. I'm immune to all poisons. After saying that, Xingqian suddenly collapsed to the ground. He lay there motionless. Fei Fei slightly curled her cherry lips, a smile that was both wicked and innocent appearing on her face. Hee, looking so handsome, I really want to collaborate with you soon. Suddenly, Xingqian stood up straight from the ground, grabbing the unfinished seafood noodles and stuffing them into his mouth. Can't waste it. After eating, he collapsed to the ground again, motionless. Fei Fei, what the hell? After a long while, Xingqian slowly woke up. He wanted to stretch but found himself tied up. I must have slept really well. Where is this? In front of him was a woman's room. Various cosmetics were scattered everywhere, and the overwhelming scents made Xingqian cough uncontrollably. Damn, this smells so bad. At that moment, a soft, delicate gasp sounded beside Xingqian. Fei Fei had also woken up. Xingqian turned abruptly to look at her, his face instantly turning red. What the hell? No wonder it smells so strong. Turns out you've marinated in it. I can hardly breathe. Fei Fei, underscore? Man, you've successfully caught my attention. She squeezed her cleavage and gently leaned towards Xingchen. Lu Ming is a waste. I've grown up without ever experiencing the taste of a man, he. Xingchen was so startled that his face turned even redder and he shut his eyes tightly. Chao Qingxiang, please bless me. Just as those fiery red lips were about to press against Xingchen, he conjured a frying pan out of thin air to block them. A big red mark landed squarely on the frying pan. Frying pan, you've suffered. Seeing this, Fei Fei stopped talking and instead looked at Xingchen with great interest. Oh, young man, quite reserved, huh? Xingchen grinned. These days, the internet is strict, they won't let things develop further. Fei Fei looked a bit confused, not quite understanding. Since that's the case, let's be straightforward. I want to collaborate with you. Xingchen shook his head. I already said it's strict. Not that kind of collaboration, it's a work-related collaboration. Oh, I see. I thought Chao Qingxiang had manifested. Fei Fei's face darkened, trembling with anger. This guy can't really be insane, can he? Let's put it this way, I want to team up with you to take down Lu Ming, and then we can escape together. Xingchen wanted to scratch his head but realized he was still tied up. With such a high salary here, why would we escape? You still haven't realized, where's the salary? They won't pay you a dime, and if you disobey one day, you'll be sent to the back to be dismantled. Hearing this, Xingchen got furious. What? They dare to withhold wages from student workers? I'll file a labor arbitration against them and let them know the power of labor laws. Fei Fei's face was filled with black lines, gradually overflowing the screen. Where will you file arbitration? Forget it, you wouldn't understand anyway. To put it simply, if you cooperate with me, we both win, money and beautiful women will be yours. If you don't cooperate with me, humph. Fei Fei sneered, if you refuse, I'll tell Lu Ming right now that you have improper thoughts about me and that you came into my room to make a move on me. Just then, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open. Lu Ming barged in. The three of them locked eyes and the atmosphere instantly became awkward. The first to react was Fei Fei. She feigned innocence and said, Ming Ming, you finally came. I woke up early this morning and saw this guy inexplicably in my room. He tried to assault me. After saying that, Fei Fei threw herself into Lu Ming's arms, crying. This left Xingchen dumbfounded. The change in her demeanor was too quick. Forget about collaboration, she was selling out her teammate first. Lu Ming was taken aback by Fei Fei's crying. His anger surged and he pulled out a gun from his pocket, aiming it at Xingchen. Xingchen hurriedly explained, Taijun, don't shoot, let me explain. What else is there to say? Lu Ming said coldly. Madam, have you ever seen someone tie themselves up to assault another? Lu Ming finally noticed that Xingchen was tightly bound, and it was clear that this was not something one person could accomplish. No one would tie themselves up and then run into someone else's room to commit a crime, unless they were insane. Lu Ming relaxed his vigilance a bit, but the gun in his hand still pointed at Xingchen's head. Why the hell are you here? Lu Ming asked coldly. This question startled Fei Fei. If Xingchen confronted her on the spot, Lu Ming would quickly discover the problem. At that point, it would be hard for her to cover it up. Xingchen wanted to scratch his head, but his hands couldn't reach, so he could only inch forward, rubbing the gun's muzzle against his own head. I don't know what happened either. I had a bowl of noodles yesterday, then I fainted, and when I woke up, I was here. Lu Ming quickly grasped the crux of the issue. Noodles fainted. Could it be that someone poisoned him? Fei Fei seized the opportunity and whispered urgently. He's lying. All the ingredients are with Chef Old Wang. How could anyone have poisoned them? Lu Ming seemed to understand all at once. Right, go ask Old Wang, and everything will be clear. Lu Ming pushed Fei Fei onto the bed and looked at her with cold eyes. After I see Old Wang, neither of you is leaving this room. With that, he closed the door and locked it. Only a lonely man and woman remained in the room. The air felt tense, and even the fragrance seemed to grow stronger. Fei Fei was so scared that her soul felt detached. He will definitely kill us after he finds out. She curled up at the head of the bed, looking at the calm-faced Xingchen in surprise. Aren't you afraid? Xingchen turned his head, looking at Fei Fei with calm eyes. Not afraid. Why? Because I want to cooperate with you. Accompanied by the first mournful scream of the morning, Zheng Kai was once again awakened by the noise along with his henchmen. At that moment, he held a beautifully crafted revolver, loading ancient patterned silver bullets while angrily running towards the source of the scream. Damn it, ever since I got back from that business trip, I haven't had a good night's sleep. Every morning, someone is screaming, can't anyone let me live? Soon, he arrived at the scene of the incident. Again in the kitchen. Does that damn old Wang want to die? Then, he saw old Wang's corpse. Really doesn't want to live anymore. The area was already crowded with people, all looking at the corpse in horror. Old Wang was killed, shot in the head. It must be an insider, nothing was stolen from the kitchen. Zheng Kai pushed through the crowd and walked up to old Wang's body. He examined it closely. There was a bullet hole in the center of his forehead, clearly not a suicide. A suicide would be at the temple or chin. Old Wang's eyes were still open before he died, as if he had seen something terrifying. He must have been shot in the head after being discovered. Standing nearby, Lu Ming watched Zheng Kai's careful examination and asked a puzzled question. Kai, what's going on? Manager Lu, it's still unclear. We need to check the surveillance to see if anyone came in yesterday. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. You handle this matter, make sure to find the mastermind behind it. Yes. Kai led the men to lift old Wan's body and left. The crowd also dispersed. Lu Ming slowly opened his tightly clenched palm, revealing a slightly shriveled bullet. The silver threads on it were vividly detailed. Kai, you're the only one in the whole company who uses this kind of bullet. Should I really trust you? In Fei Fei's boudoir, a pair of talents were engaged in a close exchange. My life is particularly hard. I just graduated from the Cole West Dance University at 20 and was tricked into this dark place, sob. If it weren't for my decent looks and a bit of talent in performing, I would have probably been sent to the back to be dismantled long ago. As Fei Fei cried, she lamented to Xingchen. Upon hearing her tragic story, Xingchen burst into tears. Wah, I'm even worse off than you. Since I can remember, I've never seen my mom. When I was 8, my dad was reported and sent to jail, and he still hasn't come out, leaving me with my still unweaned little sister. In this cruel, cannibalistic society, I've been surviving by scavenging, raising my sister with nothing but scraps. I'm so miserable. Wah. His cries were earth-shattering, causing the entire apartment building to tremble slightly. Fei Fei was stunned. She had intended to fabricate a tragic experience to elicit some sympathy and gain a bit of initiative in their collaboration. She never expected this guy to cry even more shamelessly than herself. Stop crying. Do you want to bring Lu Ming over? Only then did Xingchen stop crying and put on a smile. Sister-in-law, I can't help but cry. I'm sorry. You did that on purpose. Now tell me, how do you plan to cooperate with me? Without saying a word, Xingchen leaned his head over. Sister-in-law, scratch my head for me. Fei Fei, although she was very reluctant, she still helped Xingchen scratch his head. That feels good. Hurry up and speak. I want to know the power layout of the entire company, as well as the distribution of forces and the terrain map of the whole Annan city. Fei Fei looked puzzled. What do you need that for? Less nonsense, just give it to me if you have it, I'll take you. Xingchen said. Fei Fei pulled out a stack of underwear from under the bed and flipped through it. Finally, she found a zipper on a flesh-colored piece. She unzipped it. Inside were several wrinkled yellow papers. Everything you want is here. Xingchen directly reached out to take it. Fei Fei was stunned. Aren't you tied up? I can untie myself. Then why didn't you do it earlier? If I had untied myself early, who would scratch my head? Xingchen picked up the papers and started looking at them. Inside were the contents Fei Fei had collected over time. They were all very abstract drawings. Xingchen understood them at a glance, then tore the sketches into pieces and stuffed them into Fei Fei's mouth. Hurry up and eat, don't leave any traces. Whoa, why do I have to eat it? I don't like eating paper. Fei Fei tearfully finished several sheets of paper before finally taking a sip of water. You finished reading and memorizing it so quickly? No, I completely don't understand what you see. Why the hell did you tear it up? Looking at the pictures is too exhausting. It's better if you just tell me directly. Damn you. Fei Fei gritted her teeth in anger. If it weren't for the fact that no one in the company could be trusted, she absolutely wouldn't choose such a lunatic to collaborate with. The main power layout of our company. Manager Lu Ming, theoretically the highest leader, has the most people and the strongest power. Zheng Kai, the enforcer, controls the armed forces of the entire company, himself a golden-level powerhouse. On the surface, he seems to be on the same side as Lu Ming, but he is actually a pawn sent from above to balance Lu Ming. I once tried to seduce him, but he remained very calm and almost told Lu Ming about it. Professor Huang controls the most profitable industry in the entire company, as well as the whole Human Research Institute. With his exceptional skills, no one dares to touch him. I once tried to seduce him, but he was only interested in my organs and completely uninterested in me as a person. Then there's Chef Old Wang. He doesn't have much skill or strength, but he's the distant cousin of the wife of a higher-up second uncle, so he's been arranged here to work as a cook to make a living. Fei Fei explained the internal dynamics of the company with great proficiency, analyzing each person in detail, all of it making sense. And finally, there's me, the ultimate beautiful girl, adored by everyone, a social butterfly, a beauty that sinks fish. Stop. Get to the point. Bear big but bridge beauty. Get to the point. This is the point. I was just being heavy-handed earlier. Fei Fei smiled slyly, as if expressing her delight at finally turning the tables on the crazy person. Let me weigh how heavy it is. Ha! A minute later, the topic returned to the main track. Xingchen pondered for a moment and then asked another question. Who are your forces? Me, and the sisters in this building. Xingchen suddenly thought of something. Oh right. There were female colleagues when we came, but I haven't seen any of them since. Did you scare them all away? Get lost. Fei Fei looked at Xingchen with a mournful expression. Sigh, once women get here, they basically have no rights. During the day, they work to deceive those online LSPs, and at night they work to entertain those LSPs here. If they don't comply, they get sent to the backyard to be dismantled. If it weren't for me often pleading for them, I don't know how many sisters would die here. So, most of the people in this female dormitory are our own. Xingchen nodded. The last question. In the entire Annam region, how many companies like yours are there? Several hundred. Plus 3 super big companies, each with a diamond station. Fei Fei gritted her teeth. Xingchen looked surprised. Several hundred, that's great. Then, let's play the warlord game. To play the warlord game, the first thing needed is power. Xingchen opened the system, which had gathered a bit of dust. He clicked on the silver level upgrade pill. The price was 5,000 merit points each. A bit expensive, but within expectations. Click to purchase. During the last college entrance examination, Xingchen saved a large number of students, directly earning over 70,000 merit points. Now he had over 80,000 on hand. He hadn't spent any yet due to being too busy, and now was just the right time to consume. Come on, let's spend. He first purchased 8 pills. With a thought, 8 thumb-sized pills appeared before him. Ha! Why are these so small this time? System, you're not selling fake pills, are you? Host, you're too hurtful. When they sell big ones, you complain you can't eat them. When they sell small ones, you complain the pills are fake. How are they supposed to survive? Xingchen frowned, expressing disdain for the unreliable system. He then grabbed the 8 pills and swallowed them in one go. Glug! Xingchen used a technique like Zhu Beiji's method of eating ginseng fruit, and before he could savor it, he swallowed it all down. Wow, I didn't even taste anything, and it's already gone? System, this is shady business. The system indicates it doesn't want to deal with you. Then the spiritual energy around Xingchen quickly surged into his body. Level +1, level +1, level +1. With 8 consecutive system prompts, Xingchen had reached silver 9 stars, just a step away from breaking through to gold. However, he couldn't buy the gold level breakthrough pill, and he couldn't use 10 years of lifespan to draw a prize again. At this moment, he noticed a system recommended store in the system. System, are you marketing just to make me spend money? Click. A flashy system interface appeared. Just the first product made Xingchen's heart race. Gatling gun upgrade card can upgrade the Gatling gun to destruction level. I have to say, with the version upgrade, the current Gatling is too weak. It can't even kill a platinum level. Looks like it's time for a wave of destruction level enhancements. Price, 40,000 merit. Damn it, dog system, are you calculating how much money I have to recommend this? Whatever, I'll buy it first. Ever since Xingchen got rich, he started spending money extravagantly. Not spending money made him feel uncomfortable. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Gatling gun upgrade card. Do you want to use it? Xingchen glanced at Fei Fei, who looked completely bewildered. Sister-in-law, have you seen my big treasure? Fei Fei's face instantly turned bright red. What big treasure? Xingchen flashed a smile similar to the Hulk looking at Black Widow. It's my gun, the super powerful kind. Fei Fei's face turned even redder, a bit unlike the shyness her identity should have. I've never seen it. Then let me show you. Come out, big treasure. Then, under Fei Fei's expectant gaze, a Gatling gun, 1 meter 80 long, appeared before her eyes. Oh, what? You can't be talking about the Gatling. What do you think it is? I thought it was a Maxim. Xingchen shook his head, indicating disbelief. He then focused his mind and directly pulled out a card from the system. He inserted it into the Gatling. Ka. A series of mechanical transformation sounds came. The Gatling instantly grew larger, exceeding 2 meters. The entire gun changed from pure black to red and black. Light of Transcendence. Gatling S quality, mysterious destruction level type, firearm and magical tool attributes. Extremely high attack speed, very high lethality, infinite energy bullets, 3 attack modes, pure, destructive, annihilative description. No matter what monsters or demons, just shoot. Xingchen looked at this description and felt inexplicably pleased. He wanted to find someone to test his big treasure. He slowly raised his head and met Fei Fei's bright red gaze. What do you want to do? I want to, never mind. Why never mind? Wang Tong hadn't been home for several days. He was scared. Ever since he took $1 million from his dad, he had gradually stolen or sold over 5 million from home, all invested in poker games. The result, as you can imagine, it all went into the pockets of the Annan International Trading Company. At this moment, Wang Tong was hiding in a rented room, looking at the outside world, feeling a bit dazed. Just then, that familiar avatar jumped up again. Brother Wang Tang, come play Texas Hold'em. Sister, I've recently invested a lot in business and my liquidity is low. Wait until tomorrow when the funds come back and I'll play poker with you. The phone screen was silent for a while. A message came through. That's too bad. I found a loophole today. If I win at least 100 million, I can't share it with you. Wang Tong felt a bit anxious, his fingers frantically typing on the phone. No, hurry and share it with me. But, brother Wang Tang is a poor guy. I need to find a rich brother to take me out. When Wang Tong heard the words poor guy, he got furious. What? No one has ever called me poor since I was a child. Just wait, I'm going home to get money right now. Wang Tang put down his phone, his whole body shining even brighter. No one is allowed to say that Wang Tang is a poor guy. After saying that, Wang Tang rushed downstairs, hailed a car, and sped towards his family's mansion. Inside a luxurious villa, Wang Tang's father, Wang Fugui, was leisurely lying in a rocking chair with his eyes closed, enjoying a massage from the young nanny. He had a look of pure bliss. Harder, harder, haven't you eaten? Wang Tang quietly opened the door, tiptoeing into the room, signaling the nanny to be quiet. Then he stealthily made his way into the room where his father kept the safe, also grabbing the key from his father's desk. Dad, I'm about to get rich, but I need to borrow some money first. Wang Tang fumbled with the safe, successfully recalling the code from memory and inserting the key. The safe opened immediately. Wang Tang looked inside at the gold bars, property deeds, and a photo of his father with his mistress, smiling with satisfaction. Dad, your son is so filial. In a luxurious office, Lu Ming was gloomily smoking, the floor littered with cigarette butts. He was troubled. Old Wang had been killed, and the murderer was impossible to identify. Normally, it wouldn't matter if a chef died, but what if it was the distant cousin of his boss's wife? That didn't seem like a big deal either. However, his woman had appeared in the same room as a muscular man that morning, and the key issue was that he wasn't up to par in that department. Who could stand that? Recently, his most capable subordinate, Zheng Kai, had been mysteriously appearing and disappearing, and it seemed he wasn't just sent by the higher-ups to keep an eye on him. He truly wanted to replace him. Damn it! Lu Ming cursed fiercely. Looks like it's time to clean up a wave of traitors. Click! The sound of a gun being loaded echoed in the silent room. Lu Ming pulled out his phone and dialed Zheng Kai. Hey, Kai, come over here, I have something important to discuss with you. Don't bring anyone. At this moment, Xingchen was starving. His stomach was protesting strongly. If he didn't eat soon, he wouldn't be able to provide waste for his intestines, subjecting him to the torturous constipation of not being able to poop. I'm starving. Sister-in-law, hurry and get me something to eat. Fei Fei glared at Xingchen with a dark expression. You just ate 5 packs of instant noodles, 10 sausages, a whole box of bread, countless chips, cookies, popsicles, and cucumbers. You finished everything I had, and you still have the nerve to say you're hungry? Xingchen scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. I'm still growing. It's normal to be hungry. Where are you growing? Let me see. Just then, a series of gunshots rang out from afar. Bang bang bang. What the hell? Where's the shooting happening? Xingchen flipped over and looked out the window. However, he couldn't see what was going on at all. What's going on? Isn't this floor too high? It's only the 20th floor, not that high, right? Xingchen turned back to walk. Forget it, I'll just go out the door. If I don't leave now, I won't get to eat any melon. Fei Fei looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. The door is locked, how are you going to leave? Before he could react, the high-strength alloy mixed armor door was blown off. Xingchen shouldered the Gatling gun and ran outside. Melon, melon. Fei Fei was stunned. Was he just pretending he couldn't get out? Hey, don't leave me behind, hey. Gritting her teeth, she followed Xingchen out of the room. The two of them jogged in finally arrived at the source of the gunfire, the office building. Inside Lu Ming's office, Lu Ming and Zheng Kai were engaged in an intense gunfight. Bang bang bang. Lu Ming fired a series of bullets from his handgun. Zheng Kai used his agile movements to roll on the spot and dodge them. A trail of bullet marks was left on the ground, smoking. He then counterattacked directly. Bang bang bang. Lu Ming ducked under the table just in time to avoid being hit by the bullets. For a moment, the two fell into a standoff. Kai, I haven't treated you poorly, so why are you shooting at me? Manager Lu, you want my life this time. I've seen the gun you hid behind your back long ago. Humph, in this world, whoever has the bigger weapon is the king. With that, both of them fired at each other with their respective weapons. Automatic pistol against revolver. Bullet holes exploded in the room continuously. The two were evenly matched, and for a moment, it was impossible to tell who would win. Humph, your Colt Longworm revolver isn't bad, but it's still a bit lacking compared to my Desert Eagle. Is that so? How about we see whose gun is tougher? After saying that, both stood up simultaneously, their guns locking onto each other in an instant. Just then, bang! The office door was kicked open. Xingchen swaggered in, carrying a 2-meter-long Gatling gun. Hey, I said, old Lu, Xiao Kai, why are you wasting bullets shooting at each other? With that, Xingchen pointed the dark barrel of the Gatling gun at the two. Holy shit! Asterisk 2-inch big brother, let's talk it out, no need to shoot. Lu Ming and Zheng Kai instinctively glanced at the long and thick Gatling gun, then at their own short pistols, and instantly lost their bravado. They raised their hands high above their heads to show surrender. Xingchen chuckled and turned to Fei Fei. I told you, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. Then, Xingchen adopted a master-teaching disciple demeanor and began to educate the two. You two put down your guns. You can't fight anymore. Big brother, as long as you don't shoot, we're fine with anything. Seeing the Gatling's presence, the two placed their guns on the ground. Good, now you two shake hands and give each other a kiss to show that you're family. And everything is harmonious. Both were dumbfounded. What the hell, is that how you show it? They exchanged glances, nearly bursting out laughing. Xingchen gestured to them. Hurry up, I don't like to wait. When I wait, I get anxious, and when I get anxious, I tend to go crazy. Oh, why do I feel like there are a lot of mosquitoes flying around? Let me shoot a few. No, no, no. The two turned pale with fright, quickly stepped forward to shake hands, using their best kissing skills to peck each other. You. Seeing the two reconcile, Xingchen casually put the Gatling away into his spatial backpack. I told you, a family should be harmonious. Come on, let's take a picture. Feifei, you take the photo. Cheese. Click. The flash went off. The three radiant smiles were captured on the phone. Suddenly, Lu Ming seemed to realize something. Wait a minute, what the hell is going on with you? Where did you get the Gatling? I brought it myself. Impossible, where the hell have you been hiding it these days? Lu Ming felt like he had been dreaming for the past few days, his head buzzing. He forced himself to wake up, grabbed his pistol, and pointed it at Xingchen's head. Damn it, you almost tricked me. Akai, tie him up. Zheng Kai also reacted at this moment. Got it, Manager Lu. In no time, the two tied Xingchen up like a big dumpling. Then, they both let out a sigh, leaning back against each other, like the closest of comrades. Phew, you scared me to death just now. Yeah, luckily. This guy is a lunatic. Wait, hold on, it feels like there was something we didn't finish just now. Holy shit *2 just then, shouts from the little brothers came from outside. Manager Lu, not good, not good. The black coal mine next door is coming. Over. Day. Boom 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 boom. Ouch 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 ouch. The war between the Annan International Trade Company and the neighboring black coal mine had begun. At this moment, the company's rooftop was filled with people. They were exchanging fire with the soldiers from the black coal mine across the woods. Lu Ming and Zhang Kai were lying on a high artillery platform, continuously shooting downwards. The rifles in their hands were already smoking. However, the soldiers from the black coal mine outside were still fierce in their firepower. It seemed as if their bullets were endless. Various bombs and grenades were countless, pushing Lu Ming and the others into a retreat. Damn! When did the black coal mine become so fierce? That crippled son, did he buy new equipment? Lu Ming complained under the fire. He then took out a loudspeaker and shouted down below. Mr. Sun, we can talk this out. Why must we resort to violence? At this moment, the black coal mine temporarily ceased its attack. A voice floated up. Lu Ming, I've tolerated you for a long time. If you want to live today, hand over the mascot. Otherwise, I will kill everyone here and take the mascot myself. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's face darkened instantly. Damn it, how dare he touch his bottom line? A treasure like the mascot was not something that could be casually handed over. One kidney was worth 2 million, producing 4 million a month. If one day he could cultivate it to golden level, wouldn't that mean 2 kidneys every 2 days? A single person could support an entire company. Son the cripple wants the mascot, that's impossible. Change your terms. Since you won't hand over the mascot, then today I will wipe you out. Brothers, give me firepower. Kill. In an instant, a torrential rain of bullets shot towards Lu Ming and the others. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Even the walls were smoking, as if they could collapse at any moment. Lu Ming and Zhang Kai were unable to lift their heads under the barrage. Damn, son the cripple's firepower is too fierce. Where did he get so many people and guns? What do we do? What do we do? Just as the two were at a loss, a towering voice came. I've said it before, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. Lu Ming and Zhang Kai turned to look. They found Xingchen standing beside them. Aren't you supposed to be tied up? Xingchen scratched his head. Well, how should I explain this to you? Let's put it this way, there's no rope in this world that can bind me. Lu Ming's face suddenly turned green. So you were also in Feifei's room. Ah, Manager Lu, please don't mind those details. At this moment, the charge of the black coal mine's troops had already rushed up, and there were actually hundreds of them charging madly in a clumsy formation. They had almost filled the entire open space in front of the company. Damn! Where did the black coal mine get so many people? And they all have the latest rifles, while we have these broken ones that can't compete. What do we do? What do we do? Xingchen scratched Lu Ming's head. Manager Lu, I've already told you. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. Lu Ming glanced at Xingchen, his eyes filled with disdain. Of course I know that, but I'm asking you where the firepower comes from? Hee, since you asked sincerely, I'll generously tell you. I have a Gatling. Before the two could react, Xingchen picked up a 2-meter-long Gatling gun and started firing downwards. 6 clean barrels were crazily spewing blue flames. The firing rate was so fast that it basically formed 6 laser beams. Son, the cripple felt a sudden downpour of bullets raining down on their troops. What the hell? Is this the strength of a whole company? So. 2. The dense bullets exploded around them, and many of the black coal mine soldiers fell to the ground. Xingchen held his gun in one hand, as arrogant as could be. Hee, boys, taste the terror of fire suppression. Lu Ming was dazed, his head buzzing. What the hell, is this the power of the Gatling? One person, one gun, directly matching the firepower of hundreds. Are we even allowed to play anymore? Ah da day 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 day. Xingchen laughed wildly. Hey, I'm just getting started and they're already done for. He turned around, aiming the gun at Lu Ming and Zhang Kai. I say, you two brothers, why not go over and pick up some gear? The two instantly turned dark. Ah, forget it, the black coal mine. Soldiers are so poor, they must have no good equipment. Ah, right, they don't bathe at night and their bitter tea stinks, don't ask me how I know. Just then, boom, the watchtower where the three were located was blown in half. None of them managed to keep their footing and fell down with the tower. Damn, Sun the Lame doesn't play fair, he's firing cannons. Clang 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 haha. The three had already fallen to the ground. Sun the Lame's large troop charged up again. At this point there were actually over 1,000 of them. Sun Quan's arrogant voice came through the loudspeaker. Hey, Lu Ming kid, I'm giving you face, let you see the wealth I've accumulated over the years. Brothers, kill all the men, take the women home. To warm the bed. Kill kill kill. The black coal mine soldiers charged forward recklessly. Xingchen brushed off the dust from his clothes. The corners of his mouth began to rise uncontrollably. It's time to try out the other forms of the Gatling. Activate destruction mode. Xingchen pressed a button with one hand and the Gatling began to transform with a clack clack clack. 6 barrels fused into one. It resembled an Italian cannon pointing skyward. Let's fire one, hee hee hee. Xingchen raised the Gatling and looked up at the sky. He gently squeezed the trigger. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the clouds. A massive burst of energy shot out from the Gatling's huge barrel. A deep blue shell was fired into the sky. Like a firework, it exploded at the highest point. Sun the Lame and the others were still charging when they suddenly saw fireworks being set off on the opposite side. Hey! Everyone look, they're out of bullets, now they're starting to set off fireworks. Hee hee hee, hurry up. And charge in. Gun in hand, follow me, kill Lu Ming, grab the kidneys. Suddenly, the fireworks in the sky exploded, countless fragments raining down. Then they poured down madly onto the charging black coal mine soldiers, like countless meteor showers, crashing to the ground. So. Day. Ah. Bullets fell like raindrops, continuously descending from the sky. The black coal mine soldiers kept falling, instantly suffering heavy casualties. Xingchen blew the smoke from the barrel in the stunned gazes of Lu Ming and Zhang Kai. Hee hee, a shot to the soul. I told you, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. If nothing unexpected happened, the black coal mine soldiers were getting hit hard. They fled with their tails between their legs. Lu Ming stared intently at the Gatling in Xingchen's hands. This crazy guy. Can I take a look at that gun? Without a second thought, Xingchen tossed the Gatling to Lu Ming. Hey, who are we to each other? Just take it and play? A sly glint appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. Kid, if you dare to give me the gun, you. Clang. Damn, this thing is so heavy. Lu Ming failed to catch it and immediately strained his back. What the hell, this thing must weigh around 200 pounds. How the hell does this kid handle it? Lu Ming struggled to get up from the ground, tightly holding Gatling in his arms. Hee hee, Xingchen kid, you actually gave me Gatling. Didn't you think about the consequences? Xingchen scratched his head. I don't have many strengths, but I am dedicated. Whatever Manager Lu tells me to do, I do it. Lu Ming was a bit confused, he couldn't quite see through this lunatic in front of him. Alright then, go out and bring me that crippled Sunday. Sure thing. Manager Lu, just a moment. Xingchen took off running towards the retreating group of Sun the Cripple. Lu Ming smirked. You little brats still want to mess with me? Without a gun in your hand, won't you just get beaten down by Sun the Cripple? However, the slap in the face came swiftly. In less than 3 minutes, Xingchen returned, dragging Sun the Cripple by his good leg. He threw Sun the Cripple to the ground and stepped on his face. Manager Lu, look at this cripple, he's missing a leg. Sun the Cripple glared at Lu Ming. You little brat want to play like this, huh? If I get caught today, my big boss behind me will take down your base tomorrow. Xingchen slapped him. Damn it, what time is it, and you still dare to shout at Manager Lu? You're asking for death. Lu Ming was a bit dazed. What the hell, how did you catch him? Xingchen scratched his head. As soon as I went out, I saw Sun the Cripple slowly walking with a crutch while his little brothers all ran away quickly. I kicked him on his good leg. He cooperatively fell to the ground, trying to provoke me. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. So I kicked his good leg harder. He. Lu Ming felt a chill and tried not to look at Xingchen's face. Xingchen noticed that he was laughing so brightly, yet no one was watching, which made him a bit unhappy. What, you don't believe me? I'll show you right now. Then, he rubbed the soles of his shoes, lifted his right foot high, and kicked madly at Sun the Cripple's good leg. I kick. Ha 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 ha. You believe me now? You believe me now? You believe me now? Sun the Cripple, what the hell, this guy is a lunatic. Lu Ming looked at Xingchen's brutal behavior and couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. But he had to admit that Xingchen had made a significant contribution in this fight. Alright, since we've won this round, let's have a celebration dinner tonight. Everyone was overjoyed, as if everything had returned to normal. But Once there was doubt about whether a certain melon would ripen, its fate was destined to be split open. The bonfire party at night was very grand. Various treasured wines and dishes were brought out. There were even various beauties dancing to liven things up, which was truly delightful. It seemed everyone had drunk a bit too much. Soon, they lost consciousness. The deep night passed and the dawn's light descended once again. Ah! A scream echoed through the sky, replacing the morning alarm, waking everyone up. Zhang Kai, with dark circles under his eyes and a weapon in hand, rushed towards the source of the scream. Damn it, can't I get a good sleep early in the morning? This damn life is worse than death. He hurried to the location where the scream occurred. What the hell happened? A little brother pointed at the company's warehouse, trembling. Kai-ga, everything in the warehouse turned into water bottles overnight. Zhang Kai? What the hell, are you messing with me? Zhang Kai kicked open the warehouse door. A flood of bottles surged towards him. What the hell? The sheer number of bottles buried him in a pile. Damn it, where's the stuff from the warehouse? So many arms, so many valuable treasures, where did they all go? Suddenly, he thought of something. That is, Xingchen carries a sack of bottles every morning. Damn, so it's about exchanging bottles for treasures. Just then, a bottle under his feet suddenly flashed with light. Boom! Zhang was struck blind and fainted. Everyone had already woken up, ready to pack their things and head to work. Xingchen also stretched lazily, preparing for today's hustle. Suddenly, he saw Zhang. Dabauer had already woken up and was playing with his phone. Hey, Dabauer, I haven't seen you in days, where have you been? Zhang Dabauer was very happy to see Xingchen. Ah, I worked the night shift the day before, and slept all day yesterday. Xingchen looked at Zhang Daber's dark circles and felt a bit moved. That's great, good thing you didn't get caught up in yesterday's shootout? Shootout? What shootout? Zhang Dabauer looked puzzled. I just remember that. Before I got off work yesterday morning, a delivery guy named Sun Xiao insisted on coming into our company, saying he wanted to talk to manager Lu. I had to chase him off with a rubber stick. That guy was shouting while running, saying he would gather people to beat us up. Just him? Nowadays, anyone thinks they can act tough. Xingchen's mouth twitched. Suddenly, I understood a bit. Hey, Dabauer, who are you chatting with? Xingchen suddenly saw a message from a beautiful woman on Zhang Daber's phone. I already have a boyfriend, please stop harassing me. Zhang Dabauer quickly replied. I don't believe it, unless you announce it on your friend's circle right now. There was silence on the other end for a while, then a message came. Not convenient, I'm the third party. Zhang Dabauer, hashtag? Ha! Xingchen looked at Zhang Daber's chat history, his mouth twitching wildly. Dabauer, you're getting more and more extravagant. Ah, whatever. Let's go check on old Huang first, haven't seen him in days, don't know if that old man has kicked the bucket. Lu Ming sat in his office, not coming out all night. He fiddled with Xingchen's Gatling gun for a whole night. Just couldn't figure out how to fire it? This can't be a toy gun, but why does it look so realistic? The problem is that guy uses it so fiercely. Why does it feel like I'm just a fool with it? He must have a secret. As long as I figure it out, I can dominate Anan. Dominate Anan City. Lu Ming felt a bit crazy, as if he had been infected by Xingchen. What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? Why can't I fire? Is it fingerprint unlock? Or do I need to drop blood for recognition? Or is that guy just lying to me? He was going mad and bewildered. At this moment, a string of text appeared on his computer. Sister, by the time you receive this message, Brother Wang Tang may no longer be in this world. I wish you well. Brother Wang Tang will love you again in the next life. However, Lu Ming was too insane to pay attention to this message. On the other end of the computer, Wang Tang put his phone in his pocket after sending the message. He looked down from the 13th floor rooftop. Silently, he closed his eyes. Dad, I'm unfilial. I've lost your villa and gold bars. I even used your and the third parties' photos as collateral to borrow some money from loan sharks. Hope you forgive me. Let me use this life to make up for my mistakes. After saying that, he gently leaped down. Bang! A sound of metal colliding with the ground echoed. Ouch, that hurts. I forgot I was indestructible. Lu Ming had been holding the Gatling gun and studying it for a whole day and night, yet still couldn't figure out how to fire it. He had a messy hairstyle and under his glasses were a pair of slightly sunken panda eyes. I'm going crazy. How the hell do you play this thing? Bang bang bang. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door. Lu Ming quickly hid the Gatling gun under the table. Come in. The door opened. Zhang Kai, wrapped in bandages, walked in. Lu Ming saw Zhang Kai and immediately warily touched the gun at his waist. What are you doing here? Why can't I come? Humph. *2 The two exchanged glances, expressing mutual disdain. Then, they couldn't help but lock eyes again. Zhang Kai broke the silence first. Where's the Gatling? Hurry up and show it to me. Lu Ming understood with a glance and casually pulled out the Gatling from under the table. He held it up with both hands and tossed it directly to Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai caught it with excitement. Is this the divine weapon? The feel is amazing. By the way, how could you bear to give it to me? Then, he fell into the same confusion as Lu Ming. How the hell do you use this thing? If you ask me, who should I ask? Ask Xingchen. Suddenly, Lu Ming had an epiphany. Damn, why didn't I think of this sooner? That kid's machine gun, of course, I should ask him. Quick, call Xingchen over. Zhang Kai also said happily, hurry, bring him here. You call him. How the hell would I know where that kid is? Lu Ming was clearly getting impatient, and he shouted loudly outside. Hey, someone, come here. A little brother quickly ran over. What's wrong, Manager Lu? Go get that kid Xingchen for me, I have something to ask him. The little brother looked a bit awkward. Xingchen, he's not here. Lu Ming was furious. How long has our company been established and someone leaves without reporting to me? What the hell is that kid doing? He went to attack the black coal mine with the brothers? Ha! At the black coal mine hill. On a stone-built earthen cannon tower. Sun Xiaozi was leading a few little brothers in a final resistance. Damn it, that untrustworthy dog Lu Ming. I just bought my life with 30 tons of black coal and not even half a day later he sends people to attack me. Even if I die today, I'll take a couple down with me. Saying this, he pulled the gunbolt ready for battle. However, as soon as he poked his head out, countless bullets shot towards the cannon towers. Firing hole. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Sun Xiaozi's hat was instantly shot off. Scared, he quickly ducked down, trembling as he crawled back. Damn, how do they have such fierce firepower? Outside the cannon tower, Xingchen and his little brothers were lying on the dirt slope holding rifles, aiming at the cannon tower in front of them. Xingchen glanced at Zhang Daba beside him. Come on, shout something. Zhang Daba slowly took out a big black megaphone, brewed for a moment, and then started shouting. The sudden news, that person is you, after so many years you have been silent. Smack! Xingchen directly gave him a slap on the head. What are you shouting about? If I sing a bit longer, that little devil will start crying. Xingchen was filled with black lines. Stop playing around, hurry up and persuade him to surrender, we still have to go attack the next place. Alright, Zhang Daba brewed his emotions again. Son Xiaozi, I'll fuck your immortal. Xingchen, forget it, let's just start fighting. He stood up and waved his hand. Second company commander, where the hell is your Italian cannon? Everyone. Before Xingchen could finish, two little brothers had already pushed a mountain cannon over. Aim for me and blow that cannon tower to pieces. Yes. Two little brothers began skillfully loading shells, aiming at the gun tower. Sun Xiaozi was dumbfounded upon seeing this. Damn, you little brat, using cannons without any martial ethics. Right after, a long pole extended from directly above the gun tower. A yellowed, bitter tea seed was tied to it. Big brother, we surrender. Fire. Boom. The mountain cannon let out a tremendous sound, and a shell exploded towards the gun tower, directly collapsing it. Xingchen dug at his ear. I feel a bit insomniac lately, always unable to hear anything. I must be depressed. Sigh, it seems. I can't keep putting myself down in life. Let's go to the next place. In the ruins of the gun tower, Sun Xiaozi, covered in black soot, staggered out from the debris. He coldly stared in the direction where Xingchen and the others had left. Lu Ming, since you dare to break the rules, don't blame me for my people being rude. The scene shifted. Xingchen and his little brothers appeared again at the outskirts of another black brick factory. They hid in the jungle surrounding the brick factory, quietly observing. What should we do? Should we attack? Xingchen spat out a piece of grass from his mouth. We have to attack, otherwise, what's the point of coming here? But this brick factory is quite large. There are at least 1,000 people inside, all armed. Xingchen scoffed. They have 1,000 people, but do we have fewer? The little brothers exchanged glances. As far as the eye could see, there were cattle and horses, probably around 70 or 80 of them. That's not too few, right? Then let's attack. Pass on my orders. Fire coverage in 10 seconds. Xingchen then picked up a brick and threw it towards the entrance of the black brick factory. At that moment, the old guard at the black brick factory was leisurely humming a tune. Suddenly, he saw a brick flying towards him. Who threw that brick? What a scoundrel! Boom! Half of the door was blown off. Damn! It's not a brick, it's a grenade from the Japanese. Almost instantly, everyone in the black brick factory rushed out with their weapons. There's an attack. All personnel mobilize. Kill. As soon as they rushed out, they were met with a torrential rain of bullets. What the hell? What kind of firepower is this? Of course, it was fierce. All the weapons on Xingchen's side were modified by him. The firing rate was incredibly effective. The battle quickly turned one-sided. Seeing that most of the people had come out, Xingchen suddenly began to cackle. Boys, uncle is taking you home now. After saying that, explosions erupted from within the black brick factory. Boom boom boom. Xingchen had long released a large number of flying little bombs, detonating them. Just as everyone was exiting the building, the soldiers of the black brick factory, clutching their weapons, had barely rushed to the entrance when they saw their beloved home blown to a pile of bricks. Damn, our home is gone. Where are we going to sleep? Idiot, isn't there brick? Just build another one. The factory manager, Hu Yuan, shouted loudly. After that, he glared fiercely at the enemy in front of him. Everyone, we are friends from that road, could you please give Hu Yuan some face? Xingchen's voice drifted from afar. We are from the Annan International Trading Company, Lu Ming is our manager, if you want face, talk to him. Then please let your manager Lu speak with me. He's not here, sorry, please step back a bit, I'm about to blow up the wall. Hu Yuan was taken aback when suddenly a brick was thrown from the sky. He quickly stepped back. Boom! A wall was directly blown down. Following that was a torrential rain of bullets. Hu Yuan was stunned, quickly rolling to the side to hide in a pile of rubble, barely escaping. He hurriedly dialed Lu Ming's phone. Fortunately, they were both subsidiaries of the three major groups and had some business dealings in the past. The call was quickly connected. Hu Yuan didn't want to waste a minute and swiftly explained the situation. Lu Ming, it's Hu Yuan. I don't know why you're attacking the brick factory, but could you let me off the hook for Yang Laoda's sake? The voice on the other end quickly responded with confusion. You were attacked by our people? Hu Yuan's face darkened. What the hell? Stop playing dumb with me. Hu Yuan shrank his body tightly behind the ruins for cover. The firepower was too intense, and just a little exposure would turn him into a beehive. Lu Ming's anxious voice came through the phone. That's great. Quickly hand the phone to a commander over there. Name Xingchen, I have a question for him. He didn't bring his phone. Hu Yuan, what the hell? Old Hu, speak up. Quickly give the phone to someone. Name Xingchen, I need to ask him how to fire the Gatling. Hey, Lu Ming's voice kept coming through the phone. However, Hu Yuan was already too shocked to speak. All he could see were bricks and grenades raining down on him. Hong 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 hong. The sound of bricks hitting the ground and explosions echoed one after another. He was dazed. This damn Lu Ming had really become a master. Hu Yuan angrily hung up the phone. You bastard Lu Ming. Actually setting me up, asking me to deliver the phone. Isn't that throwing myself into the net? From now on, as long as I, Hu Yuan, still have breath in me, you, Lu Ming, won't have a peaceful life. After making a vow, Hu Yuan dashed towards the back mountain. You all hold on, I'm going to get reinforcements. With that, he vanished from the battlefield in a flash. Once the leader ran, the rest of the small fry scattered like monkeys fleeing from a fallen tree. Those who surrendered, and those who ran. Xingchen hardly exerted any effort and successfully took over the black brick factory. Quickly go in and search, clear out all the valuables. No, wait, clear out all the ill-gotten gains. Then, Xingchen looked at the captives squatting on the ground. Most of them had been tricked into coming to do hard labor. Although they had done some bad things with Hu Yuan, it was all out of necessity. They were all fine young men from Huaxia or other countries. Xingchen waved his hand. You all go home, don't come to the abyss again. Upon hearing this, everyone felt as if they had received a pardon and scrambled out. Wait! Xingchen's voice rang out behind them like a living king of hell. The crowd, just a few steps out, suddenly froze in place. Xingchen continued, do you have any money on you? For travel expenses? The crowd's steps faltered and tears began to well up in their eyes. You really are a good person. Not only did you save us from peril, but you also want to give us travel money. Your great kindness will never be forgotten. I actually misunderstood a great benefactor. I truly deserve to die. Xingchen shook his head. No, you misunderstood. What I mean is, leave the money behind before you go. If you don't have money, leaving your clothes isn't out of the question. The crowd, what the hell? The scene shifted. Hundreds of weak men in tattered clothes took off running. Xingchen laughed maniacally behind them, muttering something. Jie. Leave a piece for future encounters. The little brothers all looked at Xingchen with disdain. Is he really insane? I think he's a madman. Is there a difference? At this moment, Zhang Debao poked Xingchen in the side. Xingchen, what do you need so many rags for? They're not worth much. Exactly. It's both sour and stinky, what's the use? Several little brothers echoed. Xingchen waved a finger in front of their eyes. No, how can you guys have no kindness at all? Many compatriots in Heizhou are still wearing leaves. Shouldn't we donate our clothes to the suffering compatriots in Heizhou? Do a good deed and accumulate some merit? The crowd, carrot? Never seen anything like it. The crowd quickly finished cleaning up the battlefield and planted their company's unique flag among the ruins. The Abyss of Toes is not bound by the laws of Huaxia. People from various countries gather here, essentially forming a lawless zone. There is a special set of rules here, which is that strength is paramount. Xingchen looked at the mountain of supplies in front of him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Go Xingzi, take a few people to drive the supplies back to the company. The rest follow me before we finish. Work tonight, let's conquer 10 more. Go. A day passed quickly. Lu Ming and Zhang Kai sat in the office, watching truck after truck transporting a full load of spoils to the company. The warehouse had long been overflowing, and the spoils were dumped directly onto the ground. Both of them were dumbfounded. We just want to know what exactly happened. they saw Go Xingzi driving a large truck dumping a pile of supplies onto the ground. Lu Ming rushed out and grabbed Go Shang, who was about to get in the truck. Go Xingzi, what the hell did you guys do? Go Shang scratched his head, revealing a silly grin. Hee, under Boss Xingchen's leadership, we conquered more than 10 hills in one day. We took down all those bastards who used to bully us. It was so satisfying. Moreover, many of them are willing to join us. Now, our team has over 3,000 people. You're almost a wet leader now. Lu Ming gasped in shock. Countless complaints swirled together, finally squeezing out 2 words from his teeth. What the hell? Go Shang patted Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu wet leader, I have to go. There are still many supplies to move back. If I'm late, Air Danzi will take the credit. Boss Xingchen said, whoever of us does well will be crowned as the annual automotive leader. Damn, Air Dan, don't even think about stealing the credit. Isn't it better to honestly be your own crawler? After saying that, Go Shang took a big leap and jumped onto the large truck. The engine roared, ready to start. Just then, Xingchen returned with a group of little brothers. They all looked proud, holding weapons in their hands. Behind them was a dense crowd of little brothers, stretching as far as the eye could see. Lu Ming and Zhang Kai's faces grew increasingly shocked, their legs trembling. One of them lost balance and collapsed to the ground. It was as if they had seen $1 billion cash stacked in a vault. The two helped each other up, struggling several times without success. Ah Kai, we can't let them look down on us. Get up. At that moment, Xingchen, carrying a gun, had already come to their side. Good evening, Manager Lu. Lu Ming, who had just managed to get up a bit, was so scared that he collapsed back to the ground. Good evening, Xingchen. It's only a little past 6. Why are you back already? Xingchen scratched his head. Isn't it time to get off work? I thought our company must protect the legal rights of employees and absolutely cannot work overtime. Half an hour earlier, an organization called Big Stick Network Gaming Company was doing everything it could to hold on to the last piece of land. Originally, they had a combat power of over 1,000 people and they could be considered a well-known organization in the area. However, suddenly they were attacked by a large group of disciplined and tactically skilled troops. In almost an instant, the Big Stick Company lost a vast amount of territory. In the end, their leader, Wang Tong, concentrated all their fighting power in a warehouse. They fought fiercely with the enemy for over half an hour. However, the enemy's firepower was too fierce for them to withstand. Considering the lives of himself and his brothers, Wang Tong gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. Damn it, surrender. Just as everyone was putting down their weapons and walking out of the warehouse with their heads down, something unbelievable happened. The opposing side was packing up, preparing to retreat. Wang Tong, fearing it was a trick, quickly found their leader, Xingchen. However, Xingchen's words left Wang Tong utterly speechless. We're off work now. If you want to surrender, do it tomorrow morning. If you delay my off time, I'll wipe you out. After a day's effort, Lu Ming's company experienced explosive growth in strength and finances. Originally an obscure, small company, it directly squeezed into the top 10 in Annam. Although they achieved victory, casualties were still unavoidable. Many of Xingchen's subordinates were injured, and many needed urgent medical attention. Everyone looked anxiously at Xingchen. What do we do? What do we do? We don't have a doctor. Here. Xingchen remained calm. Who says we don't have one? We have a top student from a medical university. Everyone, carry the injured and follow me. Institute of Human Organ Research. Lu Feng hadn't eaten for 2 days. He had suffered humiliation in this dark room. He originally wanted to cling to Lu Ming to steal Professor Huang's core secrets while also attaching himself to Professor Huang as his assistant, eagerly licking his boots. With these 2 kings and 4 twos, he thought he could never lose. But he encountered a master. Xingchen directly flipped his table. Lu Feng glared fiercely at the door. Xingchen, I will tear you to pieces. Then he looked at the armored iron door, comparable to a bank vault, and couldn't help but feel troubled. There was simply no way out. Lu Feng clasped his hands together and silently made a wish. If the heavens allow me to get out and see that kid Xingchen again, I would rather lose a kidney. Clang, the door was opened. Xingchen stood right in front of Lu Feng. Lu Feng was frozen in place. Sorry, heavens, I still believe in science more. Xingchen grabbed Lu Feng by the collar and pulled him out, directly throwing him into the crowd. This guy is a master's in surgical operations from a medical university. Everyone, let him perform surgery quickly. At this moment, a group of blood-soaked, fierce-looking soldiers surrounded Lu Feng. My Kuanzhong bullet is stuck. I hope you can help me suck it out. Hurry, we need surgery. Lu Feng, damn it, I said, university isn't for nothing, right? At this time, Professor Huang finally met the star he had been thinking about, Xingchen. So good to see you, Xingchen. I made a new discovery in my research today. What? New discovery? I found that using Wei Ji's mechanical kidney is better than Lu Wei Di Wan Wan. Xingchen's face was filled with black lines. What the hell? This old man has done nothing all day but research this? Professor Huang wore a proud expression. And I even wrote a paper and applied for a patent. Now, who in the academic world would dare to look down on me, old Huang? Ah ha 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 ha. Xingchen looked at Professor Huang. This old man was just idling around every day, truly having nothing to do. Could he contribute a bit to expanding the company's business? Suddenly, he discovered that Professor Huang had a certain medical talent. Professor Huang, how's your surgical skill? Professor Huang patted his chest. I'm a legitimate triple PhD in medicine, biology, and mechanics. Who do you look down on? Xingchen's eyes lit up. Professor Huang, we have many injured here, so I'll leave them to you. Professor Huang looked shocked. What? You want me to operate on this group of rough guys? He then saw a group of blood-soaked, menacingly injured patients. Hello, Professor, I have a bullet in my butt, I hope you can help me suck it out. Professor Wang, what the hell? Soon, Professor Huang and Lu Feng were dragged into the operating room by the severely injured. What awaited them was a night of heart-stopping surgery. Xingchen nodded happily. Great, this is what we call making the most of resources they can shine in their professional fields. I'm really so relieved. Xingchen said joyfully to Zhang Daba. Let's go to sleep first, and tomorrow we'll go hit him on 20 more hills. Zhang Daba, no way, I'm security, I have to work the night shift tonight. Xingchen, __. In Lu Ming's office, Lu Ming and Zhang Kai were having a meeting in front of a large screen. On the screen, a stern middle-aged man glared at the two of them. What's going on with you two? I've received 7 or 8 complaints today. Did you smash old Yang and old Ma's factory? Lu Ming was startled by the middle-aged man. No, it wasn't us, it was a kid named Xingchen who brought people to do it. Ah, right, that kid, he's simply lawless and reckless. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment. Is he your subordinate? Theoretically, yes. Well then, I order you to capture this kid tomorrow and bring him to me. I'll hand him over to old Jiang and old Ma to take the blame. As for the stuff and territory we snatched, not a penny will be given. Lu Ming suddenly showed a difficult expression. This, I'm afraid I can't do. Another routine scream broke the dawn of the company. Zhang Kai, dragging his exhausted body and wearing a dark expression, rushed towards the source of the sound. Screaming every day, can't anyone get a good night's sleep? With a bang, the door to Lu Ming's office was kicked open. Zhang Kai walked in with a dark face and saw a cold-blooded killer holding a sharp knife, looking menacing. Lu Ming was not dressed, covered in blood, with one ear cut off. What's wrong, Lu? Forget I came. Zhang Kai slammed the door shut again. Lu Ming struggled to run out but was always a step too slow, getting ruthlessly trapped inside by the heavy iron door. After Zhang Kai ran out, he let out a long breath. Phew, scared me to death, good thing I ran fast. Inside the room, Lu Ming's knocking continued. Zhang Kai, save me, Zhang Kai, save me. After a while, Lu Ming fell silent. Only then did Zhang Kai open the door and tremble as he walked in. Lu Ming had one ear cut off and the man in black was licking the blood off the knife tip. Zhang Kai swallowed hard and respectfully offered a cigarette. I didn't know the god of death, Linny, was visiting. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. The man in black curled his lip, took the cigarette Zhang Kai offered, and leisurely took a puff. Lu Ming, you attacked the surrounding forces without consulting the big boss. The big boss is very angry and sent me to warn you. Lu Ming covered his ear, looking aggrieved. Brother Lin, this really wasn't me. I just kidnapped a group of people a few days ago, and one of the kids led the charge. What? Lin Yi looked a bit confused. Don't talk nonsense. A kid who just arrived a few days ago, it's a miracle he wasn't taken out by you and he can still lead people to fight? Brother Lin. Really, if you don't believe me, ask Zhang Kai. Lin Yi turned to look at Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai was at a loss, turning to look at Lu Ming, indicating that admitting it would be very embarrassing. Just then, a mobilization sound came from outside the house. The three of them leaned against the window to look outside and saw a scene they could never have imagined in their lives. There stood Xing Chen on top of a truck, hands on his hips, as arrogant as could be. Beside him were Zhang Debao and Fei Fei, exuding an imposing presence. Comrades, although we have food and drink now, and there are lovely ladies, my millions of compatriots are still suffering. We must use our hands to liberate them. Please, follow me, embark on this journey, and strike down the evil capitalists. Strike down the wicked slave owners. Does everyone have confidence? Immediately, a deafening roar came from the crowd below. Yes. Good, let's set off. With a wave of his hand, Xing Chen led hundreds of trucks and thousands of soldiers, marching grandly towards evil. The three were dumbfounded. What the hell, you call this a newcomer? Lu Ming covered his ears, looking at Lin Yi with a face full of grievance. Brother Lin, did you see that? Ever since that kid got into fighting, he brings people to brawl every day, and the team keeps growing. It's almost become an army now. Lin Yi nodded sympathetically. I'm really sorry. I will report this to the big boss. Oh right, here's your ear back, we're even now. What? Just like that, we're even? Yeah, I took one of your ears and gave you one back, so we're even. Lu Ming. Just then, the office door swung open. Go Xingzi walked straight in. Manager Lu, Boss Xing said to take the Gatling back. We need it for the fight today. If you can't find anything tonight, just grab a cucumber to make do. With that, Go Xingzi dashed out the door, holding the Gatling. The three were left in a daze, letting the cigarette butt burn their fingers. At the Big Stick online gaming company, everyone stayed up all night fearing that Xingchen, that living hell, would launch a midnight attack and wipe them all out. Wang Tong even stood guard personally with his AK fully loaded. Thus, they endured a night of cold wind. As dawn broke, everyone looked at the sunrise and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Great, it's dawn. It seems that Kid won't come to attack. Wang Tong looked at the people in front of him, feeling a bit more confident. Boss Ma said that as long as we hold on for another 2 hours, reinforcements will arrive. At that time, we will take that kid and his lair down together. Everyone agrees, right? Yes. The morning sun shone on everyone's faces, radiating happiness. Suddenly, it seemed as if something blocked the sunlight, and darkness descended again. What's going on? Wang Tong was surprised. At that moment, a scout rushed in with a report. Not good, the living hell is back with his army. Everyone was shocked, their faces turning pale. Damn it, right on time at 8 o'clock. Boom boom boom. A simple, clear, and pleasant sound marked the beginning. Xing Chen's army had arrived at the entrance of the Big Stick online gaming company. Xing Chen, holding a loudspeaker, began to shout. Listen up, you devils inside, colleagues. Inside, it's 8 o'clock. Hurry up and get to work, please return to your combat positions quickly. If you keep this up, it counts as being late and your wages will be deducted. I'll give you 5 more minutes to return to the state before yesterday's ceasefire, otherwise we will commence indiscriminate bombing. Wang Tong was dumbfounded. Shit, he's quite particular. By the way, what was the state before yesterday's ceasefire? Someone with a good memory reminded him. Yesterday, you took the bitter tea, stuck it on a pole, and licked it while going to surrender. People say that work is over and you should come back tomorrow to surrender. They also said that if you delay their off time, they'll wipe you out. How embarrassing. Wang Tong's face was filled with frustration. Damn it, only you remember clearly. He glanced at the opposite side, then back at his own. Although the power gap was enormous, as long as they could hold on for another 2 hours, they could wait for reinforcements. It was still worth the effort. So he gritted his teeth. Let's do it. Colleagues, everyone follow me to take him down. Just then, the loudspeaker from Xingchen started broadcasting again. 2 minutes left. Those who surrender within 2 minutes will get their travel expenses covered, join the ranks, and receive a generous meal with extra chicken legs. Those who surrender after 2 minutes will be stripped of their dignity and left to fend for themselves. Wang Tong laughed heartily. Ha ha, I can't stop laughing, using such childish tricks. Wait, what are you guys doing? Bang. Ouch. Wang Tong was knocked to the ground by a subordinate and quickly tied up with ropes. Boss, I'm sorry, we're bringing a letter of surrender. It's not that we can't fight, it's just that surrendering is more cost-effective. Everyone follow me, let's surrender and get a meal. Surrender and get a meal. With a rush, everyone scrambled to run outside. Originally, everyone had been tricked into working here, and only a few of the main people really didn't want to surrender. Now that there was such a good opportunity, of course, they chose the unit with better food and treatment. Charge! I got here first, I'm surrendering first. Damn it, you're getting ahead of me, you surrender behind me or I'll wipe you out. Ouch, don't step on my foot. Everyone rushed forward, afraid that if they were a moment late, they would miss the chance to surrender and get a meal. After Xingchen finished speaking, he smacked his lips. Why does it feel like the atmosphere isn't as lively as yesterday? Did I not sleep well? Just then, the company's door suddenly swung open. Following that, thousands of people charged towards them like a death squad. Their faces were filled with murderous intent, as if one misstep would lead to being devoured. Xingchen was stunned. What the hell? I just shouted a few words. No need to come out and fight me, right? Brothers, let's talk it out. No need to fight. Hey! Just as Xingchen was about to pull out his Gatling for protection, he saw a wave of people kneeling in front of him. Boss, we surrender. Xingchen, what? In the time that followed, Xingchen's team went on a rampage throughout the abyss. Especially with that super Gatling. The firepower, the rate of fire, it was incredibly fierce. One person could match an entire squad. Now, as long as anyone heard about the Blue Flame Gatling, half of the forces in Annam City would surrender. Hundreds of power groups around, large and small, were swallowed up by Xingchen in just one day, losing a third of their numbers. The number of troops under his command was countless, and now the entire army had grown to over 20,000. There were more than 5,000 female soldiers alone. Xingchen could be said to be prosperous and wealthy, with plenty of resources. He looked at the endless line of troops behind him, like a dragon, and unconsciously began to sing a bold song. The long road stretches ahead, let me charge forth, with courage and passion. Hey, don't cover your ears. With one shout, 200 of his own troops suffered non-combat losses. Xingchen watched helplessly as over 100 people ran away. I can't take it anymore, it's too damn awful. Even dozens of people fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Hey, medic, quick! Give artificial respiration. Breathe my ass, let that old man wait, he still has 18 ladies in front of him. Xingchen was speechless. Hey, was it really that bad? More than 20,000 people on site nodded in agreement. Xingchen's face darkened, gradually overflowing from the screen. Up ahead is the largest black market for gutter oil in the world. Let's take them down. Xingchen quickly changed the subject to mask his embarrassment. Everyone looked up to see a massive black building standing on the mountainside. A huge crack separated the two armies. Only a small suspension bridge connected the two sides. Upon seeing this, everyone gasped. Damn, this thing looks like an iron turtle. How are we supposed to fight it? Exactly, and there's only that tiny suspension bridge. If we get halfway across and they cut it, we'll fall straight down the cliff. Everyone exchanged glances, indicating that they truly felt powerless this time. Xingchen checked the time, it was already 5:40. Don't worry, everyone will definitely be off work for dinner before 6. You're just blowing smoke. No matter how impressive you are, how can you guarantee we'll take down such a formidable fortress in 20 minutes? Xingchen smiled slightly and pulled out a thick, long Gatling gun. Hee, watch my special skill. He took a deep breath and shouted across. Listen up over there, I advise you to recognize the situation and surrender quickly, or I'll start shooting. Inside the Iron Turtle Fortress, the guards had long been standing on the castle's watchtower. Ha, what a joke. This guy has nothing and wants us to surrender. I can't stop laughing, only a fool would surrender. Their leader, known in the gutter oil world as the jade-faced little white dragon, Yu Longyu, stood at the top of the fortress grinning at Xingchen and the others. Hee, I want to see how you plan to flatten the hundreds of forces in a day and break my Iron Turtle Fortress. Someone, go cut the suspension bridge. A few big men quickly ran down and used their swords to sever the bridge. The entire suspension bridge swung down to Xingchen's side. Yu Longyu smiled and nodded. Hee, blowing up the bridge before the battle, I understand this tactic. Xingchen looked at the time, 2 minutes had already passed. He then picked up the loudspeaker and shouted inside. I'll give you 3 more minutes. If you don't come out to surrender, I'll start shooting. Yu Longyu also picked up a loudspeaker and shouted back. No need for 3 minutes, you can shoot now since you can't cross the bridge anyway. If I can't cross, neither can you, Xingchen replied. We don't need to cross the bridge. Alright then, to avoid delaying off work, I'll start shooting now. After shouting, Xingchen raised the Gatling gun. It was the familiar skyward mode. A massive energy cannonball shot into the sky, like a firework being launched. Everyone watched happily as the firework ascended, then suddenly exploded. Countless bullets rained down towards the Iron Turtle Fortress. Yu Longyu was caught off guard by Xingchen's move. He quickly ordered everyone to take cover inside the fortress. Bullets poured down like rain. Swish, swish, swish. They hit the castle's roof, sending up clouds of debris, and some bullets even penetrated the roof, striking the ground. There was basically no damage. Yu Longyu smiled slightly. Hee, do you know how much gutter oil I sold to build this fortress? Wait, gutter oil, damn. Just then, a little brother rushed over in a panic. Boss, not good, not good. The gutter oil warehouse is on fire. Yu Longyu's face instantly darkened. It was true that what one fears often comes to pass. Hurry and put out the fire. It's too late, the flames are too big, it's already spread to the fortress. Run! Yu Longyu, not believing in bad luck, insisted on going to take a look. But when he did, he was left dumbfounded. A massive fire had ignited, not just one gutter oil warehouse but all of them were ablaze. In an instant, the entire company was engulfed in gutter oil flames. Moreover, this thing burns brighter and brighter, and it can't be extinguished at all, unless it's completely burned out. Cough. Cough, cough. Damn, why does this thing smell so bad when it's on fire? Cough, cough, cough. Everyone scrambled to escape outside the castle. But here, halfway up the mountain, there wasn't much ground to stand on once they left the company and the castle. Damn it, am I going to be burned to death? No way, let's go to the other side. The fire can't cross the cliff. Right, let's go to the other side. Everyone jumped out of the castle all at once, like dumplings falling into water. Especially Yu Longyu, who jumped the fastest, leaping from the 10-meter-high castle without a hint of hesitation. We surrender. General, don't shoot. We're good citizens, really good citizens. With a rush, everyone ran towards the opposite side of the mountain. However, a century-old problem lay before them. The bridge is gone. Everyone glared at Yu Longyu, as if they were using their eyes to curse his ancestors for 18 generations. Yu Longyu smiled awkwardly. Hee, sorry, the bridge is gone. Just then, they noticed that the severed bridge was still hanging over on Xingchen's side. A clever one pointed out, great, we only cut off the bridge on our side, the one over there is still intact. As long as we find 2 long ropes and ask them to tie the bridge at the bottom, we can pull it back over and secure it, right? We can survive. Everyone suddenly realized, looking towards the remains of the big bridge, discovering that the suspension bridge was completely unharmed, and as long as they connected it, there was a chance to cross. Hey, people on the other side, We'll throw over 2 ropes. Can you help us tie the bottom of the bridge? Xingchen glanced at his watch, revealing a rather troubled expression. There's only 10 minutes left until we get off work. You know how annoying it is to get a task right before quitting time, and now no one wants to do it. The Grease army had a face full of black lines. Damn it, is a life more important or getting off work? Xingchen replied nonchalantly. Of course, life is important, but only mine. For others, getting off work is still more important. Just as the fire was about to reach the Grease army, Yulongyu could no longer sit still. Big brother, can I call you big brother? Just let us have a way out. Xingchen dug in his ear. No way, no way, who just said they wouldn't cross the bridge? Yulongyu directly knelt down. Big brother, I was wrong. There's a little wife I just married in the castle. 30-60 fishnet stockings, I'll give them to you as a foot masseuse, just save me. Xingchen's body shook. I'm the kind of person who naturally likes to do good deeds. Seeing you so pitiful today, I'll just casually save your life. By the way, are the fishnet stockings black or white? Everyone had a face full of black lines, gradually overflowing the screen. Then, under the astonished gaze of everyone, Xingchen patted the railing of the suspension bridge. Hey, buddy, don't droop, hurry up and stiffen up. The very bottom of the suspension bridge suddenly took off, stretching straight towards the 2 big iron pillars on the opposite side. Yulongyu and the others were dumbfounded. Damn, this thing is actually a high-level ability user. The 2 suspension bridges slowly flew to the big iron piles on the opposite side. Everyone scrambled to tie the suspension bridge back together with ropes. Then they rushed to the opposite side. Xingchen looked at his watch. 5 minutes left until we get off work. Anyone who hasn't crossed by then will blow up the bridge. The people on the other side turned pale. Damn, is getting off work really that important? More important than life. Everyone rushed to squeeze onto the bridge. Fortunately, the suspension bridge was sturdy enough and wide enough. It was just enough for everyone to pass through smoothly. Xingchen looked at his watch. When the last person crossed the suspension bridge, it was exactly 6 o'clock. Hon! The suspension bridge exploded on the spot, shattering into countless pieces. That's right, Xingchen had placed a flying little bomb buff on the bridge. Since the bridge had already fulfilled its mission, it was better to just blow it up. What about those black coal mines or black brick factories? They could all produce something and make some money. Only this black gutter oil factory truly had no need for transportation. Damn it, taking the gutter oil out would only harm others. It would be better to just set it on fire. Xingchen looked at the Yulong fish squatting in front of him and couldn't help but smile. We're off work now. Those willing to join the crew can follow behind. Then, with a wave of his hand, Xingchen declared, let's go, brothers, it's time to go home for dinner. Great, dinner. Mr. De, you really clock out on time. Amidst the cheers, everyone headed towards the Annam International Trading Company. Lu Ming had already arranged a large table of food. Linny and Zhang Kai sat nearby, preparing to talk to Xingchen. At this moment, Lu Ming raised a cup and addressed Zhang Kai. Ah Kai, later we'll have a chat with that kid Xingchen, and after that, I'll drop the cup as a signal and you can take him out. Zhang Kai glanced at the bullets in his gun. Don't worry, I'm a golden level expert after all. I was just startled by his Gatling gun earlier, but now I'm fully prepared to take him down. Linny watched the two. It's fine, I'll step in when the time comes. Lu Ming quickly put on a smile. Hey, brother Lin, you're so good to me. I've already got someone recording. When the time comes, we'll get Xingchen to spill the beans about him leading the team against other forces. This has nothing to do with me. Once I clear my name, we'll make our move. Alright, let's do it your way. The three exchanged sly smiles, their eyes filled with cunning glances. Just then, the main force returned. The mechanical roar filled the entire company, as if an earthquake had struck. Damn! Yesterday there were 3,000 people. Today, there won't be 30,000, right? With this kind of show, is he going to participate in an international war? Everyone looked out the window. They saw truck after truck transporting supplies, forming an endless line. The lights illuminated the entire company as bright as day. In the yard, piles of supplies loomed like mountains full of temptation. The three swallowed hard. Damn it, war really brings wealth. Just then, Xingchen and Zhang Debao walked in. Manager Lu, I heard you're treating me to a meal. That's great. Lu Ming smiled awkwardly. Yes, Xingchen, Debao, please sit down. We were just waiting for you. 2. The two took their seats and looked at the table full of delicious dishes, swallowing hard. It smells so good. I haven't had such a lavish meal in ages. Before he could finish, Xingchen and Zhang Debao began to eat voraciously. In no time, several dishes were completely devoured. Wow, this is really delicious. Hey, that chicken leg is mine. Don't snatch my lobster. They ate and ate, their cheeks puffed out. The food flowed like the Yangtze River, as they devoured it like a whirlwind, shoveling it into their mouths. Lu Ming and the others were left dumbfounded. Damn, are you two starving ghosts reincarnated? Linny quickly signaled to Lu Ming. Hurry up and get some information. If you don't, they'll finish eating and you still won't clear your name. Lu Ming suddenly realized and began to probe. Hey, Xingchen, how did it go today when you took the initiative? To go to war? Xingchen pulled out a chicken leg and poked the food in his mouth down his throat. Manager Lu, this wave was thanks to you. Lu Ming was confused. What do you mean it was thanks to me? I never commanded you to go to war. Xingchen raised a glass of juice. Manager Lu, I respect you. If it weren't for you guiding me, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. From today onwards, both Zhang Daba and I will fully assist you in rising to power. Under your leadership, we will make the company bigger and stronger, creating new glories. Lu Ming's expression changed instantly. He was still live-streaming for the big boss. His innocence had not been proven, and instead, it seemed he was directly rebelling on his own side. The big boss would surely chop him up. I can't afford to speak carelessly. I can't afford to speak carelessly. Lu Ming quickly blocked Xingchen's mouth. At that moment, Zhang Daba also picked up a glass of juice. Manager Lu, congratulations on simultaneously gaining a hidden dragon and a phoenix chick. Once we help you seize the territory, let's set off fireworks to celebrate. Lu Ming, what a sin. Xingchen and Zhang Daba enjoyed a delicious meal. The food on the table was devoured by the two. While eating, Xingchen gave a thumbs up, praising the new chef's excellent skills. Then, the two of them quickly ran back to the dormitory to sleep. Only Lu Ming and the other two were left in a state of confusion. Lin Yi was the first to react. Lu Ming, I now suspect that kid is dead set on following you. Lu Ming felt completely numb. Just now, no matter how they tried to extract information, those two kids only had one response. Lu Ming is my boss. I really want to thank their whole family. Just then, Zheng Kai brought over the video call for real-time reporting to the big boss. Manager Lu, the big boss wants to say a few words to you. Lu Ming's expression changed. He then shakily picked up the phone. Big boss, you've become even more handsome recently. On the other end of the line was a man with a nose as big as a cow. Damn it, Lu Ming. You little brat have grown wings, huh? I thought you really got tricked, but it turns out you were scheming all along, training those two kids to unify the underworld, right? I was going to protect you, but it seems unnecessary now. The three of us just discussed it. Tomorrow the joint forces will attack your base. You can handle it yourself. With that, he ruthlessly hung up the phone. Instantly, the faces of Lu Ming and the other two turned dark. Damn, that's it for us. Lin Yi slammed the table and stood up. Big boss, that's too much. I'm going back to persuade him to protect you. No more talking, it's dark and the road is long, farewell. Lu Ming grabbed Lin Yi's thigh. Brother Lin, you can't leave. If you go, who will protect me? My poor self, losing my ears at such a young age, and now I'm going to be attacked. Where can I seek justice? Lin Yi walked out. With a dark face, but with Lu Ming hanging onto his leg, every step was extremely difficult. Lu Ming, I'm going back to save you. Don't you have Zheng Kai to protect you? Hey, where did Zheng Kai go? Damn, that kid ran away. Hurry, chase him. 5 minutes later, the two looked at Zheng Kai, who had been caught and brought back. Zheng Kai, are you trying to run away? What are you talking about, Manager Lu? I, Zheng Kai, am the backbone of this company. How could I run away? I was just taking a stroll after eating. See, I'm back now, right? Lu Ming's face darkened as he lowered the gun he had pointed at Zheng Kai's forehead. None of us can leave. The three of them looked at each other, suddenly thinking of something. How about we take that kid out tonight? Good idea. I'll send someone to poison his room tonight. When he wakes up tomorrow, I guarantee he'll be a corpse, Lin Yi said. The three exchanged smiles. He. The next morning. Zheng Kai was awakened by a scream. He was dazed, flipping over and standing up. From Lu Ming's thigh. Which bastard is it today? Lu Ming was also startled awake. Don't go, let him do whatever he wants, let that kid stir things up by himself. Zheng Kai thought for a moment and agreed. The company was no longer under their control, so what was the point of stirring things up? The two turned over, wanting to sleep again. At that moment, Lin Yi walked over with a look of someone who was enjoying the gossip. Guess where that scream just came from? Lu Ming and the other had no interest. I don't know. It was from the girls' dormitory, Fei Fei's room. Lu Ming's face instantly changed. Zheng Kai, come with me. Zheng Kai, who said that? Let that kid handle it himself. In the girls' dormitory, Fei Fei's room. Xingchen was hiding under the blanket, trembling all over. What did you do to me, you pervert? Fei Fei stood at the door, looking completely confused. Dude, I woke up and you were lying next to me. Now you're the one shouting thief? Lu Ming pushed the door open. What's going on? Who bullied you, Fei Fei? I'll stand up for you. Then he saw a shameful scene. Xingchen was hugging the blanket with both hands, looking like a bullied little wife. Fei Fei had her hands on her hips, her face full of anger. Something's not right. When Xingchen saw Lu Ming coming over, he leaped onto Lu Ming. Manager Lu, you have to stand up for me. Then he pointed at Fei Fei. This wicked woman, she took advantage of me. Fei Fei's face instantly darkened, her whole body trembling with anger. Damn it, this is my room. Besides, what advantage could you possibly take? Then everyone looked at Xingchen. Seems like there's some truth to that. Lu Ming took Xingchen off him. Quick, tell me what happened. Xingchen scratched his head. Wasn't I drunk yesterday? I thought I'd find a comfortable bed to sleep in. I didn't even realize I ended up in this room. Suddenly he changed his tone. I didn't expect this dog woman to take advantage of me while I was drunk. Boo-hoo, I can't go on living. Fei was almost crying from anger. Damn it, look at you, you're dressed like Iron Man. How could I take any advantage? Xingchen looked down at his fully armed self. Hee, sorry, I forgot to take it off last night. Lu Ming and the others had dark expressions, not saying a word. Suddenly, they realized a problem. Xingchen is here, so who did we send to kill yesterday? Just then, a little brother ran over. Bad news, the manager Wang Longyu we captured yesterday has died from poisoning. Lu Ming and the others gasped. Damn, now we can't wash ourselves clean even if we jump into a cesspool. At that moment, a loud explosion was heard. Boom boom boom. The little brother ran back in. Bad news, Sun the Lame has colluded with over 200 other forces and is attacking. One bad news after another was making Lu Ming's heart race. Over 200 forces, how many people are we talking about? A total of 53,445 people. Instantly, question marks filled the air. Did you really count that? The group quickly arrived at the company gate and climbed up the newly built watchtower. Xingchen shook his neck, looking at the densely packed enemies in front of him, his eyes filled with endless excitement. Wow, this is great. I didn't expect that working a summer job would lead to a major military operation. This is just too awesome. Then he took out a loudspeaker. Attention everyone, prepare for battle. Activate Plan 213. Instantly, the entire company was in an uproar. Everyone was orderly arranging their formations as if they had undergone extremely professional training. Xingchen continued to command. Second group, maneuver to encircle and blow up the mountain road at the junction of Wangbatuzi and Dogzi village. Third group, fourth group, fifth group, engage head-on. Pancake group, provide long-range fire coverage. Riding Pancake group, stand by and prepare to charge into the enemy, disrupt their formation. In the end, he chuckled. Book carrying group, while they're not home, go raid their old home for me, send the men back on the spot, and the women, Lu Ming and the others were dumbfounded. They never expected that just a few days ago, this kid was still leading dozens of people in guerrilla warfare. Now he was commanding a large army. Moreover, he actually had some tactics. The enemy was already at the gates. They said it was at the gates. In reality, it was just Lu Ming's shabby company, with walls less than 2 meters high, a few small buildings, and several dilapidated factories. Sun Xiaozi was representing over 200 local lords, shouting, Ahem, Lu Ming, you are already surrounded. Now put down your weapons and surrender immediately, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, the army will rush in and tear you to pieces. Lu Ming was a bit tempted to surrender, but Xingchen pulled him back. Manager, are you really going to betray the brothers' sincere intentions? Lu Ming, Before Lu Ming could finish, Xingchen picked up a loudspeaker and started cursing. You, Sun Xiaozi, ungrateful scoundrel. Our manager Lu has spared you time and again, and you actually repay kindness with enmity by bringing people to attack us. Our manager Lu said, today, whether we die or not, even if we jump off the watchtower, we absolutely will not surrender. Our manager Lu also said, today we will break your good leg, and if we break both legs, we will break your third good leg. If we break it, your son will be surnamed Lu. Sun Xiaozi was almost driven mad. Wow, Lu Ming, you have no chance left, I declare war on you now. Lu Ming, I didn't say anything. Sun Xiaozi didn't care about that. Everyone, start the attack. Kill. Xingchen waved his hand. Brothers, let's go. Kill. Almost in an instant, the sound of artillery filled the entire area. Bullets rained down like raindrops, weaving through the battlefield. Shells poured down as if they were free, the explosive energy stinging Xingchen's face. Brothers, the little devils are almost done for, hit them hard. Everyone had a black line on their faces. How did it turn into little devils while we were fighting? Just as the enemy charged forward with superior numbers, Xingchen pulled out his Gatling gun, activated destruction mode again, and fired a firework shell. Countless bullets rained down, catching the enemy off guard, who covered their heads and ran back. Xingchen held the Gatling gun close to his chest and sprayed bullets at the enemy. The firepower was fierce, like a dam releasing floodwaters, directly overwhelming the enemy. Seeing the situation was bad, Sun Xiaozi quickly called his boss behind him. Boss Yang, the enemy's firepower is too strong, what should we do? On the other end of the line, Boss Yang's impatient voice came through. Damn it, with so many of you, you can't even take down Lu Ming's broken electric bomb company, useless. Sun Xiaozi also had a face full of grievance. Their firepower is just too strong. I'll give you one more day. If you still can't take it down, I'll break your third leg. Sun Xiaozi. The battle continued for more than half an hour. Both sides finally welcomed a brief respite. Xingchen sat on the running building, observing the situation across. This dog. Cripple, I didn't expect him to bring so many people to their deaths. Manager Lu, you go persuade them to surrender. Lu Ming shook his head like a rattledrum. What? I'm afraid. I won't persuade the enemy to surrender before my brains get blown out. Seeing that Lu Ming was unwilling to step forward, Xing Chen turned his head towards Zhang Kai. Kai, go, why don't you step up and handle this? Zhang Kai turned pale with fear, quickly expressing that he was injured, and even raised his arm wrapped in bandages. Look, I'm injured. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Manager Lu, look. Lu Ming turned his head away. Seeing that Zhang Kai was also unwilling, Xing Chen turned to Lin Yi. This unknown big brother, why? Don't you go? Lin Yi was dumbfounded. Hey, no, I'm just here to watch the fun, you can't ask me to go to my death. Xing Chen shot a glare at the three of them. I ask you, do you have any sense of responsibility? I'm just an ordinary employee, worrying about this and that every day, and look at you all, sitting there as leaders doing nothing. How can I say anything good about you? After saying that, Xing Chen turned his head and ignored the three of them. Seeing this, Lu Ming could only leave the watchtower in defeat. He prepared to go back to the office to rest for a while. On the way, he felt an endless sense of lament. Hey, what's wrong with this world? Why do I suddenly feel like I'm being oppressed by my employees as a manager? Just then, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. Manager Lu, our leader asks you to come over. What kind of dog leader? Let him come and invite me himself. It's Sun the Lame, leader Sunday, huh? Duong. Lu Ming felt a dizziness and lost consciousness. Back in the watchtower, Xing Chen continued to command the battle. Luin, everyone encircle from the back mountain, be ready to intercept at any time. Nian, go blow up the rocks at the top of the mountain and block the road down from the west. One climb. Just then, there was suddenly movement in Sun the Lame's camp. They saw Sun the Lame holding a gun, pushing someone over. Everyone focused their eyes and found it was Lu Ming. What the hell? When was Lu Ming kidnapped? Sun the Lame laughed triumphantly. Hey, you over there directing, listen up, Lu Ming is in my hands. If you don't want him to die, everyone come down and surrender. Everyone looked at Xing Chen, then turned to the poor Lu Ming, slowly closing their eyes. Rest in peace, Manager Lu. Xing Chen picked up the loudspeaker and shouted, Manager Lu, you're a manager. Trading for so many little karami is worth it. Manager, I'm going to fire for you, Erin Zhang. Seeing the situation was not right, Lu Ming quickly snatched the loudspeaker from Sun the Lame. Xing Chen, listen to me, we are relatives after all, don't do anything foolish. Relatives? What relatives? Seeing this, Lu Ming quickly explained, look, my girlfriend is Fei Fei. After the battle, I'll give her to you, then we'll be connected by legs. Everyone gasped. What the hell? There's such a way to connect relatives. If I turn back, I'll also connect with Zhu Zhang. However, what Lu Ming didn't know was that Xing Chen had one advantage. That is, he was not bound by morals. So, Manager Lu, don't say anymore. I know you're worried about your sister-in-law. Don't worry. After you leave, I'll take good care of her. Lu Ming, what the hell? I said it for nothing. No, let me finish. Lu Ming quickly interrupted Xing Chen, who was about to use the Gatling to shoot him. Sun the Lame saw this and pulled Lu Ming back. What the hell, Lu Ming, you're really ruthless. You'd rather sacrifice yourself than let your subordinates surrender. You really are something. No, it's not what you think. Damn it, I'm going to blow you up right now. Sun the Lame directly pressed the gun to Lu Ming's head. Seeing that Lu Ming was about to die, Xing Chen quickly shouted to stop. Don't, lame brother, wait a minute. Sun the Lame showed a smile. So it turns out, you were playing hard to get with me. Lu Ming, you really do have a conscience, don't you? Xing Chen put down the Gatling gun and picked up the loudspeaker again. Manager Lu, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? I can help you realize them. Lu Ming's mind began to race. He was about to die. What wishes had he not fulfilled? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. I want to be emperor. I can't fulfill that, pick another. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. I want to see the 5 endings of Longzhu 5 before I die. Xing Chen, how about we look into the emperor thing instead? Lu Ming's mood was terrible at that moment. He never imagined that he couldn't even fulfill such a small wish. Although it had been over 300 years since the last update, there was still hope for a little push for updates. Before he could finish his thoughts, Sun Xiaozi kicked him in the calf, knocking him down. Damn it, what kind of wish is that? If it were me, I'd wish for that girl to come back to life. What do you know? Have you even watched it? How the hell have I not watched it? The two argued back and forth. However, what they didn't know was that something bad had already infiltrated their ranks. Zhang Debeos quietly slipped into Sun Xiaozi's group with a team of people. Since everyone was part of a newly formed team, the comrades around them weren't particularly familiar with each other. Zhang Debeos and his crew were thriving in the chaos. He approached people and offered cigarettes. Big brother, smoke? Bro, come have a puff. After lighting up, Zhang Debeos began to educate them. Bro, you're from Huaxia, right? Yes, you are too, right? Yeah, how did you end up here? Ah, it's a long story. I went abroad to work to earn some milk powder. Money for my kid, but unexpectedly got scammed into a black spicy strip factory. You have no idea how tough those days were. Every day I stepped on spicy strips, and after that, they wouldn't even let me wash my feet. They say it preserves the original flavor, but now my feet smell so bad that even athlete's foot can't stand it. Zhang de Beos, _o? Big brother, have you thought about going home? Of course, I dream every day of scenes with my wife and kids. Zhang de Beos handed him a flyer. Big brother, the leader. Over there, Lu Ming risked himself to infiltrate the enemy to help us get home. Look, as long as we take down Sun Xiaozi and join the opposing company, we can go home. The Big brother's eyes immediately welled up, tears streaming down his face. Really? Omega, Zhang de Beos comforted the big brother. Of course. Yesterday we rescued tens of thousands, and some have already gone home to sleep with their wives. The remaining brothers stayed behind just to rescue you. Once everyone is out, we can all go home together. That's great. I've been waiting for this day. Zhang de Beos handed the man a stack of flyers. Big brother, quickly spread this good news to others and we can go home. The big brother grabbed the flyers eagerly. Okay, brother, I'll pass this on to my spicy strip co-workers right away. Zhang de Beos was filled with black lines, vowing never to eat spicy strips from the black factory again. Just like that, 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. Soon, the entire group was brainwashed. Now, all they could think about were 2 words: go home, go home. At that moment, Sun Xiaozi and Lu Ming were still arguing. Selling an 8H is the car a real man should drive. No, it's a non-fuel Wulong. Suddenly, the two realized something was off. It was unusually quiet around them, which felt a bit strange. Wait, something's not right. We've been arguing for so long, and nothing has happened? You just want something to happen, don't you? No, there should at least be some noise, right? It seems so. Let's go take a look. Sun the cripple brought Lu Ming back to his base. Then he was completely dumbfounded. Where's the team? Where are the people? Ha, ha, ha. The scene was a complete mess, with various supplies thrown all over the place, and not a single person in sight. Sun the cripple searched for a long time and finally caught a brother who was still there taking a break in the corner. He grabbed the man and lifted him up. Hey, I'm asking you, where's the team? The man, with thick eyebrows furrowed, looked extremely nervous, as if he had forgotten to do something important. With the sound of PU, the man's expression gradually relaxed. Leader, everyone went back to the company to pack their things, getting ready to go home. Impossible, there are many high-ranking officials in the team, how could they let them go home? Oh, you mean those high-ranking officials? They're over there. The man pointed his yellow hand towards the bushes. Sun the cripple followed the direction of his finger. In the bushes, a group of middle-aged greasy uncles were tied together with ropes, struggling. Sun the cripple almost lost his temper at the sight. Damn, a team of tens of thousands of people just ended up like this. Another day passed. Night gradually fell. Yet inside a small company, it was bustling with activity. Tables were set up, and the atmosphere was lively. The kitchen was set up right in the yard, with chefs cooking their best hometown dishes. Everyone was so happy, excited that they could go home. Xingchen was walking around with a cup, drinking with everyone he encountered. Brothers, after we finish this meal, tomorrow we'll attack the headquarters of the 3 major companies, and the day after tomorrow we'll be home. Voices of flattery echoed from below. Boss, mighty. Boss, domineering. Virtuous deeds. However, at this moment, Lu Ming and Sun the cripple quietly slipped in. They saw tables overflowing with food. The two hadn't eaten anything all day. How about we eat something? Yeah, let's eat a bit before getting down to business. They found a table that had just started serving and sat down. A circle of older women around them didn't seem to eat much. This made them quite happy. Wait and see, I'll dominate the scene. A waiter came over and dropped a box of cigarettes on the table. Lu Ming wanted to grab one, but a quick-handed older girl snatched it up, quickly placing it beside her and pressing it down with a lighter. Hey, I love smoking, sorry about that. Lu Ming looked at her, a bit dazed. At that moment, a dish was served, and just as Lu Ming and his companion were about to pick up their chopsticks, it was instantly devoured. Their chopsticks hovered in the air, not falling for a long time. It must not have gone well. Yeah, we'll come back next time. Another dish of pork knuckle was brought out. The two found the right moment and stabbed down with their chopsticks. However, someone even took the plate away. Their chopsticks poked the table, making 2 big holes in the pink plastic wrap. Immediately, a fierce plate-snatching battle erupted on the table. When the plate returned, only a big bone remained, with even the marrow sucked dry. Lu Ming and his companions stared at the big bone on the plate, lost in thought. Oil, oil, oil. Another dish of oil-braised shrimp was served. The two exchanged glances. Go! And so, dozens of chopsticks went wild in the plate. An older girl tore off a piece of the table cover plastic wrap, and with a flick of her hand, it turned into a plastic bag. Before anyone could react, almost half of the shrimp had already made it into her plastic bag. As she sealed the bag, she chanted a spell. Hey, I'll take some scraps home to feed the cat. Lu Ming and Sun the cripple were dumbfounded. I'm telling you, sister, we haven't even eaten enough yet. I thought this table would have the weakest combat power, but unexpectedly, everyone here is a top expert. Just then, Xingchen came over, swaying a cup in his hand. Manager Lu, Manager Sun, you're here too. The two instantly felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Xingchen, what do you want? Xingchen shook his cup, his face flushed. Brr. No worries, enjoy yourselves, we'll prepare to attack the 3 major companies tomorrow. Oh, by the way, you two need to settle the contribution money later. What? In Huaxia, at the headquarters of the otherworldly guardians. Zhang Er slammed the table in fury. This is outrageous. These human traffickers actually targeted my son. Tomorrow, we'll mobilize the entire army to eliminate these traffickers. The high-ranking members of the otherworldly guardians below were filled with righteous indignation. They are too arrogant, they must be eradicated. At this moment, Wu Qing stood up directly. Marshal, I, Wu Qing, am willing to take the lead in this operation. Good. Tomorrow morning, the entire army will strike. Before dawn, Zhang Kai woke up early. Although the situation was dire, his sense of responsibility kept him waiting for the first scream of the morning. Today I definitely won't be woken up because I'm already awake. Zhang Kai remained vigilant, waiting for that scream. However, the sun had already risen, and he still hadn't heard the scream. What's going on? Every day there's a scream, and today that I'm up, there's none? Suddenly, he noticed a naked man leering at him from his room. Zhang Kai's expression changed. Xingchen and the others had already gotten up early. Today was the final battle. As long as they defeated the 3 major conglomerates, they would unify the martial world and grow stronger. He. Xingchen raised the Gatling gun, lifting it above his head with one hand. Comrades, today is the great showdown. All the grievances and hatred you've suffered in the past will be settled today. Let's take them down. A deafening roar of shouts erupted from below. Take them down, take them down. Let's go. One by one, the troop transport vehicles roared out of the gates. They sped along the winding mountain roads. Xingchen and 2 other key figures sat in the front of an off-road vehicle, feeling extremely anxious. He looked out the window, watching the flowers, grass, and trees retreating rapidly. A rushing waterfall cascaded down from above, splashing onto the blue stones and sending up sprays of water. Below the waterfall was a tranquil lotus pond, the rippling water surprisingly calming Xingchen's tense heart. Suddenly, his gaze focused on a point. A very famous landscape poem burst forth from Xingchen's lips. In the lotus pond, the lotus floats, a male frog hugs a female frog's waist. The female frog lifts a leg, the male frog supports her waist. The driver, Zhang Daba, was instantly thrilled, no longer paying attention to the road, turning to look at Xingchen. Where? Over there, quick look. Oh, don't look anymore, it's over. Fei Fei glared at the 2 clowns. Can you two be a bit more serious? As a man, it's reasonable to like small animals, right? Xingchen retorted. But we're going to war. What are you doing tagging along like a little girl? Fei Fei crossed her arms, looking haughty. At this point, I won't pretend anymore. I'm revealing my true identity. I'm an undercover agent. Xingchen and Zhang Daba were instantly shocked. What the hell? You're an undercover? Daba, tie her up, put on leather clothes and torture her. Zhang Daba's eyes lit up. All right. Seeing the 2 staring at her with gleaming eyes, Fei Fei immediately gave each of them a smack on the head. Bang, bang. Hey, what are you doing? 2, I'll hit both of you for being so ridiculous. After finishing with them, Fei Fei felt unsatisfied and took a few more swings at Zhang Daba. What I mean is, I'm an undercover agent sent by the Huaxia Spirit Guard. My mission is to gather intelligence and cooperate with the army to wipe out the local black forces in one fell swoop at a critical moment. Xingchen was left in a fog. So you used the beauty trap and went straight into Lu Ming's room? Fei Fei's face instantly turned crimson. That was just a work requirement. Besides, Lu Ming is a useless piece of trash. He can't do anything. Xingchen scratched his head. You can't say that about Manager Lu. Once we take down Jiangshan, we'll have to crown Manager Lu as king. What? Fei Fei looked completely bewildered. Xingchen revealed a determined look typical of a worker. As a worker, I must think of the company as long as I hold my position. After saying that, Xingchen took out a rope. He directly tied Fei Fei up. I hate people like you who take a salary and still undermine company unity. I'll find a prison later and give you a good beating in a leather outfit. At this moment, Fei Fei's mind was in chaos. She had thought this kid Xingchen was a good young man fighting against evil. Who would have thought? He was just trying to grow stronger and bigger by taking down the entire Annam. Fei Fei glared at Xingchen. Let's just say, what would it take for you to betray Lu Ming? Xingchen pouted, wearing an expression of impossible, absolutely impossible. Manager Lu has treated me with great kindness. He can give me 20,000 a month for summer work, unless you increase the pay. Fei Fei exclaimed. Huh? Increase the pay? What the hell is going on in your head? Xingchen pulled out a watermelon knife and pressed it against Fei Fei's tender, fair neck. So, are you going to increase it or not? Yes. Don't do anything. I'll give you 50,000 a month. Fei Fei hurriedly replied. Only then did Xingchen put away the watermelon knife and untie all the knots on Fei Fei. Manager Fei, when are we going to take down that Lu Ming kid and make you king? Hey, Manager Fei. Don't look at me like that. I, Xingchen, am a person who values professionalism in this line of work. Get the hell out of here. The vehicle continued to drive. But on the car, Fei Fei's heavy breathing could be heard, filled with anger. From now on, you listen to my commands. Xingchen nodded seriously. Yes, Manager Fei. We have placed undercover agents in the 3 major companies, and according to their reports, all 3 companies have concentrated their forces at Nianshan Ridge. Our team will stop and camp near Nianshan Ridge, waiting for the Spirit Guard army to arrive at night for a double-sided attack to take down these beasts together. Both Xingchen and Zhang Daba were left dumbfounded. Can't we just attack directly? Why does it have to be so complicated? Of course not. Do you think the 3 major companies are like your ragtag group? The strength of the 3 major giants here is deeply rooted, built over decades. They have countless experts under them, just the diamond level ones alone number 3, and that's not something an army can handle. It requires top-notch experts. What do you have to fight them with? Fei Fei glared at Xingchen in anger. Xingchen scratched his head. 1. Diamond level might be manageable, but 3 could be a bit tough. Stop bragging, you, a silver level, can't even take on one of their fingers. At this moment, the driver Zhang Daba turned to look at the 2 of them. I can't take on a diamond level, but I think I, as a bronze level, can fight one. Fei Fei was almost going crazy. How can these 2 brainless idiots possibly take down 300 subordinate companies? She extended a snow-white index finger, slightly bent, and gave Zhang Daba a hard knock on the head. Boom! A loud explosion sounded from under the car. What's going on? Xingchen hurriedly said, Manager Fei, it was you who blew up Zhang Daba's head. Get lost. The explosion generated immense energy, flipping the off-road vehicle that the 3 were in, and one of them lost their balance and fell off the cliff. What the hell? It's a landmine. They buried landmines in advance. Are we falling down? It feels a bit like riding an elevator, but this elevator isn't this fast? You two, say less. Fei Fei seized the last moment to open the intercom. Everyone pay attention, we are under ambush. The command vehicle is damaged, everyone retreat 10 kilometers to set up camp. The battle below will be commanded by Deputy Commander Zhang Damio. After speaking, the off-road vehicle fell into the pond below the cliff. It splashed water high enough to send the male toad, who was hugging the female toad's waist, flying. Longxiang finally saw the sun today. The warm sunlight on his face felt like a gentle first kiss from a girl. Breathe. So refreshing. Just as he embraced the long-lost nature, a big sunflower seed hit the top of his head. Little brat, why aren't you patrolling properly? Longxiang looked aggrieved. Brother Chu, I'm just breathing some fresh air. Damn it, breathe after your patrol, or I'll break your legs. Longxiang's face instantly turned pale, and he silently followed behind the others, inhaling second-hand smoke. He regretted it. The Long family is one of the 4 great families of Huaxia. Although his father is just a branch patriarch, the family is still large and prosperous, with plenty of children. He really was just being foolish, not enjoying the summer vacation at home, not going out to meet girls. He had to experience the joys of the lower-class people's lives, learning to work summer jobs like them. Fine, work summer jobs if you must, but he had to listen to that dog Wang Tang's recommendation to work in the tow abyss. Now he was in deep trouble. As soon as he arrived at the Ma family group, a whole van of people was directly captured. He thought he could resist with his Tianjiao's silver-level strength. But then a few uncles in their 40s, who were at least gold level, gave him a good beating. If you have the ability, fight someone your own age, you old geezers. Longxiang thought viciously. After being beaten up, he was assigned to the company's black coal mine to dig coal. He dug for half a month, and now whenever he sneezed, coal dust would spray out. If he dared to resist, it would just be another beating. If it weren't for the recent news about a kid with the surname Lu raising a flag to rebel, needing them to go out to fight, he would still be stuck in the black coal mine digging coal. Longxiang sighed. I really hope to catch a prisoner, or something to earn some merit, so I can go back and have a good meal. Splash! A vehicle fell into the pond next to Longxiang, creating a 10-meter-high splash. The water splashed all over Longxiang. What the hell, this is my only coal-digging outfit. Longxiang exploded in anger, jumped into the water, opened the car door, and pulled someone out. I want to see who dirted my only work uniform. Before Longxiang could see clearly, Xingchen spat out a mouthful of water, splattering it all over Longxiang's face. Oh, a familiar face. Longxiang quickly wiped his face dry. Don't try to get close, I've definitely caught you prisoners. Oh, really a familiar face, Xingchen? Longxiang was stunned when he saw Xingchen. What are you doing here? Xingchen scratched his head. I'm here for a summer job. Hearing that Xingchen was also here for a summer job, Longxiang's gloomy mood instantly lifted. Wow, I didn't expect it. I didn't expect you to be tricked here too, huh? Longxiang laughed wildly, just like a big villain. Great, I'm not the only one suffering. Even the college entrance examination champion is here suffering. When we get into the Dasha War Academy in the future, I won't be the only one laughed at. Xingchen looked at Longxian with a look of disbelief. Well, it is indeed quite bitter. Eating big fish and meat every day has really made me sick. There are too many beautiful women around, and every day they put on makeup. It's suffocating. Don't mention it, it's too bitter. Stop being modest, Xingchen. If you're feeling bitter, just tell me. I won't laugh at you, ha 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 ha. Just then, Fei popped out of the car. The wet bodycon dress clung to her, making her snow-white curves even more pronounced. Longxian was dumbfounded, pointing at Fei. This? Xingchen, who is this? Xingchen reached out and patted Fei's. She was my sister-in-law before, now she's my manager. Longxian couldn't hold back anymore, stomping his feet in anger. Ah, why is your manager a beauty? My manager is a greasy old man in his 50s, always smiling at me with ill intentions. Just then, Chu Feng, who was on patrol nearby, looked over. Longxian, what's wrong? Brother Chu, we've spotted 3 enemy troops, let's capture them. Bring them back. And detain them. Alright. Longxian turned and glared fiercely at Xingchen. Damn it, you little brat, you have your day today. Even though you've become the beauty manager's sidekick falling into my hands today, I won't let you go without asking you 100 times. Hee. Fei turned to look at Xingchen. Do you know this pervert? No. Longxian? The scene shifted. The 3 had already been locked up in the prison of the 3 giants. Though it was called a prison, it was actually just a regular warehouse temporarily converted. Xingchen looked at the huge warehouse filled with many waste cardboard boxes and broken tables and chairs. His eyes were gleaming with greed. Trash. It's all trash. How much can I sell this for if I take it back? Longxian sat on a stool outside, crossing his legs. A trash collector is just a trash collector, never going to rise in status. Just then, Chu Feng, who had been patrolling earlier, walked in. He directly pulled out a key and handed it to Fei. Fei, there were too many people just now, and many experts. I didn't dare to expose myself. Now I'm giving you the key. Take the chance to escape when things get chaotic. Fei grabbed the key. Chu Feng, they'll suspect you. It's fine, as long as I can hold on until tonight and cooperate with the Spirit Guard army to break in, we can be rescued. You guys, go first, you still need to go back and command the battle. Longxian was confused. Brother Chu, what's going on? Chu Feng didn't avoid Longxian. I've checked the information. You once applied to be an intern with the Spirit Guard, and now is your time to contribute to the people. You've been approved. Longxian felt a bit pleased. Brother Chu, are you saying you're an undercover agent for the Spirit Guard? Smart guy, I'm also a small team leader of the Spirit Guard, Chu Feng said proudly. Then he pointed at Fei. This is my teammate Fei, also an undercover agent, but she's in Lu Ming's company, and we've been in contact secretly. Chu Feng pointed at Xingchen again. This is the famous General Xing. He led everyone in the uprising and formed an army of nearly 100,000 people in just a few days. Xingchen scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Ah, it's all because the brothers trust me. What? Longxian exclaimed, his jaw dropping in disbelief. You mean to say you're that Lu Ming's top general, General Xing? You haven't suffered a bit since you came here. Xingchen, I said long ago, the food here is rich and a bit greasy. Your company is better. Look, you've only been here a few days and you've successfully lost weight. Longxian felt like he wanted to die at that moment. Damn it, we're all out here doing summer jobs. How come the treatment is so different? Chu Feng quickly interrupted him. Longxian, stop shouting. What if someone comes over later? He turned his head and grabbed Fei's hand. Fei, you all hurry and go. Command the operation, I'll handle the rest. Just as Fei was about to agree, Xingchen suddenly interjected. Brother Chu, it's not easy to get in here, so I'm not leaving. Xingchen flashed a smile reminiscent of the Hulk. I want to stir things up. On Mianshan, the 3 major conglomerates were connected, almost forming a small city. Yet, during this extremely special period, the streets that should have been bustling with activity were nearly deserted, because the vast majority of people had been pulled to the front lines to fight. The others were hiding in their homes. At this moment, a few figures emerged quietly from the streets. They scurried like large rats across the road. Ouch! Xingchen, you stepped on my foot. Longxian whispered. Sorry, these shoes are too big for me, they don't fit well. Xingchen, stop making noise, what if we get discovered? Fei, look, there's no one on the street. Xingchen, then we should count as people, right? Zhang Daba. The few of them bickered while running towards the headquarters of the Nyoma Yang 3 major groups. That's right, they were about to carry out the legendary, mysterious, and domineering decapitation operation. By the way, do you know the way? Fei, I don't know, what's up? Xingchen, Longxiang is a local, he should know the way. Zhang Daba, I was locked up in the black coal mine for half a month, it's hard for me to know the way. Longxiang, whoosh, a sudden break. The few of them collided into a pile of meat patties. If you don't know the way, why are you running around? Fei, I don't know either, I'm just following along. Zhang Daba, I thought Longxian, this rebellious kid, would know. Xingchen, I was locked up in the black coal mine for half a month, it's hard for me to know the way. Longxian, the few of them looked at each other, wide-eyed in silence. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. A few special forces. Soldiers were deep behind enemy lines, ready to carry out a mysterious and domineering decapitation operation. But just when everything was ready and they were about to pull out their big sticks to take down the enemy leader, they found themselves lost. Fei, what do we do now? Zhang Daba, I don't know. In situations like this, I usually listen to Xingchen. Longxiang, I'm just here to tag along. Without you guys, I'd be quite happy mining coal in the black coal mine. Xingchen, don't all look at me. How about we ask someone for directions? The other three, are you tired of living? Then, the group fell into an awkward silence. A gust of wind blew by and a few black dots appeared in the sky. Suddenly, Xingchen's eyes lit up and he waved his hand at the others. I have an idea. Fei, you don't know the way. What idea do you have? Zhang Daba, I told you Xingchen is reliable. Longxiang, come on, you haven't been here as long as I have. Xingchen smiled mysteriously. Our ancestors passed down a secret method that can help find the desired destination even when one doesn't know the way. Fei, is there really such a magical secret method? Zhang Daba, I told you Xingchen is definitely reliable. Longxiang, come on, what secret method could you possibly have? Xingchen gathered everyone together, forming a circle of 4. Then he walked to the center of the circle and pretended to be mysterious as he spun around. With full yang energy, gathering the winds and waters, ancestral secret method, quickly reveal your power. Before anyone could understand what he meant, Xingchen directly took off one shoe and threw it high into the air. Ancestral secret method, throwing shoes. The others looked up at the shoe. Flying in the air, their faces filled with big question marks. Smack! The shoe hit Longxiang's face directly and then fell to the ground with a thud. Xingchen happily walked over to the shoe. Great, the toe is pointing east, let's head east. Everyone was left speechless. Your ancestral secret technique is just throwing shoes, huh? The shoe god will guide our direction, don't worry. Fei's face was filled with black lines, indicating her disapproval. Longxiang, with a face full of shoe prints, expressed his disbelief. Just then, Zhang Debao suddenly exclaimed, wow, we can actually use navigation here. What? The others were confused and turned to look at Zhang Debao's phone. A remarkably clear map was displayed on the screen. Green routes were clearly marked, even the traffic lights and pedestrian paths were indicated. At the destination's end, the headquarters of 3 companies was clearly shown on the phone, almost as if a car was about to come pick them up. Moreover, the route indeed led east. Xingchen shouted, I told you. Our family's ancestral skill wouldn't be wrong. Forget it, no point in complaining, let's go. Thus, they set off on their beheading mission. After much hardship, about a 10-minute journey later, Xingchen and the others finally arrived at the foot of the headquarters building. At this time, it was a special period, and the number of security guards at the entrance far exceeded usual. Especially at the entrance of the Ma group, there were over 100 security guards. This left the group in distress. Fei, how are we supposed to get in? Longxiang, I'm just a coal miner. Zhang Debao asked Xingchen, he has an idea. Xingchen, has everyone played cosplay? The others, I haven't played cosplay, but I've played cos. Xingchen grinned. He pulled out some props and uniforms from his spatial backpack. Xingchen and Zhang Debao carried a ladder, while Longxiang held a toolbox and a drill. The 3 of them walked straight in. Fei, what about me? Xingchen turned around and pointed at her outfit, a delivery yellow robe and a short skirt. You wear that. Wearing a delivery outfit will make it even harder for the security to let me in. Xingchen grinned again. Trust me, it will be fine. After saying that, the 3 of them, tools in hand, walked towards the building entrance. What are you doing? A small leader asked. Big brother, we're here to fix the elevator, just having a smoke, Xingchen said while distributing cigarettes to everyone. The security chief took the cigarette and immediately became amiable. Even in a fight, you don't forget to fix the elevator, truly a good example for workers, go ahead. The 3 of them swaggered through the main entrance. By this time, Fei had already put on the delivery outfit and was nervously walking inside. However, the security guards all looked at her with knowing eyes, saying nothing. Fei felt a bit puzzled and quietly walked further in. She grew increasingly anxious and tense. Hey, aren't you going to ask what I'm doing? The security guards burst into laughter. With someone like you? We get dozens of them in a day, just go on. We all understand, we understand. The office building was brightly lit. People were coming and going inside. Every intersection had armed guards. There were also many patrolling personnel who had to patrol the entire building every 5 minutes. The 3 of them wandered around the building with the ladder, as if entering a no man's land. Big brother, want a smoke? Sure, thanks, brother, I have some here. Big brother, who are we to each other? Smoke my huazi. Xingchen almost offered cigarettes to everyone he saw, greeting them as he went. As they walked, they spotted an elevator. At the elevator door stood a fierce-looking man with a beard. Xingchen quickly approached him. Big brother, want a smoke? The bearded man shot him a glance, his expression filled with confusion. Who are you? Xingchen patted his shoulder. It's me, big brother. Last time we had dinner together, I even toasted to you. The bearded man's face was a canvas of question marks. It's you, brother. Hey, long time no see, long time no see. Let's grab a meal sometime. Xingqian's eyes lit up. Big brother, I'm free tonight. How about we eat something? The bearded man was speechless. Damn it, not knowing when he's free means he's not inviting me. Meeting someone like this is really frustrating. I don't have time tonight. Didn't you see the guard? The bearded man replied discontentedly. Xingqian scratched his head. Sorry big brother, then how about tomorrow? I'm free then too. The bearded man's face darkened. Let me put it this way, I'm busy all week. What about next week? Are you leaving or not? Don't push, big brother, I'm leaving. Xingqian hurriedly grabbed the ladder and took the elevator straight up to the higher floors. Suddenly, the bearded man seemed to realize something. Damn, didn't the boss say that no one can use this elevator without orders? What the hell do we do now? The three of them let out a long sigh in the elevator. They didn't expect it to be this easy to sneak in. Xingqian, where should we go next? Xingqian scratched his head. I've never been in here, how would I know? Longxian was directly speechless. You don't know you brought us up here to die? Hey, don't say that. I have a way. What way? Don't tell me it's throwing shoes again. We can catch a tongue and ask. A tongue? The three of them chuckled. Why not catch a female tongue and ask? The elevator doors slowly opened. Several guards with guns were already waiting there. What are you doing? It's me, your second aunt's cousin's fourth uncle's brother. The big man was almost burning with confusion, not knowing what to call Xingqian. Xingqian patted him. Hey, I'm a generation older than you, just call me uncle. What? The man looked visibly puzzled but didn't dare to act rashly. Uncle, what are you doing here? Xingqian patted the ladder in his hand. Well, the big boss's office air conditioner is broken, we're here to fix it. Uncle, we need to report to the higher-ups. Report my ass, does your uncle not look like a good person? I came to fix the air conditioner when you weren't even at work. After saying that, Xingqian took the two of them and walked down the elevator into the hallway. Only the big man was left. Standing there, feeling the cold wind, his face full of confusion. Suddenly, a little brother asked him, Big brother, your uncle looks pretty young. Cousin. The three of them exited the elevator and walked forward. Suddenly, they spotted a man and a woman patrolling in the distance. The man was tall and thin, fair-skinned. The woman had a slender figure, her career was mediocre, but her noble aura was undeniable. Xingqian's eyes immediately brightened. Let's choose these two for the tongue. Longxiang nodded happily. Zhang Debao nodded excitedly. Just then, Xingqian pulled out 3 goblin brand bone clubs. He handed one to each of them. This thing has a high dizziness rate. Just hit them a few more times later and they'll definitely be knocked out. Alright. *2 So the three of them hid in a dark corner, waiting for the two to patrol back and forth, ready to strike with a single blow. The man and woman reached the end and indeed turned back. The three of them crouched in the corner, keeping their eyes on the target, listening to the footsteps, preparing for a decisive strike. The man and woman seemed to be chatting about something. The man said, Damn it, it's all your fault for insisting on taking a summer job. The woman retorted angrily, If you hadn't insisted on competing with me, would I have come to work a summer job? The man refused to back down. If you weren't working a summer job, would I have come along with you? It's all your fault, all your fault. It's your fault, your fault. The two bickered while patrolling. Just as they turned a corner, suddenly, 3 thugs sprang out from the shadows. They raised their large bone clubs high and then brought them crashing down. The two felt a wave of dizziness above their heads, as if their skulls were exploding with pain. The key was that before they could react, the clubs were raised again and came crashing down once more. Bang, bang, bang. A frenzied barrage of blows. Ouch, ouch, stop hitting. I was wrong, isn't that enough, big brothers? The man pleaded. However, the three didn't hear him at all, swinging their clubs with gusto. Long Xiang's club had struck so many times that beads of sweat were forming on his forehead. Xingqian, didn't you say the dizziness rate is extremely high? Why aren't they fainting yet? Xingqian was also a bit puzzled. The club in his hand was wildly swinging down. No, before the dizziness rate was very high. Could it be that today is the day of the non-entity? Zhang Daba was getting a bit tired from swinging. I can't do it anymore. The three had been hitting for nearly 3 minutes. Only then did the two finally lose consciousness. Xingqian let out a sigh. Oh my, these two have an incredibly high resistance to dizziness. Due to the commotion earlier, another patrol team had already rushed over. Xingqian and the others suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. They raised their large bone clubs again, preparing to deliver a fatal blow as soon as the two approached. The scene was terrifyingly quiet yet chaotic. Only the sound of thudding footsteps and the pounding hearts of a few echoed. In the corridor. They're about to turn the corner. Everyone get ready to fight, Xingqian said. Don't worry, my club is already itching for action, Long Xiang replied. 3, 2, 1, go! The three suddenly charged out from around the corner, their clubs raised high in the air. The two opposite them had already swung their weapons. Clang! The weapons clashed with a loud sound. Then everyone froze in place. What the hell? It's familiar faces again. Damn it, did we just get our venue booked? The man and woman who rushed over were none other than Yi Chen and Ling Yusen. Stop, everyone stop. Yi Chen hurriedly intervened. The others quickly retracted their weapons, awkwardly exchanging glances. Then, they all sighed deeply. Sure enough, you all came. Yi Chen glanced at the large club in Xingchen's hand. Xingchen, have you seen Ling Qinghan and Wu Yuyu? Xingchen suddenly froze. I haven't seen them. Why? They're patrolling on this floor too. I just heard their screams and came over. The corners of Xingchen's mouth twitched. Oh. I just saw a few bad guys with big clubs knock them out. I was about to rush over to help when you guys arrived. Xingchen said. Right, that's it, Long. Xiang added. After they finished, they jumped out the window to escape. Right from that window, Zhang Daba pointed. Only then did Ji Chen and Ling Yusen see the two and hurried over to check on their condition. What the hell? They saw Ling Qinghan and Wu Yuyu lying on the ground, twitching and foaming at the mouth. They had large lumps on their heads, stacked one on top of the other, forming long, meaty horns. Everyone gasped in admiration. As expected of the talented ones, even their horns are so prominent. Then, the group quickly moved into a spacious little black room. Eyes met, and no one spoke. On the ground lay two prodigies, still frothing at the mouth. Xingchen nudged his lips. Zhang Daba understood his meaning immediately. He stepped forward, slapped both of them across the face. The two, in pain, finally woke from their stupor. Ling Qinghan was taken aback to see Xingchen and the others. Xingchen, what the hell are you doing here? Xingchen scratched his head. Just now I saw 3 people beating you up. Without a second thought, I rushed in and scared them off. Look, my hands are all scraped up. After saying that, Xingchen extended his hand for Ling Qinghan to see. Ling Qinghan twitched his mouth. Big brother, could you hide that big bone club before saying that? Hey! Wu Yuyu held her aching forehead. I mean, you could have just hit them once. Why did you have to hit them so many times? Well, please don't mind those details, airport sister. You son of a... Hey, that's the ankle. A flurry of chatter ensued. Once everyone calmed down, they finally began to analyze the situation at hand. It turned out that they had all received summer job offers from that scoundrel Wang Tong. They had directly signed up for the job on the Nyoma Ji Pin app. Ultimately, they ended up in this strange place, becoming a Nyoma. If it weren't for Xingchen and the others rebelling, the company would still need manpower. These prodigies would still be shining in their dark, dreary jobs. What do we plan to do next? Long Xiang asked. Xingchen patted his chest. Today, we will carry out a beheading operation. We'll take out their leader directly and make our manager Fei the king. Then I'll be the great general. Then, Xingchen pointed at Ling Qinghan. You will be our national advisor. Then he pointed at Zhang Daba. You will be the prime minister. Xingchen pointed at Lin Yusen. You will be the goddess of the nation. Then he pointed at Wu Yuyu. You can just be the chief steward. Wu Yuyu's face was filled with black lines. Delta, why am I the chief steward? Because that way, you won't have to cut anything. Wu Yuyu spat out a mouthful of old blood. Long Xiang jumped up happily, pointing at himself with both hands. What about me? What about me? What am I? Xingchen looked at him for a moment. You are? You are our country's mascot. What? Xingchen was about to point at Yi Chen when Yi Chen shook his head wildly. Forget it, just make me the finance minister. After a round of arguments, they finally sorted out the positions after the establishment of the country. The beheading operation officially begins. Under Ling Qinghan's lead, they headed towards the top floor. At this moment, the general managers of the 3 major companies were all huddled in a mysterious room, directing the course of the battle. Xingchen and the others arrived at the elevator on the top floor. Several silver-level guards were stationed there. The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing the handsome faces of Xingchen and the others. What are you doing? Didn't they know that the top floor was off limits? Xingchen took out a cigarette and started smoking. Big brother is smoking. Big brother is smoking. Get the hell out. The big boss has orders. Anyone who enters the top floor without permission will be killed on the spot. After saying that, they were about to make a move. Big brother, wait a minute. Xingchen directly interrupted them. Any last words? Xingchen suddenly pointed behind them. Look, black silk. The guards instantly turned around. However, it was empty. Before they could react, several large hands had already pulled them into the elevator. The elevator doors slowly closed. Inside, sounds of clattering and shouting echoed. Wait for the elevator doors to open again. Xingchen and a few others had already changed into the special uniforms of the top floor warriors. Now we're good to go, let's head out for the beheading. Ling Qinghan quickly interrupted. But this isn't enough to enter the most confidential meeting room. What do we need to do to get in? Xingchen asked. Only a few absolute trusted experts and the delivery personnel can enter that meeting room. Delivery? Ling Qinghan smiled slightly. At this point, I need to find another old acquaintance of ours. The group groped their way through the vast top floor. Finally, they arrived at a heavily guarded kitchen. The chef is right inside there, Ling Qinghan said. I don't know any chefs, Xingchen scratched his head. You do know one, and very well. I know an old chef named Wang, but he seems to have been blown up. Just push the door and you'll find out. Creak. The mysterious door swung open. A beam of light from the kitchen shone on Xingchen's face. A face so familiar it was almost uncanny appeared before them. Holy crap, Xiao Longxia. Turned to look at Xingchen, tears welling up in his eyes, and they flowed down instantly. Brother Yi, you finally came to save me. Then he lunged forward, hanging onto Xingchen's thigh. His big face kept rubbing against Xingchen's thigh. No, don't do that, Xingchen said, shaking his leg while pushing Xiao Longxia's face away. Don't do this, bro, I don't like guys. Just then, another chef spotted Xingchen and the others. What the hell are you doing? Oh crap, we've been discovered. Xingchen charged forward with a massive bone club. Before the chef could react, he was knocked out with a single blow. Bang! Done! The group instantly took control of the kitchen. So, what do you think? Should we poison the crayfish? Everyone looked at each other, then glanced at the large pot of crayfish, all revealing lewd expressions. Xingchen pulled out a sack of laxatives from his spatial backpack and placed it on the ground. Everyone's mouths twitched. Why the hell do you have so many laxatives? Zhang Daba slowly walked over to him. I tend to get a bit constipated. What the hell? Constipated, and you eat this? This stuff is potent. The group exchanged smiles. Add some. Xingchen hoisted the sack and poured it into the pot of crayfish. Then, he took out another sack of aphrodisiacs for sows from his bag. He. Add some. This stuff is fun. Hurry up. What other good stuff do you have? Don't hide it. Xingchen scratched his head and pulled out a bag of urea fertilizer from his backpack. Why are you bringing fertilizer? When you go out? I thought, what if one day I need to do some farming? Better safe than sorry. Everyone had a black line on their faces. Add some. How about 2 bottles of paraquat? Add some. Hey, I also have a bottle of expired rat poison. Wait, does rat poison become more toxic or less toxic when it expires? Hey, who cares if it's toxic? Add some. What else? Xingchen rummaged through his backpack. I have a jar of 1982 Laogan Mut chili sauce. What the hell? How? Do you have 1982? I collected it. Get some, add some good stuff for the bosses. 1973 cola. Add some. 1964 tea leaves. Add some. 1959 pesticide residue. 28 years of snake venom wine. 13 years of Lu Wei Di Huang Wan. 7 years of Wang Ji and limited edition stinky tofu. 2 years of bloody sanitary napkins. Add more, just keep adding. Everyone wanted to add a little bit of everything. In short, the main theme was either expired or something good. Xingchen emptied his backpack, even adding a lump of goblin dung into it. Finally, Zhang Debao contributed his year's unwashed original stinky socks. This formed the soul of the spicy crayfish. At this moment, the crayfish in the pot had already turned green. Xiao Longxia took out a large iron shovel and stirred it in the big pot. When he took it out again, the large iron shovel had turned into just a wooden stick. A few people's expressions changed slightly. I mean, with so much added, can it taste good? It should be okay. Why don't you give it a try? Xingchen picked up a crayfish and offered it to everyone. Instantly, everyone moved far away from him. Forget it, I'm afraid my periodic table will be full. Xiao Longxia scooped the crayfish into a glass bowl. Because glass is more corrosion resistant than metal, it barely withstood this powerful energy. Just then, the door was knocked on with a thud. Hey, kid, is the crayfish ready? It's done, it's coming right up. Xiao Longxia slowly walked to the door with the crayfish. Then he swallowed hard. No way would anyone actually eat this. A big man reached out an arm and took the crayfish away. Kid, be honest with me, make another pot of garlic crayfish. Xingchen and the others were startled to see the big man take the crayfish away. Wait, didn't he see that the crayfish is green? It's fine, he's colorblind and can't tell the difference. Not long after, a miserable wailing echoed in the hallway. Damn, this crayfish, it's too delicious. Also, Xingchen and the others hurried outside to check. They saw 7 or 8 people in high-end guard uniforms lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Among them, the strongest golden-level brother reached out a hand, trying to grab Xingchen's ankle. It seemed like something was stuck in his throat. Help me. Then with a gurgle, he fell silent. The group quickly cleaned up the scene, dragging the guards who had stolen the crayfish to an empty room. Then they changed into the guards' clothes. They reserved a plate of crayfish. Using a brush, they painted them with red paint. They disguised and plated them again. One by one, the lively crayfish appeared on the serving platter. Let's go, we'll take it to the bosses. Will this work? Just watch, I guarantee these crayfish will taste good. the group finally pushed the cart to the mysterious conference room door. Bang bang bang. Delivery of crayfish. Come in. The huge steel door, as massive as a bank vault, swung open. Shingchen and the others finally saw the scene inside. In the enormous conference room, thousands of people were in uniform. It looked like a super luxurious clubhouse. A swimming pool, a ballroom, a sauna with billiards, and even a small golf course. Damn, this is way too big. Wu Qing led the vanguard team to the area of the quilt gang long ago. Thousands of otherworldly warrior soldiers were fully armed, ready for a special operations. Ambush. Wu Qing looked at the map. Over this mountain, there's a black coal mine, led by a guy named Sun Qiezi. It's said that this Sun Qiezi is a villain, with hundreds of subordinates and hundreds of guns, quite difficult to deal with. Later, we'll act according to the plan. We must chew down on this tough bone. The otherworldly warrior soldiers stood tall, their eyes hard and powerful. Don't worry, Captain, we will definitely do our best. Good. All teams, prepare to take action. We must capture the black coal mine within 3 hours. Charge. 3 minutes later. At the ruins of the black coal mine headquarters, Wu Qing looked at everyone with a dark expression. Where the hell is the black coal mine? Where are the people? Where's that crippled son? Report Captain, it seems this place has been bombed before. There's not a single person to be found now. Wu Qing gasped. Which lunatic actually stole my credit? Let's go, we'll head to the next stop, the Black Brick Factory. 30 minutes later, Wu Qing and the others stood on the ruins of the Black Brick Factory, staring at each other in disbelief. Hey, it's not our fault. Did we come here for nothing? How could it be destroyed again? Next place. And so, Wu Qing's team began to explore. Continuously. Time and again they came up empty. Either the site was completely deserted or the entire company had turned into ruins. Hey, at least let me rescue one or two compatriots. Damn it, can someone just show up so I can hit them? Just then, Wu Di pulled out a map. Look, Captain, the next stop is a very powerful black grease factory. It's said that factory is built halfway up the mountain, easy to defend but hard to attack. It absolutely cannot be wiped out like this. Wu Qing smiled slightly. This black grease factory must still be intact. Let's go a charge. Charge. 30 minutes later. Looking at the black grease factory reduced to ashes, Wu Qing fell into deep thought. Damn it, which brother did such a good deed? In the luxurious conference room, Xing Chen and a few others pushed a plate of red and green crayfish towards a group of big shots. They were incredibly nervous. Big brother, smoke. Xing Chen hurriedly offered a cigarette to a bald big brother. The bald man swatted the cigarette away with a slap and stomped on it heavily. Don't you know what occasion this is? Xing Chen quickly picked up the cigarette from the ground and shoved it into the bald man's mouth. Wasting is shameful. The bald man's veins bulged on his forehead. You damn. He was about to reach out when a big shot next to him shot him a glare. The bald man immediately froze in place. Bring it up, the big shot commanded. Xing Chen and the others brought the crayfish up, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The crayfish was placed on the table, directly occupying the center of the luxurious dishes. The big shot extended a hand, making a gesture of invitation. Come on, this is the best crayfish in the world that I've been telling you about. Everyone, come and taste it. Seeing this, Xing Chen and the others quickly left the room. After they left, the big shot shot a glance at the bald man from earlier, then made a throat-cutting gesture. The bald man understood immediately and followed Xing Chen and the others out of the conference room. Outside the conference room. Damn, that scared the life out of me. The group let out a sigh of relief. Xing Chen was peeking through the door crack to see what was happening with the crayfish. Just then, a big bald man walked out. Big brother, you came out too, come have a smoke. Xing Chen offered another cigarette. Stop talking nonsense with me. After saying that, the bald man flexed his muscles. Someone, tie these kids up and throw them in jail for now. Wait until the fight is over to kill them. Instantly, the expressions of the group changed dramatically. Ling Qinghan wanted to resist but saw the bald man unleash his diamond-level pressure, pinning them in place. A few lackeys came over, tying up Xing Chen and the others with their hands and feet. They then took them out of the building and brought them to a prison in the back mountain. Damn it, hurry up and get in. A few little brothers kicked Xing Chen and the others into the jail. If it weren't for the fact that there are too many things going on right now, I would have shot you all dead already. After saying that, the little brothers hurriedly took their weapons and rushed back into the building to continue patrolling. Longxiang and the others were still in a daze. How did we end up locked up? At this moment, Xing Chen chuckled. If nothing unexpected happens, the decapitation operation will be a great success. Everyone looked puzzled. Wait, we didn't do anything. How is it a great success? Several hours later, Xialongxia was also dragged in and thrown into the prison. Zhang Daba looked at Xialongxia with delight. Hey, I didn't expect you to come in too. Aren't you cooking anymore? Xialongxia was also quite confused. I don't know either. Just now, a bald guy came in and told me to prepare a few thousand servings of crayfish. I was completely dumbfounded. That would exhaust me to death. I was just holding a spirit orb in one hand and crayfish in the other. I even added a bit of seasoning while cooking. After I finished, the bald guy directly called someone to throw me in here. Everyone was baffled. What the hell is going on? Xingchen laughed mischievously. It's fine, just wait until it gets dark and then go collect the corpses. The others had big question marks over their heads, not understanding anything. Just then, Xingchen glanced at the makeshift rusty iron bars. Clap, clap, clap. Hey, is anyone there? Clap, clap, clap. Hey, is anyone there? At this moment, a yellow-haired guy walked over impatiently. What are you shouting for? You guys are about to die, don't you know? Xingchen was overjoyed to see the yellow-haired guy. Hey, brother Mao, I'm hungry, can you get me something to eat? The yellow-haired guy looked very impatient. Damn it, we're in a fight right now, who's going to get you food? Just starve. I haven't eaten either. Brother Mao, so you haven't eaten? I have a plate of crayfish here, do you want to try some? With that, Xingchen pulled out a plate of limited edition chemical element periodic table crayfish from his backpack. The yellow-haired guy took a look at the crayfish, and his mouth almost watered. Damn, where did you hide that? Hand it over. Xingchen quickly hid the plate behind him. No way, we haven't eaten yet. The yellow-haired guy got angry and directly opened the jail door, grabbing Xingchen by the collar. You better hand it over. After saying that, he snatched the crayfish from behind Xingchen. Xingchen looked at the yellow-haired guy with a wronged expression. Brother Mao, come on. Just leave me a bite, this is my favorite flavor. The yellow-haired guy ignored him and quickly called over a few spirited guards to eat the crayfish. Each of them skillfully peeled one and popped it into their mouths. Damn, this crayfish is delicious. Then, with a thud, one of them fell to the ground. Before the yellow-haired guy passed out, he pressed the emergency alarm button. The alarm echoed throughout the back mountain. Moments later, a middle-aged man with dyed golden hair rushed over quickly. Behind him followed several strong-looking thugs. What the hell is going on? We're in the middle of a battle at the front, the golden-haired man said anxiously. Where's Xiao Huang? Why is there trouble in the jail? Just then, they suddenly saw Xingchen and the others. Xingchen was pointing at the yellow-haired guy on the ground, who was foaming at the mouth. Xiao Huang is over there, but he seems to be having a seizure. The golden-haired middle-aged man looked at the twitching yellow-haired guy on the ground. Then he turned to question Xingchen and the others. Hey, what did you guys see? Why are these guys lying here? Xingchen and the others looked up at the sky, whistling. I don't know, I didn't see anything. Right, I just went to take a piss. The blonde man's face was filled with frustration, and his entire aura erupted. The iron bars of the cell twisted. What? So it turns out to be a metal control ability, sending it to the assembly line to screw bolts. The blonde man was extremely angry. If you don't speak, you'll end up twisted like this iron bar. Instantly, Long Xiang and the others were terrified. Damn, a diamond-level boss. How the hell did we attract this guy? The blonde man took a step forward and all the metal objects in the room flew up, their tips aimed at Xingchen and the others. I'll give you 3 seconds. Are you going to talk or not? At that moment, Xingchen pulled out an oversized black speaker from his spatial backpack, leaving everyone puzzled. What are you doing with that? Are you going to play him a song? Xingchen scratched his head. This guy is a bit tricky, let me play some BGM. Then, amidst the confused gazes of the crowd, he turned on the speaker. A melodious Swana tune began to play, surprisingly a famous BGM from the story of Zhu Beiji carrying his wife. Do. What the hell? Are you playing this for? Just then, the blonde man suddenly felt his footing give way, nearly falling to the ground. Releasing weakening BGM. Enemy weakness increased tenfold. Xingchen cackled. Kid, didn't see that coming, did you? The blonde man was a bit dazed, his eyes fixed on the chaotic speaker that Xingchen had unleashed. He reached out with one hand, trying to pull the chaotic speaker over. However, it didn't budge an inch. Isn't this metal? The middle-aged man showed a puzzled expression. Xingchen patted the speaker with one hand. It's metal, but it's divine metal, maybe you're not worthy yet. The blonde man was furious. With a wave of his hand, countless metal objects took off into the air. Chopsticks, soup spoons, iron rods, and shovels shot towards Xingchen and the others.